You unexpectedly crossed into a parallel world and participated in a large-scale reality show, becoming a proud taxi driver. The first passenger was a drunk beautiful woman, who asked as soon as she got in the car, "Do you believe in love, driver?" Facing the question from the beautiful woman, you replied seriously, "Throw up in the car, that will be 500. Love has become more expensive recently." The second order is for student couples. The boy secretly stuffed money and winked at you, saying, "The dormitory lights will be turned off soon. If we're late, we'll have to stay outside." After taking the money, you stepped on the gas pedal and arrived at the school gate in less than 10 minutes. Then you left in a hurry, leaving the young couple standing disheveled in the wind. Just now, you were sitting at the stall on the snack street, looking at the photographer opposite you with a bitter smile. Couldn't help but comforted, "Don't worry, it's common not to get work. You still have to eat. What if you get hungry and harm your body?" The photographer took the chopsticks, looked at you again, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart, and finally let out a helpless sigh. "Brother, are you really not in a hurry at all? Other contestants should be making money by now, right?" The photographer looked at the delicious stir-fried noodles in front of him, but he had no appetite at all. This is the photographer of the first large-scale reality show Life in All Colors in China. The production team selected 32 guests from all walks of life and society, confiscated all their belongings, and only provided them with a contact phone and a 200 yuan living fund. The contestants were placed back into their original industries for a 6-month live tracking broadcast. In the end, the audience in the live broadcast room collectively voted to select the final contestant. The contestant with the most votes will receive a cash prize of 50 million yuan prepared by the production team. When others are already working hard and shining in their respective industries, you are leisurely eating fried noodles here. The photographer thought of this, feeling even more bitter in his heart, and the fried noodles in his mouth instantly lost their taste. You shrugged, not caring at all about what the photographer said. After all, you had just come through this morning in a daze and became a taxi driver, inexplicably participating in this reality show, never even thinking about the final 50 million prize. Moreover, even in a parallel world, the level of internal competition in JoJo was even more intense than in the previous life, where there was no winning. Now you have completely understood that life is short, and enjoying it in time is the way to go. Thinking of this, you glanced at the somewhat melancholic photographer in front of you, and comforted him, "It's okay, just drive a taxi. That's it." Sometimes there is a lot of work, and the whole industry is not very prosperous. After hearing what you said, the photographer nodded slightly, about to express agreement, but suddenly raised his head and looked at the bustling street, where the distinctive sky-blue taxis of Jiangnan City were speeding along the road. He twitched his mouth and asked, "Bro, are you sure the entire industry is not doing well?" In your live broadcast room, the audience who saw this scene couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, is this really a downturn in the big industry? I actually believed it at first, felt a bit sorry for number 32, but then you showed me this. Whether the economy is good or bad, how could he not know?" He is really trying hard to comfort the photographer. "I'm crying to death." Looking at the rows of bullet comments floating in the live broadcast room, the photographer lowered his head and sighed deeply. He knew that you were comforting yourself. After all, no matter which taxi you take, having a photographer filming passengers with a camera would make anyone uncomfortable. Thinking of this, the photographer felt even more guilty. Your live broadcast room is now at the bottom, and the photographer feels he is half responsible. However, isn't it too much of a slacker? The photographer looked up at you, who had just finished eating fried noodles and was picking your teeth with a toothpick. The price level in Jiangnan City is not high. 2 portions of fried noodles only cost 20 yuan in total. However, for them who only have a living fund of 200 yuan, it is definitely not cheap, especially since they have no income today. Thinking of this, the photographer shook his head vigorously, wolfed down the fried noodles in front of him, and then perked up, saying to you, "Bro, let's go check out the airport outskirts or something. It's full of people rushing to catch their flights. They probably won't mind, and besides, a round trip is only 3 to 4 hours, so we should make some good money. It's unlikely to get to the front all at once, but as long as we're willing to work hard, getting to the middle shouldn't be a problem." The photographer was instantly energized, sweeping away his previous decline, his eyes streaming with light, looking at Lu Chen with excitement. Whoops! Lu Chen, however, turned his head to the side somewhat sheepishly to look up at the evening sun in the sky and coughed a few times, somewhat embarrassed. "Ahem, there's actually no need to work so hard. After dinner it's logical to get off work." Lu Chen, winky face, heartfelt, JPG, the photographer hears this and a slow, hits his head, shaking his head and wondering if he had heard wrong. He looked at Lu Chen with some disbelief. It's only around 8 o'clock, not to mention the participating guests, even the ordinary staff members are not off duty at this time, right? And Lu Chen, who was the guest of honor, actually said he was getting off work? Is this really the cream of the crop from all walks of life that the show has gone to great lengths to unearth? How come it feels like Lu Chen's drawing style is not quite the same as the other guests? Lu Chen was just about to argue and open his mouth when a cold mechanical beep suddenly came out of his mind. Ding! The host's current environment has been detected. Opening the popularity live system, and the popularity treasure chest system is now open, detecting the current low popularity of the host's live room, hereby rewarding a live diversion roll *1. Lu Chen flinched for a while, and the light blue system panel jumped before his eyes. Host name, Lu Chen, popularity, 35, skills, none, currently owns props, live streaming volume *1, increase the number of people watching the live stream by 1,000 after using it. Mall, consumption of popularity value can be purchased in the mall props. Skills, currently unlocked, popularity value of more than 5,000 unlocked. As a traveler, Lu Chen was no stranger to systems. The moment he heard the system beep, the method of using the system had already surfaced in his mind. The popularity value system, as the name suggests, is that after collecting a certain amount of popularity through live broadcasting, you can purchase various props and life skills in the system mall. Although the mall was not unlocked yet, it was already possible to see the commodities being sold inside, and most of the system skills were on the side of the life class, similar to skills like fighting foreign languages, and a minimum of 100,000 popularity values were needed. There is another way to get skills, which is a lottery, where you use 10,000 popularity value for a 10 consecutive draw, and it is possible to get system props and skills. However, looking at the 1% winning rate on it, Lu Chen shook his head and withdrew his thoughts of continuing to read on. Sitting up from his chair, he crossed his arms comfortably and stretched out, looking toward the photographer off to the side. Are you done eating? Why don't we call it a day when we're done eating? Hearing this, the photographer nodded and stood up, following Lu Chen into the car. The expression on his face was a bit hesitant, seemed to want to say something, finally took a deep breath, seemed to make up his mind while looking at Lu Chen seriously with a bitter face. Brother, wouldn't it be bad for us to close the union so early? As Lu Chen's exclusive photographer, his job was to follow Lu Chen live every day without interruption. As for whether Lu Chen chooses to swing for the fences or work hard, it doesn't have any bearing on him, but perhaps from a young age to accept hard work, struggling up this type of concept, the photographer for Lu Chen this kind of bad behavior some cannot see. The photographer pulled out his own cell phone and skillfully tapped into the live feeds of the other guests on Life in 100. The images of a female white-collar worker in a professional suit with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, she was sitting at her computer desk with her eyebrows furrowed, rapidly tapping the keyboard, with a pile of instant takeout and instant coffee bags beside her. The two dark bags under his eyes looked as if he hadn't had a good night's sleep in days, and his mouth was constantly chattering about the next part of the trip. Go to the sales department meeting in 10 minutes. The project department is going to start the project. Gloomy bags under his eyes, delirious babbling, plus bags of instant coffee on a cluttered tabletop. The image of a living social animal was shown in front of Lu Chen's eyes, and at the same time, it also made countless viewers of the live broadcast exclaim that it was real. Seeing this attitude of the number one guest, the photographer nodded in satisfaction and turned his head towards Lu Chen, wanting to use this to motivate Lu Chen Dao. See, brother, people who are more popular than you are struggling. It sure seems like it. Lu Chen looked at the number one guest's live broadcast, his fingers rubbing his chin, and seemed to see himself in his previous life. When the photographer saw Lu Chen's look, he thought that he was convinced by himself and nodded with satisfaction. So let's continue. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Lu Chen's somewhat cold voice. So, people who are better than you are trying their best, even if you try your hardest, right? Sigma, degree, shock.jpg. When the photographer heard Lu Chen's words, he froze a little for a moment. Shouldn't it normally be more important to rise to the occasion when you see someone better than you struggling? Why did Lu Chen just give up when it was his turn? Perhaps sensing the photographer's somewhat astonished gaze, Lu Chen sighed and helplessly spread his hands. What's wrong with that? Since people are better than you can't win no matter how hard you try, right? This statement caused the photographer to be momentarily speechless. Lu Chen's demoralizing words of such a pendulum swing were not too much to say that they were treasonous for a country where implosion was the order of the day, making it impossible for him to refute them. The viewers in the live broadcast room, hearing Lu Chen's statement, for a moment also felt that their 3 views had been impacted, and they were suddenly in an uproar. Asterisk. Even though I know what he's saying doesn't seem right, I feel like the guy's making some sense again. That said, it does seem like he's telling the truth, doesn't it? There are some things you really can't win just by trying. However, Seeing number one is like seeing yourself at work. And looking at his words, he seems to feel kinda relaxed. The photographer didn't think of any rebuttal even after half a day's thought, but just sat in his seat somewhat dumbfounded and speechless. Lu Chen saw that he had convinced the photographer and was in a good mood, and was about to start the car, when the sound of clanging on the glass suddenly came out from the side. "Master, are you going with this car?" Reflected in his ears was a somewhat icy female voice. Before Lu Chen could reply, the back row of the car was opened, and a pungent odor of alcohol mixed with the scent of orchid-like perfume seeped into his nostrils. Sitting in the back seat was a girl with reddened cheeks and phoenix eyebrows. It looks like it should not be very old. Around early 20s. Black hair waist, black long skirt outlines the concave and convex lines. The watery eyes are slightly red. There is still a trace of tears hanging at the cheeks. It seems to have just cried. Chapter 2, Master. Do you know what love means? That, beauty. I'm off duty here. Why don't you take another one? Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, scratched his head and looked at the girl in the back row through the rearview mirror, somewhat embarrassed. But, the girl at the back, however, did not make any moves. Already drunk, she did not hear what Lu Chen said at all. Besides, even if she wanted to get out of the car, she couldn't use any strength in her arms and legs. Seeing this, Lu Chen sighed slightly and had just unbuckled his seatbelt with the intention of pulling her from the car, but was stopped by the photographer at the side. He looked at the drunken girl in the back row with some pity in his eyes and said in a heartfelt way, "Brother, why don't we just finish this order? Besides, this person is drunk like this. She probably can't help it if you ask her to change the car." Seeing this, Lu Chen just shook his head slightly and sighed helplessly. "Okay, let's ask her where she's going when she's more awake." To be honest, this kind of drunken guest was the last thing he wanted to run into. Drunkenly talking about a destination and then forgetting everything when you sober up deadheads who won't pay for it. Getting drunk and throwing up in the car because of emotional problems. Lu Chen had already seen a lot of such guests. "I'm afraid, this little girl in front of me is also because of emotional problems." Thinking of this, Lu Chen took another tentative glance at the little girl in the back row. In the meantime, the pitifully small number of viewers in the broadcast room were speculating on the reason for her drunkenness. "I'll go. The photographer gave me a dislike face shot. This must be my long-lost wife. Why does this girl drink so much when she's so pretty? Aren't you afraid of meeting some bad people? This you don't understand, right? So it is estimated that the sales inside the bar was given too much. I guess later there will be a man chasing after the car to take her to the hotel. Upstairs is wise, isn't it? It's just after 9. Which bar sales just opened to get drunk? I think this girl is not old enough to be a student, and she just cried. In my opinion, this little girl is not too old. She should still be a student, and she seems to have cried just now, so she must have fallen out of love." For a while, the appearance of this mysterious drunken girl blew the few viewers in Lu Chen's live room out of the water. The crowd speculated as to why the little girl was drunk. The cameraman also watched the pop-ups in the live stream and looked towards Lu Chen with some curiosity. "Brother, what do you think is wrong with this little girl?" Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders and said rightfully, "What else can happen? It's most likely a lost love." He hadn't seen 1,000 or at least 500 people who had fallen out of love and tried to paralyze themselves with alcohol. Can you fall out of love even when you're this good looking? The photographer was a little puzzled. If someone had told him that this little girl was some star he didn't know, he would most likely have believed it without hesitation. This level of beauty suitors are estimated to be able to row from the dragon country to the lighthouse country to go, in exchange for any person to be afraid of love or too late. Who will be willing to break up? Hi, if you ask me, who can I ask? It's probably a boyfriend who cheated on you or something, right? Lu Chen waved his hand, not wanting to say more on this matter. The photographer was about to say something else, but immediately stopped himself when he saw two eyes as dark as black jewels staring back at him in the rearview mirror. The girl in the back row had slightly sobered up by now, and as a result, she had just come to her senses when she heard the photographer and Lu Chen talking about themselves. Being speculated behind her back naturally made her a little unhappy. Humph! A cold snort emanated from her pretty nose, clearly a little dissatisfied with the duo talking about themselves just now. "Master, go to River Park." The cold voice poured out of the girl's mouth, and when she finished she leaned against the car window and closed her eyes. Hearing the destination, Lu Chen immediately reacted. This place was a relatively famous attraction in the neighborhood, and it wasn't too far away from them. It was only about a 10-minute drive. Only, because of the torrential rains a few days ago, the river neighborhood is now closed off, so you can't see much of the scenery at all. He skillfully tightened the car keys, fired up the engine, glanced at the girl behind him, and opened his mouth to warn her. "You're not a local, are you, girl? It rained heavily a few days ago, and now the river seems to be overflowing there, and the riverside is closed. So if you're running for the river view, you mostly won't be able to see it. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the girl in the back row who had her eyes closed slowly opened her eyes and stared at Lu Chen with some curiosity. Master, you seem to know the neighborhood well? Hearing the sister's words, Lu Chen straightened his back and patted his chest proudly. Not that I'm saying, I can tell you all the places that aren't available for navigation in the neighborhood. At least I've lived here for more than 20 years, so I want to see the river. Do you have any recommendations? River? I can't tell you're a young girl who knows how to appreciate a river view at such a young age. Lu Chen did not expect that this little girl actually liked to see the river, and did not think much about it, recalling the famous river nearby. If you're talking about nearby rivers, there's the Qinghu River and the Qianjiang River, right? I recommend the Thousand Rivers. It's a beautiful river, and I go fishing there from time to time, but it's a bit deep, so be careful if you go there. Lu Chen reminisced for a while, enthusiastically recommending the nearby river to the girl in the back row, while the photographer on the side didn't move and tugged on his sleeve. Why are you tugging at my sleeve? I'm driving. Stop it. Ahem. Brother, didn't you say this girl is out of love? The photographer coughed a few times and gave Lu Chen a frantic wink. At this point, even if Lu Chen was slow, he reacted to the photographer's meaning. The icy voice of the girl in the back row came out, interrupting the eye contact between the two. Then let's go to the Thousand Rivers. Hearing this, Lu Chen's face flustered in a fleshy panic. He originally thought that the girl was fond of the river view, but he didn't realize that she wanted to find a deeper river to get rid of it. Ahem. In fact, I've only just come back this way. What with the Thousand Rivers and the Clear Lake River? I'm not familiar with it either. Once he thought of the reason why his sister was looking for the river, Lu Chen couldn't care less about what he had said before and hurriedly shook his head to deny that he didn't recognize these places. Inside the live broadcast room, they were amused by the huge contrast between Lu Chen's back and forth, laughing and crying. Ha ha ha, this 32 to laugh me to death. In front of the front is still here in the neighborhood navigation does not have can find out for you. Now in fact I am not very familiar. How enthusiastically it was introduced in the front and how completely it was denied in the back. Funny. Luck. Don't worry about flying. I'll testify for the police. The atmosphere in the cab was embarrassing compared to the jovial atmosphere in the live room. Lu Chen's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, fearing that because of his words, he would really make his sister run off and jump into the river. The photographer's face looked similarly not very good, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort the sister. Not so, not just love lost. No need to look for death to seek life. As the saying goes, the end of the world where there is no fragrant grass. Why single love a flower? Besides, you're so good looking. Are you worried about finding a date? The girl didn't say anything, but just shook her head inside slightly, seemingly acquiescing to Lu Chen and the photographer's earlier speculation about the reason why she was drunk. After all, life is so long, there will always be one or two scumbags. It's not worth it if you give up your prime years just for this. The photographer was still persuading the girl. The girl seemed to be moved a bit by the photographer's words, and opened her mouth. Some hoarse-choked voice coming from the back row. I just feel so useless. Like the whole world has abandoned me. The sister's eyes filled with tears, and 2 lines of tears slowly trickled down her cheeks. Taking advantage of the gap between waiting for the traffic light, Lu Chen hurriedly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over to the girl. The girl looked at the business card handed over in front of her and looked up towards Lu Chen with some confusion. Lu Chen slowly spoke. Come to me when you feel like you're unwanted and abandoned by the world. I just happen to know a few traffickers. They'll definitely want it. The girl didn't react for a moment and looked at Lu Chen with a dull gaze. The photographer on the side is looking at Lu Chen somewhat helpless. Brother, it's already time. Human life is at stake and you're still talking nonsense. Lu Chen was a bit unimpressed and bristled. What do you know? I call this clearly help her recognize her own value. Sometimes you don't realize how valuable you are until you know a trafficker. Looking at the 2 men who were tossing and turning, the sister reacted after a long time. The big watery eyes completed the crescent moon, white onion-like fingers blocking the front of her mouth. Obviously amused by Lu Chen's words, the gloom in his heart also dissipated for the most part, and looking out of the window, he let out a long sigh, as if he had made up his mind, and said, Master, do you know what love means? Chapter 3500 on the tuk-tuk. Don't ask. Asking is a price increase. Hearing the sister's words, the first one to react was not Lu Chen who was driving. Rather, it was the viewers who were watching the fun in the live broadcast room, and the whole room was abuzz. I'm going. Anchor, do you know what it means when someone who's just fallen out of love says that to you? This is the rhythm of opening up your heart. It feels like there's a story. Anchor, let the girl tell it. Front row melon eating, selling melon seeds, drinks and mineral water. Even the photographer sitting on the passenger side of the car is also a curious look towards Lu Chen looked over. The girl can say this kind of words. the least shows that she is willing to open her heart to people. However, Lu Chen didn't strike up a conversation. Instead, his brows furrowed as he stared at the system prompt panel that popped up in front of him. We have detected the current active atmosphere of the live broadcasting room and suggest you to use the live broadcasting diversion volume. Please ask whether to use it or not. Lu Chen's thoughts turned, and he chose yes without hesitation. Live streaming volume used successfully. Plus 1,000 people in the live room. A lot of new viewers flooded into the middle of the live broadcast room, and immediately couldn't move their eyes after seeing the girls in the back row. Wow! Which Netflix company's anchor is this? So good looking. Attention, attention, attention. I don't think the account number is for any of the Lu Chen contestants, but I'm not sure if the name is Lu Chen. How come I clicked in such a good looking young lady? Is it possible that this young lady is called Lu Chen? Fairy sister. This can't be Fairy sister's twin sister, can it? At this time, the sister, half leaning against the window, the breeze gently blowing the black tresses, the green silk fluttering with the wind. I have to say, it's quite a beautiful mood. However, the white cheeks were reddened. The cold wind of the summer night had dispersed a lot of the drunkenness, and at the moment she had sobered up quite a bit, recalling what she had just said. She then wanted to find a crack in the ground in shame. Originally, she was a rich girl. If not found out the talk of 4 years long boyfriend cheating, also would not go to the bar and other places, not to mention the drunkenness of the drunkenness. At the thought of this, the color of the girl's face couldn't help but dim a few more points. Originally she has reached the point of marriage with her boyfriend, but did not expect a chance to see the boyfriend in the third-party chat records, if not for the money who is with her. All 21st century who cannot touch before marriage, pretending with their own how pure like. My own heart ached at the thought of all these slurs coming out of that man's mouth. Disheartened, she had planned to paralyze herself with alcohol and find a deserted place to finish herself off. However, he did not expect that both Lu Chen and the photographer, who had met in passing, actually cared so much about themselves, and it was only under the paralysis of alcohol that he had the question just now. The girl reddened her cheeks, while carefully glancing towards Lu Chen who was driving in front of her, secretly praying that Lu Chen hadn't heard her question just now. However, with a mere distance of less than a meter, Lu Chen wasn't hard of hearing, so how could he not hear the girl's question? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments, and his face didn't look too good. Although he had only just crossed over, he nevertheless had the complete memories of his predecessor. As far as he could remember, this was the 8th person to ask that question in as many months. Every time someone cries a lot and asks that question, they vomit all over their car. Most importantly, originally, he worked as a 3-day job, which didn't earn him much money at all, and every time he threw up, the people were drunk and unconscious, so he couldn't ask for money for the car wash at all. The only thing you can do is pay out of pocket, and in the end, the car wash owner can't stand to watch. Pulled Lu Chen with a face of biological lovable said, "Brothers, I originally thought that you were dry taxi. I did not expect that you were driving a taxi to pull a turd. These months you come to wash the car have washed away my 3 car washers here. Now there is a last wash, your car was smoked, fainted in the hospital, did not come out of it. Count me begging you. You go to another home wash, okay?" In order to prevent a situation similar to the last one from occurring this time, Lu Chen decisively opened his mouth while the sister was still conscious. "I don't know what love is. Only 500 on a barf truck." The cold voice came out, and the sister's eyes widened, a blank look on her pretty face, wondering if she had heard wrong. The audience in the live broadcast room directly exploded when they heard Lu Chen's answer. "People talk to you about love, flirting, and you give them 500 in a barbecue car? Good guy. I direct good guy. Anchor single for more than 20 years really is not for no reason. People moon old man all the red line for you to hold good. You he me out to it cut? This is more than just a cut. I even think he gave the moon lord a slap in the face." I don't know if he gave the moon lord a slap in the face, but he certainly gave the sister a slap in the face to her young mind, and you can see that the sister was confused. The girl blinked her eyes twice innocently, never having thought that Lu Chen would say such an unexpected answer. Opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. The atmosphere between the two fell silent, while the photographer was equally dumbfounded as he looked at Lu Chen, his jaw dropping at this answer from Lu Chen. "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be seeing anyone, right? Even if you were to replace it with an elementary school student, the other party would probably know how to answer this question, right?" Anyone would never have thought that Lu Chen's answer could actually be so explosive, but it really is. The moon old man came with a red line to the two of them tied together cannot save the degree. It took a long moment for the photographer to come back to his senses and notice a hint of something wrong. "That's not right, brother. Isn't it $200? How come it's $500? The photographer looked towards Lu Chen with some doubt. How come Lu Chen still charged more than the other rental masters? $200 is not enough. Besides, Prices keep going up now. Can't the price of love go up? Lu Chen gave the photographer a blank look and said without a good mood. He even went so far as to not ask for more for the sake of the girl's lost love. Or else $400 wouldn't necessarily be enough to wash his own car. At this remark, there was a pft of laughter from the back row. Does the price of love go up too? It was the first time the girl had ever loved the expression price increase, and she laughed outright. Inside the live broadcast room, there is also a screen full of 6. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. The price of love has gone up, and I suddenly feel like there's nothing wrong with it. There was nothing wrong with it. 10 years ago my love was only $200, and I was able to enjoy the unrivaled care. Now love is getting more and more expensive. Even if it's $1,000, that can't be enjoyed much. It will only make you keep moving as if you are the one being enjoyed. Luckily my love has never changed. It's still little left and little right who are at my beck and call. Lu Chen did not notice that the live broadcast room at this time has been very hot, but shrugged his shoulders and turned his head to the girl and replied, "That's not true. You want to really vomit on the car. I washed the car maybe more than 200. Love, this is not also a price increase." Hearing this, the girl who was still covering her mouth and laughing seemed to have realized something, and the smile on her face came to an abrupt end. Is one's love the same price as washing a car? No, it's the fact that I'm obviously having a hard time working up the courage to say this. And you're telling me to spit on the car for 500? You've got a pretty girl in front of you who just fell out of love and needs to be consoled, and you're thinking about your car wash money? As soon as she thought of this, the girl opened her mouth a bit grumpily and asked, "Am I not worth $500? It turns out that no matter how good looking a woman is, she's all the same when she doesn't make sense." In the face of the sister's questioning, Lu Chen was silent. Through the rearview mirror looked up and down the girl. This girl looks like a rich lady. The clothes on the body are all big brands. A dress is worth 2 or 3 months of an average person's salary. And to her, $400 might as well be breakfast money. That was why after hearing Lu Chen compare himself to $500, he reacted in such a way. But thanks to Lu Chen's straight man speech earlier, the atmosphere in the car livened up quite a bit. Unconsciously, even the sister didn't realize that she didn't feel embarrassed to say such words to Lu Chen. Instead of trying to make things difficult for Lu Chen for a while, he opened his mouth. Love itself is not something that can be measured in money, is it? She had a different perspective on the points raised by the two men. That's when the photographer on the sidelines heard this. Seemingly remembering his former self, the look on his face became a bit sad. A few times, he himself had this wonderful fantasy of love like she did. The photographer sighed helplessly and said, "Alas, I was convinced before that money can't buy love, but $500 might actually buy love." 500? Not a bad price, but I guess there's not much service? Lu Chen, who was driving on the side, frowned and coldly interjected this. This time it was the photographer's turn to be somewhat baffled, not understanding what Lu Chen meant, and somewhat puzzled. Service? Sweeping the floor, washing the dishes and cooking for you? I'll be damned. Still wrapping this? Hearing this, Lu Chen suspected that the photographer was teasing him and was filled with disbelief. Are all services so good now? Even housework can be covered? What are you talking about, brother? I'm saying that my ex-girlfriend had her eye on a perfume that cost $500 and broke up with me because I didn't have any money. Lu Chen realized that he would have the wrong meaning. His old face flushed, coughed a few times and turned his head to the sister and said with a straight face, "Ahem, that's what I'm talking about. If you don't have money, you can't even fall in love. So money in a sense buys love too." Chapter 4, you say you've had a hard life, and you turn around and get $100,000? The girl seemed to be convinced by Lu Chen and nodded blankly, always feeling that there was something wrong, but couldn't tell what. After thinking about it for a while she didn't pursue it closely, but opened her mouth to change her destination. "Master, let's not go to the Thousand Rivers. Let's go to Fuli Shaozhu." After the photographer and Lu Chen's rounds of exhortation, coupled with the dissipation of drunkenness, his mind cleared up quite a bit. Naturally, the girl will not want to seek death again, planning to get a beautiful night's sleep and welcome the new life. She stretched to cast her eyes out the window, only to find the car stopped. Lu Chen looked a little wary yet turned his head to look at himself. The girl thought the car had some kind of malfunction, and her eyes looked at Lu Chen with concern. "What's wrong? Did the car break down? If you change your destination, that previous order counts as money. This single is more than 20 kilometers. Lu Chen naturally to say clearly, for fear that the girl will renege on the bill at that time. Lu Chen's faint words reached the girl's ears, and an angry well symbol immediately appeared on her bare forehead. "Got it. I'll give it to you." The girl clenched her silver teeth, forcibly resisting the urge to slap her size 37 shoes onto Lu Chen's face. Does one look so much like a person who doesn't give a damn? Besides, he was sitting here with such a big beauty like himself and all he could think about was money. The girl took a deep breath and looked out the window for a good long while to calm down. However, how did it feel like there was something inexplicably familiar about the surrounding scenery, as if he had just been here before? Master? Where is this place? Why do I look so familiar? Here? Isn't this where you just got on the bus? Look at the chow mein stand right next to it. Sis? 3 question marks appeared on the girl's head. If she remembered correctly, hadn't the car been traveling for more than half an hour? How can you still see where you just got in the car? Combined with the fact that you've been wandering around here for the past half hour? The girl's gaze was like a torch, staring dead on at Lu Chen, who was driving in front of her. Lu Chen was like a mango and coughed a few times. Heartily. That single before was also counted as money. You can't go back on your promise. The audience in the live broadcast room saw it. The girl hated her teeth. If it was not for Lu Chen in the car, she really wanted to pounce on a mouthful to bite Lu Chen to death. You've been in the same place for half an hour, and you're asking me for money? You're so stingy. Hearing this, Lu Chen was not happy. I circled half a day is not afraid of you jumping into the river? Besides, with their own labor to earn money, there is no stingy. Look at you, this dress no is a rich family lady. Surely do not know the hardship of making money. Like me, such a month exhausted only a few $1,000s. If you meet a few more spit the car guests, maybe the money earned have to ride in. When the girl heard this, she couldn't help but be stunned, obviously not expecting Lu Chen to say this. Eyes up and down carefully measured up Lu Chen. From clothes to pants are not any big brand. The whole body together are not more than $300. It does look a little shabby compared to the big names he's covered in. That would explain why he never stops talking about money. The girl looked at Lu Chen's dress that was shabby enough to be called shabby, and said with some reluctance, "Well, I'll give you some more when we get there." Lu Chen nodded and didn't refuse. Instead he talked to the girl about how difficult it was for cab drivers. Now the big industry are not recession. Young people are going out, also all ride shared bike. Rarely take a taxi. It's almost 10 o'clock. You are the first customer I pulled. At this rate, I'm afraid it's all going to unravel. The expression of bitterness that surfaced on his face from time to time moved the photographer on the sidelines to compassion. Brother, I didn't think you were having such a hard time. I thought it was because you haven't been working hard. The photographer lowered his head guiltily, apologizing for his earlier attitude. Just like that, while the photographer and the girl in the back row wallowed in guilt, a clear female voice rang out from inside the car. Ding! Only negative treasure arrived at $100,000. The crowd's gazes followed the source of the sound, which was Lu Chen's cell phone placed on the navigation bracket. All 3 froze. Is this what you call living an easy life and not being able to make ends meet every month? The corner of the girl's mouth twitched a few times, and she felt that all of her previous touches had been fed to the dogs, and she had previously said that it wasn't easy for her to earn money. But then she turned her head and arrived at 100,000 yuan? Brother, is this what you call unraveling? The same goes for the photographer. I feel so guilty, but you're just pretending to be poor. The crisp negative only treasure arrival beep also spread throughout the live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, there was first a silence, followed by a wave of pop-ups as if they had exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Are all taxi drivers so rich now? Is it too late for me to drive a cab? What are you dreaming of? Even if you don't eat or drink for 24 hours, you can't earn this much, right? I originally thought that 32 was a bottom laborer like me. How come you kid is so rich? Woo-hoo-hoo. You're such a bad guy. You even cheated me. I just thought you were suffering and I gave you a gift. And then you got $100,000, right? Isn't it true that all the guests only have $200 to start with? Why does he have $100,000? The key is how did you earn the 32nd? If someone else borrowed it or played it at home, it's considered cheating, right? In the middle of the live broadcast, many of the viewers also showed the same skeptical expression as the photographer. However, to say that the most unexpected one would have to be Lu Chen. He himself hadn't figured out where the inexplicable $100,000 had come from. No, you guys let me explain. This must be a typo by someone. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, an icy system beep popped up in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host whose popularity in the live room exceeded 10,000, receiving a system reward of 100,000 yuan in cash. Hearing the system beep, Lu Chen froze a bit. If one remembered correctly, one's own live room popularity should be at the bottom of the list among the program, right? Usually there were only 20 to 30 people, and how long had it been before the popularity of the live broadcast room exceeded 10,000? The girl angrily stared at Lu Chen, glad that she fortunately had not yet given the money to Lu Chen. Thanks to sympathetic understanding of his life is not easy to want to give a little more. As a result, Lu Chen was completely treating himself like a monkey. Isn't it hard to make money? How come you earn it sitting down? Lu Chen scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, not realizing that the system could actually reward cash. Coughing a few times to hide his embarrassment, he changed the subject to a photographer off to the side. Look at the photographer every day is 007. Wind and rain to go. Up earlier than the chicken. Sleep later than the dog. Tired to work hard a month and still only $4,000 or $5,000 of wages. Can it be hard to make this money? Photographer? No. Brother, if you're going to say something, say it properly. Why are you bringing personal attacks? The cameraman carrying the camera was a bit unhappy. How did this talk bring himself into it? Besides, I at least make more money in this job than you do driving a cab. The photographer was a bit unconvinced, although he didn't know how Lu Chen got that $100,000. But one definitely pays more than driving a cab, right? Who would have thought that? Lu Chen, on the other hand, turned his head to the photographer and asked, "Let me ask you, what do you work for money for?" So, naturally, it's for the better. The photographer pondered for a while and gave his answer. If you are looking for a high quality of life, then naturally you need money to maintain it. Lu Chen, as if he had already expected the photographer's answer, a cold smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Imagine when you get married and buy a house and a car, and you don't have any time off every day 007, and maybe you can't even go home a couple times a year. Can you really enjoy life? After hearing these words, the photographer was struck by lightning, and his mouth kept numbly inquiring about himself. Can I really enjoy life? At this moment, he had already been questioned by Lu Chen's words to the point of doubting his life. In contrast to Lu Chen, although he earned more, he really didn't have more free time to enjoy life. Besides, I get at least $3,000 or $4,000 a month for driving a cab, right? You're only $1,000 a month more than me. Is it worth it to be so tired? Lu Chen said 2 more sentences and directly gave the photographer dry silence. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was silent. The viewers in the live broadcast room were similarly stumped by Lu Chen's words. He's got a good point. I'm speechless. Thinking about it, I can't even go home a few times a year, and my kids don't even care about me calling me dad. But instead they're still close to the old king next door, which is a lot of work for a lot of people who can't enjoy life at all. Yes, you work your ass off to buy a house and a car, and it's other people who end up enjoying it? I don't know why I'm not as happy as a taxi driver. Why do I feel that my life is not as easy as that of a taxi driver? Driving around all day long, getting off work whenever I want, and pulling in such a good-looking girl. Inside the Life 100 studio, the small assistant saw Lu Chen live in the beginning of skepticism, and the face of the cameraman steeply changed, and hastily shouted to the director in the distance. "Director, it's no good. Guest number 32 seems to have turned the tables on the cameraman." Turning? Photographers can still be turned? The middle-aged looking director was a bit puzzled, not understanding what the young assistant was talking about. He understands the conflict between the cameraman and the guest, but as for turning the cameraman, is it possible to tell the cameraman to come and shoot the studio? Frowning, he looked towards Lu Chen's live broadcast, just in time to see Lu Chen compelling the photographer with his demonic-like whispers, and the photographer had fallen into a point of skepticism. The director's face also changed hastily, instantly realizing what the little assistant meant by curbing. Not good. Quick, go and pacify photographer number 32. Tell him to hold on and never quit. And, whoever that is, inform all the guests to add a clause to the program rules that all guests are forbidden to encourage the cameraman to leave their jobs, and those who disobey the order will lose their chances of winning the final prize. For a while, the entire studio was busy because of Lu Chen's few words. Chapter 5, The Hobbyist Complained About You. Another about 20 minutes or so passed. The car reached its destination, Fuli Chiku. It was a cluster of villa neighborhoods, and coupled with the location and surrounding amenities, it was said that the price of a square meter was as high as 6 figures, and the people who could live here were all either rich or noble. Lu Chen had already expected the girl in the back row to be a rich girl, but he didn't expect her to be so rich that she could even afford this kind of villa that could easily cost tens of millions of dollars, which was really a bit shocking. Sitting in the back row, the girl pulled out her cell phone and hesitated for a while, looking at Lu Chen with some caution. And I don't know where to get the courage to come together in front of Lu Chen to open his mouth and try to say, "Why don't you come over to my place and sit down or have a drink?" Do? Have a drink? Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but stare. The intentions in the sister's words couldn't be more obvious. Although the girl is quite good looking, but who can be a good person who invites another man into his house after he just fell out of love? Thinking of this, Lu Chen was afraid that he would get sick and shook his head decisively, righteously refusing. Nah, drinking is not driving. Driving is not drinking. Upon hearing Lu Chen's refusal, the girl's eyes widened and she looked at Lu Chen with some disbelief, wondering if she had heard wrong. In all her life, she had still suffered defeat at the hands of one man after another. Moreover, Lu Chen's words were full of dislike. Is it hard to believe that you are ugly? The girl couldn't help but doubt her life. And the photographer on the side didn't expect Lu Chen to be so determined to turn the girl down. Dumbfounded, he looked at Lu Chen and whispered a reminder in Lu Chen's ear. Brother, people are inviting you into their homes. Do you know what that means? Even though the photographer's voice was small, the three of them were only about a meter away. And the girl heard the photographer's kind reminder. Instantly realized, knowing that the two would be wrong. Pretty face blushing hurriedly defend. You guys don't think I mean that, do you? I'm the one whose cell phone ran out of battery. And I want you to come home with me to get the money. And I'm still too drunk to walk much. And I want you to help me out. The girl was, at the moment, gripping the ground with her toes in embarrassment, wanting to find a crack in the ground. Although it didn't have the kind of meaning that the Lu Chen duo had comprehended, she nevertheless realized just how ambiguous her words had been just now. The most embarrassing thing was that one was actually rejected. And it was still rejected in a situation where Lu Chen would be wrong. The thought of it was too much for the sister to be humiliated. An inexplicable power suddenly erupted from his body. Bang! Shut the door hard to get out of the car and walked right into the home. After about 10 seconds, the door to the villa opened again, and the girl's pretty face flushed red as she threw out a pile of money towards the passenger seat. This operation directly gave Lu Chen a blank stare, looking at the pile of red bills in his hand of almost $1,000 or so, unable to help but be a little puzzled. Didn't she have no strength? How come she suddenly has it now? The photographer covered his forehead, looking like he was defeated by Lu Chen, and said in pain, Brother, you really don't know what you're missing out on. Obviously there is a chance to fall for a pretty rich sister, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. At this time, the live broadcast room was also filled with pop-ups denouncing Lu Chen. Do you know what you just missed? The girl opened her heart to you and invited you to her home, but you closed the door and welded it shut? That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anchor, you really can't see it at all, can you? I've already identified the anchor. He's a straight man. He can't be teased at all. Can't you see the girls are getting annoyed at the end? Whoops. In the face of the live audience and the photographer's questioning, Lu Chen just silently point with Huazi, disdainful cold snort, contemptuous laugh. Do you hardly think I don't understand? Ha, I've seen more chicks than you've eaten. How could I not understand? Let's just say, you're still too young. This girl looks like a rich person. Don't you know that the richer the person is, the harder it is to serve them? Don't you see a while ago there was news of a rich woman's wire ball? Maybe it's because her boyfriend can't stand the wire ball that he's with her. Besides, look at her. When she falls out of love, she's looking for death. This kind of person is the most extreme. If they really get together, there's no telling what will happen. The photographer was flabbergasted by Lu Chen, and although he felt that there was something wrong somewhere, he subconsciously nodded his head. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked by Lu Chen's explanation. I don't really think about it that much. I really didn't think about it that much. I didn't realize that the girl looks young, but she's actually playing so weird behind the scenes. Luckily Lu didn't go home with her. Wire balls and all. Just thinking about it scares me to death. I have to say, the city people know how to play. What wire ball I have never heard of. The crowd has been happy Lu Chen did not go home with the girl up. Lu Chen saw the fool the photographer. Also patted his chest secretly happy up. Luckily, he misunderstood the meaning of the sister, which if he really did not hold it, followed the sister into the room. I'm afraid I'm going to be the show's first guest to spend the night at the station, and maybe I'll be the next day's hot topic. Just as Lu Chen was secretly celebrating, a text message tone came out from his cell phone. Ding! Passenger tail number 1026 has complained to headquarters that you have a detour. Lu Chen glanced at the text message and his face darkened. Although he didn't know who the number with the tail number 1026 belonged to, but even if he used his toes to think about it, he knew who had complained about him. He meow. I kindly saved her, and she actually returned the favor. It's true that the prettier a woman is, the more incomprehensible she is. The old saying is true. The viewers in the live broadcast room were amused by this scene. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room had already come to a staggering 20,000 or so. And among the participating guests this popularity was already enough to rank in the midstream. I don't think I gave her my phone number. Though, did I? How did she pinpoint the complaint to me? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised and did not notice his own hot popularity, but instead was entangled in the girl as how to complain to their own two. At this time, inside the single large villa of Fuli Chiku, the girl watched the live broadcast with a face full of black lines, clenched her silver teeth, and kept pounding the doll on the side with her pink fist, seemingly helping the doll as Lu Chen, while playing and still feel a little unrelieved. The mouth also recited the words, I let you wire ball. You're the one playing with wire balls. Your whole family plays with wire balls. Next to the ravaged doll was the business card that Lu Chen had handed to the girl at the beginning. Since she knew Lu Chen's name, and also knew that he was running a live broadcast, the girl just casually searched and found Lu Chen's live room. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he ended up seeing a scene of Lu Chen slandering himself. The girl had been deflated all day today and was already holding a fire in her heart. Seeing this scene is directly from the heart of anger. A phone call to the rental headquarters complained about Lu Chen. Chapter 6, Have Your Excellency heard of the 32nd? On the other hand, a certain intersection in Gangnam City, two young men with buckets of water and dry rags were giving a constant car wash to passing vehicles. As one of the contestants of Life is 100, 23 Zhao Cheng had just joined the show and realized it. If you rely on simply going to work, there is absolutely no way to stand out among these 32 people and win the final prize. So quite the visionary by name. He didn't choose his previous job at all, but without hesitation chose to start his own business helping people wash cars and clean windows. He bought a bucket of burlap and car wash cleaner with the living fund issued by the program and started the day. While it may seem a little chilling, it's undoubtedly a pretty solid job. The first is that people come and go every day, and the customers who pass by are basically different, which can attract a lot of viewers to stay in the live room. The second is that even though the job seems a bit shabby, you make more than you would at work, especially those rich people who drive luxury cars and give tips from time to time. Just like this, from the morning's busy work until now, Zhao Cheng had already earned nearly $300, just one day's time to recover the cost, and even earned more than 100. And the popularity of the live broadcast also maintains in the front of the contestant guests. Then he makes more money did not have his popularity, then his popularity did not make more money. At the thought of this, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but admire his own ingenuity. He now seems to see the ultimate $50 million jackpot beckoning him. The cameraman beside him, however, was looking a little less than stellar, as if he had been drained and emaciated. The photographer finished wiping the car with a rag and looked at Zhou Sun with immense weakness. Brother, it's almost 11 o'clock, can we go eat now? They had only eaten breakfast since the morning dry until now, not even lunch or dinner, and he was now on the verge of being starved. When Zhao Cheng, who was on the side, heard this from the photographer, he sighed somewhat helplessly and shook his head. Nowadays, young people's bodies are too weak. Not just 2 meals did not eat? I'm fine, aren't I? After saying that, Zhao Cheng even posed for a few poses. When the photographer heard this, he was almost so angry that he slammed the 30 to 40 pound camera on his shoulder towards him. This is a typical stand and talk without waist pain, but he is carrying such a heavy machine to help him dry for so long. The results of Zhao Cheng also turned back to say that he is false? The photographer immediately threw the rag on the floor and quit, but Zhao Cheng's next words made him silently pick up the rag again. This way, work for half an hour more. Brother will surely treat you to a big meal then. Zhao Cheng glanced at his time. It was almost 11 o'clock now, and there were fewer and fewer cars in the driveway. He was also ready to get ready and planning to leave work. Even though the photographer couldn't take the pain, he had done himself a lot of favors after all. For the photographer he naturally will not be stingy, and intends to treat the photographer to a good meal to treat him well. The photographer heard this and was motivated to work again. At the intersection, a sky blue cab stopped at the light. Ta-da! Boss, do you need a glass and car wash? Car wash and glass cleaning is only $10. The window slowly rolled down and a very handsome-looking man sat in the driver's seat and poked his head out. This person was none other than Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Cheng and the photographer in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Your contestants in the Life 100? Luo Cheng and the photographer froze, and in the next second they nodded in affirmation. Yeah, boss, you're watching our program too. Just because you're a fan of our program, I'll give you a discount on this order today. I'll clean your glass for free and only charge you for the car wash. The passenger side didn't roll down the window, so naturally Zhao Cheng couldn't see what was going on inside. Although today is the first day of Life in 101 and the total number of viewers so far isn't that great, but at least it's the first major reality show in the country, and it had done a lot of promotion before, so it was recognized. Zhao Cheng didn't feel anything strange. Instead, he was a little happy in his heart. He was considered a celebrity anyways. Only $5? Lu Chen was a bit surprised. After all, he had never heard of such a cheap price. Moreover, his car has not been washed for a long time, and the outside looks like it has indeed accumulated a lot of dust, so he nodded and responded. Zhao Cheng saw Lu Chen agreed. His heart was even more happy. Today's turnover rose another $5. Dryly, he grabbed a rag and started wiping down the car. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Cheng, who was vigorously polishing the car, while opening his mouth to pry for information. Bro, do you make money doing this? Hey, it's all about earning a little hard money. A couple hundred a day is good enough. Zhao Cheng kept his mind open and didn't tell Lu the truth. Instead, they hide the tips they've given people for polishing their luxury cars before. And if you don't count that, it's really only about a couple hundred a day. It's hard money, but at least you're the boss, so it's a little better than working. Zhao Chang wiped the windows of the car while chatting with Lu Chen, not forgetting to canvass for himself in the meantime. I'm guest number 23. If the boss is interested, he can come to the live broadcast room to support my little brother. I watched that program of yours. Not the one I watched was number 32. That young man is handsome and kind-hearted. I think it's quite good. When the photographer sitting on the passenger seat heard Lu Chen's words, he was so ashamed that he wanted to cover his face and find a crack in the ground. How can he say such things? The audience in the live broadcast room also recognized the Zhao Chang in front of them and were laughing out loud. How does 32 have the face to say such a thing? Bragging about himself to his face. Ha! All I can say is that Lu is so thick-skinned. Poor number 23 was played by him and even gave him a discount. I wonder if 23 would repent in his guts if he knew the truth of the matter. Zhao Chang blinked his eyes and seemed to remember something when he heard Lu Chen in front of him talking about number 32. I think I've heard of number 32 from someone, but I heard that he hasn't earned any money for a day, and his popularity in the live broadcast room is in the bottom of the list, so I guess all he looks like is his face? Zhao Chang still felt that a practical person like himself who could earn money and maintain the popularity of the live room had a look, completely not noticing that the face of Lu Chen in front of him had become incomparably embarrassed. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he followed Zhao Chang's words and continued. That's true. I also think it's better for you to have a future as a young man who is willing to work hard. After saying that, Lu Chen also patted Zhao Chang's shoulder in a serious manner. Hearing this, Zhao Chang worked even harder. By the way, how much did you say that 32 made today? It's not much, just $1,000, right? Lu Chen waved his hand and said, as for the 100,000 cash rewarded by the system, he had already received the informative text message from the program team. That $100,000 came from an unknown source and doesn't count as earned during the show. Otherwise, how is the show going to go on when one of you has six figures when everyone only has a few $100s on the first day? After hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhao Chang's entire body froze directly, doubting if he had heard wrong. How much? It's not much more than $1,000. Is it? That's all he made in half an hour. When I finished, the red light just turned green. Lu Chen slowly rolled up the window, and with a kick of the gas pedal, he lifted off, leaving behind a dumbfounded Zhao Chang and the photographer. Brother, it seems like they haven't paid yet, right? The photographer looked at Zhao Chang with a bewildered face, and Zhao Chang, dumbfounded, couldn't help but break down a bit and said, $1,000? That's a lot of cars to wash. Chapter 7, Photographer. I've loved this since I was a kid. On the speeding cab, the photographer looked at Lu Chen with the same somewhat confused face and said with difficulty, Brother, did you just not pay? Lu Chen was likewise a bit puzzled. Give money? Why should I give money? Didn't he say he'd clean my windows for free? The car wasn't washed, so why should I pay? Lu Chen's loophole-less logic clogged up the photographer's speech for a while. The photographer froze in place and thought for a long time. While there's nothing wrong with what you're saying, brother, why do I keep getting the feeling that you didn't pay? It's not because he said something bad about you, is it? Lu Chen flatly denied. How can that be? Do I look like such a careful person? The photographer was still staring at Lu Chen with skeptical eyes, obviously not believing what Lu Chen said in his mouth. If I can't, I can swear that if I don't pay 23 because he said something bad about me, I won't be called Li from now on. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer nodded, relieved, but there was always something wrong, and after a while he reacted. Brother, your last name wasn't Li in the first place, was it? It's true that he didn't want to pay because 23 badmouthed Lu Chen. The photographer skimmed his lips and looked at Lu Chen with some snark. Brother, I've noticed that you seem to be quite lacking in moral character at times. It is reasonable to say that he is also a guest of honor just like you. Why don't you even let the same line go? Why do you talk like that? What do you mean by lack of virtue? Lu Chen gave the photographer a blank look. You've said you're a peer. Peers are enemies, don't you know? If I were really lacking in virtue, I would have waited for the two of them to wash my car before running away. It was the 23rd who had to clean my windows for free, and I couldn't even stop them. Lu Chen was a bit forceful, but he was right. Since they didn't let 23 wash their car, and the glass cleaning was a freebie, it's kind of normal to not pay for it. But if number 23 knew Lu Chen's true identity, would he be so angry that he would come to the door to beat the two of them up? Better pray that these two don't meet again. The photographer silently prayed in his mind while his stomach growled uncontrollably. Coo. His stomach was hungry again. He had only just eaten fried noodles not long ago, but at that time, he was worried because of the popularity of Lu Chen's live broadcast and how to live next. He didn't have much of an appetite at all. so naturally he just dealt with a few bites. Now that Lu Chen's live broadcast popularity is no longer at the bottom of the list, and he is no longer worried about his life, his stomach naturally growled indisputably. Lu Chen glanced at the photographer's stomach and knew that the photographer didn't have much of an appetite before and didn't eat much. So he spoke. Why don't we go to the big stall and get something to eat? I happen to be hungry too. After all, the photographers had followed them around all day, and even though they weren't paid, they still had to manage their meals. And in order to make the challenge more difficult for the guests, the photographers need to be responsible for the guests' food, clothing, and shelter. Like today, Zhao Chang earned more than 300, but after taking out the two people's meals and lodging problems, it was estimated that there wouldn't be much money left for the day. However, Lu Chen, who had just earned 1,000, wouldn't have this kind of trouble in recent days. Soon, Lu Chen drove to a large stall and sat down near it. Even though it was late-night snack time, there weren't many customers in the stall. The two had just sat down when a waiter came over with a menu to order. Lu Chen just got the system rewarded 100,000 cash and pulled a big order. Without even looking at it, he handed the menu to the photographer, waved his big hand and said boldly, "What do you want to eat? Just order." After all, what expensive dishes can there be in such a restaurant? The photographer picked up the menu, glanced at it, and pointed to the pictures on it to the waiter. "How about this king crab stir-fry with bolognese?" Hearing the name of the dish, Lu Chen was filled with shock. Did this kind of store still have such high-class dishes? He couldn't care less about embarrassment, and his old face blushed as he turned to the photographer. "Ahem, we're actually not very rich. Why don't we just eat simply?" When the photographer saw Lu Chen's appearance, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Brother, I lied to you. There's no such dish in this restaurant. Just now it was just a little joke. After all, every penny earned by the contestants is crucial and directly determines who the final prize will go to. Even if it was actually on the menu, there was absolutely no way he was going to waste it like that." The photographer pointed to the cheapest fried rice on the menu to the waiter. "Waiter, a shredded potato fried rice would be great." Lu Chen looked oddly puzzled and looked at the photographer with some puzzlement. How come he still wanted king crab fried pollen in one foot and shredded potato over rice in the next? He glanced at the shredded potatoes over rice on the menu and whispered testily to the photographer, "Just a shredded potato over rice? Isn't that a little too shabby?" The photographer shook his head and made an excuse. "It's fine, brother, I just love to eat this. You don't know, I've been especially fond of this since I was a kid, and this is perfect for me." Lu Chen nodded his head skeptically, and after glancing at the menu, he similarly pointed his finger at the shredded potato fried rice. After seeing Lu Chen's actions, the photographer nodded rather comfortably. He originally thought that with Lu Chen's swinging nature he might not be able to come with a wave of revenge spending or something. As a result, it looks as if he's really working for the eventual $50 million jackpot. But the photographer wasn't relieved for 2 seconds. Lu Chen's next words directly dumbfounded him. "Waiter, serve me every dish in your store except this one. Sigma, degree. When the photographer heard this, he directly froze, looking towards Lu Chen with a face full of shock. "Brother, what did you just say?" Lu Chen rightfully said. "I said serve all the other dishes except the shredded potato fried rice." After saying that, Lu Chen saw the photographer's ironic face and seemed to understand something, and continued, "This stall doesn't have much good food, but I'm not too particular, so I'll just eat whatever I want. Even though the $100,000 doesn't count towards the money the show makes, it's still real money that you've earned." Having made such a large sum of money, Lu Chen naturally wanted to celebrate. Just after he finished speaking, Lu Chen saw the photographer's face turning blue and covering his stomach on the table. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Is it a stomach ache?" The photographer covered her stomach and fought back tears. "It's okay, brother, don't worry about me. I just ate bad food and felt a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. Just cover it up and I'll be fine." "This is not a stomach, is it? This is clearly his own repentant intestines." Now the photographer just wants to clang and slap himself 2 big slaps. If he had known that Lu Chen would be this way to order food, he would have saved him what money. Chapter 8, The Godwriter and the Extrajudicial Maniacs. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back their laughter when they saw this scene. "Ha ha ha, this Lu Chen is also too screwed up." The photographer eating shredded potato fried rice. He fried this menu. The photographer's face is green, laughing and crying. How is 32 so much of a show? The cameraman is crying. "Photographer, what the hell am I talking about? Is number 32 eating so extravagantly? I just came from number 10's live room." He meowed that guy was nibbling on a white steamed bun, and was rewarded with half a bun by a passing beggar. "Ha ha ha, laughed me to death." Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Icy system beeps continuously surfaced in the middle of Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen tapped on the system panel, looked at it, and froze. In just a few hours, he himself now had over 10,000 popularity points. The system mall had also opened up, and although they couldn't afford to buy anything yet, they could already do 10 consecutive draws. Lu Chen tapped on the system's popularity draw, and a large colorful carousel appeared in the center of his mind. Looking at the chance of winning the lottery, which was almost equal to 0, Lu Chen was a bit hesitant, but only for a moment. After all, these 10,000 people couldn't afford the cheapest props in the system mall. Do I have to consume 10,000 popularity points to open the 10 consecutive draws? An icy mechanical voice rang out, and Lu Chen chose yes without hesitation. The carousel of 7 colors began to turn slowly. Ding! Congratulations on your thank you patronage. Congratulations on the award and thank you for your patronage. A few voices in a row were all thanking for patronage. And just when Lu Chen thought that this lucky draw had gone down the drain, the 7-colored carousel suddenly erupted with a golden dazzling light. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Divine Driver LV1, you are able to master all automobile-type vehicles. Congratulations on receiving a live streaming attraction volume *1. Drawn? Hearing the system's beep, Lu Chen froze for a moment and almost jumped up from his chair. You should know that a skill is sold for up to 100,000 popularity value inside the system mall. Not to mention the addition of a live diversion role. This thing was sold in the system mall for as much as 20,000 popularity values. This shot is straight up blood money. Before Lu Chen had time to study this skill, he was shaken awake by a photographer. Brother, are you listening to me or not? Ha? What did you just say? Lu Chen was immersed in the joy of drawing the skill, so naturally he didn't hear what the photographer said. The photographer sighed and repeated what he had said before. I mean, we've only pulled one job in one day, and that's only 50 or 60 bucks if we're doing it normally. If you spend money like that, sooner or later you're going to run out. Brother, you should have some kind of plan. After hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen froze for a moment. His brow furrowed. He slapped his thigh hard and said with incomparable remorse, Oops, I forgot. Forget it this time. After all, you spent it all. Just remember to save it next time. The photographer nodded sagely. It seemed his reminder was finally working a bit. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen's next words almost made him vomit blood in anger. Boss, 3 more bottles of happy water. By the way, what did you just say? No, nothing. I said I'd have enough for 1 bottle. 4 bottles? Then, Lu Chen shouted loudly to the waiter in the distance. The photographer was a little tense when he heard this. So you didn't even intend to order me just now? Lu Chen scratched his head and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. I thought you said you were saving money. I thought you didn't want it? The photographer was dumbfounded by Lu Chen's words, so he simply stopped talking. Lu Chen also knew that he was in the wrong and took the initiative to pick up the photographer. Say, it seems like you've been with me all day and I still don't know your name? We're going to be together for most of the next year, so why don't you introduce yourself while you have time? Photographer, it's been following you all day, and it's only now that you think to ask me my name? My name is Zhang. Just call me Zhang. The photographer seemed a bit shy and only told Lu Chen his last name. Zhang what? It's not like I can yell Chang all day, right? Under Lu Chen's repeated questions, the photographer lowered his head and whispered his name. Zhang San. Lu Chen, could it be that your excellency is the legendary extra-legal fanatic Zhang San? The photographer covered his face and nodded, though he hated to admit it. Although I am a law-abiding and good person, I am called Zhang San. After all, I can't help it if my parents gave me this name. Lu Chen nodded in understanding and said in a serious manner, I get it. Like if the older generation wanted to show their patriotism or something, they'd name their kids serving the nation, loving the army or something. I'm sure your father has a rather keen interest in extrajudicial fanatics. Although it was a joke, the photographer nevertheless looked at Lu Chen with a shocked face, as if he had been spoken to. How do you know? That's what my dad told me. He named me because he liked to play a foreign game and named me that. It is said to have been instructed by a certain master. It says that if something big happens in the future it will definitely be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the photographer in front of him with a somewhat surprised expression and whispered, You wouldn't have never played Sin City, would you? The photographer shook his head. I don't usually play games much. Since I was a kid I've been motivated to study hard. Inside the live room, there was a dead silence, and the audience seemed to be silenced by the photographer's words. What? You study hard when you're Zhang San. You deserve the name your father gave you. Laughing and crying, good man. Zhang San is studying hard. Who else are you to not work hard? Covering his face with a smile, this name is too ridiculous. Where did the show find this pair of crouching dragon and phoenix? I suspect that what I'm watching is not a reality show. It's a comedy special. Ah, what the hell is your relationship with the Dawunsha? I'm sure your honor's father is also a tall man. Lu Chen was similarly silenced by the photographer's words, not knowing what to say. Just then, the waiter walked by with a fried rice with shredded potatoes and looked at Lu Chen with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, your order is a bit much, so it may take a little while. Lu Chen nodded, indicating that there was no need to care. On the other hand, number 23, Zhao Chang, similarly came to the entrance of the big stall. Zhao Chang had a lifeless expression on his face, and his entire body was as if he had lost his soul, paralyzed on the photographer's shoulder. $5. That's $5. He meowed how that thing is so unethical. He skipped the check for $5. Hey, it's okay brother, it's only $5. Big deal. We'll earn it back tomorrow. The 23rd photographer consoled Cho Sung while dragging Rock into the inside of the stall. Chapter 9. You see, he has to thank us. The two walked into the stall together, found an empty table and sat down. After a tiring day, naturally, they had to eat something to supplement. Brother, you order. The photographer's eyes glistened as he handed the menu to Zhao Chang with great excitement in his heart. After all, one has worked hard all day. Although this stall doesn't have anything expensive, but at least there should be cassoulet prawns or something like that, right? It wasn't a waste of a day's work to be able to eat this. Zhao Chang took the menu handed to him by the photographer and scrutinized it for a while, then said with bravado, "Waiter, 2 orders of braised pork over rice." Hearing this, the photographer froze on the spot. What? Braised pork over rice? I've been working my ass off all day, and I'm eating roast pork over rice, and you call that a big meal? The photographer looked towards Zhao Chang on the side with some confusion. Zhao Chang, on the other hand, patiently explained, "This thing is 21 servings. Besides, it's good to have braised pork over rice on the first day. That's why you followed me. If you followed other guests, you'd probably be patting your stomach with cool water with your head full." Speaking of this, Zhao Chang couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Thanks to my own ingenuity, I came up with such a great way to make money. Otherwise, the two will have to use the living fund issued by the program and fill up on cold water with steamed buns like most of the guests. So, well, although the photographer was a bit lost in her heart, she also felt that Zhao Chang's words made sense. After all, at this point in time, the other guests really don't eat as well as they do, and it's a bit of an unknown to myself. As the two waited for their food to be served, a rather stunning backdrop caught the photographer's eye. The figure was slender but not abrupt, the face was delicate but not unattractive, and a pair of deep, starry eyes looked around in a bored manner. That's the guy who skipped the check. Almost instantly, the photographer recognized Lu Chen and turned around with some uncertainty, lying on the table and pulling on Zhao Chang's corner for fear of spooking him. Brother, look at that table in the back. Is that the guy who skipped the check? Jo Sung followed what the photographer was counting on, and as expected, he found the guy who had skipped out on the bill sitting in the middle of it. He was so angry that he immediately jumped up from his stool. He meowed. "At last I've caught you." Zhao Chang angrily grabbed Lu Chen's collar from behind and opened his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pay back. Lu Chen, who hadn't yet reacted to what was going on, turned around and saw Zhao Chang, who had reddened with anger. At this moment, it was as if he was about to explode at any moment. However, Lu Chen did not have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he broke away from Zhao Chang's right hand that had grabbed the collar of his coat without any haste, and then pulled out his ears and asked, "What money?" "Of course it's the money for the car wash," said Free to clean your glass. "Car wash still only you $5. You even skipped out on a $5 bill." Thinking of this, Zhao Chang came to be angry. He had worked hard all day, seeing as how the other guy is a fan of the show and wants a discount. Only charging $5 for this guy or fleeing the bill. How low on moral fiber does one have to be to get away with a $5 bill? "When did I skip a check?" Lu Chen said one sentence, but Zhao Chang in front of him was not confident in his question. Jo Sung twisted his head and looked at the photographer on the side, as if asking if the photographer was sure he hadn't found the wrong person. The photographer nodded affirmatively. "Brother, I saw clearly it's this kid. He just ran away from the list and doesn't want to admit it." Hearing the photographer's confirmation, the anger in Zhao Chang's heart could no longer be contained. Raising his fist, he was about to greet Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen, seeing the fist close at hand, also rushed to say, "I thought you said free glass cleaning? Where did I skip a check? Or do you guys look at my cab, where it looks like it's been washed?" Lu Chen pointed at the cab not far away and questioned towards the Zhao Chang duo. Zhao Chang stopped his fist, glanced at the somewhat dusty cab, and snapped out of it. "Nonsense! You skipped out on the bill before we could wash it. We haven't had a chance to wash it yet." Hearing this, Lu Chen grinned. "Since you didn't wash it, what makes you charge for it?" The words flabbergasted both of them, and Jo-sung looked to the side at the photographer. He seems to have a point. Ha! It took a long time for the photographer to respond as well. But we already cleaned your windows. Aren't the windows a free gift? After Lu Chen finished speaking, the two of them fell silent. After a long time, Jo-sung looked towards the photographer with a tight frown. Right. Aren't the windows complimentary? And if that's the case and we're not washing the car, why are we charging for it? Lu Chen nodded vigorously and handed the happy water that the waiter had just served to Zhao Chang and the photographer in front of him. Right? Look at you all sweating. Have some water to quench your thirst first. Zhao Chang accepted the happy water with some bewilderment and thanked Lu Chen. Thanks. Sorry about that, buddy. Scared you. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was completely taut. You see, he has to thank us. Funny, laughing and crying. What the hell is this 30-second brain circuit? Almost gave me all the way around. Buddy, you used to work in a pyramid scheme, right? I don't think I want to. I think it should be a professional liar, right? The show is full of talent. That said, hasn't 23 realized Lu's true colors yet? I'm so anxious for him. Zhao Chang sat down with the photographer, and it was only then that he saw Zhang San, who was carrying the camera beside Lu Chen. It seemed to understand something and said with some disbelief, Dude, you're a guest on Life in 100. 2. Lu Chen this time also did not hide, greatly nodded his head to admit. Yeah, I'm number 32 Lu Chen. Hearing Lu Chen acknowledge his identity, Zhao Chang seemed relieved. Told you myself. How can anyone make $1,000 on the first day of the show? And the shredded potato-covered rice in front of Zhang San seemed to confirm that. But it was an $8 shredded potato-covered rice, and he hadn't even bothered to eat it himself. So it seemed that Lu Chen hadn't earned much money on his first day. As for happy water, most likely he bought it by the skin of his teeth and a swollen face, didn't he? Thinking of this, Zhao Chang was in a much more comfortable mood and sat down, looking at Lu Chen politely with a smile. Dude, you're kinda nice to photographers. Ha! After all, Lu Chen would rather not even eat himself and have the photographer eat a meal. In their own words, no money is estimated to let the photographer with water with steamed buns to eat dry. Still, it's okay. Lu Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. On the side, Zhang San became a bit dissatisfied and let out a cold snort. Humph. And Zhao Chang seemed to understand what he meant, and said in a rather serious tone, Alas, you young people, you just don't know how to be grateful. Look at Lu Chen, he'd even rather not eat himself than let you eat. So just be content. Now that's a lot of guests who have to eat white bread. Zhao Chang was in a much better mood since he knew that Lu Chen was also a guest of honor, and he had all but put the small matter from before behind him. After all, he and Lu Chen were currently considered rivals, and seeing his rival having a worse time than himself, naturally an inexplicable feeling of superiority sprang up. Chapter 10, The Doubting 23. Looking at Zhang San's gradually distorted face in front of him, Zhao Chang was happy in his heart and continued to speak in a serious manner. Ugh, but what you eat depends on what you earn that day. Like us, we make over 300 in a day, and we're just going to have a simple red meat covered rice. When we work hard tomorrow we might make 400 or 500, and then we'll come back for the prawn cassoulet, right? Jo-sung looked at the photographer beside himself with some distress, trying to put on an appearance of being distressed because he was making too much money. Unbeknownst to them, the viewers in Lu Chen's live broadcast room were already laughing so hard that their mouths were crooked, laughing and crying. Ha ha ha, is this really not a script? How come it's so programmed? How did the 23rd hit the spot? Number 23 is too unlucky, isn't he? What would he think if he saw Luck's full banquet? Covering his face with laughter, this one is also too much of a show. How could anyone just happen to fit on Lu's domain? I'm already looking forward to 23's next expression, dog's head. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Inside the stall, Zhao Chang was still talking eloquently. The photographer beside him seemed to smell something and inhaled hard. The photographer thought of the cassoulet he had been longing for and turned his head to Zhao Chang. Brother, I think I smell the aroma of cassoulet. Are you smelling it wrong? Where is there anyone else in this big stall besides us? If you really want to eat, I'll come back tomorrow and bring you some more. Zhao Chang also sniffed into the air, but he didn't smell anything. In order to try his best to maintain his image in front of Lu Chen, he still bit the pain and said that he would bring the photographer to eat tomorrow. Just then, the waiter interrupted the duo's chat. Hello sir, here's your cassoulet. The waiter came over with a pot of red cassoulet prawns and put them on the table. Lu Chen nodded flatly. Please hurry up with the other dishes. Just like that, twirling a chopstick of prawns in front of the astonished eyes of Zhao Chang and the photographer. Zhao Chang was filled with disbelief and hurriedly pulled the waiter. There was a hint of a trill in all of his tones. Are you sure it's his cassoulet? It's not on the wrong side? The waiter shook his head. No, this guest has ordered all the dishes in this restaurant. All of them ordered? Zhao Chang repeated the waiter's words with some difficulty. A few words directly petrified him on the spot. He couldn't accept this appalling fact no matter what. The waiter, who was just about to turn around and leave, seemed to have thought of something and turned around again, towards Zhao Changdao, who was petrified in place. That, sir, because this gentleman has ordered all the dishes in this restaurant, there are no more ingredients to make braised pork over rice for you. Otherwise, would you please go to another place to eat? The plain words directly shattered Zhao Chang's mental defense, causing him to start doubting his life. Lu Chun, who was eating a cassoulet of prawns on the side, had his hand falsely covered by his ear, listening attentively to something. What are you listening to, brother? Zhang San looked at Lu Chen with some curiosity. Lu Chun, on the other hand, put his middle finger out in front of his mouth with a serious face. Shoo, don't talk, do you hear me? Hear what? The sound of a broken heart. The skeptical Zhao Chang froze in place. Even if he dry burned the CPU, he couldn't figure out where Lu Chen got so much money. The waiter who came back with the dishes again saw Zhao Chang, who still stood in place and couldn't believe everything in front of him, and slowly said, Sir, why don't you share a table with this gentleman? I see you two know each other? And this gentleman ordered a lot that one person can't finish. When Lu Chen heard this from the waiter, he didn't refuse, but acquiesced. Besides, he couldn't eat that much himself. He said to the two men who were petrified, sit down and have some together. Hearing this, the first one to react was Zhou Sung's photographer. After all, there were his beloved cassoulet prawns on the table. He looked at Lu Chen with trust and suspicion, carefully testing the waters. Really, is it really okay? But, having said that, he had sat down with a swiftness and stuffed a cassoulet in his mouth. When Zhao Chang saw this scene, what else could he say except to secretly sigh at his photographer's lack of competitiveness? He sighed and sat down helplessly, but his face was red. After all, he had just said something about how he could only eat a fried rice with shredded potatoes for this amount of money. But it turned out that people were eating a full meal. Lu Chen held his chopsticks in his hands, while he imitated the then Zhao Chang's serious words. Ugh, what you eat really depends on how much money you make today. I was hoping to have a good meal, but I only made $1,000, so I had to eat whatever I wanted. Hearing this, Zhao Chang's head, which was already buried like an ostrich, was buried even lower. The entire live broadcast room was filled with joyful laughter, laughing and crying. Ha ha ha, I think I've heard that somewhere before. Luck is so bad. Zhao Chang is going to get under the table. He should. Meow. I hate people who pretend to be a bully. I should let Lu educate him properly. Help. I'm about to burst out laughing. How come these two are so funny together? The script can't even write such a funny script. Muffled crying. Doesn't anyone care about the photographer? He's been eating fried rice with shredded potatoes the whole time. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. After eating for a while, Zhao Chang at the dinner table was less formal, perhaps because he was used to it. Looking at Zhang San, who kept picking at the shredded potatoes on his plate, he was filled with puzzlement. Dude, don't just eat. Eat some food. The photographer was like an amnesty when he heard this. His hands excitedly picked up the chopsticks and tremblingly stuck them into the plate of beef stew with potatoes in front of him. Who would have thought that the chopsticks would be knocked back by Lu Chen's hand? Lu Chen then picked up the plate of potato beef stew and explained. You don't know. He doesn't like to eat meat. His favorite thing is to eat potatoes, saying that if he doesn't eat potatoes for a day, it's hard for him to feel well. Saying that, Lu Chen served all the potatoes on the plate into Zhang San's bowl, and was concerned as he did so. Is it enough to eat? I'll add more if it's not enough. I can't guarantee other big fish and meat, but your favorite brother will surely feed you until you're full. After all, it's only how much a pound this potato stuff costs. The photographer was on the verge of tears when he heard this. If not for the fact that he really couldn't wipe his face, he really wanted to tell Lu Chen out loud that he liked to eat meat. Zhou Sung was a little less convinced when he saw the photographer's face. You can't just eat potatoes. Have some meat. With that, he chucked a piece of beef and wanted to hand it to Zhang San. Zhang San's eyes almost glowed as a piece of oily, braised beef slowly came his way. At this moment, Zhao Cheng's figure instantly became tall and magnificent in his eyes. This must be an angel sent from heaven to save you? However, the angel's gift was blocked by the chopsticks in front of him. Looking along the source of the chopsticks, it turned out to be Zhao Cheng's photographer. Brother, when you ask people to clip the meat, are their hands shaking? Don't force me if I don't like it. Barf. The meat in Zhao Cheng's hand fell to the ground, and Zhang San looked at the meat on the ground and could no longer suppress the tears in the corners of his eyes. Whoa, cried out. Chapter 11, The Happy-Go-Lucky Duo. Zhao Cheng seemed to be startled by Zhang San's cry and hastily retracted his chopsticks. What's the matter? Man, it's not like you're crying if you don't want to eat, is it? Since you like potatoes, have some more. Joe Sung, a little flustered, picked up the dishes with potatoes around them and grilled them all to the photographer. The live broadcast room had become a sea of laughter and joy. Funny, is it possible that the photographer is really into potatoes? Covering my face to laugh, these several crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, I really laughed to death. The photographer after eating this meal probably never want to see potatoes in this life, right? Ha ha ha, how come these guys are so programmatic together? It's understandable that 23 doesn't know the inside story, but I can only give full marks to Lou's ability to understand this. If everyone wasn't watching, I feel like the photographer could pick up the meat off the floor and eat it. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. By this time, the potatoes in the photographer's bowl had piled up into a small mountain. He revealed a smile that was worse than crying, gritted his teeth and looked at the few people in front of him, and viciously said, thank you guys. Ow. The three waved their hands at the same time. You're welcome. Half a child. Lu Chen ate with his mouth full of oil, and the dishes on the table had long since been left on empty plates. The waiter on the side looked at the several people in front of him who were already too propped up to move with a face full of shock. These dishes were at least a portion for about 10 people. These 4 people in front of me actually ate it all and didn't even spare the potatoes that were served as a side dish? What the hell are these 4 people's stomachs made of? In fact, most of these dishes were eaten by Zhao Chang and his photographer. As the duo had had a tiring day in the sun today, they had done all the physical work and had not eaten any of their 3 meals in the morning, midday or evening. The amount of food is naturally unbelievable. Both of their faces were a little guilty. Zhao Chang even took out money from his hand ready to pretend to pay meaning. However, Lu Chun, who was sitting on the side, opened his mouth first. Waiter, figure out how much we have. Zhao Chang's eyes rolled, and he hurriedly took out his crumbled change and politely said, I'll do it. At least we've eaten a lot. Inside the net is some $5-10 of change. According to his experience, waiter is certainly not see these broken change. So mean on the line. Besides, all this money altogether is probably not enough to go without this meal. Not surprisingly, Zhao Chang expected the waiter. After seeing this pile of broken change, his face unnaturally showed a touch of disdain, and he walked directly toward Lu Chen. Sir, the total is 508. Just wipe a 0500 for you. Lu Chen nodded, took out a pile of red Mao Grandpa and handed it to the waiter, burping. When Zhao Chang saw Lu Chen give money, a hanging heart was finally put down, and he planned to eat and leave. Look how embarrassing this is. It's obvious we're the ones who ate more, and we ended up breaking your bank. In that case, if we meet again, I must be allowed to treat you to a meal. Zhao Chang was very familiar with polite words, but the smile on his face as if he had taken advantage of the situation seemed to betray him. Lu Chen didn't care about this and just nodded in response. So next time you're in the encounter, why don't you treat us to dinner? The two of them are unspoken, since they are both guests of the program. In addition to sleeping beside, basically have a camera on live if. It could be done perfectly well if one side was intentionally avoided. And in Zhao Chang's mind, that was exactly what he wanted. This is a great meal. Zhou Sung stretched comfortably and left with the photographer. Looking at the back of Zhao Chang's 2 men gradually leaving, the photographer was a bit indignant. Brother, these 2 people are obviously taking advantage of you. Not just $5? As it turns out, they came to take advantage of 500 of us. He and Lu Chen ran the car for a day. Although they didn't pull any customers, but they could also realize a little bit of the hardship. I'm sure there's some resentment in my heart for that. However, to his surprise, Lu Chen looked exceptionally calm. Instead, an unexpectedly generous wave of his hand stopped his next complaint. Don't always look at people with colored glasses. Look, didn't they feel overly sorry for us and leave us some money? Lu Chen nudged toward the spot where Zhao Chang had just sat, and the photographer followed Lu Chen's gaze. I found some money scattered on the ground, among which a red Mao Grandpa was very conspicuous. They actually left money? The photographer was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. How this didn't match his first impression of Zhao Chang just now. Maybe, people just want to do their part, but are too embarrassed to give it in person? Lu Chen slowly picked up the money and counted it. Good lord, that's a lot. A total of about 200. Almost half of the money for this meal. The viewers in the live broadcast room, too, were in awe. Shocked, I'll be damned. Number 23 actually gave money? It doesn't look like he's going to pay. I always thought he didn't look like a good guy, but it turns out he actually gave me money. I'm sorry, I shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Maybe the 23rd was just a moment of careless overindulgence before the 23rd, and it's actually still pretty good? Laughing and crying, ha ha ha. What are you guys thinking? I just came from the 23rd. He dropped the money. I'm laughing my ass off. On the other side, in front of the hostel near the big stall, the photographer looked at Zhao Cheng in front of him with some guilt, seemingly a little too much. Brother, would it be bad for us to leave after eating so much? Zhao Cheng heard the photographer's words, but he shook his head, without the slightest bit of shame on his face. Guilt? What's wrong with that? Save $40 and have a great meal. But, the photographer wanted to say something else but was stopped by Zhao Cheng. We've been told that we'll invite them back the next time we come across them. And besides, this is about the final $50 million prize. If I can't, I'll just make it up to him when I win the lottery. Now we're real competitors. Zhao Cheng finished walking into the hostel and touched his pants pocket to the photographer. Come on, don't dawdle. Get your money out and have a good night's rest. The photographer, however, looked at Zhao Cheng with a blank expression. Brother, isn't the money with you? You didn't take it? Zhao Cheng pulled out all the change he had in his pocket, but it seemed like a whole lot was missing. The photographer shook his head as if something had occurred to him. Nope, it couldn't have fallen off, could it? Dropped? That's impossible. I had it in my pocket with the zipper up and never took it out in between. How could I have dropped it? Zhao Cheng was a bit unsure, and suddenly, the two of them looked at each other as if they had a heart-to-heart. In unison, they said, a big chop shop for dinner. Inside the stall, the photographer looked at the scattered change in Lu Chen's hand, puzzled. Eventually a conclusion was reached. Brother, do you think it's possible that this was accidentally dropped by the two of them? Chapter 12 The Second Passenger. The Little Late-Night Lover. Yeah, I was wondering if this would be a meal they left us on purpose. In my opinion, I'm afraid that Zhao Cheng isn't that kind. Is he? The photographer shook his head, dismissing the assumption. $200 is a lot of money for any guest at this stage. Except for Lu Chen. It was impossible for either of them to spend this amount of money on such a place like this. Lu Chen saw that he couldn't muddle through, but he still seemed to be a little undaunted and continued. You said, is it possible that this is something they didn't want and threw in here? The expression on Lu Chen's face was unusually serious, almost as if he had written the words "I'm going to take it for myself" on his face. When the photographer saw this expression on Lu Chen's face, the corner of his mouth twitched a few times, and for a while he actually didn't know what to say. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also amused by Lu Chen's expression, laughing and crying, ha ha ha, laughing me to death. Almost let this bastard give me fooled. I really thought it was the 23rd they deliberately left the money. The feelings of the feelings is that he is going to privately swallow off. Look at number 32's expression. This is not straight and strong. It seems to be a king who ate the weight and did not want to return it. Why should I pay back what I picked up by myself? I don't think it's a good idea to take it as meal money. Stop it. It's definitely going to be returned. I can see the 23rd coming this way. Ha! Why does he still have the money in his pocket? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Though the photographer is also more than a little resentful of Zhou Sun's dilly-dallying behavior. However, when he saw Lu Chen stuffing the money into his pocket, he still decisively reached out his hand to stop Lu Chen from such behavior. Brother, since it's the money that Zhao Cheng and the others dropped, let's return it to its rightful owner. Seeing that the photographer was so insistent, Lu Chen could only scratch his head helplessly and agreed. Okay then, but it's not a good idea to wait around like this. Let's drive around and look around. The photographer accepted Lu Chen's offer without even thinking about it. The two got into a cab and started wandering around the neighborhood. Just as they had left not more than half a minute later, the sweaty Zhao Cheng and the photographer arrived at the stall. Brother, they seem to be gone. The 23rd photographer's tone faltered slightly as he looked at the empty stall. The summer night breeze on their faces was as surprising as it was a bit chilly. No way. It's definitely still there. Zhao Cheng looked desperate, staring at the place where he sat before, as if he was bewitched, frantically picking at the ground, as if even if he dug up the ground, he had to find out his money. The other side. The photographer in the cab looked out the window at the ever-changing and unfamiliar landscape and gradually sensed a hint of something wrong. The photographer looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled look on his face, not understanding. Brother, which way did you go? I see Zhao Cheng and the others. It seems like they're going towards the back, right? It was then that he realized with hindsight that they had gone in the opposite direction. Lu Chen was not the least bit embarrassed when the photographer poked at his intentions. Just a cough of explanation. Yeah, so what, I don't seek the earth is all round? It's just as well to come back in a circle. Photographer? Can you even say that? Brother? Why don't you say you're the first emperor of Qin? It could actually be. If the photographer had been slightly resentful of Zhou Sung's inexplicable dabbling with the food before, now he was just full of pity. First, he was severely punched in the face by Lu Chen, and as a result, The money that he had managed to earn after a hard day's work was also picked up by Lu Chen. By the looks of it, this $200 of theirs is now surnamed Lu. Perhaps noticing the photographer's dull gaze, Lu Chen was a little embarrassed by the photographer's stare, and his old face blushed as he forcefully said, "The old ancestor said it well. Where there's a will, there's a way. If they really wanted to get it back, then they would have found us by now. It's just like young people in relationships these days. It's called running in both directions. Understand? Brother, do you think that Zhao Cheng can outrun your 80-yard speed? Do you think he's the Flash?" The photographer glanced at the words 80 kilometers per hour on the dashboard, and then covered his forehead and said breathlessly, "There was little strength left in him now to think of anything else. I just want to see what kind of sins I did in my past life to meet such a living treasure." The audience in the live broadcast room, hearing the duo's conversation, also burst into laughter, slapping the table and laughing. "Ha ha ha, that's a good laugh. That's the first time I've heard it used that way. This 32 is not doing anything with people at all. Ha! In order not to pay back the money, you're running to the suburbs? Spits blood, you're going 80 ing yards and you call that a two-way street? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. After all, Lu just said that the earth is round. So in a sense, it's a two-way street, isn't it?" After traveling for some more time, when Lu Chen was about to turn around and turn back, someone suddenly stopped in front of his car. "Master, are you still going in this car?" What came into view was a small student-looking couple. The two clasped their hands together, fingers crossed, and the sour stench of love filled the air. Before Lu Chen could reply, they were already familiarly sitting in the back of the car. "Aya, it's all your fault, saying you want to come to enjoy the moon. It's so late. What if the dormitory is closing?" The female student pouted and hammered the male student's chest with her pink fist. Her pretty face was red, but her eyes contained a hint of anticipation that was hard for normal people to find. The male student took the female students in a tight grip, a smirk spreading from the corner of his mouth. "It's okay, I've done the math. If I drive faster I can still make it to the dorm before lights out." "Master, going to Nanjiang University, please hurry up. The lights are going out in our dormitory." After saying that, the male student took out a red Mao grandpa from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chen. He also blinked twice at Lu Chen, revealing a look that all men understood. It had all been planned. He had counted on it before he came. The fastest way to get to school from here is half an hour. It was now only 20 minutes until lights out in the dormitories, not to mention the fact that they had to cross the school gates to get into their dorm rooms and whatnot. At that point, he or she could then smoothly suggest, "Why don't we go and stay out tonight? I promise not to move. I'm an animal. I'll just rub it in," or something like that, so it's easy to take her down yourself. At the thought, the male student couldn't help but feel a little smug and began to admire his own cleverness. Chapter 13, The Shrimp Catcher. The Shrimp Catcher. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all old drivers who had seen a lot of people, too. From the moment the male student pulled out the money and gave Lu Chen a wink, they knew what was in the male student's mind. Discussions have begun on the air. "Good guy, I can hear you at home with this calculation. You won't go back when the dormitory is closed, right? It's good to be young. When I saw them, I suddenly remembered my lost youth. I used to set my wife up like this back in the day. This routine has been around for more than 10 years. How can anyone not know it? Do you really think the girl is stupid? They are in love with each other and can't save face, right? If only I had known about it earlier. I would have been trapped by my roommate, and now my hemorrhoids aren't even healed." Upstairs detailing hemorrhoids. I can smell the stench of acid through the screen. It's a big night for dog abuse, isn't it? Lu Chen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at the $100 bill handed by the male student and the look that was as tacit as a man's, and understood. At once, he patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry, it's all on me. I'm sure I'll send you back safely before lights out." Lu Chen finished and winked at the male student, casting an identical look. After the male student received Lu Chen's hint, he similarly understood, and the two of them then had a tacit understanding as if their hearts were in sync, and fastened their seatbelts at the same time. "I'm counting on you for everything, master." He nodded happily at the thought that his plan was about to succeed, a wide smile spreading across his lips. In response, Lu Chen didn't say anything, but just silently made an okay gesture. Then he took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became sharp. Boom, boom, boom. The loud sound of the engine spread out around the emptiness. Immediately after that, Lu Chen released the brakes. Now, the whole cab flew out like an arrow off the string. A catapult start worthy of an F1 racer caught everyone off guard. Especially the male students looked at Lu Chen with shock in their eyes. "I just want to let Lu Chen accompanied by a play. But the result is that you this guy to really?" The scenery outside the window changed rapidly as the biting sound of braking air continued to pass by his ears. The winding mountain road was not stressful for Lu Chen. Just gently hit the steering wheel. Feet on the gas, brake loose and step on. In succession. A few drift over the corner will be the audience of the live broadcasts have been dumbfounded. I'm going. Drifting around a corner? Who the hell are you? Anchor? How fast is this car going? Why do I see that little girl's hair standing up in the back? Coach, I want to learn this. Good lord. Your family didn't used to sell tofu, did you? Guess why there are no speed cameras on the mountain roads? Luck is a safe driver. Don't put your life on the line. While some people are surprised by Lu Chen's car skills, many viewers are worried about Lu Chen. Lighting conditions are already poor on mountain roads at night, let alone at such speeds. If it was the previous Lu Chen, naturally, he would still have a slight headache with this kind of mountain road, but now he didn't feel the slightest bit bad about it. Driving on your own now is like using your right and left hands with the same dexterity. Even this kind of complicated and rugged road is not half as difficult for him. Is this the God Rider skill? It was at this point that Lu Chen first realized the power of the system skill. Even myself, a veteran driver with a lot of experience, was completely unable to match the qualitative leap in my own driving. Just as Lu Chen was still immersed in his joy, the photographer shouted with a pale face as he pointed to the front. Watch out, brother! About 100 meters ahead, around the bend, a big red premium sports car was speeding down the road. The car's speed was no better than Lu Chen's. Sitting in the car of the remaining 3 people, saw the sudden appearance of the vehicle. The bottom of the heart thump a cold. The first thought was, it's over. No one felt that it was possible to avoid it at such a close distance. Even the young couple in the back had begun to close their eyes and start praying. It wasn't until they looked at the red sports car that was getting closer and closer that the viewers in the live broadcast room had a concept of Lu Chen's speed. I'm going. Why the hell did I see a Ferrari? How do you feel that Ferrari isn't as fast as Lu's taxi? We're almost caught up. Catch up with a hammer. Can a broken taxi catch up with a supercar? The front curves, people slowed down. Bad speed. This speed should not be crashed, right? No way. The program just started on the first day. Lu won't be sending it, right? At the same time, the rich kid in the high-class sports car in front of him noticed the car following behind him. The car behind him was following him closer at an extremely terrifying speed. The moment he got a good look at the car, an unbelievable look appeared on his entire face. Sky blue body. The roof light is 4 big words, Jiangnan rental. Taxi? Richie shook his head a little incredulously and reread it again. The results obtained remained the same. What was different was that he had been able to vaguely see the other driver's face. The rental in the back, however, still had no intention of slowing down. Where is this lunatic from? Doesn't he know that he won't slow down if there is a curve ahead? Richie felt the constant roar of the taxi engine behind him and couldn't help but crack up. Ahead is a narrow curve. Basically only one car at a time. If according to the Lu Chen this kind of speed, I'm afraid I'll be knocked down by him. Almost the first instant the thought came to him. He made what he thought was the best judgment. Go for it. Just as long as the one that makes it around this bend before that rental. With that thought in mind, he began to press the brakes dead center. With years of racing experience and his own skillful technique, he was confident that he would be able to leave the rental behind him. After all, can a rental be better than your own supercar? However, when he finished the sequence and looked toward the rearview mirror, the sky blue cab, however, was closer. Oh, it's going to crash. It was the only thought that came to his mind at the moment. Again, this is what every viewer watching the live stream, as well as the 3 passengers in the car, are thinking. Just as the crowd was on edge, Lu Chen made a move that was even more surprising. Instead of hitting the brakes, he blasted the gas to the floor. The dark eyes could not see the slightest panic, but instead seemed to be as skillful as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times. The steering wheel gently to another hit, only to hear a clunk. The wheel sunk into something. Chapter 14, delivered on time. 10 times the consumption rebate rolls. Immediately after, the whole cab appeared in the corner side by side with the Ferrari in an incredible position. No way. The rich kid in the driver's seat of the Ferrari saw the scene, and his face was filled with an incredulous expression. He was very familiar with this part of the mountain road, and the narrow curves basically made it impossible for 2 cars to travel side by side, and he only left almost half a body length away. It was logical that this rental would not be able to drive side by side with its own Ferrari in any case. What's more, this is still this kind of high-speed driving situation. Want to overtake is even more unimaginable. But Lu Chen did it on the contrary. The sky blue cab overtook the Ferrari at an extremely odd, tricky angle. When the rich kid reacted and tried to see how Lu Chen actually did it, he couldn't even see the cab's taillights anymore. The viewers who saw the scene in the live broadcast room had exploded. You beat a Ferrari in a curve? You beat a Ferrari with a stupid taxi? Is there any god to tell me how the hell this is done? It's basically impossible to overtake a car in an inside turn, right? Good lord. Lu has a knack for this kind of driving, doesn't he? He didn't drive a race car before, did he? Drainage ditch. This must be the legendary drain ditch cornering method. Anchor, you're the god of MT Akira, aren't you? Inside the cab, the crowd was still immersed in the thrilling scene they had just witnessed and had yet to return to their senses. The photographer's face turned white, and his eyes stared at Luchan with a deadly glare, as if he was only now recognizing him for the first time. This kind of godlike car skill is already by no means something that can be done by ordinary people. Brother, tell me honestly, what exactly did you do before? Sitting on the passenger side of the cameraman to see that is clear, Luchan has just used the long-lost drainage ditch cornering method in the Jianghu. If Luchan didn't have a side business delivering tofu, he wouldn't believe it. Luchan, in response, just smiled coyly and didn't say anything. He himself was really shocked by the skills produced by the system. This skillful racing technique, I'm afraid it's already in the racer class. As for the young couple behind them, when they looked back, Luchan had already parked his car steadily at the entrance of Nanjing University. Luchan glanced at his watch and let out a rare sigh of relief. Not bad. It took 15 minutes. 10 minutes before your dorm closes. 10 minutes was more than enough time for the two to get back to the dorm and wash up some more. The male student subconsciously froze after hearing Luchan's words. Then he poked his head out the window and was surprised to find his familiar campus gate in his eyes. That's 10 minutes? Now the male student was vomiting blood. He had thought his plan was seamless, and today it was so easy to be able to live off campus with his little girlfriend in name only. The result is who expected to kill such a guy in the middle of the road? Originally 30 minutes to drive the whole journey. Hardly compressed into 10 minutes. His own original painstakingly formulated plan went out the window. Thinking of this, the male student glared viciously at Luchan. He meowed. Didn't we agree that you'd take care of it? So you're playing for real? Perhaps sensing the male student's gaze, Luchan turned around and patted his chest to the male student. Don't worry. After all, brother came from student days too. Knowing that if you don't return to your dormitory at night you will inevitably be docked points by the counselor. There's no need to say thank you. It's all due. The schoolgirl sat in her car and gave her boyfriend beside her a rather regretful look. As things stood, she had no choice but to tough it out and step out of the car. The male student followed suit and got out of the car as well. Standing outside the window, her gaze was incomparably grim as she looked at Luchan. Stiffly, he squeezed a few words through his teeth. That's really, thank you, master. Luchan, however, waved his hand in response, not understanding the slightest bit of the meaning of the words coming out of the student's mouth. Hi, you're welcome, it's my job to get you guys there on time. Hearing this, the male student, who had already walked away, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. The audience in the live broadcast room was directly sprayed with laughter when they saw Luchan's maneuver. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha, brother Lu, are you sure people want to thank you? Why do I feel like people want to get you killed? Funny, what bad thoughts could Lu have? He's just trying to send the flowers of the motherland back before the dormitory closes. Male student, MMP so angry, but thanks to him, if it were me, I'd have to greet Luck's ancestors for 18 generations. Don't tell me, college students nowadays really have quality. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing the young couple walk into the campus, Luchan let out a long sigh of contentment. The day is finally over. Come on, let's go find a place to stay first. Luchan slowly started the car and said to the photographer, as the program confiscated the guests' credentials. So technically, there is no way to stay in hostels and such places that require ID registration. The more stringent the rules, though, the more prone to bugs. While the show confiscated the guests' IDs, it was as if the show had intentionally not confiscated the photographer's IDs. Aside from the very few ruthless people who chose to sleep out in the wild, most guests still chose to take advantage of the bug. Using his partner's photographer's ID card to get a room for a temporary night's rest, Luchan did likewise. The Jungo Hotel. The two of them lay on the bed after the shower and neither of them spoke, just staring at the ceiling. After a long time, the photographer only spoke slowly. Brother, I don't know why, but even though I ran the car all day today, I kind of couldn't sleep. Me too. Why don't we count the sheep? We'll count them one by one, and maybe we'll fall asleep while we're counting them? I'll go first then. A sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Although Luchan was constantly counting sheep in his mouth, his thoughts had long drifted to a faraway place. The immediate system panel floated in the middle of mid-air. Popularity, 2.8 W. 2 more 10 in a row. Luchan looked at the popularity value on the system panel and couldn't help but hesitate a little. We've already drawn skills today, so it's not a loss across the board anyway. Thinking of this, Luchan gritted his teeth and directly drew 2 more times in a row. Ding! Congratulations on winning the lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on winning the lottery and thank you for your patronage. Successive system beeps continued to brush the screen in the middle of Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen finally heard a hint of something different. Ding! Congratulations! You've won the 10x spending rebate reel. Bingo! Lu Chen almost sat up from his bed in excitement. The 10 times spending rebate roll, as the name suggests, is a rebate of the amount spent out in 10 times the amount spent out. If you spend 10, 000, that's 100, 000 back. 100, 000 is a million, and so on. Just as he was reveling in his joy, a tiny snore, however, reached his ears. Chapter 15, The Internet Explodes. The photographer's eyes were tightly closed. His breathing was steady, and a peaceful smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Apparently, he had fallen asleep. But Lu Chen, who had just drawn the system reward, on the other hand, had his sleepiness washed away by joy, and at this moment, he was already sleepy. Think about it. Lu Chen climbed up from the bed and walked over to the photographer's bed, looking at the photographer who was sleeping with his eyes closed. This was followed by a gentle lift of the hand. Pow! A loud slap whistled in the photographer's face. The photographer covered his cheek as if he were having a nightmare and woke up with a start. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lu Chen slowly said. I've counted to 1234 sheep. Now it's your turn. Photographer. The viewers in the live room couldn't hold their breath at that moment when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha. The photographer's brain is buzzing, isn't it? Ouch. Why are you two so good at this? I'm laughing my ass off. After counting more than 1,000 sheep, the photographer fell asleep with great difficulty, and as a result, if it were me, I'd have to fight you to the death. This 32 is not doing anything at all to get involved with people, and you're taking all the shoots on the mountain. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. The photographer covered half of his face and stared at Lu Chen with incomparable grudges. Brother, is it possible that the method of counting sheep was brought in from abroad, and that they pronounce sleep and sheep the same way? If it were us Shenzhou people, we should be counting water. Makes sense. I'll start then. A bowl of water, 2 bowls of water, 3 bowls of water. After about 10 more minutes, both men's voices faded. The photographer was just confused and ready to go to sleep, only to be disturbed by a rustling sound of getting up. Brother, what are you doing again? Don't mention it. You meow nothing to count the water. I was about to fall asleep, but meow let the urine to wake up. It had been a rather restless night of sleep for both of them. Whenever they drifted off to sleep, both of them dreamed that they were standing in front of the toilet, and if they were not paying attention a little, a lifetime of fame will be ruined. This didn't fade until after 3 a.m. when the two men ran out of energy to toss and turn. However, when they go to sleep, a video, however, is spreading like wildfire on all the major video sites. The video isn't very long, just about 5 minutes or so, but the 5-minute video was met with thousands of retweets, because none of its content is a hilarious presence. Master, do you know what love means? I don't know what love means. All I know is 500 on the spit car. Don't ask. Asking is love going up in price. Brother, let's be thrifty. Waiter, 3 more bottles of happy waterer. What a man eats in a day depends on how much he earns in a day. Sir, can you eat elsewhere? Master, can you hurry up? The dorm is closing. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. One by one. Lu Chen's live broadcast editing images and mouth frequently get the golden sentence to make the majority of netizens laugh. This video quickly exploded onto a certain sound just an hour after it was posted. After only another half hour, it made it to the top trending videos, fueled by many clicks and views. The crowd has also focused on the person in the middle of the video and who it is. Ha ha ha. This young man is so screwed up. What a show. It looks like so much fun. I hid under the covers in the middle of the night and laughed out loud. Heck, I'm 20 years old and I still got beat up for playing on my cell phone in the middle of the night. With this car skill he doesn't go to the competition to make a name for himself and be a little anchor here? Also that contestant guest is amusing. Pretending to be a bully all just happens to be pretending to be in someone else's field. It really kills me with laughter. Did this dude trade his face value for his IQ? The old man of the moon has welded you with steel bars, and then you run away? After countless netizens searched, they finally found out who the man in the video actually was. The heat level of the word Lu Chen was rising wildly, and even the heat level of 100 Styles of Life was also steadily rising. The director, who was originally disgruntled because Lu Chen had almost turned the cameraman before, now he couldn't wait to kiss Lu Chen twice. Looking at the big screen, the program's popularity skyrocketed wildly. In just one night, the number of followers of Lu Chen's live broadcast had already exceeded 100,000 people, and that number, still in the midst of a crazy spike. The other side, Lu Chen was still in his sleep and was oblivious to all of this. Hey, 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 hey. In his dream, he dreamed of being wrapped in a milky soft object. A slender, beautiful girl was standing in front of him, with the appearance of being at your disposal. As he was about to take the next step, the beautiful girl suddenly spoke. Brother, wake up! The rough male voice that seemed like that of the black whirlwind instantly awakened Lu Chen. Lu Chen snapped his eyes open. Then a smiling face that was worse than crying broke into his sight. Brother, it's almost 10 o'clock. Aren't you going to get up? The photographer sat on the edge of the bed with his shoulder and looked at Lu Chen somewhat helplessly. By this time other guests had already worked for most of the day, and as a result, Lu Chen didn't even want to get out of bed. Lu Chen blankly glanced at the photographer and said without a trace of anger, "Why panic? It's only 10 o'clock and you don't even know what I just dreamed." After saying that, Lu Chen laid back down again, ready to continue to finish what he hadn't done just now. What did you dream about, brother? 170. 36D. Black silk. Get it? Photographer. Lu Chen was lying on his bed, just as he was about to renew his relationship with the beautiful maiden of his dreams. Instead, the cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lu? Your house in Fuli Shaozhou is now ready for signing. A soft female voice came from the other end of the phone. Rich little house? House. Lu Chen froze for a moment, then immediately reacted and hung up the phone. You can't be a crook these days. I don't even know when I got a villa there. Since his beautiful dream had already been disturbed, Lu Chen had no choice but to get up and wash up to start the day's work. Just pulled out of the hotel and pulled in the first passenger of the day. A middle-aged man in a plaid shirt, looking somewhat like a polytechnic man, and a woman with a long, dressed-up face. Master, go to the Nanjiang Hotel. The polytechnic man opened his mouth and told Lu Chen the destination. The woman, on the other hand, hadn't said a word since she first got in the car and was fiddling with the makeup mirror in her hand, constantly touching up her makeup, not even looking squarely at the man beside him. Even the photographer and Lu Chen, who were outsiders, could feel the subtle atmosphere between the two at the moment. Chapter 16 Sentences that do not refer to people. Sentences that do not leave people. After a few moments, the woman seemed to react to the fact that there was someone beside her. Closing the vanity mirror in her hand, she asked in a condescending tone towards the polytechnic man beside her. Got a car? The polytechnic man nodded and smiled coyly. There's a replacement car for about $200,000. The woman, still satisfied with the answer, nodded gently and continued her question. Where's the room? There's an 80-footer downtown. The polytechnic man's eyes dodged and he kept looking out the window. It looked like it should not talk to girls too often as long as his eyes focused on the woman in front of him. His face inexplicably reddened. And after the conversation between the two, Lu Chen finally knew what these two were doing. After half a day as a blind date, before the atmosphere so gloomy, I thought these two or he miago is divorce to come. Isn't this kind of thing a matter of one willing to fight and the other willing to suffer? If the man doesn't want to, he can just turn his head and leave. This blind date looks unreliable. That girl on the clothes, but last year's LV winter out of the new one can easily be 6 figures. The bracelet is also a new big brand. Good guy, this in my hometown can be worth a sweet. For a while, the viewers in the live broadcast room were talking. Many of the sharp-eyed viewers recognized the valuable big-name clothes and various jewelry on the woman's body. It's never like an average wage earner can afford it. But the woman's next words were unexpected. In fact, I'm a person is not much requirement. Also not material. House car have on there is no even. The techie man visibly froze when this was said. A very approving nod ensued. Clearly the words had struck a chord with him. Immediately afterward, the woman continued. Although I am not materialistic, but for the holidays at least lipstick. Bag these essential girl things, always have to have, right? After saying that, the woman even shook the big branded bag she was holding. The polytechnic man understood and shook his head hastily. Not too much. Not too much. That's all there should be. Compared to the previous readily available to open a few suites in the city, the bride price of millions of matchmaking objects. This request has been called trivial. Hearing the man's approval, the woman seemed to have found her soulmate and began to gush. I told you so, didn't I? It doesn't matter at all whether a man has money or not. What matters is whether he treats you well or not, and whether he is willing to spend money on you or not. You get paid a little less, just $30,000 a month, but together we have $35,000. Like the usual lipstick bag or something, just a few $1,000s. Good lord, Lu Chen had finally heard it all. After all that, the woman is still the same, talking about not being materialistic, just wrapping lipsticks on New Year's Eve, and saying anything as long as the other person makes an effort. But the question is, how can someone who can give over 10,000 gifts a month not have money? The woman hadn't figured it out yet and was talking more and more in the back row. and I want my future significant other to be dedicated to relationships. I'm emotionally clean, so I hope it's best if the other person has never been in a relationship. The man of science and technology frowned a bit when he heard this, and looked towards the woman in front of him with an odd expression on his face. If the information is correct, you should be 29? 29 wouldn't have been in love yet, would it? The man of science looked at the woman in front of him with some confusion, though he could basically say that he knew nothing about relationships. But at least he could still see how the woman in front of him with delicate makeup didn't look like she hadn't been in a light relationship. I've talked to 5 before, but they all broke up. How about it's because of the 5 I talked about before that I decided that I still can't get married or find someone too rich. I have to find someone who is dedicated to being good to me. The woman's words had thundered Lu Chen and the photographer driving in the front row speechless. Where in the world did this run out of the Chinese and foreign double standard? Nice guy really just gets himself covered in mud, but asks you to be pure white? At this moment, the live broadcast room is even more directly by the pop-up screen to the screen. Countless viewers shouted in unison against the sky. What the hell? Is this really not a script? I'm so angry at this woman. Don't talk about you. My high blood pressure is going to break. I originally thought that there is no such extreme goods in reality. Now it seems that I have seen less. Anchor, you help that old man. That's right. Lu, you quickly help that old brother. That old brother is almost struck by the lack of self-confidence. For a while, a lot of viewers sent pop-ups. I hope Lu Chen helps the Polytechnic man in the picture. But Lu Chen was driving, so naturally he couldn't see these pop-ups. Seeing that the Polytechnic man didn't reply, the woman looked towards him with some displeasure. Isn't it easy to ask for that? Can't you even do something as simple as being devoted to your future wife? At that moment, Lu Chen spoke. Actually, it's a blind date, just like buying a car. Everyone wants to buy the best possible car with the budget they have in hand. Let's say you only have $50. 000. It's a used car. Some used cars, it's very pretty looking, but there's a chance that it's an accident car, or it's a meter adjustment. And some car dealers are even more shady. The kilometers are about to run scrapped operating car sold as used cars. In fact, people are not afraid of buying used cars, but afraid of buying those used cars sold as new cars. When used cars sold as scrapped cars, the woman in the back row was confused by what she heard, and looked at Lu Chen in confusion, not reacting at all. The viewers in the live broadcast room had long since boiled over. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Pithy. I've got 2 words for you. Pithy. Good guy. Every sentence doesn't mention people. Every sentence doesn't leave people. This is Lu's realm. In fact, although we cannot afford to buy many luxury cars, but at least you can test drive. Professional training on the job. Standardized service. Is a little expensive. Funny. I originally thought Luck was the god of cars, but I didn't realize he was really the god of cars. This isn't the bus to kindergarten. Open the door. I want to get on. What car or no car? What are you guys talking about? We're on a blind date. If you don't want to get complaints, drive your car. The woman seemed to have sensed that there was a hint of something wrong with the atmosphere and rushed out to stop Lu Chen. Then, seemingly afraid that Polytechnic man would misunderstand something, he opened his mouth to explain. I've had 5 exes, but none of them have been in the conversation for very long, and I just have more friends of the opposite sex. Everyone's actually in a very pure relationship. The Polytechnic man in the back row, on the other hand, seemed to understand something after listening to Lu Chen's speech and cast a grateful look at him. Turning her head to the woman in front of her, she shook her head. It's okay, I don't mind. Chapter 17. What kind of living environment makes you so careful in your dreams? Lu Chen and the photographer turned their heads in unison when they heard this. His eyes were dead set on the Polytechnic man, his eyes filled with disbelief. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also completely blown away after hearing Polytechnic man's words. I'm going. What's wrong with this guy? He's jumping into the fire? As the saying goes, love is blind. I didn't realize that this guy didn't even want to die, right? I told him that this woman is a big pit, and he still jumped into it? This is the poor people will have hate. We kindly remind people, they do not care, and may even bite you back. The photographer and Lu Chen looked at each other in unison, and a trace of doubt could not help but show in their eyes. Can't it be that today we really met that kind of extreme big injustice seed? Love brain-licking dog? Just as the two were wondering, the tech guy sitting in the back row spoke up. What you said, I don't have a problem with it, but... The woman seemed to be afraid that the Polytechnic man would run away and hurriedly asked after him. But what? I do have quite a few friends of the opposite sex, though, so you shouldn't mind, should you? Quite a few. Heterosexual friends? The woman was visibly stunned when she heard the Polytechnic man's reply, and her face instantly became grave. without the slightest consideration of the truthfulness of the matter. After seeing the expression on the woman's face, the corners of the Polytechnic man's mouth suddenly grinned, seemingly quite happy. Holding a hand to his eyes, he continued to ask rhetorically, "Yeah, we're all good friends, but since you have so many friends of the opposite sex as well, surely you can understand that we're all purely friends. Surely you don't mind?" The woman's mouth opened, but she couldn't make a sound. I guess she never dreamed that she would actually have a day when she was attacked by someone's magic. At the moment, the bitter fruits of one's own making, then one can only eat them oneself. The woman nodded extremely unnaturally and laughed. Don't mind. After all, the condition of the Polytechnic man in front of her was extremely good compared to those she had dated before. Next, it's your own home turf. The woman took a deep breath at the thought and perked up all at once. Continuing, if we get married, the bride price, the house and all this, needs to come from your side. Don't worry, as I said before, I'm not much of a materialistic person. Mainly my parents, who are now 70 to 80 years old. It wasn't easy for them to raise me for a while. You said it wasn't easy, right? The house will be in the old family casually by a set or two on the good. The car, 200,000 or 300,000 will be fine. The bride price, if you make an auspicious number, 18,000, 800,000. Of course, these are not I want. It's all about honoring the elderly. Having said that, the woman was still afraid that the Polytechnic man seemed to misunderstand, and hurriedly explained some more. Inside the live room, there were already quite a few viewers who saw through the woman's words. He said he's not a gold digger and not materialistic. Who can afford to buy a few houses and cars? Who isn't rich? I told you. After reading this, I'm even more afraid to go on a blind date for fear of meeting this kind of weirdo. This kind of thing is not so bad. If he really waits until after the marriage to reveal his true nature, that would be even more horrible. Why isn't that old man back there angry at all? I would have let this girl crawl. The Polytechnic man just nodded flatly at the almost unreasonable request. Any more requests? Demand? Hearing this, the woman froze, a little unresponsive. After so many blind dates, she had never seen one that actively made things more difficult for her. After a moment of careful thought, he then shook his head in some bewilderment. Now that you've finished your request, how about listening to mine? I'm also the same as you. Not what materialistic people. If you get married, get me a set of Jiangnan within the second ring of the big villa on the line. I'm ready to take my parents over to raise a good old age. After all, they raised me for so many years. I have to repay them, right? I have a younger brother at home. My brother also wants a house within the second ring of Jiangnan. I grew up with such a younger brother. I can't see him suffer. As for the mortgage and all that, I don't like the stress, so you'll have to pay it off yourself, as well as protect my normal standard of living. A random $10,000 or $20,000 a month will be enough. By the time the Polytechnic man finished saying this in one breath, the woman across the table's brain was down. Lu Chen and the photographer both also looked at him in unison and froze for half a day, unable to speak. How come the offense and defense have changed in just a moment? Besides, shouldn't these words be said by the woman? How come the Polytechnic man said it so smoothly? The viewers in the live room were also in awe at the sight of the woman's face full of stupefaction and confusion. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off, using magic to fight magic. Old man is dumbfounding that woman. That's right, we should have someone like you to treat these fairies properly, so that they don't have to come here day after day. Seeing as how old brother speaks with so much experience, I guess he hasn't encountered this kind of person before, right? In fact, Polytechnic men have more than not encountered such people before. Every time I encountered either hate themselves only a sweet, or open-mouth the bride price of 400,000 or 500,000. After the marriage, they also have to pay tens of thousands of dollars a month in living expenses to help the woman's brother pay off his debts and so on. He'd put up with enough a long time ago. As a result, today he met this extreme product in front of him again. And if it wasn't for Lu Chen's reminder, I guess he hadn't woken up yet. Now he has completely figured out his own conditions, even if not dating that can live well. Besides, with such a flurry of magical attacks, that really soothed the mood. The Polytechnic man looked towards the woman who was staring blankly, and it took the woman a moment to realize that the Polytechnic man was being ironic with those words. His face was green and red, and he had no choice but to take out his secret magic weapon. What do you know? Is it easy for a girl like me to drift in the big city? Marriage is a lifelong event, so how can I be sure I'm entrusted with the right person if I don't make a good and careful selection? It's only because I don't want to settle for anything, and I've added 1,000,001 conditions, and if you can't even meet those, then it only means that you don't love me at all. The woman attempts to stand up for her gender and accuse the Polytechnic man in front of her. The Polytechnic man wasn't used to her either, and opened his mouth directly to retaliate. Ha! Who has it easy living in a big city? It's not easy for you women, but it's easy for us men? Every time I go on a blind date, I meet oddballs like you, and I don't even pee on myself to see what I'm getting myself into. I just want to ask you, in the end, what kind of living environment let you dream so carefully? Also house casually by a set or two in the old family. The bride price to make up an auspicious number? With your salary, how many years will it take to come up with your dowry? Chapter 18 Galen's Whisper. Silence and defense breaking. After a deathly interrogation, the woman was so disliked that she was utterly speechless. Just sat in the back and kept sobbing and crying and purling up. People, is it wrong that people just don't want to settle? Obviously. This is another person who has been poisoned by certain short videos. Until now she didn't think she was wrong. Just as the Polytechnic man was at his wit's end with her, Luchan slowly spoke up. I'm with you, girl. You just can't settle for too much. I just know a girl who is just because she insists on trying hard not to settle. So at the age of 60, she finally waited for the Prince Charming of her heart. Male and handsome and young, 1'9" height and 8-pack abs. The bride price people directly give a few million. The last is directly sent a few sweets. Lu Chen's attitude is sincere and his words are very serious. The girls in the back row couldn't help but hear it. That's just it. I don't think my offer is really too much. Although my current monthly salary is only 5,000. But wins and stability Programmers like them may not be a little bit older than the company will not want. But I will not be like this The woman began to ramble on as if she had found her soulmate. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth hung up in a harmless smile, and his attitude was very sincere. So let's work hard to find it. Surely we can find it. If not in 1 year, then in 2 years. If not in 2 years, then in 3 years. Big deal. We can find it even when we're 60 years old. Aha! The woman nodded heavily and was about to speak when her body jerked. At this point, even if she was slow to react, she reacted. 60 years old. Is that still a girl? What kind of a girl finds her lover at 60? This cab driver is clearly being sarcastic and asking for too much. No one wants it. The woman looked at Lu Chen and snorted coldly. Humph. What do you know? You stinking cab driver. When she finished, she put her bag on her back and pushed the car door open indignantly and left. Looking at the woman's defeated look, the photographer on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Waiting for Prince Charming in your heart at 60 years old. What were you thinking, brother, to say that? That woman's face fell halfway through her sentence, and it killed me laughing. Lu Chun, however, shook his head and looked at the photographer in a serious manner. I didn't lie to her, it's true. The photographer and the Polytechnic man looked at Lu Chen with shocked faces. No, what's that guy up to? The two of them couldn't even imagine 18-year-old fresh meat with a 60-year-old grandmotherly figure. What for? Money. Of course, the guy bought the girl a huge insurance policy. If that woman suddenly karma'd, wouldn't he be transformed into a billionaire? Lu Chen spread his hands and said, and only then did the two of them react. After all this, it's still about money. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all shouting for joy as they were pissed off at the little fairy. They also reacted as an afterthought. I should have let that woman find such a Prince Charming. It really pissed me off to the point that my high blood pressure came out. Listening to Brother Lu, it seems like I've found a new way to get rich. Yuck. Upstairs I think you're trying to figure out someone's pension, aren't you? Unlike the lively atmosphere in the live broadcast room, the Polytechnic man in the cab, at this point, looked a bit forlorn. This was the 8th person he'd been on a blind date with, and each one was basically the same. He no longer knew if he had any point in continuing to hold out. Lu Chen did not move and glanced at the disheartened Polytechnic man, coughed and opened his mouth to comfort him. Older brother, you still have to look forward. How can you be brought down by just 1 or 2 setbacks? This is the 8th. You have to think about it in another direction. At least if you are not married at your age, you should have saved quite a lot of money, right? When the Polytechnic man heard this, his face grew a few shades more somber, and he lowered his head without saying a word, obviously hurt by Lu Chen's words. Lu Chen seemed to have noticed the Polytechnic man's dilemma as well, scratching his head in some embarrassment and hurriedly changing the topic. At the very least, you've kept your hair pretty well for your age, so you should have quite a bit of free time at work, right? It looks like the Polytechnic man should be about 30, but the hair does not have the slightest sign of desiccation, but very rich and dark. It simply didn't look like what Lu Chen inherently remembered. However, when the Polytechnic man took the wig off his head, Lu Chen was completely dumbfounded. A shiny bald head appeared in front of Lu Chen's eyes, and the most comical thing was that it was as bright as a light bulb around the bald head. There were still a few hairs clinging to it from time to time. The Polytechnic man let out a long sigh. It's all a wig, and I'm actually prematurely bald. And my job, it's not free at all. I only have 4 days off a month. It's all about taking advantage of a good break from dating, and you end up meeting this kind of person every time. Speaking of which, Techie Man sighed helplessly again. His heart was now broken in 1,000 ways. Never did he expect that in the end. He had resisted the little fairy's magical attack, but not Lu Chen's. This attack by Lu Chen was simply Galen out of whisper, silence and strike. Straight up real injuries are drying out. Lu Chen snapped and scratched his head, knowing that he had no talent in comforting people, so he simply changed the topic. At the very least, old brother, your salary can still take a month of 2 or 3 million like there are people who work 12 hours a day, a month without rest. The salary is not even half of your take. When the photographer on the side heard this, his figure visibly stiffened, his throat visibly huffed and didn't utter a word. Inside the live broadcast room, the screen full of pop-ups also suddenly fell silent, falling into a vacuum for a second or two. The spectators who were still watching earlier could no longer laugh when they heard Lu Chen's words. After a second or two of silence, pop-ups greeting Lu Chen frantically sprang up in the live broadcast room, laughing. Why do you always have to poke me right where it hurts? I only get 4 days off a month, and I don't even get as much as this guy. Why is it that the words coming out of Luck's mouth are so damaging? It's like I've broken my defense. I rest 2 days a month. The salary of 8,006. It is not easy to rest thinking about looking at a live easy. The result is that you just clicked in and you slapped me directly in the face. Do you know how much damage the sentence has done to my young mind? Come on, you guys upstairs, just be content. You see, the cameraman is already doubting his life. The photographer sitting beside Lu Chen was already full of life at this point. Gazing at Lu Chen with a ghostly gaze, he said with a long sigh, tired. Hurry up and destroy. Chapter 19. Sister Zhou has come to straighten out the work. Nanjian Hotel. A very sweet-looking girl was standing at the front door of the restaurant. The girl's skin is fair. A pair of round and straight long legs are about to shake people, and her body reveals the atmosphere of youth. It makes passers-by stop and admire her beauty. Until the girl spoke up. The mellow, boy-like voice gave a fright to the few lewd uncles around them who wanted to burrow to the restroom. Families, today we are back on the air outdoors. Ow. I can't help it. Who let the outdoor water? No, I'm going to broadcast the outdoors. Who let me broadcast the outdoors of the high audience call? The innocent and sweet girl in front of her is none other than Sister Zhou, who is known as the Mute Bride. Sister Zhou looked at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, her big eyes flickering as she was looking for the theme of today's outdoor live broadcast. Suddenly, a striking gift special effect in the live broadcast room immediately attracted her attention. Sister Zhou, do you dare to take the cab across the street from you and pay with game coins when you're done? I'm going? A super rocket? What's the point of that? Let's do it, guys. Sister Zhou's eyes turned straight to dollar when she saw the super rocket from her fan, and she ran over to the rental not far away in a cab. Lu Chen, with Huazi in his mouth, was half leaning against the window, his eyes staring melancholically ahead. Sanner, you say we've been out for so long, isn't it time to call it a day and have lunch? The photographer looked at the sunrise in the sky and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Brother, if I remember correctly, we've only been out on the job for less than half an hour, right? Oh, is that so? So maybe it's working like a day in the life? The photographer looked ahead with an expressionless face, knowing that if he were to ignore Lu Chen again, there might be no end to what was to come. The photographer sighed in disbelief at the thought. How can any guest work need a photographer to oversee it? And is it possible that someone really doesn't care at all about the eventual $50 million jackpot? Just then, the rear door suddenly opened. A strange, ethereal aroma instantly permeated the entire rental. Master, please go to Jiangnan Avenue. The characteristic signature voice came out, and Sister Chow was already sitting in the car, holding a selfie stick. Bright, sweet features, plus a signature voice. It immediately caused Lu Chen's live broadcast to explode. I'm going. Is this Sister Zhou? What's going on today? Luck can't even get a job without running into Sister Zhou? This big anchor. This time, Lu's popularity will be sky high. Fantasy linkage. I didn't think Luck could link up with Sister Zhou one day. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Sister Zhou had just gotten into her car when she saw a dark lens pointed right at her. The big eyes flickered as they gazed at Lu Chen, incomparably excited. You're the master of love gone up in price? The first time Sister Zhou saw Lu Chen, she recognized him. Lu Chen's hilarious videos had spread across all major online platforms, and Sister Zhou, as the head anchor of a certain fish platform, had naturally seen his videos. I just didn't expect that Lu Chen's face value is actually so capable. The real person is even more handsome than in the video. Why bother being a funny blogger when you have that face? Doesn't he smell good when he goes straight to being a face anchor? Perhaps because of her peers, Sister Zhou's mood relaxed a lot. Again, as an anchor, it's still easy to accept the whole live on your own etc. Right? However, to be able to think this way showed that Sister Jo was completely unaware of what kind of ruthless person this master driver in front of her was. Netizens who knew Lu Chen's character had already started placing bets in Sister Jo's live broadcast. Come on. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Guess whether it's Sister Chow being pitched by luck or luck being pitched by Sister Chow in the end? Is Sister Jo playing so big? Dare to use game money to ride in the bully car. Before there is a person who rubbed Lu a meal now are still eating instant noodles. I watched the video yesterday, but he's not as vindictive as you guys make him out to be. I also watched the video of this guy yesterday. It's funny, but he's not as vindictive as you guys make him out to be, right? For a while, the fans in Sister Jo's live room were divided into two factions and began to argue. Sister Jo looked at the constantly arguing pop-up screen, thought hard to swallow a mouthful of water. If he paid for the car with game money, he shouldn't be dragged off to some deep forest to sell it, right? No, you have to make a good relationship first. Sister Jo didn't realize that she, as a big anchor with millions of fans, would have to one day flatter a small anchor who had only recently caught fire. Master, I watched your video. It's quite fun. Sister Jo began to try and get close to Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen's attitude was somewhat cold. Yeah, I'll give you an autograph when I pull you to your destination. Lu Chen usually didn't pay much attention to live broadcasts in the first place, and naturally he didn't recognize who the Sister Jo in front of him actually was. Just thought Sister Chow was a regular fan. After all, his own previous videos exploded in popularity, plus the show's crew pushed him. Lu Chen didn't feel the least bit surprised when someone recognized him when he walked down the street. Sister Jo also perceived something from Lu Chen's attitude. Her beautiful eyes were wide and her tone was somewhat shocked. You don't recognize me? Is it possible that he is over the hill now? The little brother in front of me who was doing the live broadcast didn't even recognize him? Thinking about this, Sister Jo couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Lu Chen in the front row, on the other hand, frowned when he heard this rightful questioning, and was a bit upset. Shaking his head, he said, I don't recognize it. Although the girl in front of her was quite pretty, but there were many pretty people in the world. It's not like you can know everyone yourself. When Sister Jo heard Lu Chen's reply, her entire face expression instantly petrified. I didn't think I'd ever be so over the top. Seeing this, the photographer on the side hastily blinked at Lu Chen and reminded him, Brother, don't you think that girl in the back looks familiar? Look familiar? When Lu Chen heard the photographer's words, he looked up again and glanced at Sister Jo in the rearview mirror. It did seem that the man in front of him looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Oh, when you say it like that, it seems like I do look a little familiar. After hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer then patted his chest and was relieved. Otherwise, he was really a bit worried that Lu Chen wouldn't be able to recognize Sister Jo and get smashed by her fans. Don't look at the fact that now Lu Chen and even the program have gained some popularity online. In front of this kind of head anchor that is still not enough to look at. If she really pissed off Sister Jo in the back row, she could probably stop the program with a single word, and maybe even affect other people as well. It was only then that the photographer had been constantly winking at Lu Chen, hoping that Lu Chen would be careful with the head netizen behind him who had millions of followers, who expected that Lu Chen's next words would directly make the photographer want to die. I didn't recognize much with my clothes on. I didn't think this teacher could even speak our Kyushu language so well. Chapter 20 The Mysterious Code in Sister Jo. Sister Jo in the back row was dumbfounded when she heard this. Why didn't you recognize me in my clothes? What kind of teacher speaks Kyushu so well? I'm from Kyushu, aren't I? What do you say if you don't speak Kyushu? Before Sister Jo could react, Lu Chen, on the other hand, directly turned around and began to show off his unique communication skills. Watashi na, aya, red bean masala physic, really like it. It was only halfway through his words that Lu Chen saw the blankness in Sister Jo's eyes. Clearly she didn't understand what she was talking about. I was struggling with how to express this, when a sudden light came into my head and I reported the mysterious code. MIAA 276. Mid 147. About 817. Lu Chen hadn't finished speaking yet, but he ended up having his mouth covered by a photographer who reacted to his words. Well, Sanner, what are you doing? I haven't finished yet. The photographer's heart was beating out of his chest right now, and he couldn't care less about this and hurriedly explained to Lu Chen. Brother, this is Sister Jo, the first sister of a certain fish platform, not that teacher you're talking about. It doesn't matter if you explain it like this. The water friends in Lu Chen's live broadcast have reacted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu, repeat the mysterious code you just used. I forgot to memorize it. Laughing and crying. I know what Luck thinks of Sister Chow. Laugh me to death. How can you drive on this Thai road? I can only say that my brother Lu is indeed a car god. This road can be driven. Good driving, I followed. Sister Jo's face flushed red with flesh after glancing at the pop-ups in her live room. Oops. I told you he was inexplicably saying something, and after all that it turned out to be, Sister Joe looked at the pictures sent by her water friends in the live broadcast room, and there was indeed so much 4 or 5 points of resemblance, covering her blushing face. After a while, after waiting for the photographer to finish explaining the causes and consequences to Lu Chen, only then did Lu Chen realize that he had mistaken the wrong person. Scratching his head full of embarrassment and snapping, "Ha ha, I'm sorry, sis. I misidentified you." "No, it's okay." Sister Joe wanted to cry. She could not cry. She could not say anything other than saying that it was fine. So what else could she say? You can't let Lu Chen send out the evidence on the spot to compare and contrast for yourself. The photographer on the side covered his forehead with a helpless face and complained to Lu Chen. "You too, brother. Can't you tell the difference when you look closely?" "Sister Joe, my brother, he's just like that. Don't mind it." But only a few short seconds had passed. He'd already received several text messages from the show's side. If he couldn't appease Sister Joe, I'm afraid the show is shutting down. Although the final jackpot of $50 million is already a fortune that would be difficult for the average person to accumulate in a lifetime. But for a head-level anchor like Sister Joe, it's just a 1 or 2 year signing bonus. Hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen turned his head, his gaze coalescing at Sister Joe's barren chest, and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, look at it wrong. Sister Chow, ##%***. Although Lu Chen didn't say anything revealing, from his cold eyes, Sister Joe only read contempt. Her form is on the verge of collapse. Heck, if I don't recognize it, I don't recognize it. Can't I just admit that I'm over the hill? Why look at my boobs and say that you are indeed mistaken? Sister Joe wanted to die now. This was still her being insulted by the same man twice in such a short period of time. He meow. Today you can open. If I give you a penny, I do not believe weak. Sister Joe looked at the cold-looking Lu Chen in front of her, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Suddenly, with a turn of his big eyes and a bright idea, he seemed to have thought of some good way to fix Lu Chen. Taking a deep breath, she rubbed her face and tried her best to put on a playful and sweet smile. "That, little brother, do you know what's good to eat in the neighborhood? I just came to this neighborhood not too familiar." Of course, that's not true. Sister Joe usually live in the Magic City, but basically all over the real estate. Every time in the Magic City broadcast tired of more will change a place live. Although he didn't come to this side of Jiangnan much, it would definitely be a lie to say that he was completely unfamiliar with it. But, in any normal man's shoes, a big, petite beauty like himself asked him what's a good place to eat. Wouldn't a normal person at least show a little gentlemanly behavior and treat themselves to a nice meal? What's more, the Lu Chen in front of him was an anchor. He is such a big netizen in front of us. This kind of traffic is not rubbing for nothing, right? But all a bit of business sense of the anchor should know. Spend 1,000 or 8,000 to invite himself to a meal. His own for him to bring more than so little revenue. At that point, he or she will be able to escape the bill in name only. Sister Joe couldn't help but be happy at the thought of Lu Chen's furious expression later on. Yummy? What? You're buying me dinner? Lu Chen glanced at Sister Joe behind him with a wary expression, always feeling that this woman had ulterior motives for asking this. When Sister Joe heard this, she almost had her teeth clenched, forcing herself to hold back the anger in her heart as she asked towards Lu Chen. Normally, shouldn't you be the one to buy me dinner when you see a great beauty of my caliber? When Lu Chen heard this, his eyes contemptuously turned his head towards Sister Joe and said with incomparable coldness, "No money. Sister Chow, ##%***. At the moment she had mentally cursed every swear word she could think of. If you don't have money, you don't have money. Why do you have to look back at yourself and say you don't have money? Is it possible that you're rich because you have bigger boobs?" In Sister Joe's live broadcast room, there were still many viewers who had laughed out loud when they saw Sister Joe break the defense like this for the first time. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Sister Joe breaks the big defense. There's something about this old man. How long has it been since I've seen Sister Joe break the defense? The previous one was considered a program effect, but this time I guess it's a real defense breaker. And Sister Joe is about to be pissed off and cry. Joe's sister's mind completely popped up, originally out of the whole job. The results did not expect to hold their own head to awe. That little brother seems to have quite a show. Does anyone know where he's live? Sister Joe was so full of her own plans at the moment that she didn't even notice that most of the fans in the live broadcast room had been sucked away by Lu Chen. "I'll buy you dinner." "All right." The words practically popped out of Sister Joe's teeth. When had she herself, the first sister of a certain fish, ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Wherever one goes to eat, the line of people grabbing the bill can stretch from here to Europe. As a result of having dinner with Lu Chen, he had to stoop to begging the other party? In that case, Lu Chen was still a bit hesitant and turned his gaze towards the photographer on the side. The photographer nodded at him, pleading with Lu Chen to say yes. Sister Joe was so humble. If Lu Chen were to refuse, I guess the program wouldn't be broadcast tonight. Inside the studio, the director looked at Lu Chen in the big screen, and his mind was already messed up. He didn't understand why Sister Joe, who was the first sister of a certain fish, would be live streaming with Lu Chen, even if Lu Chen suddenly burst into flames. But the entire network's fans are only just barely over 100,000, far from reaching that magnitude of Sister Joe. How did the two of them run together on the air? Chapter 21 Game coins worth $50,000. The director looked at Sister Joe, who was so humble in the picture, and his heart went cold. Hurriedly, he shouted loudly towards the staff around him. Still haven't found out? Why would 32 be with Sister Joe? Check it out. Director. A 32 fan happened to see Sister Joe live in the neighborhood and swiped a super rocket for Sister Joe to go over to the whole job. Lu Chen doesn't know now that Sister Joe is going to pay for the taxi with game currency later. All of these should be coincidences. Hearing the staff's explanation, the director's hanging heart was finally released. It's important to realize that malicious smearing and reporting among peers is not an uncommon occurrence in this circle. If someone were to hire an anchor of Sister Joe's caliber, I'm afraid that all she would have to do is move her mouth. The entire program team, up and down the hundreds of employees, would be going down with it. Such a situation has to be treated with care by the director. The director winked at the young assistant beside him. Notify 32's cameraman. Tell him to make sure to stabilize 32. Even if Sister Joe pays for the car with game currency, tell 32 not to get angry, and the damages caused will be borne by the show. Since it's just a regular live whole life broadcast, the director was able to understand. Moreover, if this live broadcast was effective, not only Lu Chen, but also the program's popularity would climb a few steps again. The other side, Grand Hyatt Jiangnan. Both the lot and the architectural approach. This building is so luxurious that it can be called the first in all of Jiangnan. The fully shaded glass-covered staircase is emblazoned with several large, stamped letters. The Grand Hyatt. This is the only 5-star hotel in Jiangnan, and the people who go in and out on weekdays are all non-rich or noble existences. And just today, a sky blue cab appeared in front of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. There was quite a bit of dust on the sky blue body and mud all over the tires, as if it had recently run over a mountain road. This cheap cab does not fit in with the various luxury cars that are placed in front of this hotel. Anyone looking at it would not think that the rental could have anything to do with the luxury hotel in front of them. The security guard at the gate stopped the cab in front of him as soon as he could. Master, only food trucks can park here. Ha, I came here to eat. Lu Chen didn't even think about it and walked off the car with a toothpick in his mouth. Walking out of the car with him was the cameraman carrying the camera. You, coming to dinner? The two security guards at the door looked up and down at Lu Chen with puzzled faces. With a look like you're teasing me. How can you make so much money driving a taxi these days? Dare to come to a 5-star hotel for dinner? However, as the voice behind Lu Chen came out, the two security guards revealed a relieved smile. Lu Chen, wait for me. A sweet young girl holding up a cell phone slowly stepped out of the back of the cab. The two security guards were only briefly lost in thought, then immediately realized what was going on and made a pleased gesture to Lu Chen. These days, they've seen a lot of rich women bring fresh meat in for dinner. Just, haven't seen one that looks this good. That's enough to be a star, isn't it? You're still keeping fresh meat? The two security guards didn't ask any more questions. They just silently took the cab keys from Lu Chen's hand and found a place to park the cab. Sister Joe straightened her clothes and looked at the glorious hall in front of her. And for a moment, she froze a little. Is this where you said the neighborhood was for dinner? It's not that Sister Joe hasn't been to this level of restaurant before, and with her current income, there really aren't many restaurants in the world that she can't afford to eat at. But is this restaurant too good to be true? Obviously. He just wanted to casually pit Lu Chen. Would this look like too much of a pit? Joe's sister for a moment actually some hesitation. This 5-star hotel to eat a meal, often tens of thousands of dollars. It was far from what a small anchor like Lu Chen could afford. And just thinking about it, Sister Joe felt her conscience was a bit too much. But, I think he picked this place because he thought it was his treat, didn't he? Think about it. Sister Joe's eyes looked towards Lu Chen, who was already sitting on a chair, and a nameless anger could not help but grow in her heart. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Sister Joe didn't dwell on it and sat her but directly on the chair opposite Lu Chen. As if he wanted to anger Lu Chen, he took out a 50,000-inch denomination game coin from his pocket and slapped it on the table. It's the play money for one of the more recent games, although it's kind of popular, but judging from Lu Chen's somewhat dumbfounded reaction, he definitely didn't recognize it. Thinking about this, Sister Joe's bottom line seemed to be quite a bit stronger. Nah, here's the cab fare. Lu Chen looked at the high 000-inch denomination banknotes in Joe's hand, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. What money? The difference between the pattern on top of this bill and a normal bill is too great. When Sister Joe heard that Lu-chan really didn't recognize this game coin, she immediately became smug. This is the money I specially prepared. It's a commemorative coin of a small country in Europe. It has a high commemorative value. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers who knew the truth were already laughing their asses off. Ha ha ha, Sister Joe is a bad woman. She actually cheated even the innocent fresh meat. But I like it. I didn't realize that Luck had a day to be tricked by a bad woman. I thought he really sealed his heart and locked his love. My toes are already buckling for 3 rooms. Thankfully the driver guy doesn't play games. Otherwise he'd recognize it anyways, right? High commemorative value? Lu-chan thought about it and didn't find it strange. Just put away the game coins that Sister Joe had given herself. Anyway, I can have a big meal today that Sister Joe treats me to, so it doesn't matter if I want the fare or not. Lu-chan's gaze stared towards the somewhat vain Sister Joe. Something always felt a little off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. What can I get for you? Sir? Miss? The waiter asked with his trademark smile on his face, holding the menu towards the two. Lu-chan didn't even look at the menu, but casually said, "Fry a book. Raise your hand like some thug." This move could have thundered the photographer and Sister Joe next to him. Seemingly sensing Sister Joe's murderous gaze, the photographer hurriedly said, "Brother, this 5-star hotel, how can you order food like this? You just order some cheapet." Sister Joe did not expect that this guy actually wanted to pit himself like this, and her heart was even more determined to pit herself back. "It's okay, just order whatever you like." Sister Joe viciously glanced towards Lu-chan. Since Lu-chan was not polite, she would not be polite herself. Pointing to a few of the most expensive dishes in the menu, he said to the waiter, "Give me 3 servings of this steamed poron, and a few servings of whatever king crab you have." Lu-chan also asked for a few servings of the same dishes as Sister Joe. "So, may I ask what you want?" The waiter finally asked towards the photographer who hadn't ordered yet. Before the photographer could reply, Lu-chan, who was on the side, spoke first. "He doesn't like seafood. Get him anything with potatoes on your menu." Photographer. The sand sculpture netizens in the live broadcast room were already mad with joy at this point. "He's real. I'm crying." The photographer's mental capacity is really great. "If it were me, I would really quit. There is no such thing as bullying people. You're eating a lot of meat and I'm here to eat potatoes. Aren't I? Don't say it." The photographer's getting skeptical already. Chapter 22 Giving chopsticks to Sister Joe in the toilet. "This king crab is pretty good. Waiter, have another king crab." Looking at Lu-chan's feasting appearance, Sister Joe was secretly happy. There was finally a hint of relief from the previous unhappiness, as if he had seen the end in sight. Her face was full of triumph. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up, and she gave a yeah to the camera in front of her. Then Sister Joe's movie star performance began. Her hands first covering her stomach to act like she was having a hard time. The big eyes flickered to Lu-chan, who was wolfing down his food, and Choo Choo said, "Oh crap, I have a stomach ache. You guys eat first, I'm going to the bathroom and I'll be right back." Go. Thanks for lunch." Lu-chan, his mouth stuffed with food, nodded vaguely and said, seemingly not even noticing Sister Joe's plan. When Sister Joe heard this, her face was suddenly happy, and she carried her bag and slipped over to the restroom. The photographer seemed to have discovered something and looked at the happily eating Lu-chan with an odd expression of doubt. "Brother, don't you think it's strange? There's no need to take a bag if you're going to the restroom, right?" Lu-chan, who had been wolfing down his food in the last second, had actually eliminated the food in front of him at this moment, and very elegantly and calmly wiped his mouth with the paper towel in front of him. The dark eyes seemed to have seen through everything long ago, looking in the direction where Sister Joe had disappeared and sneering. "Ha, that's not going to the bathroom, that's trying to run away from the bill." He hadn't been careless from the moment Sister Joe got on the bus. Like an anchor of Sister Joe's caliber, how can we just run into each other outside? Most likely, there are water friends in the live broadcasting room who are doing something. The next thing you need to do is just pay a little attention to Sister Joe's expression, and you'll be able to easily guess what she's going to do next. Thinking of this, Lu-chan's expression couldn't help but chill a few points. In that case, there was no need to be polite yourself. Lu-chan snapped his fingers and summoned the waiter. "Waiter, please move the table over there." Lu-chan pointed to the French steak on the table that his sister hadn't taken many bites of yet, and said to the waiter, "As a waiter in a 5-star hotel, you will basically fulfill any customer's request." But when he heard Lu-chan's words, his body couldn't help but freeze, doubting whether he had heard wrongly, and swallowing a mouthful of saliva he once again confirmed to Lu-chan. "Sir, may I ask if you're sure you want to move the dining table there?" There was no other reason. Because the direction of Lu Chen's finger happened to be the direction of the toilet. Who would want to move the dining room table over to the restroom? Ha! The waiter's mind had conjured up all sorts of rich people's play schemes. I didn't realize that the man in front of me, who looks so clean-cut, actually plays such a heavy-handed game? Right. Move the dining room table to the restroom. Lu Chen naturally knew exactly what the waiter in front of him was thinking, but he couldn't be bothered to explain that much, because in a little while Sister Zhou should be coming out. And so it was. As the rest of the restaurant's diners stared in shock, a few waiters moved the table in front of Lu Chen to the door of the restroom. The toilets in 5-star hotels are genderless single-occupancy toilets, so just move the dining table to the door of the restroom and it won't get in the way of anyone else. However, such an odd move has already caused many diners around to take out their cell phones to take pictures of the event. The viewers of Lu Chen's live broadcast were also surprised and speechless when they saw this scene. Brother Luck! Brother Luck! He moved the dining table to the door of the toilet. What is he up to? Luck can't be that heavy-handed, can he? Finished. I originally thought that the old 8 small burger is just a legend. I did not think that someone really do this. The photographer similarly looked at Lu Chen with a horrified expression on his face, and his body couldn't help but take a step back. The stunned man said, "Brother, what the hell are you doing?" In the face of the photographer's questioning, Lu Chen was grinning and pretending to be mysterious. "San'er, no one in the world will be nice to you for no reason. And if she suddenly starts to warm up to you, it means she's probably going to start scheming something from you." Before the photographer could react to what exactly Lu Chen meant, he only saw Lu Chen walk over to a waitress with a pair of chopsticks. "Hello, my girlfriend is in there without chopsticks. Can I trouble you to bring them in for me?" The waitress looked at Lu Chen's handsome face for a moment and lost some concentration, subconsciously catching the chopsticks. By the time she reacted, her back was drenched in cold sweat. "Why do you need chopsticks to go to the bathroom? What do you want to do with the chopsticks?" The waitress's mind had made a mess of it. She didn't even dare to ask a follow-up question, fearing that she might have gotten into something dirty. She grabbed her chopsticks and rushed in towards the toilet. On the other side, in the toilet, Zhou, who had just washed her hands, was smugly showing off for the camera. "Ha ha ha, families, that smelly man actually dared to say that I look like some Sakura Nation's teacher, and he's still treating me with love and disdain. Sis is going to teach him what it means to be socially dangerous today. Let's just run away with a handful of singles and see what he looks like next." When she thought of the expression on Lu Chen's face next, Sister Zhou couldn't help but get excited. However, once she thought that the meal was really a bit expensive, Sister Zhou was still a bit reluctant to do so, and asked the water friends of the live broadcast to come up in front of the camera. "This meal seems to have eaten 20,000 to 30,000 to come. When the time comes, I'll trouble brothers to help me go to people's live room to brush some gifts back to blood." It's true that Sister Zhou wanted to see Lu Chen's bad luck, but it really should be because this meal directly bankrupted Lu Chen. Then she would be embarrassed too. As the head anchor of a certain fish, the heat of Sister Zhou's live room is naturally far from being comparable to the heat of Lu Chen's live room. "Don't worry, Sister Zhou. From what I've seen, that kid should be a rich second generation. You can't eat him up. The upstairs net nonsense. Who rich second generation driving a cab But as a 10-year fan of Luck, I still have to remind Sister Chow to be careful of playing with fire. Ha ha ha. I just came from Luck's live broadcast. Sister Zhou, run. Luck's face is gone." When Sister Zhou saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, she was a bit stunned for a moment, and her little head slowly typed out, "How is it that there are still fans of Lu Chen who come over and tell them to run? Is this man so unpopular?" Just as Sister Zhou was still puzzled, the door to the restroom suddenly opened. A waitress rushed in, looking at herself with some horror. "Excuse me, is this Ms. Zhou Shui?" "It's me. What's wrong?" Sister Zhou subconsciously nodded in reply, only to see the waitress holding a pair of silver chopsticks and handing them to Sister Zhou. She forced herself to hold back her nausea. Your boyfriend said you forgot your chopsticks in the restroom and asked me to bring them to you. And let me tell you, enjoy." After the waitress finished speaking, before Sister Zhou could react, she fled out in a puff of smoke. Chapter 23, Soaring Popularity. Supercars. Sister Zhou was holding chopsticks in her hands, her face full of confusion. Her volume-limited brain alone could not react at all. Why did the waitress hand herself chopsticks? What, and let yourself enjoy it? What's the point of enjoying yourself in the restroom? Sister Zhou looked at the chopsticks in her hands and froze for more than half a minute. Only then did he react, his face reddening with anger. "Lu Chen, what the hell do you mean?" With a hysterical roar, Sister Zhou rushed out of the toilet. Click. Ka-chow. Click. A burst of shudder sounds interspersed with flashing lights instantly doused the anger in Sister Zhou's heart. Lu Chen saw Sister Zhou come out of the toilet and watched the fun. "Sister Zhou, really let me go. I really can't stand your taste. As the head anchor of a certain fish, Sister Zhou was naturally far more famous than a small anchor like Lu Chen. Although many of the people present didn't recognize who the beautiful girl in front of them who came out of the toilet with chopsticks was for a moment, they also reacted after hearing Lu Chen's words. No way! Is that person Sister Chow? That's Sister Chow of a certain fish? It should look quite similar, right? Now I finally know why Sister Zhou has been on fire for so long without a boyfriend. Who can stand this flavor? Gee, you've brought chopsticks into the toilet. What else do you think you can do? The diners around them murmured. Inside Lu Chen's live broadcast, the water friends who understood the truth were already laughing. Laughing and crying. I really convinced this old six. People go to the toilet hee meow let the waiter to send chopsticks. Other people is a tumor in the brain. This guy is a tumor in the growth of a brainet. Luck's whole job is too tough, isn't it? Tomorrow's headline shouldn't be the heavy-handed Sister Zhou and her adopted gigolo, right? Brother Lu really went out of his way to bring Sister Zhou down. He didn't even want to lose his face. I'm crying my eyes out. Upstairs you have to stop looking. This pussy didn't know where to find a mask with it. I can guarantee that now everyone can only shoot Sister Zhou. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. At the center of the crowd's gaze, Sister Zhou, who was holding the chopsticks, was already trying to find a crack in the ground at the moment. Nay, the dining table in front of him was like a moat, straddling the doorway of the toilet, and there was no way for him to escape half a step outward. All that could be done was to freeze in place and plead helplessly. No, no, everyone listen to me. I really didn't eat in the restroom. These chopsticks were given to me by someone back there. It's just a shame to face the cacophony of the crowd. Sister Zhou's defense paled into insignificance. Sister Zhou simply broke the pot, grabbed the watching Lu Chen, intending to escape from this place, but he was stopped by a sidewalk attendant. Hello, this purchase totaled 21,018. May I ask who pays the bill? Being the most stoically noticeable diner in the room, the waiter's attention was on Sister Zhou. She wanted to run away from the bill, and that was completely out of the question. Sister Zhou had just opened the payment interface of her cell phone when the bill in the waiter's hand was snatched by Lu Chen. Lu Chen took out a bill with a face value of 50,000 from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Nah, here you go, remember the change. Sister Zhou's face darkened when she saw the game coins that Lu Chen pulled out, and she just wanted to reach out and take them back. However, she didn't expect the waiter to be one step ahead of her. The waiter took the game coin in his hand and looked at Lu Chen with an odd expression on his face. That, sir, may I ask which country's currency this is? As a waiter in a 5-star hotel, he has also received the usual currencies of many countries, but this was the first time he had seen this kind of currency. Both the pattern and the paper were far from ordinary currency. This, it seems to be a small country in northern Europe, right? Lu Chen gazed towards Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou is now digging her toes into the ground for 3 rooms. That's, in a sense, it's also true. Seeing Sister Zhou's squirming and rushed appearance, the viewers in the live broadcast room had already laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Sister Zhou has just smashed her own foot with a rock. She's the one who gave Lu Chen this game coin. How should she explain it to Lu Chen now? Sister Zhou probably never dreamed that she would have such a day, right? Tomorrow's scarf headline looks like it's going to add a new one about a certain woman using game coins to settle the bill after eating in the restroom. This script can't even write such a funny story. I really laughed my ass off. Sister Zhou won't be dragged to the mental hospital later, right? The waiter seemed to see Zhou's weakness and took a step forward. The eyes grew sharper and sharper. Excuse me, what country's currency is this? This is actually play money. Sister Zhou scratched her head. Lu Chen and the waiter both froze in place at this point when they heard this reply. The waitress stared at Sister Zhou with wide eyes and eyes full of disbelief. Allow me to confirm. Are you checking out in play money? You don't usually spend money to give game money, do you? Lu Chen was never expecting that he would actually have a day to receive game coins. Would anyone believe it when they tell someone that they paid for a cab ride with play money? This is ing bull. At this moment, the most embarrassed person was not Lu Chen, but Sister Zhou. She had prayed in her mind countless times since she had just started that the world would end there. How could she not have imagined that she would have such an embarrassing day? Trying to escape the bill, I was inexplicably handed a pair of chopsticks into the restroom and came out surrounded by a bunch of people. Unable to withstand the gazes of the crowd, he wanted to hurry up and pay the bill and leave, but it turned out to be a coincidence that Lu Chen took out his game coins to settle the bill. The most damn embarrassing thing was that the game coins in Lu Chen's hand were still given to him by himself. Lu Chen now iced out. In front of this so-called Sister Zhou in the end is not a psychiatric hospital out of the mental patients. Hello, Jiangnan 3rd Mental Hospital? Do you have a patient named Zhou Shui there? Sister Zhou? Sister Joe hurriedly stopped Lu Chen from continuing to call, directly took out her cell phone to transfer payment, and pulled Lu Chen to escape from the hotel. As for the photographer, what just happened was too much of a shock. It caused him to directly forget the task that the program had given him, and he didn't even have the time to grab the bill before Sister Joe. It wasn't until Sister Joe ran out with Lu Chen for a long time that the photographer mumbled and dialed the phone. Hey, director, do you think it's possible that Lu has completely offended Sister Joe? In just less than 2 hours of live broadcasting, Lu Chen's popularity in the live broadcast room at the moment has skyrocketed to the 100,000 mark. Many of Sister Joe's fans silently followed Lu Chen after seeing the link up between the two. An icy system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's live broadcast popularity exceeding 200,000. Rewarded with a Bugatti Veyron limited edition *1. The reward has been distributed to the underground garage of Fuli Kotobuki. Please go to collect it. Chapter 24. Sister Joe, didn't you say you didn't have any money? Fuli Chiku? Lu Chen heard the familiar term, suddenly remembered the phone call he had received in the morning when he was half asleep. Hastily calling out the system panel, kept scratching away online. Sure enough, I saw a message alert from the system. When his own popularity exceeded 100,000, the system rewarded him with a set of villas in Fuli Shaoju. Lu Chen looked at the system panel in front of him with some disbelief. Suddenly you have a luxury car and a villa all of a sudden? Although Lu Chen is not clear about the value of the villa and the sports car rewarded by the system, but at least 1 or 2 million that is certainly there. He is all of a sudden among the ranks of the rich? Thinking of this, Lu Chen almost jumped in place in excitement. He meowed that from now on, you have to drink a bowl of soy milk and pour a bowl of it. Lu Chen was in a beautiful mood at the moment, but there were people who couldn't be happy. Cab. Sister Joe stared at Lu Chen and the photographer with a ghostly death glare. You guys knew I was going to run away from the list, didn't you? The photographer was afraid of offending Sister Joe and hurriedly shook his head. I don't know. We really don't know. Sister Joe didn't say anything and shifted her gaze to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked calm and spoke slowly. A big anchor of your level. Saying that you want to invite me to dinner is either presumably looking at me or wanting to make a whole job of it. Lu Chen shrugged. He wasn't that narcissistic that he would think that Sister Joe would look at him at a glance. Then the result is obvious. And Sister Chow has been acting way too obvious along the way. Even if he was not very wary of Sister Joe at first, he was able to find out later. Upon hearing Lu Chen's flat tone, Sister Joe's face instantly darkened, and she almost shouted out in a growl. Then why did you order it so expensive? Do you know how much this meal cost? 21,018. That's a whole 21,018. Although Sister Joe is a big anchor, she has a well-known pet peeve. That's gouging. Extreme gouging. If someone had swiped a rocket on Sister Chow when she was crying, she could have performed a light-speed face turn. 21,800. That's nearly 70 planes. Sister Joe's liver aches with anger now that she thinks about it. In the face of Sister Joe's ranting, Lu Chen appeared very calm at the moment. You ordered half of that meal, too. I haven't even eaten much. Thinking about this, Sister Joe almost vomited blood in depression again. The money was paid by himself. He hadn't eaten much, and on top of that, he was stuck inside the toilet by a group of people. Explain why someone would send chopsticks to themselves inside the toilet. At this moment, an inexplicable aggression surged to the heart. Sister Joe's eyes were already red with tears and on the verge of crying out. Ugh, people obviously just want to live as a whole, and they end up with a bunch of people blocking the door to the restroom, asking why they're taking chopsticks into the restroom. The more Sister Joe said, the louder the crying became. Lu Chen was helpless for a while, so he could only open his mouth to comfort him. Don't cry. Big deal. I won't charge you for this trip, okay? Sister Joe cried even louder when she heard this. Woo, I bought you a $20,000 meal and you want to charge me $10 or so for a cab ride. $12 isn't much for you, but it's enough to give us both a good meal. Lu Chen looked at Sister Joe and helplessly opened his mouth to explain. Although his own assets did count as rich now, he only had $500 in cash in hand that he could use for the program. If all $500 were spent, then he and the photographer would both be left to drink the northwest wind. Hearing this, Sister Joe's crying came to an abrupt end. Really? Eyes willed toward the photographer, as if begging for confirmation of something. The photographer added with a hard nod. Really, Lu is a contestant guest, and the initial living fund is just $200 each. We have $500 now, and we're still considered to be guests who are having a better time. If it was like Zhao Chang and the others, I guess they would have to gnaw on buns today. After hearing the photographer's words, Sister Joe suddenly froze. Although she thought that Lu Chen was a small anchor and might not have that much money, but never thought that Lu Chen's whole body at this time was only $500. I usually use up more money than that myself on a casual dinner out. Thinking of this, Sister Jo couldn't help but feel a little guilty in her heart. A hint of redness appeared on her pretty face. Then her eyes firmly looked at Lu Chen. Let's go to Fulikatsu then. I'll pay for it this time. This time clear the causes and consequences of the Zhou sister. But also well aware of the Lu Chen outside the wind and sun running car is not easy. Intends to honestly check out. Do not engage in those flowery work. Fuli Xiaozhu, the top rich neighborhood in Jiangnan. A sky blue taxi slowly drove into the villa group. Sister Jo slowly stepped down from the taxi and very proudly threw a red Mao grandpa to Lu Chen. Thanks. Hopefully we'll have another chance to live together next time. It is said that a woman's temperament is as inscrutable as the weather. And the same is true of Sister Jo. She had been crying before, but now there was no trace of crying on her face. Playfully blinking her big eyes at Lu Chen, she then took out her keys and walked towards her villa. Just as she was about to open the door, Sister Jo suddenly felt as if there was someone following behind her. Turning to look, he realized that Lu Chen was not far from him. What are you doing? This is my private territory. No boys allowed. Sister Jo looked at Lu Chen, her mind suddenly conjuring up some horror story about stalking murderers or something like that, and her tone stuttered a little. The photographer on the side was also a bit confused by Lu Chen's move. Gently pulling down Lu Chen's sleeve whispered, "Brother, let's get out of here. This place is not for us." Lu Chen didn't respond, but instead looked towards the villa on the other side. In front of the vacant villa, there was a man in a suit holding a file bag looking around at something. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he trotted over. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu?" The man in the suit held Lu Chen's right hand with both hands enthusiastically, and the smile on his face was incomparably flattering. "Your house is just about up for lease today. The previous tenant is not renewing the lease. Here is the contract. If there are no questions, just sign here." The man in the suit opened the file bag in his hand and took out a thick stack of contracts, among which Lu Chen also saw the transfer contract for his supercar. Although these things are system rewards, both the formalities and proofs are incomparably complete. Only after signing these contracts did the villa and the supercar belong to Lu Chen himself. Lu Chen took a general look at the contract and realized that there were no unfavorable clauses for him before he began to slowly sign the contract. And the photographer and Sister Jo on the side, their mindset directly changed by 1,000,000,000 points. When Sister Jo heard the man in the suit's words, her mouth opened wide enough to stuff an apple. What? I thought you said $12 was enough for a good meal. How come you have a ing villa? Chapter 25, Lu Chen, brother take you to bump into love affairs. You know, this is the center of Gangnam. Nearby housing prices have been speculated to more than 100,000 a square meter, and the cheapest set of villas can easily cost tens of millions of dollars. Even an anchor of Sister Zhou's caliber who wanted to acquire a property here would need to reconsider and spend half a year's salary. And the taxi driving Lu Chen in front of us actually has a villa like this? Brother, what the hell do you do? The shock in the photographer's mind was equally no less than Sister Zhou's. Hadn't they said the guests were elites from all walks of life? How can you drive a cab and live in a big house these days? Equally clueless were the water users in the live broadcast room. I'm going. What's going on with Lu? One foot tells us it's not easy to make money, and the next foot you have a big villa in your meow? Whoops. I just swiped 2 big rockets for my anchor. Can I still request an underage refund now? It turns out that Lu is really a rich second generation. The sound I heard before of only negative treasure arriving in the account was not synthesized by the system. The water friends in the live room. The mentality at this time some Bungbu lived. After signing, Lu Chen ignored the shocked Sister Jo and the photographer and walked straight into the interior of the villa. Inside, it's lavishly decorated in European style, with pure white marble tiles and chandeliers carved out of crystal. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, which ordinary people could not afford even if they struggled for a lifetime, Lu Chen's heart did not have many ups and downs. Perhaps it was because of his real life. The material aspect of money was not particularly important to him. Even now it shakes out to be rich. Lu Chen didn't have any arrogance. Unlike some thugs who don't know who they are when they have a few dollars. After knowing that her neighbor was Lu Chen, Sister Jo blinked her big eyes with a somewhat excited look and said, "Is it okay if I come over and play? We can go live together." Although Sister Jo was still heartbroken about the $20,000 that she had been screwed over by Lu Chen until now. But Sister Jo is the head anchor of a certain fish, naturally possessing an extraordinary vision. She had long sensed the reason why Lu Chen was able to burst into flames. If he could link up with Lu Chen for a few more waves, he might be able to take his live broadcasting career to the next level. Facing Sister Zhou's sudden enthusiasm, Lu Chen didn't have the heart to refuse. The two added their contact information, and Sister Zhou left Lu Chen's villa in a hurry. It looks like there are more important things to do. Lu Chen, on the other hand, laid down on the sofa and started swinging up. It's so hot, I don't want to move at all. The photographer had wanted to persuade Lu Chen, but after seeing such a large house, he very sensibly closed his mouth again. Lu Chen was bored for a while, then seemed to think of something and came to life, looking at the photographer in front of him. Sanner, why don't we go have some fun? Looking for fun? Are you having a good time, brother? The photographer was startled by Lu Chen's words, fearing that Lu Chen would say something that couldn't be broadcasted out. Lu Chen glared fiercely at the photographer, and rightfully so. What's so immodest about it? It's not like we're going on a girls' trip, so where's the immodesty? So are we going to? Still a little unsure, the photographer asked tentatively. We are going to release our youth that has nowhere to go. The photographer looked at Lu Chen's appearance. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he almost suffocated his internal injuries. If he had known that Lu Chen was like this, he would never have become a photographer. Brother, behave yourself. You look like a big lecher. Ugh, I'm at least brightly colored. Unlike some people who are decent people on the surface but specialize in drugging behind their backs. Besides, what's wrong with me being an aspiring single young man who desires a good love? Lu Chen crossed his arms and was very righteous, and the photographer was happy to see Lu Chen go out. After all, staying in this place only made him realize how poor he was. Ahem, let's get this out of the way. I'm not interested in a fling. I'm going mainly to keep your brother company. Some park in Gangnam City. A sky blue cab steadied itself in a parking space outside the park. The photographer pointed to the grandparents who were dancing in the park, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times, and his face was a little unnatural. Said, brother, this can't be the racy encounter you were talking about, right? You're looking for fun. Looking for Moncler Jackets outlet on? Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room who are watching the fun can't help but be tense when they see the square dancing grandparents. I thought there was going to be some kind of childish scene with my pants down, but you're making us watch an old lady dance? Stop it. I'm over it. Before so mysterious, I thought these two were running to bump into a love affair, but he meowed to go square dancing? Hearing the photographer's questioning, Lu Chen seemed to have expected it and said as a matter of course, isn't it a joy to feel nature close? Or did you think of somewhere else? No. The photographer scratched his head in some embarrassment. I didn't expect Lu Chen's entertainment to be so healthy, so I had no choice but to carry the camera and follow up Lu Chen. At the surface of the sparkling lake, the breeze wrinkles and blows up layers of blue waves. Every now and then a small fish leaped out of the water, and Lu Chen watched with great interest. I didn't realize there were actually fish in this place. I should have known to bring a fishing rod over to fish. It has been proven that men of any age have a special interest in fishing. Even Lu Chen. The photographer carried the camera and followed Lu Chen, seemingly recalling something. When I was a child in the countryside, I also old fishing to come. That time can also directly down the river to touch the fish. And brother, I tell you, I touch the fish can be very powerful. As long as half an hour can touch a few. The evening dishes are all I touch out. Hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen instantly became interested. What? You've even touched a fish? Come on, teach me to touch a fish. Hey, what's the big deal? Just take off your shoes and stand in the water and look for a rock. The photographer took his shoes right off and stood at the edge of the lake and started teaching. I'll tell you what, just look for rocks like this by the water. There's more than likely a fish underneath. With that, the photographer turned over a rock. A transparent shadow then scurried out. Brother, there's shrimp. Asterisk, that's some shrimp. Let me give you a hand. Lu Chen exclaimed repeatedly and began to take off his shoes and touch the fish with the photographer as well. They say that men are teenagers until they die, even if the two are in their 40s combined. But when it comes to this kind of thing, it's still fun to get carried away. They didn't come back to their senses until someone called them from the shore. So, two dudes, can you do me a favor? A quiet-looking, somewhat shy-looking girl on the shore called out to the two men who were touching the fish. Chapter 26, Little Turtle, I'm so damn thankful for your whole family. Handsome? Is she calling us? The photographer turned his head in some confusion when he heard the sister's words. What came into view was a young girl with black-framed glasses and loose hair. It didn't look very old, about 20 or so. Seemingly feeling the photographer's gaze, the girl's eyes dodged and her right hand clutched the edge of her skirt in a shy manner. Where are there two handsome guys here? It's obviously just me, right? Lu Chen also turned his head at this time and looked at the shy sister in front of him, then excitedly shook the photographer's shoulder and said, Sanner, see, I told you I was right about coming to the park. Didn't this fling come at once? Hearing this, the photographer hurriedly reminded Lu Chen from the side. Brother, people are still here. Don't say what's in your heart. Where's your persona? When the shy girl in front of her heard Lu Chen's words, she couldn't help but take a step back, her eyes slightly wary as she looked at the two people in front of her, lost in thought. That, you guys aren't bad guys, are you? How can this be? Lu Chen was about to open his mouth to defend himself, but unexpectedly the photographer beside him beat him to it. I can swear on the life of my most hated person, Louis definitely not a bad guy. Lu Chen? The viewers in the live broadcast room were already laughing their asses off at the sight of this pair of living treasures getting into mischief. What kind of bad intentions could my brother Lu have? I just want to release my youth that has no place to go. Funny? That's right. Lu can be a bad guy. At most he just wants to have a fling. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha. These two. I'm really impressed with how they can be so effective in the program. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. The girl was also amused by the sudden quirkiness of the photographer. Covering his mouth, he gave a coy smile, and the consternation on his face dissipated considerably. But, you guys are so funny. So, what is it you need help with, sis? Lu Chen gazed towards the red plastic bag the girl was carrying in her left hand. The plastic bag moved around, and it looked like it contained a live animal. The girl gently placed the plastic bag on the ground and pulled out a palm-sized turtle from it. I was looking at you all in the water and wanted to ask you to help me release them. Lu Chen looked at the turtle in his sister's hand and couldn't help but feel some doubt in his heart. Release? Do you still believe in Buddhism, sister? Most young people today are atheists and have no faith at all. The girl in front of me looked to be about 20 years old. Could it be that she was some kind of devoted Buddhist? The girl shook her head. Her eyes turned to the grandparents who were dancing in the distance, and opened her mouth to explain. My mother believes in Buddhism, and I'm here to help her release her life. Hearing this, Lu Chen also understood the cause and effect of the matter. Taking the turtle from the girl's hand, he began to walk towards the water. The water friends in the live broadcast room also praised the girl's love. Damn it, how come I can't meet such a good-looking girl? Lu meets good-looking girls every day. This girl is actually releasing small animals. I have a single dog at home. Would you mind adopting it for me? Funny? But how come this turtle looks a bit strange? At this time, there are already sharp-eyed netizens who have discovered that the tortoise in Lu Chen's hand looks a little different from the tortoises he sees on a regular basis. Lu Chen cupped the little turtle with both hands and threw it with a force. Go on, little turtle. You're free. With a plop, the turtle fell into the water. Floating up on the turquoise lake, it seemed to be quite nostalgic about life on shore. Both paws kept picking their way towards the shore. The photographer couldn't help but see the scene. They say everything has a spirit. I didn't believe it before. Now that I see that the little turtle is still turning back to us, I'm suddenly convinced again. It's like saying thank you to us, isn't it? The sister on the side also nodded and said, as the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. So we're doing a good deed by releasing the little turtle now, aren't we? The two of them looked at the little turtle that kept swimming back and forth. The photographer looked for half a day and realized that Lu Chen did not say anything, and looked towards him with some confusion. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was holding his cell phone and seemed to be looking up something. It took a moment for him to snap back to his senses. Oh, so this is a terrapin. No wonder I saw it sink halfway through the swim. Photographer, Sigma, degree? Girl, Sigma, degree? A hint of shock appeared on the faces of both the girl and the photographer in unison, and then they turned their heads towards Lu Chen. Bridge bean sack. Brother, what did you just say? The photographer's face stared a little, as if he had just heard something remarkable. Lu Chen looked at the two people in front of him and handed his cell phone over, explaining, I say, that turtle just now has a high arched back and thick front legs unlike the turtles we usually see. That turtle is a terrapin. No, I'll say the other one. Oh, no wonder I saw it sink halfway through the swim. Brother, what are you waiting for? Save the turtle. The photographer took Lu Chen and hurriedly swooped over to the depths of the lake, trying to salvage the small turtle that had sunk to the bottom of the water. The girl panicked for a moment, never realizing that the turtle she was about to release was actually a terrapin. No wonder just desperate to swim to the shore, together with not desperate to drown. The water friends in the live broadcast room were already laughing at this scene. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha, I thought everything had a spirit. But the little turtle is a tortoise that can't swim. Turtle, I thank you all. Laughing me to death. After half a day as it does not swim to the shore on the karma. How come luck is so effective every time he broadcasts? It was only after about 2 to 3 minutes that Lu Chen and the photographer were able to salvage the sunken little turtle to shore. The little turtle looked up at the three people in front of him. His eyes seemed to be rather disgusted, and he quickly turned his head away again, probably never wanting to see these guys again in his life. He twisted his turtle shell to find a patch of grass by the lake and dug in. When Lu Chen saw such a humanized scene of the little turtle, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. Did I just get despised by a turtle? The girl did not dwell on this, but patted her abundant capital, and was relieved. I'm glad I didn't drown the little turtle, or else it really would have been a good thing. Lu Chen nodded and educated the sister in front of him. You next time to watch before you buy. Do not throw any turtle into the lake. This is not a living Buddha. Almost as a living king of hell. The girl was just about to argue that she hadn't bought these herself, but then she thought hard about the big mistake she'd almost made and just nodded silently. Chapter 27 Fish, May there be no old six in heaven. The girl then lifted the plastic bag with both hands with force and turned to Lu Chen. I have another fish here. Can I release it in this lake? The plastic bag was bulging and it looked like the fish was quite a weight. Lu Chen walked up to the sister and looked into the plastic bag. It was an ebony black fish, oddly large, and had to be at least 20 pounds or so by eyeballing. Such a one was heavier than the dozen or so small fish Lu Chen had caught earlier with the photographer. This is a big head carp. Basically everywhere. It's not a problem to put it in this lake. Lu Chen recognized the species of the fish at a glance and then took out the big head carp from the plastic bag. While holding the big head carp, he walked towards the lake. Fish, you're lucky to have met us today. Remember not to be caught for nothing when we put you in the lake. With that, Lu Chen raised the fish with both hands and threw it forward with force. You're free. The big head carp of more than 20 pounds was thrown 4 or 5 meters high by him, and then made a 360-degree reversal in the air, drawing a beautiful parabola. Finally, there was a dull pop. The huge big head carp landed on the concrete in front of the sister. The eyes rolled up into white and he didn't move a muscle. Photographer. Girl. For a moment the atmosphere was silent. The audience in the live room had gone crazy with laughter when they saw this scene. Covering his mouth with a smile, I believe Lu. It must be his hand slipping. It's not that he wants to eat the fish. Fish, I've really caught up with you guys. Crying with laughter. Was there anyone to control Lu? How to release the life can be so funny. That girl doesn't know what to say now. No. How did he manage to wrestle the fish to the sufferer with such precision? The photographer looked at the motionless big head carp on the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched a few times as he looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was looking at each other with his sister at this time, and it was obvious that things had gone beyond their expectations. I'm looking to give it a perfect ending. Lu Chen scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly. His eyes looked at the big head carp on the ground, not daring to look the sister in the eye. The girl opened her mouth without making any sound. She couldn't figure out for the life of her why the fish, which was supposed to be released, appeared on the concrete in front of her. Lu Chen squatted down and poked the big head carp on the ground with his hand. It's already dead. So, what now? The girl also encountered this situation for the first time, and sheepishly glanced at the distant square dancing grandparents. She had been asked by her own mother to release the fish, and now the fish had been released directly into heaven. If one's mother knew about it, then a scolding would certainly be inevitable. After pondering for a long time, Lu Chen seemed to have thought of something, and immediately took out his cell phone and started searching. The photographer and the girl were a little curious to get a closer look. I found that on Lu Chen's search bar. It was how to cook big head carp? Lu Chen also seemed to sense the gazes of the two and raised his head towards them inquiringly. Do you guys like it steamed or braised? Too? Ha ha ha. I told you, he really does want to eat fish. Brother Luck, this is also too screwed up. How can it be so effective for the program? I was so naive. I actually really thought it was an accident at first. I didn't realize that he had even figured out how to eat it. Fish, can't you find a place to bury me? When Lu Chen asked this question, both the photographer and the girl froze. It took a while for the photographer to come to his senses. Brother, you shouldn't be. Before the photographer could even get halfway through his sentence, Lu Chen covered his mouth. Lu Chen stared with wide eyes, his face full of innocence. Don't talk nonsense, Al. I just had lunch. It was really an accident. In that case, wouldn't it be fine if we buried it? The girl also reacted at this time and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, however, said with a serious face, wasting food. No, polluting the environment. So why don't we just leave it here? Sis, you don't want your mom to see you either, do you? The girl thought about it for a moment, and it didn't really seem like there was anything she could do. The only way to do that is to eat the fish and just do a straight-up destruction. Well, let's just eat it, shall we? The girl tentatively looked toward Lu Chen and the photographer. Actually, we've already had lunch and we're not really hungry. The photographer scratched his head. He was still a little embarrassed at the thought of eating the fish released by his sister. That's just it. It's to help you, to begrudgingly help you destroy your body, Al. Although Lu Chen said so on his lips, his body had already very honestly put the fish into the plastic bag, constantly urging the two. Hurry up and keep up, you guys. Don't you know that fish should be eaten fresh? Saying that, Lu Chen was full of excitement as he carried the plastic bag and ran outside the park. Brother, wait for me. I think the fish is better steamed. The photographer stood in place and pondered for a while, then shouted after Lu Chen. The girl froze in place as she looked at the backs of the two men. always feeling as if her fish had died in a murder rather than an accident. Inside some fly tavern in the neighborhood, Lu Chen directly took the fish and found the owner within the small restaurant. After explaining the purpose of the visit, the big head carp in a plastic bag was turned into a steamed fish and served on the table for a processing fee of only $20. A couple more plates of gazpacho with beer, and life was good. It's really good. Where did you get this fish? It's so good. Lu Chen drank a can of ice-cold beer with the fish, and immediately felt permeable, then turned his head to look at the sister. Sis, do you have anything else to release next time? Remember to contact me. Girl. The girl looked at Lu Chen, who looked serious, and suddenly felt that the little turtle she had just released had escaped. If this had been a snapper, it would probably have been carried to the dinner table just like the big head carp. The photographer was equally elated that he finally didn't have to eat potatoes anymore. Sister, can you release a cow next time? I suddenly want to eat beef. The girl covered her head helplessly and looked at the two men in front of her, her heart filled with remorse. What in the world have I gotten wrong to ask you guys to help me with my release? Hi, it's fate to meet each other. Let's have a few drinks. Lu Chen held up his beer and looked at the girl, indicating that he should not care about the minutiae. The girl was still a bit unresponsive and held up her beer a bit restlessly. I can't drink. That's great. Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to do it. Upon hearing this, the photographer almost let the fish splinter on the sidelines. Ahem. Brother, it's still live. Why are you saying what's in your heart? Girl. The girl was a little embarrassed, and as an afterthought, she looked at the camera over the photographer's shoulder and couldn't help but wonder, are you guys anchors? Chapter 28, The Saint of Lovers Meets the God of Gamblers. When Lu Chen heard the sister's question, he also took the opportunity to tell the sister about his status as a contestant. The girl was not the least bit surprised by this. After all, she saw it early on, too. What sane person wouldn't have a photographer behind them all the time? Lu Chen held up the beer in his hand and looked deeply at the sister in front of him with affection. Honestly, sister, do you believe in love at first sight? The girl shook her head decisively, not taking the bait at all. I honestly don't believe it. Actually, I don't believe it either. Mainly because I can't think of a word to replace love at first sight. Girl, the photographer was thunderstruck. Brother, how many times have I said? Where is the live broadcast? Don't speak your heart out. Pay attention to your persona. Cut the crap. Here's 20. Don't come back tonight. Go stay at the internet cafe. Brother, I'm a photographer with an ethical work ethic, and it's my duty to follow you around all day. Cut the crap. Here's 500. You think you can buy my morals for 500? At least 600. The girl stared daggers at the two men who spoke, silently honoring her dead big chub. How's that? Tasty, isn't it? This is the time of year when the meat of this fish is the most flavorful and delicious. Lu Chen looked at his sisters enjoying herself and suddenly probed his head, his mouth grinning. The girl blushed, a little ashamed to admit it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just taking a moment of silence for it. Lu Chen didn't dismantle the sister and just said to himself, next time, let our mom release some crayfish, green onions, ginger, cooking wine or something. That stuff is also delicious. The girl subconsciously nodded, just about to agree, but snapped back to her senses and looked at Lu Chen with a wary expression. Onion, ginger, wine, whatever. No one's going to let it go, are they? Shouldn't that be a rebuttal to our mom? Hearing this, the girl fell silent. The photographer on the side was surprised by Lu Chen's maneuver. Brother, you still know how to do this? The audience in the live broadcast room, too, exclaimed in unison. I'm going. Luck is a real expert in picking up girls. Luck will talk more if he can talk. If you can't, publish a book. I'll definitely buy it. I originally thought that Luck was just a simple sex maniac, but I didn't realize that Luck was actually a lover. How can Luck be so good at picking up girls? I suggest opening a VIP viewing area. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Lu Chen grabbed a pair of sieve cups from somewhere and looked at the sister in front of him. Let's play craps. Just drink less if you lose. The photographer looked at Lu Chen, who was close to writing his heart on his face, and the corner of his mouth twitched, somewhat helplessly. Brother, you're so good at this. The abacus beads are crashing into my face. However, to the crowd's surprise, the sister picked up the sieve cup that Lu Chen handed over and said with some embarrassment, I haven't played it much, probably not too much. It's okay. I'll teach you this one as long as you yell louder than me. Lu Chen briefly explained the rules, and the girl just nodded her head as if she understood them. Tell you what, let's try one first and show you how to play. Lu Chen took the sieve cup and started shaking it, and the girl also took the sieve cup in front of her and shook it like Lu Chen. Wow! Wow! With the sound of a dull sieve cup colliding with the table, the two men looked at the sieve cup in front of them in unison. Lu Chen looked at the sieve in front of him, and there were 3 sixes and 5 sieves. Then he revealed a confident smile and shouted with confidence, 4 sixes. The girl slowly uncovered her own sieve with both hands, looking very rusty, and after a moment's slight reflection, cried out, the 5 ones. Hearing this, Lu Chen directly lifted his sieve cup and looked at the sister in a serious tone of voice and taught, look, I don't have a single one here. The odds are high that you'll lose by calling 5 ones yourself. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, he saw the sister uncover the lid of the sieve cup, and 5 sieves stood neatly in the sieve cup like skyscrapers. Each sieve is arranged neatly with the one side up. I think it's called a column, isn't it? The girl scratched her head and looked at Lu Chen with some uncertainty. Lu Chen, sigma, degree, shock.jpg. Lu Chen was on the verge of being shocked out of his emoticon by the scene in front of him, and the smug smile on his face came to an abrupt end. This must be luck. Lu Chen shook his head with some disbelief and drank the can of beer in front of him. The girl's face was a bit difficult, and she tried towards Lu Chen. Why don't we just stop playing? I seem to be a bit out of my element with this game. No, I don't believe you can still win this time. At this time, Lu Chen, already a little on the head, directly grabbed a hand in front of the sieve cup began to shake up. The girl was equally silent as she shook her sieve cup. Clang! A dull thud came as the sieve cup snapped heavily to the tabletop and the dust settled. Lu Chen glanced at the sieve cup in front of him, and 4 of the 5 dice were all ones. He looked to the sister not far away, with some hesitation in his mind. If I had shouted 4 ones myself, although he could guarantee that he wouldn't lose this round, the girl most likely wouldn't open herself, but would continue to raise the stakes, and the initiative might not be with him then. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's heart crossed and he directly shouted, 5-1. In this way, the sister there can't lose with just 1-1 herself. Besides, if the girl wanted to keep yelling, she would have to start with a bigger yell than 5-1. Either way, this round is undefeated on its own. Before Lu Chen could be complacent, something unexpected happened. The girl didn't even look at her own sieve cup before she turned to Lu Chen. Drive you. The photographer watching the battle from the sidelines helplessly covered his forehead. The girl did operate like a newcomer who didn't know how to do anything at all. Sister what kind of person opens a person at the beginning? This situation should continue to call. Before the photographer could finish, the girl unveiled her sieve. This time the sieves were not stacked vertically, but in a horizontal row of 6s. I'm 5 6s and no ones. Photographer, Lu Chen. Looking at the 2 confused people in front of her, the girl pestled her head and gave a quiet smile. Drink! Lu Chen looked at the 5 6s neatly arranged in the sister's sieve cup, could not help but swallow a mouthful of water, and once again took out a can of beer and dried it up in one gulp. Again! 5 6s. 6 6s. I'll be 1. Open you. 5 for me. Drink up. After a few rounds of this, the table was full of beer cans. In just half an hour, Lu Chen had witnessed all kinds of bridges in the movie, and the girl in front of him was even able to shake the dice. He looked at the sister in front of him with a horrified face, his tone trembling slightly. I thought you didn't know how to drink. It's true that I don't know how to drink, but I didn't say I couldn't play dice. Chapter 29. Let go of the girl. Let me do it. The viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed the whole thing and were shocked beyond words. I'm going. Luck has run into the god of gamblers, hasn't he? I've changed my mind. I'm going to worship a sister and go to Oshima to become the god of gamblers. This movie can't even pull off something like this, can it? Who the hell is this girl? Luck. You've got to let the girl publish a book. If I had this skill, I'd go directly to Oshima to become the god of gamblers. Later, Lu Chen was almost carried out of the fly bistro by the photographer. By now it was nearing evening, and as a taxi driver Lu Chen, drinking so much alcohol that certainly cannot drive. After parting with the girl again, the photographer took Lu Chen back inside the park, planning to take a walk around the lake to sober up. The two stood together at the edge of the lake, gazing at the afterglow of the setting sun lightly spilling over the surface, reflecting the lotus flowers. A different kind of beauty. I can't tell you how long it's been since I've seen a sunset, and no matter how hurried and unsatisfactory life has been, you can't forget the beauty along the way. The photographer lamented while looking at Lu Chen. Brother, you're looking mesmerized. You think so too, don't you? Lu Chen blushed slightly and said somewhat vaguely, there is a beautiful girl over there, staring at me for a long time. You quickly get out of the way. Do not stop me to see the girl. Photographer. The photographer followed Lu Chen's line of sight and was surprised to find a girl standing across the lake. However, the clothes she was wearing, why did she feel a bit familiar? Brother, that seems to be the girl who released the baby before, right? The photographer couldn't help but be a little confused. The girl in the distance seemed to be in some kind of trouble, surrounded by 3 or 5 big men. The big bald man at the head was full of fury. and looked like he must be at least 1 meter 8 or so, with an incredibly strong body. Both arm muscles were so high and bulging that they were almost as high as the roots of a normal person's thighs. To top it off, there was a scar that ran across the back of the head on the bald head that was reflective enough to warrant the grim attention. The little brothers behind the big man are also incomparably sturdy and lanky, and the thinnest ones look like they must weigh at least 189 pounds. The girl was surrounded in the center, looking a bit embarrassed, as if she was arguing with the bald man in front of her about something. The photographer's face couldn't help but change as he looked at Lu Chen on the side. Brother, it's not good. Sister seems to be in trouble. Lu Chen also saw the image of the bald hulk surrounding the girl, and directly headed in the girl's direction, wobbling over. How can this famous scene of a hero rescuing a beauty be without me? Third child, why don't you follow me? The photographer saw this and hurried to follow. Just as he walked closer, Lu Chen saw the bald man at the head of the group pulling the sister's hand and viciously saying towards her, "No way. You have to come to my house today." The girl showed great resistance and wanted to break free from the bald man's hand, but her strength was too small to break free. When Lu Chen heard this, it was a big deal. Taking a step forward, he shouted at the bald man in front of him, "Beast, let go of that girl and let me." The sudden roar instantly made the bald man freeze, and Lu Chen took advantage of the bald man's frozen moment too. Straight away, he snatched the sister up and shielded her behind him. The bald man frowned slightly at the sight, and the scar on his head looked even more hideous. Turning to Lu Chen, he said viciously, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business." Lu Chen was intoxicated with alcohol, completely ignoring the size difference between the two parties in front of him, and incomparably domineeringly said, he meowed, "You dare to touch this old man's horse? I think you're tired of living." When the photographer on the side heard Lu Chen's words, his eyes widened, unable to help but swallow a mouthful of water. He looked at the bald and burly men in front of him, and then looked at Lu Chen. A trace of cold sweat surfaced on his forehead. There was some worry in Lu Chen's ear. "Brother, we're afraid we can't beat them, right?" Lu Chen blinked his eyes and whispered in a chesty voice, "Don't worry, I'm not drunk. I'll just scare these punks. They definitely won't dare to make a move anyway." "Really? That's not true. It's a society of law and order now." Before Lu Chen's words fell, the bald big man looked towards the sister behind Lu Chen with a sardonic smile on his face. "This skinny monkey is your boyfriend?" The words were full of disdain. When the photographer heard this, he also couldn't help but let out a cold laugh looking at the bald big man in front of him with a bland expression. "Ha! I think you don't know the heights of heaven. My brother is a serious 10th degree black belt and judo champion. Even 10 more of you wouldn't be enough to beat him. Back then, we two brothers joined forces and hacked our way from Simshasui to Causeway Bay. It was a bloody mess. Nicknamed the Black and White Twins." Perhaps seeing this confident look of the photographer, the burly men in front of him were really bluffed for a while. Even the bald big man at the head could not help but take a step back, looking at the two with a grave expression. You guys still cut up people?" When Lu Chen saw that the photographer had bluffed the gangsters, he was overjoyed and nodded his head in a hurry. Then he arrogantly pointed at the photographer and arrogantly said, "See this one beside me? Extrajudicial fanatic Zhang San. You guys have heard of him, right?" When the strong men present heard this, none of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Truly bluffed by Lu Chen and the photographer. Somewhat bewildered, he looked toward the big bald man at the head of the group, as if asking for his opinion. The bald big man did not move and made a wink, and the minions behind him looked grave as they surrounded towards Lu Chen's men. The photographer was still boasting about the camera over his shoulder, obscuring his view. "If it weren't for the fact that we brothers have recently washed our hands of the gold pot, just like you guys, in the past you would have been chopped up into meat paste by us long ago." Lu Chen looked at the burly men who gradually surrounded him. His complexion changed slightly, and he rushed at the photographer in a righteous manner. "Big brother, I'll leave these people to you to warm up. So little brother, I'll go ahead and prepare a banquet to receive you." After saying that, Lu Chen pulled his sister and ran away. "If I don't run, I'm afraid I'm going to have this group of burly men write orthography on the roots of my thighs." Photographer. When the photographer and the bald man heard this, they were also the first to react. "Arrest that Zhang San first." The bald big man at the head gave an order, and the surrounding minions swarmed around the photographer. He was just about to run away with the camera on his shoulder when he was seen with a mountain of strong men in front of him. Don't punch me in the face, okay? Soon the photographer experiences what it means to be full of big men. On the other side, Lu Chen pulled his sister and ran the fastest speed of his life. The girl behind her was tired and out of breath. Phew. Wait, don't you care about your friend? Chapter 30, Shooting the Man First, Capturing the Thief First. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the back of Lu Chen pulling the girl away and fell into silence in unison. A short silence was followed by a scream full of laughter. Muffled crying, I'm crying my eyes out. How can anyone be so old? No. Luck. Who did you learn that from? Is it so silky smooth? Originally I was supposed to be heartbroken for the photographer when he ran away. But why is it so funny? Photographer, you are noble. You are great. You pick up girls. Take me as a sacrifice? The photographer's mind is probably blown. How did he follow such an unreliable contestant? I've been professionally trained and generally never laugh unless I can help it. Ha 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 ha. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. And when Lu Chen, who was already far away, heard the sister's words, a trace of bewilderment could not help but appear on his face. Friend? What friends? I'm alone in the world. Where are my friends? Ha? Wasn't he just drinking with you? The girl dazedly pointed in the direction of the photographer and asked towards Lu Chen. The photographer, who was surrounded by burly men, looked towards Lu Chen's side with despair in his gaze. Lu Chen, perhaps sensing the photographer's gaze, silently averted his eyes to avoid locking himself with the photographer. Oh, we just met in passing. Lu Chen's tone was full of sighs. His heart was full of tangles, and he could only look at the photographer being pressed to the ground by the big men. The photographer was huddled on the ground, his hands shielding his head in death. His back, quite a bit thinner than the burly men's, was sympathetic. Lu Chen seemed to be unable to bear the sight of the photographer suffering, and turned his head away in dismay. At the moment his conscience is being tortured. Do you really feel bad about selling your teammates out like that? As much as it was like Lu Chen to help the photographer. But I'm afraid that it would be difficult to deal with such a group of big men just by himself. With these small arms and legs, it's probably going to be written all over the word positive. But it would be unethical to run away like that. After thinking for a long time, Lu Chen skillfully fished his phone out of his pocket and opened the small program. A wooden fish appeared on top of the phone screen, and with each tap on the screen, the phone made the sound of a tapping wooden fish. The girl looked at Lu Chen with some curiosity and wondered, "What are you doing?" "Shoo, quiet. I'm chanting to him," accompanied by the sound of a wooden fish being struck. Extremely rhythmic syllables came out of Lu Chen's mouth. "Girl, he's not dead yet. Isn't it a little early to be chanting?" "Not dead, but almost." Lu Chen didn't lift his head and replied. If the photographer was an ordinary person on the opposite side, Lu Chen might still have a glimmer of hope, but the opposite side is a group of big men who are as strong as bears. What can the photographer do but enjoy that feeling of being full of big men? The girl glanced at the chanting Lu Chen, sighed helplessly, and walked in the direction of the photographer's side. In that case, I'll go save him. It seemed that the girl's action stimulated Lu Chen. The electronic wooden fish in Lu Chen's hand knocked faster and faster, and his heart began to gradually stir up. Since the sister in front of him wasn't afraid, what else did he have to be afraid of? Lu Chen took a deep breath and pulled the sister. "You stay here and call the police. I'll go get him." Before the sister could react, Lu Chen picked up 2 stones from the side of the road, then darting in the direction of the big men, his eyes full of determination, he yelled at the burly men surrounding the photographer, "Let go of him. Come at me if you dare." Seeing Lu Chen, who was back again, the photographer was moved to tears and almost cried out, "Brother, I knew you'd come back to save me." The bald man looked at Lu Chen, who had gone and returned, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect that you'd be quite righteous and actually dare to come back." A face full of horizontal flesh combined with the hideous scar on his head was oppressive. Lu Chen didn't dare to act rashly even though he was holding a stone in his hand. Just raising the stone in his hand, he rushed at the big bald man in front of him viciously. "I'm warning you not to move. Later my brothers will be here. If you guys are sensible, then hurry up and leave. If you wait for my brothers to come, you won't be able to run away even if you want to." The bald man's face did not ripple when he heard this. Instead, he asked viciously at Lu Chen, "Kid, where's the little girl you just abducted? Give her to me and I'll give you this one." The bald man pointed to the photographer, who was lying on the ground, his shirt covered in dust, looking very wretched. It was obvious that he had just suffered a lot. Seeing the bald big man's thieving heart towards the sister, Lu Chen secretly poo-pooed it. Yet, it still promised to do so. "That's the deal. I'll give her to you and you give Zhang-san back to me." Of course, this is all just a reprieve. Naturally, he couldn't trade a girl for a photographer. If the sister fell into the hands of these punks, the end would definitely be worse than the photographer. Lu Chen was pondering a countermeasure in his head. That's when the unexpected happened. Save. The girl came over at some point and just beckoned out a word. The bald man then reacted. "Help!" The bald big man hurriedly shouted to the little brothers behind him. The minions behind him instantly stormed off, running in the direction of the sister, and Lu Chen read the meaning of that word of the sister. This girl is clearly trying to use herself to save the photographer. In that case, I will also never fail the opportunity you have created. Lu Chen looked serious and gripped the stone in his hand. Now there's only one way to save both the photographer and the girl. That is, tackle. Lu Chen's eyes slightly condensed as his gaze locked toward the bald man. With that, his body swept forward violently and raised the stone in his hand high. The bald big man's attention was on the sister, and he didn't even pay attention to Lu Chen, who was darting towards him with a stone. Clang! A sound like a metal collision stirred in midair. The bald man's head sank directly, and a hot liquid seemed to flow down his cheeks from the top of his head. The heavens and earth spun, covering his head and half kneeling. Lu Chen took this opportunity to rush to lock the big man in a two-handed hold and shouted at the big man's minions. Nobody move. I have your boss's life in my hands. The muscular men who surrounded towards the girl froze in unison. How could they not have imagined that Lu Chen had actually sneak attacked the bald man? Even the girl, who was surrounded by the muscular men. When she saw the scene, she was scared and hurriedly shouted, "Second uncle." Chapter 31, A world where only photographers get hurt, reached. The girl ran towards Lu Chen's direction despite everything. The muscular men around them were still in shock and completely forgot to stop the girl. The girl's gaze caressed the bald man's wound with concern, then looked at Lu Chen with a rather grudging look and complained, "He's my second uncle. What are you doing? Second uncle?" Hearing this, Lu Chen directly froze in place, and his CPU was burning. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also wide-eyed at this time. What's going on? Shouldn't it be the hero who saves the beauty? How come the villain has become the sister's second uncle? This bald guy is my sister's second uncle? What happened in the beginning? That's right, that bald guy even told Lu not to mind his own business. Sister, if you're threatened, blink. No. Isn't it true that they rounded you up and were going to forcefully tie you home? Lu Chen hadn't reacted yet and looked at the sister and stammered a little. The girl covered her forehead helplessly and began to explain. That's because my second uncle insisted that I go to their house for dinner today, pulling me down and not letting me go. So then that they still somehow beat up Zhang San? My second uncle's family are all police officers. As soon as they hear you bragging about being wanted criminals, some kind of extrajudicial maniacs, then it's definitely going to be arrested. I just wanted to explain, but I ended up being dragged away by you. When Lu Chen heard the girl's explanation, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water and looked at the muscular men behind the girl. So they are. It's my cousin. The girl covered her head helplessly. Beating her to death, she would never have imagined that things would actually go this way. Lu Chen thought that his sister was being harassed by the big man, so he ran over to save her. As a result, my second uncle came running up to me with two men who smelled of alcohol and looked like they were looking for a fight. These two people also said that the mouth high what they hacked from Tsim Sha Sui to Causeway Bay. Being retired police officers, uncle and cousins naturally subconsciously want to arrest Lu Chen and the photographer. The girl was just about to open her mouth to explain, but she was pulled away by Lu Chen. When the second uncle's family saw their sister taken away, they naturally took their anger out on the remaining photographers. What happens next is that each side thinks the other is the bad guy and wants to save the day. As a result, Lu Chen was overlooked, which led to such a farce. Lu Chen and the muscular men, who had finished understanding the causes and consequences of the incident, had their mouths open at the moment and froze in place in unison. Afterward, Lu Chen looked towards the bald man sitting on the park steps covering his head. Showing a coy smile, he looked a little embarrassed and said, "Second uncle. Second uncle. It's really a case of a family not recognizing a family after a big flood." The bald man covered his head and glanced coldly at Lu Chen, ignoring him, just looking to the photographer beside him, who was also sitting on the steps recuperating from his injuries. He reconfirmed, "So you really aren't wanted criminals, and you're simply called Zhang San?" Well, the photographer was now sitting curled up on the steps like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law, her bowels reeling with remorse. If only he hadn't been so cheap as to play that pussy, the girl wouldn't be pulled away by Lu Chen, and the girl would be able to explain to these muscular men without being pulled away. Explain yourself and you won't be brutally beaten on the ground by them as if you were treated like a wanted criminal. At that thought, the photographer raised his hand and was just about to give himself two big slaps on this mouth, but stopped suddenly, thinking of something. Nope, if he and Lu Chen hadn't been drinking in the first place, wouldn't they have been misunderstood by the bald man from the very beginning? If you go back further, it's the fish that the sister released? The photographer, who had figured it all out, slapped his thighs with immense remorse. Release, harming people. The bald big man sighed helplessly and stood up looking at Lu Chen with a grudging gaze. Since this is the case, we are also considered to be not fighting. For the sake of your kid's bravery, I will not pursue the rest. The bald man waved his hand at Lu Chen in a very atmospheric manner, indicating that he would not pursue the matter any further. After all, it really counts. Lu Chen had given him a scoop. If he wanted to blackmail him for 100,000 or 80,000, It would not be an easy task. The big bald man led the muscular men behind him to get up and pack their things, ready to leave. As if he had remembered something, he looked somewhat oddly toward Lu Chen and the sister behind him. Say, how did you guys meet? Hi. It started with a fate that had to be told. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, the sister covered his mouth. The girl's face was a bit unnatural as she smiled at the bald man and said, "We just met while walking around the park. Nothing special." If the bald man knew that he had let Lu Chen eat the released fish, he would most likely be scolded for going back today. Yeah. Hiccup. Lu Chen nodded his head while burping. Even though it's close to evening now, that fish is just too big to be digested by now. The bald man frowned as his eyes traveled back and forth between the sister and Lu Chen, scrutinizing the relationship between the two. Alas, I'm old too, so I don't care about you young people. Remember to come over for dinner sometime. The big bald man sighed and left the park with the muscular men behind him. The girl turned back, her watery eyes, gazing at Lu Chen in front of her. Want to add a wiki? Saying this, the girl's face was flushed red and cute. The old colorful critics in the live broadcast room began to wail when they saw this. I can't stand it. Lu, this tease means is also too high. Hit the sister uncle. The sister also took the initiative to add his prestige. Brother Lu, you should really publish a book. I've realized that chasing a girl means beating up the other guy's uncle first, and that's a waste of learning. I'm done. Lu brother, you have to think carefully before you strike. That girl, but there is a uncle who looks like a wanted criminal, and a group of muscle man brother. If you slagged her, surely you have to be hung up by them to write the correct word on the ass. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Lu got the girl's contact info, and as a result, only the world of photographers getting hurt was reached. After the two added wizards, the girl did not know whether she was shy or how, and her blushing face fled. On his way out, he didn't forget to wave goodbye to Lu Chen. My name is Chen Yi. I'm a psychiatrist. Remember to find me for a chat ow. With that, only Lu Chen and the photographer were left on the steps of the park again. The photographer who saw this scene gazed grudgingly towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen gets the girl's contact info and the audience gets a laugh. Just the fact that he really wanted to save the day and somehow ended up getting his ass kicked, not to mention the fact that the whole thing was actually a big oops. Physical injuries can be recovered with a few days of rest, but who is going to make up for the wounds in the heart? Thinking of this, the photographer grumbled at Lu Chen. You pick up girls and take me as a favor. Brother, I don't care. The next girl I meet, I must be allowed to hit on her. Chapter 32, Lu Chen, do you want face? Okay. Next time there's a girl for you to hit on. Okay. Lu Chen waved his hand helplessly, opened the car door and sat on the driver's seat. The cameraman also carried the camera and sat in the passenger seat as the two prepared to start the car and leave. Instead, there was a rustling sound from the back row. A little confused, the two men turned their heads and looked backward. A little girl who looked to be 5 or 6 years old was found sitting in the back. The little girl had short black hair, a little pink dress, and a cute round face. Seeing Lu Chen and the photographer, a hint of doubt flowed out of his big eyes, and his voice was incomparably childish. Daddy. These words immediately made Lu Chen and the photographer's jaws drop. The crowd in the live broadcast room also let out a gasp in unison. I'm going. Luck is having such a big baby already? Isn't this the photographer's kid? Doesn't he look 4 or 5 years old? The photographer didn't even turn 18 before he had a child? I don't think so. What's with all the kids all of a sudden? Sanur, you have such a big baby? You, don't talk nonsense. Isn't this child yours? Lu Chen and the photographer looked horrified and looked at each other. Both of them were young men in their 20s, so naturally they were taken aback by the little girl's voice of daddy. The two looked at each other in silence for a while before Lu Chen slowly spoke. This isn't supposed to be a lost child, is it? The little girl's skirt had some traces of dirt on it, obviously having been out for quite some time, and there was a bruise on the little girl's ankle, as if it had been caused by accidentally breaking her foot. Lu Chen decided to ask about the situation first, leaving such a young child out there alone. If you meet a trafficker, the consequences are unimaginable. Lu Chen turned around, his voice as gentle as possible. Little friend, why are you in my car? Can't you find your way home? The little girl looked up, her big innocent eyes twinkling. No, didn't you bring me here? I brought you here? Lu Chen was thunderstruck, speechless by the little girl's words. Looking at the little girl with this innocent look, he actually began to doubt himself. Is it possible that you were really drunk and brought a small child from some family to the car? That's not right. I'm not even drunk. I'm conscious. Lu Chen looked towards the little girl with some doubt and continued. Then you know the way home? Uncle will take you back. The little girl just shook her head with wide, innocent eyes. This time, it was Lu Chen's turn to be in trouble. Lu Chen scratched his head. a little overwhelmed by the little girl who suddenly appeared in the car. Then he looked aside to the photographer. Sanner, didn't you say that next time there's a girl for you to hit on? Now there is, you'll play with her for a while. I'll go down and make a phone call. The photographer couldn't help but freeze when he heard this, pointing to himself and then to the little girl behind him. Brother, do little girls count? Why don't you count? Cut the crap and take care of her. Lu Chen gave the photographer a blank look, opened the car door and stepped out of the rental, dialing up the police. The photographer and the little girl were left staring at each other in the car. The photographer's face twitched with a slightly unnatural expression. As an only child, he obviously had no experience in dealing with children, speaking with a hint of a trill. How old are you, little sister? The little girl sat in the car and broke her fingers, then held out 4. The photographer looked at the little girl's outstretched fingers and feigned surprise. Wow, you can count at 4 years old. Amazing. The little girl cocked her head and looked toward the photographer. Can't you, brother, count at 4? The innocent tone was full of innocence, but sincere words often hurt the most as well. The little girl's words were like a sharp arrow plunged into the photographer's heart. The photographer's face had an awkward expression, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. The little girl looked serious when she saw the photographer in this state. Mommy says some kids are different from us. They can't count at 4 years old. Are you the special little kid mommy talks about, uncle? Photographer. No, I'm not. The photographer was silent for a while before he tried to get up and open his mouth in defense, but it was too late, and the little girl looked at the photographer with pity on her face. Pulling a candy out of her little pink dress, she handed it to the photographer. Here's your candy. Mommy says to share good things with special little kids. The photographer glanced at the innocent expression on the little girl's face, then at the candy in her hand, and froze a little for a moment. Then with a helpless sigh, he took the candy from the little girl. Thanks, Shay. The photographer, with a complicated expression on his face, took the candy from the little girl's hand, which was equivalent to acquiescing to the matter. The viewers in the live room were already laughing when they heard it. Photographer, yes, I am. Laughing and crying, the photographer is playing me, right? I was asked the same thing last time. Ha ha ha. The photographer probably doesn't know much about getting along with kids, and the kids can't tell that it's a compliment. This little girl is here to return the favor, isn't she? I can't believe she's so well behaved. You guys are trying to trick me into having a girl, right? Both boys and girls are the same. Don't discriminate against boys upstairs, Al. Are you ashamed to say that with an ID that says I hope it's a girl? I didn't say I wanted the baby to be a girl. Asterisk. Is a woman in drag? Outside the cab, Lu Chun with a melancholy face and a huazi in his mouth was dialing the police. The call connected in less than 3 seconds, and a pleasant female voice came from the other end. Hello, Spirit Bridge Road Police Station. What can I do for you, Uncle Policeman? I have a little girl here who can't seem to find her way home. Please, is it somewhere we'll have a patrol car pick it up and contact her family? The voice on the other end of the phone cut off, and Lu Chen glanced at his cell phone and realized that there was less than 1% of power left. There's a park here. Lu Chen looked around the neighborhood and didn't find the name of the park. Surprisingly, he couldn't explain where he was for a moment, so he simply said to the other end of the phone, I can't tell where this is. I'll just send her straight to the police station. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen's cell phone turned off due to lack of power. Lu Chen knows where this police station is, and it's only about half an hour away by car. He was going to turn the little girl over to the police first. After smoking huazi and waiting for the smell of smoke to dissipate from his body, Lu Chen sat back in the car, looking at what the photographer was chewing in his puffy cheeks. Lu Chen couldn't help but be a little curious. What are you eating? Sugar. That little girl gave it to me. The photographer didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and pointed directly at the little girl behind him and said. When Lu Chen heard this, his face couldn't help but look a little disgusted. Ugh, you eat all the candy from little girls. You have no face. But, I'll be gone for 5 minutes. Is your relationship that good? Chapter 33, Photographer, I have your daughter. It's not like the photographer did nothing but eat the little girl's candy for those 5 minutes. He asked for the phone number of the little girl's mom, and went to a nearby convenience store to buy some snacks and gauze to simply treat the little girl's injuries. Following the little girl's story, the photographer quickly dialed the little girl's mother's number. A somewhat haggard female voice came from across the room. Hello? Who is this? The photographer chewed on the little girl's candy in his mouth and was furious at how long such a cute kid had been out there. With an ankle injury, this is a really bad parenting job. As soon as he thought of this, the photographer's face immediately turned cold, and his attitude was rather harsh, saying, You're a mom. Don't you see what's missing? The caller froze, then spoke in a somewhat agitated tone. Is it my daughter? When the photographer heard this, his brows tightened even more. What kind of mom is this? Why is she still so excited about losing her daughter? Just so you know, she's here with me now. How is she? Is she okay? At the same time, inside a certain villa in Fuli Shaozhu in Jiangnan City, a richly dressed noblewoman's face was covered in haggardness, looking like she hadn't slept in days. Upon hearing the news about his daughter, he stood up excitedly. Then he seemed to be dizzy from the lack of sleep over the past few days and held onto the wall. The photographer glanced at the bruise on the little girl's ankle, so badly swollen that it looked like she couldn't even walk, and her attitude worsened. Good, you can't even walk. Is that good? Hearing this, the noblewoman almost fell to the ground. Still, years of experience in business forced her to calm down. Speaking to the other end of the phone, he said, "Take care of my daughter for as much money as you want." Hearing this, the photographer broke his defense on the spot. What kind of attitude does this woman have? She can't even take care of her own daughter and she's condescending enough to ask a stranger to take care of her? The photographer held back the anger in his heart and said without a word, "I want $1 million. Will you give it to me? If you still want your daughter, do it yourself." When the words came to this point, the photographer couldn't help but freeze, and then looked at Lu Chen who was on the side. "Brother, where is this? This? I don't know. It's not written on it either. Isn't it her own daughter lost where she doesn't know herself?" Lu Chen's impression of the little girl's mother at the moment was as bad as the photographer's. The little girl's feet were broken, so she definitely couldn't walk far. Parents who don't know where they lost their own children are really a bit of a misfit. At the thought, the photographer was likewise incredibly angry. "You don't know where you lost your own child. Come to the place where the child was lost. Remember to bring me 50. I just bought gauze for her wounds." Originally, the photographer did not want to pursue the $50, but after hearing this attitude from the girl's mother, feeling very strongly that I need to get the 50 back. Good. As long as you keep her safe, money and everything is fine. I'll go get the money now. The noblewoman hurriedly nodded her head in agreement. As long as she kept her daughter from suffering anymore, $500,000 would not be difficult for her. The photographer hung up somewhat angrily, couldn't help but spit at Lu Chen. "It's only $50, and she's going to fetch it. So what's the point of pretending to be broad, and letting me take care of her for as much as I want? Maybe it's because I'm concerned. But this parenting is indeed a bit less responsible." At that thought, the photographer seemed to snap out of his chair as he remembered something. "Brother, I remember. That little girl has a red mark on her ankle. This bruise seems to have been pinched. It's not possible that this family still abuses their children." Originally, when the photographer heard the little girl's words, he thought that the mother had educated the little girl quite well. After a phone call with her mother, though, the photographer shifted his perspective. Maybe it's some kind of tiger mom or wolf dad or something, where the kid makes a mistake and doesn't say anything, but just beats him up. After hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen also nodded his head slightly, feeling that the photographer had a point. Better send the little girl to the police first? Originally, if the little girl's mom had come to pick up the little girl, he wouldn't have bothered to run to the police station. But after hearing the photographer's inference, Lu Chen felt it was very likely and couldn't help but nod his head and start the car. The viewers who had witnessed the whole process of the call were also discussing it at the moment. What kind of mother is this? She's not even worried about losing her own child. That's not right. I don't know why the photographer said that, but it's not right. What's going on? The photographer's tone is too impulsive. It sounds like she wants to kidnap, but the mother is not a good bird. She is not at all anxious about the loss of her own child, and it's okay to scare her so that she will know to watch her child. On the other hand, Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau. A cold, aristocratic woman and a row of policemen were sitting in the conference room. The chief looked at the officers in the conference room with a grim expression. This trafficker is driving a cab with a set of license plates, and has changed 15 license plates in 3 days. And the last one photographed is Zhang AE 86945. According to our professional investigation, this would be a pretty skilled veteran, specializing in kidnapping rich people's children, and so vicious that they will brutalize hostages before they even start demanding ransom. With that said, the police officers in the room all looked at the noblewoman in the conference room. The noblewoman looked a little sad and nodded in pain. "My daughter, she has gotten her leg broken." Hearing this, the police officers present were incredibly moved, and a young policewoman next to the noblewoman patted her shoulder comfortingly. "Sister Chin, don't worry. Hope will definitely be able to just get out." The surrounding police officers also spoke up and comforted the noblewoman. It looked like she was very familiar with the noblewoman. The director stood in front of the large screen in the conference room and sighed, looking somewhat helplessly at the noblewoman. You know this Hope has this disease. Why do you still let her go out to play every day? It's been lost 3 times this month, and the first couple of times a kind person helped bring it back. This time it's all about the traffickers from the next province roaming here and still letting her out. The noblewoman couldn't raise her head at the comment, just gripping her skirt hard with both hands and sobbing. She said she wanted to go out and see the sights and didn't want to be cooped up all day. So I took her out, said the noblewoman, lowering her head somewhat. Seeing this, the chief couldn't say anything to the younger police officer beside him. Xiao Jiang, take a team of plainclothesmen and catch the kidnappers for me at the first opportunity when the deal is done. Little Wang, you go inform the traffic police to set up barricades at the nearby intersections for me, and make sure to catch him today. Chapter 34, How many 8s are there? In Jiangnan City, a sky blue cab sped down the road. Lu Chen hummed a little song in his mouth and drove leisurely. Instead, a roar was violently heard outside the window. Boom! A taxi that was not too different from Lu Chen's car changed lanes illegally from the right side. If it wasn't for Lu Chen's timely braking, I'm afraid he would have crashed directly into it. I'm ing meowing. Can you drive? Is this place where you can change lanes? Lu Chen, who was forced to stop by the other party's illegal lane change, was furious and looked at the rental road in front of him. The photographer, on the other hand, stared with a frown on his face at the cab that was fading away. Hurriedly, he turned to Lu Chen and said, "Brother, look at the license plate of that cab." License plate? Is it any of your favorite teacher's work? Lu Chen was a bit puzzled and followed the photographer's gaze toward the distance. After seeing the license plate of that car, Lu Chen froze. Several 8s? That's a ing license plate, isn't it? The license plate of the cab was several 8s. It's a proper license plate car. No wonder it dares to be so arrogant. So it's a license plate car. Brother, quickly follow that car. The photographer immediately pulled the phone out of his pocket and prepared to call the police. A few short seconds later, the call was answered. Hello, Spirit Bridge Road Police Station. What can I do for you? This time a slightly greenish male voice came from the other end of the line. The photographer, phone in hand, hurriedly said, "Hey police uncle, I want to call the police. I've encountered a car with a license plate on the road, and he broke the law and almost hit us. What is the location and what is the license plate number? Please? Just north of Spirit Bridge Road. The license plate is several 8s. How many 8s? Several 8s. The caller froze for a moment, then asked, how many 8s? Anyway? The photographer knew that the other party had misunderstood and defended himself helplessly. The license plate number is just several 8s. The person on the other end of the line was also a little annoyed by the photographer's comment. You kids aren't here to cause trouble, are you? How many 8s is the license plate number? Photographer. Forget it, police uncle. I'm not reporting it. Photographer is now considered completely see out. Why the other side dare to be so arrogant? Set this glance can be seen out of the fake license plate. There's no way to report this for us sake. The audience in the live broadcast room was happy to see the cameraman and the police marshmallows chatting across the scene. Police Uncle Dan, how many 8s? Photographer, several 8s. Laughing and crying, I'm laughing my ass off. That license plate car across the street is really just a couple of 8s. If the cameraman hadn't called the police, I would have suspected it was scripted. How could they both be so funny? It's too strange that the other party dares to set up a license plate in the city so recklessly, isn't it? In the middle of the live broadcast room, there were also quite a few viewers who discovered a hint of clues. Who in his right mind would have the guts to dare to run through the city with this kind of license plate, which is known to be fake at a glance? However, Lu Chen wouldn't think about that. He meows, if he dares to violate the law today, he will break the law tomorrow. We must catch him today. Little sister, sit still. Uncle take you to catch the bad guys. Lu Chen glanced at the little girl behind him and said. Lu Chen, who possessed the God Rider skill, was not at all vain of the said car in front of him, and directly followed that said car to make a sharp turn. With a push of the gas, the sky blue cab arced down the road. A crisp drift dead ends behind the setter. 3 children, tell him that the car row is the Chinese character several 8s is now in the west section of Lingxia North Road. I guess this car is to go out of the city, Lu Chen said to the photographer as he drove the car. It's about 10 p.m., but there aren't many cars on the road. Both sides were traveling very fast, speeding down the road at close to 100 yards. The setter also seemed to realize that the cab behind him was following him dead on. Several sharp turns came in quick succession, trying to shake the cab off behind them. But the rental behind him was like a dog's paw, sticking to itself. Grass, you just accidentally left his car alone? Why are you being so careful? Inside the set of cars, an unkempt bearded middle-aged man was looking at the cab following him and cursing. The man pressed the gas pedal to the floor, intending to use his acceleration to shake off the other man on this straight stretch of road. A roar like a thunderous boom emanated from the engine of the setter. The loud noise echoed through the air in an instant, igniting the entire silent night sky. The sound of cutting through the air came out, and the whole car rushed out like a bullet. Whoosh! Humph! I've got a specially modified car. Do you really think it's that crappy cab? The man who had increased the horsepower of his car to 180 sat in the driver's seat, uncontrollably pleased with himself. This car of his was a work of his own, and in terms of speed alone, it was no less than a number of sports cars. It is also thanks to his car that he has been able to turn the situation around several times. That piece of dash asterisk 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 cab trying to catch up with itself? Ha! Go eat dust. The man couldn't help but sneer at the thought, then looked toward the rearview mirror. He froze when he saw the sky blue cab behind him like a nightmare, like a shadow, still following him. No, it can't be. How can a broken cab run so fast? The man's face was full of disbelief. Inside the cab, Lu Chen looked indifferent, holding the steering wheel with one hand, his face full of easy composure. That's about as good as I was back in the day when I drove deliveries. He doesn't really think he can get rid of me, does he? A set of license plate cars still dare to dump my car. When the time comes to see you into the police station, still don't. Lu Chen's eyes deadlocked on the set car in front of him, and the gas pedal had long been pressed to the bottom. The roar of the engines continued to echo over the city, and the surrounding vehicles were reduced to a mere accompaniment. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also incredibly shocked when they saw the scene of the two racing. You're racing in the city. Brother Lu really isn't that bad. This is almost 180. Be careful, Luck still accidentally said out of his heart. It is because the set car don't his car to arrest him. Funny. Luck's car is delivering tofu, isn't it? You can drive up to 180 in the city. If I give you a sports car, you'll really take off. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Inside the suite of cars, the man was surprised at just how Lu Chen had managed to catch up though. But there was no panic in his heart, for the road was about to come to an end. Out of the city, a bumpy, rugged mountain road was next. When the time comes, just dump them there. Soon the smooth and spacious main road came to an end. Trees and high cliffs loomed ahead. If you rush into this curvy mountain road at this speed, the slightest mishap is a powder. Chapter 35 Richie Rich, I feel like I'm mentally ill. Overlapping and winding mountain roads. The set of cars are moving forward at a very fast and nimble speed. The man sat in the car with a cruel smile on his face. I can't believe you won't slow down when you cross this mountain road. The man was immensely confident in his driving skills, perhaps having seen this day coming. He had practiced on this road no less than 100 times, and was incredibly familiar with every bend in the trail. Ahead is a succession of fivefold curves, with the view blocked by mountain peaks. If someone unfamiliar with the road had gone into the curve at that speed, they would have gone over the guardrail and into the cliff. A cruel smile spread across the man's lips at the thought. Blame yourself for being nosy. The man sidestepped slightly, jerked the wheel, and turned the first corner in a beautiful drift. This was followed by a quick return of the steering wheel in the opposite direction, as there was a second curve immediately ahead. Inside the sky blue cab, the photographer looked at the curve in front of him, his hands pulling the car grips with a deadly grip, and hurriedly shouted at Lu Chen, "Brother, slow down. There's a curve ahead." If Lu Chen rushed into the curve at this speed, he would most likely run out of the guardrail and fall into the cliff. But Lu Chen acted as if he hadn't heard this from the photographer, braking to death and then jerking the steering wheel. The car was off balance front to back and went straight into the corner with a dump. The sky blue body shook violently, and there was a harsh scraping sound as the tires rubbed violently against the road. Because of the friction of the tires, 2 deep tire tracks were left on the road. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen released the brakes and slammed on the gas, pulling up the handbrake to keep the tires locked, slamming the reverse wheel in a second drift and following the setter around the second corner. At the same time, Lu Chen just noticed that it was a succession of multiple major curves, and on the edge of a cliff. This type of bend is most likely to curve over the guardrail. Lu Chen, as a veteran driver with many years of experience, could tell at a glance exactly what the other party was up to. Ordinary people obviously don't have the guts to dare to count people out like that. The person driving the set car must be an outlaw. The 2 cars rushed out of the curve almost side by side, and when the man in the set car saw Lu Chen next to himself, his eyes went straight. He couldn't have imagined that Lu Chen would actually be able to accelerate inside this kind of curve and travel side by side with himself. Moreover, Lu Chen's face was incomparably bland, as if the multiple curves he had just made were not even half as difficult for him. The man was about to speak when he was interrupted by the photographer's yelling, "Brother, look ahead!" The photographer pointed to a red Ferrari in front of the 2 cabs and looked horrified. If they crashed into it at this speed, they would definitely end up in a car crash. The 2 cars, which had been close to sticking together, immediately separated to avoid the Ferrari. Swish, swish, nearly drove right up against the Ferrari. When the photographer saw this, he let go, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a long breath. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked beyond words by Lu Chen's and the set car's car skills. What the hell did I see? You guys are running the F1 championship, right? Don't tell me you're all racing drivers running for hire? On this 5 straight turns, ordinary people really can't get through. Besides, Lu is driving a taxi. From the difficulty of operation alone, I'm afraid the average racer can't reach this level of Lu. He even accelerated in the corners and came out directly alongside that set of cars. Why do I feel that red Ferrari looks familiar? Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Inside the red Ferrari, the rich kid stared in shock at the 2 cars that were sticking to him in the distance. Then he decisively pulled over and stopped the car, picked up the phone and called his personal physician. Doctor, I suspect I'm driving and hallucinating. Last time I saw a cab overtake my Ferrari by using a drain to take a corner, and now I've seen 2 overtake my Ferrari. On the other end of the line came the doctor's helpless voice. How many times have I told you? You're not hallucinating. Don't scare yourself. Are you trying to tell me that cabs can outrun Ferraris these days? Richie questioned at the other end of the line, then hung up angrily. The other side. Gangnam City Traffic Police Brigade Monitoring Center. The captain looked at the big screen in front of him with a serious face. There is no law. No law. How dare they put on a life and death show for me downtown? Do they have the law in their eyes? On the big screen was the image of 2 cabs speeding by. Even the advanced electronic probes on the road could only capture the remnants of the 2 vehicles. Enough to see how fast the 2 cabs were going. You have to know that this is the city. The speed limit of 60 yards in the city. The 2 people's speed is almost to 200. Especially since both cars were several times hard to add in and weave in and out of traffic with only 1 body space to spare. But wherever there is just the slightest mistake, it is bound to be a car wreck. This situation has seriously jeopardized public safety. But strangely enough, the 2 cars seem to be controlled by a computer. The control of distance, speed and body position for each overtake can only be described as flawless, although it looks incredibly dangerous and frightening. But both cars drove away from the city unharmed. The captain's face was grim, and his eyes were fixed dead center on the place on the screen where the 2 cars had disappeared. Bursting into a rage, he said, no matter where they run to, go catch them. Daring to brazenly race cars in the city, they're already committing a crime. Especially that set of license plates. Actually dare to set this kind of license plate. This is not a provocation to us. The police officer beside the captain stared carefully at Lu Chen's license plate for a while, then said, Captain, the other cab is also a rigged car, and the city just sent out a concurrence that there's a little kidnapped girl in the car. Hearing this, the captain became even more enraged. What else is going on here? There's a mountain road ahead. They can't run fast. Let's have our police officers take the newest car to chase these 2 cars. Never mind the wear and tear on your gear. Make sure you get me my people back. The police officer looked shocked, not expecting the stingy captain to be so generous this time. This car is the team's treasure. The captain has always been rare. This time the mountain road actually sent this car to go, obviously determined to save people back. The police officer saluted and looked serious. Yes, guaranteed to complete the mission. On the other hand, Jiangnan City Police Station. The chief's demeanor changed drastically when he received a phone call. Not good. That human trafficker seems to have realized something. It broke through our checkpoints in advance and escaped from the city. The noblewoman who was on her way to the park to make a deal with her suitcase sat down powerless and full of despair when she heard this. The situation was critical and the chief could not care less about the noblewoman. Hastily, he turned to the constable at his side. Notify the SWAT side to send out the helicopter gunship. The traffic police will send the latest equipment to assist, and the 3 parties will work together to ensure the safety of the hostages, no matter what. Half a minute later, a siren sounded on Lingxia North Road, Gangnam City. A police car, a motorcycle with flashing red and blue lights, traveled quickly down the road. The solid black helicopter gunships, following the police cars, flew in midair and together they headed out of the city. Chapter 36 Lu Chen, I'm really not being careful. Winding and rugged mountain roads, 2 sky blue cabs traveling side by side. The man in the middle of the set of cars, at this moment has long lost the viciousness before. Looking to the side of the rental that was close to his car, he was filled with helplessness. Bro, I was the one who drove the car wrong just now. Why don't we forget about it this time? You're chasing me up the hill. He didn't even think about it when he broke the law. He's done a lot of breaking the law and doesn't care about a single violation. But even if he had broken his head, he would never have imagined that such a violation would have annoyed Lu Chen. I can't believe I chased myself for over 20 kilometers and I still can't get rid of him. He was now on the verge of being tortured by Lu Chen. On the other hand, Lu Chen, who was on the opposite side of the table, was on cloud 9. As if he hadn't heard the words, he drove his own cab and kept pressing on to the set of cars on the side. The bodies of both sides had scraped together, a spark now and then under the violent collision at high speed. The photographer on the side saw the scene and was outright shocked. Brother, you don't want to run him over and force him to stop, do you? Not so much, not so much. We have kids in the car. The photographer also never expected that Lu Chen would actually want to use this method to force the other party to stop. Leaving aside the cost of repairing this rental damage, Lu Chen's extremely horrible vindictive mentality alone just let the photographer incomparably alarmed. The other party is nothing more than illegal. Don't stop Lu Chen's car. Lu Chen then wanted to go and hit someone to force the set of cars to stop. If he accidentally annoyed Lu Chen back there, would he just karma himself? A shiver ran down the photographer's spine at the thought. Likewise, the viewers in the live broadcast room also began to advise Lu Chen after seeing this scene. Look, not so much, not so much. People are not just a license plate? You're so messed up. You might get killed. That's right, there's a kid in the car. And road rage doesn't mean you have to run people over. Fearful.jpg, has Lu always been this vindictive? I've sprayed him in the live stream before. He won't come and hit me with his car too, right? After Lu Chen heard the photographer's words, he also knew that the other party had misunderstood and opened his mouth to explain. This man is 100% an outlaw, maybe some kind of fugitive, so we have to catch him. Aren't you thinking of me as too careful? How could I possibly run someone over for violating the law and don't own my car? Lu Chen gave the photographer a blank look, and the look of shock on the photographer's face dissipated quite a bit. However, it still seemed to be a bit uneasy, and tried at Lu Chen. Then you swear. I swear. I'm going to hit the other guy because he stopped my car for a traffic violation, and I'm not going to believe Chang. Photographer. Brother, you've played this stunt before. Oh, is that so? Then if I'm going to have to run people over because of that, I'll have my best friend and half-brother Zhang San's life reduced by 500 years, so I still owe you 400 years backwards. Do I? Or maybe 476 years? I'll your meow. I'm only 24 this year, so you're saying this is the year I'm going to die? After Lu Chen enlivened the atmosphere, the photographer seemed to be less nervous. Instead, he looked up at Lu Chen silently. Although Lu Chen was a bit out of tune during the weekdays, his nature was undoubtedly good. The photographer was naturally willing to believe that Lu Chen had his reasons for doing so, and not simply out of revenge. With that thought in mind, the photographer took the little girl in the back row into his arms, shielding her with both hands. Nodding heavily to Lu Chen, he looked serious. I'll leave the little girl to me to protect her, so don't worry about bumping into her. Brother Lu. At that moment, the little girl in the photographer's arms spoke. Shouldn't it be safer to stay away from this side? The little girl's big, innocent eyes looked at the photographer, who was a little speechless for a moment at the question. The viewers in the live room were also amused by the little girl's sudden question. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. People's kids know this. Little girl, don't take me with you when you die. The little girl looks at the photographer with that look, full of care, just about to put you retarded good no good some face. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Lu Chen, who heard the little girl's words, also nodded and said to the photographer, why don't you guys sit behind me and leave this side empty? I'm going to have to touch him high and low today. Although he had absolute confidence in his driving skills, no one could say what the outlaws in that set of cars would do when they were forced to stop. For insurance purposes, Lu Chen still let the photographer and the little girl sit behind his driver's seat. Wait until the photographer has changed positions and shielded the little girl. Lu Chen slammed the steering wheel directly onto the body of his rental car on the set. The harsh sound of metal rubbing against metal was accompanied by sparks. The man in the driver's seat of the condominium car blanched, slamming on the gas trying to break free of Lu Chen. It was a pity that his thoughts seemed to be completely penetrated by Lu Chen. Lu Chen made the same move, not giving the set car a chance to escape at all. The setter was donned by the rental and kept moving closer and closer to the inner hill. If once Lu Chen pushed the car against the mountain, the huge friction would definitely stop the car. The man was pounding the steering wheel with all his strength, but all seemed futile. The setter was getting closer and closer to the mountain, and the body was already scraping the edge of the mountain. Bare! The piercing sound of ripping metal continued to emanate, and the body of the setter had knuckled up against the inner mountain. The speed of both sides plummeted, and in just under half a minute, Lu Chen forced the set of cars to stop. At the same time, a shrill siren echoed through the night sky. This is what you're forcing me to do. The man's eyes glowed red and he looked viciously towards Lu Chen. He also heard the sirens, and had to make quick work of Lu Chen, the guy in the way. First, the man skillfully pulled out a large knife, almost half a meter or so, from under his chair and kicked out the window of his condominium car. Drenched in fury, he jumped out of the window. Lu Chen looked at the man carrying the machete, his eyes slightly condensed. As expected, the man in front of him was really an outlaw. Lu Chen didn't look half flustered on his face. He just turned his head to the photographer and the little girl in the car. "You guys stay in the car? I'll take care of him." The demeanor was calm and the words were full of confidence. The photographer looked at the large knife in the man's hand with a white face, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water as he looked at Lu Chen. "What are you going to do about him, brother?" Lu Chen's small arms and legs couldn't even beat the big man with his bare hands, and in the end, he still relied on a sneak attack to win, not to mention the person with the knife in front of him. Chapter 37, 100% empty hand. White blade. "Don't worry, I have my own way." Only Lu Chen looked calm and turned his head to faintly smile at the photographer holding the little girl. Then he resolutely opened the door and stepped out of the car, only leaving a thin back to the crowd. When the man with the large knife saw Lu Chen stepping out of the car, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he looked at Lu Chen and viciously said, "Ha, boy, you really dare to come down." For Lu Chen, who had been sticking to himself like a dog's skin along the way, and even ended up forcing himself to stop. Men can say they hate it with a passion. Lu Chen faced the knife-wielding man with no fear on his face. Pulling a wazoo from his pocket, he slowly lit it. The pale white dusty smoke gently drifted away with the breeze, and Lu Chen's eyes condensed slightly as he looked at the man in front of him. The man's right hand, which held the knife, was covered in calluses. The nails were pitch black, and there was a bit of unwashed paint left on them. This would be paint left over from making fake license plates. From the outward appearance, there were no distinctive features to be seen, except for a fierce look. After all, even really wanted criminals don't really write those 3 words on their faces. The sirens echoing in the valley became clearer and clearer, and Lu Chen looked at the man in front of him who was covered in fury, as if he hated to break himself into pieces, and said with some curiosity, "Aren't you going to run?" In the moment, the man should not care about himself, and escape from the police tracking first is the best strategy, right? Hearing Lu Chen's words, the man covered his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Run? How can I run? My car was crashed into the mountain by you. The engine was already broken." The man nearly growled at Lu Chen. "2 people obviously well water does not offend river water. Is not just accidentally violated the rules don't Lu Chen's car? Why do you have to crash your own car as if you were in a movie? Both cars are now quite badly damaged. The engine of his own set of cars has been damaged, and gradually began to smoke black. Lu Chen's rental, on the other hand, the right side of the large half of the body is seriously deformed. If he wants to escape, then we'll just have to snatch Lu Chen's rental." Thinking of this, the man violently raised the large knife in his hand and slashed towards Lu Chen. The silver-white blade looked especially bright under the bright moonlight. The photographer sitting in the car saw this and was so scared that he covered the eyes of the little girl in his arms. Hurriedly, he shouted at Lu Chen, "Brother, run!" The viewers in the live broadcast room saw the man wielding a knife and looking towards Lu Chen, and they were also worried for Lu Chen. "Luck, run! This guy's 100% wanted. I just checked. This person is really the next province to roam over the most wanted criminals. Class A wanted criminals, robbery, kidnapping and abduction of anything to do, and the means of extreme cruelty. Lu brother on his words should be cool. Brother Lu quickly drive and run wait for the police uncle to solve this person. Luck can't even beat those muscle men in the park. How dare he face this wanted man with a knife The stern blade broke through the air and attacked, and Lu Chen's expression was unperturbed by the change. Meditate on it in your mind. System, redeem fighting arts. These days of live broadcasting had long since allowed the popularity value that Lu Chen currently possessed to surpass the 100,000 mark. After experiencing the skill God Rider, Lu Chen was 100% confident that the fighting technique in the system mall could easily take care of the man in front of him. The IC system beep echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 popularity points to exchange for fighting arts LV1. In a flash, Lu Chen could only feel a rush of heat through his body. The blade in front of him seemed to slow down a million times, and the man's movements became all broken. Lu Chen simply raised his hand lightly and deflected the blade. Clang! A low voice came out, and the large sword in the man's hand looked straight down to the ground. The photographer looked at this scene and was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he had misread the scene. I didn't see it right, did I? He just deflected the knife with his hand? The crowd in the live broadcast room was also shocked beyond words. Luck, he deflected the knife with his hand? This should be a coincidence, right? Looking at this cloudy expression on 32's face, I don't think so, right? I've studied martial arts for more than 40 years. If I'm not mistaken, this hand of Lu's is the hung hands of the northern school, isn't it? There's a move in it that involves using the hand to strike the wide part of the sword, thus causing the opponent to lose control of the direction of the weapon. Really? Does Luck still know martial arts? Then how come why did he watch the photographer get beaten up in the park before? The man looked at the large knife slashing at the ground and blinked in disbelief. If he had just seen it correctly, it should have been Lu Chen who had used his hand to knock his sword out of alignment, right? Is it hard to believe that this person in front of me is an expert? The man raised his head in some alarm towards Lu Chen in front of him, and after seeing Lu Chen's white face, but then violently shook his head to dismiss the idea in his mind. No, it can't be. This person is so young. How could he be an expert? It must be a coincidence. The disbelieving man raised his machete again and charged towards Lu Chen. He hadn't even thought about the fact that a normal person responding to such a situation would have the guts to fight the knife with their hands. The result was no surprise either. Clang! The sound of the knife in the man's hand slashed to the ground. Lu Chen asked as she looked at the man in front of her with a smiling face. How dare you break the law and stop the car? Looking at Lu Chen, who had a serene smile on his face, the man's expression was incomparably terrified. At this moment, it was as if he saw the devil smiling at him. Not even caring about the large sword on the ground, he used the fastest speed in his life to turn around and run towards the back. However, how could he be faster than Lu Chen? Lu Chen grabbed the man's collar and lifted him up with one hand as if he were lifting a chicken. The other hand transformed into a hand blade and struck the back of the man's head, and the man completely lost his ability to struggle. Passed out. Seeing the man pass out, the photographer went pale and walked out of the car with the little girl in her arms. Looking at the unharmed Lu Chen, the photographer couldn't help but question. If you're so capable of fighting, then why did you watch me get beat up for so long at the park? Lu Chen was stunned by the photographer's sudden question. He drank a lot of wine when he was in the park. Naturally he didn't remember the system, and he didn't think in that direction at all. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, You don't care about these details. The important thing is that I caught the wanted man, and nobody got hurt, did they? So you just watched me get beat up? Lu Chen. Inside the live room, the audience was already laughing. Now it seems that the photographer also holds a grudge, laughs. So, is Luck really running after a wanted man because he broke the law and stopped the car? After watching the live broadcast of Lu, I am deeply aware of the danger of illegal aliasing, and I will not dare to violate the law next time. That said, Luck is actually this good a fighter? It's hard to tell. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Chapter 38. That's right. The catch is you. Gangnam City Police Station. The director sat in the command room, gazing at the handsome man on the screen in front of him and the little girl in the cab, holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, and said, Attention all units. Attention all units. After verification by our officers, we have confirmed that the little girl is in the suspect's car, and the photo has been sent to you. If you come across this person, please make sure to take him down at the first opportunity. After saying that, the director held his forehead helplessly and looked towards the noblewoman on the other side, speaking slowly. This case may be a bit complicated. According to the intelligence, the person who kidnapped your daughter now may not be the same person as the previous traffickers. It's highly likely that your daughter has met two groups of traffickers. The noblewoman, who had already cried her eyes red, nodded as if resigned to her fate, and said in an almost pleading tone, At least, please bring my daughter back. The other side. Nearly 10 minutes had passed when the man slowly awoke from his stupor as he heard sirens blaring not far away. Just as he tried to escape, he realized that he had been tied up. Lu Chen stood on the road and looked at the various police cars coming in the distance as well as the SWAT helicopters in the sky. Kicked the man in front of him, viciously. How big of a crime have you committed that so many police officers have been mobilized to find you? The man looked off into the distance at the various gun-toting police officers and the helicopter gunships in the sky. I don't think I've ever killed anyone myself, have I? How can so many police officers be deployed? Nearly a quarter of the entire Gangnam City police force is probably here, right? Lu Chen looked at the police marshals in the distance and also waved hastily. Hey, the police are here. I've caught the wanted man for you. Before the words were out of his mouth, the heavily armed SWAT officer slid down the rope from the helicopter gunship. A blackened gun barrel pointed at Lu Chen. Hands up. Don't move. Lu Chen buzz, ******. Police Uncle Dan. Is there a mistake? The wanted man is over there. Lu Chen pointed at the wanted man beside him and said to the SWAT officer in front of him who was pointing a gun at him, who expected to be rudely interrupted by the other party. That's right. It's you who's caught. What's a nice-looking young man like that doing something so unscrupulous? What have I done to deserve this? Lu Chen was full of doubts, although he had raced a wanted man on the road. But at least it's to catch human traffickers. Not to say it's meritorious, but it's not unconscionable, right? Hearing Lu Chen's words, the police officer across the street obviously became even more irritated. Don't you know yourself what you've done? The police uncle wanted to say something else, Only before he could finish his sentence, the voices of other police officers came from the side. Report! We have found the hostage in the car. The hostage has an injury on the ankle part. It should be a broken bone, presumed to be human damage. Lu Chen felt that the sound was somewhat familiar and looked towards the source of the sound. Surprisingly, he saw the muscular man he saw in the park in the afternoon. That is, the brother of that Chen Yi girl. Hurriedly stepped forward and said to the muscular man, "Brother-in-law, quickly explain to your co-worker, I'm not a criminal." The muscular man glanced at Lu Chen, who had raised his hand, and then at the photographer who was not far away. Turning to his colleague beside him, he said, "He has an accomplice. It's that extrajudicial maniac." At that moment, half of the barrels aimed at Lu Chen turned around and aimed at the photographer. Photographer? Although the atmosphere should be serious on such an occasion, the viewers in the live broadcast room who had witnessed the whole process couldn't help but burst out laughing and crying. Ha ha ha, the dumbfounded look on Lu's face is so funny. I knew these two would pull something out of their asses again. Help! I'm about to die laughing. Luck must be wondering in his head right now why the police are running over to arrest him when he's obviously helping to catch a wanted man. Right? Wanted, I told you I couldn't pull off such a big show. The script can't even write such a funny plot. Who wants to say Luck again is a script? I'll directly a big year past. The police uncle were Luck as a program effect. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The photographer, who was being pointed at by countless gun barrels, was also startled at this point. Hurriedly, he called out to the little girl in the car. "Little sister, speak up for me. Did I ever tie you up?" The little girl was in the arms of one of the policemen, her big innocent eyes looking towards the photographer before nodding. Yes. Seeing the little girl nod her head, the police officers holding their firearms took a step forward in unison, their eyes filled with anger. If it wasn't for the interrogation that was to follow, I guess they would have already opened fire. But the next words of the little girl dissipated most of the anger in their hearts towards the photographer. "Brother, he tied my feet with a cloth and ate my candy." As she spoke, the little girl held out her roughly bandaged right foot. Now the police officers present were dumbfounded. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you. And there was doubt in their eyes. Wasn't Lu Chen the one who kidnapped the little girl? What's with bandaging little girl's wounds? The eyes of the police officer in charge stared, still not lowering the gun in his hand, and said to the photographer, "Cut it out. You must know that this little girl can't tell what people look like and has face dysmorphia. You say that." It was the photographer's and Lu Chen's turn to freeze. This kid can't tell what people look like? At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of what the little girl had said when he had just met her in the car. Turns out she couldn't tell what she looked like and thought of herself as the guy who took the little girl to the car. Lu Chen turned his head and looked at the damaged set of cars on the side of the road. The mind was already roughly made up. Hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "Comrade police, I'm a contestant guest of Life in 100 Styles. The whole thing today was videotaped. We were really framed." A group of police officers then watched a live replay of Lu Chen's broadcast on the mountain road. Only after seeing the final did the captain slowly lower the gun in his hand. Even though he had been a police officer for so long, he couldn't help but freeze after seeing the results. The truth of this matter is far more dramatic than the movie to come. From the results so far, the police have kind of made a big mess. The muscular man scratched his head in some embarrassment after understanding what happened, and snapped at Lu Chen. "Sorry about that, dude. I really thought you were a human trafficker at first." Facing the muscle man's apology, Lu Chen also waved his hand very generously. "It's okay. Who let him call himself Zhang-san? That's good." The muscular man patted his chest, sort of completely at ease, followed by pulling out his cell phone and dialing up. "Hey, auntie, the fish you asked Chen Yi to release were eaten by her. I still have evidence here. I'll send it to you." Lu Chen, photographer. The two of them silently lowered their heads and mourned for their sister in their hearts. Chapter 39, The Truth Comes Out. Gangnam City Police Station. The director looked at Lu Chen and the photographer with a face full of embarrassment, then bowed deeply and said, "On behalf of the Gangnam City Public Security Bureau, I sincerely apologize to you. I'm sorry. After all, any normal person would be uncomfortable with a gun pointed at them. That would certainly be on their mind. Not to mention Lu Chen, a hero who had seen and acted on his own." Lu Chen scratched his head and waved his hand, not minding it at all. He then glanced at the director who bowed before him and said somewhat sheepishly, "It's fine. Just that I'm racing down the road. Can you not take my points for this?" The director quickly got up and stated, "Don't worry. The comrades of the traffic police were also involved in this operation. They also know about your matter. After all, it didn't cause any bad influence or accident. It's for sure that they won't deduct your points. And there's supposedly a windfall. They caught a repeat offender who's been racing on that roadway for years. Based on your live replay, Lu Chen thought of the red Ferrari and nodded seriously. Good catch. That kid is such a novice driver and still races every day. He really should be arrested. Hearing that his points would not be deducted, Lu Chen was considered completely relieved. Before he crossed over, the predecessor had only 2 points left on his driver's license due to a number of violations. If you get dinged again, you'll have to get a new driver's license. About this human trafficker thing, I'll report it to the top and give you the appropriate reward then. After saying that, the director let a sidestep out of the way. Because there were other people to thank Lu Chen for this matter. Only the noblewoman holding the little girl walked over to Lu Chen's side. The look was incredibly haggard, but his eyes blossomed. Thank you so much. I really don't know what I would have done without my daughter. She also watched the replay of Lu Chen's live broadcast, from how she met the little girl to the final appearance of the police. Knowing that he had misunderstood the photographer and Lu Chen, he also apologized for his previous condescending attitude, and Lu Chen and the photographer likewise accepted the noblewoman's apology. Lu Chen then looked towards the little girl with a somewhat curious expression and asked towards the noblewoman, "She doesn't seem to feel pain either?" He himself had heard the muscular man's words earlier, and the little girl's ankle bone had been pinched hard by the trafficker. It was in this state of broken bones that she still looked as normal. Not at all. Lu Chen and the photographer didn't dare to think that the bones inside were actually broken. It was just assumed that the red handprints on the little girl's ankles were the result of abuse by her family. This was and is why the photographer spoke so harshly and made the noblewoman misunderstand. After hearing Lu Chen's question, the noblewoman sighed slightly, and her face darkened. Yes, not only face agnosia, but also congenital agnosia. So this is the third time this month that I've gotten lost. And the first 2 times I did have good Samaritans help bring them back. I ran into human traffickers this time, and I'm glad I had you guys. Otherwise, saying this, the noblewoman thanked Lu Chen once again. Then he took out a stack of red bills from his bag and was just about to hand them over. But then he remembered the photographer's previous words. Wasn't it precisely because he thought he could solve everything with money that he was photographed, causing the photographer and Lu Chen to resent him? The original kind-hearted photographer was only going to ask for a snack and the cost of gauze, but ended up thinking it was $500,000 himself. With that thought in mind, the noblewoman took the money back into her bag and apologized sincerely to the 2 men. Sorry, trying to thank you again with these mundane things. Thanks to you guys, it's clear that money isn't everything, so if you need me for anything in the future, please just ask, said the noblewoman as she pulled a business card out of her pocket. On it was only a string of phone numbers and the noblewoman's name, Zhao Zijing. Lu Chen reached out and took the business card. If he remembered correctly, the biggest company in Jiangnan City seemed to be called something like Zhao Group. It should be this noblewoman's company, right? And after hearing the noblewoman's words, the photographer covered his stomach with an extremely unnatural face. What's wrong, third? It's okay, brother. My stomach hurts. Now the photographer just wanted to slap himself a few times. What's the highest thing one just did on the phone? Now originally people were going to pay money to thank themselves, but it turned out to be because of their words, putting the other man off the idea of giving money. The photographer took a cursory glance. The pile of money was at least several months of his own paycheck. The thought of it made the photographer's bowels turn green. The audience in the live broadcast room was overjoyed to see the photographer, who was pathetically wanting and afraid to open his mouth. Laughing and crying, laughing his ass off. How come the photographer is like this every time? The potatoes were bad enough before, and as a result, he can't get any money now. Laughing, ha ha ha. This photographer is so unlucky. How can you be so unlucky? Isn't this lifting a stone to hit your own head? Shouldn't the upstairs be smashing their own feet? The photographer is so stupid. He must have smashed his head in order to make himself stupid. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Only after a simple statement was made did the photographer and Lu Chen come out from the middle of the police station. Looking at the empty road in front of them, the photographer and Lu Chen couldn't help but freeze. Brother, how are we going to get back? Since the cab was directly hit by Lu Chen and severely deformed, that naturally sent it to the garage. Now that the two are out of transportation, how to get back is a problem. Lu Chen sighed slightly and was just about to pull out his cell phone to call a taxi. A black domineering Land Rover then steadily stopped in front of Lu Chen and the photographer. I'll drive you wherever you're going. A slightly gentle voice came out, and the noblewoman slowly lowered the black window of the Land Rover. She naturally knew that Lu Chen's cab had been wrecked, so she had purposely waited here for the two. Fuli Chiku, on your way? Lu Chen asked with some concern. After all, Fuli Xiaozhu was a full 30 kilometers away. And if the noblewoman lived on the other side of the country, the span of a round trip would be too great. Fuli Chiku? I happen to live there too. The noblewoman froze for a moment when she heard the name of her neighborhood, then turned to Lu Chen. At the same time, He couldn't help but think highly of the two in his heart. Anyone who can live in that place is either rich or famous. No wonder the photographer was so dismissive of his money on the phone. In that case that made sense. The noblewoman nodded slowly, while Lu Chen casually climbed into conversation with the noblewoman in the car. From the chat, we learned that the little girl was abandoned because of a congenital disease and was adopted by a noblewoman. So the little girl didn't have a father either. For many years the mother and daughter depend on each other. The noblewoman has long treated the little girl as her own daughter. And one after another in the car to the two thank you. Chapter 40, Photographer, Children are honest. Looking at the noblewoman who was huffing and puffing and kept thanking her, Lu Chen and the photographer quickly waved their hands. No need. This is all what we should do. At the time, I guess the trafficker recognized the wrong car. After all, my license plate is the same as his set of cabs, and threw the little one in my car. Lu Chen scratched his head and looked toward the little girl in the passenger seat. He had long heard from the secretary what had happened. That the car with the set license plate had once taken over the license plate of his own rental. So for a moment he didn't distinguish between his rental and his set of cars and threw the little girl in the wrong car. This is what allowed Lu Chen and the photographer to discover the wounds on the little girl and give her back. But this problem with little girls is a bit of a real problem. The pain problem aside, this face disorientation is probably going to be lost next time if we don't find a way to fix it. He didn't want to lose the little girl he'd gone to so much trouble to save tomorrow. Lu Chen looked at the little girl silently, racking his brain as he thought of a way out. Seeing Lu Chen's distressed look, the noblewoman couldn't help but smile and say, I've asked the doctor about it, and there's very little chance of a cure for this disease, but there are special ways for her to recognize people. For example, right now she's able to remember my voice. The noblewoman gabbled as she drove on. After a conversation, Lu Chen also understood a general idea. The car also came to a steady stop. The noblewoman turned her head to look at Lu Chen and the photographer in the back row and slowly spoke. Already at the door. Go in and sit down. Since we are neighbors, by the way, recognize the door and get familiar with each other. Originally, the noblewoman liked to be quiet, plus this strange disease of her daughter, so there would be no outsiders in this villa on weekdays. But Lu Chen and the photographer were still the saviors of her daughter, and the noblewoman didn't care about that and brought them directly to the door of her villa, intending to cook and thank them personally. Lu Chen looked at the familiar door in front of him and froze slightly. This seems to be the home of the girl who got drunk earlier, right? Lu Chen looked towards the photographer on the side, who looked at the grand villa gate in front of him with a slight frown. Leaning his head towards Lu Chen, he whispered, Brother, why do I feel that this gate looks a bit familiar? The viewers in the broadcast room also caught on and recognized the gate in front of them. I'm going. Isn't this the home of that rich girl's sister who just started the show? What? No, they all live together? They're not sisters, are they? I don't think that's possible. This is a young woman. She's ripe for the picking. How old is that girl? For a while, the audience speculated about the relationship between the noblewoman and the young girl from before. The noblewoman stood at the gate and noticed that Lu Chen and the photographer behind her were frozen motionless, so she couldn't help but turn her head in confusion. What's the matter? Won't you go in and sit down? Is this the only place you live? Lu Chen's face was a bit odd as he asked towards the noblewoman. The noblewoman shook her head. No, besides Nan and I there is also my niece, but she is studying outside and comes back very rarely. No one should be home right now. Hearing these words, Lu Chen's face lost its flesh. If he met that girl again, he would have to question her about why she was complaining about himself. The two followed the noblewoman into the villa and into the living room. Pure white and flawless European style. Enough to be described as extravagant decor, even a few points more luxurious than the villa gifted by the system. Both of them looked a little dumbfounded for a moment. The noblewoman, on the other hand, held the little girl and placed her on the sofa. Smilingly, it's hard for you to catch the traffickers and bring my daughter back this late at night. You guys wait for me to fry up 2 small dishes and we'll have a nice drink. These days the daughter disappeared. The noblewoman teared up and did not want to eat well. Now retrieved, the daughter's stomach has long been hungry, grumbling. To Lu Chen and the photographer made a cup of tea, then immediately drilled into the kitchen, began to drum up. Looking at the noblewoman who ran into the kitchen and kept drumming up something, the little girl's cute face actually flashed with a hint of panic. Turning his gaze to the photographer and Lu Chen beside him. Uncle and brother eat candy. The little girl obediently pulled a couple of candies the photographer had bought for her out of her pants pocket and handed them to the two men. Lu Chen, on the other hand, looked a little odd when he heard the little girl's name. Little sister. Why do you call him brother and me uncle? He himself was not much older than the photographer, and he had somehow ended up in the uncle generation. This was a little too much for Lu Chen to accept. The photographer, on the other hand, couldn't help but be amused when he heard the little girl's name. Oh, brother, this shows that children are very honest. What do you call your uncle when you are old enough not to call you uncle? The photographer puffed out his chest and glanced towards Lu Chen with a raised eyebrow. And the little girl's next words made him laugh. The little girl stretched out a finger and pointed at Lu Chen innocently. Because, mommy always watches TV and says Uncle Handsome. So you're Uncle Handsome. Hearing the little girl's straightforward answer, the photographer froze directly in place. Sigma, degree, shock.jpg. The photographer pointed at himself, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times as he asked as gently as he could towards the little girl. And what am I? Your mom couldn't have said ugly brother, could she? The little girl looked at the photographer who had a frozen expression on his face and said weakly, You're a brother. So it's not handsome? Aha! Photographer. Lu Chen laughed on the sidelines and patted the photographer on the shoulder to tell him not to care. Alright, isn't that what you said? Kids are very honest. Why bother with a kid? It's not right. Doesn't she have face recognition disorder? How can she tell if we both look good or not? The photographer suddenly thought of the little girl's illness and asked towards Lu Chen in confusion. Lu Chen was also a bit curious and turned his head towards the little girl suspiciously. The little girl blinked her big eyes a few times, then weakly said, That, I can still tell white from black. Photographer. What am I doing with my mouth? Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers who saw this scene also laughed until their stomachs hurt. Laughing and crying, the photographer really proved to himself that children are very honest. It never occurred to me that the little girl kept calling Luck uncle because Luck was handsome. More not to mention, on the Lu brother this face value in the entertainment industry is also able to beat. Obviously can rely on the face to eat non-reliance on funny. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The photographer was pulled back by Lu Chen in time to not pursue the matter further. But the little girl's gruff reply hurt his young, fragile heart immensely. Hanging his head, he sat down on the couch and sipped his tea in silence. Lu Chen, on the other hand, wrapped his right arm around the photographer and comforted him with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, Sanner, don't take it to heart when children speak childishly. Besides, there are always people in the world who don't look at face value. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer silently nodded, then realized that something was wrong and jerked his head up to look at Lu Chen again. No brother, aren't you still calling me ugly? Alas, you can't make me praise you against my conscience and against objective facts here. Chapter 41 asks, at what time water can be drawn? Hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer felt his heart work even more painfully. Perhaps looking at the photographer's appearance, Lu Chen's words changed. It's not great looking, but there are always people who are not looking at that. You need to have some faith in yourself. Lu Chen patted the photographer's shoulder and comforted him once again. When the photographer heard this, he immediately pulled himself together and nodded seriously towards Lu Chen. Right, I just have to be as shameless as you, brother, and I'll find a girlfriend someday. Lu Chen? Why am I shameless? Lu Chen's face was filled with doubt. He had comforted the photographer properly, but the photographer ended up calling himself shameless? The photographer's next move, however, shut him up completely, only to see the cameraman silently take out his cell phone from his pocket and open the replay of Lu Chen's live broadcast. A frowning Lu Chen appeared on the screen and shouted, Sanner, why don't we go have some fun? Lu Chen, that wasn't all. The cameraman slid the progress bar again and continued to play what Lu Chen had done earlier. Ugh, I'm at least brightly colored. Sis, do you believe in bells and whistles? The main thing is that I can't do it well if you don't drink more. Can't drink? Well, let's play dice. Looking at himself in the middle of the screen, Lu Chen still talked tough. You don't understand. I must have a reason for doing this. The photographer saw that Lu Chen was still talking tough and poo-pooed it. Bah! And reasons? Brother, you are just simply horny and shameless. Lu Chen shook his head somewhat helplessly. Smaller. The pattern is small. You just think I'm just simply horny, but actually I want to give them a warm home. Photographer, could you be any more shameless? Brother, I don't love everyone I see. I just love everyone equally. Seeing Lu Chen's shameless appearance, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all happy, covering his mouth and laughing. Ha ha ha. Luck deserves to be called Luck. He makes being horny sound so refreshing. Brothers, don't be fooled by Lu. I just said this to my girlfriend, who told me to find a new home, crying. The lover's saint speaks philosophically. I've realized Luck. I've realized that. The photographer was also shocked speechless by Lu Chen's words, and only came back to his senses after a long time. Then his eyes looked at Lu Chen expectantly. Brother, can you teach me the skill of picking up girls? Lu Chen waved his hand and said in an inscrutable manner. No other. Only face handsome. Brother, I'm serious. My parents called the other day urging me to bring a girlfriend back. The photographer was a bit anxious, looking at Lu Chen frolicking with all sorts of pretty girls every day. He himself is only accompanied by a small left and a small right. This psychological gap is not generally large. Coupled with parental pressure, the photographer is now in desperate need of a relationship. Lu Chun, however, still shook his head and said helplessly, "It's not that I won't teach you, it's that you can't learn. How do you know I won't if you don't even teach me? Besides, I'm a serious graduate of a prestigious university, with a body and a brain." Lu Chun, isn't that nothing? Seeing how persistent the photographer was, Lu Chen had no choice but to compromise. "In that case, let me ask you a few questions. If there's a girl you like, a girl who likes you, and a rich white girl with white skin and long legs, what do you do when 3 people ask you out at the same time?" When the photographer heard this question, his face couldn't help but become serious, and he lowered his head and began to contemplate. The viewers of the live stream were likewise beginning to think about this. "If it were up to me, I'd definitely go with the one who likes me. After all, this is the safest, and I don't have the heart to go after anyone else at this age. What's wrong with that? It must be a rich white woman. If you fall for a rich woman, you'll never have to worry about food or drink in your life. Shame on you upstairs. I'm definitely picking my favorite. Charge for love." The viewers of the live broadcast were talking, and no one had a unified answer. The photographer pondered for a while, then looked firmly at Lu Chen. "I choose the one I like, and since I like her, that means she's a unique being, and no matter who is in my heart, they can't compare to her." When he heard the photographer's answer, Lu Chun, however, looked as if the mattress was unteachable and shook his head with a long sigh. Then, hating the iron, he said, "You should have looked for me first. As a good brother, with 3 sisters, you should at least score me one." Photographer: "Brother, I thought this was a serious question from you." He was shocked by Lu Chen's answer. Originally he thought it was a serious question and thought about it for a long time, but never did he expect Lu Chen's answer to be so immodest. Lu Chun, however, was unimpressed. "Why is this question immodest? Isn't this quite serious?" "Immodest I haven't said." When the photographer heard Lu Chen's words, he couldn't help but be a little curious, his eyes looking towards Lu Chen tentatively. "What immodest question? Under what conditions can water be drawn? What's hairy on top and hairy on the bottom and gets bigger and harder at times? How often is it normal for the tunnel to be maintained? Can I take the trail behind the mountain if it's snowed in? If you've already thrown up, is it better to hurry up and throw up outside? Or just throw up the rest of it in there too?" The photographer's face looked blank for a moment, then immediately reacted. Photographer Sigma, degree winky face. Hurriedly, he covered Lu Chen's mouth, not allowing him to get the next question out. "Brother, there are still little kids here. What are you talking about? Is this the kind of question that can be asked in front of children?" The photographer now only felt that Lu Chen had driven a tank over his face, and that this wasn't the car that led to the kindergarten at all. The viewers in the live broadcast room also froze when they heard Lu Chen's question. "Rasping? Can water be stretched? I testify that there are times when it's really okay to feel it." "Cover your face." "Shut up. This isn't a kindergarten bus. Lock the doors. I'm not getting off. Luck is so bad. I like him so much." "Funny. Really can't Lu brother you change a foreign platform broadcast it. The district of VIP I still can afford to open. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Woo, woo." Lu Chun, who had his mouth covered by the photographer, wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything and kept signaling with his eyes for the photographer to remove his hand. The photographer carefully observed the little girl beside him for a while, and only slowly removed his hand after confirming that the little girl couldn't understand the strange questions. The little girl tilted her head, thinking for a long time, her eyes suddenly filled with light, and raised her hand towards Lu Chen. "I know, the second one is the eyes." Chapter 42: The Kitchen God of Salt and Sugar. After hearing the little girl's answer, the photographer froze for a while, and then looked at Lu Chen with a somewhat puzzled gaze. Somewhat incredulous, he said, "Brother, so the answer to the second question is eyes?" Lu Chen nodded rightfully. "Definitely. What else do you think it is?" "Ha! Nasty." Lu Chen gave the photographer a disdainful look and despised him. Photographer. Lu Chen picked up the little girl in front of him and placed the little girl on his lap, his tone as gentle as possible, teasing the little girl with a big search. "Nan is awesome. What else do you know?" I also know that mommy is scrambling tomatoes and eggs." A touch of unnatural bitterness couldn't help but appear on the little girl's face. Then she pulled out 2 more candies from her pocket and handed them to Lu Chen and the photographer. Lu Chen took the candy, peeled off the icing and threw the candy directly into his mouth. The photographer, on the other hand, shook his head no and turned to the little girl. "It's almost time for dinner, and a good boy can't eat so much candy." Coco. The little girl wanted to say something and glanced at the noblewoman who was busy in the kitchen. He was just about to open his mouth but was interrupted by Lu Chen. "Say, Nan, can you smell the kitchen from here? Lu Chen sniffed hard in the air with his nose, and couldn't smell anything other than the special wood scent that came from the living room furniture. After all, the living room is also separated from the kitchen by an aisle that is more than 30 meters. If that's the case, then the little girl's sense of smell is too keen, isn't it? Thinking of this, something suddenly came to Lu Chen's mind. Hurriedly, he said to the little girl in his arms, Nan, you smell me. See if you can remember the smell of my body. The photographer was taken aback by this statement. He hurriedly snatched the little girl in Lu Chen's arms, fearing that the little girl would be defiled by Lu Chen. Brother, this is live. What are you talking about, tiger and wolf? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked by Lu Chen's words. I'm going. What's Luck saying? I won't be able to see him tomorrow. Will I? She's just a kid. How could you do that? What's with the smell? It's too perverted, isn't it? Who in their right mind would play this kind of game? Lu Chen looked at the overreacting photographer and rolled his eyes as he explained. What? Isn't Nan unable to recognize people? She has such a good sense of smell. I'll let her try to tell people apart by smell. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer was relieved and carried the little girl on the sofa. Well, you should have said so. I thought you were up to something. The little girl's big eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Chen, then brought her head over. The little agric nose sniffed hard, then turned to Lu Chen. I smell fish soup and wine. After asking about the smell of alcohol on Lu Chen's body, the little girl pinched her nose with her hand. Very uncomfortable. It was the photographer's turn to be shocked. The photographer stared dumbfounded at the little girl in front of him, and then looked up at Lu Chen. Brother, this is really divine. This can actually be smelled. They'd been eating fish and drinking wine for I don't know how many hours ago, and the smell had long since dissipated. I didn't realize the little girl could actually smell it. The photographer looked at the little girl with some excitement. Nan, you smell what I smell like. The little girl had just moved towards the photographer, but she was picked up by Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the photographer with some contempt and said, You've been carrying the camera all day. What else could it smell like? When he finished speaking, he carried the little girl towards the kitchen. The photographer wanted to cry. Don't play like that, brother. The kitchen had been covered in smoke. The noblewoman was still busy, with a number of expensive ingredients on the cooking table. What sea cucumber abalone, and lobster as long as Lu Chen's small arm. When the noblewoman saw Lu Chen come in with the little girl in her arms, she waved the spatula while smiling at Lu Chen. The food is still a bit short of being ready. I tell you, I'm a good cook. Nan and my niece eat it all every time. I'd be a culinary god high and low by now if I hadn't gone into business. The earrings on the noblewoman's ears kept swaying, and with the exquisite smile on her face, she looked radiant. A beauty of this caliber doesn't look like someone who frequents the kitchen by any stretch of the imagination. However, Lu Chen didn't dismiss the noblewoman's interest, but nodded and followed her words. That's good. I'm kind of hungry after that long drive. Only the expression of the little girl in his arms became a bit subtle. The noblewoman stir-fried the dishes while making her way to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, help me bring down that jar of salt over there. When they were in the car, the noblewoman had introduced herself to Lu Chen and each other long ago, and was no longer that rusty. Lu Chen held the little girl and picked up the jar on the table, and when he saw the tiny square crystals inside, his face became odd. Sister Jing, are you sure it's filled with salt? Why does it look like sugar to me? Although Lu Chen usually didn't cook much, he still had the most basic common sense of life. Salt is basically fine-grained and rarely comes in the shape of these square crystals. Hi, how can that be? I poured this salt in myself. Saying that, the noblewoman walked over to Lu Chen and directly dipped her slender fingers into some of the crystals in the jar and put them into her mouth. The confident expression on his face instantly turned bitter. Ugh, so sweet. As expected of Lu Chen, the jar of stuff was not salt at all, but sugar. When he thought that the noblewoman in front of him couldn't even tell the difference between white granulated sugar and salt, Lu Chen's face became odd. Sister Jing, you cook a lot? The noblewoman in front of her shook her head. No, it's just that one day Nan wanted to eat something in the middle of the night, so I got up and cooked some noodles, and she ended up saying it was delicious. I didn't know I turned out to be so talented at cooking. The noblewoman covered her red lips, her big eyes curved into a crescent moon smiling at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, on the other hand, looked at the little girl in his arms with a helpless face and said in a voice of only two people, Nan, this shouldn't eat anyone, should it? The little girl blinked innocently, then said in a somewhat uncertain tone, If it's an uncle it shouldn't die, right? Hearing this, Lu Chen panicked even more. Good lord, is backstabbing a traditional skill in your family? The drunk girl from earlier gave herself a complaint. Now that you saved your daughter yourself, you want to poison me as a result? That, Sister Jing, is it possible that? Lu Chen just wanted to confess. But the little girl in his arms pulled his sleeve. The little girl then lay beside Lu Chen's ear and pleaded, "Please, please, my sister and I had a hard time not letting mom know about this." Perhaps because of her own illness, the little girl was well behaved and understanding, and didn't want to upset the noblewoman because of this. Lu Chen looked at the exuberant noblewoman in front of him, and finally softened his heart and sighed helplessly. "I mean, is it possible for Nan to recognize us by smell? She has a very keen sense of smell." Chapter 43, It's okay, I'll wear it. With an apron tied around her waist and a spatula in her hand, the noblewoman looked at the little girl in Lu Chen's arms and then back to Lu Chen. With a slightly odd face, he said, "You mean by flavor? That's two. Let's not talk about whether we can do it or not. But if we meet people and come close to smell, this behavior is too indecent, right?" But the noblewoman only struggled in her mind for a moment before looking towards the little girl. After all, it was still the safety of his own daughter that was more important to right. "Can you do it, Nav?" "Aha!" The little girl nodded vigorously, then poked her little head towards the noblewoman. "Mom smells like jasmine and bedroom sheets. Mom smells good," the little girl said while looking towards Lu Chen. The big eyes flickered and flashed, innocently saying, "Uncle, want to smell it too?" When these words came out, they immediately caused both the noblewoman and Lu Chen to make a big red face. The noblewoman hurriedly covered her face with both hands and blushed. "Ahem, what are you talking about, Nan? Mom hasn't had a bath in days. How could she let him smell it?" Because of the little girl's disappearance, she had barely rested in the past few days, let alone had time to take a shower. "But, Uncle seems like he smells." The little girl cocked her head and looked innocently towards the noblewoman. The noblewoman's face blushed with shame, as if she was looking towards Lu Chen with a murderous gaze. Lu Chen also felt this slightly threatening gaze and hurriedly said, "Ahem, Nan, Mom is right. Uncle doesn't smell. Then Mommy will go take a bath so Uncle can smell it." The little girl caught the loophole in the noblewoman's words, and if not for the innocence revealed in her eyes, Lu Chen really had evidence to suspect that she was driving. Lu Chen didn't know what to answer for a moment, and his gaze turned toward the noblewoman. As their lines of sight collided, the noblewoman's face blushed a few shades more, and she hurriedly gave her expulsion order. "What are you looking at? This place is heavy with fumes. Take the kids out." Lu Chen had no choice but to carry the little girl out of the kitchen. The photographer looked at Lu Chen, who walked out of the kitchen and stood in front of him carrying the camera with a curious expression. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you so red in the face?" Before Lu Chen could say anything, the little girl jumped the gun. "Uncle wants to smell what Mommy smells like." When these words came out, they shocked the 4 seats. The live broadcast room was flooded with gasps of amazement. "I'm going. Worthy of being Brother Lu. Just half a minute away and he went to flirt with a girl? In my opinion, Mr. Luck has a Wei Wu legacy. Funny. What do you kids know? Human wives are the best." The photographer was also shocked speechless by the little girl's words. Sigma, degree, shock.jpg. "Brother you, isn't it not good for you to say this in front of someone's daughter? Lu Chen? What are you thinking? It's all a misunderstanding." Aha, I get it. Brother, stop talking. I'm with you, Lu Chen." Just as the two were gagging, the noblewoman had already stood behind Lu Chen with her dishes. Lu Chen noticed that the noblewoman was behind him and rushed to avoid her. The noblewoman, who had heard the full conversation between the two, blushed and walked out of the kitchen to bring the plates to the table. Turning to the two men, he argued, "I don't like kids." Although she was slightly older than Lu Chen and the photographer, she was exposed to more mature men in the business world during the weekdays. Lu Chen and the photographer were indeed no different from children in her eyes. But Lu Chen's next words made her blush even more. "It's okay, I'll wear it." "Brother, what the hell are you talking about? This is still live." The photographer looked at Lu Chen dumbfounded, his face full of shock. Lu Chen also realized the ambiguity in his words and hurriedly coughed to explain. "Ahem. I mean, I'll take Nan for a spin." "What were you thinking?" Lu Chen blankly glanced at the photographer, then looked at the noblewoman in front of him and snapped. "Well, I don't have any bad intentions. I just have a broken mouth. Don't take it personally." The photographer nodded back, helpfully. My brother just likes to say what's on his mind. He still has a good heart." "Lu Chen?" Lu Chen turned his head and glared angrily. Why do you always tear me down?" "Ha, I learned from you. And I'm a little short-mouthed, too, so what?" The photographer straightened his chest. The noblewoman looked at the two of them and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "The food is ready. Sit down and eat." Seeing this, the two sat down in unison. The table was unusually rich, with all kinds of seafood. Looking at the photographer's fingers, Night with Lu Chen to catch the traffickers and consumed a lot of physical strength. His stomach has long been hungry rumbling. In that case, I'll be polite. The photographer decisively picked up a piece of steamed lobster meat from the table and put it in his mouth. Immediately afterward, the expression on his face immediately became stiff. The noblewoman gazed expectantly at the photographer. How was it? Is it good? The photographer looked at the expectant-eyed noblewoman in front of him and commiserated. Sis, isn't this lobster a little salty? Will? The noblewoman was a bit puzzled and was just about to move her chopsticks, but Lu Chen grabbed her first. Lu Chen picked up a piece of lobster meat and put it into his own mouth. His face as usual, and said, yes, I feel pretty good. Sister Jing, don't mind him. His mouth is light. This is just right. After saying that, Lu Chen couldn't help but have a little twitch on his face as he looked at the little girl on the side. This is more than salty. This is snoozing itself to death. He had thought of noble women cooking badly, but never thought it was actually this bad. The little girl looked at Lu Chen with some guilt. It was obvious that they had saved her, but as a result, she had to eat such a terrible food. The photographer wanted to say something else, but Lu Chen pinched his thigh. Sanner, you've had a hard day. Come have some abalone to make up for it. Lu Chen smiled and chucked a few abalone into the photographer's bowl. That's when the photographer seemed to realize something. His face changed and he looked towards the little girl, as if inquiring about something. The little girl, her eyes averted, also picked up a piece of prawn and put it in the photographer's bowl. Then he lowered his head. Guiltily, brother had a hard day. Eat more. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the live broadcast room couldn't stop laughing and crying, ha ha ha. So the photographer was the last one to realize the seriousness of the problem. This little girl cut is black, right? The photographer is so miserable. And still give the photographer food. Look brother, in order to pick up girls really life is not even give up. Actually know that difficult to eat still dare to extend chopsticks. The most awesome is that this expression management also do too good. If not, in the end he was snorting, mouth twitching. I really thought he was fine. But, hasn't this human sister ever eaten her own cooking? By this time some viewers were already getting suspicious. Chapter 44 Noblewoman, what on earth are you teaching my daughter? Lu Chen also noticed the clues and asked curiously towards the noblewoman in front of him. Sister Jing, aren't you going to eat? If you've eaten it once, you should know how bad you make it, right? Why did it take so long for the noblewoman to think she was the god of cooking? As soon as he thought of this, Lu Chen was puzzled. The noblewoman smiled and shook her head. These are for you and Nan. I don't know why, but my niece and Nan are always trying to steal my cooking. Every time I just try to sit down and eat some, they finish my meal. If I hadn't had a sneaky taste at one point back there, I'd have thought I'd made it awful. Photographer, Lu Chen. Lu Chen and the photographer looked at each other in disbelief, then locking his eyes on the little girl. It was 100% the little girl and that niece of the noblewoman's that had done this. Mostly, the takeout was used to replace the noblewoman's cooking, resulting in the noblewoman now being kept in the dark. But it's okay for me to have some after all I've made today, right? The noblewoman looked at the sumptuous meal in front of her and just wanted to pick up her chopsticks to clip a piece of lobster meat. But the little girl beat him to it and took as much of the lobster meat as she could find in her bowl. In the face of the little girl's behavior of protecting her food, the noblewoman did not seem to be a bit dissatisfied. Nan, you've eaten all the food. What about the uncles? For her daughter's food protection behavior, the noblewoman first considered Lu Chen and the photographer. After all, this scene has happened before. Himself is busy with his own work. It was only expected to cook once or twice a year, and over time the noblewoman forgot about this problem with her daughter. Out of her expectation is that now there are guests, their own always understanding daughter actually made this kind of behavior. It made her a little angry. However, Lu Chen and the photographer couldn't wait for this to happen and rushed to pacify the noblewoman. This means that Sister Jing, you cooked to Nan's taste. I seem to have heard that the more a daughter likes to eat her mother's cooking, it means the more she likes her mother. That's right, Nan is still growing, so she definitely needs to eat more. But, the noblewoman still wanted to say something. However, they only saw Lu Chen and the photographer stand up and bring up the plates in front of them. Nan, you're growing. Eat more. The two men lifted the plate and poured it into a bowl the size of the little girl's fist. Where had the little girl ever seen this sinister face of an adult? She directly froze in place. It took a long time to respond. Sigma, degree winky face. Uncle, brother, you eat too. The little girl picked up the dishes in her own bowl and tried to clip them into the bowls of Lu Chen and the photographer. But how could a small girl in the district possibly fight these two treacherous people? The two men stood up in unison with their bowls, then smiled peevishly at the little girl. Nan is so good, and knows how to share. Uncle will reward you with another big chicken leg. Brother doesn't like eggs. Nan eats them. The noblewoman sat on the side with her head in a pestle. Her brow and eyes were smiling as she watched the scene with a warm heart. After a few pushes, The battle was essentially decided. No, perhaps it was impossible for the little girl to win from the beginning. The little girl looked lifelessly at the mountain of food piled up in the bowl in front of her, pitifully weak and helpless. On the other hand, the two of them, Lu Chen and the photographer, were already holding toothpicks in their mouths, looking like they were full. Sister Jing, your level of cooking is as good as that of a national banquet chef. It's delicious. That's right. No wonder Nan loves it so much. If it were me, I'd want to eat it every day. The noblewoman was very happy to be complimented and covered her mouth with a giggle. I'm usually too busy to cook every day, but next time I cook I'll ask Nan to get you guys. The little girl looked towards Lu Chen and the photographer with some defiance. Her big eyes filled with aggression. Neither of them obviously ate much, all piled into their bowls. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw the little girl on the verge of aggrieved tears, and their hearts almost melted. I don't share the same fate as the land thief. How can he bully such a cute little girl? These two are real dogs. Such cute little girls are willing to bully. They're on the verge of crying, laughing and crying. I'm going crazy with these two old sixes. What's wrong with their heads? Thinking of dumping all the food on that little girl. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The two were a little embarrassed as they felt the sultry glances coming from the little girl. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly, then got up and addressed the noblewoman. Sister Jing, it's about time. We should go home. Going back? No more fun? The noblewoman glanced at the clock hanging on the wall with some surprise. It was now 12 o'clock. Then he nodded. I'll see you off. The noblewoman was just about to get up with Lu Chen but was given a hand by the little girl to pull her skirt. Then with an innocent look on his face he said, Mommy, do you know when water can be drawn? Lu Chen and the photographer froze in their movements and hurried toward the villa's front door. The noblewoman, on the other hand, looked at the little girl with a somewhat puzzled expression and repeated the little girl's question. When can water be drawn? That's an easy question. But why is she asking it? The noblewoman squatted down and asked with some curiosity towards the little girl. Nan, what are you doing asking that question all of a sudden? This is Uncle Lu Chen's question. Unfortunately, I only know the second answer. Saying that, the little girl lowered her head with some loss. The noblewoman touched her daughter's head. Although she was curious as to why Lu Chen was asking such a meaningless question, she nevertheless answered. There are many ways to pull water. Adding flour can pull it. When the little girl heard the answer, she nodded seriously and silently memorized it. Then he asked towards the noblewoman, and how often is it normal for the tunnel to be maintained? Can I take the trail behind the mountain if it's snowed in? If you've already thrown up, is it better to hurry up and throw up outside? Or just throw up the rest of it in there too? Noblewoman? After hearing these questions, the noblewoman reacted even if she was slow, immediately getting up. He looked towards Lu Chen with angry eyes, almost growling. Lu Chen, what the hell did you ask my daughter? Hearing the roar from behind them, the photographer and Lu Chen were startled. Immediately, he ran towards the front door and opened it, then yelled towards the house. Sister Jing, we're going back. No need to see us off, ha. The two left the villa as if they were fleeing for their lives. Chapter 45 suggested kicking Lu Chen out of the program. Jiangnan, Fu Li Xiaozhu. Lu Chen just got home and the photographer sat paralyzed on the couch. Before he could catch a few breaths of air, his cell phone popped up with a succession of Wilson messages. Ding dong, ding dong. The successive beeps caused Lu Chen to be a bit annoyed. Who is it? Don't you know it's bedtime? Why are you sending messages like a machine gun? Lu Chen grumbled and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Taking a closer look, it was the girl named Chen Yi who he added in the park today. The girl sent over several strings of messages in rapid succession, and several 60-second voices. Lu Chen, can you explain to me why my mom would know that I ate the fish used for the release? This is obviously because of you. I'm 24 and I'm still getting beat by my mom. Whoops, my ass is all bruised. Why am I the one who gets hurt when you drop the fish? I shouldn't have fallen for your bull ********. What eaten the fish and destroyed the body? You wanted to eat the fish originally, right? With a bitter look on her face, it was easy to see the sister's anger in this one message. Being a victim herself, she had to show the live replay to her brother in order to prove her innocence. Whoever thought that the muscular man turned his head and went to sue? Lu Chen could only type and explain to her. Sis, it's really not my fault. It's your brother who's a SWAT officer who told your mom. The girl didn't even care to listen to Lu Chen's explanation at the moment, telling her miserable experience. I'm all still standing in front of my house. My ass is about to be opened up. Lu Chen, look at the wound. Girl, you get the hell out of here. I don't care, you have to make it up to me and go to the amusement park with me tomorrow. Lu Chen read the message with an odd expression and sucked in a breath of cool air. The girl took the initiative to invite Lu Chen. giving him the feeling that he was being picked up. Good lord, that math is crashing down on your face. So you're waiting here for yourself? At that moment, the photographer slowly poked his head out of the way. What are you looking at, brother? Are you so mesmerized? Nothing, it's just that a girl is asking me out tomorrow. Lu Chen's demeanor was flat, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. But the photographer was scared to death. Who is it? So bold to ask you out for a date with brother Lu? Lu Chen shrugged. You've seen it before. That girl at the park today. The photographer froze when he heard the reply. Only after a long time did he try to say to Lu Chen in a frightened tone, brother, you drugged someone? Do I look so much like that kind of lowlife? The photographer nodded seriously. Yes. I'm asking if you look like one. I said yes. Lu Chen, ######*****. On the other hand, inside a certain barbecue stall in Jiangnan City, after a hard day's work, Zhou Sung is holding a bottle of beer and gabbing to the photographer. Don't look at all the physical work we're doing now, but if we just keep doing this, we're just days away from living in a big villa. Not that I'm blowing smoke up your ass, but look at the other guest photographers. Who can afford 21 servings of braised pork over rice with a chicken leg? The photographer on the sidelines was bluffed into believing it, lifting the bottle of beer directly in front of him. Brother, nothing more to say, it's all in the wine. I'm dry. Seeing such a modeled photographer, Zhao Chang nodded with satisfaction. Follow my brother, and I'll make sure you're well fed and well drinking. Plus tomorrow we won't have to go to the car wash for a while. When the photographer heard this, he froze. Not going to the car wash? Then what are we going to do? I got in $500 worth of balloons, and when we go to the park and sell them, that's sure to make more than we'll ever make washing cars. More than a car wash? That's how much we make in a day. We've broken $400 in turnover from all the car washes today. For a photographer to make $400 a day is a lot. Making more than $400 a day was beyond him. This shocked look on the photographer's face made Zhao Chang very flattered, and he felt that he had regained the face he had previously lost at Lu Chen's. Zhou Sung denigrated as he sipped his beer. I watched that Lu Chen before. He took one order a day. If he hadn't pulled a little rich girl, he wouldn't have been able to make that much money. In my opinion, he's more than likely run out of money by now and is sleeping on the streets, right? According to Lu Chen's kind of spending method, he should have already used up almost all of his money, Zhao Chang said as he confidently clicked on Lu Chen's live broadcast. What comes into view is the pure white European architecture and the spacious and bright living room. Zhao Chang was stunned. How does he live in such a nice place? Such a nice house. Renting it for a day is estimated to cost $1,000, right? Zhao Chang simply couldn't believe that Lu Chen could actually live in such a nice house. And on the air, some viewers who know the truth have come forward to explain. Do you think it's possible that this house is Lu's? Funny? I just checked. The top richest neighborhood in Jiangnan City costs $2,000 a day to rent. Covering his mouth to laugh, Zhao Cheng, this expression is exactly the same as before me. You say you have nothing to look at him for what? Looking at the pop-ups within the live broadcast, the photographer's face turned blue and trembling as he pointed at the pop-ups and said to Zhao Cheng, brother, they said that the villa was originally his. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Cheng covered his head and simply couldn't believe it. But what was in front of him was too much for him to explain. After only a few seconds, Zhao Cheng quickly closed the live broadcast and dialed the phone. No way. I have to call and report him to the program. The next day, the program building was busy at first light with an emergency meeting. On the big screen in the conference room was a picture of a handsome man, contestant number 32 of Life in 100 Styles, Lu Chun. The director's face was grave, looking around at the managers of all departments with dark circles under his eyes. He sighed helplessly and said, do you have any ideas about Lu Chen? It's only been a few days since the show started and the director basically hasn't had a good night's sleep, and all because of Lu Chen. First, there was Lu Chen's inexplicable $100,000, the curated photographer. And finally the inexplicable explosion of fire. Had this crew working their asses off for him for a while before finally hammering it out themselves? It took a finalization that all contestants' offshow earnings would not be counted in that reality show tally to quell many of the contestants' grievances. Now that Lu Chen had inexplicably made a whole big villa, the program had already received complaints from nearly half of the guests last night alone. Sitting around the conference room, a supervisor wearing glasses pushed them up and said, this kind of behavior from Lu Chen has strictly disrupted the balance of the show. I suggest that he be kicked out of the show straight away. Chapter 46. Here's 100 for you to go to the internet cafe tonight. Hearing this, before the director had time to speak, the supervisor beside the glasses supervisor who managed the backstage live data immediately stood up. No way. Lu Chen is now the most popular of all the guests. Besides, he's pulling up the heat on the whole show. And if we bring him up on the show, then who's going to watch our show? After saying that, That supervisor took out a tablet and handed it to the director. This is a comparison of Lu Chen's popularity when he started broadcasting and his current popularity. After only 3 days, he has gone from the bottom of the list to the top of the list against all odds, and even the second to the fifth most popular people combined aren't as popular as he is. If we have to kick Lu Chen out of the program, I'm afraid our program can't afford the consequences. After hearing these words, the managers of the various departments present lowered their heads in unison, full of embarrassment, even the director. The director took a deep breath and pondered for a while, somewhat embarrassed. But if Lu Chen continues like this, I'm afraid there's no way for the program to continue normally. The original purpose of this program was to let viewers experience the hardships of various professions and the positive and courageous spirit of the guests. Now it's the guests who are struggling to move up, and Lu Chen is there for the ages. Some of the others don't even have a place to stay and can only sleep on the street. He fell head over heels in a luxury villa and slept until the sun came up. In this way, how can the guests who are co-contestants with Lu Chen be satisfied? At that moment, another supervisor in the room spoke up. We vetted Lu Chen's background before the competition and everything was fine. How come all of a sudden he has a villa? This was the supervisor responsible for vetting the guests' backgrounds and assets before the race. And Lu Chen's sudden wealth made him scratch his head. The director's brow furrowed as he asked toward that supervisor. Are you saying that Lu Chen's source of assets is problematic? We checked and it's fine. The point is that when we checked before, he was really penniless. It's your audit team's check that's missing, isn't it? Inside the conference room, the rest of the department heads couldn't help but grunt. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a mistake in the review and Lu Chen, a top rich kid, was put in, they wouldn't be working overtime every day these days, circling around Lu Chen. See the supervisors implode in the conference room. The director looked at the heads of the departments who kept complaining to each other and couldn't help but get a headache. Finally a big hand slapped down on the table. All right, we're here to solve problems now, not for you to implode. Since what Lu Chen now owns are fixed assets, he is only allowed to use them and not to sell them. And as for the extra cash, it will not be counted as part of the bonuses earned by the program. You record the data of, wait out a guest real-time earned amount. Easy for viewers to understand. But I'm afraid that's hardly convincing, is it? The glasses supervisor looked a little embarrassed. He was the one who had received complaints from nearly half of the guests in the middle of the night, knowing full well how much resentment guests really have. The director shook his head and explained, it doesn't matter to us who ends up winning the title. It's all about traffic and popularity. Judging by the fact that Lu Chen has skyrocketed all the way from the bottom of the list to number 1 in the past few days, he's worth it. And besides, we're the ones who end up judging the champions based on who earns more money and is more popular. Even if he's a rich kid, that doesn't affect our standard of judgment. What do you all think? After hearing the director's words, the crowd nodded. After all, he was the general director in charge of the entire program, and he did see things from a longer perspective than they did. For the sake of the show's popularity and development, it's not a bad idea to give Lu Chen some small privileges. Besides, it doesn't hurt that the final $50 million jackpot will be judged. In this way, the guests, though still harboring some resentment in their hearts, are all here for the ultimate $50 million jackpot. For them, it's enough to make sure that judging the winner is fair. Maybe the final jackpot might even grow because of the heat brought by Lu Chen. On the other hand, 11 o'clock at noon, Lu Chen, in a daze, was awakened by the ringing of his own phone. Lu Chen, half asleep, picked up the phone. Hello? On the other end of the line, there was a petulant gulp. Lu Chen, do you know what time it is? I got up before dawn to put on my makeup and now it's 11 o'clock and you're still asleep. It's 11? Hearing this, Lu Chen snapped out of it, sitting up from the large, spacious bed, only to find a dark lens pointed at him. The photographer's gaze was unmistakably sultry. Brother, you're finally up. The photographer was up early. After all, his job was to follow Lu Chen, but he never expected that Lu Chen would actually be so sleepy, sleeping until 11 o'clock before getting up. I'm afraid he could have slept right through to lunch if he hadn't kind of called and woken him up. The thought that he had to work just after opening his eyes, while Lu Chen had slept leisurely until now. How could the photographer be in a better mood? Similarly, seeing Lu Chen, who was only getting up now, the viewers in the live broadcast room hated him with a passion. I've been up since 8 o'clock, and this pussy's still sleeping. I was on guard early in the morning to watch Lu live, but I was about to take my lunch break and he was still sleeping. Why is Luck so relaxed and still sleeping at 11 o'clock when he's also a laborer? Don't compare. He is a rich second generation. Are you? I checked yesterday. Lu live here the price of 100,000 a square meter, which even if I do not eat and drink bitter life cannot afford to buy. Achoo! Who's calling me handsome behind my back? Lu Chen sneezed. then looked toward the camera that did not know when he had filmed himself appearing beside his bed, and asked the photographer, I didn't say anything in my sleep, did I? Nope. Just said what man you don't want to be like that. What a sister letting her brother see if I'm big or not or something like that. Lu Chun. Although it was hard to wait for Lu Chen to get up, the photographer thought about the fact that they had crashed the rental yesterday. A little overwhelmed for a moment, he asked towards Lu Chen, brother, we lost our car. How can we work today? Lu Chun, however, shook his head. I'm going to the amusement park with my sister today, so I won't be working. So I'm filming you guys on a date? Here's $100 for you to go to an internet cafe all night and don't come back tonight. Photographer. I found you to be quite unintelligent at times, Al. Then I'm going to the hotel tonight and not coming back. Photographer looked at Lu Chen, dumbfounded he or the first time to see someone actually put his heart thoughts expressed so bluntly. Froze for a long time, silently toward the Lu Chen asked, brother, you have an ID card? Lu Chun. Then you'd better go play at the internet cafe and don't come back tonight. Chapter 47, The photographer whose heart was broken by a man. Gangnam City. A silver and white luxury sports car sped down the road, its loud engine roar drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Inside the supercar, the photographer looked excited as he touched the luxurious interior of the car everywhere. Brother, where did you get this supercar? This is the first time I've done this. It's so rad. The live stream also exploded. He meowed. Lu actually has a supercar. I'm really crying my eyes out. I really thought he drove a taxi. I gave him 2 rockets before. But now you're telling me he's a second-generation rich guy, crying. Stop it upstairs. It reminds me of the airplane I painted for him, heartbreaking. Brother Lu has a big villa. Isn't it normal to have a supercar? I am selling cars. Lu, the supercar is not simple. This supercar is Bugatti's limited edition. Limited to 100 worldwide. The value of basically 8 figures. And this is basically used to collect. So open loss is comparable to burning gold. Waste. On the other hand, inside a certain park in Jiangnan, a pure beauty in a pure white dress with transparent high heels on her feet was carrying a satchel and looking into the distance, attracting many male gazes. That's when a stupid middle-aged man stepped forward. That beauty. Is it convenient to get acquainted? Sorry, I have a boyfriend. That's convenient. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by the sister. Not eating. Don't want to go out either. Jenny somewhat helplessly covered her forehead inside. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen this place to wait for him. This was the 18th person to hit on her this morning. She no longer wanted to be dealing with all these people who came to accost her. There were quite a few polite ones, but more like the middle-aged man in front of me. The middle-aged man was seen pulling out the keys to a car with a Mercedes-Benz logo, and then pressing toward a Mercedes-Benz parked on the side of the road. Thump! Thump! The Mercedes lights flashed a few times and the middle-aged man turned his head. Turning to Chen Yi, she said with incomparable confidence, really, don't you want to go for a drive somewhere? I'm a very convenient driver. Before Chen Yi could reply, the surrounding crowd began to riot. Look, what kind of sports car is that? It's so cool. Wow, when I get rich, I'll buy one of these to pick up girls. What kind of car is this? I've never seen it before, only to see a silver-accented supercar parked squarely in front of Chen Yi. The greasy men who had previously surrounded Chen Yi silently retreated to the back after seeing this supercar. Although Chen Yi marveled at the supercar in front of her, she still felt a bit helpless and sighed deeply, skillfully refusing. Sorry, I have a boyfriend and I don't want to eat or go out right now either, much less go for a ride. Only the windows of the supercar were slowly lowered, revealing a stunning face. Lu Chen froze for a while after hearing Chen Yi's words. Then tentatively he spoke. So I go? Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Yi raised her eyes fiercely towards the luxury sports car. Her eyes stared blankly, incomparably awestruck, and said, how come it's you? Don't you drive a cab? As soon as he heard Chen Yi questioning his profession, Lu Chen immediately retorted, who says luxury sports cars can't run for hire? I didn't think you'd think of renting a sports car, but next time you don't have to. Cabs are fine. Looking at Lu Chen driving a sports car, Chen Yi's heart was sweet and happy. It wasn't that she was vain, but Lu Chen would actually go to the trouble of going out with herself for this time. From this point on, Lu Chen's favorability in her heart increased another notch. With a quiet smile on her face, Chen Yi walked around from the front of the car to the other side of the door when she opened it. The smile on his face froze. She saw a dark lens pointed right at her. When the photographer saw Chen Yi, his face was also incredibly embarrassed, just like a mistress who was caught by someone else's wife. How are you, sister? Chen Yi froze for a long time before asking towards Lu Chen. He's the passenger seat. So where do I sit? The sports car only had 2 seats, not a back row like a rental, and the passenger seat was taken by the photographer. You can't possibly go for the driver's seat yourself, can you? The gazes of Lu Chen and Chen Yi both looked towards the photographer, who was stared at by the two with a little bit of hairiness in his heart. Holding up his own camera, he said, I'm going to follow you, brother, so you can't make me go down and walk, can you? Who would have thought that Lu Chen directly took over the cameraman's camera with one hand, then fixed it on the trunk partition and took out $30 from his pocket and handed it to the cameraman. I've got you covered, so go in peace, photographer. Chen Yi. Eventually, the photographer, whose heart had been broken by a certain man, gave up the passenger seat. Chen Yi looked at the photographer's back as he gradually moved away, lost in thought, and was somewhat unable to bear it. Doing that to him, it's not good, is it? Lu Chen waved his hand, not minding it at all. It's fine. I'll help him get used to it in advance. Chen Yi was a bit puzzled. Adapt to what? Getting used to the feeling of having your heart broken by a man later. Chen Yi nodded, then realized that there was a hint of something wrong, and tilted his head to ask in return, shouldn't it be a woman? Isn't it sigma, degree? Suddenly, a horrifying thought surfaced in Chen Yi's mind, and then her eyes looked at Lu Chen in shock. Lu Chen nodded deeply, with a look that said you understand. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room also shouted, asterisk. Really? How did Luck know? What happened between him and the photographer last night? What did I miss? I saw the cameraman get into Luck's bed before he turned off the camera. Funny. I heard the photographer say something about a big dog's head. Don't mislead the newcomers here. Luck is simply slandering the photographer. With the departure of the photographer, inside the luxury sports car, there was essentially no peace and quiet. Hiss. What's so weird about my car gears? Soft and bouncy? Lu Chen looked puzzled, and his hand kept squeezing the original cab gear. Chen Yi looked at Lu Chen with a speechless face. This is already the 8th time. This supercar of yours is an automatic hack. You hang up your sister's gear. Lu Chen scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, oh, is that so? Ha ha, sorry, I'm used to driving the original rental. If you give me your hand again, I'll chop it, you believe it or not. Chen Yi's gaze was fierce as he looked towards Lu Chen. On the other hand, the photographer was lost in a cab. Handing the money to the master, he pointed to the luxury supertruck in front of him. Master, please follow on that front sports car. Master looked at the luxury supercar in front of him and couldn't help but stare, then said in disbelief, who are you following, young man? Hearing this, the photographer couldn't help but grit his teeth. A dog that gets horny at the sight of a man. Chapter 48, Photographer, you're clean. You're ing picking up girls and taking me as a favor. Ha! The cabbie froze for a moment, then looked toward the supercar in front of him again, seeming to understand what was going on. His eyes couldn't help but feel some pity when they looked at the photographer again. He said, young man, in fact, you cannot blame her for this matter. Who can guarantee that there are no accidents in life? The photographer froze for a while, a little unsure. Accident? What kind of accident could this be? Is it possible that you were kicked out of the car, or was it an accident? Hi, we've all been there before, brother, understand you. Who can be happy being cuckolded? People always look forward. You just follow people. The end result is not still their own sad? Master, what are you talking about? My brother, he kicked me out of the car to pick up a girl. Halfway through the sentence, the photographer seemed to have discovered some great secret. Eyes shook toward the cab driver. Master, you should not. Taxi driver. The silence within the cab for the next few moments was dreadful. The taxi driver silently followed the supercar in front of him until it stopped. Not a word was spoken, and his face was terribly grim. The photographer looked at his gloomy face and didn't dare to interrupt, silently getting out of the car and joining the two. Lu Chen. Chen Yi, wearing a clean white dress, turned around in front of the two, as if a cheerful deer pointing at the amusement park gate in front of her, and introduced herself. Dang it, here we are, Jiangnan Century Amusement Park. Looking at the endless amusement park and the Ferris wheel standing in the sky, Lu Chen and the photographer couldn't help but be shocked. Amusement parks, are they all this good now? Lu Chen and the photographer, for the amusement park's impression still stays in more than 10 years ago. There is a haunted house pirate ship period. Simply did not expect this amusement park is actually so luxurious. Just that Ferris wheel is afraid to cost a lot of money. Chen Yi's fingers kept stirring the ends of her hair, her face somewhat blushing in defense. I was supposed to come here with my family today, but it turned out that my mom ran to the temple to repent after she found out that I ate the released fish, so I had no choice but to call on you. After realizing that the other party did not respond for a long time, Chen Yi raised her head somewhat shyly, only to find that Lu Chen and the photographer were long before the rides. Brother, I go, this looks so much fun. What are you waiting for? Buy a ticket. Lu Chen looked back towards Chen Yi, who was somewhat at a loss for words. Me? I buy tickets? Shinny felt the gazes of the two men and somewhat suspected that she had heard wrongly. Pointing at herself incredulously, Lu Chen's gaze became a bit odd. You wouldn't ask us to come out and play without money, would you? Chen Yi. She covered her forehead helplessly, and for a moment she actually didn't know what to say. What kind of guy out on a date makes a girl spend money so blatantly? However, considering that Lu Chen was participating in the program, he didn't have much money per se. It also rents a sports car. Most likely it's because of that it's broke, right? Thinking of this, Shinny took out 2 red bills from her bag and handed them to the 2 people in front of her. But the next move of the 2 left her a little puzzled. The 2 men took their own money and stood still, with all the enthusiasm they had shown before. Shinny looked at the 2 people in front of him and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Don't you guys want to play? Go ah? Who would have thought that the 2 men would look unanimous in their demeanor and skimmed their mouths in disdain? He. Childish. That's for kids. That's right. We're all grown-ups. What's the difference between playing those and ting in public? Chen Yi? So you guys want money from me? What's asking for money? It's for emotional distress. And you actually think the 2 of us would play that childish stuff? Lu Chen skimmed his lips and cocked his head, not half wanting to hand over the money. Chen Yi looked at the 2 people in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. You guys weren't professional liars before, were you? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience had been shocked beyond words by Lu Chen and the photographer's maneuvers. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha, I thought it was going to be a sour day, but it turns out Lu is really using his strength to explain why he's single. How the hell did you guys grow up? How can you have such a tacit understanding? You cheated a girl out of $200 in the blink of an eye. 3 words, let the girl spend $200 for me. Mr. Lu, I beg you to open the class. I was drinking water and these 2 almost killed me with laughter. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Shenny looked at the justified 2 people in front of him, and even the best of moods couldn't help but become grumpy. Pointing to the roller coaster not far away, he said viciously, Good, don't you guys think this is childish? Then go play that with me. Lu Chen and the photographer looked in unison in the direction of Chun Yi's finger. A nearly 90-degree vertical roller coaster track appeared in front of the 2 men. 360 degrees of circular track, as if the huge undulation of the wave, into the eyes. The roller coaster fell as if it were falling, nose down, stuck straight above the nearly 90-degree track, toward the ground. The people in the car let out a roar as if it were the last whale before they died. Gulp! The 2 swallowed in unison. Silently, he took out the large red banknote in his pocket and handed it to Chen Yi. Actually, I think we're still pretty naive. Don't you, brother? That's right. A man is a teenager until he dies. So don't mind if a kid plays a little joke on you. The 2 of them wore fawning smiles and kept on showing their favor to Chen Yi. Chen Yi seemed to have found a way to cure them in general and said with a nuclear face, Do you guys think, do I look like I'm kidding? Immediately afterward, the 2 of them were dragged as if they were being dragged by Chen Yi to the ticket office of the roller coaster. 3 tickets for the roller coaster, please. She was still sad about last night's fight with her family, but she ended up looking at the 2 men's faces as if they were dead, and she was in a much better mood. Alright, let's get in line. I have to say a trip to the amusement park does make me feel better. Shenny stretched out a comfortable stretch and led the 2 to the back of the line. She then turned her head and playfully blinked at Lu Chen. Why don't we go on a date here next time? She herself understood how she, a petite little girl, could possibly pull the 2 big men in front of her. It was completely her effortlessly pulling Lu Chen and Lu Chen tugging on the frantic fleeing photographer. Satisfy your desire to play roller coasters. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at Chun Yi's bright smile in front of him. It costs money to date other people, but to date you, it costs your life. But you're obviously afraid, and that kept me company, didn't it? Chen Yi cocked her head, looking at Lu Chen with eyes that were about to pull out silk. The photographer behind him had already cursed all the swear words he would say in his life and his mind by now. Chapter 49, Thanks for the plane that still talks tough. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers were heartbroken for the photographer when they saw this scene. Lu is a real dog. Can you take care of a single person? Can't you fix it? Photographer, I should be under the car. Not in it. I'm really convinced of these 2. How can they be so programmatic? Annoyed. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The roller coaster wasn't too crowded, and the trio waited in line for almost 10 minutes or so before it was their turn. The staff member took out a few sheets of white paper and handed them to the 3 men. Lu Chen looked at the disclaimer agreement in front of him and couldn't help but be a little curious. What is this? Disclaimer. You can't play these if you're pregnant or have a heart condition or mental illness or anything like that. Chenny is not the first time to play this. Decisively signed the waiver agreement. and then explained to Lu Chen several people. Lu Chen looked at the clauses on top of the disclaimer agreement and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, then looked towards the staff with a horrified gaze. Is this roller coaster still life-threatening in your house? It's not called a roller coaster. It's called life and death, right? When the staff member heard Lu Chen's words, he explained with a trademark smile on his face. Don't worry. We mainly come out with a waiver for some guests who have a weak resistance to shock. If the guest ensures that he or she doesn't have any of the above problems, then nothing will happen. Lu Chen looked at the up to 3-page disclaimer agreement in his hand, then glanced at the towering roller coaster in front of him, already beating a retreat in his heart. He turned his head towards Chen Yi behind him. You probably won't believe me when I say it. I have a heart condition and my heart thumps every time I see a beautiful woman. The photographer, after hearing Lu Chen's excuse, also immediately pretended to learn. I'm the same. You may not believe me when I tell you. I'm pregnant. It's been 3 months. I can't do roller coasters. After saying that, the photographer even took a pretend breath and puffed his stomach up as much as he could, holding it in his hands. Lu Chen looked at the photographer with this look and simply didn't believe it. Hey, Sanner, you're getting too spooky with this pregnancy, aren't you? A big man, you give me the word that you're pregnant. You might as well say you're a woman. After all, that's so outrageously false. How can anyone believe it? When the photographer heard Lu Chen tear himself down, he also retorted immediately. Brother, you're still talking about me. You can send a wanted man flying with one punch. Who would believe it with a heart condition? Chen Yi helplessly covered his forehead, already regretting it in his heart. Had she been knocked over the head by her mom last night? Or else how could she have thought of asking Lu Chen to come to the amusement park? What's the difference between that and the old man eating arsenic? Listening to the two people constantly bickering and tearing each other down, Chen Yi hurriedly stepped in to stop the two people. And if they didn't step in, they were afraid that they would be able to argue here for a day. Alright, you're all here, so you'll experience it. It's a roller coaster that's ranked in all of Asia. Lu Chen and the photographer looked at each other and finally sighed. And yes, after all, come all the way here to experience it. Lu Chen helplessly took that waiver agreement and signed his name on it. The same goes for photographers. Once all three were signed, the staff walked them over to the roller coaster. They were kind of early, and there were only a few scattered tourists sitting in the car. This just happens to be a row of 3, so just find a row to sit in, but it may be a while, as there are still quite a few tourists checking their tickets in the back. After that, the staff left. The 3 of them, Lu Chen, also found a row to sit down. Lu Chen and the photographer looked at the track leading to the sky in front of them, their faces stiffening. Before looking outside, there was no sense of reality. Now sitting inside the roller coaster and watching this, feel as if this roller coaster can really send themselves to heaven. Looking at the nervous appearance of the two, Chen Yi couldn't help but let a bad smile flow from the corner of his mouth. Why are your faces so white? It can't be fear, can it? Trying proved to be very useful for both men, no matter how cheap the agitation. As soon as he heard Chen Yi's words, Lu Chen immediately let out a cold snort and said with a stiff upper lip, Fear? Lu Chen, have never had the word fear in my vocabulary, and my face is white because I was born with good skin. The photographer similarly puffed out his chest and stiffened his mouth. That is, I don't even know how to write fear, and you're giving me fear. Looking at this dead duck's mouth appearance of the two, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't look on. These two people's mouths are harder than my roommate's socks that haven't been washed in 3 months. Why are they still so tough when they're already in the car? One day the earth will be destroyed and there will be only 2 mouths left saying, I don't know what it means to be afraid. Tough talk is tough, but I don't know if it's tough elsewhere. Dog's head, upstairs against the sky. Thanks to the still talking boss for the airplane. Chen Yi looked at the two who were still talking tough. His eyes rolled and he looked at the two and laughed. So shall we make a bet? Whoever calls it out first later loses. Lu Chen and the photographer's faces changed in color, and they were about to open their mouths to refuse. However, he heard Chen Yi's slightly contemptuous laughter from the side. You guys, you're not scared, are you? Gambling is gambling. I, Lu Chen, am nicknamed the little god of gambling. Will I still be afraid of you? That's it. I'm nicknamed the great god of gambling. How dare you bet with us? The two were once again taken in by Chen Yi's move of provocation, and immediately agreed. All but forgetting what happened the last time he played dice with her, Lu Chen immediately looked towards Chen Yi and asked, First things first, what's the bet? I won't play anything too small. Chen Yi placed his index finger against his chin again and pondered for a while, then cocked his head and said, Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Why don't you guys start? If I win, I want you. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the photographer. Brother, this is still live. Can you say something that can be broadcast? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at the photographer who had interrupted him and continued to speak to Chen Yi. If you lose, I want you to promise me to do something. Chen Yi agreed on the spot. No problem, as long as this matter is not excessive. Of course that aspect is not. As the amusement park's current record holder for 3 consecutive roller coaster rides without throwing up, she naturally didn't feel like losing. Then the photographer frowned tightly, just pondering his terms, but realized that Chen Yi had already left his seat and walked away. Brother, she hasn't listened to my request yet. Lu Chen turned his head and looked the photographer up and down, then asked with a sincere face, you really don't think you can win, do you, photographer? But is it really appropriate for you guys to just skim over me? Chapter 50, Lu Chen, the screws have fallen off your seat. A few more minutes passed. Many tourists sat on the roller coaster one after another and fastened their seatbelts, but Chen Yi still showed no sign of returning. Sanner, where do you think she went anyway? The photographer looked at the empty seat beside Lu Chen and couldn't help but be skeptical. Brother, she's not running scared and letting us play, is she? Lu Chen subconsciously shook his head. It shouldn't be. Didn't you see her face when she said she wanted to play this? So maybe it's scared and excited to see us? Hearing the photographer's bold speculation, Lu Chen sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at the empty seat beside him, and also couldn't help but brainstorm. Hiss. You don't say. It's possible. I was just about to bolt, but I saw Chen Yi in a white dress in the distance. A smile was all over her pretty face, and she was holding a couple of plastic bags that she kept waving at herself. Seeing this, Lu Chen completely put his heart down. You don't talk nonsense, Ao. How can my girlfriend be so timid? Photographer, didn't you just wonder that too, brother? I was skeptical with my mouth, but in my heart I trusted her very much. Sanner, what are you doing? Lu Chen looked towards the cameraman and realized that the cameraman was carrying the camera and constantly drumming on something. I'm afraid I'll break the camera on the roller coaster ride later, so I'll take this part of its grip off first, which makes it easier to hold and less likely to break. The cameraman asked absently towards Lu Chen as he dismantled the parts of the camera. Say brother, aren't you really afraid? What if you lose the bet and she makes you in public? Lu Chen said righteously, a great man is born in heaven and earth, and since he has promised someone something, he must do it. Only Lu Chen had an incomparably serious expression on his face, and there was a hidden golden light emerging behind him, rather like the flavor of a promise of 1,000 pieces of gold. The photographer continued, and what if she doesn't allow you to pick up girls? Lu Chen pondered slightly for a while before suddenly changing his mind again. Hiss, you're right. We can't really let her get the better of us. Photographer. The audience in the live broadcast room, hearing this, also fell silent. Is public ting even less important than not being able to pick up girls in Lux's eyes? Laughing and crying, ha ha. Lu remembers the photographer now, and the photographer bets they both didn't even listen. Photographer, you really don't think you can win, do you? This is what happens when a dead duck talks tough. The girl might ask Lu not to allow contact with female creatures, dog head. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart when he thought about what the photographer said was possible. Keep looking through the system mall to see if there were any skills that didn't scare you. Pity. Even if he looked through the system mall, there was no such strange thing. Lu Chen sighed in frustration. Even the system couldn't help him. Then I'm afraid he really had no hope of winning. Just when Lu Chen was downcast, he suddenly heard a ding-dong sound. 2 screws as long as half an index finger fell to his feet. The photographer fired Lu Chen while drumming his camera. Brother, help me pick up the screws. Looking at the screws in front of him, Lu Chen suddenly had a flash of light and thought of something. Right. I don't have to make sure I won't be scared. I just have to make Chen Yi get scared enough to scream out. Won't that be enough? Lu Chen took the screws in his hand and already had a bold idea in his head. At that moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came from behind. What made me get scared enough to call out? Chen Yi had already sat down on her seat and asked towards Lu Chen with a curious face. No, nothing. Lu Chen hurriedly put the screws in his hand into his pocket, then looked at the plastic bag held in Chen Yi's hand and wondered. What are you doing with 2 plastic bags on a roller coaster? What are you doing with 2 plastic bags on a roller coaster? Chen Yi gave Lu Chen a blank look and handed the 2 plastic bags to Lu Chen and the photographer respectively. Here's a vomit bag. If you guys can't take it anymore, you can throw up in it if you want to. Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately snorted in disdain. Joke. I went for a medical checkup before, and I wouldn't throw up even after how many rounds I went around. And it made the doctor look dumbfounded, saying that I had this body begging me to become an astronaut and contribute to the motherland's spaceflight industry. At this point, the cameraman has finished disassembling the extra parts of the camera. Strapping the camera to his chest with specialized gear, he nodded his stiff upper lip. That's right. How can we throw up on a roller coaster? Not that I'm saying, it's 10 times steeper than this roller coaster, and my brother and I won't even blink. Chen Yi. Then don't you guys pick up my barf bag. The two men, although their mouths were unforgiving, but their bodies were very honest and silently took the plastic bag. Without feeling the slightest blush, he said, I was afraid you'd spit it out, so I'll keep it for you for now. That's it. As the crowds build up, the entire coaster is filled with visitors and ready to depart. Please check your seatbelts as well as your seats. We're about to head out. The staff member reminded again towards the tourists. Clunk! There was a sound, and the roller coaster moved slowly. The wheels rolled on the railroad tracks with a constant clang, 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 sound. The whole roller coaster is also getting faster and faster, constantly heading towards the high ground. The two of them, Lu Chen and the photographer, looked down at the gradually diminishing buildings on the ground and their faces turned pale. The wind was howling as if it was going to blow itself away at any moment. Under the feet is an abyss of 10,000 feet, and the slightest mistake is to be crushed to pieces. Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, even though he had expected all this. But you only realize how scary it is when you actually experience it. This is too high? Brother, if I'm gone, remember to bring a message to my family. The photographer tugged tightly on Lu Chen's sleeve, similarly frightened, and curled his entire body up. On the contrary, Chenyi still looked as normal, with a hint of a tranquil smile on her white pretty face. Lu Chen, you know what? You're still the first one who dares to play this with me. No one in my family dares to play this with me. Thinking of this, Chenyi seemed to recall her snitching cousin, and her face suddenly became a bit gloomy again, especially my second cousin who is a SWAT officer, obviously big and bold looking, but with the guts of a rat. Humph. As the roller coaster rises slowly and gradually to its highest point, what follows is a right-angle slope of nearly 90 degrees. Chenyi looked at the pale Lu Chen and said confidently, You're going to lose. Remember to throw up in the barf bag later. At that moment, Lu Chen shook his head. I was just going to tell you that a screw fell out of your seat. After saying that, Lu Chen took out a screw from his pocket. The smile on Chenyi's face froze, flustered to the naked eye. Sigma, degree winky face. Fake, right? How could a screw fall out of my seat? Chapter 51, The Tricked Out Audience. When she said this, Chenyi's voice was tinged with trembling. And where did this screw come from? There's no way I removed it from someone else's seat. Is there? Lu Chen took the screws, full of seriousness and solemnity, and asked rhetorically. Even though Chenyi had some doubts in her heart, she couldn't help but believe it when she saw the serious expression on Lu Chen's face. So what do I do? Chenyi's words already had a hint of crying in them. As a roller coaster enthusiast, she could never have imagined that this kind of thing on a news report would one day happen to her. The sudden crisis made her completely forget about the emergency stop button on the roller coaster. Looking at Lu Chen, who was seriously coaxing Chenyi, and Chenyi's face that went from chesty to terrified in just 3 seconds, the viewers in the live room were already laughing their asses off. How can brother Lu bear to cheat such a lovely girl? Old thief Lu, you've lost your face to win. Angry, Lu brother, this is how to hold back from laughing. This acting directly into the entertainment industry is not good? Covering the face to laugh, this pussy is really too screwed up. Riding a roller coaster to deceive others, screws fell off. Put aside who do not panic. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Chenyi's somewhat desperate eyes looked towards Lu Chen. The corners of her eyes had begun to redden, obviously frightened. Lu Chen, however, took this opportunity to wrap his arms around her and protect her in his embrace. Chenyi felt the warm big hand on her shoulder and looked towards Lu Chen in doubt. Before she could open her mouth, Lu Chen jumped ahead. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to protect. In case you fly straight up, I can pull you in. You stick close to me, too, so you might have a chance. Oh, Chenyi nodded numbly, completely forgetting what kind of anchor Lu Chen really was. He didn't consider for a second that this matter was just something Lu Chen had made up. After all, as Lu Chen said, there's no way this screw that appeared out of nowhere could have been something he removed from someone else's seat, right? She directly pressed her entire body onto Lu Chen's arm. The soft touch immediately made Lu Chen's heart tighten. So soft. What did you say? It was too windy for me to hear, due to the constant whistling of the gusty winds high above. Chenyi hadn't heard this heartfelt sentiment of Lu Chen clearly. I mean, make sure you catch me. Yes. Chenyi hugged Lu Chen's arm tighter, her entire arm almost surrounded by soft touch. It drew a wave of envy in the live room. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. I originally thought Luck was trying to mess with the girls, but I didn't realize that the one who ended up being messed with was the master. Am I part of your play? If so, then I'd like to ask, where is the VIP recharge channel? Master is a real clown. Know that this pussy will abuse the dog, but I still here to watch, cry. Learning to scrap Luck. I'll try to find my girlfriend today. Upstairs, have you considered the consequences? I could see that the roller coaster was on the edge of the track of what looked like a cliff, and was not far from falling. Jenny closed her eyes to death and wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's strong and powerful arm. As if only by grasping Lu Chen's arm did she have so much security. Suddenly, swish, the entire roller coaster plunged straight down as if it were weightless. Chen Yi's eyes were tightly closed as a huge sense of weightlessness hit her, causing her adrenaline to spike wildly, completely leaving the previous bet behind. As the screams came from the crowd around her, she screamed uncontrollably. Ah! Lu Chen, save me! Her carefully groomed hair was messy in the air, and Lu Chen stroked her head soothingly while letting out a loud laugh. However, the laughter only lasted less than 3 seconds before it came to an abrupt end. A sense of weightlessness came over Lu Chen, and he only felt his stomach flip. His own breakfast seemed to fight in his own stomach. A wave of stomach acid rushed up his throat, and a strong feeling of vomiting kept hitting his brain. Vomit! Lu Chen decisively took out the vomit bag that Chen Yi handed to him and threw up. The cameraman on the side was so pale that he fainted while directly holding the camera. But luckily the camera was strapped down and was able to remain in a relatively stable position even if the cameraman passed out. The non-stop vomiting Lu Chen was a bit of a mess though, but looking at Chen Yi beside him, who closed her eyes and didn't dare to open them and clung to her arm, and the photographer who fainted and died, she suddenly had a feeling that she was in a high place. Lu Chen looked around at the two and shook his head with some hatred, then pointing at the camera and looking up at the sky at 45 degrees. His face was incredibly somber as he said, "Alas, fellow viewers, you know the high places, vomit." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen began to vomit again. A short half a minute or less. For Chen Yi, it was as if several centuries had passed. Feeling the roller coaster gradually stabilizing, Chen Yi slowly opened her eyes, incomparably confused. "Am I alive? Don't worry, I've got you." Lu Chen flashed a bright smile at Chen Yi and asked immediately afterward, "You just called it, so did you lose the bet?" Hearing this, Chen Yi became furious and said to Lu Chen in annoyance, "I'm dying and you care if the bet was won or not? Are you that competitive? Never you mind. Just tell me if I won." Okay, you win, okay? Chen Yi perfunctorily said. When his life is at stake, Chen Yi does not have the time to argue with Lu Chen about this. Rather, I hope to find a fixed point at that circular track in the lower wave that will stabilize me from falling. Then this is for you to keep as a souvenir. Lu Chen slowly spread his palms and handed the screws in his hands to Chen Yi. Originally, he hadn't planned to show his hand that early, but after seeing Chen Yi's face pale with fear and the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, he was a little too impatient to do so, and at the same time, he knew that if he had said something earlier, he might have been able to keep his body intact. Chen Yi looked at the screws Lu Chen handed over and couldn't help but be a little confused. A memento of what? A memento of not dying? If something were to happen to you, wouldn't the funeral trio be enough of a memorial? As for taking a screw to honor it, it's hard not to. Suddenly a bold idea came to her mind. Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen sardonically scratched his head and smiled at Chen Yi. "Actually, I picked up this screw. The screw didn't fall out of your seat." This time, Lu Chen realized for the first time that there was no deception in the original re. People's hair can literally stand up when they are jealous and angry. Lu Chen! A sharp cry resounded through the sky, nearly piercing Lu Chen's eardrums. This was followed by a pink punch. Even the arms were left with a number of bite marks from some kind of animal. Chapter 52, Lu Chen, you really dropped your screws. The roller coaster gradually smoothed out, and the photographer on the side slowly opened his eyes and woke up from his stupor. A face covered in bruises appeared in front of him, instantly clearing his head. "I'll go." "What is this?" The photographer's body jolted, then recognized the person in front of him and was incredibly puzzled. "Brother, how did you get like this?" Lu Chen shook his head as if he didn't want to bring up this matter. "Don't ask. It's too much to talk about." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Yi beside her clasped her hands on her chest and snorted coldly. His face was cold, with a look of lingering anger. The viewers in the live broadcast room were already laughing when they saw Lu Chen's bruised and swollen face. Laughing and crying, "Ha ha ha, Lu was really skinny. Scaring the girls with this kind of thing. It's only right to get beaten up. Luck, he's just too much of a stalker. He's just so terribly terse. Ha ha ha. He'd rather take a beating himself than bring us joy. I'm crying." Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. When the photographer saw Chen Yi and Lu Chen looking like this, it wasn't hard to guess that something had happened between the two of them. Sensibly, he nodded and asked no further questions. The roller coaster slowly started, and Lu Chen became a little restless again as he was secured in his seat by the seatbelt. Moved over toward the photographer. "Sanner, you just passed out, you know?" As soon as the photographer heard this, he was offended. "Halo? Brother, you may not understand me very well. I never knew how to write the word dizzy in my life. I just was so bored with this roller coaster that I accidentally fell asleep. Hearing that the photographer was still talking tough, Lu Chen just continued to ask with a flat face. So aren't you afraid of doing roller coasters? Fear? My whole life. Before the photographer could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Chen. That's good. I just saw a screw fall out of your seat. Just don't be afraid if you're not. After saying that, Lu Chen fished out another screw from his own pocket and handed it to the photographer. Photographer, sigma, degree delta degree. No, it can't be true, can it, brother? The photographer's face changed drastically, and with incomparable difficulty, he looked toward Lu Chen. So where did this screw come from? It can't be that I unscrewed it from someone else's seat, can it? Lu Chen spread his hands and pretended to look indifferent. Looking at Lu Chen, who was repeating his old tricks, the viewers in the live broadcast room began to look forward to it. Laughing and crying, Lu is a real dog. It's not enough to bully a girl, but you have to bully a photographer. But I like it. He's so bad. I really love him. Funny. It's not funny if you do the same trick twice, but I like to watch. However, things didn't go as smoothly as viewers expected. The photographer looked at the screws in Lu Chen's palm with a frown on his brow, and telescoped for a while. Then he looked at Lu Chen, puzzled. Why does this screw look familiar to you, brother? Ha? Does it look familiar? Maybe the screws all look the same, and you look just about the same? Lu Chen was a bit vain, and his eyes kept looking toward the sky. Photographer, stare. Brother, this is the screw that fell out of my camera, right? After all, the screws were removed by the photographer himself, so naturally they are not hard to recognize. Besides, Lu Chen's scene of picking up the screws was clearly seen by himself. Trying to fool yourself with the screws on your own camera is still a little too young. At this point, the photographer suddenly knew how Lu Chen got the injury on his face. The photographer looked at the bruises on Lu Chen's face and said with some difficulty, "Brother, you shouldn't have a bruise on your face." Lu Chen, don't ask. Knowing more won't do you any good. The photographer nodded her head obediently, looking at Lu Chen's defeated look, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Put, brother, do you know what stealing a chicken means? The same trick. Ah, doesn't work so well on smart people. The photographer who had dismantled Lu Chen's plotting and scheming was immensely pleased in his heart and spoke eloquently with his arms crossed. Suddenly, a crisp ringing sound interrupted his words. Clunk! A delicate screw rolled from the photographer's seat to his feet. The photographer glanced at the screws and then at Lu Chen in front of him and snorted disdainfully. Brother, I told you the same trick doesn't work well on me. Besides, do you think I'd fall for it twice? Hearing the photographer's disdainful words, Lu Chen's face expression was a bit confused and he turned towards the photographer in doubt. What are you talking about? I mean, brother, that's a pretty Thai way to cheat someone, right? You're going to shove a screw in my seat and pretend it fell out after I've caught you? Lu Chen? Looking at the dumbfounded expression on Lu Chen's face, the photographer still chattered on. Brother, don't pretend. You can win a movie star for your acting skills. Lu Chen didn't say anything, but just silently reached his hand into his pocket and pulled out the screws he had in his pocket. Looking at the screws in Lu Chen's palm, the photographer's brain went down. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch for a moment, and then his face went pale as he turned toward Lu Chen. Brother, don't tell me that you really didn't arrange the screw. Who would have thought that Lu Chen would have patted the photographer's shoulder and said, "It's okay, you're not afraid. Just hold on to the armrests on your seat when you get there." The photographer looked at the circular track in front of him and couldn't help but swallow before asking rhetorically, "And what if it doesn't catch on?" Lu Chen poked his head out and glanced at the height of the roller coaster from the ground, then smiled. No grip? Then you're probably turning into photographer's sauce. The photographer was flustered with the naked eye, and hurriedly shook Lu Chen's arm and said, "Brother, what a time to be making jokes like this. Do something to save me. I thought you weren't afraid? I'm scared. Okay, I'm dying. I'm not afraid." The photographer looked at the screws at his feet and held his head in his hands in a near collapse. He checked one side of his seat and had no idea what part the screw had fallen out of. Now he could only pray that the screw would not be a threat to his safety. Otherwise, it would really have to turn into photographer's sauce. As Lu Chen said, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for the photographer at this moment. It's broken. This screw really fell off the cameraman's seat. The cameraman's life could be in danger. Doesn't this roller coaster have an emergency stop button? Photographer, go find the emergency stop button. It's too late to press the emergency stop button. Is it possible to get everyone stuck in the sky upside down? Clunk, clunk. The sound of the roller coaster wheels sliding on the track was constantly heard. The whole coaster had started to tilt up to go into a circular slalom track. Chapter 53, Harming People and Yourself. The photographer looks at the roller coaster as it enters the slalom track. Eyes dead closed. veins exposed on both arms, used all his strength to pull the handrails on both sides tightly. Before he had time to make mental preparations, the roller coaster had already reached the top of the cyclotron track with a swish sound. The entire roller coaster is as if the riders are hanging upside down in the air. After a brief pause, it immediately rushed down the slalom track again. Successive slalom orbits continue to push the limits of the photographer's tolerance. His hands were also white from gripping the armrests too hard and were trembling slightly. After 4 slalom tracks, the coaster finally returned to normal and began traveling on a level track. The photographer let out a long sigh as if he had been robbed of his life. The whole man slumped in his seat as if he were a puddle of mud, sweating like a pig. "Brother, I'm alive. I didn't fall." The photographer kept slapping his chest. "Incredibly weak." And Lu Chen rightfully said, "That's for sure. I slipped the screw under your seat." "Photographer? Don't you have the screws?" "Where did you get the screws under my seat?" "I picked up your screws earlier and picked up 2 of them in passing." Lu Chen spread out his palm and revealed the screws in his hand. As for the screws that rolled to the photographer's feet, they are long gone. Inside the live broadcast room, many viewers heard Lu Chen's words and put their hearts down. "I go. So Luck picked up 2 screws. Scared me to death. I thought the photographer was really going to turn into photographer sauce. Luck is a real dog. He even lied to us. I almost called 120. If I were a photographer, I'd have to kick his ass." Upstairs, have you ever considered being able to beat Lu? The photographer scrutinized the screw in Lu Chen's hand. He was sure it was the screw on his camera. Afterwards, he looked at Lu Chen with a face full of puzzlement, his fingers constantly rubbing his chin, and said, "Brother, the problem is I lost 1 screw in my camera. Where did I get 2? Ha?" Lu Chen was a little surprised to look at the photographer, who, in order to prove what he said, also unlocked the camera that had been fixed on his chest and exposed the place where the screws had been put on. "No, right here. There's only 1 screw here. Where did you pick up 2? At this time, Shan Yi, who was on the side, also came over and looked towards Lu Chen. "This isn't supposed to be a screw in your seat, is it?" Lu Chen's face looked miserable, and with difficulty, he turned back towards the chair he was sitting on. "No, you can't. Can you?" Lu Chen then started rummaging around in his seat, and sure enough, he found an empty screw hole underneath the seat. "That really did seem to fall out of my seat." Lu Chen looked at the empty screw holes in front of him, his eyes dull. The photographer gently patted Lu Chen's shoulder a few times and said in a serious tone, "Brother, remember to always pull the handrail, or you'll turn into Lu Chen sauce." Chen Yi similarly patted Lu Chen's other shoulder, her vermilion lips lightly opening. I'll help you find the screw that fell out later, to give you a souvenir." Lu Chen. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers who saw this scene had exploded, covering his face with laughter. "Ha ha ha, this reversal of events is something I never expected. The screw that fell out was actually Lu's seat." "What do you mean? Harming others will harm you? It's called self-inflicted harm. It's obviously a very sad thing, but why is it actually so funny when it happens to Luck?" Roller coaster constantly whistling in mid-air. Lu Chen's eyes closed tightly. The whole person is before the photographer and Chen Yi. "I was afraid that I would be thrown out of the roller coaster because of a loose screw. Until about 5 minutes later, the roller coaster gradually came to a standstill and returned to its starting point. It was only then that Chen Yi and the photographer assisted Lu Chen, whose legs were weak, to walk down from the roller coaster. The staff could not help but be a little surprised to see the seemingly deflated Lu Chen, and it was the first time he had seen someone who could play roller coasters to the point of deflating. But it was the careful enjoyment of the thrill and excitement of the roller coaster ride on the way that made you look like this, wasn't it? Thus, a trademark smile appeared on the staff's face as he walked up towards Lu Chen and asked, "This tourist, what do you think of our roller coaster? Looking at you, you should be having a great time, right?" Lu Chen was held up in the center by the 2 men and asked back with cold eyes towards the staff in front of him, "Would you be happy if I rode a roller coaster and knew I was missing a screw under my seat?" "Staff, eh?" Hearing this, the staff froze for a moment. Then they saw Lu Chen extend his finger to his seat and repeated, "You guys lost a screw under that seat." The staff hurriedly looked in the direction of Lu Chen's finger and then went up to check. As expected, as underneath one of the screws used to hold the seat in place was gone. "This gentleman, please wait. If this matter is true, I need to report it to the supervisor, and I will also apply for compensation for you." The staff is in a cold sweat at the moment, and thankfully this time it didn't cause an accident. If an accident occurs where a visitor is thrown off a roller coaster because a screw has been sent to the coaster, the consequences would be unimaginable. The staff will be the whole thing. Reported just less than 5 minutes. "We'll take a pile of red bills," appeared in front of Lu Chen. "Sir, this is a small token of our leader's appreciation. Please don't mind." After saying that, the staff member shoved the banknotes in his hand into Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen looked at the banknotes in his hand, probably about 1,000 or so. though not much, but after all, the people were fine, so they just took it. A few words of advice on the way out. You guys remember to overhaul the coaster properly next time, in case someone does have an accident over a screw. Afterward, Lu Chen walked out with Chen Yi and the photographer. In the meantime, inside the studio, the supervisor who managed the backstage live data stood side by side with the director, looking at the big screen in front of him, and slowly said, "Director, we've already made that program you mentioned this morning that shows the guests' real-time bonuses. Should we add it now? Adding it now will also give viewers a better idea." After saying that, the director raised his own cup of water and slowly took a sip of tea and continued to ask, "By the way, who is the current guest with the most prize money right now? By all rights, it should be number 10. Before the words were out of his mouth, he heard a staff member quietly walk by. After whispering a few words beside the supervisor's ear, the supervisor's face expression suddenly became difficult. Just got the news. Now then, it should be the 32nd Lu Chen. Chapter 54, The Frog Who Demands Money. When the director who was still drinking tea heard this, the tea in his mouth suddenly spewed out. "Put. What? Isn't that guy swinging for the fences? Why the hell is he?" The director was filled with disbelief and asked towards the supervisor in front of him. Lu Chen ran the taxi in the past few days and pulled 3 single guests, and after deducting the used up ones, he should still have about 600 or 700 left. Is it hard to believe that his carefully selected guests don't make as much as the swinging Lu Chen in so many days? The supervisor's face was bitter as he slowly explained. "I just got word that Lu Chen made another 1,000 riding the roller coaster." Director? The director was full of doubt. He hadn't heard of anyone making money riding roller coasters. However, it seems that some of the more thrilling roller coasters offer bonuses as a way to attract visitors. The director couldn't help but ask, "Did he get a bonus for riding the roller coaster?" The supervisor shook his head. The seat he was sitting in happened to have a screw fall out of it. That's what the amusement park paid him for. Director. The director fell silent, and after a while he realized something was wrong and snapped his head up, asking rhetorically towards his supervisor, "That's not right. That's only $1,000. And it's hard to believe that no guests are making 1,000 now?" The supervisor hurriedly explained. "No, it's that most of the guests earn the money and then spend it. For example, 23 Zhao Cheng. He took the money he earned to buy goods again. Although it looks like no money on the books, they all have invisible assets. The rest of the guests are roughly the same. Only Lu Chen, he's been idle all day, so he's just in first place for now." Hearing this explanation from the supervisor, the director's mood instantly improved. Although Lu Chen is the program's traffic bearer is good, but with his kind of free-spirited personality, if he really ranked first, the director himself couldn't watch it, let alone the fans of the other guests. On the other hand, inside the amusement park, 23 Cho Sung is selling frog balloons in an amusement park with a photographer wearing a frog Muppet outfit. The crowd swarming around was very hot, and in a short while, the balloons in hand were sold out. Jo Sun undid his hood and sat down on the stone steps of the amusement park to rest. Despite the heat, sweat had soaked his hair, but he didn't feel half-tired. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. $1,000 of balloons, and now you've bought less than 20 left. It's going to be hairy. Zhao Cheng's face was filled with joy as he excitedly said towards the photographer. In just under 3 hours, he'd already made a full $1,000. If he sold all these balloons, he would net 500 if he took out the cost. It's a lot quicker money than if he were out in the sun washing cars. The photographer was similarly full of excitement and looked at Zhao Cheng excitedly. "That's right, brother, this makes money so fast. Why are we polishing cars? At the previous rate, even selling all the balloons would only take 4 hours. $500 for 4 hours. Isn't that easier than cleaning cars?" The photographer was really not wanting to work in the sun. In just under a week, he's already 3 degrees darker himself. If this were to come home at the end of the workday, I'm afraid those who don't know would think they'd gone to Africa to work, following Zhao Cheng to sell balloons. Although they would occasionally get the sun, but at least there was a place for shade, and the conditions were not so tough. However, Zhao Cheng, who was on the side, shook his head and dismissed the photographer's proposal. "No way. We're only selling them so fast because it's the weekend, so there's a lot of foot traffic. But if it were a normal weekday, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to sell more than a few in a day." It had to be said that Zhao Cheng's business vision was outstanding. Knowing that it was a crowded weekend, so I purposely got a bunch of balloons in to sell at the amusement park and didn't let the momentary success go to my head. Now their success is nothing more than a foundation on which to build the weekend. Hearing Zhao Cheng's rebuttal, the photographer couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. Zhao Cheng patted the photographer's shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, don't you want to eat fried prawns after today's job? I'll definitely take you there. Besides, we're tired of washing cars, but we make a lot of money. You see, quite a few of the guests and photographers can only eat one portion for two at dinner, which is quite a bit worse than us. The photographer contemplated for a while, feeling that Zhao Chang had a point and couldn't help but nod his head. Zhao Chang was also very proud when he said this. After all, he had won over most of the guests and couldn't help but puff out his chest towards the photographer. Did you see that list the show put out earlier that counted the real-time amounts on the guests? We have to be second, if not first, now. While saying that, Zhao Chang opened his cell phone, and after realizing that he was in second place, he handed it to the photographer and said with immense pride, "I told you, we're in second place and now have $1,523. The amount of money they currently have would be enough to call it a huge amount of money no matter what they put on any of their guests. But if even they can't be ranked number one, then who can?" The photographer looked at the list handed over by Zhao Chang and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. So who's number one? The photographer slid his hand across the screen of his cell phone and realized that Lu Chen's name was high on the list. The current amount is 1,753. His face immediately became unnatural, and he was naturally grateful to this guest photographer who had invited him to dinner. But Lu Chen was like a nightmare to the Zhao Chang in front of him, haunting him. During the night stay, the photographer could even hear Zhao Chang talking in his sleep calling Lu Chen's name. Let's see, who's number one? Zhou Sung was just about to get his cell phone back, but was stopped by the photographer. The photographer held his cell phone and reminded Zhao Chang, "Brother, I still think it's better if you don't look." "What's so great about that? Is it hard for me to look at someone's number one and get all misty-eyed?" "Really?" Zhao Chang frowned and grabbed the cell phone. After seeing that the first place winner was Lu Chen, his face changed abruptly, and he was suddenly furious. On what grounds? He's actually in first place. He's a poser and he's posing for first place? When he first joined the program, Lu Chen invited them to dinner though. But after Zhao Chang learned that he lost his money, through the Lu Chen live replay defined, to see Lu Chen took his hard work for a day's pay to drive away after running away. This beam is even knotted. Zhao Chang almost all the time is not chanting about their own lost more than 200 pieces, almost become a demon in general. It's just that he's been too busy to find time to ask Lu Chen for the money. And since Lu Chen was driving a taxi all over the city, it was impossible for them to find him, so Zhao Chang slowly gave up. Now when he saw that the difference between himself and Lu Chen was his $200, Zhao Chang's head was about to explode with anger. "No way! I'm going to get my money back today no matter what I say." Chapter 55, Zhao Chang, you deserve to die. Zhao Chang hadn't finished his sentence, but was interrupted by the cameraman. The photographer pointed his finger not far away and hastily patted Zhao Chang's shoulder and asked, "Brother, do you see if that's Lu Chen?" Looking in the direction of the photographer's finger, he was surprised to see several people from Lu Chen. The two of them, Lu Chen and the photographer, had miserable faces and were squatting under a big tree, holding a vomit bag and continuously vomiting. Shan Yi, who was standing by the side, gently patted Lu Chen's back with her hand, a touch of apology spreading on her face. "I said, I didn't realize you guys reacted that badly and are still throwing up." "Throwing up? I've got a bad stomach from this morning." "Vomit. That's right. Do you really think you can make us puke on a crappy roller coaster like that?" The two were still talking tough, but Lu Chen felt a hot line of sight toward him. Snapping his head up, he found an angry frog staring angrily at him. "Pay back." Zhao Chang's loud voice came out, startling both the photographer and Shen Yi at the side. Lu Chen looked at the frog doll in front of him, and a hint of incomprehension passed through his eyes. When had he ever owed this frog money? Zhao Chang also saw the doubt in Lu Chen's mind, and as soon as he took off his hood, he revealed his face. On the side, Shen Yi had a curious gaze, her eyes constantly moving back and forth between Lu Chen and Zhao Chang. "You know each other?" Looking at Zhao Chang, who was filled with anger in front of him, Lu Chen scratched his head, never expecting that he would actually meet him here. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, "That, your toad costume is quite nice." The photographer glanced at the clothes on Zhao Chang's body and whispered a reminder from the side. "Brother, that looks like a frog." Lu Chen, "Sensei, it's pretty good looking anyway, isn't it?" "Yeah, it's really quite nice. The aesthetics are half my level." Looking at the photographer and Lu Chen bragging about themselves to each other, Zhao Chang's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Lu Chen in front of him. "Do you not want to pay back?" As soon as he heard this, Lu Chen instantly became displeased and puffed out his chest. "How can that be? I look like the kind of person who owes money." "Then you pay it back." Lu Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. "It's just that I've been shy lately." Looking at Lu Chen in front of him, the corners of Zhao Chang's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. He had seen the leaderboard from the program himself, and Lu Chen now had a full $1,700 on him. He's the richest of the entire show's guests, and he's actually telling himself he doesn't have any money? The photographer standing beside Zhao Chang was also kind enough to remind Lu Chen. "Lu, Are you unaware that the show has come out with the ability to see the leaderboards and how much money the guests actually have? Lu Chen? There's such a thing? Lu Chen looked at his photographer a little confused. Zhang San also waved his hand helplessly, indicating that he didn't know. Zhao Chang stared at Lu Chen with a grudging gaze. You're kidding me when you say you don't have any money. You've got 17,000 on you, being torn through the lies to his face. Even Lu Chen's thick skin couldn't help but redden. Actually, this is the money for my luxury hotel reservation for the night. I can't give it to you guys. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Zhao Chang and the photographer both slowly typed on their heads. Doesn't he have a big villa? What's the point of booking a luxury hotel? Only Zhang San heard this and hurriedly covered Lu Chen's mouth as he somewhat broke down. Brother, how many times have I said? This is a live broadcast. Persona pay attention to the persona. Inside the live room, there was an outpouring of joyous laughter. Ha ha ha, this money is reserved by luck for the room. Then I think it's better not to give it to Zhao Chang. What money? Wasn't this money put on the ground and picked up by luck? If you picked it up, why do you have to return it? Brother Lu, open a VIP recharge channel. I'll pay for the room. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Just as Zhao Chang and the photographer were uncertain, Chenny gently slapped Lu Chen's shoulder with some annoyance, her face huffing. What hotel? I'm going home later. Only then did they focus their attention on Chenny in front of them. The pale white dress outlined a concave and convex figure, and her slender legs stepped on a pair of transparent high heels. If you don't know, you'd think it was a star somewhere. As a result, it was such a beauty that Lu Chen said he would take her to a hotel. The most important thing was that Chenny, who heard this, only gently patted Lu Chen's shoulder. It simply made them feel less than halfway resistant. Zhao Chang instantly fell into a stupor, pointing at Chenny in front of him and then at Lu Chen, and said incoherently, "This you, me, she's your girlfriend? What? It doesn't look like it?" Lu Chen came up to Chenny and asked rhetorically as he put his arm around Chenyi's shoulders. I have to say it's quite a bit of a grooming experience. Only the next second Lu Chen released his arm around Chenyi. Covering his waist toward Chenyi wailed, "You crazy woman, what are you doing? This is a kidney. You twist my kidney, why?" Chenyi smiled towards Lu Chen with a smile on her face and ice in her eyes. "Let me see if your kidneys are okay. They don't look too good." Afterward, Chenyi turned his head towards Zhao Chang, who was wearing a frog costume in front of him, and asked, "How much did he short you?" Without thinking, Zhao Chang said, 230. He remembers this number very well. Chenyi directly pulled out 300 bills from his wallet and handed them to Zhao Chang, saying with incomparable bravado, "Keep the change and get me 3 balloons for the rest of the money." Zhao Chang looked somewhat dumbfounded at the money that Chenyi handed over, and then looked at Lu Chen. For a moment, he didn't know whether to take the money or not. Lu Chen skimmed his lips and looked at Zhao Chang. "Take it. Next time, you can have a little bit of eyesight and don't come to me for money." Immediately after that, Chenyi, almost as if she was stuffing, shoved the money into Zhao Chang's pocket. He then picked out 3 balloons from his hands, leaving one for himself and giving the remaining 2 to Lu Chen and the photographer. The 3 of them left talking and laughing, and Zhao Chang is currently in first place because of this $300. The photographer looked at Zhao Chang's name, which was the first in line on his cell phone, and somewhat excitedly handed his cell phone to Zhao Chang for a photo. "Brother, look, we're in first place, surpassing Lu Chen." Gazing at the backs of the 3 leaving, Zhao Chang stood mute and skeptical towards the photographer at the side. "Why is it that I always feel as if I'm losing when I'm obviously asking for money?" After a long time, Zhao Chang reacted by covering his chest. Looking up to the sky, he said, "Oh Lu Chen, you deserve to die." The audience laughed out loud at this scene. Zhou Sung, this is just hilarious. Obviously winning, but in a sense he lost as well. Would you be interested in applying for a job as a clown in Gotham City? He's playing me. Seeing someone get bagged by a rich woman's sister is worse than losing money himself. Chapter 56, Little Shamans. I've never seen anyone ask a monk for money. The brief hiccup didn't interrupt the trio's trip to the amusement park. Carrying a balloon in one hand and a bag in the other, Chenyi led Lu Chen and the photographer to keep walking deeper into the amusement park. As a few people advanced, pedestrians gradually became scarce, and the surrounding trees became lush and green, as if the area had not been developed. Lu Chen asked curiously towards the leader, Chenyi, while looking at the surrounding scene, "Where is this? I don't think we're at the amusement park anymore, are we?" Chenyi glanced at Lu Chen and said without any good humor, "Where else could it be? A temple. If you hadn't dropped the fish and killed it, I wouldn't have been beaten up by my mom and ended up coming to this temple to burn incense." That was the main purpose of her day. Because of the sake of accidentally dropping the fish to death, his mother was furious when she found out, not only beat himself up, but also made him run to the temple to come to incense and repent. At the same time, it also made nearly forced himself to make an appointment with Lu Chen, the culprit, and the two of them burned incense and prayed to Buddha for forgiveness. Just thinking about it, Chen Yi felt a fiery pain in her but couldn't help but complain. You don't know how hard my mom hit me, and now I still hurt. Really? I'll rub it for you. Lu Chen, on the other hand, moved over to Chen Yi's side and quietly touched it with one hand. Before his hand could touch Chen Yi, he was grabbed by Chen Yi. If this hand of yours is restless, believe it or not I'll really chop it off. Chen Yi glared viciously at Lu Chen, then made a scissor motion with her right hand. It immediately made Lu Chen's body shake, and he immediately drew back his hand and settled down. Following Chen Yi as he climbed up a few flights of stairs, an ancient temple appeared in front of the two of them. The light red mahogany door swung open, and a few small shamans carrying mantles walked out from the doorway. Chen Yi didn't seem to be here for the first time, and nodded very familiarly to the little shamans. Then he opened his wallet and took out some change and put it in the mantle they were holding. After the shamans nodded their thanks, they walked over to Lu Chen with their mantles again. Without a word, several people performed the Buddhist salute with one palm up to their chests and one hand carrying a mantle. Lu Chen looked at the little shamans in front of him a little confused. When Chen Yi, who was on the side, explained, it's a temple tradition at this point to donate some of it if they have the money, and they'll use it to relieve the poor people. And what's left over is the temple's joss-stick money. But it's not mandatory. You can donate if you don't want to. When Lu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't realize there were such nice people in this world. He looked at the mantle in front of him and swallowed, reconfirming towards the little shaman. Is it really okay? As if he could not speak, the little shamans could only nod silently and make a sound. Aha! Lu Chen then grabbed the change in the mantle and thanked the little shaman in front of him with folded hands. Amitabha Buddha. Then I thank the Buddha for his blessings. Little Saya, Sigma, degree winky face. When the little shaman saw Lu Chen take the money away from his mantle, he stammered anxiously. If he had been able to speak, he would probably have already delivered a greeting with a surprisingly high amount of moments to Lu Chen by now. When Chen Yi saw Lu Chen's actions, she was also surprised and speechless at first. It was only after hearing the little shaman whimpering anxiously that he reacted and hurriedly walked forward to stop Lu Chen. What are you doing? It's the first time I've seen someone snatch money from a monk's bowl. While saying this, Chen Yi broke Lu Chen's hand and sent the change he had taken back to the bowl. Lu Chen looked at Chen Yi, while he said in disbelief, didn't they say they would use the money to give a little relief to the poor people? I have just over 1,000 on me now. Am I not poor? Lu Chen's words immediately made the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Laughing and crying, I thought Luck asked if it was okay to donate money, but I didn't realize it was to take money from people's pots. Covering his face and laughing, ha ha ha, this is the first time in my life that I've seen a person who asks a monk for money. Brother Lu is really talented. Little monk, you're just bullying me for not being able to talk, aren't you? It's really worthy of Lu. I guess the little monk never dreamed that someone would take money from his pot. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The photographer also sensed the shocked gazes of the little shamans and hurriedly pulled Lu Chen's sleeve and whispered, brother, really poor people don't drive sports cars or come to amusement parks. Yeah, but I really think I need the money. Lu Chen stared unblinkingly at the mantle full of change in the little shaman's hands, his eyes glowing. It was like a lion on the African savannah that had not eaten for a long time and saw its prey. The photographer and Chen Yi hurriedly pulled Lu Chen into the middle of the temple, fearing that one step later, Lu Chen would have to take the path of crime. And this action also scared the little shamans. Hurriedly pouring the change from the mantle into his breast pocket, he hid the money before daring to continue out the door to make a fortune. Chen Yi and the photographer pulled Lu Chen through the courtyard in the middle of the temple and walked straight into the temple lobby. Inside the temple's lobby, clay sculptures of various bodhisattvas lined the left and right sides, with a huge sculpture of Buddha in the center. The statue of Buddha was about 4 or 5 meters tall, and his eyes seemed to be closed as he examined the bottom. It seems to be no different from the usual temples except that the sculpture is more vivid and majestic. Just entering the lobby, Lu Chen saw clay statues of bodhisattvas around him holding weapons of various colors, as if they were Vajra angry. Seemingly sensing the majestic side of the bodhisattva, the whole body froze, and the legs then stopped where they were, motionless. He looked deeply toward the clay sculpture of Buddha in the middle of the right place, and seriously and gravely said to the two people beside him, "It's like I'm feeling the refuge of the Buddha." The photographer looked at the lifelike clay sculptures around him, and at this moment, he couldn't help but nod his head, agreeing with Lu Chen's words. Brother, I seem to feel it too. And this temple's bodhisattva statue is too well made. I feel like my whole being is being baptized by the Dharma now. Hearing this praise from the two of them, Chen Yi couldn't help but nod his head as well. It is indeed spectacular. No wonder my mom said this temple is spiritual and told me to come here to pay my respects no matter what. At this moment, an unspeakable feeling welled up in the hearts of all three. The crowd in the live broadcast room was also shocked by the lifelike Bodhisattva statue. This is where the temple actually made so realistic. Someday I definitely want to go to worship. Even when I put the screen aside, I felt the baptism of the Buddha's teachings, and the worries in my mind were swept away. Originally I wasn't a Buddhist, but seeing Lu and the others like this, I really believe in it. Even the viewers of the live broadcast couldn't help but worship in their hearts when they saw these Buddha statues. At this time, frozen Lu Chen moved, only to see him slowly bend down, moved his feet, looking at the ground red $100 bills. Can't help but be happy. Ha ha, I told you, Buddha blessed me. I can actually pick up money here. Lu Chen bent down and picked up the large bills, waving them in his hands. He then looked at the photographer and Chen Yi, who were beside him, who were performing a Buddhist salute to the Buddha, and was filled with doubt. Did you guys pick up the money too? Chapter 57, If you don't burn incense in your spare time, will you be able to resist the Buddha when things go wrong? Chen Yi, photographer. The two men looked at the banknotes and Lu Chen's hands and black lines appeared on their foreheads in unison. The photographer looked at the banknotes in Lu Chen's hand and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. With a hard face, he said, "Brother, together with the Buddha's refuge you feel is this. What else is there?" Luckily I was smart enough to put my foot on it first. The audience who had just been immersed in the exquisite workmanship of the Buddha statue, but after seeing Lu Chen in this state, they had been unable to hold back their laughter. Laughing and crying, I thought that Luck must have another job when he said that, but I didn't realize that I was actually picking up money. Buddha, you really laugh me to death. After half a day as Lu brother picked up money, I really thought he felt what Buddhism profound epiphany it. But why is there writing on this money? Many sharp-eyed viewers in the live broadcast room noticed the words on the bills. The photographer also realized that there were words on the banknotes and asked towards Lu Chen in confusion. Brother, there seems to be something written on this money. Where? Let's see. With that, Lu Chen carefully rummaged through the bills. As expected, there was a small line on the back of the bill. Whoever picks up this money will suffer a curse. The death of his family and friends from illness, and the death of the heavenly fury. Lu Chen read out the words on the banknote, frightening the surrounding Chen Yi and the photographer to tremble in unison. Brother, this money is too evil. Give it away quickly? How could anyone write such vile words? Just throw it away. Both of them advised Lu Chen to get rid of the bills. Lu Chen's gaze, however, silently looked towards the red box in the middle of the lobby, which was about 1.5 meters tall. In the center of the box, there are 3 big words written, merit box. Without saying a word, Lu Chen threw the money into the merit box. Patting the dust on his hands, he then confidently said, "I'll just throw the money in the merit box and let it fight the Buddha." Speaking of, does Buddha have any relatives? Lu Chen turned toward the 2 men with some confusion. Both of them were shocked speechless by this operation of Lu Chen. After a while, the photographer came back to his senses and asked towards Lu Chen, "Brother, you come to the temple here. Do not even burn a single incense, just throw the curse to the Buddha. His old man will really help you?" Who would have thought that Lu Chen would be the one to disdainfully skim his mouth and say, "Sanner, you don't understand this, do you? That's all written up by others. I'm just throwing it in the merit box because I think it's bad luck. You really think the person who picks up this money will be cursed to hang?" Lu Chen patted the photographer's shoulder, feeling that both the photographer and Chen Yi were a bit superstitious. Chen Yi's face turned pale, as if she had seen something unimaginable, pointing at the evil merit box in front of her, her voice trembling as she said toward Lu Chen, "Then if there's no curse, why did Buddha reject it?" "What? Rejection?" Lu Chen was a bit puzzled and turned his body to look in the direction Chen Yi was pointing. To his surprise, he realized that the red bills he had just stuffed in were now on the merit box. Lu Chen couldn't help but be a bit puzzled, looking at the banknote in front of him and scratching his head. "I obviously stuffed it in." The photographer's face wasn't looking too good either, pointing to the merit box not far away. "I just saw it, and the merit box spit it out again." "Brother, could it be that you usually don't burn incense and when things go wrong you look for Buddha to fight for you and Buddha doesn't want to fight for you?" Lu Chen gave the photographer a blank look and re-picked up the banknotes on the merit box without a good mood. "If he doesn't fight for me when I'm in trouble, then what am I burning incense for?" While saying that, Lu Chen stuffed the bills in again. After staring at the merit box for a while and confirming that the banknotes had not been spit out, Lu Chen then turned around with peace of mind. Looking at the 2 with pale faces, he said, "I think you guys have nothing to do but read more books. Do you know what it means that matter determines consciousness? Where do you get so many gods and ghosts in a day?" Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, he saw the two of them pointing behind him with a face full of horror. Brother again, out again. Lu Chen, why don't you still kowtow a few times in front of the Buddha statue? Lu Chen turned around, and sure enough, he saw the banknotes he had thrown down returning to the merit box. Can't help but be a little puzzled. It's really strange. Is it hard for this broken box to be broken? Lu Chen once again picked up the money and threw it into the merit box, and then his eyes looked dead at the merit box in front of him. Before 2 seconds had passed, inside the merit box, a loud sound that sounded like iron clashing together came violently to mind. Clunk! Clunk! This sound immediately scared the photographer and Chen Yi behind Lu Chen into backing up, rushing to take the fine incense laid out in the temple. He kept worshipping toward the Buddha. Oh Buddha, I'm not with that insolent man. We're just casual acquaintances. We can't be counted as friends. Don't let the curse get me involved. Amitabha Buddha. I still hope that the Buddha will be lenient. I will make sure that Lu Chen will convert to Buddhism in the future. Inside the live broadcast room, many people also worshipped the screen when they heard the ringing sound coming from the merit box. The Buddha has shown himself. The Buddha is manifest. Please bless me to find a good job this year. Please bless my parents with good health and happiness and well-being for the whole family. Is this for real? I don't believe it. What do you care if it's true or not? It's not a loss to worship. Besides, Lu threw 3 curses in and Buddha got angry and you didn't miss it. For a while, many of the spectators who originally did not believe in ghosts and gods also worshipped with the current. Looking at the two people who were constantly making a pilgrimage, Lu Chen was also somewhat guilty in his heart. Can't it be that the Buddha has really manifested himself today? Lu Chen was just about to turn around and pay homage towards the huge Buddha statue when a roar like a flood of bells came from inside the merit box. Who is it? I'm ING fixing the merit box. I keep throwing money down. A bald man about 1 meter 9 in height and full of muscles lifted the lid of the merit box and stepped out from inside the box, glaring angrily towards the 3 Lu Chen. Chen Yi looked at the big monk in front of him and couldn't help but feel a bit familiar, then tried to shout towards the monk. Master Raging Ring? After hearing this, the great monk froze, then looked over towards Chen Yi and turned his anger into a smile. Is it little Chen Yi? You've grown up so much, and you've come to offer incense for your mom this time? It looked as if the two knew each other. After seeing the big monk get out of the merit box, Lu Chen also determined that all this is a misunderstanding. There is no such thing as ghosts and gods. A hanging heart is also completely relaxed. The big, tough-looking monk also began to introduce the statues of Buddha placed in the lobby to Lu Chen and the others. This is the heavenly immortal Holy Mother Bisha Yuanjun, commonly known as the Goddess of Mercy who delivers children. In her hand is the Yuhua flower, which is said to bloom only 10 times a year. If you want to have a child, you can worship it more often. The big monk pointed to the first Buddha statue on the left inside the hall and slowly said to the 3 people in front of him. Lu Chen and the photographer in front of him resolutely put their hands together and worshipped. I also hope that Goddess Guanyin will bless the birth of my child with Chen Yi. Praying to the Bodhisattva. I wish to have 5 children, preferably all girls. The great monk stood aside, and after hearing Lu Chen's words, he looked at Chen Yi with dumbfounded surprise. You guys, all gotten this far? If one remembers correctly, a month ago Chen Yi's mother even asked herself where the Moonlight Temple was more spiritual, right? What's with the 1-month baby coming soon? Chapter 58, Chen Yi, bless my mom for going to a senior college. Once he thought of this, the great monk looked towards Chen Yi, constantly looking up and down at something. Chen Yi seemed to have sensed the big monk's gaze as well and rushed to defend himself. Preceptor anger, don't listen to his nonsense. This person likes to talk with his mouth full. The photographer also nodded, deeply impressed. That's right, my brother. This person likes to give out what's in his heart. Master, don't mind. Hearing the 2 men poking their tires violently, Lu Chen was instantly displeased and twisted his head towards the photographer. You have the nerve to talk about me, Sanner. You don't even have someone to have a baby with. Kids popping out of rocks. Ha, brother, that's not right. I just haven't found it now. It's better than you pulling a random person's name here. I'm not just pulling this out of thin air. The person is right in front of you. Looking at the 2 people who were bickering, the corner of the big monk's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. It was the first time he had seen such an outrageous incense burner. Then he turned his head towards Chen Yi beside him and said with difficulty, have they always been like this? This, right? Chen Yi scratched his head, his face full of embarrassment. Suddenly, he somewhat regretted bringing these 2 to the temple. One could only say that worthy of being the abbot of a temple. The great monk's mindset was quite a bit better than Chen Yi's. Silently, he waited for the 2 men to finish paying their respects and calmly continued his introduction to them. With a Vajra sword in his right hand and a green lotus flower in his left. This is Manjushri Bodhisattva. The flame represents the light of wisdom. And a sword with a flame is a sword that breaks the clinging mind of sentient beings with prajna wisdom. The big monk was talking at great length. making the two men sleepy. Anyway, if this is for academic high school, you can worship Manjushri. The great monk clasped his hands together and summarized to the two men in front of him. Without saying a word, the photographer instantly fell to his knees on the mat used for kowtowing in front of him. Knock, knock, knock. He kowtowed 3 times, then folded his hands together and recited his wish in silence, his touch incomparably pious. The great monk nodded in relief as well, even though the two of them weren't listening carefully to his introduction. But at least kneeling to the bodhisattva is still very pious. Lu Chen looked at the photographer's pious gesture and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Saner, you have someone in this family who's going to take the college entrance exam? The photographer shook his head decisively. That's, someone's going to take the public exam? The photographer still shook his head. This caused both Lu Chen and Chen Yi, who were present, to be somewhat puzzled. Then why are you worshipping Manjushri since no one is taking the test? The photographer, on the other hand, was unimpressed. Who says no one wants to take exams? I'm worshipping Manjushri because I want my parents to go to senior college so they don't have to make me at home every day. Immediately afterward, the photographer seemed to remember something. Again straightening his kneeling posture, he folded his hands and closed his eyes and said silently to the statue of Manjushri, and if you can, please ask the bodhisattva to bless them to study abroad. Lu Chen and Chen Yi, the big monk, was also shocked by this operation of the photographer. Sucking in a mouthful of cool air, his tone was incomparably difficult to say. May I ask the monk, how old are both parents this year? Over 60, right? That's okay. I've read that it fits the hiring for the senior college. Wake up at 6 during the data run drills, then 6 hours of class, a 2-hour lunch break at noon, another 6 hours of class at night, and 2 days off a month. Hearing about the academic arrangement of the senior university instantly made Lu Chen and Chen Yi hit the ground running. Lu Chen looked at the photographer oddly, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Saner, are you seeing things right? Why do I get the feeling that you're planning to send them to jail with this schedule? After the photographer finished talking about the school's arrangements, there was a pfft and another person knelt down. This kowtowing action of Chun Yi was quite a bit more professional than the photographer. 3 kowtows and 9 prostrations, then hands together incomparably devoutly said, pray for the bodhisattva's blessing, so that my mom will also be admitted to that senior university. Lu Chen looked at the two people who kept kneeling down, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Then he shifted his gaze to Chen Yi. You want to send your mom to supervised senior college, too? Chen Yi nodded seriously, without the slightest hint of hesitation, and covered his buttocks. So what else? I'm 24 years old and I'm still getting spanked. Can you stand it? Besides, let my mom go make friends with people her own age and her personality might not be so grumpy. Lu Chen looked at the two people in front of him and shook his head somewhat helplessly. They are so blessed to have you. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience also heard this is also a big filial up. The photographer has a grudge against his mom and dad, right? Man, this is like 2007, isn't it? I'm so tired of being in prison. How do I get the feeling that the photographer is deliberately taking revenge? Was he sent to this kind of school by his father and his mother before? Photographer, give me the school contact info and I'll get one for my parents. I'd like to ask you all, if you beat up a child, you should be okay with a whip dipped in chili water, right? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Looking at these 3 people in front of him, the great monk no longer had the heart to introduce the rest of the bodhisattvas to them. It's basically a one-sentence carryover. This is the goddess of mercy. To keep the peace. Plop. The 3 of them fell to their knees in unison and began to chant silently with their hands folded. The big monk's face was ashen and he sighed helplessly. There's no need to worship. This heart is sincere. It doesn't matter if your hearts aren't sincere and you worship. As soon as he heard this, Lu Chen was instantly displeased. Master, what are you talking about? How can our hearts be insincere? That's right, we're all sincere there. Yes, master. How insincere of us. The 3 of them looked towards the big monk in unison, who looked at the 3 people in front of him and became angry. He said angrily, have you all heckled the bodhisattvas in this temple? And are you really sincere? Isn't this asking for whichever bodhisattva you see came to my temple to stack buffs? Did you? In the face of the great monk's questioning, he only saw Lu Chen calmly shaking his head and calmly asking back, if we are insincere, then how can we worship every bodhisattva? It is because of each bodhisattva we are convinced that we worship. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Yi and the photographer on the side nodded their heads in incomparable agreement. It is. That's it. The golden light appeared behind Lu Chen, and at this moment, he was like an enlightened monk, looking at the big monk who was glaring angrily in front of him. Slowly, he said, Master, you've broken your fast. Realizing that he had lost his temper, The great monk hurriedly folded his hands and recited a silent Buddha's name, then looked at the three before him, sighed, and tried to admonish the few. Believing in the Buddha is something that should come from the heart. It's not because the Bodhisattva has given you a blessing that you believe in it. Chapter 59, The Great Monk, you guys came here to stack buffs? Lu Chen looked at the great monk in front of him and said with an incomparably sincere attitude, yes, we surely mean it. Even if the Bodhisattvas don't bless us, we surely mean it. You swear before the Buddha? Without saying a word, Lu Chen fell on his knees in front of the Buddha statue with a plop. Seriously, he said, I swear, if I, Zhang San, am not a sincere believer in Buddhism, I will never see a beautiful woman in my life. Looking at this serious look of Lu Chen, the big monk slowly nodded and just wanted to open his mouth, but then he snapped up something. Turning to Lu Chen in front of him, he said, what's your name again? Lu Chen rationalized, Lu Chen ah, big monk, then you swear on someone else's name, because the Bodhisattva's blessing I want to, and beautiful women I want to see. The great monk covered his constantly heaving chest with his right hand, speechless from the anger of Lu Chen in front of him. In just over 10 minutes, I'm afraid the big monk had already said dirty words a dozen times. It wasn't that he couldn't cultivate well, but these two goods in front of him were just too infuriating. If he let these two stay any longer, the great monk was really afraid that he would do something. Hurriedly to the worship finished, the two said, since they have finished worship, you quickly go. They were presumably the first incense burners to be driven away in a hurry by the great monk since the temple was built. After worshipping all the bodhisattvas, Lu Chen and the photographer slowly stood up. As if they hadn't heard the big monk's words, the two of them glanced at each other excitedly. Sanner, with this buff on us, we won't even need to look at the traffic lights when we walk from now on. That's right, brother, even if the black and white irregulars come, they'll have to give us a hand with Huazi before we leave. The big monk looked at the excited two, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. So you guys are really here to stack buffs on me. Shan Yi, who was on the side, blushed and looked towards the great monk in shame, her eyes filled with apologies. He was about to open his mouth to apologize, but the big monk gave him a hand to stop him. The great monk looked at Chen Yi, his gaze sincere. There's no need to apologize. The poor monk only has one request. Don't let the two of them come back in the future. My temple is too small to accommodate these two great Buddhas. Chen Yi nodded with an embarrassed face. She had unknowingly been led astray by the two and had quite a few buffs stacked on her. Hearing the big monk's words, he naturally didn't have the face to stay here anymore and directly pulled Lu Chen and the photographer out. Lu Chen was pulled out of the temple suddenly by Chen Yi, and he couldn't help but be a little confused. What are you doing? Why are you out here before you've eaten? And I want to see what this temple eats. The great monk stood in the courtyard of the temple, and when he heard Lu Chen's words, his face suddenly changed abruptly. Hurriedly ran to the gate. Thud sound will be the temple door to close, and then still do not feel secure, and then use the plug to block. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Lu Chen wanted to cry. We're out of dinner today. The audience in the live broadcast room, seeing Lu Chen seemingly driven out as if he was being driven out by rats, also laughed their heads off. Coverface laugh, I really served these two goods. How do the temple so solemn place can give me the whole live ah? Others are going to seek the blessing of the Bodhisattva is blessed. The two of you is meow directly resting on the stacking of buffs, hear it? Laughing and crying, this buff can only be stacked by Lu and the photographer. If you change normal people, you'll probably be beaten to death by the monks in the temple. In the words of the photographer, this buff amount of black and white invincibles to come have to send a root wazi before leaving. Funny, Lu, really I'm crying my eyes out. He even wanted to dabble in another dinner at the temple before he left. Looking at Lu Chen, who was in love with nothing in front of her, Chen Yi clenched her silver teeth and said, I'll treat you guys to dinner today. Okay. Her heart was dripping with blood, how she was spending all her own money after a nice outing. Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. Seeing as Lu Chen rented a car, she still softened her heart and didn't count this. However, Lu Chen and the photographer's next words made her clench her fists. First of all, don't use anything too expensive, just get some king crab, bourbon, or something else. Lu Chen stood up and said politely to Chen Yi in front of him. The photographer was also nodding and helping. Indeed, king crabs and borons and whatnot. It's indeed too much to settle for. Brother, you're still too kind. Chen Yi, what have I done to deserve to know you? Having said that, Chen Yi still followed Lu Chen to the car. The two left the amusement park. As for the photographer is still in a cab, full of resentment staring at the front of the luxury sports car in the middle of the playful two. Inside some street-side hot pot restaurant in Gangnam City, dressed in a frog suit, Zhao Cheng was red-faced, his face brimming with a pleased smile, looking like he had reaped a good harvest today. That was a good idea of mine, wasn't it? Take a weekend to sell balloons at an amusement park. And look at the 1,000 or so you made in just 4 hours. Now that we're the richest guests on the show, eat whatever you want today. It's on me. Zhao Chang took a can of beer and said to the photographer in front of him with an unparalleled bravado. The photographer was also a little drunk at the moment, and was incredibly excited to put his arm around Zhao Chang. Brother, you're too business-minded here. You made so much money in just a little while. The photographer felt so lucky to be able to follow Zhao Chang. In just a few short days, they can already afford to eat fondue. You know there are a lot of guests and photographers still nibbling on buns. Fondue and all that, it's totally an existence they can't even dare to think about. Of course, it's not that they can't afford it. It's common now for guests to have close to 4 figures on them. But basically, earning money belongs to a thin stream, completely unlike Zhao Chang, who can earn so much money in just a few hours. Zhao Chang is indeed considered to be quite the business-minded one among the guests. It was also because they had made so much money today that they also dared to spend a little with a vengeance. However, for Zhao Chang, I'm afraid it was a celebration that he had finally won Lu Chen for once. Zhao Chang kept pouring shabu-shabu into the hot pot while educating the photographer in a serious tone. You see, if you work hard it always pays off. We worked so hard working in the sun every day to polish people's cars. So now we're firmly in the #1 spot for guest wealth after getting back the money we dropped. Do you think we really relied on Lu Chen to give us the 200 to reach first place? Wrong. It's by my shrewd brain and our persistent hard work. And if we hadn't made over $1,000 from scrubbing cars before and stocking up on balloons to sell on the weekends, then how could we have surpassed Lu Chen? Thinking about it, the photographer couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, if it wasn't for the fact that they had enough savings from before, then even if they got back the $200 they wouldn't have gotten to the #1 spot. But then the photographer seemed to suddenly think of something and turned his head towards Zhao Chang. Then brother Lu Chen, aren't they swinging all day and taking a few orders in so many days? How did he manage to get to #1? Chapter 60, Zhao Chang, it's not Lu Chen up there, is it? In the face of the photographer's question, Zhao Chang could not help but fall silent, and for a while, he actually did not know what to do. Then, raising his hand, he smashed a chestnut on the photographer's head. They have a big villa. Don't compare yourself with them. Besides, so what if he has a big villa? It's still below me. Zhao Chang couldn't help but cross his arms in triumph at the thought of winning Lu Chen, and continued to educate the photographer in a serious manner. One only remembers who came first. No one remembers who came second. And second place is in a sense no different than last place. He intended to educate the photographer with this story and then asked at the photographer. Let's say, for example, I ask you, do you know what the #1 mountain in the world is called? Everest. Zhao Chang nodded slowly, not feeling the slightest bit of doubt that the photographer was able to answer. After all, it's a known issue, but not many could answer the next question. Chopsticks continued to fish into the fiery frying pan and continued to ask the photographer, what about the second highest peak in the world? After asking this question, Sung glanced at the frozen photographer. Couldn't be more pleased with this expression on the photographer's face. Can't answer that, can you? That's why it's said that second place is no different than last place. Zhao Chang said as he fished out a slice of shabu-shabu just as he was about to put it in his mouth. It was then interrupted by the sudden words of the photographer. The photographer looked at Zhao Chang in front of him without the slightest pretense and replied, Chogori Peak. Zhao Chang. Hearing the photographer's unthinking reply, Sung's movement just about to bring the meat into his mouth froze. Then unbelieving he immediately put down his chopsticks and used his cell phone to baidu up. As expected, it's not unlike what the photographer said. Zhao Chang couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and tried his hand at the photographer. What about third? Dry City Zhangjiafeng. What about eighth? Manaslu Peak. Zhao Chang had some helplessness on his face. He couldn't imagine how anyone would actually be bored enough to memorize this contraption. Then turning his head to the photographer, he said with some confusion, Didn't you purposely write down all these peaks in preparation for moments like this? Did you? Zhao Chang suddenly recalled that his father had used this story to teach him when he was a child. I myself fantasize about the day when I write down all these peaks and hit them hard in the face. Just when he had managed to finish memorizing the top 10 peaks in the world, he planned to hit his father hard in the face. Instead, my father switched to asking questions about the top 10 lakes in the world. As a result, Zhao Chang never bothered to review this again, and over time, he forgot all about it. He was now very skeptical that the photographer would be like himself. It's about getting those peaks down in order to punch your parents in the face. The photographer, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Chang with a puzzled gaze and asked seriously, Brother, isn't this a point from a high school textbook? Why are you asking me this? What? Is that even a high school knowledge point? Zhao Chang couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this from the photographer. Only the photographer looked at Zhao Chang with a compassionate gaze and said seriously, Brother, is it hard to believe you never went to school? At this moment the photographer's mind has brainstormed countless TV shows. It's time for a bridge where the protagonist is alone and grows up and rises to the occasion. No wonder you work so hard, brother. Is it because you've known the hardships of life since you were a child? The photographer drunkenly got up and tried to hug Jo Sung to give him some comfort, but he was kicked back into his seat. Zhao Chang looked at the photographer rather angrily, and said in exasperation, I just didn't have this knowledge point in the textbook back then. You're the one who didn't read the book. I at least graduated from a serious prestigious university. Immediately afterward, Zhao Chang continued to ask towards the photographer, and do you know what the biggest lake in the world is? This time he's going to tell the photographer that no one will remember the truth about second place, no matter what. Only the photographer thought carefully and said with some uncertainty, brother, if I remember correctly, it was Caspian Sea, wasn't it? Zhao Chang checked his cell phone without moving, then nodded. That's right. What about the second largest lake? Hearing the question, the photographer shook his head in bewilderment. Anyone who could remember a single Caspian Sea was considered a solid student of his high school years. Seeing that the photographer didn't know, a flash of joy appeared on Zhao Cheng's face and he immediately looked it up. But just then, an engine roar suddenly came to mind outside the hot pot restaurant. A cool silver and white supercar pulled up outside the door. The photographer's attention was also drawn to the silver and white supercar outside the door. Brother, look! This sports car is so cool. Zhao Cheng followed the photographer's gaze and his eyes were filled with envy. This car is so cool. When I get my bonus, I'll get a whole one high and low. The butterfly doors of the sports car suddenly moved in the midst of all the attention. A pair of straight and round thighs slowly stepped off the car. More attention grabbing up, attracted the surrounding diners exclaimed repeatedly. Zhao Cheng, on the other hand, gave a somewhat disdainful cold snort when he heard the exclamations of the people around him. Humph. It's mostly just another small third-tier model who's been adopted by a tycoon. Brother, isn't that what you call not being able to eat grapes and saying they're sour? The photographer heard Jo Sung's complaint and teased. When he got a full look at the person coming down, his face changed violently. Hurriedly pulling down Zhao Cheng's clothes, he said to Zhao Cheng, brother, do you think that's the rich woman we met in the park this morning? Zhao Cheng fixed his eyes on the beautiful woman who had returned the money for Lu Chen in the park this morning. Unable to help himself, he sneered and said, it looks like Lu Chen was mostly dumped, right? That pretty girl came to dinner with a rich kid. Zhao Cheng looked at the cool silver-white supercar, not at all thinking that Lu Chen, who drove a taxi, would be in that supercar. Although Lu Chen had a large villa, but he still didn't feel in his heart that Lu Chen would be any kind of rich man. After all, if he really was a rich second generation, Lu Chen was afraid that he wouldn't come to this program for $50 million. I'm afraid that villa was the last possession Lu Chen's parents left him when his family fell apart. At the thought of this, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but be happy. If he really told him that the sports car was Lu Chen's, it would be worse than if he had made money. There is nothing a man fears more than to see his rival doing better than himself. Without waiting for Zhao Cheng to be happy for long, a sky blue rental steadily parked behind the silver and white supercar. In the cab, a black-faced man got out. The black-faced man was seen running to the side of the supercar and complaining to the driver's seat of the silver and white supercar. Brother, are you driving so fast because you want to dump me so you guys can go live as a couple? This person was none other than Lu Chen's exclusive photographer, Zhang San. The moment he saw Zhang San, the expression on Zhao Cheng's face instantly stiffened. Pointing out the window at the silver and white supercar, Hardy said, so that's sitting up there. It couldn't be Lu Chen, could it? Chapter 61, Zhao Cheng's plot. As the cool doors of the silver and white sports car slowly opened, Zhao Chen and the cameraman held their breath, their eyes fixed dead center on the car door. A very handsome-looking man with a quiet smile spreading across his face walked down. This person was none other than Lu Chen. A trace of confusion passed across the photographer's face as he turned his head towards the completely frozen Zhao Cheng and said with difficulty, brother, what do we do? Zhao Cheng's eyes stared at the sports car parked outside, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. How did he get a sports car? I know. This must be that rich woman's. Lu Chen must have been adopted by that rich woman. Bah! He's so shameless. His dignity as a man is gone. Zhao Cheng looked at Lu Chen, who was gradually walking towards the hot pot restaurant, and secretly pooh-poohed him. It seemed that the only way to make Zhao Cheng feel better in his heart was to deceive himself so much. The photographer at the side looked at Zhao Cheng's ugly, twisted with jealousy look and shook his head helplessly as he asked towards Zhao Cheng, brother, if a big beautiful woman says she wants to adopt you, but wants you to give up your dignity, are you willing to do it? Zhao Cheng waved his hand and asked back without the slightest thought, what dignity? This is your own pro-wife is not more than your insignificant dignity? The photographer looked at Zhao Cheng's resolute look and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. and he was silent for a while before slowly opening his mouth to explain. Brother, I mean if, that is to say if and when it doesn't work, you're not allowed to pick on us as a couple. Photographer. The viewers in the live broadcast room were already amused by Zhao Chang's lightspeed face change. Laughing and crying, number 23 is also very funny besides being unlucky. This lightspeed change of face really caught me off guard. That's right, if number 23 doesn't meet luck, he's a good guest, but he's always unlucky. In such a big Jiangnan city, it's just the two of them bumping into each other all the time. It's just too much of a show. Shoo, luck is coming in. I'm starting to wonder what's going to happen next. Lu Chen walked slowly inside the hot pot restaurant, and as soon as he entered, he saw a rather conspicuous green frog and the man carrying a camera. The two men crouched down with their hands on their heads, facing the wall as if they were practicing some kind of stealth technique. Mouths kept whispering, "Can't see me, can't see me." Hearing the incantation recited by the two men, Lu Chen was instantly happy and rushed towards the side of the photographer. Sanner, look, there's a toad practicing stealth here. Where? The cameraman just hurriedly ran over carrying the camera, but only captured the angry expression on Zhao Chang's face. Zhao Chang, seeing that he had been discovered by Lu Chen, stopped pretending and directly stood up, pointing at the frog suit he was wearing. He angrily said towards Lu Chen, "How many times have I told you? This is a ing frog, not a toad. Never heard of frogs selling their young." Lu Chen acted as if he hadn't heard Zhao Chang's complaints and immediately sat down. Scanning the circle of fondue in front of him, he beckoned and waved the waiter over. "Waiter, 3 more sets of dishes." This look of not recognizing life in the slightest directly stunned Zhao Chang and the 23rd photographer. Lu Chen looked at the two men standing by the table with dull faces and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. "Sit down. Make yourselves at home and order what you want." The two nodded and sat down rather formally. It was only then that the photographer realized that something was wrong and wondered towards Zhao Chang, who was at the side. "That's not right. Brother, didn't we order this?" Zhao Chang also just reacted and swore sovereignty towards Lu Chen. "Right, that's what we ordered." The photographer's next words, however, made him lose his nerve. "Brother, but I think Lu invited us to dinner last time too, right?" The photographer looked at Lu Chen in front of him, and a trace of guilt couldn't help but spread across his face. From the photographer's standpoint, he had absolutely no animosity towards Lu Chen. Instead, they were grateful to Lu Chen, who was able to fill them up on the first day of the program. It was only when Zhao Chang accidentally loaded off the money in the back and it was picked up by Lu Chen, and then the two of them saw the replay of Lu Chen's live broadcast, that they became a little wary of him. Now that the money has been returned, the grudge involved should have been eliminated as well. Only Zhao Chang, perhaps due to being a guest on the same program, had always held a deeper animosity towards Lu Chen. At the moment, he was looking at Lu Chen in front of him with eyes full of wariness, just like a vicious dog protecting its food. "But didn't he pick up our money, and made us end up in one of those shabby, small hotels? The last time they ate, Zhao Chang had dropped over $200 to be picked up by Lu Chen. Really, they're just AA at best." Zhou Sung seemed to want to pour out all of his grievances these days, but he was stiffly interrupted by the cameraman. "Then didn't Lu give it back to us?" The photographer's words immediately caused Zhao Chang to close his mouth, and like a deflated ball, he sat down in his seat again. Looking at Lu Chen in front of him, he said breathlessly, "All right then, this meal is on us." Zhao Chang glanced at his cameraman with some confusion, not knowing why the cameraman was helping Lu Chen. The photographer, however, quietly came to Zhao Chang's ear and whispered, "Brother, I checked. Lu is now the most popular of the guests. After dinner later we can invite him to link up live and interact with his fans, so that the fans in his live room are not." As soon as he heard this, an evil smile appeared on Zhao Chang's face. "In that case, then won't I be able to suck up to Lu Chen's popularity? By then, I'll be number 1 in wealth and popularity. So a $50 million prize is not just around the corner?" Zhao Chang immediately stood up and very boldly dumped the menu in front of him in front of Lu Chen. With a smile piled on his face, he said, "Whatever you want to eat, feel free to order. It's all on me." This sudden change in Zhao Chang's attitude made both Lu Chen and the photographer look a little puzzled. The two men looked at each other with confusion in each other's eyes. Zhao Chang also felt the doubt in the eyes of the two men and realized that his change in attitude was incomparably abrupt. A fawning smile hastily appeared on his face, rubbing his hands together. "That, Lu Chen is now the most popular of the guests, and I'm the richest of the guests, so why don't we link up and have a powerful combination and just get rid of everyone?" Zhao Chang didn't hide anything and directly stated his mind. Lu Chen didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable about this, and just wanted to say yes but was pulled back by Zhang San. Although Lu Chen was not quite sure how high his live broadcast popularity ranked among the guests, the photographer knew exactly. The photographer quietly came to Lu Chen's ear and reminded him, "Brother, This guy is clearly trying to suck your popularity to increase your fans. Don't agree to him. Lu Chen now has close to 500,000 followers in the live broadcast room, even if only 1/10 of them pay attention to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang's popularity in the live broadcast room was also able to go straight from the bottom to the second. On the contrary, even if all of Zhao Chang's fans followed Lu Chen would only be able to increase his followers by 1 or 2 million. Such conditions were very unfavorable for Lu Chen. Chapter 62 Photographer, nothing to open a fondue restaurant. However, Lu Chen acted as if he hadn't heard the photographer's words. Standing up directly, he held Zhao Chang's hand, his mouth revealing a touch of sincere smile and said, "Then we'll join forces." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhao Chang's face was also incomparably bright. The atmosphere at the table livened up considerably. Zhao Chang took the menu and politely said to Lu Chen in front of him, "Come on, you guys see what you want to eat? Don't be polite." Lu Chen was also not polite at all, and directly took the menu and said to the waiter in front of him, "That one serves me 3 toads." After saying that, Lu Chen also glanced at Zhao Chang, who was wearing a frog costume in front of him, without moving. Frightened, Zhao Chang shivered and hurriedly explained to Lu Chen, "It's a frog. No, it's a bullfrog. A bullfrog." Hearing Zhao Chang's prompting, Lu Chen slapped his head and hurriedly remedied the situation. "Oh, yes, 3 orders of bullfrogs." Afterward, Lu Chen asked with a smile on his face towards the photographer beside Zhao Chang, "Hey, buddy, what are you?" The 23rd photographer was a bit confused by Lu Chen's sudden question and subconsciously replied, "I'm a rabbit. Why do you ask, brother?" Lu Chen didn't reply, but carefully searched through the menu, pointing to the rabbit on the menu. He said, "Give me a pound of rabbit." This statement also gave the photographer a jolt. The photographer hurriedly pulled Zhao Chang's sleeve and said with a pale face, He doesn't know what we want to do, does he? Don't panic, he's already agreed to it. If he goes back on his word live, he'll drop fans even faster." Although Zhao Chang was also startled by Lu Chen's way of ordering food, he still managed to stabilize his mind. Continuing to reassure the cameraman, he said, "It's just an impotent rage of realizing he's been counted out by us." At the thought of this, Zhao Chang couldn't help but feel happy inside. Even Lu Chen had to bow down to his own ingenuity. However, the photographer looked at the opposite side of Lu Chen's heart but always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. For Zhao Chang asked in a low voice, "Then what if Lu deliberately messes up when you link up?" Hearing the photographer's question, Zhao Chang just raised the corner of his mouth and smiled contemptuously. "When the time comes, we'll take turns answering the fans' questions, and if he messes up and doesn't answer them properly, then the fans will be able to see the character gap even more, and they'll fall off the fan base even faster." From the moment the photographer gave his thoughts, Zhao Chang had already figured out how to operate next. In that case, as long as Lu Chen promised himself, he then had no further possibility of backtracking, and in doing so could only fall into his own trap step by step. Even in the face of this blatant intimidation from Lu Chen, Zhao Chang didn't have the slightest bit of fear in his heart, but instead had a smile piled on his face. Lu Chen also just smiled and nodded, offering an explanation for his actions just now. "Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to try it because I've heard that bullfrogs and rabbit are more flavorful when cooked together." Zhang San, who was on the side, also kept nodding his head and said helpfully, "That's right, if my brother really threatens you guys, let him never see a pretty girl in his life." When Lu Chen heard this, he slowly turned his head towards Zhang San, who was beside him, with a smile of nuclear goodness on his face. "What's your genus, Sanner?" "I'm a dragon." "What's wrong, brother?" Lu Chen. Hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen was speechless for a while. The menu was then handed to the photographer Dao. "No, I meant to say that you should see what you want to eat." The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw Lu Chen get defeated. Laughing and crying, "Ha ha ha, look for dragon meat on the menu." "Lu Chen, why is there a dragon in the Chinese zodiac?" "I have an idea." "Luck, you order a plate of donkey meat. People say dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground." Covering his face and laughing, Luck and the photographer, "This is too much fun. How to eat a meal can be a whole job. What do you know?" Zhao Chang wants to suck Luck's powder. Luck is knocking him down, but the linkage does work. There were also quite a few viewers in the live broadcast room who could see Zhao Chang's true purpose coming. But for fans, it's a pleasure to see both anchors linking up. So this young plot of Zhao Chang's is near unsolvable, unless Zhao Chang himself voluntarily gave it up. No matter what, he would be able to make a huge profit by using the linkage with Lu Chen. Zhao Chang smiled and looked towards Zhang San with a very polite attitude. "Sanner, why don't you see what to eat? This lamb roll seems pretty good." The photographer's brow furrowed as his eyes kept scanning the menu, then clouded over. "Feel free to have a king crab." These words immediately caused Zhao Chang's heart to tighten. Any king crab out here costs tens of thousands of dollars, so how can one possibly afford it? Zhao Chang looked toward the photographer with a nervous expression. Zhao Chang was just about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by a waiter. Sorry, no. Hearing the waiter's words, Zhao Chang was instantly relieved. Think of it as an ordinary hot pot restaurant. How could it have all those high-end ingredients? Zhao Chang clasped his hands on his chest and looked at the photographer with interest to see what other demons he could make. Is there a boron then? No. Do you have any 8-headed abalone? No. Nothing. Then what's the point of having a hot pot restaurant? Brother, let's go. The photographer feigned anger and pulled Lu Chen up as he was about to get away. However, they were stopped by Zhao Chang and the two of them. How could Zhao Chang let the cooked ducks run away just like that? Zhao Chang rubbed his hands together and blocked in front of Lu Chen and the photographer, taking the menu in the photographer's hands as soon as he could, directly rushing at the waiter. Waiter, this brother of mine loves potatoes. Serve me all the ones with potatoes in your house. Then Zhao Chang aimed his gaze at Chen Yi sitting on the chair, slowly walked up and said in a kind manner, even without those, the tripe of this store is not bad. Do you want to try? Zhao Chang also knew deep down that Lu Chen would not leave Chen Yi behind, and directly shifted his offense in preparation to leave Chen Yi behind. Chen Yi glanced at Lu Chen and then shifted her gaze to Zhao Chang in front of her, lightly nodded. Okay, waiter, come with 3 servings of tripe and 2 servings of fresh cut beef. Eventually, the photographer had to return to his seat, and before long the food was fully served. Looking at Lu Chen who was feasting, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Brother, people are coming to suck your powder. Why aren't you worried at all? Lu Chen shucked a slice of beef and threw it into his mouth, looking at the photographer whose face was covered in sorrow, and spoke out to comfort him. Afraid of what? The old ancestors said it well. When the car comes to the mountain, it's not good to have someone treating us to dinner now? When the photographer heard Lu Chen's words, he couldn't help but be shocked. So brother, you've thought of a way? Only Lu Chen rubbed his fingers on his chin and said with some uncertainty, I seek. My fans should all be following me because of my face value. Zhao Chang looks like that. I guess he can't grab my fans, right? Photographer, brother, can we have some face? Chapter 63. Lu Chen, have a beer. Crayfish. No crayfish. After about half an hour, after the dish had passed the 5 flavors, both the photographer and Chen Yi stopped their chopsticks. Zhao Chang looked smilingly at Lu Chen, who was still bored, and tried. Lu Chen is almost done eating. Should we talk about the linkage? Lu Chen, however, waved his hand. There's no rush. Then he shifted his gaze to Chen Yi beside him and said sincerely, shall we drink some? Chen Yi felt Lu Chen's burning line of sight and couldn't help but hold her forehead helplessly. Did you forget that I don't know how to drink? Before Lu Chen could say anything, the photographer on the side added, if you don't drink more, it's not easy for my brother to do it. Need you to talk too much? She already knows about the stunt. Lu Chen blankly glanced at the photographer, then looked at Chen Yi. Mainly because I'm afraid you don't have enough to eat. How about another beer? Crawfish? Chen Yi didn't react for a moment and nodded numbly. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth, who had gotten the go-ahead, overflowed with a hint of a conspiratorial smile as he spoke to the waiter beside him. Waiter, another beer. Crawfish. No scallions, no ginger, no crawfish. Good. The waiter on the side had long been tormented by both Lu Chen and the photographer. After hearing Lu Chen's words, he hurriedly took a notebook to write them down. Just halfway through the note, though, the writing motion came to a screeching halt, revealing a smile that was worse than a cry. Turning toward Lu Chen, he asked, brother, do you mean, I'll serve you a can of beer? The audience and friends in the live broadcast room were also amused by Lu Chen's quirky behavior at this time. Cover your face, haha, luck he really. This situation still want to flirt with girls. Sister, can't you just give it to him? I can see that Lu really wants to get the girl drunk. Do you know what it means to be a master? Even if you know you might end up with the grand prize in your hands, you still have to flirt with the girls first. Luck, can't you don't participate in any reality show? Just open a VIP recharge port. I'm sure I'll give you money. In the end, Lu Chen still didn't get his way, but instead ate for another 30 minutes one after another under the shocked gazes of several people. Brother, what the hell is he doing with this stomach? How can he eat so much? Zhao Chang gripped his wallet, face pale, wanting to cry. You ask me, I do not know. Chen Yi also saw Lu Chen's meal quantity for the first time, and looked Lu Chen up and down. Her beautiful eyes were full of unbelievable words. No, I can't figure out why you can eat so much. 3 plates of bullfrog, 4 plates of beef, and 5 bowls of rice. That's quite a deep stomach you've got there. Chen Yi looked at Lu Chen and sincerely lamented. The photographer was beyond marveling. Brother, you're eating like this? You're almost catching up with my flora. Hiccup. Lu Chen burped hard and looked at the photographer in disbelief. Blossom? Who is it? The pig my old family raised. The one that could eat the most. When Lu Chen heard this from the photographer, he just gave a cold snort of disdain and then said with a toothpick in his mouth, "Ha! That's all it takes to scare you guys into speechlessness? Wouldn't you be scared to death if I pulled out my 4 cm wide male symbol?" The photographer rushed to cover Lu Chen's mouth as soon as he heard his words about tigers and wolves. "Brother, live broadcast it. What are you talking about, the words of the tiger and the wolf? Do you know how to keep the persona only to see?" Lu Chen inserted his hand into his pants pocket and rummaged around a few times, his face full of shock too. Where's my ID?" Hearing this, the remaining 4 people present were relieved. "Hoping you're talking about ID." The photographer couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat, fearing that Lu Chen would do something like walking a bird in public. Then he reminded Lu Chen, "Brother, have you forgotten? Aren't all the guests' ID cards confiscated by the program?" Chen Yi, on the other hand, silently pulled out his ID card and carefully compared the edges of it with his own fingers. "So your manhood is less than 10 centimeters? Lu Chen. Sigma, degree, shock.jpg. Chen Yi's few short words were like a sharp sword thrust into Lu Chen's chest. He had never dreamed that he would actually have a day where he was molested by his sister. If he hadn't been held down by the combined efforts of Zhao Chang and a few others, he would have had to prove himself today anyways. Alright, Lu Chen, the meal is almost done. Get to work." Zhao Chang took Lu Chen's hand and couldn't wait. The cameramen on both sides were also packing up their desks and adjusting their camera positions to make sure that both of them appeared in each other's live feeds. That's how it was intended to be broadcast live in this hot pot restaurant that didn't have many customers. Zhao Chang took advantage of the time the photographers were adjusting their camera positions to introduce his plan to Lu Chen. "Why don't we both just come and interact with the fans and answer their questions? This will increase the stickiness of our fans as well as do a decent job of promoting our popularity." Listening to Zhao Chang's plan, Lu Chen nodded frequently. It had to be said that Zhao Chang's vision was very unique, and the plan was almost impeccably perfect. Even Lu Chen, who had far more fans, had been neglecting this point of interaction with his fans. If it wasn't all backed up by his charisma, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep many of his 500,000 fans. The two fell back on less of the boring introductory remarks at the beginning due to the fact that they had been on the air. Just a brief introduction and you're ready to get down to business. In the next period from 7 to 8 o'clock, I'll be linking up with number 32, Lu Chen, to answer questions from both fans. Seeing that it was still a few minutes before 7 o'clock, many office workers were still working grueling overtime, so neither side has a lot of fans on the air. Lu Chen only had less than about 100,000 fans in his live broadcast, while Zhao Chang was even worse. The original 20,000 followers of the live room had less than 2,000 fans online. Zhao Chang's face was a little less than pleasant as he whispered to Lu Chen, "Tell a joke and we'll make it official when there are more fans." Zhao Chang intended to wait for Lu Chen's live broadcast to accumulate a little more fans before officially starting the linkage between the two sides. This will also absorb more of Lu Chen's popularity. As for failure, he didn't even think about it. Someone like Lu Chen, who had absolutely no experience in anchoring, there was no way he could have failed. He has been seriously practicing as an anchor for over a month since he signed up for the show. There are a number of exercises on how to interact with fans and keep them sticky, so even though Zhao Chang only had about 20,000 followers, he still dared to interact with Lu Chen, a guest with 500,000 followers in the bottom line, because he firmly believed that his fans would not be sucked away by Lu Chen, while on the contrary, Lu Chen had basically not interacted with his fans for so long since he started broadcasting. It means that the fans are extremely sticky, and you can absorb Lu Chen's fans yourself no matter what. Chapter 64 Ask, what is the quietest animal in the world? Thinking of this, Zhao Chang couldn't help but feel smug. The corners of his mouth curved up a bit as he looked towards Lu Chen. Realizing that Lu Chen didn't make a move, he elbowed Lu Chen again and whispered a reminder once more. Lu Chen, aren't you usually quite effective in programs? Tell a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Zhao Chang blinked at Lu Chen, hoping that Lu Chen would come forward to liven up the atmosphere. However, Lu Chen's face turned odd when he heard this. Somewhat squirming towards Zhao Chang embarrassedly said, I'm a bit of social terrorism. What? Hearing Lu Chen's words, not only Zhao Chang, but even the photographer and Chen Yi who were watching on the side couldn't help but look at Lu Chen with wide eyes. Several people in the room wondered if they had heard wrong. Lu Chen? Sociopath? Zheng San looked at the squirming Lu Chen with a look of disbelief on his face. Brother, you even have the guts to in the street and you're giving me social terrorism? Lu Chen? You slandered me. When did I in the street? I mean, I can't even go up to pretty girls I see on the street and ask them if they want to sleep with me tonight. The words don't even come out. Isn't that sociopathic? When the photographer heard this explanation from Lu Chen, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Then looking at Lu Chen in front of him, he said with a serious expression, Brother, is it possible that you're not called sociopathic? You're called a pervert. What? Fall in love? I don't want to fall in love. I just want to sleep. Lu Chen shook his head, amusing the audience in the middle of both live broadcasts, laughing and crying. Ha ha ha. Lu is still playing steadily. I can't even hear you right. Covering his face, Lu's social terrorism is using social means to make others feel fearful, right? The last time I asked a girl this, she got her double-door boyfriend and was beaten so badly that she didn't get out of bed for 3 days, crying. Who is Zhao Cheng in this live broadcast? He's so funny. That's it. I'm going to follow him. As time passed and Lu Chen warmed up, the number of people in both live rooms had grown quite a bit. Zhao Cheng also saw that there was an effect and hurriedly urged, Lu Chen, it's working. One more. Lu Chen lowered his head and pondered for a while before slowly raising his head and looking at the camera in front of him. Tell you what. I'll tell you all a joke. Does everyone know what the quietest animal in the world is? Lu Chen turned his gaze to Zhao Cheng on the side, who pondered for a while and then said uncertainly, Snail? Snails neither make a grunting sound nor are they very small. And even when they are active, they don't make much noise. In the face of Zhao Cheng's answer, Lu Chen just shook his head and turned his gaze to the photographer and several people on the side. The photographer didn't think too long and answered directly. It's a turtle, right? Turtles run slow and they don't bark. Before Lu Chen could say anything, Yi retorted. No, it must be coral. They don't scream or move much, just like plants. Indeed, coral, although it looks like a plant, is made up of large aggregations of an animal called coral polyps. It also absorbs calcium and carbon dioxide from seawater and secretes calcium carbonate, commonly known as limestone, which is used to build its hard shell. That's why it's also mistakenly believed by many that coral is actually a plant. After hearing Chun Yi's explanation, Zhao Cheng's few people all came to a realization and nodded with a learned look. This answer from Chen Yi was undoubtedly the most correct in their minds. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen shook his head at Chen Yi. Unfortunately, this is not the correct answer. Viewers of the live broadcast, does anyone know? There's a big reward for answering the right question. Lu Chen asked into the camera towards the audience of the live broadcast. Viewers from both live streams also got involved as soon as they heard about the rewards. It's kelp, right? Are you retarded upstairs? Luck asked about animals and you gave me an answer about seaweed? I guess it's a jellyfish. Do microbes count? Microbes can't move or make a sound, right? I guess it was me. I was fixing the drain next door, and then his husband came back, and I was naked and tried to hide in the cupboard and opened the cupboard door and realized there was another naked dude, and at that moment I was the quietest animal in the world. Upstairs detailing husband's return. Upstairs, tell me what you two did in the closet naked. Almost a minute had passed, and Lu Chen still hadn't seen the correct answer. Lu Chen coughed all over his face and pretended to be mysterious. Since none of you can guess the correct answer, I'm going to announce it. The photographer looked at Lu Chen, who was still selling out, and urged, come on, Lu, I can't even think of anything quieter than coral. That's it. Say it so we can all learn from it. Zhao Cheng looked at the skyrocketing popularity of the live broadcast room, and his heart was already happy. In just less than a few minutes, the number of people online in his own live room had almost doubled. The most important thing is that you have done nothing. You haven't even started the program, and your followers have already gone up by more than 1,000. This is if you really start to plan. Then your own live room fans will not break through 100,000 tonight. Just thinking about it, Zhao Cheng's heart was on fire. Live linking up with Lu Chen and sucking in Lu Chen's fans. I'm afraid it's the most wise and correct decision I've ever made to participate in a program. Under the crowd's expectant gazes, Lu Chen coughed all over and spoke an answer that the crowd did not expect. The quietest animal in the world is the orangutan. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, the crowd hadn't even reacted yet. Zhao Cheng looked even more puzzled at Lu Chen and asked rhetorically, stars? Are stars animals? My brother is talking about the ape, Tarzan of the apes, right? Shouldn't it be King Kong? The crowd then seemed to realize something as Chen Yi asked towards Lu Chen with a puzzled face. Why are orangutans the quietest animals in the world? Shouldn't they be coral? Chen Yi was completely unable to understand this answer from Lu Chen. After all, how can an orangutan be the quietest animal in the world when it can both grunt and run? The crowd was also filled with disbelief and asked Lu Chen for a statement. Lu Chen coughed and slowly explained. Because orangutans knock Mimi quietly when they are angry. After saying that, Lu Chen even imitated the gorilla's touch and tapped on his chest a few times. Hearing such a bombastic reply, the crowd was directly petrified in place. Sigma, degree delta degree. At the moment it was obviously hot summer outside, but the hearts of the people were as if they were in the cold winter months. A shiver ran through his body, and he was frozen straight away. However, what was even more chilling to Zhao Cheng's heart was The 4,000 online numbers that he had managed to accumulate in his own live broadcast room had let Lu Chen, with a sneer, directly run away with more than 3,000, leaving him with less than 1,000. Chapter 65 Optimized Big Factory Fans. After hearing Lu Chen's joke, the crowd looked at Lu Chen with bitter faces, and for a while they didn't know what to say, just sighed helplessly and intoned, "Brother, you'd better stop telling jokes in the future. Telling jokes doesn't suit you." Aha! The crowd nodded in unison after hearing the photographer's sincere advice. If Lu Chen had listened to this joke in winter, he could have chilled a few people to death. Lu Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard the photographer's suggestion. Sigma, degree winky face. Why, I think I'm still pretty talented coming up. To tell you the truth, when I was a kid I wanted to go over there and be a stand-up comedian and tell people jokes. Why? If you really go to talk about stand-up comedy, it's good that people don't ask you for moral damages. Chenny rolled her eyes and said to Lu Chen without any goodwill. She was never expecting to lose such a decent answer to a boob-knocking ape. As for Zhao Chang, he was still immersed in great grief. The live broadcast lost more than half of its fans directly, and was even less popular than when it first started. He himself had just sucked in over 1,000 concerns and dropped back in the blink of an eye. Zhao Chang covered his chest and turned his head to look at Lu Chen. A smile worse than a cry appeared on his face as he said in a difficult tone, "It's getting late, so let's get down to business, shall we?" Lu Chen glanced at his cell phone and realized that it was still a few minutes short of 7 o'clock, and turned to Zhao Chang. "Don't we have a few minutes left now? Why don't I tell another joke to warm up?" Before Zhao Chang could say anything, the photographer on the side rushed out to stop Lu Chen. Don't, brother, I beg you. Your joke is really not for us to hear." Zhao Chang nodded and looked at Lu Chen with a stiff face, somewhat helplessly. "If you keep telling jokes, I'm afraid we'll both have no one left on the air. What's the point of us linking up then?" Lu Chen, on the other hand, looked at the number of people in his live room and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. "What are you talking about? Wasn't my joke quite successful? The viewers in my live broadcast room have exceeded 100,000. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhao Chang couldn't help but stare, then immediately took out his own cell phone and tapped into Lu Chen's live broadcast. When looking at the column in the upper right corner of the number of people online in the live room, he was too surprised to say anything. Turning his head, his eyes stared at Lu Chen with a wide deadpan stare. A face full of disbelief said, How could this happen? My viewers have almost run out. Why haven't any of the viewers in your live room run away? Maybe because I'm good looking?" Lu Chen shrugged, unable to answer anything in the face of Zhao Chang's questioning. At this point, the audience in Lu Chen's live broadcast gave their answer. Hands in frustration. "Is that the only thing that scares us away? You don't know what luck is up to. We're immune to that joke." Covering his face and laughing, "Ha ha ha. No, this 23rd really kills me with laughter." Luck told a joke that chilled all the fans in his live room, laughing and crying. "I told you not to let the two of them be on air together." Luck always manages to pull something off in an unexpected place. The worst would have to be number 23. There are not many fans left on the air. How can he answer questions? He can still answer our questions, but it's more or less abnormal to be able to watch Lu live. I hope he can hold up. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Unlike the booming crowd in Lu Chen's live room, Zhao Chang's live room was much cooler. What the hell? Where did number 23 find such a cold joke contestant? It gives me goosebumps. Let's go. That's right. Who wants to hear this stupid joke? I was cooking, but heard this cold joke directly fried the dishes. 23 Where to find this person? I think this cold joke is okay. I'll go to the opposite anchor's live room to check it out. The number of people in Zhao Chang's livestream was still dropping, while Lu Chen's side was getting hotter and hotter. He couldn't help it at the moment, and if it went on like this it was estimated that there would be no one left in his live room. Hastily, he tapped on his phone screen to open the connecting session. Now we are opening the connecting microphone. We'll take turns to draw water friends from our live room, and Lu Chen and I will answer the water friends' questions. A large golden-colored roulette wheel was spinning inside Lu Chen's live broadcast room. The names of spectators kept flashing past at the pointer as the wheel came to a slow stop. It eventually landed on a viewer named Lu's 10-year-old fan. One look at the ID and he knew he was an old fan of Lu Chen. The corner of Zhao Chang's mouth curled up slightly, even though there was a little hiccup on the way. But his own plan was just about to begin. He's held this kind of fan question and anchor interaction session several times. The richness of its experience was not at all comparable to Lu Chen's. What's more is that most of the fans who ask this kind of question are broken up or have something on their mind and come looking for emotional support. He was well versed in how to deal with this kind of fan, and Lu Chen was certainly no match for him. As long as one is able to show that the difference in the level and thinking of both sides in dealing with the problem is simply not on the same level, the fans of Lu Chen's live broadcast were bound to fall back on themselves. Thinking of this, Zhao Chang intended to give Lu Chen a hard time. Taking the lead, he asked the fan. This fan, what questions or troubles do you have? I can give you an answer. Immediately afterward, a weathered male voice came out, slightly tinged with a hint of decadence. I'm 35 years old and I've been optimized by a big plant. Optimized to put it nicely. But it's just a case of being put in the shoes of my boss just because I ran into the leader in the bathroom and didn't say hello to him. You guys, what kind of greeting is it to run into him in the restroom? Because of this job loss, I'm about to be overwhelmed with all kinds of mortgage and car payments. And my wife has gone back to her mother's house with the kids in the Cold War with me. At the end of the sentence, a hint of huffing came from the other end of the line, as if he was venting his resentment in general. Listening to the man's complaint, the entire broadcast room suddenly fell silent. This kind of thing, more or less, has happened to them. The leader who wears small shoes is really hateful. Once there is any merit is always his. A bit of a mistake is always their own. The same as the company's bottom cattle and horses. I also feel the same. I was laid off from a big factory this year because I didn't laugh at the leader's joke. And then I was put in the shoes. Alas, who made us not have that kind of high emotional intelligence to sneak around? This society is still a good place for small people to hang out after all. This wife is also too poor to love the rich. Just because she lost her job she went back to her mother's house? A touch of sadness also appeared on Zhao Cheng's face after hearing the man's words. Then after contemplating for a while slowly said, this matter is indeed the leader's fault. This kind of leader who wears small shoes is really too detestable. After saying that, Zhao Cheng even feigned anger and slapped his thigh in righteous indignation. With this kind of management in place, this kind of company is going to be yellow sooner or later in my opinion. And that wife of yours, alas, did fail in her duty as a wife. In fact, most viewers don't care about the solution to the problem. They just want to run who can join them in reviling the object of their loathing. And it is this emotional value that Zhou Sung is trying to provide them. Chapter 66, Lu Chen's workplace class is in session. As expected, after Zhou Sung angrily scolded the boss who wore small shoes, many of the viewers in the live broadcast room also began to spit on their superiors. Looking at the atmosphere that he had mobilized with his 3 words, Zhao Cheng could not help but show a curve at the corner of his mouth. He has already grabbed the correct answer, even if Lu Chen then answer, but can only follow the spit a few words. Besides, the anger one shows is just right. If Lu Chen showed too much anger, then he would appear to be pretentious and be spurned by the audience. If it feels like it's not as angry as it is again, then it will undoubtedly come across as cold, and again being will fall off the radar. No matter what he chooses, he can win himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Chang gazed expectantly towards Lu Chen, as if he was already expecting Lu Chen to make a fool of himself. Lu Chen waited until Zhao Chang answered and then nodded after a brief period of contemplation. Indeed, I also find shoe shining bosses very odious. Hearing this, Zhao Chang couldn't help but let a wicked smile like his plan was succeeding flow from the corner of his mouth. This performance by Lu Chen was too bland and would definitely be disliked by the audience. Zhao Chang did not move and looked towards his cell phone. As expected, the viewers in his own live room were already attacking Lu Chen. Why is the anchor's reaction so flat? Is empathy that bad? That's it. What's the matter? You can't even say a word of comfort? If I were that old man, I would have shut him down long ago. Looking at the pop-ups in his live room, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but feel relieved. Up to this point, the audience had reacted exactly as he had expected. It was as if he felt the day he got the ultimate prize was close at hand. However, Lu Chen's next words surprised everyone present. Only Lu Chen sat down on a chair and stretched comfortably, slowly opening his mouth. But, as an employee, you could have at least exchanged pleasantries so that you wouldn't have avoided this outcome? Zhou Sung? Zhao Cheng's face was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Lu Chen, instead of comforting this man who was put in small shoes by his boss, he let him slink around to please the leader? Isn't this typical victim guilt theory? If this gets out, then I guess getting cyber violated would be light. Zhao Cheng was just about to open his mouth to remind Lu Chen of a few words, but Zhang San, who was on the side, moved to precede him. Zhang San rushed to Lu Chen and covered his mouth. Some anxious, brother, it's in the restroom. It's embarrassing to death. But what are the pleasantries? The man who was connected to the microphone was not annoyed when he heard Lu Chen's answer, but asked Lu Chen with some doubts. Yeah, I'm embarrassed to death to stand together and pee. What am I supposed to chill about? Even the viewers of Lu Chen's live broadcast were a bit disgruntled at the moment and complained. Yes, you say the rooftop smoking a huazi. I can pleasantries. This toilet hot of pleasantries. Cannot come to a leader you splash station look good, right? Lu brother is really a bit too much Really rich people do not know the hard work of the people at the bottom. This can still be pleasantries what? That's right, Luck lives in a big villa. How could he ever experience being put in small shoes by his boss? Lu Chen just grinned in the face of a screen full of angry curses from the audience. Smaller. The pattern is small. You come straight to a leader. Are you a fire hydrant? Can he give you shoes? Audience? The man on the other end of the phone didn't expect Lu Chen to actually answer like that either, and froze for a while. Only then did he open his mouth and continue to ask. So, Lu, do you want me to learn from those slinky people? Lu Chen shook his head before nodding. Nonetheless, if you were the boss, in the case of no difference in work ability, would you choose to want a subordinate who shushes and smiles at you all day long? Or a subordinate who throws his face at you all day long, and doesn't even say a word when he is standing in front of you? This question directly confused the audience in the live broadcast room. Lu Chen looked indifferent and continued. You despise them because you think they only skate? Wrong. They just realized the true meaning of life before you did. At this age, who doesn't have a family behind them and 3 or 5 people to support? Besides, although everyone spits on such villains, at your age, how many of you dare to run ahead of the big boss when the company holds a running race? How many people have the guts to refuse to their supervisor's face when he asks for overtime and says no? Is there any essential difference between what you do and the skulking people you spit on? Lu Chen's succession of questions was deafening. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and the middle-aged man thought back on what he had done. It really doesn't seem to be any different than the ones you most revile. There was a hint of immortality in him, though, and he continued to ask questions. So, Lu, are you telling us that we deserve to be bullied if we go to work? Can't we live by our own will and live a free and wonderful life? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, many of the young viewers in the live broadcast room reacted. Yeah, why do we have to skate by? That's right, even though what Lu said is basically me. I want to be a decent person too. Even though I'm the sneaky little man in the workplace that everyone hates, and I spit on myself, this is still a point where I don't feel like I deserve to be shoe-warned or bullied. Lu Chen looked at the crowded live broadcast and sighed out helplessly, continuing to explain. If you tell me you're 15, I'll tell you to just beat the hell out of him. No need to hold back. If you had told me you were 25, I would have said the same thing as Cho Sung, that this company won't live long and it's best to leave. But you're 35 years old, your wife and children have to depend on you for food, and your monthly mortgage and car payments won't stop just because you've lost your job, and you're going to live by your own volition. So what about your wife and children? I'm not saying that being human deserves to be bullied, but I wish you all could have more options in this environment again. After all, there will always be reasons why someone has to need the job. At the same time, I also hope that you, not like 25-year-old Rash, do not know the slightest human feelings. You have a family behind you, every day to meet with a smile. The building encountered really cannot avoid pleasantries, which is far better than your self-possessed to quite a lot of good. As for your wife, I'm afraid she sees you unemployed and feeling sorry for yourself all day long, so she can only hope that you'll come to your senses in this way, right? After hearing Lu Chen's heartfelt speech, many of the middle-aged viewers who were diving in the live broadcast room expressed their deep sympathy. I agree that I am just shy of 40 this year, and Luck is absolutely right that true bravery is not living by one's own free will, but rather recognizing life for what it is and still being able to laugh at it every day. Actually, at our age, we know a little bit about the world, so we shouldn't be bullied. But saying hello is far from bullying, isn't it? Yes, at this age, with an old man and a young man, we are burdened with a mortgage and a car loan. So even if we are bullied, we can get through it with a bite of our teeth. Chapter 67, Getting a Haircut for 3,000? After hearing Lu Chen's words, on the other end of the phone, there was a long silence. After a long time of failing to make a sound, the atmosphere in the room gradually froze. Zhao Chang looked toward Lu Chen with a difficult face, coughed and hurriedly laughed to liven up the atmosphere. Ahem. I think all families have their own problems. Lu Chen has a good point, and there's nothing wrong with this old fan brother. It's just that because we're in different environments, we see things differently, and on that point, it's still a matter of being benevolent. Jo Sung had lived up to his name by going through a grueling month-long training before. One sentence pacified many fans in the live broadcast who disagreed with Lu Chen's views. Lu Chen also nodded and continued to add, 99.9% of this is that manager's fault, but what we have to reflect on now is whether we could have done better in that situation again. At this time the middle-aged man's voice also slowly came from the other end of the phone. I understand, Lu. Thank you. I'm going to go pick up my wife and kids right now and get a new job to work properly. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he hung up the connecting microphone. The entire broadcast room was also sighing in disbelief. Ugh, this is the sadness of being middle-aged. Every day when you open your eyes there are people who need to rely on you, but there is no one you can rely on. After watching Lu's live stream, I called my dad for 2,000, and my dad asked me if I had committed something outside crying. Although what Mr. Liu said is not pleasant to the ear, it is indeed the truth. If I were in Lau's situation, I would definitely want to not be fired. After all, if I was fired, who would support such a large family? With the departure of the middle-aged man, the topic ended. Zhao Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Even if he had thought through his head, he would not have expected Lu Chen to actually say something so treasonous. People were fired because they were wearing small shoes, and as a result, Lu Chen had to go after the other party's own problems. Fortunately, in the end, Lu Chen managed to round off his words and also caused a lot of middle-aged fans in the live broadcast to resonate with him. Otherwise, I am afraid the consequences will be unimaginable, and it may turn into a cyber violence. As soon as Zhao Cheng thought of this, he whispered a reminder to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you'd better be careful with your words, don't be so aggressive. After saying that, Zhao Cheng didn't move and looked at the attention of his live broadcast. So in just a few minutes, it's already up a couple hundred. It's not much, but it's a very significant increase. But this question just now did not reflect the gap between him and Lu Chen at all. It was clear that it should be a question that reflected his level. But because of Lu Chen's sword-like answer, it resulted in both sides not pulling away from each other. Even in the view of the audience, Zhao Cheng's answer was going to be a lot more inferior to Lu Chen. After all, Zhao Cheng had only followed the middle-aged man and spat on the boss, not even suggesting a solution to the problem, much less causing so many people to resonate. Lu Chen's live room grew more attention than his live room, and at this moment, the attention of Lu Chen's live room has risen by a few thousand more. What was even more terrifying was that the number of people online had reached a horrifying 100,000 people. Zhao Cheng glanced at the number of people online in Lu Chen's livestream, and it would definitely be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. Still, he quickly pulled himself together and patted his cheeks hard, turning to Lu Chen. Okay, we're going to draw fans from my livestream to answer questions this time. The fans in his own live room were definitely not as outrageous as those in Lu Chen's live room. Zhou Sung thought as he opened the carousel to extract fan questions. The golden-colored carousel slowly turned, and the pointer rested on an audience member with the ID of, "When can water be drawn?" Looking at the familiar ID of this spectator Zhang San, who was beside him, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he came over to Lu Chen, puzzled. "Brother, this is not your fan." Before Zhang San could finish his sentence, Lu Chen covered his mouth. "Shoo, don't talk, let's see what he asks first." Lu Chen's face was also a bit odd, and he was wondering why his fans ran into Zhao Cheng's live broadcast room. But Zhao Cheng opened his mouth at this moment. "This fan, what's the problem, please, that we can help you with?" He didn't react in the slightest to the fact that this was a fan of Lu Chen's, and he wore his trademark smile on his face with an incomparably gentle manner. On the other end of the line was a slightly more youthful male voice. I am a student. Last weekend went to the barber store to cut hair. The result is that people promote a bunch of things. Just to wash and cut and blow dry was cheated more than $3,000. Enough more than a month's living expenses. I want to protect the rights of what should I do?" When Zhao Cheng heard this question, a trace of bewilderment welled up on his face and he immediately froze. "I didn't expect this question to be so simple," and answered decisively without even thinking about it. "You can call the local market supervision authority, as well as to the local industry and commerce departments and consumer associations to report rights. Here I also remind the fans of the live broadcast, this kind of pitiful barbershop is not in the minority. We must go out to spend money to keep a sharp eye. Give me the address and I'll expose this shady store for you." This time he also made up for last time by offering solutions to the guys who came to ask questions. The viewers of the live broadcast heard this and also raged against this phenomenon. "That's right, I've always encountered this kind of barbershop, and they run away every time I get a card. I went to get a haircut last time, but I was given all kinds of sales pitches, and somehow got my hair permed and charged me over $1,000. Who says it isn't? This barbershop should really send out the location and we should all boycott it." The audience was filled with righteous indignation, and Zhao Cheng's face was fain to show an angry touch. By all accounts, the matter is basically over at this point. Zhao Cheng also provided the solution to the problem of ideas. Even if Lu Chen and want to say anything can only follow a few curses together to resist this phenomenon but instead of choosing to hang up the phone, the connected fan threw the question to Lu Chen. "I'd like to hear what Lu has to say." Although Zhao Cheng was a bit puzzled, he still turned his gaze towards Lu Chen, expecting Lu Chen's next answer. Hearing this question, Lu Chen frowned tightly and pondered for a while, then nodded his head in reply. "Indeed, your barbershop prices are plainly high. Generally speaking then, it's just $10 for the wash and $10 for the cut, and the total price is around $600 or $700, right? Even if you're in a luxury location in some major city, that price is inflated quite a bit, but it mainly depends on how good is the craftsmanship of that master who gives you a haircut. Some specialized stylists and celebrity barbers are so good that they can do hairstyles that ordinary people can't reach, and charge a one-time fee to reach that level. While Lu Chen was talking, Zhao Cheng on the side was a bit unable to hold back and immediately stood up to retort. What barber 3,000? Besides, didn't you say so? A wash and cut is only $10. That adds up to a total of only $20. And a blow-dry can cost $2,900? That must be a black store. Chapter 68, Every Man's First Car. Upon hearing Zhao Cheng's rebuttal, Lu Chen instantly couldn't sit still either. Why not? It's reasonable to charge more for someone with good skills and a high face value, right? Even if you're skilled. Blowing ahead of $2,900 is excessive. Zhao Cheng just finished speaking and wanted to continue his rebuttal, but suddenly thought of something and suddenly froze. Looking at Lu Chen in front of him, his face was full of doubts. Does this barber still charge by the face? Why hadn't I heard about this myself? The photographer then muttered something in Zhao Cheng's ear, and Zhao Cheng's face suddenly became unnatural. Turning his head to his cell phone, he looked at the connected fan and spoke in a difficult tone. Are you guys talking about this reasoning properly? Lu Chen ignored Zhao Cheng and continued to speak to the fans. In fact, whether it is worth it or depends on you. If you think the master who cuts your hair is good looking and has good service, then it is undoubtedly worth it. If it's because you think it's too expensive, then I suggest you don't think about getting a haircut every day. The caller nodded thoughtfully and continued. The key is to give me a haircut master I know is my brother's girlfriend, but that 3,000 and I asked my brother to borrow. I now have some regrets. To see him I feel guilty. When the man on the other end of the phone finished saying this, the entire broadcast room went silent. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wash and scissors 20. Wash and scissors 3,000? What's the plot here? You didn't dye yourself yellow by the way, did you? I'm really subbing in hard for the brother, who is really miserable, crying. What's wrong with you upstairs? Shouldn't this kind of thing be all about substituting for the male lead? Hearing such a counterintuitive statement, Zhao Cheng directly froze in place, not knowing what to say. Hearing this, Lu Chen was also a bit guilty of asking tentatively to the other end of the phone. Really? How do you spend this money and give it back to your brother? Crowd. The photographer looked at Lu Chen with a hard face and covered his forehead. Brother, I originally thought that this question was already anticlimactic enough, but I didn't realize you were even more anticlimactic. Chen Yi was also helplessly holding her forehead. Even she understood what exactly they were saying at this moment. The person on the other end of the phone also seemed to perk up after hearing Lu Chen's words. Okay, Lu, I'll listen to you. I'll call his girlfriend how I want. Lu Chen? This fight you're talking about. Proper? Before the words were out of his mouth, the caller hung up on the other end. When Lu Chen saw that the connection was hung up, the expression on his face changed violently, and he regretfully slapped his thighs. Oops, I forgot to ask him where that barbershop is. Zhao Cheng hugged his knees and crouched in the corner, wanting to cry. What an anticlimactic problem to encounter today. What a bunch of people. Before Zhao Cheng could grieve for long, Lu Chen pulled Zhao Cheng back to his seat. Stop hiding in the corner and ting. It's time for us to answer the next fan question. Zhao Cheng, you're the one who in front of the camera. Zhao Cheng let out a long sigh and adjusted his mind, trying to calm himself down. I prayed that the next one would have a more normal fan, so that I could get a good dose of my own anger. Lu Chen quickly connected to the next fan, but the male voice on the other end of the phone was still one. Anchor, I bought my first car. I especially like and cherish it. I don't even want to drive it on rainy days. Even if I usually drive it, I don't want to step on the gas, let alone any violent driving. The gasoline in that car was 92, but the years I drove it, it was always filled with the better 95, and I would usually put a film on it, and buy all kinds of additives for the care of it, and always give the car the best that I could. But the car, even with the better 95 gasoline, had constant glitches, and in the end I just couldn't afford to fix it anymore, so I had to sell it. And on my way out, I made sure to instruct the dealer that this car was my heart and soul, and that I must put the best 98 gasoline in it. In the last few days, coincidentally I saw this car at a gas station in a suburban area. The paint is scarred. It's filled with the cheapest and worst gasoline. It doesn't even have a basic car code or film, and it's pulling 4 or 5 people inside. I didn't know the car had been backed up a couple of hands, and I was just about to go up and touch it to get a fresh look at it when I was pulled over by a guy, and when the guy asked me if I'd take a ride, I realized that it was now in such poor condition that nobody cared about it, and it was only used for hauling customers. I'm wondering if everyone else is too. After saying these words, the man who was connected to the microphone was full of sighs. Zhao Cheng also nodded with deep empathy. I also love cars and know that every man's first car means a lot to him. If you have money, even if you don't drive it anymore, you can still get an underground garage and specialize in taking good care of your car. And ordinary people like us, once the car can't be driven anymore, then you have to get a new car. When you get a new car, there's definitely going to be a period of adjustment where you feel bad about everything, but if you do go back to driving your old car, I'm afraid it's not going to be any better than the new one. Times move on, technology advances, new cars are always better than old ones, and the only reason you miss that car is because you miss that past younger self. After Zhao Chang finished his words, the entire room fell into a silence. 23 looked at Zhao Chang with some surprise and shock. Brother, didn't think you'd come back with such philosophical words. Zhao Chang was also taken aback by the silence of the crowd and scratched his head somewhat unconfidently. It's just a blind sentiment. After all, I do remember my first car was a Wuling Honda. The viewers of the live stream couldn't agree more as they listened. Yes, when I got my first car, I really took good care of it. I was afraid of bumping it. I'm fine with borrowing my girlfriend, but my precious car, no deal. This car is a man's second life. I'm sorry I saw it. Hey, I can't help it. Even if I drive a Porsche now, I still miss my Wuling Honda back then. Shan Yi, who was on the side, after listening to this story, was puzzled and whispered towards Lu Chen, who was on the side. Is the car that important to you guys? Lu Chen did not answer Chen Yi's question, but stood up and looked at the camera slowly with a serious expression. The more cars a person has driven, the better his driving skills become, and conversely the more people a car has been driven, the more adaptable it becomes, but more or less with minor problems like loose floor pans and things like that. Everyone driving their own car is careful. Take good care of even the gas pedal cannot step on, but if you drive someone else's car, that is, no matter what the road conditions, a foot on the gas pedal to the end. Do not know how to cherish and cherish, even if it is driving a bad, but also back to repair the person will not be their own. But no matter what a person ends up driving, the thing they miss the most continues to be that coach in driving school. Chapter 69, Zhao Chang. Although there were some discrepancies in the process, the result was still the same. After Lu Chen slowly finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Some choking ensued. So Lu, do you think I did wrong? Lu Chen shook his head and didn't answer him. Instead Lu Chen lit a huazi and slowly told another story. I have a friend who bought a used car from a rich kid. I heard it was still an accident car, and someone supposedly died. I told him he was stupid, that all that money could have bought a big name, first-hand car, but he shook his head and said he didn't care. He loved that car for a long time, and if he had bought a new car he probably wouldn't have been able to afford it in his life, and when he got it used, he never disliked it because it was a used accident car. He is also like you, obviously can add 95 gasoline, have to add 98. Every maintenance go to the regular 4-store. Car coat car film is even less. As much as he loved his car, he had a lot of little problems with it, and everyone around him urged him to sell it, but he was forever smiling and shaking his head. When I thought he was going to drive this used car for the rest of his life, he suddenly sold it, and I was very confused, so I asked him why he sold it. Instead, he cried and said he could tolerate that it would only fill up with 98 gasoline, and that he could tolerate the high cost of repairs, but he couldn't tolerate the fact that the anti-theft device never triggered and that the previous owner had a spare key. He also told me the other day that he saw the car at the gas station, and the current owner uses it to run cabs on 92 gasoline, and it doesn't have those problems anymore, and the 92 runs rattling fast. My friend went up to the current owner curious to ask for advice, but the current owner told him that some cars just owe it to themselves to take a few shots when they can't run. The crowd listened with great fascination, and Zhang San on the side patted Lu Chen's shoulder, his face full of admiration. I didn't realize you had such an opinion about cars. Brother, Chenny is also slowly nodded. You know so much about cars. Next time I buy a car can ask you. Upon hearing the two men's exclamations, Lu Chen's movement of drawing huazi suddenly froze in midair, and his entire body froze violently. Somewhat unsure, he said, "What are you guys talking about again? I don't know anything about cars." The few people present also wore puzzled looks as they asked in unison. You don't know anything about cars? Then you give people so much to talk about? Even how to repair a used car? The words of the crowd had just finished when heartbreaking cries came from the other end of the line. Lu that was my first love. I really didn't expect her to be like this. Crowd, Sigma, degree. The faces of the people present all showed a shocked look. Even Chen Yi, who knew the least about cars, knew at this moment what they were actually talking about. Inside the live room, the audience also reacted with an afterthought. After talking for half a day you guys actually say is not a car, and I want to say to the point, not just a car it? I haven't even left the house yet, and you guys just welded a wheel to my face? You're just borrowing a car, aren't you? I have to say that my brother is really miserable. Who let that girl does not know how to cherish it? I have to say that my brother is really miserable. Who let that sister does not know how to cherish it. Things are now or take care of their own people in front of them. Miss it will only miss it. Words. It is well known that I have a friend who starts the sentence with a high probability of talking about himself. So that Lou also. I didn't understand any of what Luck said. I just understood one thing. It's better to drive someone else's car. Funny. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The photographer who reacted also looked toward Lu Chen with a hard gaze. Brother, you just said you have a friend. This person can't be you, right? Lu Chen? Lu Chen hurriedly shook his head to deny it. It's not me. It's really my friend. The photographer, however, sighed helplessly and patted Lu Chen's shoulder in a serious manner. Brother, it's okay, it's all over. We get it. Crowd, aha. Feeling the encouraging gazes of the crowd, a few black lines appeared on Lu Chen's forehead. Rushing to look at Zhao Chang on the side, he changed the topic. That Zhao Chang. Aren't you going to draw fans from your live broadcast? Hurry up and start. Only Zhao Chang, who had been watching Lu Chen's jokes in the last second, was now crouching in the corner, hands cupping his own cell phone. After hearing Lu Chen's words, he turned his head with an incomparably aggrieved look, just like a little daughter-in-law who had been robbed by mountain thieves on the mountain. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes and he cried out with a wow. All the fans in my live room ran to your live room to listen to you drive. My live room is already empty. Originally, Zhao Chang had planned to fully crush Lu Chen with his intelligence and rational questioning perspective, but he hadn't expected the fan questions in this session to be more outrageous than one another. Someone who came up to talk about haircuts ended up talking about driving. Someone who came up here to talk about cars ended up driving a real car too. Zhao Chang completely just couldn't react, and the fans in the live broadcast room all ran to listen to Lu Chen put the segment away. Looking at Zhao Chang's pearly face, Lu Chen was also in trouble for a while, not knowing how to comfort well. Crouching down and just wanting to pat Zhao Chang's shoulder, he glanced at Zhao Chang's cell phone but saw that the number of people in Zhao Chang's live room was spiking wildly. Zhao Chang, who said there's no one in your live room? You're taking a good look. The number of people online in your live room right now is almost breaking through to 20,000. Really? Zhao Chang's cries came to an abrupt end and he looked towards Lu Chen with some confusion. Why lie? See for yourself. Zhou Sung wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked towards his cell phone. As expected, the number of people online in his own live room was crazily soaring. Zhao Chang was afraid of looking at it wrong and carefully counted it up one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. I've got close to 30,000 people on the air. After confirming that he didn't count wrongly, Zhao Chang stood up from the corner in surprise and looked at Lu Chen with wide eyes in incomparable surprise. Although he couldn't figure out why his live broadcast popularity had suddenly skyrocketed to so much, there was no doubt that it was a world of difference from when he had just started broadcasting. He just wanted to go up and hug Lu Chen, but then he thought of the fact that he was in this situation because of him, and then he decisively withdrew his hand and gave his photographer a big hug. My plan is really working out fine. Zhao Chang at this moment swept away the previous haze, hands crossed, waist incomparably pleased. Lu Chen, who was on the side, heard this but was a bit puzzled. What plan? No, nothing. Zhao Chang was a bit overwhelmed by Lu Chen's sudden question. Rushing to adjust his mind, he said to Lu Chen, we're going to draw fans from my live stream next. Get ready. With that, Zhao Chang flicked his finger on the cell phone, and the golden-colored dial spun rapidly. Looking at the number of people in his live room that had skyrocketed, a hint of smugness flowed from the corner of Zhao Chang's mouth. Although the plan was slightly different from what he expected, it still worked. He had already sucked in a lot of Lu Chen's fans himself, and the number of followers in the live broadcast room had skyrocketed to 50,000. Originally, quite a few of Lu Chen's fans had run to him, and just thinking about it made the corners of Zhao Chang's mouth grin, and a very smug smile spread across his face. Today, he would definitely win over Lu Chen and become the first place winner of the entire program that deserved it. Chapter 70, Going out in a car or on public transportation? The carousel slowly stalls as time passes. Even before Zhao Chang had a chance to see the fan's name, excited voices came out from the live broadcast room. Lu, I have money and bought a new car, but when I do I still take the bus out occasionally. Is that normal? Hearing this question, Lu Chen pondered slightly for a moment and replied, well, since there's money in it, it's better to drive your own car, but in a good car have to drive tired of the day. The occasional bus ride is still understandable. After all, the car is crowded and lively, and now promote low-carbon travel. Moreover, their own driving that will certainly be tired. In case also fatigue driving that cannot be good. The bus is not the same, as long as the car coin's sitting on the line. Lu Chen's words had just fallen, but Zhao Chang immediately stood up and righteously said, nope, I think that since we're married, we should just have a good time. Even if you're really tired and don't want to move, You can't go out and steal food behind your wife's back, can you? After saying that, Zhao Chang sat back in his chair with confidence, clasping his hands on his chest. He looked at Lu Chen and couldn't help but reveal his own smug smile. Now, he couldn't lose anyway. One is impeccable, both morally and legally. Now Lu Chen couldn't salvage his earlier point no matter what he said, and was going to get himself sucked out of the fan base. And this view of Zhao Chang was unanimously supported by several people present. Chen Yi also crossed her arms and looked at Lu Chen angrily. Exactly. Whatever the reason. It's not a reason to cheat, is it? The photographer also looked odd and admonished Lu Chen. That's right, brother. You usually play with stems, but it's better not to joke about this kind of thing. The fans in the live room were also in a frenzy. That's right. You've got a private car, and you're still trying to steal a bus from us. The god of pure love war is here. Watch me slash a minotaur. I don't have a problem with it as long as it doesn't turn the bus into a private vehicle. How can brother Lu, as an anchor, say such a thing? Hearing the righteous indignation of the crowd's rebuke, Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled and looked at the crowd with a puzzled face. You guys, what are you talking about? How can a car ride be about cheating? The crowd's face was a burst of embarrassment. Looking at Lu Chen had stared at his phone to see the fan who was connected to the microphone. Then with difficulty, you guys, aren't talking about people? Lu Chen shook his head. Weren't we discussing whether we should drive ourselves out or take the bus? At the moment he was baffled by all these odd fan questions. Zhao Chang looked at Lu Chen and said with a face full of devastation. No, you were just talking about people when you were talking about cars, and now you're talking about cars? Lu Chen, however, shrugged helplessly at this and said in a puzzled manner towards the few people in front of him, so you guys haven't been listening? Crowd. Zhao Chang's face was filled with pain and he covered his head helplessly. Even if he thought about it he couldn't figure it out. How could these fans of Lu Chen ask such counterintuitive questions? Suddenly, he suddenly froze and looked toward the live feed. This seems like a fan drawn from his own live feed. So this fan who can ask normal questions is actually a fan of his own? He had just been misled by Lu Chen's strange fans, so as soon as he heard anything about cars, he would associate it with people. Thinking of this, Zhao Cheng's original self-confidence that had been struck down came back quite a lot. Even if you can't answer the strange questions asked by Lu Chen's fans, you still have a chance to answer the questions asked by your own fans. While thinking about it, Zhao Chang looked towards his cell phone, but when he saw the fan's name, he froze violently. Fujiwara Tofu Shop Chef Lu. Isn't this heck of a fan of Lu Chen? Looking at Lu Chen's fan name in front of him, Zhao Chang became angry and questioned towards the fan. No, you're a fan of Lu Chen. What are you doing in my live room? There was a hint of embarrassment on the other end of the line. Lu live room too many people simply cannot line up. You live room less people. I seek to be able to line up and Lu talk. When Zhao Chang heard this, his face was horribly gloomy. Looking down the list of fans in his live room, almost all of them were clear Lu Chen fans. Zhao Chang covered his forehead and turned his head towards Lu Chen with tears in his eyes, asking with a sobbing voice, do you know what the most painful thing in the world is? Lu Chen looked at the pitiful, frog-suited Zhao Chang in front of him and replied after a moment of thought, is it crying in a frog doll outfit that turns into a sad toad emoji? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhao Chang could no longer hold back the aggression in his heart at the moment, and he couldn't stop the tears from leaving his eyes. Yes, obviously I wanted to steal my home, but I got it stolen from me. He clearly wanted to suck up to Lu Chen's fans, but it turned out that he had run out of fans. All of these fans in the live broadcast room were Lu Chen's fans. How is this not a kind of minotaur? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Chang, who had already cried from a happy frog to a sad toad, and a hint of puzzlement spread across his face. Still, it was quick to preside over the big picture. With Zhou sung like this, I don't think he can answer the question. Let me answer your questions next. After saying that, Lu Chen casually tapped his finger on the turntable and drew up the next fan. Lu, I want to know if you have any favorite stars. Lu Chen shook his head decisively. No. Next, the photographer on the side, however, looked towards Lu Chen with some confusion. Brother, why do I remember you seem to have mentioned a female singer you liked to me before? It's like, what? First place in the SZ City Fortuna singing competition? Lu Chen. And runner-up in the 3rd Shanghai Yo-Yo contest. Photographer, I beg to differ. I still prefer the first place in the flower-picking competition in Hebei. As Chen Yi listened to the encrypted conversation between the two, a hint of curiosity could not help but flow from the corner of his eyes. You guys seem to have a wide range of hobbies and interests. This is a singing contest, a yo-yo and a flower-picking contest? The two shook their heads decisively and turned to Chen Yi in front of them. It's all one thing. Chen Yi, eh? Sigma, degree. Is this singing contest and the yo-yo flower-picking contest a thing? Chen Yi was suddenly a bit puzzled. The live broadcast room was in a happy place at the moment. I'll go. I think I understood what Lu and the photographer said. What should I do? It's true that people are getting old. In my time, it was still popular to have a well in the sky and be alone in the air. I remember there's also Lin Qiling who disappeared into the darkness, right? As soon as we talked about this, the crowd in the live broadcast room reminisced about the glorious days of the past. As for Lu Chen, he was already connected to the next audience. Chapter 71. Don't watch Lu Chen live without a 10-year thrombosis. Anchor, I'd like to ask about wearing the island's traditional dress called kimono. So just benzene is also Japanese. So do I count as wearing a kimono? Not counting. Counting in cows. Lu, every time I come home from work someone parks in my parking space and insists that I call down to move the car. What should I do? I suggest you stop calling next time and go back to see your wife first. Brother Lu, I'm curious why in ancient times before killing the head they all had to drink a mouthful of wine and spray it on the knife? Because wine kills can deduct an extra drop of blood. In the face of all kinds of strange questions in the live broadcast room, Lu Chen played against the flow. Seeing the few people present was a marvelous awe, and it took a long time for the photographer to come back to his senses. Looking at Lu Chen with a difficult face, he said, Brother Lu, originally I thought your disease was already unique in the world, but watching today's broadcast I realized that you actually have so many other patients. These are questions and answers that couldn't have been asked or answered without a 10-year cerebral thrombosis. Shan Yi, who was at the side, also nodded her head with a hard face in agreement. They now understood why Cho Sung in the corner had cried into a sad toad. With all these oddball questions, I guess no one can top them except Lu Chen, who is even odder than them, right? Lu Chen looked at the two of them and rolled his eyes in dismay. You guys are standing around. Do you think it's easy for me to answer these oddball questions? Saying that, Lu Chen glanced at the time. There's almost a minute left on the clock. Just enough time to answer a fan's question. Lu, I'm developing a small program to test the riskiness of websites. Can you give me a risky URL? Well, say, 3 de no slip point. Well, before the words could be said, Lu Chen had his mouth covered by the photographer. Well, fans, it's time to link up. We're done for today. With that, the photographer hung up the link. Lu Chen, who had his mouth covered, was only then able to breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Chen breathed heavily and looked at the photographer with some complaint. What are you doing, Sanner? I'm not even done talking. The photographer looked at Lu Chen, who didn't know how to die, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he reminded, Brother, if you really say it, we'll probably end up in the station tonight. Lu Chen skimmed his mouth and didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Chen Yi on the side and said wistfully, It's getting late, and my cat does backflips. Do you want to go check it out? Chen Yi smiled at this, but shook his head. My cat can do backflips too, so I'm not going to go, am I? How could she not know what Lu Chen was playing? She had long been able to recognize his machinations. Hearing Chen Yi's refusal, Lu Chen remained unforgiving and said, Then can I go to your house to see your cat that can do backflips? The photographer looked at Lu Chen, who was close to writing his plan on his face, and helplessly covered his forehead as he pulled Lu Chen back. Brother, stop it. You're so calculating. The beads are popping out of my face. Lu Chen, however, shook his head and spread his hands innocently. What could I possibly have in mind? I just want to see her cat that does backflips. Although the viewers in the live broadcast room were very reluctant to hang up the mic, they couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw Lu Chen's face. Look, I have cats that can do backflips too. Do you want to come and see? Remember to bring some corkscrew. Funny. Ha ha ha. Luck's trick is not new at all. I used this 20 years ago. You should have said you had a fire hydrant in your house and told her to check it out. The three of them were still chatting when the waiter inside the hot pot restaurant came out with a long bill. With a trademark smile on his face, he said to the three, Lu Chen, May I ask who's paying the bill? Lu Chen's few people twisted their heads in unison, their gazes firmly directed towards Zhao Chang in the corner. Zhao Chang saw the bill collapse to the floor in the waiter's hand, and the sad frog became even sadder. Zhao Chang took the bill from the waiter's hand when he saw the high 4-digit price. The whole person froze looking at the waiter in front of him, full of disbelief. Waiter, that's a miscalculation of the price, isn't it? We're just a few people. How can we possibly eat over $1,000? The waitress smiled and shook her head, looking at the bill and patiently explaining to Zhao Chang. It's true that your consumption in front of you was only a few $100s, but that customer ordered 32 plates of superb tripe, so those do add up to 1,381. Who? Zhao Chang looked up at the waiter in bewilderment. He was completely unable to understand how it was possible for someone to eat that much ma. Oh, that's the customer who was getting a Coke at the counter. The waitress pointed towards the far counter and realized that Lu Chen was holding a large bottle of happy water intending to walk out of the store. Feeling Zhao Chang's gaze, he even excitedly waved at Zhao Chang and shouted, Waiter, 3 large bottles of happy water. Remember to collect the money now. The waiter nodded, then turned to Zhao Chang and politely said, that, and it's now 1411. Zhao Chang. At this moment, he no longer knew what expression to use to face the waiter in front of him. His heart was dripping blood. He had obviously invited himself to dinner because he wanted to link up with Lu Chen and suck his fans. As a result, Lu Chen's fans didn't get sucked in, and his own fans were even sucked in by him. The original live broadcast of 20,000 attention. At this moment only left 10,000 out. The most important thing is that this is also mixed with a lot of Lu Chen's fans. His own serious fans are probably coming to less than 10,000. At the thought of this, Zhao Cheng hugged the photographer aside and cried bitterly. Nope, it's all gone. My money, my fans, my grand prize. The photographer also had a bitter expression on his face, and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort him. He could only keep patting Zhao Cheng's back, thereby soothing his wounded heart. Silver and white on a supercar, holding a large bottle of Coke in her arms, Chen Yi winked at Lu Chen and snickered. You're too bad. You had to pass along a couple bottles of Coke on your way out. I think that frog was crying from your anger. Lu Chen also had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth as he shook his head and refused to admit it. No way. He's obviously the one who said he'd buy me dinner, so it's not too much to ask for a few bottles of happy water, is it? On the other hand, at the gate of a certain neighborhood in Jiangnan, a brawny woman with a cigarette in her mouth was standing in the doorway with a stick as thick as her thumb and a phone in her right hand. Don't worry, Master Quick Fury. When that rebellious child comes back I'll definitely take care of her. If I don't open her ass up today, I'm going to write my name backwards. What? Monks are compassionate? Have you forgotten that I'm not a monk? Master Ring Rage. Chapter 72 Sister Zhou's plea for help. The silver-white supercar slowly stopped at the gate of the neighborhood. Chen Yi opened the car door and slowly walked down. Looking at Lu Chen in the cab, he waved his hand and lowered his eyebrows and smiled lightly. Today was a little different from what I thought I had planned, but I still had a great time, and I hope that next time we'll hang out together. After saying this, Chen Yi waved her hand at Lu Chen. Lu Chen also seized this last opportunity and hurriedly pursued the question. Is it true I can't come to your house and watch backflip cats? I should consider it if it comes out next time. After saying that, Chen Yi playfully winked at Lu Chen, bouncing towards the gate of the neighborhood, like a little elf in the forest. It was adorable. However, when she saw her mother, whose face was covered with anger and who stood at the gate of the neighborhood with a stick in her hand, as if she were a god of the gate guarding the entrance to the neighborhood, the inner leap of faith dissipated. Chen Yi's face looked extremely unnatural as she looked towards her own mother and said with a somewhat shaky voice, Mom, what are you doing at the door? In the face of Chen Yi's question, Chen mother just smiled coldly. I'm waiting for you to send me to senior college. Hear that? Chen Yi's feet that were stepping in midair stopped at once, stopping straight in midair. The whole person was like falling into an ice cave. The hairs of sweat on his body stood up, and immediately twisted his head and reversed direction, running towards Lu Chen's direction. Lu Chen, open the door. My mom, she's going to domestic abuse me. Lu Chen, however, shook his head and not only did he not open the car door, he also rolled up the window, leaving only a slit. He comforted Chen Yi in front of him. Don't worry, our mom said it's fine. Lu Chen was not stupid and naturally knew what would happen if he offended his mother-in-law at this time. Saying nothing, he didn't dare to open the door for Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at the car window that was gradually rising in front of her, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She never expected that Lu Chen was actually her mother's undercover agent. For a while, he pointed at Lu Chen in the car, being so angry that he couldn't speak. You old six have rebelled too. Even if she was exasperated to this point, that was all she could say. Just as Chen Yi was still racking her brain trying to attack Lu Chen verbally, behind her, Chen mother had already arrived. Without saying a word, Chen mother directly grabbed Chen Yi's ears and carried her aside. Sticks as thick as a thumb fell like a violent wind and rain. Make you send me to senior college, to keep you from going to his house to see the cat. Lu Chen? When Lu Chen heard Chen's mother's words, he just wanted to open the car door to once again invite Chen Yi to his home to see the cat. However, Chen's mother's next words caused him to silently close the car door again. Let's get you to the temple to stack buffs. Master Cessation of Anger called me at home. I told you to go worship the Buddha. You ran to the temple to stack buffs, right? And caught a couple of little masters robbing money. You're still upside down, aren't you? Chen mother said indignantly as she tapped Chen Yi's ass with a stick while grabbing her by the ear. Chen Yi's heart was full of grievances at the moment, and she hurriedly opened her mouth to defend herself. Mom, Lu Chen robbed the money, not me. When Mother Chen heard Chen Yi's defense, she froze for a moment and looked towards Lu Chen, who was sitting in the silver-white sports car. Lu Chen, who was kowtowing to the melons and watching the show, suddenly felt a murderous aura if nothing else and looked up at Chen's mother. Eyes met on both sides. Lu Chen winced, not daring to meet Chen's mother's eyes, and silently closed the car window. Chen's mother looked at the slowly rolled up car window and froze for a moment, then raised the stick in her hand once again and punched a little harder. You've even learned now, haven't you? And you dare to drag someone else, Xiao Lu, into the water. Inside the live broadcast room, many viewers laughed out loud as they watched this scene of motherly kindness and filial piety. I now know why Chenyi had to drag Lu to the temple just one day after we met. Now I know why Chenyi had to drag Lu to the temple just one day after we met. If my mom were like this, I'd give up my face too. I guess with such a tough mom, this girl doesn't have a rebellious period, right? Brother Lu is a real dog. He doesn't even want to save his sister when she's in trouble. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at the pop-ups that kept floating by in the live broadcast room. Save? Save your life? I'll only get one more head up there. Despite having mastered the LV1 fighting technique, Lu Chen still felt that the breath of Chen's mother in front of him was as thick and unfathomable as a huge mountain. At the very least, he had to go up another level in fighting arts to win against Mother Chen, and upgrading a skill from LV1 to LV2 would require 500,000 skill points, and he didn't have that many skill points right now. Besides, this was also the first time he had encountered an opponent that he couldn't defeat even after tapping a level of system skills, making it all the more worthwhile to take a good look. Not long after, the photographer also arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood and got into Lu Chen's sports car. Gazing at the beaten Chen Yi in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh a few times. Brother, you're not going to save people, but still watching the fun here. It's too inhuman, isn't it? Lu Chen was just about to open his mouth when the alert tone of Wilson came out on his cell phone. It was a message from Sister Chow. Just an address and a voice message. Lu Chen, you have to save me quickly. Woo woo, I'm going to die. The voice wasn't too long. Only about 10 seconds, but Joe's sobs and pleas for help could be heard, and the address is a cemetery in the suburbs. Lu Chen glanced at the time and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. It's almost 10 o'clock. What's Sister Chow doing at the crematorium so late? He sent several messages of inquiry over one after another, but there was no response from the other side. Before he had a chance to think about it, the photographer on the sidelines panicked. I'm going to go. We've met human traffickers again? Brother, quickly call the police. The photographer's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone to call the police, but he was stopped by Lu Chen. No panic. Let me see what's going on. Lu Chen took out his own cell phone and clicked on Sister Zhou's live broadcast. Right now, Sister Zhou is not on the air, but there is a replay record of her live broadcast today. Lu Chen was instantly relieved. After all, she was still on the air even today, so she definitely wouldn't be in any danger. Lu Chen slowly clicked on the replay, and Sister Zhou's metaphysical smile immediately surfaced. Hello everyone. Today Jojo is here again to give you a whole job. You have what you want to make a whole job, can tell the anchor. The anchor for you to realize. I'll go. A super rocket? Boss atmosphere. Sister Zhou received the gift with an unbelievable smile on her face, but after seeing the pop-up's request, his face became very difficult again. Linking up with Lu Chen? Then I'll have to see what he's up to. Sister Zhou on the screen slowly used her cell phone to tap on Lu Chen's live broadcast, only to find that Lu Chen was walking around the amusement park hand in hand with a sweet and lovely looking white girl, and her face suddenly became gloomy. People are dating their girlfriends. This won't bother them, right? This way you change another one. I'm sure I'll make it happen for you. Sister Zhou clenched her silver teeth and closed Lu Chen's live broadcast. After seeing the pop-up request, he immediately nodded in agreement. A cemetery in the suburbs? Good. Suburban graveyard is suburban graveyard. I'm so full of grievances now. Even a ghost would have to pass me a cigarette. After reading the beginning of this paragraph, Lu Chen's face was speechless for a while. He now knew why exactly Sister Zhou went to the suburban cemetery. You still think it's because of yourself, don't you? Chapter 73, Haunted Graveyard? The photographer who watched Sister Zhou's video was now pale and motionless as he looked toward Lu Chen. In a hard tone, he said, You don't want to go to the cemetery, do you, brother? It's a bit of a bad idea to go to a suburban cemetery in the middle of the night, I think. Besides, when I came here I heard from my co-workers that the cemetery on your side is always haunted at night. Lu Chen's face turned pale when he heard this photographer's words, then nodded seriously and asked the photographer, How about, we'd better go back to bed? Sister Zhou herself said that with that resentment in her, a ghost would have to pass a cigarette when she comes. Maybe she's okay now, smoking with the ghosts? As soon as the photographer heard about ghosts, a shiver ran down his body, and he just hurriedly pulled Lu Chen to prevent him from continuing. Brother, it's even scarier when you say that. Better go home and sleep. I agree. How can I work tomorrow if I don't get my strength up? Without saying a word, Lu Chen drove towards his neighborhood with a kick of the gas. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when they saw the cowardly look of the two. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Luck and the photographer are really timid. No, you just abandoned Sister Joe? Have you forgotten about the big meal that she invited you guys to before? Covering my face, this is something I never thought of. Luck is not even afraid of wanted criminals, but he's actually afraid of ghosts? Wait, Luck seems to have made a U-turn. Inside the live broadcast room, a pop-up screen instantly attracted the attention of all the viewers. On the wide avenue, a silver and white supercar made a handsome drift turnaround. Lu Chun, who had just driven out not more than 100 meters, turned the direction again at this moment and drove in the direction of the suburbs. On the silver-white supercar, Lu Chen held the steering wheel in his hands, his face indifferent. There was none of the fearfulness that had been there before. The photographer still didn't understand what was going on, and looked at the suddenly transformed Lu Chen, his tone filled with panic. Brother, you're not afraid of ghosts anymore. Hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen just skimmed his mouth in disdain. Fear? The word fear is not in my dictionary. Photographer. Brother, this seems to be my line. Lu Chen saw that the photographer was still not awake. Some very ironic pat on the head of the photographer. Stupid. I asked you what we were doing this morning. The photographer pondered for a while, cocking his head in confusion. Sleep? Lu Chen didn't get up until 11 o'clock this morning, and the photographer couldn't really think of what he actually did other than sleep. Probably because Lu Chen also recalled that he had slept until 11 o'clock this morning before waking up, and coughed all over to hide his embarrassment. Solely then, without selling out, he said to the photographer, "A temple. We went to worship the Buddha today." Upon hearing this, a look of realization spread across the photographer's face, slapped his thigh hard, as an afterthought. Right, how could I have forgotten about that? With this buff on us, not to mention ordinary ghosts and monsters, even if the black and white invincible came, they would have to pass us a cigarette and light a fire. The fear inside the photographer was swept away at the thought of all the bodhisattvas he had worshipped today. He became incredibly confident, and could not help but straighten his chest, his face full of seriousness and justice. Turning to the camera, he slowly said, "There is actually no such thing as ghosts and gods in the world, and please believe in science. Today I'm going to set an example with Lu and break the feudal superstition. The city is not far to the location of this cemetery sent by Sister Zhou, plus the roads are clear late at night." Lu Chen drove to his destination in just under half an hour, and the silver-white supercar slowly came to a stop. A dimly lit and dilapidated eerie cemetery shrouded in thick fog came into the duo's eyes. The rotting wooden plaque is wrapped in vines, and the word cemetery can be vaguely seen through the dense vines. Only the writing on the front is obscured by lush vines, so I don't know what the name of this cemetery really is. The breeze gradually blew, and the thick fog formed because of the temperature difference between day and night was dispersed a little. Gah! Gah! A bizarre black crow stood in the treetops, its scarlet pupils looking down at the photographer and Lu Chen in front of it. The photographer gulped as he looked at the cemetery that seemed like the set of a horror movie. The face was no longer as calm and collected as before, turning his head to look at Lu Chen, and said with incomparable difficulty, "Brother, why don't we just go? There might be some ghostly thing popping up here at any moment." The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but shrug their sweaty hairs when they saw this eerie scene. "I'm going. Where did you come from?" I'd believe him if he said it was hell. Is Joe so timid that she dares to come to such a place? Or is she just pissed off? What kind of asshole lets Sister Chow come to a place like this? What kind of bastard lets Sister Joe come to a place like this alone? You don't have to be responsible for what happened. Crackle! Crackle! Lu Chen's feet stepped on the thick dead leaves on the ground, making a sound as if flames were burning the branches. Facing the eerie cemetery in front of him, Lu Chen's face was so calm that he couldn't see any ripples. Taking the lead, he walked into the cemetery. Then he turned his head to the photographer and comforted. "Don't worry, with this buff on us, even Hades can't do anything about us." The photographer would be skeptical and followed Lu Chen as he stepped through the gates of the cemetery. The two walked into the graveyard, one after the other. For about 20 meters or so, the fog that had filled the surrounding area suddenly disappeared and the view opened up. A grave, covered with dead grass, appeared in front of him. The place looked like it hadn't been visited for a long time, causing the entire cemetery to be overgrown with weeds and deserted for a long time. The words that were supposed to be engraved on the tombstone were also obscured by the weeds that had grown up. Only vaguely visible were pieces of plastic paper that looked like candy wrappers, and the paper looked fairly new. It meant that someone had still come to worship recently, which put the photographer's mind at ease quite a bit. The cemetery had been deserted for a long time, but it was still somewhat populated. Thinking about this, the photographer wondered as he observed the tombstones around him. "Brother, I see that there are still people coming to worship at this cemetery. How come no one comes to clean it up? But all that answered him was the shrill cawing of the crows like a death knell, the rustling of the leaves in the breeze, and the sound of his feet crunching on the dead leaves. The photographer suddenly froze, as if a cold wind was blowing behind him, as if something was standing behind him. The whole thing tensed up, not daring to look back, but only trying to call out, "Brother?" There was still no sound coming from behind the photographer. It was as if that person was standing still, and even the sound of withered leaves breaking could not be heard. The photographer tensed up even more and tried again towards the back. Lu, Chapter 74, What's the meaning of a mausoleum purchase? Throughout the cemetery, there was still a dead silence. After hearing that the other party still didn't reply, the photographer started to panic a bit, carrying the camera trying to borrow the good old mirrored metal at the corner of the machine to confirm the identity of the person standing behind him. Instead, he felt a cold object against his neck. Without the slightest hesitation, the cameraman practically turned around with his camera in the air to slam it towards something behind him that he didn't know if it was a person or a ghost, but stopped moving when he got a good look at the person standing behind him. "Brother? Why are you standing behind me and not saying anything? You're scaring me to death." The photographer kept slapping his hand against his chest to soothe his frightened young mind. "What's standing around? I just got here." Lu Chen blankly glanced at the photographer with some uncertainty, then handed the apple in his hand to the photographer. "Saner, want an apple?" The photographer looked around and realized that there were no more figures of the rest of the people, and a heart hanging in the air was sort of put down. Picking up the apple in Lu Chen's hand, he took a big nibble and his eyes widened as he looked towards Lu Chen. "Well, brother, this apple is so sweet." Lu Chen nibbled on an apple, and when he heard the photographer's words, he couldn't help but puff out his chest. "Sweet, isn't it? These are my hand-picked apples." The photographer cocked his head as if realizing something and looked at the apple in his hand with an embarrassed face. He then turned his head to look at Lu Chen with a very odd expression on his face and said, "How did you pick this out, brother? This is a deserted tomb. It's the suburbs again. It's the middle of nowhere. Where do you get apples?" A bold idea suddenly sprang into the photographer's mind, and with a hard look on his face, he looked toward the place where the tombstone beside him held the tribute. It happened to meet Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Chen scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "I'm just thinking, it's just a waste of time." Photographer, Sigma, degree winky face. "Brother, you really went to steal someone's tribute, ah?" The photographer's eyes were wide open, looking at Lu Chen with a face full of disbelief. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience was also stunned speechless by Lu Chen's operation. Stunned, good lord, Lu really went to steal other people's tributes and ate them. Ha, I've only heard of $0 purchase, but Lu vividly gave me a lesson today on what it means to purchase a mausoleum. Although brother Lu is usually a bit abstract, he shouldn't have done such a thing, right? This cemetery looks deserted for who knows how long. Where did you get such fresh apples? A number of fans in the broadcast room questioned it, and Lu Chen saw this horrified expression on the photographer's face and lifted the plastic bag he had hidden behind him. "Just kidding. I saw a bag of apples on the ground over there earlier, so I brought them over." The photographer looked at the plastic bag in front of him, and it took a long time before he recovered from his shock. Looking at Lu Chen in front of him, he said somewhat helplessly, "Brother, it's all in the graveyard. You're being scared of me. Okay, I'll break down if I'm so scared every day." "What? Scared? You're not driving. Since when do I let you get scared?" Photographer, "There's a pretty girl over there." Where? Lu Chen hurriedly looked toward the surrounding, looked half a day, not to mention the beauty. Even the shadow of the beauty did not see. Somewhat disappointed, he crouched down and looked at the apple-chewing photographer in front of him. "Saner, I've noticed that you've learned something bad about yourself." The photographer finished nibbling on the apple, patted his hand, cleaned the apple crumbs on his hand, and asked towards Lu Chen, "Brother, you've been around for so long, did you find Sister Joe?" Lu Chen shook his head helplessly in response. "This graveyard is so big and surrounded by fog, you can't see very far at all, let alone find her." Lu Chen roughly turned around. This cemetery covers an area almost all as big as a park. If the two of them were to look for Sister Joe together, I'm afraid they'd have to find her at 3 or 4 in the morning. This was just too time-consuming and suggested to the photographer, "Why don't we split up and find someone faster that way too?" The photographer froze when he heard Lu Chen's suggestion, head shaking like a rattle. "Brother, I think you'll be scared. It's better if I stay with you. I don't want you to feel it. I want me to feel it, and I don't think I'm afraid, but I'm responsible for filming you all, brother. It's my job. You don't want me to starve to death without a job, do you?" The photographer raised the camera on his shoulder and said to Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen couldn't say anything. After all, that's really what photographers do. The two of them then started to look for Sister Joe in the middle of the cemetery one after the other. On the other side, somewhere in the cemetery, the pimply-faced Joe was huddled in the corner, shivering, nearly holding her already dead cell phone in her hand. The large, watery eyes were now red with tears, and small sobs were heard. Lu Chen, come and save me. There are ghosts inside this cemetery. I'll never be greedy for money to come to the whole living again. I shouldn't have come to the cemetery. Woo woo. While Lu Chen was walking, he heard a frightening howl faintly coming from mid-air, and hurriedly stopped his steps and turned his head towards the photographer. Third child, did you hear that? The photographer's face paled as he similarly heard a howl coming from mid-air. Brother, in this graveyard, there can't really be ghosts, can there? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also startled at once when they heard the howling sound coming from mid-air. I'm watching a movie. I was watching a movie, and suddenly I heard this ghost screaming, and it scared the hell out of me. This isn't really haunted, is it? I used to live in Jiangnan, and I think I heard my grandfather say that the cemetery in the north is often haunted. Luck, run. It seems like there's a real ghost. Sister Chow really hit a ghost. I just came from Sister Joe's live broadcast. Sister Joe, she really hit a ghost, good guy. A ghost like a savage. Lu, quickly tell me the detailed address of this cemetery. We have to call the police to save Sister Joe. Many viewers of the live broadcast have left messages in the middle of the live broadcast, but Lu Chen's entire attention at the moment was focused on the wailing in mid-air. He turned to the photographer and made a silent gesture, then turned his head and continued toward the source of the howling. The photographer's face turned pale as he pulled Lu Chen and whispered, "Brother, you don't want to go ghost hunting, do you? Let's run before the ghosts realize us." Even with the buffs given by the bodhisattvas on his body, the photographer couldn't help but feel a little scared when he heard the wailing. Lu Chen was unmoved by this. What are you afraid of with our buffs? Go up and ask him directly for a wazi smoke. Besides, which female ghost cries so loudly? It must be Sister Zhou. After saying that, Lu Chen broke away from the photographer's hand and kept walking towards the source of the sound. The photographer's heart has already beaten a retreat, but looked back, overgrown graves, as well as the tombstones that are particularly oozing in the night, and then to tighten his teeth, rushed towards Lu Chen to follow. Wait for me, brother. Chapter 75 Ning Sai Chen, because I have a ghost in my heart. The fog was thick under the bright moonlight. Like a fire burning would like snap sound continuously from the white fog. Curled up in the middle of the corner, Sister Joe heard the sound coming from not far away. Not caring about the dirt, covered her mouth with her dirt-covered hands, and forcibly stopped her sobbing. Only her shoulders were still twitching, and her white, pretty face was full of horror. It was closer to her because of the sound of burning wood. Sister Joe twisted her body, curling herself up as much as as she could with her face to the wall, and then closed her eyes for dead and prayed in her mind. As if the prayer had worked, the footsteps gradually came to a standstill, the voice seemed to fade away, and before Sister Joe could put her mind at ease, she violently felt someone poking herself in the back. Fear like a rushing river instantly breached the banks of the mind. Now, Sister Joe could no longer suppress her inner fear. Holding his head in his hands, he cried out with a loud wow. I'm really not good and I'm not a bad person. Can you not eat me? I don't want to become a ghost. I don't even have a boyfriend yet. A slightly menacing voice came from behind Sister Joe. There's no boyfriend. That must be delicious to eat. Hearing this, Sister Joe's body couldn't stop trembling, and her voice couldn't help but tremble as she said, I have a boyfriend. His name is Lu Chen, and I'm really not good. Sister Joe's mind was completely blank right now, and she couldn't recall a few names at all. One could only think of Lu Chen, who had recently contacted him. Upon hearing Sister Joe's sudden change of words, the vicious evil spirit seemed to be unable to hold back a smile, then repeated, Oh, so his name is Lu Chen. Yes, eh? Sister Joe subconsciously turned her head at the familiar voice, spotting a very handsome-looking man. He was looking at himself with a smile on his face. Lu Chen. Sister Joe was overjoyed, and as she hugged Lu Chen's neck, her entire body was attached to it. Why are you here? Weren't you the one who sent the message for me to come and rescue you? Lu Chen felt the body temperature of Joe's sister, which had become somewhat hot due to her nervousness, and slowly patted her back to calm her down. It wasn't until Sister Joe's emotions stabilized that she realized the indecent position she was practically hanging on Lu Chen, and hurriedly let go of Lu Chen's neck with both hands and slowly lowered herself down. Then, as if realizing something, her pretty face expression once again became alarmed. Rushing to Lu Chen, he said, Lu Chen, let's run. There really are ghosts here. Ghost? Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment and turned his head towards the photographer. The two men looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Lu Chen once again confirmed to Sister Zhou, Are you sure that there are really ghosts here? Sister Zhou nodded with great certainty. Aha! I really saw it. Now, Lu Chen's face was a bit unnatural. The fact that Sister Joe was scared like that meant that there must be something odd in this cemetery. But as for the words of the ghost, it's too early to assert. Besides, there's nothing you can do about this buff, even if it's the black and white irregulars. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel quite relieved. Turning to Sister Zhou, the old god said, "Believe in science, not superstition. Where in the world are so many ghosts and gods and such?" Seeing that he couldn't escape, the photographer could only puff out his chest and pretend to be calm. "That's right, with this buff on me, even a ghost would have to pass a cigarette before leaving." Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou looked somewhat helplessly at the photographer in front of her and covered her forehead. "So what are you shaking? It's so cold." "I'm shaking to keep warm." "Then why is your face so white?" "Wax applied when it's cold." Sister Zhou wanted to continue to pursue the question, but was interrupted by the photographer's hasty waving of his hand. "Okay, Lu and I went to the temple this afternoon to worship the Bodhisattva. Ghosts can't hurt us." When Sister Zhou saw the two people in front of her, the fear in her heart couldn't help but lower a few points. At this time, Lu Chen pulled out an apple from somewhere and handed it to her. "Have an apple and rest for a while. If we don't see that ghost, we'll go home." Sister Zhou nodded and nibbled on the apple in front of her. It was only when she was about to finish the apple that she reacted. Turning toward Lu Chen, he asked, "Lu Chen, where did you get this apple?" "This plastic bag in. Didn't you buy it?" Lu Chen carried the plastic bag in his hand and waved it around in front of Sister Zhou's eyes for a few times, and after getting a reply from Sister Zhou shaking her head, it was more than certain that the supposed ghost in the middle of the cemetery was human, and the photographer was aware of the other human's identity and completely let go. The two men grunted in unison. "Humph, I, Lu Chen, Zhang San, would like to see what kind of person is playing God today." Sister Zhou looked at the two men who were suddenly so excited, and was a bit puzzled, but since the two weren't afraid, she naturally wasn't that scared either. The three sat in the middle of the cemetery and nibbled on apples. Lu Chen looked at the two people in front of him, ready to tell a joke to pass the time. "So, why don't I tell you all a joke to pass the time?" The photographer, who had long since learned the power of Lu Chen's jokes, was just about to open his mouth to refuse, but Sister Zhou, who was on the side, took the lead in applauding. "Yeah, bravo. In a place like this, it's just right to hear a little joy." Lu Chen cleared his throat and coughed, slowly asking towards Sister Zhou. One day, Nie Xiaoqian asked Ning Kaichen why he was so nervous all day long, and guess what he said? "What?" Ning Xiaoqian said, "Because I have a ghost in my heart." Sister Zhou, hearing the joke, the corner of Sister Zhou's mouth twitched. The previous interest in trying to hear jokes was all but gone. Lu Chen didn't notice the black lines floating on Sister Zhou's head in the slightest, and continued to speak excitedly. Another day, the two of them came to a temple, and Ning Xiaoqian pulled off the idol's clothes and put them on himself. Nie Xiaoqian curiously asked him, "What are you doing wearing the idol's clothes?" Guess what he said? "For trying to play God." "Right, just want to play God. You can Saner, under my artistic tutelage. You're all snatched up." Lu Chen patted the photographer's shoulder rather admiringly. Instead, a look of bewilderment passed over the photographer's face. "Ha, brother, I didn't say anything, isn't that what you said?" Suddenly, the two seemed to realize something, and their complexions instantly went on alert, looking toward the source of the sound. In the middle of the thick white fog, a pudgy head, rags wrapped around his body, and there seemed to be quite a bit of blood on his body, and for a moment it was impossible to tell if it was a person or a ghost coming out from the middle of the white fog. Sister Zhou screamed in terror on the spot when she saw the blood-soaked ghost in front of her. That's him. The ghost is coming. Chapter 76, guest number 8 appears on stage. Lu Chen took a step forward and protected Sister Zhou behind him. "Don't be afraid. I have a buff on me. The ghosts won't dare come over." The photographer nodded similarly and snapped at the pudgy man not far away. "Tai, I have to give out a cigarette before I leave when black and white are common. Where did you come from? You little brat. Dare to scare people here." The two of them looked incomparably calm, not seeing any semblance of fear at all. Instead, he adjusted his position and assumed a ghost-catching pose. Lu Chen put his hands together and stood upright. The bright moonlight sprinkled on his face. His resolute and handsome face was moving. The photographer, on the other hand, slightly sidestepped and made a gesture of drawing his sword, in a manner that if the ghost made a slight move, he would draw his sword and behead the ghost. Sister Zhou looked at the two men who were posing handsomely, and a trace of doubt passed over her pretty face. Lu Chen, even if the photographer obviously just so afraid of ghosts, the result is that now the ghosts really come out. How the contrary is like a new person. The pudgy man stepped out of the white mist and was startled to hear the crowd talking, looking around in a panicked manner. "Ghosts? Where's the ghost?" When Sister Joe saw the man's flustered look, she instantly understood the whole thing. What ghost is still afraid of ghosts? Only people are afraid of ghosts. He saw before the ghost is actually this person. Only the night was hazy, and I didn't see it myself for a while. Plus the live streamers kept saying that it was haunted. The fear inside was magnified countless times. And when he saw this so-called ghost, he didn't even dare to come forward to confirm the truth and ran away directly. Indicates contrast. With a cold look on his face, he questioned towards Lu Chen and the photographer who were playing handsome in front of him. You guys, did you know it wasn't a ghost from the start? Looking at the grim-faced Sister Joe in front of them, the two shook their heads in unison. Eyes fluttered. Eyes were uncertain. How can it be? Isn't it because we went to worship the Bodhisattva this afternoon, so we're not afraid of ghosts? That's right. How can we be afraid of ghosts when the black and white invincibles come and pass us a cigarette? The two had just finished speaking when they looked towards the ragged middle-aged man not far away. The middle-aged man walked slowly towards Lu Chen and the others, and it wasn't until he approached that Lu Chen and the photographer saw that there was another person behind him. It looked to be about the same age as the photographer, and carried a camera over his shoulder as well. Both photographers couldn't help but stare when they saw the other carrying their same camera. The ragged middle-aged man also looked at Lu Chen with a shocked face. You're not one of the contestants in the Life 100, are you? Lu Chen nodded his head and extended his hand to show a kind smile. Number 23. Lu Chen. Looking at the palm in front of him, the middle-aged man was a bit surprised, but he still reacted immediately and hurriedly wiped a few times on his own shirt and gripped it. Contestant number 8. Chao Changren. Hearing the name of the 8th contestant, Lu Chen nodded with a serious expression. Good name. It seems that your parents should like Naruhito. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, the photographer covered his mouth. Brother, where's the live feed? If you say that, the live feed will be gone. Sister Joe's pretty face contained anger, constantly looking up and down at the middle-aged man in front of her. She didn't have such a good temper for this middle-aged man who almost dismounted her soul. With her arms crossed over her tiny waist, she began to complain. What are you guys doing in a cemetery at night? I thought you were a ghost when I saw you earlier, and I was almost scared to death. The middle-aged man scratched his head with a somewhat embarrassed expression, and in the face of Sister Zoe's questioning, for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. Instead, the photographer behind him stepped up to relieve him. We have no place to stay, and we keep getting kicked out for sleeping on the street, so we have no choice but to come here to this deserted cemetery. Lu Chen looked at the two men in rags. His face was a bit odd, and he couldn't help but wonder, how come you guys are so poor? You've been reduced to sleeping in the cemetery? The environment here can only be described as harsh. First of all, the visibility was horribly low at night, and every now and then there was an overcast wind. Not to mention sleeping here at night, he shivered several times from the cold just standing here. What's more, it's a cemetery. Although it had been abandoned for a long time, it was the most taboo thing for the people of Kyushu, and these two in front of me actually wanted to spend the night here. Hearing Lu Chen's somewhat surprised tone, Chao Changren became a few points more ashamed, scratching his head, somewhat reluctantly. Actually, we have tents and we bought some fruit. It's just that the city doesn't allow tents on the streets, so we're here. While speaking, Chao Changren looked towards Lu Chen and noticed the red plastic bag Lu Chen was carrying in his hand. The look on his face couldn't help but become a little surprised as he turned his head towards the photographer behind himself. Isn't this the apple we bought? The photographer behind Chao Changren also saw the plastic bag Lu Chen was holding in his hand, and his face immediately became incredibly wary. Before he went out, he clearly remembered that he had set the apples in his tent, and the fact that the bag now appeared in Lu Chen's hand also meant that the man in front of him had gone through his tent. The photographer's attitude instantly became bad, looking at Lu Chen Dao in front of him with a despicable expression. So you went through other people's tents? Sister Joe and the photographer turned their heads to Lu Chen at the same time, and Lu Chen also shook his head in defense after pondering for a while, confirming that he had not seen the so-called tent. I picked it up off the ground and never even saw your so-called tent. Photographer number 8, however, pointed towards the side and looked a little huffy. No way. Our tent is right over there. How could you have gotten our apples if you didn't go into the tent? He wanted to continue saying something, but Chao Changren covered his mouth. A naive smile spread across Chao Changren's face as he somewhat embarrassedly said to the few people in front of him, I'm sorry, little brother. Maybe we remembered it wrong. Hearing this, the photographer hurriedly broke away from his hand and looked anxious. Brother, he obviously took our apple. How could he have picked it up? We paid a full $20 for this. Being the bottom of the barrel of both popularity and funding for the program, $20 is a lot of money for them to spend. Faced with the fact that the apple he had bought at great expense had been eaten by Lu Chen, photographer number 8 was naturally upset. However, Lu Chen's next move caused his eyes to widen and all the anger in his heart to calm down. Only Lu Chen pulled out a red bill from his pocket and handed it to Chao Changrun in front of him. Here's $100. Keep the change. The moment Lu Chen pulled out the banknote, the live broadcast room was also abuzz with one of the pop-ups being very eye-catching. Brother Lu, the grave behind you. It seems to have moved. Chapter 77. An arm rose out of a grave. Only, this pop-up was immediately flooded in the middle of the broadcast. It didn't set off any waves, and Lu Chen's men were busy rushing, not paying any attention to the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. A few people slowly arrived at the place where Chao Changrun and the others had set up their tents. Looking at the empty place in front of him, a look of disbelief spread across Photographer 8's face. Where's our tent? I clearly remembered to put the tent on here. How can the tent be missing now? He narrowed his eyes and locked his gaze on the three Lu Chen. After all, this graveyard was so only them besides him and Chao Changrun. The tents are gone. They must have something to do with it. Photographer number 8 turned around and was just about to open his mouth to question a few people, but he was interrupted by Chao Changrun, who was at the side. Forget it. Our tents were probably picked up by the neighborhood scavengers. Nothing to do with them. As a fellow contestant of the program, Chao Changrun surely believed that Lu Chen wouldn't do something so defeatist in front of the camera. As for Sister Zhou, the hall of the first sister of the teasing fish, I'm afraid that their 3,500 tents given to Sister Zhou, she is still too broken. How could they have taken their tent? Hearing Chao Changrun's words, Lu Chen had a much better impression of him. At the very least, this old man has some eyes. With that, Lu Chen turned to the number 8 photographer and despised him. You hear me? Young people need to learn to think with their heads more often. You. Lu Chen's attitude infuriated photographer number 8. Photographer number 8 pointed at Lu Chen and was half speechless with anger. On second thought, it was also true that it was completely impossible for Lu Chen and the cameraman to do such a thing in front of the camera. After all, who has nothing better to do than to come and tear down a tent in a cemetery? Thinking of this, photographer number 8 couldn't help but sigh, hanging his head and looking at Chao Changrun with a somewhat aggravated attitude. Brother that. So where are we staying tonight? Chao Changrun also had a bitter face and looked up at the bright moon in the sky and said helplessly, if we can't, why don't we just go sleep in the park? It was obvious that the two had had a very dismal few days. Lu Chen, on the other hand, looked at the two with a curious expression on his face, somewhat puzzled as to why the two were living such a difficult life. It's almost impossible to even live. Didn't the program give you initial funding? What did you guys do with it? The program started out with $200 to live on, which was enough to support living in the city for 3 days until you found a job. As long as you saved your money. If it had been utilized properly, it would never have come to this. Facing Lu Chen's question, both of their faces looked a bit embarrassed. This, Chao Changrun scratched his head, his face looking a little shy. Many of the insightful viewers in the live broadcast room were answering questions at this moment. Number 8, this thing is also a talent. Take the living funds, directly lead the photographer to wash his feet. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha, I've seen it on his live stream before. These two guys pretending to be technicians to press the feet of beautiful customers. Then the police uncle came, and the two guys were put in jail without even enjoying themselves. If it weren't for the live replay proof, at least 15 days. Chao Changrun was originally an expert in wilderness survival, and a number of platforms wanted to sign with him, only he never wanted to be tied to a platform and didn't sign. Until the director of the program came to invite him in person and talk so much that he agreed to the director's participation in the program with no clear understanding of what was going on. Only, the main selling point of this show is the fireworks from all walks of life. He must have been frustrated all around in the city as a wilderness survivalist. Although he had spent all his money, he was able to eke out a living without starving to death by relying on his excellent wilderness survival skills. After a few days of hard work, things were just getting better, and they managed to scrape together the money to buy the tent. But I didn't expect to use it even before it was picked up by the neighborhood scavengers. After explaining the reason, he seemed to be quite angry and slapped his thighs hard in great disbelief. I just don't understand. It's not illegal to transfer money to strangers. It's not illegal to fall in love with a stranger. It's not a crime to not know a stranger's name. Then how come 3 of them together is a crime? Photographer number 8 looked at Chao Changrun in front of him with a somewhat helpless face and helplessly covered his forehead. Brother, you angry place is not a mistake? Shouldn't the important thing be our tent? You don't understand. You can buy the tent again if it's gone, but the youthful and ignorant love time, that can't be bought back even with money. Lu Chen waved his hand, very much in agreement with Chao Changrun's point of view. With a look of having found a soulmate, he held Chao Changrun's hands and said with incomparable approval, "That's right. I obviously just walked down the street in the middle of the night, saw the young lady wearing thin clothes, and kindly gave her $300, but she insisted on saying that I look like her deceased brother. saying that she wanted to experience the warm embrace of her brother. I care for women and have a good heart. How is that against the law? When they finished, the two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep approval of each other's words, and then hugged each other hard. The crowd's faces were speechless as they looked at the two people who were deeply embracing each other, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. Sister Jo held her forehead helplessly, looking like she didn't want to recognize Lu Chen. The photographers on both sides also rushed to pull their respective contestants away from each other in unison. Brother, where's the live broadcast? Pay attention to the persona. Lu Chen looked at the homeless Chao Changrun in front of him and extended an invitation as well. Since you have nowhere to go, why don't you go to my house? Chao Changrun was basically living in the suburbs these days, and there wasn't much of a place to charge his cell phone. Naturally, they didn't know much about these things about the guests, much less the news that Lu Chen had a villa. For a moment, he was a bit stunned by Lu Chen's question. Your house? Nah, let's keep looking around and see if we can get the tent back. Chao Changrun subconsciously refused Lu Chen's invitation. After all, in his conception, he was afraid that Lu Chen's so-called home was similar to his own tent. It was either that or some shabby and small hotel, which was a little better than now, but he didn't really want to owe Lu Chen a favor. Seeing Chao Changrun's refusal, Lu Chen did not insist on inviting him. Instead, he nodded and looked to the side at Sister Jo. It's getting late, shall we go back? Sister Jo nodded, her face still a little miserable. I guess after this lesson, she'll never think of coming to a cemetery or something like that again in her life for the entirety of her life. A few people were about to leave, when suddenly a rustling sound came out from amongst the graves on the side, attracting everyone's attention. A withered bone-like arm slowly stretched out of the grave bag like a spring shoot breaking through the ground, and the bright moonlight sprinkled down on the withered bone-like arm, making it look particularly bizarre. Chapter 78, Photographer. I'm alone in the jungle. Brother, this shouldn't be a person, right? The photographer looked away from the arm that was slowly breaking through the ground with an incredibly hard look on his face. It was as if his legs had been filled with cement, and he couldn't move a single bit. Sister Jo was also scared out of her wits at the moment and grabbed Lu Chen's arm with a death grip. Lu Chen looked at the arm in front of him, which was like a withered bone, and a vicious chill spread from the soles of his feet to his entire body. The whole thing shivered uncontrollably. Don't panic everyone. First, before the words were finished, Chao Changrun and photographer number 8 behind him screamed violently. Ear-piercing screams rang out, and fear of good, disturbing emotions overwhelmed the crowd. Behind Lu Chen, Chao Changrun and photographer number 8 had already slipped away and ran to the fence of the cemetery. Even cameraman number 8 didn't bother to reach for the camera, dropping it where it was. On the other hand, Zhang San and Sister Jo ran towards the gate of the cemetery. Sister Jo's face ran red as she stopped and looked around, realizing that there was no Lu Chen. Hurriedly, he asked toward the photographer, "Where's Lu Chen?" Since Lu Chen was at the front and there was a photographer in the middle, Sister Jo was simply too late to pull Lu Chen along with her. She thought the photographer would pull Lu Chen along with her, but it turned out that there was no sign of Lu Chen. The photographer, his face pale, patted his own chest with a palpitating look and looked toward the distance. In a somewhat stuttering tone, he said, "What, Lu Chen?" When Sister Jo heard the photographer's reply, her face looked even more anxious, wondering if the photographer had been scared silly, hurriedly explaining up, "It's just your friend. Aren't you a group?" Who would have thought that the photographer's face shook his head, looking like he couldn't recall who Lu Chen was at all. The girl is joking. I'm alone and drifting in the rivers and lakes. Where would I find any friends? Not to mention any combinations. Sister Jo, I've seen this stunt of yours before. When the photographer heard this, his face became a little unnatural, and he reasoned, then I'm taking revenge. Sister Jo closed her eyes, looking like she was going to pass out from the anger of Lu Chen and the photographer. Taking a long breath, he looked toward the middle of the fog. The thick fog obscured the two of them, and they could only faintly make out Lu Chen's figure. Lu Chen was still standing still, as if he had been cast in a stasis, not moving at all. Sister Jo was afraid of shouting and exposing her position, so she could only whisper her worries towards the photographer. Then what do we do now? Lu Chen, he definitely can't beat the ghost. The photographer slowly took out his cell phone and just opened the electronic woodchuck software on his own phone. However, he felt a majestic and biting killing aura coming towards him. Sister Jo's face was gloomy, and her entire body looked at the photographer as if she was blackened. What time is it? You are still in the whole job. If you dare to knock the electronic wooden fish, I will throw you over. The photographer felt Sister Zo's appalling gaze. His face was a little embarrassed, and he slowly put away his cell phone. A cough followed to hide the embarrassment. Don't worry, that ghost definitely can't help Brother Lu. We just went to worship the Bodhisattva Buddha this afternoon. Black and white often have to pass a cigarette before we leave. This district brat. What's there to be afraid of? Sister Joe blankly glanced at the dead duck photographer in front of her. Then what are you running after me for? Running when you see a ghost is a sign of respect for human instincts and for each other. The photographer's legs trembled, and he was barely able to maintain his standing position with his hand on the tombstone. Just as he wanted to continue to argue, a figure appeared out of thin air in the middle of the smoke. Lu Chen stood in place, his face very hard. As he watched, the ghastly white, skeleton-like arms stretched out until a body wrapped in dirt slowly crawled out of the middle of the graveyard. The entire torso wasn't exactly tall, only about 1 meter 6 or so, skinny and bony, as if he were a skeleton. Lu Chen's gaze locked onto the skeleton in front of him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Is it hard to be really swindled? Looking at the thing in front of him, whose face was covered by mud and did not know whether it was a person or a ghost, Lu Chen did not dare to act rashly. Although he believed in science, he was inevitably brought up in a culture of ambition and gods and goddesses. The heart is also inevitably some fear. After all, the system mall does not have the skill to drive away ghosts. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room exploded even more. I'm going. Why can't I see anything? What a thick fog. 8's camera is down where it belongs. Go to 8 Live and you can see it. It seems that my grandfather was really right. This cemetery is really haunted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Lou. This can't be a real corpse swindle, right? I've often heard the old generation in the village say that if people still have grievances after death, they will swindle the corpse and turn into a ghost. This can't be an effect of the program that they arranged for the 8th, can it? Since they arranged the show for effect, what are they running for? This must be a fraud. The air in the whole cemetery seemed to be stagnant, except for the raucous crows on the trees. No sound could be heard anymore. Lu Chen looked at the skeleton in front of him whose face was covered with dirt and did not dare to act rashly. The other party stared at Lu Chen with the same deadly stare, his eyes full of wariness, as if he hadn't figured out why there was a person in the graveyard in the middle of the night. As time passed by, a lot of cold sweat had already broken out on Lu Chen's forehead. Finally, unable to resist, he took the lead. Hey, I'm warning you, I went to worship the Bodhisattva this afternoon. My body is full of buffs. Even if the black and white invincible came, they would have to pass me a cigarette. Don't you mess around now. After saying that, Lu Chen tentatively moved his feet forward. This step, however, seemed to have angered the skeleton in front of him. The skeleton's mouth opened wide, and it let out an incredibly low, monstrous shriek that sounded horrifying. Immediately afterward, the skeleton slowly moved its feet, stepping on the dead leaves in the middle of the cemetery. He walked towards Lu Chen. It only moved very slowly, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a turtle's pace. Although Lu Chen was trembling a bit in his heart, he looked at the skeleton in front of him that kept walking towards him. The mind was a little puzzled. If the other party is really a ghost or a zombie, shouldn't the first thing they do when they come out of the grave be to eat people? Which froze for a long time before starting to move slowly, and with his speed of movement, even a turtle couldn't chew on him. Are ghosts really that weak? On the other hand, Jiangnan City Police Station. Despite the fact that it was approaching late night, the conference room was still brightly lit at the moment. The officers sat neatly in the conference room, gazing at the large screen in front of them. On the big screen, a picture of a man who looked like a skeleton was posted. The director, his face angry, sat in the middle of the conference room. No leads on this wanted man yet? According to the tip-off from the next province, it has been confirmed that it has entered our jurisdiction. It's been almost a week and you guys don't have any clues at all? In the face of the chief's questioning, the police officers present lowered their heads in unison. The captain sitting beside the director also looked embarrassed and explained, "Director, this wanted criminal is just too cunning, and is also a retired mercenary with a good sense of counter-surveillance. We can't find any trace of him at all. In the next province escaped the joint capture of the special police and public security, and now we can't find clues, which can't be helped. But, according to his cunning character, will he return to the next province the same way?" Hearing this, the director's taut face was despondent. "Alas, let's leave it at that. And if I can't find it in a few more days, I'll send a concordance to my comrades in the next province." Chapter 79, Photographer. I choose to be a hero for a second. Amidst the thick white fog, the bizarre back appeared. The twisted joints and rigid zombie-like back was walking towards Lu Chen in an extremely bizarre posture. Sister Joe and the photographer's faces were all pale, and at this moment, they couldn't care less about their position being exposed. Shouting loudly to Lu Chen, "Brother, Lu Chen, what are you waiting for? Run!" But Lu Chen, at this moment, made a move that was unexpected to everyone. Only Lu Chen slowly bent down and picked up a grayish-brown brick randomly from the side of the road. The entire live broadcast room was dead silent. No one could understand Lu Chen's move. What's he doing? He's not going to try to get tough with a ghost, is he? I originally thought that coming to the cemetery in the middle of the night was already considered bold, but I didn't realize that Lou wanted to give the ghost a physical override? When encountering a fraudulent corpse, is Lou's choice to pick up a brick and fight hard? Please don't imitate the kids. Luck has a buff on him. At this moment, the audience realized. Countless pop-ups surged up in the live broadcast room, marveling at Lu Chen's bold move, and at the same time looking forward to who would actually win between Brother Lu and the zombie in front of him. Was Lu Chen, whose body was covered with various buffs, or the skeleton zombie that had just crawled out of the graveyard? Powerful. Lu Chen held the slate in his hand, his eyes on guard, his gaze looking up and down at the twisted body in front of him. The corpses that had been continuously approaching Lu Chen before froze violently after seeing Lu Chen turn around and pick up the slate, stopped dead in his tracks and froze in place. Among the bean-sized eyes, they were filled with shock. A look of disbelief flashed across his rigid face. When a normal person sees a corpse crawling out of a graveyard, shouldn't his first reaction be to run? Who would think of picking up a slate from the side of the road to deal with ghosts and goblins? He froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words, facing Lu Chen in front of him, holding a brick, exuding a fierce aura. He couldn't help but take a step back. Although the amplitude was very tiny, it was still hard to escape Lu Chen's capture. Lu Chen keenly captured the fear in the heart of the skeletal figure in front of him. A curve ran across the corners of his mouth, confirming his inner suspicions. The person in front of him was definitely not a ghost or a monster, but a real person. Only a real person would have these emotions, whether it be confused surprise before, or disbelief and fear now. As for what kind of person would hide in a cemetery and dare to come out in the middle of the night, then I'm afraid it's only those who have something in mind. Lu Chen's face feigned a look of not yet knowing the identity of the person in front of him. Stretching out his finger and pointing at the man in front of him, he bellowed, I, Lu Chen, am under the protection of the 36 bodhisattvas nowadays, and if you evil spirits dare to appear before me, you seek your own death. Demon, eat my brick. With that, Lu Chen held up his slate and charged towards the person in front of him. The majestic voice carried throughout the graveyard. Sister Zhou and the photographer looked at Lu Chen's back as he rushed towards the figure with a slate in his hand. Their eyes glazed over and their mouths opened wide enough to stuff an apple. Sister Zhou had a shocked expression on her face and stammered a little at the photographer. Has he always been this brave? The photographer was also the first time to see Lu Chen in this manner. Surprised and speechless, after a long time before slowly said, I've always thought that luck would only organize jobs, but I didn't expect him to be so brave. I've decided, from today onward, Brother Lu is my Zhang San's beloved family friend and brother-in-arms. Sister Zhou glanced at the photographer beside her and couldn't help but roll her eyes. You're just trying to hug it out, aren't you? You just ran away without him. Hearing Sister Zhou's flirtation, the photographer blushed. Looking at the back not far away, her heart seemed to have gathered infinite courage. Immediately carrying the camera, he charged towards the middle of the white fog. Brother, I'll help you. Among the thick white fog, Lu Dali looked at Lu Chen, who was ferocious in front of him and holding a brick towards himself to kill. The head slowly typed a No, I just want to scare you. Why do you still move your hand? Which one of us is the most wanted man? Or the people who visit cemeteries in the middle of the night are more or less tainted with a major illness? Lu Dali was a bit confused. Originally, he had planned to pretend to swindle the corpse, and just scare these people away while they were so frightened that they didn't notice his appearance. But who had thought that the Lu Chen in front of him, who looked rather handsome, was actually not very good in the head. Seeing a fraudulent corpse, not tight and not afraid, but also planning to take a brick intended to decapitate the demon. In that case, I can't keep you. Lu Dali gazed at Lu Chen in the distance, his eyes grim. His right hand quietly groped back and reached into his pants pocket, holding the cold spring-loaded knife. He intended to wait for Lu Chen to get a little bit closer before taking a blow to seal his throat. It's obviously a weird and scary thing, but it's getting a little hot at the moment. The audience in the live broadcast room also cheered Lu Chen up. Luck cheers, directly physically overtake him. That's right, any cat or dog dares to jump in front of my brother Lu. Now even the pervasive black and white has to pass a cigarette to my brother Lu. Today I, Lu, am going to press him back into the grave. Even if Jesus comes, he can't stay. Time passed by, and the two of them got closer and closer. Looking at the two getting closer and closer, both the viewers in the live broadcast room and Sister Zhou, who was standing outside the arena watching, had their hearts in their throats. When the distance between the two was just less than 3 meters, Lu Dali just wanted to pull out the spring-loaded knife from his pants pocket, but he was startled by a sudden roar from behind him. Brother, I'll help you. The cameraman, carrying a camera and holding a brick in the same hand, rushed into the battlefield from the midst of the white fog. Coincidentally, He stood in the middle of the two. The sudden change made both Lu Dali and Lu Chen stop moving. Both gazes were fixed in unison on the photographer in front of them. The photographer looked at the skeleton man who was only a step away in front of him and was taken aback. Slip of the hand. The hand of the brick clang fell to the ground. Hearing the sound of the slate falling to the ground, Lu Chen was the first to react and hurriedly shouted towards the photographer. Sanner, run! The photographer, however, shook his head and turned to look at Lu Chen with firm eyes. Brother, I've already run once. If God gave me the choice again to be a hero for 1 second or a coward for the rest of my life, then I would choose to be a hero for 1 second. The photographer's eyes were glazed over. He'd figured it out a long time ago. He has all kinds of bodhisattva buffs on himself. If he doesn't take this opportunity to make a good show of it, then I'm afraid I'll be nailed to the top of the runaway shame column for the rest of my life. Still a little scared inside, but he must be handsome at the moment. The photographer was just about to adjust his posture to strike a handsome pose when he saw Lu Chen not far away helplessly covering his forehead. I was afraid you'd really only be a hero for a second. Chapter 80, Photographer, I'm super brave. Before the photographer had time to think about the meaning of Lu Chen's words, he felt a hint of coldness at his neck, something sharp, against his own throat. A low voice came to his ears. Don't move! Lu Dali put a spring-loaded knife against the photographer's neck and kept pulling the photographer backward in an attempt to distance himself from Lu Chen. The photographer, on the other hand, hadn't figured out what was going on at this point, and despite being a hostage, he wasn't the least bit panicked. With a cold smile, he threatened Lu Dali behind him. Don't do futile work. I have the Bodhisattva's protection on me, not to mention you. Even the black and white invincibles would have to pass a cigarette before leaving. Do you think you can hurt me? Looking at the photographer's very confident look, Lu Dali actually shook a little inside at the moment, but only for a moment. He shook his head violently. With a somewhat knowing look on his face, he looked at the two people in front of him. Lu Dali was curious about how Lu Chen was not afraid of himself in the slightest, but after half a day he was a fanatic follower of some cult. Think you can get the Bodhisattva's protection just because you worship him? Thinking of this, Lu Dali didn't feel that Lu Chen in front of him, who was filled with fury, was much more scary. The viewers in the live broadcast room, looking at such a dramatic scene, couldn't help but burst out laughing and crying, ha ha ha. I'm laughing my ass off. The photographer rushed in and got kidnapped, covering his mouth to laugh. It's obviously a dangerous thing. How come the photographer came over so funny? Is that thing a human or a ghost? What kind of ghost uses a Swiss spring-loaded knife? Lu Chen helplessly held his forehead and looked at the arrogant photographer in front of him and weakly reminded him. Sanner, have you ever seen any ghost who wants to kill someone and uses a Swiss spring-loaded knife? Upon hearing this, the photographer who had been screaming just a moment ago snapped. Then with a somber face, he slowly looked down and, to his surprise, found a sharp and flashing spring-loaded knife against his neck. Photographer, Sigma, degree Delta degree. Brother, you're not trying to say it's not a ghost, are you? The photographer looked toward Lu Chen with a hard face. Lu Chen nodded helplessly. He now deeply understood what was meant by the saying that he was not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teams. If it wasn't for the photographer suddenly rushing out to be tackled by Lu Dali, with his own strength, the fight would have been over by now. Only, Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked firmly at the photographer, gripping the slate a few points harder. Sanner, just go in peace. Since I'm going to be a hero for a second, I'll make it happen. Not waiting for the photographer to reply, Lu Chen finished his speech and held the brick as if to charge toward Lu Dali. Hearing Lu Chen so dryly leave the photographer alone, Lu Dali was actually a bit dumbfounded for a while, looking at Lu Chen and then at the photographer he was holding with a knife. His mind was filled with doubts. The photographer had rushed in to help Lu Chen, so it was logical that the two should have a very strong relationship, right? But now Lu Chen so dry to give up the photographer, but also as if the two people have any father-killing hatred between them to take away their wives. But knowing that the two were just some kind of cultists, Lu Dali didn't put Lu Chen, who was rushing towards him in front of him. In his mind, a grim smile spread across his face. A sideways turn dodged Lu Chen's slate, then swung the spring-loaded knife against the photographer's neck and stabbed it at Lu Chen. Instead of the blood-splattering touch he expected, it was like seeing air. The sharp edge that flashed with cold light nearly pierced Lu Chen's sleeve. Lu Chen, however, took advantage of this gap to pull the photographer out of Lu Dali's arms, freeing the photographer. One strike failed. Lu Dali still wanted to chase after him, but he felt as if he was being stared at by some flood beast. The sense of crisis cultivated from years of walking on the edge of life and death made him reflexively keep retreating backward, pulling away from the two for a good distance. He then looked towards them with a wary expression. You guys, who the hell are you? On the other hand, Jiangnan City Police Station. The director sat in the lounge with a despondent face, just ready to close his eyes and rest for a while. Instead, the door to the lounge was rudely opened. The captain shouted towards the chief with an agitated face. "Bureau Chief Zhang, Lu Dali has been found. Where's this guy hiding?" Zhang Bureau was so excited that he almost jumped up from his chair and hurriedly inquired towards the captain in front of him. "This guy is very cunning. He's hiding in that deserted cemetery out in the countryside. I've already sent the cadres to that cemetery." Listening to the captain's report, Zhang Bureaus were instantly relieved. The joy on his face was overflowing, and he patted the captain's shoulder hard and said, "Good. It's good to find. I didn't realize that this person actually hid in the cemetery. It seems that the police officers responsible for searching this time are very responsible." The captain's face, however, had a hint of embarrassment and scratched his head. It wasn't our cadets who found it. Before the captain could finish his words, Bureau Chief Zhang's face suddenly changed drastically. "What? It wasn't our officers who found it? That's a class as serial killer, the main culprit of several vicious criminal cases, and a retired foreign mercenary. If anyone else encounters that, they'll definitely be in danger." Zhang Bureau knows the danger of Lu vigorously. Even if the trained police without any equipment to meet him, that is most likely to be more than likely to be in danger. Not to mention the ordinary people? The captain looked at the grim-faced Bureau Zhang and stood by his side to comfort him. It was the previous anchor who caught the human trafficker who found it. "I think his name is Lu Chen, right? That young man's hands are pretty good. He shouldn't have much problem defending himself." Bureau Zhang nodded, and now he could only hope that his colleagues who had been sent to make arrests would arrive at the scene in time. Hearing Lu Chen's name once again, a hint of a pleased expression spread across Zhang Bureaucrat's face and he couldn't help but praise him. Nowadays there is a lack of such young people with the spirit of helping others. Look at the last time he caught the traffickers and wrecked the cab he used to make a living. And this time he has given us a clue to Lu Dali. If they were all such responsible young people, why would the country not be rich and strong? In addition to the reward from last time, this time I'm going to personally pay out of my own pocket. Give him more bonuses, prepare a car for me, and I'm going to personally thank him face to face. A pleased smile spread across the corners of Zhang Bureau's mouth, greatly appreciating Lu Chen. But after saying that, something seemed to come to mind. Out of the professional habit he usually developed, he frowned in curiosity towards the captain. What's he doing at the cemetery? Even for an anchor, going to a deserted graveyard in the middle of the night is just too weird, isn't it? The captain scratched his head. He wasn't quite sure, and said in a somewhat uncertain tone, "I heard, it seems, that he went to the temple this afternoon to worship the Bodhisattva, trying to use the Bodhisattva's patronage to get the black and white irregulars to give him cigarettes to come." Bureau Zhang. The corner of Zhang Bureau's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. That's when the captain on the sidelines spoke up. "Commissioner, are you still giving him a bonus out of your own pocket?" The director sighed helplessly, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant. "I'll give more. Hopefully he'll go to the hospital to have his brain looked at." He couldn't figure out how in the world anyone could be so outrageous, trying to use the Bodhisattva's patronage to get black and white to give him cigarettes. Why doesn't he just go see Hades? Chapter 81, The Photographer Who Wet His Pants. Lu Dali stared at the two people in front of him, Lu Chen and the photographer, with an incomparably grave expression on his face. It was impossible for an ordinary person to dodge his own strike, and Lu Chen seemed as if he knew what he was up to from the start. Not only did he dodge his own fatal blow, but he also took advantage of this opening in his swing to save the photographer who was a hostage. This made Lu Dali start to doubt Lu Chen's identity. The rescued photographer's heart palpitated as he kept patting his chest, while Lu Chen likewise looked at Lu Dali, who was not far away, with a guarded expression. He himself clearly has all LV1 fighting arts, but he still has a lot of pressure when facing Lu Dali. Even his own sleeve was cut. If this cut was on him, I'm afraid that more than just myself present is on the line. The person in front of him was not even on the same level as the traffickers he had met before. LV1's fighting technique was at best a 50-50 match with the man in front of him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen glanced at his popularity value. Current popularity, 19.6 W. 4,000 short of the 200,000 popularity values needed to upgrade the skill. In that case, the only thing to do was to bluff the person in front of him first and stall for time. Lu Chen took a step back and looked at Lu Dali across the street, his face arrogantly saying, "What people? You're asking who we are? They're nicknamed the Black and White. You've heard of them, haven't you?" Seeing that Lu Chen had no intention of attacking, Lu Dali's taut nerves slowly relaxed and shook his head. The photographer, on the other hand, could not help but show a hint of puzzlement on his face when he saw Lu Chen, who had suddenly nagged the opposite side of the room. But fortunately, with the long-standing tacit understanding between the two, he was still able to understand that Lu Chen must have a deeper meaning when he did this. Looking toward Lu Dali, whose face looked like a skeleton, He gathered enough courage to lift his chest and bluffed. You don't even know about our brothers? Me? I'm nicknamed Extrajudicial Fanatic Zhang-san. I think you've heard of me when I hacked all the way from Tsim-Sha-Sui to Causeway Bay. Lu Dali shook his head slowly in response, but instead, he looked quizzically at the camera over the cameraman's shoulder. If you're an extra-legal, what are you doing with a camera on your back? The photographer was stunned by Lu Dali's question, and Lu Chen immediately took over the conversation. Nonsense. How are we going to film the black and white without a camera? Yeah. How are we going to film black and white passing as cigarettes without a camera? Hearing the words of the two, Lu Dali covered his forehead somewhat helplessly. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I had forgotten that these two people were actually fanatical cultists. What do you want to see? You want to see the black and white handing them cigarettes? Why don't you guys say you still want to go to the bottom and talk to Hades? However, although the two are not quite mentally normal, Lu Dali knew that after the extra-legal fanatic Zhang San, he was quite relieved to come down. After all, they're all extrajudicial, so surely a wanted man wouldn't call the police on himself, would he? That way, he or she wouldn't be at risk of being caught for a while. In that case, let's just stay out of the well and say goodbye again. Lu Dali bowed to Lu Chen and the photographer and prepared to leave, looking for the next harboring location now. Seeing Lu Dali preparing to leave, Lu Chen was a bit anxious at the moment. With Lu vigorously this hand, to really be a wanted criminal that put outside, how many people will suffer? Lu Chen hurriedly opened his mouth and called out to Lu Dali. Did I say to let you go? Do you have to give us back the tent we pitched there earlier? Lu Chen pointed backward in the direction where Chao Changren had pitched his tent at number 8. Lu Dali also understood Lu Chen's meaning and turned his body towards the hole he had turned out of before and mentioned it. 2 tents that had been put away were carried in his hands. He put the tent aside, holding his breath in his heart, and spread his hands at Lu Chen. It's okay, isn't it? Lu Chen glanced at his popularity value, which was still short by a hair, and firmly shook his head. By all means, keep this one to yourself. No way. You've just destroyed the Bodhisattva's shelter for me and my brother, and you need to come and follow us to see the black and white. Hearing this, the corner of Lu Dali's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He had been overseas for years, but at least he knew what black and white were. When an ordinary person sees the black and white irregulars, doesn't that mean they're lifeless? And then these two weirdos in front of me actually wanted to make themselves watch black and white with them? Lu Dali's face was gloomy, his eyes staring at Lu Chen, unable to hold back. You guys, don't go too far. If it wasn't for the fact that he really didn't have the certainty of beating Lu Chen, he would have swung his sword and chopped up these two oddballs in front of him by now. Upon hearing this, the photographer was instantly displeased. Immediately, he pointed at Lu Dali in front of him and said angrily, "Excessive? Your ing pretending to be a ghost to scare us is not excessive?" Lu Dali again pretended to be a ghost to scare him and held a knife against his neck. The back-to-back scares almost all but gave the photographer a heart attack. Now that he had heard Lu Dali's backhanded attack, the anger in his heart was completely uncontrollable. And hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen also rushed forward and pointed at the photographer's pants helpfully. Exactly. If you hadn't suddenly come out of the ground, would he have needed to wet his pants? Photographer, Sigma, degree winky face. Brother, this is due from sitting on the grass while running, not urine. The photographer rushed to defend himself, while Lu Chen looked at him with a compassionate gaze as if he hadn't heard his defense. Sanar needless to say, even though I haven't peed my pants since I was 2, I know how you feel about this. Photographer, hashtag. Nowadays it's not if the yellow mud falls down your pants. Although he didn't know why Lu Chen wanted to stall Lu Dali, the photographer could only help him. Soli could only cross his heart and rushed at Lu Dali in the distance. That's right, you're responsible for this. Lu Dali looked at the photographer's water-stained pants and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Covering his face with both hands, he said very helplessly, "You're so afraid of ghosts that you still want to go to the black and white irregulars?" His bowels were green with regret at the moment. Had he known he wouldn't have climbed out of the tomb? Now that he had encountered these two oddballs, he couldn't necessarily beat them. He couldn't leave, and he kept coming to torment himself. He was suffocating inside. In the end, he looked up at the moon in the sky with a helpless expression and still only nodded in agreement. All right, I'll watch it with you for an hour. And afterwards, no matter what, I'm leaving. Just like that, the 3 people who had been fighting just a moment ago sat down a dozen meters apart. Lu Chen's mood couldn't help but relax as he saw that he had managed to stall Lu Dali. Grabbing an apple on the tombstone next to him, he threw it to Lu Dali. "If you're willing to stay with us, you're our friend. Come and have an apple." Chapter 82, Lu Dali, he's not a psychopath, is he? Lu Dali sat in the pile of withered grass, glanced toward Lu Chen in the distance, and then looked at the apple in his hand, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. Despite the fact that he hadn't eaten much for energy in close to 2 days, he was faced with the apple in front of him. He was still a little afraid to move his mouth for fear that Lu Chen would poison himself, and Lu Chen in the distance could also see Lu Dali's wariness. From the plastic bag in front of himself, he took out an apple and gnawed on it in front of Lu Dali. Don't worry, it's not poisoned, just eat it in peace. Seeing Lu Chen in this state, Lu Dali was completely relieved, no longer curbing the craving inside. He hugged the apple and took a big vicious bite. Only the apple, which should have been sweet, tasted like a bitter stench in the mouth. Frightened, Lu Dali immediately spat out the apple. Bah! Bah! What kind of apple is this? You poisoned it. Lu Dali hurriedly got up and glared angrily towards Lu Chen with wide eyes. Then, he seemed to think of something as if he had thought of something. With a horrified look on his face, Lu Chen asked, "In this cemetery in the middle of nowhere, where did you get the apple?" Lu Chen grinned and pointed to the tombstone in front of him. "I'm looking at an apple on here. It's a bit of a poor seller, but it shouldn't be bad." After saying that, Lu Chen took another nibble of the apple in his hand. Lu Dali's eyes gradually became terrified as he looked at Lu Chen. These two, in all probability, are mentally ill in addition to being some kind of wanted cultists. Otherwise, how could it even be a tribute to the dead? He mustn't mess with them. What if these two really die with him? When he thought of this, his face was pale as he looked at Lu Chen, and the two of them silently backed up a few steps. It's the only kind of psychosis that can make even such outlaws feel fear for it. Pushing to about 20 meters or so, Lu Dali felt some peace of mind. Tentatively, he asked towards Lu Chen and the photographer. "That, two brothers? From which hospital did you come out?" Both the photographer and Lu Chen were stunned in unison by the question. The two of them looked at each other in unison, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. "What hospital? Do we both look like we came out of the hospital?" Lu Chen looked at himself and then at the photographer, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Anyhow, they were big, bloody young men in their 20s, and they hardly looked weak, like they'd just been discharged from the hospital. Hearing Lu Chen's rhetorical question, Lu Dali hurriedly shook his head for fear that the two would storm out. No, can't tell at all. I'm just fresh out of the hospital, so I'm asking." Lu Dali was just about to find an excuse and put it off, but these words aroused Lu Chen's interest. Lu Chen's face showed a hint of realization. No wonder he looked like a skeleton and was malnourished. "You're out of the hospital after all this time. Oh, what hospital did you escape from?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Lu Dali froze for a moment, completely not expecting Lu Chen to ask himself this. Wouldn't it be normal to be more concerned about why you're in the hospital? He glanced at Lu Chen somewhat woodenly and realized that Lu Chen was actually still nibbling on the apple with relish. It further solidified the identity of Lu Chen's mental illness, and he only had to make up an answer to say, "Hospital number 3. SH what?" Hearing this, Lu Chen almost jumped up from the ground, his gaze shocked as he looked toward Lu Dali on the opposite side. "The 3rd hospital of Jiangnan City. That's a real psychiatric hospital. Just say it yourself how someone can bury themselves in a cemetery for good reason and pretend to scare people in the middle of the night with ghosts. He's out of a mental institution. As the old saying goes, the horizontal ones are afraid of the rash ones. The rash ones are afraid of the ones who are not afraid of death. And the ones who are not afraid of death are afraid of the mentally ill." Mental illnesses are undoubtedly at the top of the food chain because no one can figure out what they are thinking. If the other person suddenly can't think straight, I'm afraid they'll have to drag you down with them. Thinking of this, Lu Chen pulled the photographer back a few steps silently, keeping a distance from Lu Dali in front of him, fearing that the other party would suddenly storm out, and took advantage of the cover of night and white fog to make a whispered phone call. "Hello, 3rd Psychiatric Hospital? You have a patient in the cemetery, and he's hiding in someone else's grave in the middle of the night, pretending to scare people. Address? The address is a deserted cemetery in the northern suburbs." After Lu Chen skillfully reported the address, he cautiously looked towards Lu Dali's side. After realizing that the other party did not hear, he was completely relieved. The photographer's heart was also a bit fearful after hearing Lu Chen's call. "Brother, are you sure the other guy is really a psychopath?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes and immediately said, "Nonsense. Who in their right mind would go to a cemetery in the middle of the night and pretend to be a ghost, and threaten you with a knife?" However, he then seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked towards Lu Dali in the distance, "I take it you've still been in the military, old man?" Even the trafficker from before couldn't beat himself with a knife, but Lu Dali fought himself 50 to 50. Unusual psychosis doesn't have this kind of combat power. Lu Chen intended to take advantage of Lu Dali's sobriety to be able to communicate and ask for the detailed information, lest he go mad when the time comes he can't deal with it himself. "Yeah, before that, I was a mercenary abroad." Lu Dali, facing Lu Chen's question, also knew what he was talking about and looked at the moon hanging in midair, nodded and said. The photographer followed up with, so why not? Lu Dali didn't hide anything from the two. After all, they both knew those crazy deeds of the two, knowing full well that the two would certainly not call the police. Cut a couple of teammates earlier, so I stopped being. Lu Chen and the photographer fell silent and sucked in a breath of cold air in unison when they heard this answer. The photographer looked at Lu Chen and whispered with a shocked face. Brother, he's really mentally ill. Even teammates are cut, don't you think? Lu Chen also never expected that this person launched a mental illness to actually cut even his teammates, and with a difficult face, he asked back towards the photographer. So what should we do then? The photographer grabbed Lu Chen's sleeve, his face looking incredibly nervous. Lu Chen, on the other hand, frowned and contemplated for a while, then said, I've heard that when faced with mental illness, it seems to be safer if you pretend to be one of a kind, so why don't we try it? Coco, I'm not going to act psychotic. Good point. Just do what you usually do. Photographer? Brother, are you saying I usually look like a psychopath? I said yes. I asked if it looked like it. I said yes. Beyond the thick mist, Sister Joe looked at the backs of several people sitting on the ground a long way apart with an odd expression on her face. Totally confused about what's going on in there. Is this peaceful coexistence with ghosts? Sister Joe tentatively walked towards the fog and slowly called out Lu Chen's name. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. A voice with a hint of sadness rang out from the mist. Frightened, Lu Dali immediately looked on guard and hurriedly looked towards the two Lu Chen, somewhat alarmed. This isn't supposed to be a ghost, is it? Ghost? That's a good feeling. I'm going to try the power of this buff of mine today. Lu Chen looked delighted. The photographer also heard Sister Joe's voice and immediately stood up, excited. With this buff on us, even the White Witch would have to pass a cigarette before leaving. Seeing the excited expressions on the two men's faces, Lu Dali silently took a few more steps back. Who in their right mind would be excited to see a ghost? Chapter 83 Lu Chen, I told you he was mentally ill. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Dali couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. The god looked toward the photographer in horror. The photographer, who had been teeing his pants earlier, was actually so excited now. The huge contrast between this one and the other made him even more convinced that the two people in front of him were 100% mentally ill. Again, he silently distanced himself from the two men's land. Only, when he saw Sister Joe walk out from amongst the thick fog, his stepping foot suddenly stopped in midair. This is? Lu Dali looked at Sister Joe with a shocked expression on his face, and was somewhat speechless for a while. Phoenix eyebrows and almond eyes, pretty face with spring. The figure was petite but not too feminine, and the whole thing was exquisite as if it were a naughty doll. Now even if he told the woman in front of him that she was some kind of star, he would more than likely believe it. Sister Joe stood in the middle of the two sides and froze violently when she saw Lu Dali's appalling face. Before she could react, she was pulled into Lu Chen's arms. This is my girlfriend I picked up on the side of the road. Lu Chen looked at Lu Dali and smiled nervously, then hugged Sister Joe and kept finishing backing away. When Lu Dali heard this, his entire body froze. A girlfriend you picked up on the side of the road? How come you haven't picked it up on the side of the road yourself? Besides, is it possible to pick up such a pretty girl on the side of the road? No. Do psychopaths have girlfriends now? Lu Dali only felt a little dizzy in his head and covered his head to sit down in place. Even though he was also very covetous of Sister Joe's beauty, he naturally cherished his life more compared to his own little life. Wasn't about to touch the scales of these two psychopaths. Sitting silently in place, he waited for the time to pass. Sister Joe, on the other hand, looked up and down curiously at Lu Dali in the distance and wondered at Lu Chen. It's human, right? The photographer who was so afraid of ghosts was sitting here peacefully, so naturally Sister Joe didn't think it was a ghost. Besides, Lu Dali had just opened his mouth to speak. That's mental illness. When the time comes we'll pretend to be mental illness too so we won't be attacked by him. Lu Chen quietly came to Sister Joe's ear and said the previous plan again. Remember, our mission now is to stall for time. Wait for the staff of the mental hospital to come here to pick him up. Don't get into a head-on confrontation with him now. Although his brain is not good, but he used to be a mercenary. In a real fight the three of us may not be able to beat him. Lu Chen glanced at the popularity value he had accumulated, and currently it was already down to already enough to upgrade his fighting skills. However, he was still a bit reluctant to use up the popularity value that he had saved for a small half-month. Besides, he was dealing with a psychopath, and if he really pissed him off, there was no telling what would happen behind the scenes. He himself was capable of defending himself if he upgraded his fighting skills, but the photographer and Sister Joe didn't have that ability. In order to play it safe, Lu Chen still chose the path of outsmarting. Lu Dali, who was across the street across the distance, laughed. Today's weather is quite good. We are also considered to be destined to meet in this feng shui treasure place. Why don't I tell a joke to liven up the atmosphere? Lu Dali looked up at the mist drifting in the sky, and then at the overgrown, long untended gravestone in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched and hardened. Yeah, feng shui indeed. Sister Joe looked towards Lu Dali with an odd expression on her face, always feeling that something was wrong. It's kind of normal for him to look like that, isn't it? Normal what? My brother purposely said feng shui in good weather. He's still there, yeah. How can he be normal? Sister Joe wanted to say something else, but was forcefully interrupted by the photographer. Besides, what sane person runs into someone else's grave in the middle of the night and pretends to be a ghost to scare people? He even tried to get to stab me before, and said he was out of the third mental hospital. The viewers within the live broadcast room also felt an indescribable sense of incongruity at this moment. How do I feel? This person is indeed a bit strange, but it seems that it is not a mental illness. Before looking quite normal. What's normal? Is it normal to hide in a grave in the middle of the night to scare people? Or is it normal to stab people with a knife? Mental illnesses are only crazy when they develop. Other times they're actually not much different from normal people. Shoo, don't argue. Luck is going to tell the joke. We'll see if it's true or not. Lu Chen cleared his throat and pulled out his crushing jokes. Ahem. Do you guys know why Zhao Yun didn't participate in the Lu Guanzhang triple triad? Lu Dali pondered for a while, then replied, because there was no Zhao Yun at that time? It's not because Zhao Yun is going to be called Zhao Si if he ties the knot. Crowd. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze for a moment. Lu Chen hurriedly winked at Sister Joe and the photographer beside him and whispered a reminder. Come on, laugh. Did you guys forget to act psychotic? The two were reminded of this by Lu Chen, and a stiff smile spread across their faces, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. Ha, ha. The two men began to sneer, while Lu Dali, who was sitting in the distance, heard the laughter of the two men. He became even more terrified inside. What else is it if not mental illness to be able to laugh at a joke like that? I didn't realize that the pretty girl with the very agreeable looks was actually a psychopath as well. One cannot afford to offend these three psychopaths. Lu Dali quickly reacted and laughed out in agreement. Ha! Oh, Lu Chun, who was far away, heard Lu Dali's laughter and looked at the two people in front of him with a look of incomparable horror. Hear that? To laugh at such a sneer is not mental illness. What can it be? The two had completely believed at this moment that Lu Dali, who was sitting in the distance, was mentally ill, and then laughed even louder. With that, the three of them scrambled to laugh. An eerie, cold, eerie laugh echoed over the entire cemetery. Chao Changrun and the photographer, who had already fled to the gate of the cemetery, were startled to their feet when they heard the eerie laughter. The photographer stumbled and fell to the ground, looking miserably at Chao Changrun in front of him with a miserable face. He said without tears, Bro, I seem to need to change my pants. Without saying a word, Chao Changrun directly carried the pants-wetting photographer on his back and comforted him. Run first. In case the ghost catches up, that would be bad. The laughter subsided as time passed. Lu Chen continued to open his mouth to stall for time. One day, Nuwa was kneading people and laughing. Panga was a little curious and asked Nuwa, what are you laughing at? Nuwa replied that the most important thing about being a human being is to be happy. After a brief period of silence, a sneer of unspoken laughter rang out from the graveyard. Lu Chen wanted to continue speaking, but he was pulled back by Sister Joe and the photographer behind him. The two of them looked at Lu Chen with firm eyes and pained faces. Brother, no, let me go out and do him. I'm going to die if I keep listening. You're not acting psychotic. I'm going to become psychotic if I keep listening. Lu Dali's face was also very twisted after hearing these two jokes. Silently took out the spring knife in his pocket too. Being humiliated like this by a couple of psychopaths, he couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 84. Who the hell is mentally ill? Cemetery Gate. A blue and white police car and an ambulance bearing the name Jiangnan No. 3 Psychiatric Hospital were parked neatly in front of the entrance. Zhang Bureau slowly stepped out of the police car, looking surprised at the man in a white coat in front of him. Dean Li? What are you doing here? Old Chang, why are you here? Dean Li also looked at Bureau Zhang with an odd expression on his face. Both sides replied in unison. I've come for the prisoner, patient. The two were inexplicably stunned to hear this reply. Prisoner, patient? Bureau Zhang looked at Dean Li and couldn't help but freeze a little. So Lu Chen is the patient who escaped from the third mental hospital? As the director of the Jiangnan Municipal Bureau, he had dealt with Dean Li quite a lot. Although the third psychiatric hospital in Gangnam City is nominally called a psychiatric hospital, but this mental hospital houses basically mentally ill people who have committed criminal offenses. And it's not too much to say that it's an asylum. Could it be that Lu Chen was working so hard to catch criminals and wanted to make up for his mistakes because he had made certain mistakes before? Zhang Bureau couldn't help but frown. And for a moment, He actually somewhat understood why Lu Chen had to go to the cemetery in the middle of the night to find the black and white irregulars. How could a normal person do something so outrageous? Only a psychopath could do that. Dean Li's face also changed when he heard Bureau Zhang's words. He naturally knew exactly what kind of mentally ill people were in his hospital. But it never occurred to me that the runaway patient would be so powerful as to drive a wanted man to call a mental hospital. Dean Li hurriedly asked towards the slightly younger assistant at the side. Wang, who is the patient this time? The aide on the sidelines froze, unable to answer. Scratching his head, he said with some embarrassment. Dean, we came when we got the report. We didn't check the number of people in the hospital. And it was nighttime, which makes it more likely to trigger their condition. So, at that moment, the captain also came over. Rushing at Bureau Zhang, he saluted and reported back. Bureau Chief Zhang, our comrades who arrived first have cordoned off the scene. Due to the fact that the suspect is currently stable and shows no signs of injury, there was no first entry into, said the captain, listening down. The face was a little hard to speak. Just say what you have to say. There's another patient who ran out of Dean Li's hospital. Bureau Zhang glanced at Dean Li in front of him and spoke bluntly. The captain looked at Dean Li with a somewhat difficult face and slowly said, but Lu Chen's current mental condition seems to be somewhat less than favorable. Since he had been in command of the scene, the captain could not see Lu Chen's complete live broadcast. One could only see Lu Chen telling cold jokes all the time, and then forcing people on his side to hold the cold jokes. Mental condition is very unstable. After listening to the captain's report, Bureau Chief Zhang and Dean Li glanced at each other. The current situation was already very clear. Come on, let's make a joint arrest. After saying that, the two of them led the crowd into the middle of the cemetery. From the cemetery, which was shrouded in thick fog, came Lu Dali's near-collapsed voice. He meowed. I'll fight you. Lu Dali held a spring-loaded knife and rushed towards Lu Chen and the others with a furious expression. In the face of the sudden change, Lu Chen looked startled. I told you this psycho was temperamental. Just now he was smiling so happily, but now he's flipping out. He was just busy pushing Sister Joe and the photographer beside him out of the way. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his long-accumulated popularity value, and directly called out the system panel, upgraded his fighting skill LV1 to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 200,000 popularity values to upgrade fighting art LV1. An icy system tone resounded in the middle of Lu Chen's mind. A wave of warmth surged through his limbs, faintly emitting a golden glow. Countless martial arts moves were also imprinted in his brain. With a slight movement of his mind, he raised his hands and feet and exuded an inscrutable aura. Facing a flash of sharpness, Lu Chen merely clenched his right hand into a fist and blasted out. All of a sudden, the sound of breaking air like thunder on the ground suddenly sounded. Only a dull sound of colliding muscles was heard, and Lu Dali spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards a few meters away, collapsed near the gate of the cemetery. At this moment, he felt that his internal organs had been misplaced, and his ribs seemed to have broken several times. He had not eaten for several days and was already dying. On the verge of death, Lu Dali collapsed on the ground between the life mass, suddenly felt a hidden footsteps behind him. Black police uniforms and white doctor's coats caught his eye. Black and white. Zhang Bureau and Dean Li looked at the paralyzed Lu Dali and the bloodstained Lu Chen in their fists in front of them, and their faces couldn't help but tense up. Dean Li pointed at Lu Chen, whose fist was stained with blood in front of him, and hurriedly said to Bureau Chief Zhang, who was at the side, quickly, Bureau Zhang, your most wanted man is about to beat our patient to death. Hurry up and take him down. What? Dean Li, isn't it your psychopath who's on the verge of beating our most wanted man to death? You hurry up and catch him. Zhang Bureau looked at Lu Dali, who was lying in front of him, and his face was also very odd. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, not really listening to what the two were actually saying. The thick mist could also just see the colors on the two men's clothes, making it impossible to see their faces. A black and a white robe hunted with the breeze. Lu Chen seemed to have thought of something and panicked with the naked eye, hurriedly shouting at the distant Bureau Zhang and Dean Li. You guys stay back out. I can have the Bodhisattva's shelter on me, not to mention the two of you. Even if your boss, the king of hell, came, he'd have to give me a cigarette. Upon hearing Lu Chen's shout, the corners of Zhang Bureau's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments as he looked at Dean Li. Dean Li, is this really not a patient from your hospital? Dean Li looked at Lu Dali, who had already been fainted by the beating in front of him, and scratched his head, unable to help but be a bit puzzled. When did a patient in our hospital get to beat a wanted man? While Dean Li was still pondering, Bureau Chief Zhang took the lead in issuing instructions. Control the scene first and assist Dean Li in arresting the patient. Dean Li also then reacted to the fully equipped doctors behind him. Cooperate with Bureau Zhang to arrest the culprits first. Upon hearing the two men's orders, Black-clad police officers and doctors in white coats fishtailed into the room. Lu Chen was surrounded by a group of people, resembling the bizarre sacrifices in some folk horror stories. Lu Chen looked at the black and white irregulars walking slowly, and gradually saw the faces of the two. He recognized the black impermanence in front of him. Bureau Chief? Why are you here? Zhang Bureau stood with his hands folded, standing at a safe distance looking at Lu Chen with a guarded expression. What are you doing here? Lu Chen scratched his head with an embarrassed face and said, I came here to see if the buffs given by the Bodhisattva work. Do you believe me? Hearing this, Bureau Zhang didn't say anything, but instead turned his head to look at Dean Li on the side and patted Dean Li's shoulder. I told you, this kid ran out of your sick bay. Chapter 85, Bureau Zhang, you still say you're not mentally ill. When Dean Li heard Lu Chen's explanation, he was also stunned and looked towards Lu Chen with an odd expression on his face. Looking at Lu Chen's handsome face, he scrutinized it for a while and said in a puzzled manner, but how do I look at this kid? So familiar? Lu Chen reacted when he saw Dean Li in a white coat. Hurriedly pointing to Lu Dali who was lying on the ground, he said to Dean Li, Doctor, I'm not a psychopath. He's the one who ran away from your mental institution. When Bureau Zhang heard Lu Chen's words, he shook his head decisively. This is a wanted criminal who roamed from the next province. How can he be mentally ill? Not a mental patient? Then he hid in the cemetery in the middle of the night to scare us. They say he's a wanted man, and now there are electronic eyes everywhere. Where can he hide? It's you kid, coming here in the middle of the night. What are you if not mentally ill? Bureau Chief Zhang blanked Lu Chen and said without any goodwill, although he didn't know exactly how Lu Chen had subdued Lu Dali, but just by virtue of the injuries on Lu Dali's body, the kid in front of him was definitely not as simple as he thought, and Zhang Bureaus did not say a word. Giving a wink to the dry police beside him, a group of dry police around him swarmed around Lu Chen, facing the well-equipped police uncles in front of him. Lu Chen also hurriedly raised his hand to show that he had no malicious intent, and then looked at Zhang Bureaus and helplessly said, Chief, I'm really not a psychopath. Everything was staged by me to stall this wanted man. If you don't believe me, you can watch the recording of my live broadcast, and I'm the one who called the mental hospital. This guy suddenly came out of his grave. I'm looking for him to be mentally ill. Lu Chen had a resigned expression on his face, not understanding why he was being treated like a mental patient. Bureau Zhang and Dean Li glanced at each other, both of their expressions somewhat puzzled. Want to take a look? Dean Li said tentatively to Bureau Zhang, although he could not recognize all the 300 to 400 patients in his hospital, but at least there was something familiar. The young man in front of him looked really strange. Instead of answering, Bureau Zhang silently pulled out his own cell phone and tapped into Lu Chen's live broadcast. In the screen, Lu Chen sat on the withered grass, surrounded by Sister Zhou and the photographer. Lu Chen's voice slowly came from the cell phone. Ahem, do you know why Zhao Yun didn't participate in the Lu Guanzhang 3 ties? Because there was no Zhao Yun at that time? It's not because Zhao Yun is going to be called Zhao Si if he ties the knot. Ho ho ho. A few people laughed here and there, which was especially refreshing in the silence of the night. Dean Li and Zhang looked hard, forcing the evil chill inside them to continue to watch from the back. One day, Nuwa was needing people and laughing. Panga was a little curious and asked Nuwa, what are you laughing at? Nuwa replied that the most important thing about being a human being is to be happy. The two silently watched the replay of this live broadcast and then exited the broadcast room. Zhang Biro looked at Sister Zhou and the photographer who leaned over not far away when they saw the battle gradually subsiding, and his face looked a bit unnatural. Dean Li looks like there are 2 more patients. Dean Li was also frowning tightly as he stood beside Bureau Zhang. Yeah, I didn't expect to actually run out so many people this time either. Lu Chen, Sigma, degree winky face. Inside the live room, the audience had gone numb with laughter, covering his face and laughing. How come luck is so effective in the program every time? I'm going. This guy is actually a wanted man. I thought he was mentally ill. No wonder Lu can make up such a counterintuitive job. It's because he ran out of the mental hospital. Funny. Brother Lu is stacking too many buffs and getting buffed back, right? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Sister Zhou and the photographer on the side, facing the group of police officers who surrounded them, could not help but be a little confused, and raised their hands in unison, looking at Lu Chen suspiciously. Lu Chen looked at the 2 people in front of him and hurriedly explained. Explain this to me guys, I'm really not mentally ill. The photographer immediately nodded and looked at Bureau Zhang across the room. I'll testify that my brother really isn't mentally ill. Mental illness isn't that crazy. Lu Chen he does jump the gun a little bit sometimes, but it's not as if he's mentally ill. Zhang Bureaucrat's face sank as he silently opened his cell phone and played the previous footage again. The 2 men's laughter was skillfully paired with the raucous cries of crows in the sky. Sister Zhou and the photographer's faces were suddenly gloomy. I'll testify that my brother he's really mentally ill. But I'm really not. I told you why he's been acting strange all day. So he's mentally ill. Lu Chun. Zhang bureaucrat looked at the photographer and Lu Chen, whose faces were incomparably flustered in front of him, and a smile spread out from the corner of his mouth, hands behind his back, as if the class caught the homeroom teacher playing with his cell phone in class, constantly pacing back and forth in front of the two. You guys, dare to come to some black and white next time. The two men shook their heads in unison in their proper attitudes, afraid of being sent to the mental hospital, not daring to do anything fancy. I was wrong. If I had known that the black and white invincibles were you two, the director and the dean, I wouldn't have come to the cemetery even if I had died. That's right, we only came to the cemetery to save Sister Zhou. Hearing this sincerity from the two, Bureau Chief Zhang nodded with immense satisfaction. In fact, from the very beginning of the video broadcast, he knew that Lu Chen's group would never be any mental patients. In the middle of the two videos, Lu Chen tells the two men to act psychotic and laugh, enough to prove their innocence. Only, for this jumpy personality of Lu Chen, Zhang Bureaus felt that they should polish it up a bit. After explaining the cause of the incident with Dean Li beside him, Dean Li came to a sudden realization, and with an odd expression, he queried towards Bureau Zhang in front of him. So, there was no psychopath running out in the first place and it was all a misunderstanding? Bureau Zhang kicked the wanted man who was already lying down with his foot and turned to Dean Li. Yes, the kid thought this wanted man was mentally ill. That's why he called. Lu Chen looked at Bureau Zhang and Dean Li in front of him, and also scratched his head in embarrassment. I sought to find this man hiding in a graveyard in the middle of the night, and the fact that he could laugh at all those jokes of mine, and thought he was mentally ill. Dean Li looked at Lu Chen with a difficult expression. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about jokes? Bureau Zhang also covered his forehead and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. I think that the one who came to the cemetery in the middle of the night to look for the black and white is more like a mental illness, right? Wasn't that for me to save people? How could it be that I came to the graveyard to find the black and white? The three men stood side by side, smoking wazoo in silence and smoke. Lu Dali, who had originally been knocked out by Lu Chen's punch, gradually regained consciousness at this moment. Silently, he raised his head and saw Lu Chen smoking a cigarette side by side with Bureau Zhang, who was dressed in black, and Dean Li, who was wearing a white coat. Inwardly horrified. So, this person really didn't lie to me. Black and white invincible came. All have to pass a cigarette. Thinking of this, Lu Dali had a knot of anger in his chest and fainted again. Chapter 86, Other People Take Pictures. I Draw Money. Jiangnan City, the gate of the abandoned cemetery. Lu Chen and Bureau Zhang stood side by side in front of the ambulance, saying goodbye to Dean Li. I'm sorry Dean Li, I've caused you trouble this time. This apple is for you to eat on the way. Bureau Zhang also have one. Lu Chen took out 2 apples from his pocket and handed them to Dean Li and Bureau Zhang in front of him in turn. Dean Li defenselessly took the apple handed by Lu Chen and was just about to nibble on it. However, he was given a hand by Bureau Zhang. As a veteran police officer who had been in the police force for more than 30 years, Zhang Bureaus naturally keenly caught a hint of an unusual aura, narrowed his eyes at the apple in Lu Chen's hand, and then looked at Lu Chen to ask, "Where did you get your apples in this wilderness?" Lu Chen just wanted to open his mouth to explain, but the dry police who were investigating at the scene suddenly rushed out at this moment. Report! A suspected tribute apple was found at the scene. Not on, and the bite marks matched the suspect perfectly. Initial judgment is that the suspect has been barely staying alive by stealing tributes for the past few days. After listening to the report of the dry police, Zhang bureaucrat's eyes became sharp. Lu Chen, Sigma, degree. No, it's fresh. It's something I picked up off the ground. No, someone bought it and then it fell on the ground and I picked it up. Lu Chen felt Zhang bureaucrat's gaze and his face flushed with panic. On the other hand, Dean Li, who was on the opposite side, had a kind smile on his face at the moment. From his own breast pocket, he pulled out a business card and handed it to Lu Chen. Son, take this as my card. Remember to contact me if you need anything. Lu Chen looked at the business card in his hand and was a bit overwhelmed. Dean Li, I'm really not mentally ill. The apple really is edible. After saying that, Lu Chen even took a vicious bite of the apple as if he was testing the poison himself, wanting to return the business card to Dean Li. Dean Li, however, shook his head. Take it. You'll need it someday. After saying that, Dean Li said goodbye to Bureau Zhang and got into an ambulance and took off. Only the two of them, Lu Chen, who was dumbfounded, and Sister Zhou, the photographer, who was holding back her laughter behind her, were left behind. The photographer covered his mouth and looked at the business card in Lu Chen's hand, snickering. Brother, we don't have to be afraid if we really need a psychopath in the future. You at least have connections in the mental hospital. As much as I find that a little hurtful, I also think you could use it sooner or later. The live studio was also filled with laughter from the audience. Covering his mouth with a smile, I also think the dean has a point. As far as Luck's state is concerned, he might really be able to use it. Ha ha ha. How can you be so joyful in a graveyard in the middle of the night? I'm really convinced of Lou. That's right. Meeting a wanted man is obviously a dangerous thing, but in Lou's case, how come it's so funny? Good lord. He almost drove that dude into psychosis. Covering his face and crying, I'm not sure if he's mentally ill or not, but if I keep listening to Luck's jokes, I'm going to be mentally ill. That said, did you see how Brother Lou knocked over this wanted man? How did the man fall at once? I watched the live broadcast on the 8th. Lou got up in seconds. What's there to say? Just lose this all day look. Without a little bit of the best martial arts. Would have been beaten to death. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. After watching Dean Li leave, Zhang Bureau then turned his head to look at Lu Chen. Eyes gratified, he patted Lu Chen's shoulder. It's thanks to you that we found this wanted man this time, and we didn't expect him to be hiding in someone else's grave. Don't worry, we definitely won't treat you poorly this time either. The bonuses from last time have been approved, and I've personally added some. So I hope you'll keep up the good work. After saying that, Bureau Zhang took out a heavy envelope from his arms to look like a lot of prize money. How is this good? Lu Chen was polite with his mouth, but his body was very honest and took it towards the envelope. Lu Chen just wanted to take the envelope, but he felt it not move. Apparently the opposite director was also exerting himself. He yanked hard on the envelope to remind the chief to let go, but the other man had a death grip on it. Lu Chen looked over towards the director with some confusion. But the director across the street glanced his head away, as if he was too weak to look at himself. Looking at the director's perverse gesture, a trace of unhappiness surged in Lu Chen's heart. What are you doing with it if you don't want to give it? Thinking of this, Lu Chen exerted his hands and directly jerked the envelope out. The director lost weight for a moment and fell backwards. Just then, the shutter slammed. Ka-ching! There was a sound, and a bright flashlight also lit up in front of the two. The director fell to the ground, covering his buttocks and pointing at Lu Chen angrily. You should really go to find Dean Li to take a good look. This photo. You look at my hand to grab what? I cannot give you not. Lu Chen looked at the police officer in charge of taking pictures in front of him with some bewilderment, and then looked at Zhang Bureaus who had fallen to the ground and hurriedly pulled him up, patting down the dust on his uniform and scratching his head in embarrassment. How should I know? I was thinking that you would not give it, so I accidentally used my strength. The camera in the hands of the police officer in charge of taking photographs made a zip 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 sound, and the photographs were slowly printed out. The young policeman could not stop the corners of his mouth from lifting up as he held the photo in his hand, but after seeing the chief's grim face, he thought about all the sad things he had done in his life. The whole face muscles were trying to stop the smile with a very odd expression. The young policeman handed the photo in his hand to the chief. The picture captured just as Lu Chen pulled the envelope out and the chief fell over. Lu Chen came over his head to take a look and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I didn't realize that the chief's posture was quite what? The director's face was grim as he looked towards Lu Chen in front of him. Pretty handsome. Lu Chen covered his mouth and held his smile with great difficulty. The director tried to glance at the crowd around him who were holding back their laughter and sighed helplessly. Laugh all you want. A burst of laughter sprang up around them, and Lu Chen's unbridled laughter was especially prominent among them. The live broadcast room was also flooded with laughter. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha. Lu, this touch is simply acting. I might stayed in the company. The leadership photographed to take red envelopes. I also directly draw out the red envelopes. This proves that Luck really only has money in his heart. How hard does it have to be to make someone fall on their ass? Brother Lu must be a post 00. Only a post 00 would dare to do this. Can't you see those old cadres around are stifling their laughter? Covering his face and crying, Lu really reminds me of my secretary in the company. I invited her to have milk tea and ordered me a cup of $3. She ordered herself 50. Chapter 87 Sister Joe. So, I go? When all the process is over, Lu Chen then couldn't wait to open the envelope, revealing the thick bills inside, directly counted in plain sight. 1 2 3. I'll go. Sanner. There's actually 20,000 here. We're rich. Lu Chen finished counting and realized that the reward was a full 20,000, and immediately turned to the photographer and said excitedly. The photographer is now looking ahead at the face of the director who was gradually gloomy face embarrassed. How can you count money in front of your face? Isn't it obvious that you don't trust people? The photographer gently tugged on Lu Chen's coat, then said to him with difficulty, Brother, why don't we go back and count again? After hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but froze, and when he looked up, he saw Bureau Chief Zhang, whose face was terribly gloomy, scratching his head in embarrassment. That. I haven't seen that much money since I was a kid. Report a penny. Report a penny. After saying that, Lu Chen quickly stuffed the money into his pocket. Looking at Lu Chen in front of him, Duro Zhang had a bit of a headache and couldn't help but cover his head. Helplessly, he said, "All right, it's supposed to be a reward of $15,000, and I paid $5,000 out of my own pocket, so it's okay if you count it. Lest you suspect I've taken it for myself. If there's nothing else, get back. It's already early in the morning. How can this be? How could I possibly suspect you of embezzlement when you are such a righteous man?" Lu Chen scratched his head and smiled, and now that $20,000 were in the account, he was in a good mood. With Sister Joe and the photographer behind him, he headed back. The photographer blearily followed him, looking at Lu Chen's bulging coat pockets to test the waters. "Brother, this $20,000, shouldn't you share it with me?" "What? Sense?" Lu Chen was taken aback when he heard this. "The two of us, this relationship. You and I talk about splitting the money. That can hurt feelings, Al." The photographer looked at Lu Chen and commiserated. "After all, I got credit for protecting the hostages at the time. That and I sacrificed my rental. And the human traffickers were subdued by me. Besides, since you've called me brother, then elder brother is like father. It's not too much for you to call me grandpa. I'll keep this money for you first. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on. Just listen to me for a second." Before Lu Chen could start snubbing the photographer, Sister Joe burst out laughing. "You two are just too much of a show. Both? Can we have any more of a program effect than you have a program effect of running to the cemetery in the middle of the night to get a whole living?" "That's right." And it was almost a shock. "Bah!" The two of them looked towards Sister Joe in unison and balked in unison. "Sister Joe, so I go?" He was at least the first sister of the amusing fish platform. When had he been disliked so much? However, Sister Joe also knows that the two people do not have any bad intentions. Still walked to the front of the two people. The corners of the mouth flowed out a sweet smile. "Two small dimples on the face is very cute. I'd better thank you all for today. Otherwise, I might really be scared to death." Putting aside, for the moment, the inhuman-looking number 8, just think of the wanted man who came out the back. The shirt behind Sister Joe's back was soaked with cold sweat. "It's fine. My family's ancestors just like to pull out their swords when they see the road. This fine tradition has also continued to my generation. It's called bloodline inheritance. If you really can't understand, you come back with me tonight and I'll explain it to you slowly." "Sister Joe, I think it would be better for you to explain yourself to the photographer." "I don't want an explanation. I want money." The photographer rolled his eyes and looked at Lu Chen. The uncharacteristic behavior caused Lu Chen to be somewhat puzzled. "Sanner, what do you need money for? Your paycheck isn't enough for you?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, the photographer couldn't help but squirm a little. "Recently, it's going to be Tanabata. I'm going to buy a gift for my girlfriend." "What? You're still in love?" Both Lu Chen and Sister Joe couldn't help but stare at the photographer in disbelief. "You're still hooking up with girls running after me all day?" Lu Chen looked at the squirming photographer and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Hearing Lu Chen's wording, the photographer was instantly displeased and immediately corrected himself. "Brother, what's called hooking up? It's called the mutual attraction of two free souls." Sister Joe also heard the meaning of the photographer's words and frowned in disbelief. "So you're still in an online relationship? That's not a good idea, is it?" Sister Joe just wanted to persuade the photographer, but she was interrupted by Lu Chen, who was on the side. "And what does the other guy look like? Have you seen him?" The photographer shook his head and stated with great confidence, "I'm not that shallow. How can I like someone simply by looking at their appearance?" "What do you say, brother? That's for sure. Besides, do you think you're capable of picking a date based on appearance in your condition?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer instantly felt like a cold sword had been thrust into his chest. However, Lu Chen also still pulled out thick bills from his pocket, started counting them one by one. 1, 2, Lu Chen was about to divide the banknotes in his hand into half equally. The photographer's face was so happy that he hurriedly shouted to stop. "Enough, brother, enough. I just need 2,000. "Only 2,000? Then you should have said so." Lu Chen coughed a few times to clear his throat, then solemnly addressed the photographer. "Comrade Zhang-san, in view of your merits in protecting the hostages during the last event, the organization is now offering a special cash reward." Immediately afterward, Lu Chen pulled out one of the thick banknotes in his hand and handed it to the photographer. The photographer looked at the bill in front of him and blinked, his little head greatly puzzled. "Brother, are you illiterate? It's only 100. How can it be enough? The problem is that your credit is worth 100. So you've been counting for half a day and you're giving me 100? I can't be happy with my money. Where's number 8? How come I've been out for half a day and I haven't seen number 8? The other side. Duro Zhang and the captain gazed at the backs of several people and sighed helplessly. This month's performance, Never thought that it is actually all earned by this kid. The captain scratched his head in some embarrassment and blushed in shame. It's mostly because all these criminals are so crafty. Who in their right mind would think of coming to a cemetery in the middle of the night looking for a wanted man? Bureau Zhang took a slow drag on his huazi and nodded in understanding. I know. That's why I gave him an extra reward. After all, it wasn't easy for him. Driving a rental all day wind and sun. The last time also because of help us to catch people. The rental are almost to get scrapped. These days cannot pull the work, certainly not much income. That's why in our line of work, you don't just have to be good at arresting people. You also have to understand the hardships of ordinary people's lives. Bureau Chief Zhang stood with his arms folded, educating the captain in front of him in a serious manner. The captain nodded his head silently, and suddenly felt that Bureau Zhang's back had become much more magnificent. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the roar of an engine. A silver-white supercar appeared in front of the two, and Lu Chen slowly rolled down the window. That, Bureau Zhang, Captain, we'll leave first, ha. Immediately afterward, the silver-white supercar took off, followed by a sky-blue cab. The captain looked at the director in front of him with an embarrassed face. That, Bureau Zhang, you just said you need to know what came? A wail resounded through the sky as Zhang Bureaus looked at the back of the silver-white supercar. My money, my $5,000. Chapter 88. Good-looking skin is always the same. A certain tone on it. The heat of the word Lu Chen continues to rise. Various live slices have also topped the charts of many short video platforms, and thought-provoking and hilarious jingoisms abound. Saner, the screws fell out of your seat. If you tell me you're 15, I'll tell you. Some cars just owe it to themselves to take a few shots when they don't run. These live slices with very different styles directly put the name Lu Chen on the hot search. Almost every netizen who has seen the video is asking who Lu Chen really is. Ha ha ha, this one is just hilarious. Who the hell is he? If I hadn't seen how hilarious this stuff is, I'd really think this was an artist from some star company. Live when I also almost died of laughter by this goods. Highly recommended to everyone to go to this goods live room to see. There will always be unexpected harvest. He meowed. That bastard is taking my second granduncle's tribute. That being said, what kind of show is this? How come there are still savages? Life's 100 different things. You'll see if you search on some degree. Lu is number 32. Nowadays, reality shows are scripted, but this one really feels as if it's not, because you can't write this kind of script without a 10-year brain clot. Over time, Lu Chen's hotness had completely outstripped an entire crew of the show. The director sat in the conference room, his face full of tiredness and heavy dark circles and bloodshot eyes, marking that he hadn't slept for another night. And the heads of departments in the conference room were much the same. A dispirited atmosphere pervaded the entire conference room. The director was silent for a while when he saw the heads of the departments arrive and spoke slowly. Guys, what do you think about the major platforms wanting to buy our show? Just one day last night, the director has taken countless calls from executives at major companies. Either T's or certain teeth or certain sounds would like to just buy out the entire program. Make Lu Chen a sign anchor under its banner. The heads of the departments looked at each other and then lowered their heads. They've also received countless calls from headhunters attempting to try and poach them from the show. At this point, the one who wore glasses before silently stood up. Just a few days ago he had proposed to the program to kick Lu Chen out of the program to maintain the fairness of the program. And in just a few days, Lu Chen has already caught fire above the hot searches. Now, let alone kicking out Lu Chen, the entire program team would be lucky if they didn't get kicked out by Lu Chen. I think, for this kind of thing, it should be up to Lu Chen, right? Since he's so rich, it shouldn't be too easy for those platforms and unions to poach him, right? The director nodded silently, his face unmistakably miserable. But as far as we know, of the 32 groups of guests, close to half were already approached by people from other platform companies last night. If they poach all the guests, then I'm afraid we won't get far with this show. As far as I know, it seems that photographers are also being approached. As soon as the director said this, the entire conference room, again, fell into a dead silence. The other side, Lu Chen was lying on the big luxurious bed, his face looking very painful. The whole man's features were almost huddled together, as if he had some kind of nightmare. Phew! Lu Chen bounced up from the bed in a sweaty state and met the waiting photographer sitting on the sidelines. The photographer was holding his cell phone and giggling. When he saw Lu Chen, who suddenly sat up, he hurriedly got up and cared. What is it, brother? Did you have a nightmare? Lu Chen nodded with a miserable expression. Yeah, I dreamed that a bunch of big men were coming towards me, with lewd smiles on their lips. Hey, right, that's the kind of laugh. Lu Chen jerked his head toward the photographer, who was standing in front of the bed. A smile swirled at the corners of his mouth as he looked at his cell phone screen. What did you just say? Lu Chen, I think I know what's wrong. Before the photographer could react, Lu Chen raised his hand and knocked a chestnut on the photographer's head. The photographer covered his head, full of aggression. Brother, why are you hitting me? Lu Chen shook his head, removed the camera from the nightstand, and got up to get dressed. Nothing, next time don't smile so tight. It's easy to get hit. What? I ordered takeout for my girlfriend yesterday and she's thanking me for it. The photographer handed his cell phone to Lu Chen. Lu Chen fixed his eyes and his face suddenly became odd. Sanner, are you this girlfriend alone to eat 2 buckets of family bucket Sigma, degree. The photographer seemed to react. His face fleshed out in panic, rushing to tap the screen of his cell phone to catch up. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel better when he saw the photographer in this state. Tapping the photographer on the shoulder, he intoned, "It's okay. Didn't you say you were 2 free souls attracted to each other? Sanner, definitely don't care about appearances. After all, a good-looking skin is 1,000 pounds, and an interesting soul is 200 pounds. After saying that, Lu Chen silently walked out of the bedroom and prepared to wash up for dinner. He had just sat down at the table when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was a completely unfamiliar number, and Lu Chen picked up the phone. Hello? Who is it? Hello? Is this Lu Chen? Mr. Lu? On my side. I'm the person in charge of the South China region of a certain fish. May I ask if you are interested in becoming an exclusive signed artist on our platform? An entertainer? Can I tell jokes then? The other was silent for a while, somewhat embarrassed. I'm afraid I can't, but we have a generous salary on our side and a lot of benefits. So if you're interested, you can take a look at the contract. After saying that, the other party conveniently sent the electronic contract to Lu Chen's cell phone. Lu Chen looked at the contract, which was close to 400 or 500 pages, and the corner of his mouth twitched. So what? I have a gas leak in my house and I need to take care of it first. Mr. Lu, I'm watching you live at. What? You want to see a pretty girl? Go ahead. Lu Chen hurriedly hung up the phone and was about to say something. The phone rang again. Hello, may I ask if this is Lu Chen? Mr. Lu? I'm the head of a dental platform. May I ask if you have? Lu Chen looked flustered and directly turned off the phone. The photographer sat at the dining table and looked at the flustered Lu Chen. What is it, brother? Lu Chen's face was filled with horror as he crumbled with his hands holding his head. It's over. My dream has come true. A bunch of men are really coveting my body. Next thing I know, I'll be playing with them with abandon and then my thighs will have the word positive written all over them. Hearing this, the photographer couldn't help but get a little excited. Really? Brother, I think you should need a bottle of hemorrhoid cream. Give me 200 and I'll go buy it for you. Chapter 89. Lu Chen, fishing for law enforcement is not desirable. Ha ha ha. Luck is going to be on fire. I don't know if luck is hot or not, but the photographer is really miserable. Buddha is on the bag, not as much as him. I can see that the photographer is really trying to cheat luck out of his money for a relationship. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Table. Lu Chen was drinking white porridge when he seemed to suddenly remember something and raised his head towards the grumpy-faced photographer and asked, "By the way, what about your 200-pound object?" When the photographer heard this, he was not happy and rushed to defend it. What 200 pounds? That's for her friends coming over to her house and several people eating together. She's actually quite thin. Only 90 pounds. Lu Chen looked at the photographer's food protective appearance and couldn't help but skim his lips. So there's a picture? Ha! We're soulmates. Brother, how can you, who only looks at the outside, understand? Lu Chen was just about to retort something when suddenly the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The successive doorbells were very urgent, as if it were something important. Lu Chen slowly opened the gate. What came into view was a huge snow-white gash. No! An angry face. Exquisite makeup adorned Zhao Zijing's fair face. Her diaphanous eyebrows contained anger, and her gaze was resentful as she looked at Lu Chen in front of her. Seen enough? So big. Not so white, no. I mean, it's really big again today, it's really quite nice. Lu Chen scratched his head and looked at Zhao Zijing in front of him. Zhao Zijing looked at Lu Chen in front of him with a door-to-door look of settling accounts. The aura of being in a high position for a long time made Lu Chen a bit uncomfortable for a while. That, Sister Jing, do you believe me when I actually say that incident was a misunderstanding? Zhao Zijing slowly walked into the living room and sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. The skirt forked open, revealing large swaths of snow-white skin. In a somewhat odd tone, he said, "Believe? Of course I do. However, my daughter pesters me to ask the answer to the question every day. Can you please tell me the answer to the question?" Zhao Zijing's delicate tone had a slight threatening undertone in it. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Chen was her daughter's savior, she might have burned the house down with a fire. How can you still be sitting here so calmly? The photographer, who was still at the table, was at the moment also carrying his own white porridge, silently sitting in the best viewing seat, silently eating his melon. Lu Chen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. What was the first question? Truth be told, he had long since finished those previous questions. Zhao Zhijing glanced at the photographer who was eating his melon on the side, and his powerful aura immediately scared the photographer into speechlessness. You do remember, don't you? The photographer's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Remember. Under what conditions can water be drawn? Hearing that familiar question, the audience in the live room burst out laughing, covering his face with laughter. Ha ha, I told you to teach the kids this, and now karma's coming for you, right? Laughing and crying, I really never dreamed that there would be a follow-up to that one. I'm also curious as to what the answers to these questions from Lu are. Funny, I'm new here and I don't know. Can someone please shed some light on this? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Zhijing in front of him and then at the photographer, his face a little embarrassed. This question, you guys really don't know? The two who were asked by Lu Chen couldn't help but blush, but they also shook their heads vigorously, in unison. I don't know. Then let's try it once and find out. Lu Chen looked straight toward the two, and the photographer was greatly shocked. Will 3 or 3 work? No way. Brother, I have a girlfriend. The photographer blushed and hurriedly shook her head. Zhao Zhijing was also blushing as she looked towards Lu Chen and just wanted to open her mouth to refuse. Instead, he found Lu Chen running straight into the kitchen and catching a bowl of water out. No, here's a bowl of water and a bag of sugar. We first white granulated sugar poured into the water, followed by constantly stirring with chopsticks until it is completely saturated, and then stirring the excess sugar will not dissolve, and that's when the water is ready to be drawn. Lu Chen gently picked the chopsticks from the bowl. The water became sticky, and it really pulled silk. This is because the chemical bonds between sugar molecules and water molecules are able to form hydrogen bonds. This structure makes the interaction between the water and sugar molecules stronger, and when the liquid is stretched, they are stretched and grow like a thin thread, which creates the draw. Actually, I wanted to use this question to tell Nan how important chemistry is and how she must study it when she grows up in the future. Lu Chen scratched his head and explained to the photographer and Zhao Zhijing in front of him. Zhao Zhijing's face was bland, unable to see any ups and downs, and continued immediately afterward. And how often is it normal for the tunnel to be maintained? This, is a geography question. Due to the complexity of Kyushu's geography, the climate temperature is different from one region to another. So it depends. If it's like a humid coastal area, then I'm afraid we'll have to maintain it once every week or two. But if it's like the arid central region, even if you don't maintain it for a month, you won't have any problems. I'm doing this to get Nan interested in her studies. In the face of Lu Chen's sophistry, Zhao Zhijing held back the anger in her heart and took a deep breath. Can I take the trail behind the mountain if it's snowed in? Of course. It's teaching Nan how to take shelter in extreme weather. After all, if there's too much snow it's extremely easy to start an avalanche. At this point, the photographer on the sidelines was a bit puzzled when he noticed the blind spot. That's not right, brother. Jiangnan has 4 seasons like spring. Where does a snow day come from? Lu Chen had left fine beads of sweat on his forehead at the moment. Rather sheepishly, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead in defense. It's precisely because of the lack of this weather that I'm afraid Nan won't be able to cope if it does happen. One last question. If you've already thrown up, is it better to hurry up and throw up outside? Or just throw up the rest of it in there too? Spit outside, because if you spit it all out, the price of the next car wash will go up. This is kind of a common sense topic of life. Although I know you don't lack money, Sister Jing, but it's not good to raise Nan's habit of wastefulness from a young age. So that's it. Zhao Zhijing nodded thoughtfully. Only then did Lu Chen's hanging heart completely relax, and he patted his chest in fear. Secretly, I gave myself a nod for cleverness, if he hadn't had the bright idea to skillfully defuse the crisis. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid this calamity today. Zhao Zhijing slowly got up and smiled at Lu Chen. In that case, I'll be able to go back and tell Nan that you're starting from a pretty good place with all these topics. Sister Jing, I'll see you off. Won't you sit down for a while longer? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and said politely to Zhao Zhijing. Zhao Zhijing shook her head and walked to the gate, then closed in on Lu Chen. The fragrance of his body immediately dipped into Lu Chen's nostrils, and beside Lu Chen's ears, the orchid lightly opened. If it's you, it's okay to spit it all in. Lu Chen felt the slight warmth beside his ears and subconsciously thought about the picture Zhao Zhijing had depicted in his mind. In a split second, 2 streams of hot, boiling liquid flowed slowly out of his nose. Zhao Zhijing looked at Lu Chen, who had a nosebleed in front of him, and his face instantly darkened with incomparable anger. Lu Chen, I knew it, you really did lie before. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Zhijing, who was gradually blackening in front of him, and his face was incomparably embarrassed. Sister Jing, fishing for law enforcement, not desirable. Chapter 90, if Gong does not give up, he is willing to be a righteous father. Inside the ornately decorated living room, Lu Chen and the photographer were sitting on the sofa, with faint bruises remaining on their faces. Zhao Ji quietly sat across from the two of them, and she looked to be in a very good mood after getting out of breath. Sitting across from the two men, he kept scratching his cell phone. Lu Chen and the photographer looked at each other, then turned their heads to Zhao Zijing, who still didn't have any intention of leaving. Opening her mouth, she tried. That, Sister Jing, are you here for something? After all, with Lu Chen's understanding of her, it shouldn't be possible for Zhao Zijing to make a separate trip specifically to beat up herself and the photographer. Looking at the faint bruises on Lu Chen and the photographer's faces, the smile on Zhao Zijing's face froze up a bit. Somewhat embarrassed, he spoke. That, the repair shops called today to tell me that your rental is fixed. And by the way, there's something I'd like to ask you for. A faint pink blush spread across Zhao Zijing's white face. When he had punched Lu Chen, he hadn't thought at all that he would have something to ask for afterward. Help? Lu Chen and the photographer glanced at each other, both eyes very puzzled. With a status like Zhao Zijing's, in Jiangnan, not to say that it was only a hand in the sky, it should be able to be described as calling the wind and the rain. I can't believe you need their help. Zhao Zijing adjusted her sitting position and said with a straight face, that, I have a friend who's getting married soon. Hearing that someone else was getting married, Lu Chen was instantly interested. It's not looking for me to be the groom, is it? Sister Jing, you don't worry. I'm obliged to do this favor. Zhao Zijing gave Lu Chen a blank look. You think so? I'm looking for you to be the best man. It's just a bit of a special reason. So there aren't many in the best man's group right now. Zhao Zijing hesitated for a moment and once again said to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's face, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed. But, I don't know the groom and the bride. It shouldn't be appropriate for me to go, right? Looking at Lu Chen's face of difficulty, Zhao Zijing just lightly sipped the tea in front of him and said, there's a paycheck, 1,000 a day, and a bonus on top of that. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately got up, his eyes turning into symbols of gold coins. Go! I'm definitely going. Let me make it clear, Al. I'm not in it for the money. I'm in it for the love and justice of seeing someone else's big wedding day cold without a best man. Say, how many bridesmaids are there now? Count me in. 8. Lu Chen immediately overbearingly slapped the table. I'll do this favor. Jesus can't stop it. I said, but I'll simply help Al. Sister Jing, you can't have anything against me just because you're a bridesmaid by virtue of being a bridesmaid. If there has to be one, then I can only suggest more than one. Zhao Zijing coldly glanced at Lu Chen. There was before, but now there isn't. Lu Chen, Sigma, degree. Zhao Zijing ignored the frothing Lu Chen and instead shifted her gaze to the other side to look at the photographer. The photographer felt Zhao Zijing's gaze and was somewhat flattered, pointing at himself incredulously. Can I do the same? Of course, the best man's group is now only 3 if you guys are counted. Lu Chen, who was on the side, looked at the big and thick photographer in front of him with an odd expression. Sister Jing, what exactly are your criteria for choosing a best man? Not I say, on the third child's appearance and physique, standing wedding side like a door god, not to scare the guests away even if it is good. Zhao Zijing naturally knew that the photographer was a not so good choice, but there wasn't much room for picking and choosing when it came down to it. The white jade finger helplessly covered her forehead and slowly said, as long as, the 8s are tough enough. Originally 8 best men, those who had car accidents and those who were struck by lightning, are now already down to 1. The way I see it, you two should be able to survive being hit by a car. Lu Chen, photographer? Lu Chen looked at himself and then toward the photographer. Facing oddly, he said, with my physique, are you sure you can take a hit from a car? If it didn't hold up, then it just means that you've done a lot of evil and God is going to take you. Lu Chen now realized that the $1,000 together is not the salary of the best man. Is the other side to buy life money? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Zijing in front of him and said with an incomparably difficult face, Sister Jing, can I still back out now? Those two getting married is as powerful as the book of life and death. Point whoever dies. The photographer also nodded with a horrified look on his face. This $1,000, really no life to spend? The viewers in the live broadcast room, looking at Lu Chen's frightened face, burst out laughing and crying, ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Even luck is scared sometimes. Other people's marriages cost money and effort, and the two of them are getting married, and they cost a best man. I'm also from Jiangnan. I seem to have heard Jiangnan 5 times. Every time the wedding best man has something happened. Really? I thought Sister Jing was joking. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. In the end, it was still in the way of Zhao Zijing's intimidating pressure. The two of them just had to afford the high-risk occupation of best man and get into Zhao Zijing's car. After all, feudal superstitions are not desirable. Besides, the two of them just worshipped the Bodhisattva yesterday, so this buff should last until the wedding is over, right? Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow at the thought and looked towards Zhao Zijing, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Zhao Zijing, on the other hand, picked up 2 suits from the passenger seat and threw them towards both Lu Chen and the photographer. Wait until you get to the hotel and remember to change into your clothes. I didn't know your sizes, so I just watched and bought them. They should be okay. Lu Chen picked up the suit and sized it up, then said, Sister Jing, just remember that I'm 18, next time buy bigger. It's not comfortable. The photographer hugged his suit and looked at Lu Chen with a disgusted face. Brother, you can really drive on any kind of road. You see, this suit feels like good material. It should be quite expensive, right? The photographer, on the other hand, was holding the suit, his hands touching the feel of it, his face a little excited. Ha! You're still talking about me? A piece of raggedy clothing makes you so happy. Lu Chen hummed with some disdain, then looked at the label of the suit. 10, 100, thousands, 10,000, over $20,000 for this dress? Lu Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Zijing in front of him with a shocked expression. Zhao Zijing just laughed slightly and joked. Didn't you say it's raggedy clothes? Don't worry. Especially bought for you, don't need to return, also is considered when this time to help the payment. She added immediately afterward. Both of them are also Nan's saviors, and a mere few tens of thousands of dollars is just a small amount of money in front of her. The 2 men in the back seat, however, fell to their knees with a plop and held their suits above their heads. Lu Chen looked relieved and said, I've been drifting for half a lifetime, and I only hate that I haven't met a bright master. If you don't abandon me, I'd like to be your father. Me too. Zhao Zijing. Sigma, degree winky face. What the hell are you guys doing? Chapter 91, you guys are really playing with flowers. 5-star hotel, Nanjiang Hotel, banquet parlor on the 3rd floor. Lu Chen and the photographer stood at the entrance of the banquet parlor and were immediately shocked by the decorative arrangements in it. The large banqueting room was so large that you couldn't see the edge of it at a glance. Because it was still morning, there weren't many people in the entire banquet parlor. The entire wedding site is decorated very differently from a regular Western wedding. The walls on both sides were covered with red lanterns, and there were quite a few gold filigree embellishments in mid-air. The carpet and tablecloths were all changed to red, and a big she character fell on the big screen in the banquet room. The whole venue was surrounded by a strong oriental flavor with the sound of cheerful Swana music coming out from the stereo on the side. It really looks like the ancient atmosphere of marrying a famous lady of the family. The photographer admired the scene in front of him and couldn't help but marvel at it. Wow, when I get married in the future, I'll definitely have this kind of wedding. It's so nice too. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Sanner, do you think it's possible? It's not something you can just do. You still need to have a girlfriend. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer immediately became anxious. Hurriedly pulling out his cell phone, he opened the chat logs of himself and his online love interest. Brother, I didn't. Don't believe you. We were chatting this morning. Stop it. I'm not talking about boyfriends. I'm talking about girlfriends. Why not a girlfriend? I've never met her, but she sent me a voice, and I told you we're both soulmates. Skin and all that is just floating clouds. The photographer was still arguing, but was interrupted by Zhao Zijing, who was at the side. Let's go meet the groom first. He should have something to ask of you. The 2 men, as the invited best men, were in the right to meet the groom. Lu Chen skimmed his lips, his face somewhat reluctant. I think I'm more chatty with the bridesmaids. Do you want me to meet the bridesmaids? The photographer also nodded helpfully. Right, my brother, he has a way with women. Sanner, do you speak in a proper set? Dang. A dull knock came from the 2 men's heads. A sudden burst of chestnuts that made their brains mostly red. Zhao Zijing stood in front of the 2 with her arms crossed, her face turning blue as she huffed. Do you have any objections when I say to meet the groom? No. The 2 of them covered their foreheads and looked at Zhao Zijing in front of them in aggravation. Zhao Zijing led the 2 of them to the groom's lounge and knocked on the door for half a day without anyone answering. Lu Chen said with some disappointment in his tone, It looks like the groom isn't here, so I have no choice but to reluctantly go and get to know the bridesmaids. But he couldn't help but have a look of joy on his face. Before he could be happy for long, Zhao Zijing led her to another doorway. This is the room where the bride is. Zhao Zijing reached out her hand and gently knocked on the door. Spirit, are you in there? In the next second, a girl with a golden forked phoenix crown on her head and a red gown with a pretty face opened the gate. A small head was revealed, with large dark eyes full of spirit. Seeing Zhao Zijing arrive, he hurriedly grabbed her wrist. Sister Jing, you're finally here. Help me take a look. I can hardly pick out these clothes. Zhao Xijing had just taken a step forward when she seemed to think of something and violently looked toward the back. Surprised, she realized that Lu Chen was no longer behind her and had slipped into the room at some point. Pointing to the piles of clothes on the bed, he squared his shoulders. I think this one looks better. It's less complicated to wear and lighter. The bride was a bit overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of Lu Chen and looked towards Zhao Xijing with a bewildered face. Zhao Xijing helplessly covered her forehead. She was now beginning to regret letting Lu Chen come to the wedding. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards Lu Chen and twisted his ear. Somewhat broken down. This is the room where the bride stays. What are you doing in here? Didn't she say she couldn't pick out her clothes? Let me help her look. Looking at the familiar touch of the two men, the bride seemed to react to something. Smiling, he walked over to Lu Chen and waved at him. Hello, little handsome. You're the best man invited by Sister Jing, right? I'm her good best friend. You can call me Linger. Although Lu Chen had his ears twisted by Zhao Xijing, it didn't affect him in the least from striking up a conversation with his bride. Hello, I'm Lu Chen, Sister Jing's fiancé. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the bride covered her mouth with some disbelief. Never would I have thought that the two would progress so rapidly that they were already engaged. The bride's shocked gaze shifted to Zhao Xijing, as if begging for confirmation of the authenticity of this matter. Zhao Xijing hurriedly waved her hand and denied it. Don't listen to him. I'm not interested in kids. This guy's just a poor talker. I told you I'd wear it. It's hard to. Dang. A popping chestnut accurately hit Lu Chen's head, and Lu Chen immediately crouched down holding his head. The bride, on the other hand, was looking towards Zhao Xijing with glowing eyes. And even the long-experienced mallgoer Zhao Xijing couldn't help but have a flash of panic on her face. Zhao Xijing's brain was a bit confused, and she hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and spoke to the bride in front of her. Me. I have proof. She immediately clicked into Lu Chen's livestream and started replaying the previous events. If Gong does not abandon me, I would like to be a righteous father. Same for me. And the gossipy meaning in the eyes of the bride who saw the scene was half diminished. He just turned his head to look at Lu Chen, who was crouching on the ground, and then shifted his gaze on Zhao Xijing. TCH, what a fancy game you guys are playing. Zhao Xijing. She covered her forehead somewhat helplessly, her heart ashen. Forget it, think what you want. I'm getting changed. Saying that, Zhao Xijing looked towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen crouched in the corner, feeling Zhao Xijing's strong and powerful line of sight. Seeing that Lu Chen was unmoved, Zhao Xijing walked over to him and nearly yelled at him. I said, I'm getting changed. Just change it. What are you telling me for? It's not like I'm going to spy on you. Really? Zhao Xijing gritted her teeth as she looked at Lu Chen's shameless appearance and directly kicked Lu Chen out of the room. Get out. Then, angrily, he closed the door to the room. However, the bride opened the door of the room slightly again, revealing a small head that looked at the pitiful Lu Chen and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Handsome, don't be discouraged. Oh, you already have a better chance than 99% of the people, and there are still chances to fight for yourself. Oh, Lu Chen looked at his encouraging bride and immediately got up. You're right. Opportunities are meant to be earned. When he finished, he peeled his hands toward the doorway. Instantly the bride was taken aback. Sigma, degree winky face. What are you doing? Chapter 92. Lu Chen, that girl, is she big? Looking at the bride whose face was flustered up to the naked eye, Lu Chen said with some doubt. Fight for your chances. Wasn't it you who said that chances are to be earned? I'm asking you to fight for a chance to chase her, not for a chance to watch her change. The bride tried to close the door of the room with incomparable effort, but how could she possibly match Lu Chen's strength? The doorway was pulled wider and wider, just as Lu Chen wanted to stick his head in. Instead, Zhao Xijing's cold voice came from inside. It's okay, Linger, you let him in. I brought scissors. The threatening implications are self-evident. Hearing this, Lu Chen instantly loosened his grip. His face snapped. So what? I think you're right. I'd rather not read it. Humph. The bride snorted coldly and closed the door heavily, then also locked it behind her. Lu Chen looked at the closed door of the room and sighed helplessly to the photographer. See, that's what women do. Use me and then toss me aside. Ugh. I've had my heart broken by women. Just as Lu Chen was secretly heartbroken, the photographer did pull Lu Chen's sleeve without moving. Brother, look, there's a pretty girl over there. Lu Chen squatted on the pair and didn't look back. Sanner, you've already used this stunt. It's not. It's a real beauty. Do you think I can fall for the same trick twice? Lu Chen looked back somewhat helplessly and followed the photographer's gaze. As expected, a girl in a black dress was seen, and even though she couldn't see her face clearly, it was still easy to distinguish from her figure and dress up. With that dusty and light temperament, the girl stood in the doorway of the ballroom a little bewildered, not knowing what to do. Then he turned his back to the two men again and made a phone call. He was so excited that the depression on his face before was swept away. I'll go. There really are beautiful women. Quick, you go see what that girl looks like. Lu Chen flung the photographer to keep moving forward, while the photographer looked at Lu Chen with some confusion. Brother, why don't you go? Aren't you usually the most active when you see a beautiful woman? Lu Chen pointed to the locked door of the room beside him. I've got to guard this place from anyone going in there. The photographer felt that Lu Chen had a point and nodded, carrying the camera towards the black dress girl in the distance. The photographer pretended to shoot the wedding venue and tiptoed ever forward. Soon all overtook the girl and just turned his head to look. Lu Chen, who was far away on the other side of the banquet parlor, then took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength. Saner, that girl in black, is she big? Photographer? The viewers in the live broadcast room were laughing like crazy at this moment. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha. I knew Luck was going to do a whole job. Whenever he has a bad idea, he's going to experiment on the photographer. Laughing, it's over. The photographer died on the spot. Luck is a real old six. He can think of such a dog's way. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. When the photographer heard Lu Chen's words, he looked at him with a face full of destiny, then turned his body around. Don't dare to meet the girl's eyes. The black dress girl who heard Lu Chen's voice also hurriedly turned around and looked at the photographer with a grumpy face. It seemed to think that the person in front of him looked a little familiar, and took a long stride and gently walked over, somewhat incredulously. You're that photographer from Lu Chen? Hearing the girl's somewhat familiar voice, the photographer turned his head in some confusion, looking to the black dress girl in front of him, phoenix eyebrows and eyes, aristocratic but not losing the elegance of a young girl. This is the girl they saved at the beginning who was drunk and tried to kill herself. Yes, you. The photographer couldn't help but be a little surprised, never expecting to actually run into this girl here. At that moment, Lu Chen also looked over at the two who were chatting idly and tried to free the photographer. Saner, don't move. Let's go shoot the bridesmaids. After he saw the girl, he had the same look on his face as the photographer. Yes, you. But in just a moment, he also reacted. After all, this sister was Zhao Zijing's niece, and it was also very likely that she would appear at the wedding banquet. Lu Chen looked at the sister in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little angry. I saved you, and you ended up complaining about me. The girl was also not willing to show weakness, and immediately inserted her waist and said angrily at Lu Chen. Yuck. Don't you know what you say about me behind my back? It's a good thing I complained about you. It was considered light for her to complain about Lu Chen, but she didn't expect Lu Chen to be wicked enough to question herself. Hearing these words, the aura on Lu Chen's body immediately weakened quite a bit. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would say something bad about a rich woman to fool the photographer, and that she would actually see it. Seeing the dismay on Lu Chen's face, a triumphant smile spread across the corner of the sister's mouth. Then a somewhat puzzled look was given to the two men in front of him. What are you doing here? Before the two replied, the girl immediately thought of something exuding a look of sudden realization. Oh, I know. This level of wedding banquet invites celebrities from all walks of life. The two naturally could not be among the invited, and although she had been busy with her studies lately, she had followed the program Life 100 before because of Lu Chen. Each guest only has $200 to live on, and once that runs out then they have to find a way to earn it themselves. According to Lu Chen's level of laziness, he would more than likely run out of food. That's why you bring a photographer to someone's wedding reception to rub it in. The girl mysteriously bent toward the two men and smiled. If you guys don't want me to tell anyone, then why don't you just listen to me later? The photographer looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression, somewhat confused as to what exactly the girl was talking about. Lu Chen heard this, but his face stiffened. Is it hard to believe that in just less than half a minute, she saw through her desire to get a bridesmaid sticker? As soon as he thought of his sister's relationship with Zhao Zijing, Lu Chen shivered and looked towards his sister with a horrified expression on his face. What do you want us to do? The girl looked at the horrified look on Lu Chen's face, grunted, and couldn't help but straighten her chest, looking like she was taking Lu Chen down. Well, haven't thought about it yet, but don't worry. If you follow me you'll be guaranteed to eat good food and drink hot water. The girl tapped her chest with great confidence. Lu Chen looked embarrassed and could only silently follow the sister. The photographer, on the other hand, quietly moved forward and came up to Lu Chen's ear in disbelief. Brother, do you have something on her? Lu Chen nodded silently, never expecting that this dream of his to stick it to the many beautiful bridesmaids today. Shattered. Chapter 93, Sister, yes, he's my boyfriend. Lu Chen was as if he had lost his life and followed the girl silently with his photographer. The girl had her hands behind her back and was carrying her bag, bouncing around looking like she was in a very relaxed mood, leading Lu Chen and the two of them to the door of a certain room. She just wanted to reach out and knock on the door of the room, but she froze for a moment. He then turned his head towards Lu Chen. My name is Zhao Lingyan. Don't call me the wrong one when the time comes. After saying that, Zhao Lingyan stretched out her delicate fingers and gently clasped them on the door. The door to the room slowly opened, and a young lady with a ponytail, about 1.7 meters or so tall, wearing a red dress opened the door. Seeing Zhao Lingyan, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yan? Why don't you go to Sister Jing's place? She's changing at Sister Spirit's place and asked me to come to your side first. Zhao Lingyan looked like she was very familiar with the person in front of her, and without the slightest bit of politeness, she pushed the door and walked in. Lu Chen was also just about to walk in together, but was stopped by the girl in the red dress. The girl in the red dress frowned, looking up and down at Lu Chen, and then at the photographer behind her, her expression full of wariness. Turning his head towards Zhao Lingyan, who was already deeper into the room, he asked, Yan, who are these two? One's the wedding photographer, and the other one. Zhao Lingyan pondered for a while and didn't make Lu Chen's identity known. Instead, the conversation turned to the members of the bridesmaids group who came before them uniformly dressed in red dresses. Speaking of which, has that hangman come yet? The bridesmaids present at the name shook their heads in unison. No, but he just said he's on his way. This was followed by chattering and complaining. It's strange to say, every time this Sister Linger gets married, the best man's club suffers heavily. It was either a car accident or struck by lightning, and this time Hangman was left alone. If something happens to him on the way, then I guess this wedding won't work again. No way? This time I heard from Sister Jing that he even invited 2 more best men to come, so there's a backup anyways, right? Listening to the warblers in the room, Lu Chen and the photographer couldn't help but turn pale. Originally, he was so not allowed to see the bridesmaids he had longed for, but at the moment there was no semblance of joy within him. The viewers in the live broadcast room, after hearing what happened to the best man earlier, were also shocked, speechless in unison. Good lord, these two getting married is scarier than a cowherd. How much does God not want these two to get married? I told you to follow Brother Lu. You will definitely get to know more. This is the first time I've seen someone else get married to drive the best man's group to extinction. Has this dude been greened by his own brother before? That's why he's so ruthless, ah? Laughing and crying, I really thought I was bringing luck to the banquet, but I didn't realize it was for a heavenly sacrifice. In a sense, if Lu is honorable, he can have a seat too. Either the previous best man isn't dead or he's injured alright. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The photographer looked towards Lu Chen with a horrified face and said with incomparable difficulty, Do you think we can still leave now? Why don't we just slip away now before they notice us? Before the photographer could finish his sentence, Lu Chen felt several intense lines of sight coalesce on him. The bridesmaids, who were still complaining before, had already come to Lu Chen's body at this moment, and there was a strong meaning of gossip among their beautiful eyes. Even if Lu Chen was as strong as he was, after feeling the gaze of the crowd as if they were hunting prey, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his body and kept retreating towards the entrance of the room. One of the bridesmaids in the bridesmaids group, who looked a little older and had a tanned and proud figure, pressed against the door and flirted towards Zhao Lingyan, who was sitting on the sofa. Yenner, where did this handsome little man come from? Yeah, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Why don't you introduce me? No way. I want it too. The coquettish words made Lu Chen instantly feel a little excited, but when he saw that the bridesmaids in front of him were keeping a certain distance from him, the loss was visible in the flesh of his face. No, you guys don't just say that. The bridesmaids group, on the other hand, had their eyes on Zhao Lingyan. She rushed over when she heard the bridesmaids, protecting Lu Chen behind him. His face flushed red and he simply nodded his head directly in acknowledgement. That's right, he's my boyfriend. Before Lu Chen could open his mouth to deny it, Zhao Lingyan hurriedly turned around. He came up to Lu Chen and whispered a threat. Don't talk too much. You were called here this time to deal with my suitor. Lu Chen nodded and instantly remembered the hangman that Zhao Lingyan had mentioned before. Looks like that one is her suitor. As for the girls present, after hearing Zhao Lingyan's words, their eyes were even more glowing as they gathered towards Lu Chen, chattering, Handsome, how did you hook up with my little Yenner? Yeah, how did you guys meet? How long have you known each other? Lu Chen looked at the girls who had gathered around him and was instantly mesmerized by the various perfumes they were wearing. With that, he also realized a very important question. If he had admitted that he was Zhao Lingyan's boyfriend, wouldn't that be a missed opportunity to stick it to the bridesmaids? Lu Chen looked toward Zhao Lingyan in front of him with an iron face and whispered to her ear, If I admit it, won't I have no more chances to pick up girls? When Zhao Lingyan heard this, her face turned blue and she didn't say anything else. She just raised her foot fiercely and stepped on Lu Chen's foot with the high-heeled sandal she was wearing. then walked straight towards the sofa in the room and sat down on the sofa with her but, the pain coming from his feet hurt so much that Lu Chen bared his teeth and almost screamed. The bridesmaids around them were about to say something when they were interrupted by a muffled chime. Dang! Dang! It was the bell in the hotel auditorium that signaled that the time was 12 o'clock. The guests also entered the banquet parlor one after another. The bridesmaids' faces flushed with meaty panic at the sound of this bell. Oh crap! Quick, I haven't changed my pants yet. My hair's not done. The crowd started to panic, while Zhao Ling'an's gaze was fixed dead center on Lu Chen. You're not going out yet? Lu Chen scratched his head in some embarrassment. That, I see, can you guys didn't tell me to go out. Zhao Ling'an yanked Lu Chen's collar and made a move to throw him towards the outside of the room. You don't go too far out. It's not like I'm looking at you. And don't you still need my help? I can't use you now. I'll call you when I need you. After Zhao Ling'an finished speaking, she kicked both Lu Chen and the photographer out of the room. Looking at the closed door of his room, he sighed helplessly. Look, that's a woman, using and then tossing you aside. Before the words were finished, a familiar voice came from behind Lu Chen. Who uses it and then tosses you aside? Chapter 94, The Best Man Was Hit by a Plane? Lu Chen turned his head with a stiff face when he heard the voice. He was immediately surprised by the scenery in front of him. The large red demure and light gown was held up by the fullness of her breasts. The back of the dress opens up to reveal large swaths of snow-white skin and very sexy shoulder blades. The dark field vendor was spread out, and a pair of long, snow-white legs were enveloped by the hem of the skirt. Beneath the hem of the dress was a pair of sheer, high-heeled sandals with pale pink nail polish dotting the scallion white toes. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help themselves when they saw this scene. I'm going. Photographer, give me this like leg shot. Ah, Mr. Luck has a good eye. I suddenly understand Prime Minister Chow. Who can grasp this? Brother Lu, he really deserves to die. How did he hook up with such a good-looking girl? He meowed. This is the first one. Luck really publish a book, right? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Lu Chen gazed at Zhao Zijing in front of him in a daze, and did not return to his senses for a long time. On the other hand, when Zhao Zijing on the opposite side saw Lu Chen's appearance, she covered her mouth and laughed lightly, seemingly satisfied with Lu Chen's reaction. Lifting the hem of her skirt again, she spun around in front of Lu Chen, narrowing her eyes and laughing. Well, not bad, huh? Without saying a word, Lu Chen immediately took out $200 bills from his pocket and handed them to the photographer beside him. Sanner, don't come back tonight. Here's $200 for you to go to an internet cafe all night by yourself. The photographer took the $200 in front of him and silently slipped it into his pocket, shaking his head firmly. No way, brother, I'm an ethical photographer. Lu Chen? What the kind of work ethic are you charging me for? Lu Chen made a move to attack towards the photographer's pocket, but was pulled back by Zhao Zijing behind him. Well, you came over here to give you a task, let alone a mission. Even if you say you're going to sleep with me tonight, I'll make sure it gets done. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Zijing in front of him and swore his assurances. Zhao Zijing, however, pulled him to the door of the bride's room and instructed. Linger is still inside changing her clothes. Remember, don't let anyone else in unless she comes out on her own. I've got some things to do. I'll catch up with you later. After saying that, Zhao Zijing stepped on her high-heeled sandals and walked into the distance. Lu Chen guarded the doorway with some boredom. The photographer, on the other hand, was holding his cell phone and chatting with his subject. It wasn't long before a man in a suit was coming this way in a hurry. Considering that the bride inside was changing her clothes, Lu Chen instantly stopped the man. Dude, the bride is changing. The man in the suit nodded, blushing a little sharply. I know. After saying that, he tried to peel away Lu Chen's hand and head for the room. However, he found Lu Chen standing in the doorway, as if he was a mountain, unable to shake it in the slightest. Lu Chen looked the visitor up and down, his tone extremely unkind. You're dressed like a human being, but you don't understand human language. I've told you the bride is changing her clothes. People are getting married today. Their husbands are still here, and you're still messing around. I'm warning you, hurry up and go out, or else I'll blame this pure love war god for being impolite. After saying that, Lu Chen even compared his sandbag-sized fist. The other party was silent for some time and looked at Lu Chen with a somewhat speechless face. Do you guys think it's possible that I'm his husband? Lu Chen and the photographer glanced at each other, the doubts in their hearts still not dispelled. Lu Chen looked the man in front of him up and down and couldn't help but wonder. People are having a Chinese wedding today and you're wearing a suit talking about their husbands? I've just come from home. I've prepared 2 sets of clothes because there are some occasions and photo shoots that require suits, and I haven't had a chance to change yet. The other party was not the least bit annoyed and spoke slowly. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Chen didn't have the means to distinguish between truth and falsehood for a while, and directly opened his mouth to reject it. No way, Al. My wife said she could let anyone in except the bride herself. The man in the suit also couldn't help but be a bit puzzled and looked at Lu Chen. Excuse me, your wife is? Lu Chen crossed his arms and said very proudly, Zhao Zijing. You recognize it. Upon hearing Zhao Zijing's name, the groom's face suddenly changed. A pleasing smile immediately raised on his face. Hurriedly pulling out a packet of huazi from his arms and handing it to the two people in front of him. So your sister Jing's date. Today looking for bad luck, not. The best man is you guys, right? Lu Chen, Sigma, degree. Bridge bean sack. You just said unlucky guy, didn't you? No. The man in the suit in front of him shook his head firmly, lighting a wazoo and leaning against the wall. He said, it's just that being my best man seems to be a bit of bad luck for all of them. The first time we were getting ready to get married, 2 of the best men were hit by a car and are still in the hospital. The second time I just got a new best man and they got struck by lightning when it was raining and they're still recuperating at home too. As for the third time around, the man in the suit slowly finished his experience of being best man a few times and turned his head to the 2 men in front of him, holding their hands affectionately with a big smile on his face. Originally, I didn't even have any hope for a best man, but thanks to the 2 of you, it's because of the 2 of you that my wedding to linger and I was able to go ahead. Feeling the deep gaze of the man in the suit, the 2 hurriedly pulled their hands away. With a hard face, he looked at the man in the suit in front of him. So we're saying, does this marriage have to happen? Or do you and your brothers have some kind of revenge for killing your father? The man in the suit didn't understand what Lu Chen meant for a moment, and cocked his head in some confusion. Lu Chen was also straightforward and didn't have the good sense to say, you're on the verge of getting your brothers reunited. Other people get married once for a banquet. You get married twice, once for the wedding feast and once for the funeral feast of your best man. At this moment, his intestines were almost repenting. Had he known that he shouldn't have agreed to Zhao Zijing's request to come here to be the best man? While Lu Chen was still depressed, he suddenly thought of something and raised his head violently, looking toward the man in the suit in front of him, with an incredibly difficult face. He said, wait a minute, dude, what did you just mean when you said that without the 2 of us? This wedding won't happen? The man in the suit looked at Lu Chen in front of him and scratched his head in a somewhat unfavorable manner. That's, the remaining best man, on his way out, got hit by a plane, so he couldn't come. Lu Chen, photographer? Sigma, degree winky face, hit by an airplane? The 2 men were wide-eyed and shocked beyond words. The man in the suit nodded and tried to explain the situation to the 2 men. It was the airplane that suddenly fell out of the sky and then hit him right in the middle. The corners of Lu Chen's and the photographer's mouths twitched slightly for a few moments as they looked at the man in the suit with horrified faces. Dude, do you have some kind of part-time job over in the Western underworld? You don't have some KPI indicator of how many you have to send away each month fixed, do you? The 2 men's faces were incomparably horrified as they looked towards the man in the suit in front of them. This going out and getting hit by a car was well within the realm of understanding for both of them. Getting hit by an airplane. Unless that unseen best man is Superman. The kind that flies by the seat of his pants once he's out the door. How unlucky would that have to be to get hit by an airplane otherwise? Chapter 95, Best Man is really a high-risk occupation. The viewers and friends in the live broadcast room were also shocked by what happened to that best man. I'm going. An airplane hit me? How unlucky must this guy be? Buddy, with your ability, why bother getting married? Directly give a best man invitation to each of the top brass of the Lighthouse Kingdom and do your country a favor. The Sakura country next door sends a few letters too. You're more than a karma weapon on your own. I just want to ask, is it really appropriate for you to get married here when your best man is hanging up? When the man in the suit saw the shocked expressions of the photographer and Lu Chen in front of him, he immediately knew that the 2 had the wrong idea. Rushing to remedy the situation, he said, it's that drone. It's just a little bit of blood on the head. Nothing serious. Besides, they just had a little accident. None of them are dead. After saying that, the man in the suit was still afraid that the 2 would escape. Pulling Lu Chen, he then pulled out a bulging red envelope from his arms. This is a small token of my appreciation. I've worked hard for you 2 brothers today. When the 2 saw the red packet, they also instantly dismissed the idea of running away. Politely, he said, no hard work, no hard work. The red packet then flew into his arms. Seeing the 2 men put away the red envelope, the man in the suit a hanging hard at this time can be considered to be put down. Smiling toward the 2, he said, so I can go in now, right? The 2 shook their heads decisively and said in unison, no. Hearing this, the man in the suit almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Why? Don't think you can buy us off with so little money, Al. That's right, we won't do anything about reneging on our word. We said we won't let anyone in. And even a fly can't get in today. The man in the suit was full of meltdown at the moment. Then you guys just collected the money so sharply. Isn't this a bonus for us as best man? It is. That's it. When they came, Lu Chen had heard that in addition to the salary paid by the groom, they would also get an extra red packet from the bride and groom. It's a great time to ask for a red packet. The man in the suit gave the two men a blank look, and also instantly knew what they were thinking. In the Jiangnan region, there is indeed the custom of the mother's family blocking the door to ask for a red envelope, and the man helping to break in. Only, shouldn't the two men in front of them have been invited by themselves and should have helped them break in? When did it become the woman's side? The man in the suit sighed helplessly and pulled out two red envelopes from his arms and handed them to the two people in front of him. Now, I can go in, right? Lu Chen nodded silently and pointed behind the man in the suit with a smile. Now, you'll have to ask them. The man in the suit turned his head and looked around to find a group of bridesmaids looking at him wistfully. The bridesmaids rushed to block the door to the room and demanded red envelopes in unison toward the man in the suit. If you want to get through here, leave the red bag behind first. Leave the red packet or you'll never see Linger. Give us the red envelope and we'll tie Linger to your bed. The man in the suit sighed helplessly and silently pulled out the red envelope. Then he looked at the two of them, Lu Chen and the photographer, who were on the side. You guys also hurry up and change your clothes. You'll have to go to the door to greet the guests later. Having said that, there wasn't anyone to stop him this time. He then stepped inside the room. It was only then that Lu Chen and the photographer both remembered exactly what they were here for. Silently glancing at each other, they were just about to leave to change their clothes, but were stopped by Zhao Lingyan. What are you two doing here instead of guarding the door? Come with me. Zhao Lingyan grabbed Lu Chen and hurriedly ran towards the outside. We still have to. Before the words were finished, Zhao Lingyan paused. A few people stood in front of the entrance to the banquet parlor, and in front of them was Zhao Zhijing, who was wearing a bridesmaid's dress. Zhao Zhijing looked at Zhao Lingyan in front of her, and then looked at Lu Chen and the photographer behind Zhao Lingyan. Unable to help himself, he frowned, a little unsure, and said, "You guys know each other?" At some point, a bridesmaid who was in the room at the time followed. Smiling, he flirted towards Zhao Zhijing. More than knowing each other, that little handsome guy is Xiao Yena's boyfriend. Throughout the meeting, the atmosphere froze. Zhao Zhijing looked at the few people in front of him with an iron face, and a thick black aura was faintly coming from his body. Zhao Lingyan also seemed to feel the atmosphere that was comparable to Ashura, and summoned up the courage to hold Lu Chen's arm in her arms. One doesn't do anything about it and says, "That's right, he's my boyfriend. I don't like that hangman." Hearing Zhao Lingyan's words, Lu Chen was immediately taken aback and tried to pull out his arm, but he was deadlocked by Zhao Lingyan's hands and hurriedly opened his mouth to defend himself. You listen to my sophistry? No, let me explain." The only thing that greeted him was a sneer. "Ha, get changed and do what you need to do." Afterward, Zhao Zhijing turned her body around, ignoring Lu Chen in front of her. Zhao Lingyan, on the other hand, was incomparably puzzled as she looked towards Lu Chen. "Change what clothes? Didn't you sneak in?" Lu Chen covered his forehead and shook his head helplessly. "I'm the best man. The one your sister-in-law invited." Zhao Lingyan looked at Zhao Zhijing with some disbelief, and then turned her head towards Lu Chen. "You guys, when did you meet?" On the other side, the entrance to the hotel. Two people dressed somewhat skimpily and looking flustered were walking slowly into the middle of the hotel. The only thing the two had in common were dark circles around their eyes that rivaled those of a national treasure, and it was clear that they hadn't gotten much sleep. One of them was carrying a camera and looked a little sheepish. "Brother, do you think we can really rub it in by coming here?" "Shoo, cut the crap." "Sure." Guest number 8, Chao Changren, also had some lack of confidence on his face. But, at the moment they hadn't eaten anything for almost 2 days, and there was nothing left to do but come to someone else's wedding reception and dabble in a meal. The apples that were originally bought yesterday for hunger were all eaten by Lu Chen. The two escaped the cemetery just in time to meet a bunch of cops again. Seeing how sneaky the two were, they were taken down directly on the spot and brought back to the station for investigation. The two were not released until the early hours of this morning. As a wilderness survival expert, Chao Changren could not be of much use in this city of steel and concrete. Had no choice but to come up with this bad idea. Photographer number 8's face was also incredibly weak at this time, and he was furious at the thought of yesterday's encounter. If Lu Chen hadn't finished our apples yesterday, how could we have starved? Ugh, don't say a word. He's paid us and stayed behind to break our backs. If you hadn't lost the money when you panicked and ran for your life, we wouldn't have been unable to eat. Chao Changren sighed somewhat grudgingly and silently walked into the banquet parlor. Chapter 96, the number 8 duo caught scuffling with the seat. In front of the hotel's main door, two dark figures silently looked at Chao Changren and his duo as they walked into the hotel. The 30-second photographer looked at the duo's backs with a puzzled look on his face. Brother, why do I look at those two? They also look like guests of the program? Zhao Chang replied somewhat absent-mindedly as he played with his cell phone. Hi, it's normal to run into one or two of the guests, isn't it? Just don't run into Lu Chen. He was on the verge of having a psychological shadow over Lu Chen since the last incident. As long as he didn't run into Lu Chen, he was confident that he would be able to face anything lightly. Even if it was something like other guests getting into a 5-star hotel for dinner, he was able to laugh it off. Instead, the photographer heard this and was filled with debonair disbelief. Brother, what do you think they're both going in there for? I'm afraid a meal at a place like this is more than 2,000, right? Zhao Chang looked up at the various wedding photos of newlyweds at the entrance of the hotel and opened his mouth to reply without even thinking about it. Stupid. What else could they be doing in there? They're there to eat and drink. Do you think we could go in and eat too? Zhao Chang suddenly thought of something, hurriedly put down his cell phone and asked towards the photographer with golden eyes. Brother, that's not good, is it? The photographer's face was a bit odd, and she was just about to refuse. But then she heard Zhao Chang's devilishly good whisper murmuring in her ear. This kind of 5-star hotel seems to eat all pretty good. I see not only cassoulet prawns, maybe better dishes also have. Oh. The photographer's mouth watered to the floor as soon as he heard about the prawn cassoulet he had been craving. Seeing this, Zhao Chang also rushed to tempt. Well, how about going in and rubbing it in? The photographer hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve when he heard this. This was followed by a serious expression on his face. Brother, what are you talking about? How can this be called dilly-dallying? This is going to give them our sincere blessings. Ow. With that, the two of them then also followed Chao Chungren's footsteps and flew into the middle of the hotel. On the other side, the front door of the banquet parlor, Zhao Zijing, who was dressed in bridesmaid's attire, stood in front of Zhao Lingyan, and the two of them looked at each other. The atmosphere couldn't help but be a bit silent, and Lu Chen had long ago slipped inside the locker room with his cameraman to escape the battle. The two of them were silent for a long time, and Zhao Zijing was the first to raise her head, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she looked at the somewhat vain Zhao Lingyan in front of her. Finally sighing helplessly, he slowly spoke up. You know Lu Chen? As a matter of fact, Zhao Lingyan went to school and stayed in the dormitory, only coming back here on weekends. The two should have never crossed paths at all. She never dreamed that her niece would pull Lu Chen's arm so intimately. Although, looking at Lu Chen's horrified expression, I'm afraid that there's something else going on in this matter. However, Zhao Lingyan treating a member of the opposite sex with this intimate touch was something she had never seen before. Zhao Lingyan felt Zhao Zijing's line of sight falling on her, and immediately raised her head to muster up the courage to say one way or the other. That's right, Lu Chen Before she could finish her sentence, she felt the temperature around her instantly plummet. He what? Zhao Zijing's cold voice came out, and the powerful aura on her body instantly pressed her speechless. For a moment, Zhao Lingyan's aura immediately weakened by a few points, looking at Zhao Zijing in front of her with some aggression. Anyway, I just don't like that hangman. Hearing these words, Zhao Zijing also roughly understood the cause of the matter and sighed helplessly, reminding Zhao Lingyan in a serious tone before her. I know, but don't get too close to him. Why? Zhao Lingyan looked at Zhao Zijing with a puzzled expression. Although Lu Chen had more flowery mouth, but at least he saved his life before, so he's a good guy anyway, right? Because he likes. Zhao Zijing recalled Lu Chen and the car she drove, and her face suddenly blushed. The words in his mouth also came to an abrupt end, and a trace of annoyance rarely showed on his cold face. Raising his finger, he gently tapped Zhao Lingyan's head in front of him. Because he's immodest and specializes in little girls like you. The two made small talk, one after another. The guests entered the parlor. The bride and groom hadn't shown up yet, and the only people who had come to greet the guests were the members of the bridesmaids group. Zhao Zijing stood at the entrance of the banquet parlor, her eyes suspiciously looking towards the sneaky two people in the middle of the crowd. Are you guests on the men's side? Chao Changren and the photographer in the middle of the crowd stiffened, pretended not to hear and continued to walk forward with the flow of people, but he was stopped by Zhao Zijing. Zhao Zijing looked at the ragged two people in front of him with a mischievous smile on her face, and re-asked the question to the two people again. Are you guests on the men's side? Seeing that they couldn't hide, the two looked up helplessly, a kind smile spreading from the corners of their mouths. Right. We're from the men's side. No, he even asked me if I had any good photographers, and I brought them all to him today. Chao Changrun immediately pulled over the photographer in front of him to act as a shield. The photographer could only ask with an embarrassed smile on his face and the camera over his shoulder. Right. Didn't they say they were going to let us come and shoot the wedding reception today? Upon hearing the words of the two, Zhao Zijing then couldn't help but lower her head in deep thought. Strange, how come I didn't hear about an extra photographer coming today? Seeing that Zhao Zijing was suspicious, Chao Changrun hurriedly made a slip of the tongue. Hiya. Wasn't that because he asked me before? I was so desperate to get an appointment with the photography teacher that I didn't tell him about it and wanted to surprise him. In that case, I'll go talk to him directly. So you get busy, Ao. With that, Chao Changrun pulled the photographer to continue walking inside. He had just taken a few steps, but stopped. He looked at Lu Chen, who walked out from the middle of the banquet parlor in a suit, his face full of disbelief, and pulled down the photographer beside him fiercely. Look, isn't that Lu Chen? Lu Chen? Can't be. Didn't he turn into a ghost? And Lu Chen also saw the ragged duo in the middle of the crowd at a glance. Walking up to the two, he couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Chao Changrun, are you guys coming over to rub the table? As soon as the word rubbing the seat was uttered, the two men were startled and hurriedly covered Lu Chen's mouth. You're crazy. So many people you say rubbing the seat. Want them to throw us few out. Obviously. Chao Changrun also regarded Lu Chen in front of him as if he was like himself and had come to rub the table. After all, a wedding banquet of this caliber can easily cost millions. Those who were able to hold this kind of wedding banquet were either rich or noble, and Lu Chen didn't look like an invited guest at all. The viewers in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, were already laughing their asses off at the sight of this scene, crying with laughter, ha ha ha. Number 8 is treating Lu as if he's here to rub it in. 2. Covering his face with laughter, I suspect Luck is up to something again. Brother Luck deserves to be called Brother Luck. He could tell at a glance that number 8 was here to dabble in the food. I just came from Cho Sun's live broadcast and he's coming this way too. I'm starting to look forward to it. Funny. Chapter 97, he still has to thank us. Hearing Chao Changrun's words, Lu Chen was instantly displeased. Hurriedly breaking away from the hand covering his mouth, he said with a cold grunt, don't think I'm the same Ao as you guys. Dude never does anything bad. I have an official status. The photographer looked at Lu Chen's righteous look and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Brother, haven't you done enough bad things? What words? What words are these? How can you tear me down like that? Chao Changrun looked at Lu Chen and the photographer in front of him, obviously not taking Lu Chen's words seriously. Instead, he put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder and quietly said, when we sit at a table, I'll cover for you, and you'll cover for me, okay? Before Lu Chen could reply, a cold female voice came out from behind the two of them. Lu Chen, is this man your friend? Zhao Zijing's eyebrows knit tightly as she stood behind the two. Originally, she thought that the two Chao Changruns had come over to rub their noses in it, but she didn't expect that these two actually knew Lu Chen. Zhao Zijing's gaze silently glanced towards the photographer beside the two men and seemed to have discovered something. A look of realization came over his face. Lu Chen also hurriedly pulled Chao Changrun in front of him tighter, with a look of fear that they would run away. These two are my new groomsmen. Aren't there 8 bridesmaids? Count them both. Just as Lu Chen finished saying this, the faces of Zhao Zijing and Zhao Lingyan in front of him suddenly turned odd. And when Chao Changrun heard this, he was taken aback. How come I have to be the best man when I'm just here for dinner? He was just about to shake his head in refusal when Lu Chen asked towards Zhao Zijing. Sister Jing, what if, as usual, you encountered people posing as acquaintances, who came to rub the table and didn't pay? Zhao Zijing's long dark hair was scattered in front of her eyes and a threatening smile flowed out. That's fine. Just let him eat how he eats and spit it out. Feeling Zhao Zijing's powerful aura in front of him, Chao Changrun couldn't help but take a few steps back. The corners of his mouth quivered slightly as he said, so then what if he can't spit it out? It's fine. There's plenty of valuable things on one's body anyway. Sell whatever you want. It's sure to be enough to pay for this meal. The horrifying words spoken in Zhao Zijing's flat tone almost scared the two to the point of sitting on their asses. Lu Chen patted Chao Changrun in front of him in a serious tone. Think about it. Chao Changrun and the photographer's faces were scared white, and they were a bit at a loss for words. Lu Chen opened his mouth again and continued to comfort. Don't say I don't take care of you. You get paid to be the best man. It's $1,000 a day. 1,000? Both of them were shocked by Lu Chen's words. $1,000 was already a huge amount of money for the two of them. Lu Chen nodded and pretended to be indifferent. Yeah, $1,000 a day and a great meal for nothing. Hearing this, Chao Changrun didn't hesitate in the slightest and nodded his head in agreement on the spot. Yeah, great. I'll be the best man. However, the photographer on the side looked at Lu Chen with a wary look of skepticism. Brother, you guys are rivals now anyways. Do you think he can introduce such a good job to you? Zheng San also looked puzzled and quietly tugged on Lu Chen's cuff and asked, Brother, such a lucrative job. You just introduce them? Lu Chen gave the photographer a blank look and explained. You're silly. With the previous experience of the groomsmen, would you have had the life to spend the money if just the two of us had gotten it? Let's find a few more unlucky people. Isn't the probability of survival a little higher this way? After explaining to the photographer, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Chao Changrun on the other side. Of course the introduction of work to you is not without conditions. $1,000 you two need to each give me $200. As I introduced you to the agency fee. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Since the other party had said so, if they didn't receive some money, they were afraid that they would really think that they had some kind of conspiracy and trickery. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chao Changrun and the photographer both felt relieved. So it's for money. It's okay. Since you can really earn so much, then it's only right to give you some hard-earned money. Chao Changrun waved his hand. Unconcerned, Lu Chen hurriedly looked toward Zhao Zijing behind the two, who also helplessly covered her forehead and nodded. All right, in that case, you take them and get changed. Hearing these words, Lu Chen suppressed the smile that was madly raised at the corners of his mouth and said to the two people in front of him, okay, then you guys come with me. That's all. And the two men still feel like they're taking advantage of the situation. On the road, he called Lu Chen with a mouthful of brother, more intimate than calling himself his own brother. It made the viewers of the live stream laugh. Covering his face with a smile, how can these two be sold by luck and still not know it? Lucas, that's it, he has to thank us. You can't blame them for being too stupid. You can only blame Lu for being too cunning. Crying with laughter, there is one thing. I just saw that Lu did not want to accept the money. The eighth photographer said. Lu had no choice but to accept it. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Lu Chen led the two to the locker room door. Alright, go in and change. I looked earlier and there are dresses in there specifically for the best man. When you're all changed, I'll take you to meet the bridesmaids. As soon as the two heard that they would be able to meet their bridesmaids later, their eyes glistened with gold and they rushed inside the dressing room and changed quickly. I'm ready, Lu, let's go see the bridesmaids next. The two had changed their clothes, and they were no longer in the same ragged state as before. With a face full of anticipation, he looked at Lu Chen. Only, Lu Chen acted as if he hadn't heard them. Standing in place, he stared at Zhao Cheng, who was not far away with his hands behind his back, living like a big leader coming to inspect. The photographer standing on the side also followed Lu Chen's line of sight and was filled with doubt. Brother, isn't that Zhao Cheng? Why is he here? I suppose he's here to rub it in, too. So, we get 2 more insurance policies? The two men looked at each other, a smile spreading from the corners of their mouths. The photographer had just wanted to go forward and call out to the Zhao Cheng duo, but was stopped by Lu Chen. Lu Chen shouted to Chao Changrun behind him. Dude, come alive. Look to the guy standing there following the photographer. No? That guy came in to mingle too. Go teach him a lesson. Then bring him over here and make him join our best man's group. Chao Changrun followed Lu Chen's gaze and saw Zhao Cheng, who was wandering around the venue. However, there was some doubt on his face. Brother Lu, since they are all here to dabble in food, why don't you teach them a lesson and just throw them out, and have him join our best man's group? That's because, of course, more people are less risky. Lu Chen was just in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly reacted, blanking the Chao Changrun in front of him. He said, what do you know? When it comes to his paycheck, won't we get more than our share? When Chao Changrun heard that he was able to share the money, a look of enlightenment immediately spread across his face as well. With the photographer in tow, he ran towards Zhao Cheng in the distance. Chapter 98. The bride. I seem to have discovered some big secrets. The crowd coming and going from the banquet parlor. Zhao Cheng walked in the banquet parlor with his hands behind his back, his face expression full of calmness and composure. The cameraman carrying the camera looked around at the ornate decorations, and a touch of weakness couldn't help but appear on his face. Brother, really can't. Let's go. My legs are already starting to tremble. Zhao Cheng blankly glanced at the weak-minded photographer and said without a good mood, what are you panicking about? Don't you want to eat the prawn cassoulet? Besides, it's not like we didn't prepare a gift. Saying that, Zhao Cheng fished out 2 large red envelopes from his arms. The photographer on the side looked at the 2 red envelopes in Zhao Cheng's hands and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Brother, aren't we broke? Where did you get the red packet? Since that day in Lu Chen's live broadcast, the savings they had accumulated before were directly eaten by Lu Chen in one meal until liberation. The two of them are now every day 20 of braised pork over rice cannot eat, can only eat a steamed bun to cushion the stomach. The two, who had not seen any oil for several meals already, could not restrain their inner cravings, so they blended in. Zhao Cheng, faced with the photographer's question, just hemmed and hawed and opened the 2 red envelopes in his hand. There wasn't a penny in it, it was stuffed with paper. Looking at the photographer's somewhat puzzled expression, Zhao Cheng revealed a mysterious smile and slowly opened his mouth to explain. That's what you don't understand, is it? If we get caught, we can just say we went the wrong way, and then we can hand this red envelope to the people, and that won't be enough to slip through the cracks. Hearing Zhao Cheng's words, the photographer nodded thoughtfully. And what if people open it on the spot? Impossible. No one would open a red envelope in front of the guests. Not to mention that the hosts of a wedding banquet of this caliber must all be rich. People compared to a few $100s, more concerned about face. Even if you know you are inside the white paper, that will not be opened in front of others. Zhao Chang had his chest in order and looked like he was ready for anything. Only just finished. Instead, a gruff male voice rang out behind him. This gentleman, may I ask if you are a guest on the men's side? Jo Sung slowly turned his head to find two men in best man suits looking at him. One of them was also very tough looking, with unusually fierce eyes. Zhao Chang was taken aback by the Chao Changrun in front of him, but he immediately calmed down. Smiling at Chao Changrun in front of him, he said, "No, I'm a relative on the woman's side of the family. My second aunt's cousin is her aunt's niece's second aunt's husband." Since these two in front of him were wearing the best man's clothes, then Zhao Chang must have had to say that he was a relative from the woman's side. For this reason, he made up the identity of a distant relative. Usually this status is not always known to the woman herself, except by the older generation. Thinking of this, Zhao Chang instantly added a little more confidence. Looking at Chao Changrun in front of him, he complained, "I've been rushing around all day here. I'm starving. When will the food be served?" Chao Changrun didn't say anything, his sharp gaze constantly scanning over Zhao Chang and the photographer, staring at the two. "Oh, by the way, look at my brain. I still forgot to give the red envelope. This red envelope, please pass it on to the groom. No, the bride. For us, and by the way, say happy newlywed for them on my behalf." Zhao Chang fished out two red envelopes from his arms and sent them to Chao Changrun. Then he turned to his cameraman and gave him a wink, and the two of them walked quickly toward the front. Suddenly, the photographer asked with a grimace towards Zhao Chang, "Brother, did you just say that no one would open a red envelope in front of someone else?" Jo Sung was a little confused by the photographer's sudden question and turned his head. He was shocked to find that Chao Changrun had not only already opened the red envelope, but had even pulled out all the white paper inside. He was so scared that he shouted at the photographer in front of him, "Run!" It was just a pity that how could the two be as fast as living in the wild for years. What about Cho Sung-in, who fights all kinds of animals? Almost instantly, the two were lifted up by Chao Changrun. Chao Changrun followed Lu Chen's instructions and dragged the two men inside the locker room and gave them a hard lesson. Looking at the two men with swollen noses in front of him, he said without blushing, "All my life, I've hated freeloaders. Ugh, you guys are a disgrace to the program." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Changrun realized that he seemed to have said something wrong and hurriedly covered his mouth. When Zhao Chang and the two of them heard this, they froze in disbelief. What did you just say? The program? The two gazed in unison towards the photographer beside Chao Changrun, who was wearing the best man's attire, and instantly understood what was going on. "I'll go. You guys are dicking around and you're trying to with me?" Zhao Chang couldn't bear it anymore and immediately wrestled with a few people. And the commotion in the locker room was drawing the attention of bystanders. A man dressed in Chinese clothing opened the door to the locker room and instantly saw several people who were wrestling together. "My God, what are you guys doing?" The few people who were wrestling together slowly looked up towards the man. The only thing you can see is the gift tag with the word groom written on the chest of the other party. On the other hand, Lu Chen was slowly wandering to the front of the banquet room with his photographer. Zhao Jing looked towards the back of the two Lu Chen and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Where are the two you just brought in? In there coaching the newbies. Zhao Jing was even more puzzled when she heard this. A newcomer? Where did you abduct another newcomer from? I just met two more who wanted to eat for nothing, so I had to sacrifice them. Zhao Jing silently lowered her head and observed a moment of silence for the few people that Lu Chen had sacrificed. The bride, one of the main attractions of the day, was also surrounded by a group of bridesmaids. The bride came to Zhao Jing with a bounce and carried her red dress in a circle. "Sister Jing, look at me in this. Does it look good?" Good looking. After the bride received Zhao Jing's praise, she moved her gaze towards Zhao Lingyan on the side. "I can't help but be a bit puzzled. What are you doing here? Yan, you're not a bridesmaid. Why don't you go in and wait for dinner?" At that moment, the crowd of bridesmaids behind the bride exuded a mysterious smile. "Although I'm not a bridesmaid, my boyfriend is the best man. Yeah. The two of them even almost all kissed at our place just now. So intimate." When New Year heard this, he immediately froze. Bride, Sigma, degree, shock.jpg, revealing unbelieving eyes. He looked towards Lu Chen, followed by Zhao Jing, as if he had heard some unimaginable secret. And Zhao Jing's face was suddenly dumbfounded when she heard the bridesmaid's words. Immediately after that, his face became incomparably gloomy as he turned around to look at Lu Chen, his body emanating channels of black aura. "You guys, just almost kissed?" Chapter 99, Savages play with living sacrifices. You Lu Chen play with sacrifices, right? Looking at Zhao Jing, who was covered in black aura in front of him and pressing towards him step by step. Lu Chen's face turned pale and his body kept retreating backward as he hurriedly opened his mouth to defend himself. No. That's what they said. The powerful aura instantly also scared Zhao Lingyan into being somewhat speechless as she looked at Zhao Zijing in front of her with an iron face. Looking at the two people who were trembling under Zhao Zijing's powerful aura, the bridesmaids, on the other hand, revealed puzzled looks. Linger, how come Sister Jing reacted so much when little Yenner kissed his boyfriend? Is their house so tightly regulated? Should it? The bride stood by, looking so complicated that she didn't know what to say for a while. Just then, a voice from behind a few people interrupted Zhao Zijing's anger. Lu Chen? The groom led Zhao Chang and several others, and had already arrived at the door of the banquet parlor. Zhao Chang shouted in surprise when he saw Lu Chen dressed as the best man. Even if he had thought about it, he would never have imagined that Lu Chen would actually be here. The groom also saw Lu Chen and with a smile on his face, he shook Lu Chen's hands and thanked him. This brother, thanks to you, got me 4 more groomsmen, or else it would be too shabby to just have us standing here. Lu Chen looked at the groom's sincere smile in front of him and scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. You're welcome, it's for our own safety. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen gazed towards Zhao Chang behind the groom. Seeing the bruise at the corner of Zhao Chang's eye, he couldn't help but laugh. What happened to your face? No. I just accidentally hit the wall. The viewers in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when they saw Zhao Chang's bravado, laughing and crying, ha. Zhao Chang still doesn't know that it's actually all arranged by luck, right? Covering his face with laughter, Lu cuts surely black, and deliberately asks Zhao Chang what's going on his face. I have to say, luck is really good at making program effects. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Zhao Chang was originally still covering the wounds on his face to avoid Lu Chen's sight. However, he seemed to have remembered something, jerked his head up and just wanted to open his mouth to question Lu Chen, but he was covered by Lu Chen, who wrapped his arms around Zhao Chang's neck and whispered, I know what you're here for. It's either that or be a best man like me for 1,000 a day. Either you get your ass kicked and thrown out, you choose. $1,000? Zhao Chang stretched out a finger with some disbelief and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slowly. That's right, $1,000. See that dude behind you? Same thing. Zhao Chang's eyes widened when he heard that he could get $1,000 a day, and he hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. But on second thought, something didn't feel right. Why did you introduce me to such a good job? Lu Chen shook his head helplessly when he heard this familiar question. When the time comes, after you get your paychecks, just remember to draw 20% for me. So you want money? You should have said so earlier. When Zhao Chang heard Lu Chen's request, he instantly nodded his head and agreed, inwardly breathing a long sigh of relief. Patting Lu Chen's shoulder, he said gratefully, Thanks Ao. Call me next time you have this job. After this short little episode, Zhao Zijing couldn't afford to continue to be angry. Just grimacing, he stood beside Lu Chen, separating Lu Chen and Zhao Lingyan. The powerful aura around his body exuded a feeling of being uninviting. The groom also felt the powerful aura emanating from Zhao Zijing and looked towards the bride with some curiosity. What's wrong with her? Sister Jing? Had a fight with her boyfriend? The bride silently stood on tiptoe and whispered in the groom's ear. The expression on the groom's face froze. He looked with admiration at Lu Chen, who was standing beside Zhao Zijing, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. This is truly a model for my generation. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the groom felt a sharp pain in his lower back. The bride looked at herself with a grimace. So you're envious? The groom blushed and hurriedly coughed to change the subject. Ahem. So what? I'm going to go have a smoke with the groomsmen. After that, the groom headed toward the best man. At this moment the time was also close to 1 o'clock, and most of the guests had already taken their seats and begun to eat their meals. The groom stood in front of Lu Chen's few people, looking very happy, pulling out a few red envelopes from his arms. He handed them to Zhao Chang and Chao Changren, several people. Thanks to a few brothers. If it wasn't for you guys, I'm afraid this wedding wouldn't have been a success. Chao Changren received the groom's red envelope and turned his head to look at the bridesmaids group in the distance. His face couldn't help but show a hint of puzzlement, couldn't help but address the groom in front of him. Not that I'm talking about you, man. Look at all the bridesmaids. You're being a little too inconsiderate by not finding a single best man. At that moment, Zhao Chang, who was on the side, also opened his mouth to help. That's right. Look at the bridesmaids the bride got. All of them are like flowers. If you're the only groom, and you don't even get a best man, you're not so badly liked that you can't get one, are you? The groom was a little surprised to hear this. Eyes shocked, he looked at the 4 Zhao Changs in front of him. You guys, don't know? Faced with the groom's rhetorical question, the 4 men became even more puzzled and looked toward the groom in unison. he said. No what? The groom silently pulled a packet of wazoo out of his pocket and lit a cigarette, recounting what had happened to the best man earlier. I was originally scheduled to have 8 groomsmen as well, except that 2 of them got hit by a car while I was getting ready for the first wedding rehearsal. Then a second time 2 more went out and were struck by lightning. Until today, the last best man I was able to hire was hit by an airplane on his way out the door. The groom silently finished the matter. The 4 people in front of Zhao Chang, without exception, their faces were all filled with shock. Crowd, sigma, degree. It was only after a long time that Zhao Chang slowly raised his head and looked at the groom with a compassionate gaze, patting him on the shoulder. Dude, other people spend money to get married. You spend your life to get married. Chao Changrun also couldn't help but nod in agreement. Man, I didn't believe in metaphysics before I met you, and now I'm afraid that if I don't believe in it, I'm afraid that I'll lose my little life, right? Only now did a few people understand why Lu Chen had introduced them to such a good job. So you're offering yourself as a sacrifice to your teammates. Ha! Lu Chen heard the groom begin to explain to the 2 the sad experiences of the previous best men. Silently, he took a few steps back and was just about to bolt when he was grabbed by the photographer beside Zhao Chang. Brother, Lu Chen wants to bolt. The 4 people who had been victimized by Lu Chen's pitfalls immediately looked toward this side in anger. Catch this kid. Don't let him get away. Chapter 100, Lu Chen, is it possible that I will host too? When several people reappeared, Zhao Chang and Chao Chenren's faces were covered with bruises. The bride looked at the bruises on the faces of both Zhao Chang and Chao Changren and wondered, what happened to your faces? The 2 of them glanced at Lu Chen grudgingly and spoke out in unison. Nothing. Bump. The crowd in the live room was already gasping for breath from laughter. What are you 2 doing with Lu? The fugitive who was a mercenary was knocked down by his fist. Laughing and crying, other people's robberies are what being hit by a car, being struck by lightning, so there's this to be beaten up by Lu, right? In a sense, brother Lu beat them up. So is there no crisis at the moment either? I always feel that these 3 are together. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. At that moment, the cell phone in the bride's pocket suddenly rang. The bride picked up the phone, and her face turned blue. Zhao Lingyan and Zhao Zhijing both also saw the change in the bride's expression and rushed forward to show their concern. What's wrong? Is something wrong? The bride looked anxious. The host ordered by the wedding company couldn't come. Supposedly went out and let the plane hit him? Several of Lu Chen's best men glanced at each other and sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Hiss! Can something happen even to the host? The groom froze when he heard the news. Crouching in place with his head in his hands, he couldn't help but break down a little. How can this be? Every time there is an unexpected situation, you say that we are doomed to not be able to do this wedding? The bride was also on the verge of tears in her anxiety. What should we do? This time the host itself is a double host. The other little girl's ability was already not good, and as a result, now the host of the town hall has had an accident, so it's hard to let her go on by herself? Zhao Zhijing was worthy of having seen a big scene, and quickly calmed down and formulated a plan. It's okay, has the other host arrived yet? Let's go ask her if she can host alone. With that, she walked towards the inside of the banquet room. The final host was a young lady who still looked like a student. At the moment she was sitting backstage, fidgeting with a heavy manuscript in her hands. When she learned from Zhao Zhijing that another male host had an accident and couldn't come, her little face flustered and hurriedly waved her hand. No, I can't host by myself at all. I didn't even memorize much of the script. Zhao Zhijing remained unforgiving. I can raise you 5,000. I'll give you all that male host's paycheck. The little girl's head shook like a rattle. No. It's not about money. Lu Chun, on the other hand, heard the host's salary. Jaws dropped in amazement. How much more? A day's pay for them is almost worth 2 months of me driving a cab. Zhao Zhijing gave Lu Chen a blank look, signaling him not to make trouble. This style of Chinese wedding officiating itself, not many will, and the male officiant is a well-known wedding officiant, so it's normal to be more expensive. However, after hearing Zhao Zhijing increase her price, that little girl was still shaking her head in a hurry. It's not about the money. She thought for a moment and gave an example. It's like doing comedy. It's divided into comic, and he's the equivalent of the comic. If it wasn't for him, I'm not having any effect by just going up there and picking up the conversation. Besides, I haven't even memorized much of my own words, let alone his. Hearing this, Zhao Zhijing had no choice but to give up. Shaking his head, he was just about to go find another solution, but was stopped by Lu Chen. Let me try if you can't? Zhao Zhijing gave Lu Chen a somewhat skeptical look. You, okay? At no time should you say a man can't do it. Don't look at me like that. Back home I used to officiate weddings for people at least. Don't say it's just a wedding officiant. Even if they're having a baby, I can help. When Zhao Zhijing heard Lu Chen's words, She couldn't help but freeze a bit and was impressed with Lu Chen. I didn't realize you'd officiated at someone else's wedding? Lu Chen nodded and pointed at the tableau in the little girl's hand. If you've never eaten pork, have you never seen a pig run? Besides, isn't there a script here? If you can't, just read from the script. Okay then. Zhao Zijing hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, and could only trust Lu Chen. It's not like you can find any replacements for such an emergency anyway. And it was just as Lu Chen said, there were tableaus anyway, so surely no big mess could come out of it. In that case, you can familiarize yourself with the tableau with this little girl first. I'll go inform Linger and the others first. After saying that, Zhao Zijing stepped on her high heels and left the backstage. The photographer, on the other hand, looked at Lu Chen with some curiosity and was full of doubts. Brother, and you've officiated at weddings? When Lu Chen heard this, he immediately lifted his chest and proudly said, that's not true. I officiated Flower and Blue's wedding. Who are Blossom and Blue? The little girl on the side was a bit puzzled. Neither of these two names sounded as if they were people's names. Blossom is the pig my grandmother's family raised. What about Blue? My second aunt's son next door. The little girl looked at Lu Chen with a shocked expression. Her little face filled with disbelief. You perform weddings for people and pigs? What? Difficult, isn't it? 2. The little girl was on the verge of tears in her anxiety. What to do? There's only 10 more minutes until we go on stage to host. Lu Chen, on the other hand, slowly comforted the little girl from the side. It's okay, just go over the general process with me. I learn things pretty fast. The little girl sighed helplessly, and at the moment, she could only treat the dead horse as a living horse, telling Lu Chen the general process. It's really not that different from doing comedy. It's just two people singing and harmonizing. Then just give the wedding process a plug-in. Originally, this was supposed to be the part handled by the male host, but now it became Lu Chen's responsibility. You read the tableau first, and if you can't, it's okay to take it to the stage. The little girl handed the table book to Lu Chen, who silently flipped it open. It was found to contain a frighteningly large amount of text, with nearly 1,000 or so lines on the first page. Roughly 80% of them are their own. Silently taking a deep breath, he sat down on the chair and silently opened the system panel. Since he had only upgraded his LV2 fighting technique last night, his popularity value was only about 30,000 right now. Couldn't afford to buy skills about memory type aspects. Only able to look for some props in the system mall that he could use. Time passed slowly, and the little girl's hanging heart gradually tightened. The groping identities were anxious and kept circling in place. Well, finished watching it once? It's almost time to start. It took Lu Chen in his seat to come back to his senses. Oh, I've already watched it once. Just waiting to get on stage. Chapter 101, Groom. He sent me to the bridal chamber in a sentence to the blind. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the anxiety on the little girl's face still didn't ease by half. She had a habit that the more nervous she was, the more likely she was to forget her words. So that's one of the reasons she can't go on stage alone. The sudden turn of events had turned her mind into a mush. Can't even think of an opening line. Her eyes looked anxiously at the speech in Lu Chen's hands, and a hint of pleading flowed out of her tone as she said, can I see the tableau again? This tableau is unique due to the absence of the other presenter today, but at the moment she couldn't even think of an opening line in her head, let alone any other lines. Lu Chen also noticed the little girl's abnormality and decisively handed out the tableau. It's okay, if you can't think of a line, why don't you just take it to the stage? The little girl couldn't help but feel a little stunned when she heard this. What about you? I've got it all memorized. Of course. Lu Chen pointed a finger at his head. Handsome face in addition to the charming smile at the corner of the mouth, immediately made the little girl look stagnant. The photographer on the side also looked at Lu Chen with a shocked face and whispered to Lu Chen's side. Brother, just a few minutes and you memorized it? Lu Chen skimmed his lips and looked at the photographer. Of course not. He meow such a thick pile of manuscripts. The sight of me headache. You still expect me to memorize The photographer froze when he heard this. So you didn't memorize it and you gave her the speech? Isn't that pure mischief? What's the point of panicking? As long as no one can tell I'm not a professional, then aren't I a professional? Photographer? Looking at the photographer's dumbfounded expression, Lu Chen didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked to the girl holding the tableau aside and said slowly, now it's our turn to go up. Are you ready? Aha! The girl with the tableau in her hand looked confident this time and nodded heavily. With a dull drum beat, the joyful sound of the oboe blew. The two of them took slow steps and walked together towards the stage. As the two hosts walked out, the banquet parlor that was originally a bit cacophonous quieted down at this time. Immediately after that, thunderous applause sprang up, and the joyful music continued to move towards and spread throughout the entire venue. The little girl raised the microphone and looked at the tableau for a deep recitation. Good morning, honored guests, family and friends, everyone. There is a saying that the Hall of Splendor is draped in color and embroidery, and the pianos and songs are played in a good time and beauty. And today we raise our glasses to invite our friends and relatives, and the bells and swallows are matched with the best couple. Today is our Linger in Yushu's wedding. I'm the host, Chang Yu. I'm the host, Lu Chen. A standard broadcasting accent came out of Lu Chen's mouth, and his magnetic voice came through the microphone. Clearly it traveled to every corner of the banquet parlor. The little girl standing in the middle of the stage was immediately subdued by Lu Chen's standard broadcasting accent. Incredibly stunned, he looked at Lu Chen. So it's true what you said about officiating weddings in the village? As a professional host, she could naturally distinguish the degree of professionalism in Lu Chen's broadcasting accent. I'm afraid it's comparable to a TV host. Thinking of this, the little girl who had been a bit flustered before was instantly relieved. The bride and groom, who were sitting on the stage, were also shocked by Lu Chen's professional broadcasting accent, and looked at Zhao Jing in stupefaction. Sister Jing, this man of yours, did your friend study broadcasting before? Zhao Chang did likewise, staring dumbfounded at Lu Chen in front of him. How does he know everything? In fact, only Lu Chen himself knew. This professional broadcasting accent of his own was a prop that he had spent 20,000 popularity values in the system mall to exchange. It's only a one-off, but for the standard level of this podcasting accent, you won't be able to say you're not getting paid double later on. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Chen put more effort into it, stepping forward and slowly saying, "The Middle Kingdom, the Great China. This is a good time and an auspicious place to unite the two surnames and perform the rite of marriage." The magnificent voice came out, and a burst of applause surged from the stage. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked speechless by Lu Chen's proper appearance. I'm going. Luck is so professional. He wouldn't really have officiated a wedding, would he? It's over. Luck, he's suddenly become so serious. I'm a bit out of sorts. That's right. It can't be right that such a serious scene has been suppressed by Luck, can it? Not to mention, with Luck's level of words, he might actually get it right. Lu Chen's atmospheric voice continued to emanate within the banquet parlor. Pangu opened the heavens, divided heaven and earth, and used himself as nourishment to feed the earth. Since ancient times, the Shine-in-Zhou fixed the rights, human relationships, starting my state of etiquette, called Xia, rayon mulberry silkworms, set the system of chapter clothing, the beauty of chapter clothing, called Hua. This is HWA. Lu Chen stood on the stage, and the magnificent atmosphere emanating from his body successfully bluffed everyone present. Even the little girl who was also standing on the stage as a host was bluffed by Lu Chen for a moment. By the time she reacted, she had realized that she had missed the time to get the bride and groom on the stage, and the brides and grooms off stage sensed a hint of something wrong. It's been almost 5 minutes. Why don't you let us go on? Didn't you say you'd let us on in the first minute? The bride, on the other hand, was completely overwhelmed by Lu Chen's aura and blankly glanced at the groom beside her. What's your hurry? They're so professional. They'll leave this out? Lu Chen said all the lines he remembered in one breath without changing his face, then glancing towards the little girl behind him, who also rushed to result in words. Today here, Li Yushu of the Li House, Yang Linger of the Yang House, the two surnames are united to form a bond of Qin and Jin, the sycamore phoenix, the love of children. Welcome the two newcomers to the stage. At this moment, the audience once again burst into applause. The bride and groom duo slowly hold hands on stage. The little girl looked at Lu Chen in front of her, signaling that it was time for him to continue. It was a pity that Lu Chen had already said all the lines he could remember at the moment, and couldn't recall at all what the next flow was. Only Lang Shang said, "Send them to the cave." Bride and groom, Sigma, degree winky face. Isn't it too early? It's still daytime? The little girl was also thunderstruck by Lu Chen's sentence of being sent to the cave, and hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Ahem. I know the groom is in a hurry, but don't rush yet. We have a much more important ceremony coming up. The wedding is the essence of the rite. Parents' word, matchmaker's word. Let's have the father of the groom as well as the mother of the bride on the stage next. Chapter 102, he'll be sent to the bridal chamber? The father of the groom and the mother of the bride, guided by the crew, slowly walked onto the stage. The little girl shot a look towards Lu Chen and whispered, "Take over next, it's your turn to talk." Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. At the moment he would basically finished all the words, and had no choice but to look at the two old men standing on the stage. Once again, he said aloud, send to the cave. Bride and groom, Sigma, degree winky face. The groom stood beside the stage, looking at Lu Chen in the center of the stage, his face expression full of shock. Can he host or not? How's it going to be sent to the cave? The bride was also a bit helpless, but looking at Lu Chen on the stage, she looked for a remedy. This one might be scripted, trying to liven things up? The little girl was also dumbfounded by Lu Chen's words, and her face became incomparably pale as she looked towards Lu Chen in horror. You want to send the parents of the bride and groom to the bridal chamber, don't you? The little girl was now beginning to regret why she had trusted Lu Chen so easily. All the talk about having officiated at weddings and having memorized the scripts is just a bunch of mumbo-jumbo. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also amused by Lu Chen's hosting, laughing and crying. Lu looks like a professional, but he just doesn't know much. Luck he really. I'm crying my eyes out. He even wants the bride and groom to be brother and sister. Covering his face with a smile, Brother Lu didn't memorize much from the table book, but just one to send to the bridal chamber. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The audience under the stage was also staring at Lu Chen with glazed pockets, obviously not having regained their senses from Lu Chen's thunderous words just now. However, the good thing is that the little girl, with her years of experience in hosting, was also able to stabilize the scene in time. The little girl hurriedly flipped up the table book she was holding and took a step forward, an awkward smile spreading across her face as she searched for a remedy. Ha ha, our host saw that everyone was a bit dull and made a little joke. Next let's invite the newlyweds to pour tea for their parents and bow to the many years of parenting. After the little girl finished saying this, the audience on the stage came back from their shock. Immediately afterward, there was a burst of hearty laughter from the stage. Next it was time to honor the parents with tea. The staff at the site rushed to hand over the teacups and teapots. The bride and groom duo were also guided by the staff to pour tea for their parents on stage. Right now Lu Chen couldn't be counted on, so the little girl had to pick up her desktop, silently read from the tableau. Guan, on the river's continent, my fair lady, gentleman Marty. Today the parents of this couple will serve as witnesses to this wedding, with us to witness the wedding of this couple. And as the two couples gradually walked towards the center of the stage, the wedding gradually came to a climax. The plot has also come to the world worship session that Lu Chen is most familiar with. Lu Chen held the microphone in his hand, and a pure broadcasting accent came out of his mouth. The sky is round, the sea is vast, the sycamore and the phoenix, the sons and daughters. One bow. Thank heaven for the good fortune. Thank heaven for the auspiciousness. May the sky last forever, and hope for happiness and well-being. The bride and groom silently bowed towards the front, and the crowd under the stage nodded their heads, gazing appreciatively at Lu Chen. You guys don't say. This host hosted quite well. This line skills obviously have the standard. When the time comes, I'll ask for his phone number, and I'll call him for my son's wedding in the future. Right? My daughter is getting married next year. No way. I want him too. Lu Chen on the stage was still immersed in his own world. Before the newlyweds could get up after paying their respects, they continued to look at the audience below the stage and said aloud, the family is prosperous. The children and grandchildren are prosperous. Return to nursing and kneeling to honor both parents, and pay homage to the high hall for the grace of parenting. The brides and grooms who had just kowtowed and raised their heads rushed to turn the direction again and kowtowed heavily in the direction of their respective parents. The groom looked at his bride with an oddly puzzled face. That's strange. It didn't seem that fast in rehearsal before, did it? Shouldn't we wait for me to get up before we say the words? The bride's face is also a bit unnatural at the moment. It should be that we are too slow, right? We can't just knock faster? Only, this time, although they moved very quickly, they were still not as fast as Lu Chen. Before the two of them could raise their heads and get up, Lu Chen's voice came next. 100 years of training to cross the same boat. 1,000 years of training to sleep together. Bride and groom face each other. Husband and wife worship each other in front of the flower hall. Husband and wife pay homage to each other. Qiankuan intertwines. The bride and groom look at each other fondly, then both slowly kneel and bow. The most important current process was finished, and Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The wedding ceremony, a complete success. The husband and wife worship each other and are sent to the bridal chamber. Bride and groom? At this moment, they finally realized that there was a hint of something wrong. How come Lu Chen, a host, is more anxious than they are? Lu Chen silently walked towards the little girl on the stage with a bright smile. What's up, sis? Is this hosting okay? The little girl covered her forehead helplessly and let out a long sigh. It's true that you're not afraid of godlike opponents, but you're afraid of pig-like teammates. I asked you what you're here for? Here for the feast. Ha? What? In the face of the little girl's question, Lu Chen was a bit puzzled and straightened up. The little girl almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when she heard this reply. Immediately grabbing Lu Chen's collar, he couldn't help but break down. You're the best man. Have you even mentioned best man on this stage? And the bridge on the tableau where the groom greets the bride. Did you mention that? You've been thinking about getting sent to the cave all ing day, haven't you? The little girl gripped her thick desk book and roared in near collapse. The 20,000 to 30,000 word wedding process was directly simplified by Lu Chen to only a few hundred words. It was then that Lu Chen also reacted with an afterthought. All this what the groom takes the bride's head cover these episodes that appear on TV, themselves are completely absent. Somewhat aggrieved, he said, this can't be blamed on me. After all, when Flower and Blue got married, there weren't any of these processes. He is a host who was drenched and rushed to the stage, and it has been especially difficult to make the audience feel that he is a professional. As for the process and such, his own tableau was given to the girl in front of him again. Can't remember, and that's understandable. With this thought, he silently turned his head towards the bride and groom on the stage. Both of them though had a somewhat dazed expression on their faces after hearing Lu Chen's sent to the cave. However, sensing Lu Chen's gaze, he still smiled and waved his hand towards him. Despite stumbling throughout the wedding, the two eventually managed to tie the knot in the presence of family and friends. Lu Chen looked at the happy smiles on their faces and waved his hand. Let's go Sanner. Let's eat. Chapter 103, The Backlash of the Best Man's Curse. In the banquet parlor. By now the guests were mostly gone. The crowd of bridesmaids and groomsmen sat around a table. Every now and then the table welled up with laughter like that of an oriole. Ha ha ha. Yenner, he's just so much fun. He keeps sending it into the cave up there ha ha ha. Exactly. We were blinded at the bottom. Why haven't you called us? Zhao Lingyan heard the bridesmaid's laughter and nodded with an embarrassed face. Meh yeah. Sitting beside her was Zhao Zhijing, whose face gradually turned gloomy. The bride and groom who knew everything heard this and their faces changed instantly. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. All that could be done was to nod silently with an embarrassed smile covering his face. Lu Chen felt the killing intent coming from Zhao Zhijing if anything, and hurriedly changed the topic, looking towards the several people beside him. Zhao Chang and Chao Changren. The two men's gazes were a bit grumpy, obviously still harboring grudges over the fact that they had been pitted against them by Lu Chen earlier. The bruises on his face were also vaguely painful. Lu Chen felt the two men's grudging gazes and took the initiative to raise his wineglass to the two men, though there was a bit of an interlude in it. But if it weren't for me, would you have gotten your red packets and eaten at such a nice table? Zhao Chang and Chao Changren. Several people looked at the lobster and abalone on the table in front of them, though there was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right. He nodded anyway. Indeed, they had all come with the intention of dabbling in the mat. Instead, it turned out that because of a few words from Lu Chen, several people had been edict. Not only do you get to eat at the table openly, but you also get a paycheck. $1,000 is enough to top the paychecks of two people who have been working hard for a long time. Seeing that the two were lulled in by themselves, Lu Chen nodded his head in satisfaction and waved his hand in a pretense of atmosphere. Alright, I won't bother with you guys this time. I won't charge you. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately looked towards Lu Chen, incomparably excited. Really? Lu? Because the last time he invited Lu Chen to dinner, he basically spent all his money. The life that the two Zhaochangs are leading right now can be described as rather dismal. Every day is basically plain water with buns. If Lu Chen didn't take money out of their paychecks, then they could once again live the same life they had before with 2 meals a day of braised pork over rice. Chao Changren was even more so. As a wilderness survival expert, there was no foothold in the city at all, and the tents that had been so hard to buy had all been taken by the previously wanted criminals. If we had this funding from Lu Chen, we would be able to do so much more. At least you don't have to worry about making ends meet every day. As soon as the two thought of this, they immediately poured wine into their glasses and said with incomparable bravado, I'm dry. Lu, you feel free. Gulp. A thud. Both of them took in white wine that was upwards of 50 degrees. A few people put aside their old grudges and chatted over the dinner table. Ha, so you guys are guests on a reality show? At the dinner table, one member of the bridesmaids group was a little shocked to hear that several people were guests on the show. With a face full of admiration, he looked towards Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he nodded with incomparable confidence. That's for sure. I'm going for the final $50 million jackpot. Then you must be ranked pretty high. Oh, hearing this, Zhao Chang scratched his head in some embarrassment. Ahem. Without further ado, everyone eat and drink well out. Lu Chen, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and silently opened the ranking of the guests. Pretending to be surprised, he said, Yeah, so I'm number one? The photographer was also extremely cooperative and helpful. What? It turns out that you, Lu, are the program's guest who is now ranked number one in terms of funding and popularity? So the final jackpot of $50 million is yours sooner or later? Ahem. Emotions are too much Sanner. This is too much of a show. You should restrain yourself. Okay brother. I'll adjust it. So, You are the winner of the final $50 million jackpot? Well, this one is full of emotion. Good. Crowd. Zhao Zijing and Zhao Lingyan couldn't help but cover their foreheads as they looked at the pair of living treasures playing in front of them, a look of pretending not to recognize each other. On the other hand, Zhao Chang, who had fallen silent on the side, suddenly shook Lu Chen's arm, looking over at one of the bridesmaids sitting directly across from her. Excitedly, Lu Chen, I feel like I'm in love. Ha! Lu Chen was a bit overwhelmed. What the hell are you in love with? What kind of love is that at a wedding? Can you not be so vulgar in your use of words? A number of black lines sprang up on Zhao Chang's head, and his gaze turned towards the girl on the opposite side of the room. That was the hostess who was on stage with Lu Chen, and she was currently looking at Lu Chen with a grudging gaze, the fork in her hand tearing the meat on the plate with force, as if the meat was Lu Chen. Zhao Chang gazed at the sultry look on his sister's face and appreciated it more and more. I'm talking serious, Al. Look over there. That girl. I've been feeling like she's been looking at me since we started eating. Do you think she likes me? Lu Chen shook his head decisively. This girl is looking at me, right? Besides, there are 3 great illusions in life. I can kill back, and that girl likes me, don't you know that? Zhao Cheng froze and looked at Lu Chen with some confusion. Aren't there 3 major illusions? Why are you missing one here? Lu Chen silently shook his head and continued to add, a licking dog always thinks he can lick a goddess, but he doesn't know there's something called reproductive isolation. Zhao Cheng, it's just solid when you talk like that. Lu Chen didn't say anything, but just silently picked up his wineglass and congratulated towards the 2 newcomers. Come, here's to you 2 being eternally united, growing old together, having a son early, and having a beautiful family. The crowd followed suit and toasted the bride and groom. The wine is over. Chao Changrun and Zhao Chang were already a bit overwhelmed and their faces had turned red. The photographer, who was currently eating with his mouth full of oil, looked at Lu Chen and let out a long sigh of relief. Brother, it's fortunate that you were resourceful enough to pull Zhao Chang and the others to make sacrifices, so the best man's curse didn't spread to us. Hearing the photographer's praise, Lu Chen couldn't help but straighten his back and said proudly, that's not true. For the most part, I'm witty as hell. One not only solves the curse of the best man, he'd also get $1,000 in salary and hosting fees for nothing. And the thought of that made him want to give himself credit for his resourcefulness. At this time, an arm knotted around Lu Chen. Zhao Chang put his arm around Lu Chen and drunkenly said, Lu, I really think she's interested in me. Can you ask the groom to get a contact for me? Lu Chen gave Zhao Chang a blank look and shook his head. The point is that I don't know the groom well either. I was asked by another person to be the best man. After saying that, Lu Chen did not move and glanced at Zhao Zijing beside him. Zhao Zijing was also a bit on top at the moment. Her fair face was flushed with a touch of red, adding a few points of delicacy to her cold temperament. And Zhao Chang also seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Brother, so you like her? I thought that girl named Chen Yi was your girlfriend last time. Hearing this, Chao Changren couldn't help but join the conversation. Ha, isn't Lu his girlfriend not Sister Zhou? Lu Chen hurriedly covered these 2 people's mouths and stretched out his index finger, signaling them to be silent. However, the 2 surprised voices still reached the ears of Zhao Zijing and Zhao Lingyan beside them. Both of them turned their heads towards Lu Chen's side in unison, their faces incomparably grave. Who is Chen Yi? And who is this Sister Chao? The powerful aura emanating from the 2 of them immediately caused the crowd's breath to stutter. The groom stared at Lu Chen with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape, his face full of shock. I didn't realize he had other girlfriends. Lu Chen looked at the 2 people in front of him who were issuing soulful questioning. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his face was filled with bitterness. He never expected the curse of the best man to backfire on him at the last minute. That, you guys let me explain. Chapter 104, If you are more beautiful than my wife, please chat with me privately. Fu Li Xiaozhu, in front of Zhao Zijing's villa, a little girl, accompanied by a servant, stood playing in the doorway, looking at the few people coming down from the black business car. His little face was full of joy. Mom! Sister! You're back! Nan Nan bounced up to Zhao Zijing and Zhao Lingyan's face and just wanted to hug Zhao Zijing's thigh, but then he saw the silhouette behind the duo and gave a start. Raising his head, he sniffed in the air, a little unsure it was the word. Is this brother Lu? Why is your face purple? Lu Chen looked at the innocent little girl in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitched, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. This one accidentally fell on the floor and knocked. Zhao Zijing and Zhao Lingyan couldn't help but coldly snort in unison. Ugh! Scumbag! After saying that, they walked into the villa in unison. Lu Chen was a bit embarrassed and just wanted to follow up with a slow step, but was stopped by Zhao Zijing. Male creatures with nothing but mating in their heads are not welcome here. Taxi keys to you. The repair costs I have paid you. when the time comes to go directly to the repair shop to drive away. Just, Zhao Jijing threw a key out of her pocket and handed it to Lu Chen, making a gesture to close the door. But he was stopped by Nan, who was beside him. Nan raised her little head, her big watery eyes looking at Zhao Jijing with a hint of pleading in her tone. Mom, let brother Lu teach me how to do my homework, okay? Even though she was still young, she sensed the awkward atmosphere between the two, opening his mouth to ease the embarrassment for Lu Chen. Lu Chen also rushed to take advantage of the slope and said, Yeah, I've got good grades, let me teach Nan how to do her homework. Before Zhao Jijing could agree, Lu Chen slipped into the house with Nan in his arms. Zhao Jijing doted on her daughter in Lu Chen's arms and sighed helplessly. Nodding his head in agreement, he gazed warily towards Lu Chen. Okay then, but you stay away from Yenchan. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched, full of helplessness. I really don't know her well. I just pulled her over once before when I was driving a cab. Cut it out. You've only met her once. Would she let you pose as her boyfriend? And who the hell were those two girls they were talking about? Zhao Zijing's face turned blue as she directly questioned Lu Chen. As Zhao Lingyan's sister-in-law, Zhao Zijing naturally understood her very well. With her condescending nature, how could she possibly find a random person she'd met just once to pose as her boyfriend? Thinking of this, Zhao Zijing couldn't help but look even more gloomy. These two, something must have happened. Looking at Zhao Zijing, whose face was once again gloomy, Lu Chen didn't dare to stay here any longer. Carrying Nan in his arms, he ran towards the stairs. Nan's room was on the far right at the corner of the second floor. The room wasn't large, only about 40 square meters, with a small bed and table. The entire room is also decorated in pastel colors and the walls are covered in stickers for a childlike touch. Nan took out a set of papers from her own school bag and looked at Lu Chen pitifully. Brother Lu, can you teach me how to make this? Lu Chen nodded as he looked at the paper with summer vacation homework printed on it in Nan's hand. So it's summer vacation homework? What's this? Let me see. Lu Chen took the summer vacation homework from Nan and slowly opened it. I was shocked and stunned by the amount of summer homework in front of me. The roll in front of me was a large swath of literature and various snippets of essays. Lu Chen turned his head with difficulty with an iron color and looked at Nan who was sitting beside him. Nan, I think you're still in kindergarten. If I remember correctly? Nan nodded. Aha! It's Taipan. After Lu Chen heard this, he turned his head to look at the roll in his hand again, his face full of disbelief. Is this kindergarten homework? I didn't have homework when I was in kindergarten. The photographer also looked at the test paper in Lu Chen's hand and let out an exclamation. I'll go. Back in the day, I didn't have the literary language until middle school, and they're learning it in kindergarten? What? Isn't literature only in high school? The viewers in the live broadcast room, looking at the test paper in Lu Chen's hand, could not help but exclaim, are kids so curly now? Kindergarten is starting to learn the language? That's the world's jaggedness, isn't it? The kid next door to me is in kindergarten, and he's snot-nosed and giggling every day. My daughter is in a trilingual kindergarten, and the monthly tuition is very expensive. Nan looked at the shocked expressions of Lu Chen and the photographer, cocked her head, and couldn't help but feel a little lost. You guys, won't you? How could I not? It's just a little bit of literature. It's child's play for me. That's right. I was almost the top student in arts in our province back then, and the word won't is not in my vocabulary. Hearing this from the two men, Nan patted her chest in reassurance. After all, the school year is just around the corner. If I can't finish my paper today, I'm afraid I'm going to be punished at the beginning of the school year. Nan took the paper, sat down in her chair, and was just about to put pen to paper when she was stumped by the first question on the paper. Brother Lu, then how should this question sit? Lu Chen's eyes looked towards the paper. It was a literary translation question. My wife's beauty is private to me. Wait till I think about it. Lu Chen scratched his head. The things he had learned before had long been forgotten, and he simply didn't know how it should be translated, only to turn to the photographer beside him, towards whom he looked. The photographer was also frowning, looking down in deep thought. Nan looked up at the overwhelmed Lu Chen with some curiosity. Didn't you say this was pediatrics, Brother Lu? When Lu Chen heard this, he coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Ahem. Of course it's pediatric. Only I've been studying it for too long and I don't remember some of it, so let me think out. He then stood up, hands behind his back, and paced back and forth across the room. This, my, means me, and wife, means wife. So, the correct translation would be, anyone who is more beautiful than my wife, please private chat me. Aha! Definitely. Lu Chen looked firmly toward Nan and nodded. However, this translation thundered the photographer and hurriedly pulled Lu Chen back. Brother, I remember the saying seems to be from Su Gong what? It's about two men comparing their beauty, right? How can you translate like that? When Lu Chen heard this, he was a bit unconvinced and asked back towards the photographer. Then what do you say to translate it? The photographer pondered for a while, then slowly said, since it's a beauty contest between two men, the correct translation of this sentence should be, I'm more beautiful than my wife, so you guys should talk to me privately. Nan looked at the two men in front of her at some loss for words, not knowing for a moment who to listen to. Chapter 105 Lu Chen, your dragon fruit-colored lipstick. It's quite nice. Lu Chen, on the other hand, frowned after hearing the photographer's answer and spoke slowly after a long time. Hiss. It always feels like there's something wrong with this translation you're talking about. The photographer immediately shook his head. Adamant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I was third in our class in languages. That's how I remember translating it. The viewers in the live broadcast room had been completely dumbfounded after hearing these two people's translations. I'm going. So that's how it translates? At first glance, it doesn't sound like I have any problems, but on closer inspection, it seems like a big problem. What do you mean? I'm prettier than my wife, so you should talk to me privately? These two guys didn't really escape from a mental hospital, did they? Who in their right mind would translate like this? I teach language arts, and I'm so pissed off by these two. I'm having a heart attack right now. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing the photographer so decisive, Lu Chen nodded his head in disbelief and turned to Nan. Then write it like this. He should be right. Nan nodded numbly and continued to point to the roll and ask. There is no other. Only the hand is familiar. How should it be translated? Hearing this familiar sentence, Lu Chen and the photographer clasped their hands to their chests in unison, confident smiles spreading across their faces as they snorted disdainfully and said in unison, right here? Just a hand. Can you die in the morning and in the evening? In the morning you inquire about the way to your house, and at night you can die. Nan nodded thoughtfully, sighing, the ancients are still cranky. The other side, Zhaoji sat quietly in the middle of the living room, looking up at the second floor. Hearing Lu Chen's voice now and then, he nodded thoughtfully. Learning so hard. Why don't I go cut up some fruit? After saying that, Zhao Zijing walked towards the kitchen, took a couple dragon fruits out of the fridge and cut them up to make 2 plates. He then instructed Zhao Lingyan in the living room. Little Yenner, why don't you carry these 2 plates of fruit up to Lu Chen and the others? I see they've been working hard for half a day too. Zhao Lingyan just silently took the plate and turned around towards the second floor, her face expression still somewhat angry, obviously still holding a grudge about what happened earlier. Humph. Scum don't deserve fruit. As she said that, she moved towards the dragon fruit on the large plate, as if it was Lu Chen, and chewed it fiercely. Dang. A knock on the door came out, and Lu Chen, who was explaining the literary language to Nan, heard the knock on the door. A slow stretch. Come in. Zhao Lingyan carried a small plate of red dragon fruits and walked in. Nan, who was also tired of learning, got up from her chair and ran towards Zhao Lingyan, hugging her thighs. Sister Flora. Zhao Lingyan stroked Nan's little head and said in a doting tone, Nan, your mom peeled fruit for you. Eat it. Zhao Lingyan put her plate on the table and looked towards Lu Chen and the photographer. The moment Lu Chen saw Zhao Lingyan, he suddenly burst out laughing with a pfft. The photographer's expression twisted, his entire features straining to control the corners of his upturned mouth. Zhao Lingyan said with an unhappy face, What are you laughing at? Lu Chen covered his mouth and his eyes turned into crescent moons as he smiled. I was laughing at the fact that there was a pig named Flora in my village before me too. Zhao Lingyan was still oblivious at the moment, and when she heard Lu Chen's words, she only felt that the 2 people in front of her who were holding back their laughter were a bit childish. Ha! It's just a breast name. Don't you have one? Nan, who had heard the new vocabulary on the side, looked up in some surprise and wondered, What's the breast name? Sister Flora? This is the name you use when you drink milk. For example, Nan is your breast name. Zhao Lingyan bent down and slowly explained. Nan nodded thoughtfully and looked toward both Lu Chen and the photographer. And what is brother's breast name? Lu Chen was stunned by the question, then said seriously, If we go by what we just said, my breast name should be Dead Ghost, right? Zhao Lingyan, Sigma, degree winky face. There are still children here. What more do you say about tigers and wolves? Zhao Lingyan hurriedly covered the ears of Nan beside her, when the photographer also spoke slowly and thoughtfully. So my breast name, then, would be Officer? Sanner. Not that I'm talking about you, but if you're going to have a breast name here, it's got to be eunuch, right? Brother, you don't slander me ow. I'm a big guy. How could I have such a milk name? Zhao Lingyan. As Zhao Lingyan listened to the conversation between the two, she only felt like a truck had run over her face. Helplessly holding his forehead, he couldn't help but be skeptical. I really don't know what my sister-in-law was thinking, actually letting you two teach Nan Nan. Lu Chen didn't answer her question, but silently turned his gaze to the small plate of dragon fruits, and was just about to pick up a toothpick to eat a piece when he was interrupted by Zhao Lingyan. Zhao Lingyan lifted the fire dragon fruit in front of her and stared at Lu Chen with a deadly stare like a vicious dog guarding its food. This is specially cut for Nan by my sister-in-law. Scum don't deserve fruit. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up as he looked at the mauve color that remained at the corners of Zhao Lingyan's mouth. Really? Then I'll go ask Sister Jing if anyone has stolen our dragon fruits. Zhao Lingyan froze when she heard Lu Chen's words. The eyes immediately shifted elsewhere, not without a bit of heartburn. He. Who would steal your dragon fruits? This must be your girlfriend so much that you made your sister-in-law angry. At this time, Nan Nan, who was on the side, pulled on Zhao Lingyan's skirt, looking at her mouth painted lavender by the fire dragon juice. She said, Auntie, your lavender lipstick is so pretty today. What lavender lipstick? I'm not wearing lipstick today? Zhao Lingyan was still a bit unresponsive, and just halfway through her words, she suddenly froze. Hastily, he turned around and pulled out the mirror. Immediately afterward, there was a crashing scream from the room. Ah! Zhao Lingyan's pretty face was red. Her face was hot. She didn't expect that she had actually been caught stealing food. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was idly acting out the groping she had just done. Ha! Who would steal your dragon fruits? It must be your girlfriend who's hot. Zhao Lingyan, who had been humiliated in front of her, covered Lu Chen's mouth, her eyes glaring as she viciously said, Shut up! If you say that again, I'll go to my sister-in-law and tell her how you're flirting with the girls. In the face of Zhao Lingyan's threat, Lu Chen, on the other hand, let out a disdainful cold snort and said with incomparable confidence, Ha! Do you have proof? When he finished speaking, he saw a dark lens pointed at him, and Zhang San, who was carrying the camera, revealed a naive smile. What, brother? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Lingyan in front of him and scratched his head in some embarrassment. A smile worse than tears appeared on his face. So, your dragon fruit-colored lipstick is pretty good. Chapter 106, Zhao Lingyan, that's right, I taught her. Zhao Lingyan looked at the smile that was worse than tears on Lu Chen's face, and a smile could not help but flow from the corner of her mouth as she slowly sat down on the bed. Looking at Lu Chen, he said, The guy who's been chasing me didn't show up today, so next time if he's still pestering me, you'll pretend to be my boyfriend like you did today. Give me a hard time for pissing him off. Lu Chen recalled a bit of this morning's experience, and a trace of panic could not help but spread across his face. Just as he wanted to shake his head and refuse, he was interrupted by Zhao Lingyan's next words. Lu Chen, you don't want Auntie to know about that incident either, do you? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched, and his face grew odd. Why does that sound so familiar to you? Zhao Lingyan's face couldn't help but redden up, annoyed too. You care about me. Anyway, next time I call you, you have to be there. With that, Zhao Lingyan took out her cell phone and opened the QR code of her wizards and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen sighed helplessly and silently applied for a friend. One could only pray inwardly, hoping that the next time he played Zhao Lingyan's boyfriend, stop being such an awkward occasion. The bride and groom have been looking at themselves all morning today with a look of eating water. Gave himself a whole introvert for being such an extrovert. After adding her friend, Zhao Lingyan then happily wiped the fire dragon juice from her mouth. It then left the room with a bounce, and Nan, who was sitting in her chair, gobbled up the dragon fruit on her plate and continued to do her homework. The little finger pointed at the questions on the paper and innocently asked towards Lu Chen. Then, brother, how do you explain this scene differently? Lu Chen pondered a little, then said, when you see a good-looking member of the opposite sex, move in with her. He who eats a horse does not know that he can eat it for 1,000 miles. The horse-eater ate him without realizing it was a 1,000-mile horse. Under Lu Chen's tutelage, Nan Nan's homework progressed by leaps and bounds, and within an hour she had finished her paper. Only, Lu Chen and the photographer stood beside the table, and both of them couldn't help but furrow their brows as they stared at the finished test paper on the table. Brother, how do I feel? There's something strange about this translation all the time. Hiss. When you say that, I seem to feel the same way. It always feels weird somewhere. The two men looked at each other and the photographer was the first to speak up and test the waters. How about, we look it up on our cell phones? Hearing this, Lu Chen clasped his hands on his chest and let out a cold snort of disdain. Humph. Sanner, just you're still almost the top student in arts. Not even confident in a kindergarten topic. Why am I not confident? I'm afraid that you'll translate it wrong, brother, and then you'll make Nan Nan do her homework wrong. The viewers in the live broadcast room were already laughing their asses off when they saw this scene. Where the hell did these two get the confidence to teach someone their homework? What's the difference between that and asking the last person in the class to teach? the difference is still there. At least last place in the class won't be so outrageous. Bad. I have a hunch that Lou and the others are probably going to have bad luck again. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. And just as the two were arguing, the door to the room was opened again. Zhao Zijing walked in with a plate of fire dragon fruits, with Zhao Lingyan behind her. Zhao Lingyan's face was a bit aggrieved, as if she had just been reprimanded. Zhao Zijing wore a smile on her face as she said with some embarrassment, "This child Xiaoyan stole your fruits and ate them. I'm so sorry. Obviously you guys tutored Nan in her homework and she stole your fruit." Zhao Lingyan. Apologize. Zhao Zijing glanced icily at Zhao Lingyan behind her, who was currently curled up with her head like a quail. As someone who spent time with Zhao Zijing day and night, she naturally understood. Zhao Zijing would most likely be angry if she called herself by her full name. She silently lowered her head to Lu Chen and the photographer in front of her. "I'm sorry you taught Nan her homework and I stole your fruit." Looking at the apologizing Zhao Lingyan in front of them, the two of them first froze, then looked at each other. A mysterious smile spread across the corners of his mouth, and both parties instantly understood. Lu Chen hurriedly took the plate in Zhao Zijing's hand and waved his hand. Atmospherically, "It's okay. It's just a piece of fruit. Actually, Nan gets a big part of the credit for her being able to do it so quickly." The photographer also rushed in to help. It is. After all, Lu and I both graduated so many years ago that we don't remember some things long ago. It's thanks to her. Otherwise I'm afraid we'd probably have to teach here all afternoon." Sigma, degree. When Zhao Lingyan heard this, her face was a bit surprised as she looked towards the two. Clearly she hadn't done anything obviously. He had just threatened him with the replay of Lu Chen's live stream of him getting the girl earlier, and as a result, he was willing to cover for himself? Thinking of this, Zhao Lingyan's gaze towards Lu Chen was filled with gratitude, and Lu Chen was giving a color to Zhao Lingyan in front of him. Zhao Lingyan instantly comprehended Lu Chen's intentions. Immediately, he puffed out his chest, patted it, and justified himself. "That's right, if I hadn't taught Nan, she wouldn't have done it so quickly. What's wrong with eating some fruit when I'm teaching so hard?" This look is not to mention how arrogant, and before the goose into a quail look, can be said to be a different person. Zhao Zijing, on the other hand, heard her words, and a trace of doubt passed over her face. But didn't I see you lying on your cell phone in the living room when I was cutting up the dragon fruit? How do you teach it all at once?" Facing Zhao Zijing's question, a hint of panic appeared on Zhao Lingyan's face. However, the flash of panic was fleeting. She immediately thought of an excuse. "So what? That I show that I teach Nan well, and faster, much better than these two of theirs." Zhao Lingyan pointed at Lu Chen and the photographer in front of her. It was only halfway through the sentence that he reacted to the fact that they were the ones helping themselves, rushing the conversation. He juggled the words at Zhao Zijing. "Anyway, I'm just teaching Nan to do her homework now, and it's no big deal if the fruit is eaten. Is that so?" Zhao Zijing looked puzzled and asked for confirmation towards the Lu Chen photographer in front of her. The two men hurriedly nodded. The viewers in the live broadcast room were already laughing their asses off when they saw this scene. Laughing and crying, "I'm really convinced that these two old sixes. The little girl just stole a plate of dragon fruits. You do this to her. Won't your conscience hurt? The prerequisite for a conscience to ache is to have one. Do you think Lu has one? The girl smiles so happily and trusts you so much, and you do this to her? Luck has broken the heart of an innocent girl. How arrogant the girl is now. How bad she'll be when she gets beaten up later." Covering my face with a smile, "This is really a tragedy caused by a plate of dragon fruit. I can only hope that when you get beaten up, you'll hit her gently." "Lu Chen, I'm really not being careful." Chapter 107, Zhao Lingyan, "Lu Chen, I hate you." Nan, who was on the side, looked at the three people in front of her with a somewhat puzzled gaze. Lu Chen and the photographer, who had clearly taught her to do her homework, instead fell back on not wanting to admit to teaching themselves to do their homework at all. Zhao Lingyan, who didn't teach herself to do her homework at all, was instead talking about teaching herself to do her homework. Nan cocked her little head and was just about to open her mouth to inquire. Lu Chen, however, covered her mouth, squatted down, and snubbed at the whisper. Nan, is the dragon fruit Sister Yenner gave you good?" Nan nodded numbly, and before she could react, Lu Chen came a little closer, squatted in front of her, and continued in a low voice. "She brings you fruit to eat while you're doing your homework, so doesn't that help you with your homework too?" Zhao Lingyan also squatted down and looked at Nan pitifully. Nan, if you don't help me, then I might lose my pocket money this month. If you help me, I'm sure I'll buy you lots of good food later." It seemed that Zhao Lingyan had been fined a lot of pocket money because of the stolen fruit. The moment Nan, who didn't have much heart, had been wound up by Lu Chen. After hearing Zhao Lingyan's assurance again, She immediately nodded her little head. Mom, it was my sister who taught me how to do my homework. And brother Lu Chan and uncle photographer also taught a little. Nan was still a little too proud in her heart to mention Lu Chan and the photographer. Only the aura was much weaker because of the weakness of his heart. Zhao Zijing, on the other hand, had a puzzled expression spread across her face. That's odd. The girl's least favorite thing in the world is usually teaching Nan to do her homework. Every time she teaches Nan to do her homework, halfway through it she takes Nan off somewhere to touch fish without knowing where she's sneaking off to. Is it hard for you to have a change of heart today? Zhao Zijing said while looking towards Zhao Lingyan suspiciously. Zhao Lingyan scratched her head somewhat sheepishly. Isn't that because all those assignments she had before were so pedestrian that I get sleepy looking at them? Yeah, don't you take her side again. Don't finish your homework and tell me you did. Zhao Zijing looked towards Zhao Lingyan in front of her with some confusion. Zhao Lingyan immediately shook her head. How can that be? She's definitely done this time. Check if you don't believe me. Zhao Zijing walked towards the desk where the test papers were placed. Seeing this, Lu Chen also hurriedly coughed a few times and called out to Zhao Zijing to cover up his heart. Sister Jing, I really watched her teach Nan to finish her paper. And she certainly didn't take Nan's side this time. Hearing the two of them exonerate Zhao Lingyan in this manner, Zhao Zijing also slowly nodded and paused. If you all say so, it must be done. The two could not help but feel relieved when they saw that Zhao Zijing was no longer heading in the direction of the rolls. Only, before they could continue to say anything, behind her, Nan picked up the rolls on the table and handed them over to Zhao Zijing to come. Very well behaved. Mommy, check. Zhao Zijing slowly received the roll, and the two of them, Lu Chen and the photographer, turned incomparably pale. Sister Jing will leave first. Zhao Zijing, who was holding the roll in her hand, was a bit surprised and looked at the two men to retain. Leaving already? Won't you stay for dinner? I'll cook for you myself. Hearing this, the two shook their heads like rattlesnakes. No. Now that the rental is fixed, I have to pick it up in a hurry. Seeing that the two were leaving, Zhao Zijing didn't force them to stay. The two scurried away as if they were fleeing. Zhao Zijing silently picked up the paper in her hand and scrutinized it. Looking at the roll in his hand, his face steeply grimaced down towards Zhao Lingyan beside him. In an icy tone, she said, Did you really teach Nan to do this? Zhao Lingyan didn't notice Zhao Zijing's shift in tone at all and nodded very confidently. That's for sure. I didn't teach her to do it. Can't it be that Lu Chen and the others taught Nan to do it? As soon as the words fell, Zhao Zijing's icy words came like a cold wind piercing the bones. Not only will you not have your allowance next month, you won't have your allowance this year. Hearing these words, Zhao Lingyan froze, an incredulous expression covering her face. Sigma, degree winky face. Why? Zhao Lingyan questioned rather angrily towards Zhao Zijing in front of her. Zhao Zijing's face was horribly gloomy, and he lowered the test paper in his hand, then silently took out a stick. Why? You have the nerve to ask me why? See for yourself what you're translating. Chao Lu, have a son like Sun Zhongmo. What did you teach Nan to translate? Zhao Lingyan looked at the test paper in her hand and read out the translation that Nan had written on the test paper. Chao, and Liu Bei had a son who should be like Sun Zhongmo? The more Zhao Lingyan spoke, the more wrong she felt, and by the end of the reading, she even began to doubt her own eyes. Full of disbelief, he looked at the test paper in his hand and hurriedly rubbed his eyes again. At once, his face became incredibly pale. This I can explain. At this moment, Zhao Zijing didn't have the mood to listen to her explanation and directly interrupted her roughly. Explain what? Keep reading. Zhao Lingyan looked at the test paper in her hand and her face became bitter. Kain and in you. The quote is, Wei Jia said that Sima Yi walked while holding Zhuge Jin and holding Zhou Yu's hand. At this moment, Zhao Lingyan was considered to completely understand that Zhao Zijing's face was so ugly. Zhao Lingyan had a smile worse than tears on her face as she looked towards Zhao Zijing. Auntie, would you believe me if I said that this is actually all taught by Lu Chen and the others? And that I didn't teach Nan at all? Nan, who was standing on the sidelines, still didn't know what was happening, innocently looking at Zhao Lingyan in front of her. Once she thought of Zhao Lingyan's previous vow of assurance, she opened her mouth. Mom, it was my sister who taught me. Zhao Lingyan, Sigma, degree winky face. Zhao Lingyan's eyes widened as she looked toward Nan and hurriedly said, Be honest. Nan, if it's true that he taught them, then a severe beating can't be avoided. Zhao Zijing looked at Zhao Lingyan in front of her and just coldly spat out two words. Go on. Zhao Lingyan's face was incomparably difficult as she turned her head and looked towards the test paper again. What Boya thinks, Zhong Ziki will get. I must get Zhong Ziki, thought Boya, looking at Zhao Lingyan's face as if she had lost her life. Zhao Zijing silently raised the stick in her hand and swung it towards her. I asked you to translate. I asked you to teach this. Auntie, I'm your own niece. It's true that Lu Chen and the others taught me. It's none of my business. All of a sudden, there was a wail that resounded through the room. Lu Chen, I hate you. And upon hearing the scream, Lu Chen and the photographer both fled out of the villa in quick steps with horrified faces. Chapter 108. Lu Chen, that person should be dead. After leaving the villa, Lu Chen and the two of them took a cab to the repair shop and retrieved their cab. Sitting in the driver's seat, looking at his all-new, brand new interior, Lu Chen couldn't help but reach out his hand to caress the heartfelt sigh that came from within. It's really true that a golden nest is always better than one's own doghouse. That sports car is cramped as hell. And it's still not as nice to drive as my cab, don't you think? After all, you've been driving a taxi for so long yourself. Suddenly change the car more or less always have a little uncomfortable. Open supercar is sentiment. Open their own small broken rental is life. In the face of Lu Chen's statement, the photographer's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Brother, do you know what Versailles is? Lu Chen shook his head decisively. Even though I'm good looking, 6 feet 5 inches and have abs, but I don't know everything. Photographer. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also tormented by this kind of Versailles speech from Lu Chen. What the hell? He's still pretending. The cameraman will beat him up. Upstairs, have you ever considered? It's not that he doesn't want to do it. It's that he simply can't beat Lu. Just Lu's previous means of catching wanted criminals. The one who gets down is definitely the photographer. Meow. I work overtime every day. My salary is only 4,000 a month. This time it's really broken defense. Reasonable. Though he's Versailles, he seems to be telling the real truth. Having just picked up the rental, Lu Chen also started his old job. The first customer was an older woman in a cool dress with a heavily made-up face. As soon as he got into the car, a strong odor of bad perfume, mixed with the smell of cigarettes, hit his nose, and the older woman was stunned to see the camera's blackened hole pointed at her, looking warily toward the two men in front of him. You, what do they do? What's with the whole thing? This I'm a guest on the Life in 100 reality show. This we're live streaming. Lu Chen explained slowly to his big sister sitting in the back seat, and big sister pulled out her cell phone and silently searched for the show's crew, looking at the guests in the row of the program on his phone screen. He then tapped into Chao Chengren's live broadcast. Looking at Chao Chengren's live broadcast, only less than 1,000 attention. But laughed out. Then he said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, with such a small number of people, you can also broadcast live?" Although the explosion of the program has basically given the guests a lot of increased exposure, Chao Chengren also remains at the bottom of the list. After all, as a wilderness survivalist, there's no place to unleash your skills in the middle of the city. It was also exceptionally difficult to try to make a living. In the face of his big sister's ridicule, Lu Chen just smiled faintly and laughed towards his big sister. Is that okay, big sister? When big sister heard Lu Chen's words, she immediately jumped out of her skin. Who are you calling a big sister? I'm just 35. After saying that, she gave Lu Chen another blank look and sat down. Okay, it's just a few people. Take as many pictures as you want. And remember to use the beauty face for me. If it wasn't for my kindness, I guess with that mouth of yours and this crappy machine, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to take more than a few orders a day, right? Having been a taxi driver for so long, Lu Chen is very calm. Hearing his big sister's taunt, he thought back carefully and nodded slowly. So that's really. Seeing Lu Chen nod his head, big sister continued to taunt again. Is that all you make? To support yourself on a regular basis? Before Lu Chen could answer, the photographer on the side was a bit unable to sit still. The photographer grimaced to his big sister behind him. What do you care? Just say where you're going. Hey, you're. Before the older sister could finish her sentence, she saw the photographer's grim face. The face, which was already dark and looked a little scary, sank down and looked more and more hideous. The older sister rather sensibly kept her mouth shut. That, go to Jiang'an Road, Red Star KTV. Lu Chen nodded silently and started the car. Sky blue cab speed down the road. The older sister's mouth got restless again as she looked at the decorations in the car. Your car is quite new. It looks like you just bought it. But unfortunately, as it is, you won't be able to earn back the money for the car even if you suffer for another 10 years, right? Lu Chen shook his head. It's been a car for years. It's just been recently overhauled so it looks new. The older sister was a bit puzzled. Why are you fixing the car when it's fine? Lu Chen scratched his head and answered truthfully. When I drove it before, I crashed into someone's car. Big sister, Sigma, degree. The older sister froze when she heard this. A fleshy expression of panic rose on his face, and his hands gripped the seatbelt strapped to his chest with a firm grip, afraid of what might happen. Then with a somewhat pale face, he continued to ask towards Lu Chen. So then what happened after that? Afterward, I kicked that guy's ass. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, his words came to an abrupt end. After thinking for a while, he turned his head toward the photographer beside him and said, "Sanner, that man should be dead, right?" The photographer was silent for a while, then nodded. It should be dead. The crime committed by that criminal was quite serious. Excluding the kidnapped Nan, many other children have been trafficked and even mutilated by them. The death penalty was the last thing that was done for him. When the elder sister heard the conversation between the two, the expression on her face froze. She had thought that a photographer with a black face that looked like Li Kuei was scary enough. Never in a million years did he realize that the smiling-looking young man in front of him was the real tough guy. Hearing Lu Chen talk about the previous wanted man, the photographer opened his mouth. "Brother, the one that crawled out of that graveyard last night should be dead too. Big sister? Sigma, degree winky face." The older sister's eyes widened and her face became incredibly pale. If it was even sort of possible to understand what the two of them were saying before, it's completely unintelligible now. "What do you mean the one that crawled out of the graveyard? You won't let her go even though she's a ghost? What kind of a person is this? Even if he's a ghost, he won't let him go?" Thinking about this, the older sister's face was beyond horrified. With that attitude he just had, he might have offended these two. The older sister subconsciously looked towards the scenery outside the window, but her eyes widened. As if irritated by something, he rose from his seat. Alarmed, he said, This is not the way to that Huainan dining hall, is it? Oh, the main road is too congested this time of year. I happen to know a small road that's not only faster but also less congested." After he finished speaking, Lu Chen glanced at his older sister, who had a pale face. From among the rearview mirror, soothingly, he said, "Don't worry, I'm sure I won't overcharge you." When Big Sister heard this, her whole body fell into a pit of ice. Looking at the bright smile on Lu Chen's face, it was as if he had seen the devil's smile. Chapter 109 Stop Talking. Stud. Big Sister was sitting in the back seat, fidgeting, with a bitter look on his face. He looked toward the car and tried to jump out. However, he realized that Lu Chen's car was too fast, and even if he jumped out, he was afraid that it would be dangerous. Pressing down on this dangerous thought inside, immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to the camera. The mind can't help but be suspicious. Since it was live, the two shouldn't be able to do anything to themselves, but the thought had just surfaced in the middle of her mind. She shook her head violently again, dismissing the idea. How could such a small shot be a threat to them when both men could make light of killing someone in front of a camera? Immediately after that, the psychopathic murderers inside many movies slowly surfaced in Big Sister's mind. There seems to be one that seems to just love to get the deed on camera. Convenient for them to go back and save her. Slowly, the desperation and fear on the faces of their victims. At the thought, the older sister's face became even more alarmed. The arrogance on his face was all but gone from before. The attitude also took a 180-degree turn. "Yeah, sorry, I'm in a bad mood today because my husband ran off with someone else. That's why I spoke in a bad tone before." The eldest sister looked at the two men before her with immense pleading. Lu Chen and the photographer looked at each other. Both of their eyes filled with doubt. There was some confusion in the face of the big sister's sudden change in attitude. Lu Chen thought that it was his big sister who suddenly came to her senses and shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind saying, "It's okay, sis, everyone has a bad day. Let's be considerate of each other." Hearing this, the older sister's face turned pale. Mutual understanding? So they're still not going to let themselves go? The face was already pale with a thick coating of white powder. Now he was even more frightened by Lu Chen's words and lost the slightest bit of blood. Tears continued to swirl in the middle of his eyes, and he said with a sobbing voice, I don't make much money, and I have an old man and a young man, so if I leave, what will I do?" Hearing such heartbreaking cries, Lu Chen and the photographer froze in unison and turned their heads toward the back row. "What's wrong with you, big sister? Why were you crying so nicely just now? Are you going to be late? It's already here to be late, you just go?" "Oh, The elder sister was in tears, just about to continue opening her mouth to beg for mercy. After hearing Lu Chen's words, he suddenly froze, turning his head toward the window to look out. Red Star KTV, a few big words jumped to the eye. The elder sister was frozen, her mute gaze glancing at the Lu Chen duo in the car, and then toward the door. Some incredulous, you are willing to let me go?" When they heard the elder sister's words, the two of them were a bit puzzled. "If you don't leave, do you want us to drag you around all day?" The older sister's brain was a little unresponsive, wondering why the two were letting themselves go. Is it hard to believe that they are not, in fact, murderers of any kind? Big Sister hadn't figured it out after half a day of thinking, but since the two were willing to let themselves go, she also did not half hesitate to fly open the car door. A smoke laughed. Looking at the athletic figure of the eldest sister whose heels were almost running off, both Lu Chen and the photographer could not help but stare. Brother, this big sister's high heels are running off. Looks like she's really late for work. She's crying in a hurry. Lu Chen, on the other hand, seemed to have remembered something and got up violently. Ha. She hasn't paid yet. This big sister bragged quite a bit, and looked down on us, and ended up skipping orders. Lu Chen moved quickly to open the car door and rushed in towards the KTV where his big sister worked. The cameraman was panting behind him carrying the camera. Brother, wait for me. Inside the Red Star KTV, the light pink lights kept flickering in the hall, and the atmosphere became charming and ambiguous. All kinds of dressed up and coolly dressed ladies stood in the middle of the hall, revealing their white thighs and skin. Lu Chen and the photographer both just walked into it. The young ladies lined up on either side of the aisle bent over and bowed, revealing the exquisite beauty of their chests. Good afternoon, sir. At that moment, a man who looked like a manager, dressed in a suit, approached, with a standard professional smile on his face. Good afternoon, sir. How many, please? Lu Chen was just about to open his mouth when that manager stopped in front of the photographer, looking warily at the photographer. Hello, this gentleman, we don't allow filming here. If you want to go in, please leave your camera with us to be deposited first. The photographer was a bit hesitant, his eyes looking at Lu Chen in a difficult manner. Lu Chen, on the other hand, stared straight at the coolly dressed ladies in front of him and let out a sigh of admiration, completely forgetting exactly why he and the photographer were here. Whoa, Sanner, look at that one. Her skin is so white. That one's good too. It's huge. Hiss. That one I like. Hey, silk thighs. The photographer covered his face with his right hand and sighed helplessly, handed over his camera. I can't figure out why I'm with such a disgraceful thing. And when the manager saw Lu Chen in this manner, his previous guarded look completely disappeared. Both eyes were glowing as he asked towards Lu Chen. Brother? Then I'll arrange a smaller box for you? Send all these sisters to you? Lu Chen shook his head with a resolute expression. The manager in front of him froze, and his brow furrowed. Is it hard to believe that these two are really carrying a camera for an interview? Thinking of this, the manager was just about to call for security, but was interrupted by Lu Chen's words. How can a smaller box be enough? There are more than a dozen girls here. Come on. A fawning smile sprang up on the manager's face. Then he rubbed his fingers at Lu Chen. Come on, brother. It's just the cost of this. Lu Chen was also very bold, and immediately took out his cell phone. Ding. Negative only treasure payment successful. $120,000. It was his previous system reward of $100,000, as well as the bonus for assisting the police in catching the traffickers. As for why he is so generous, it is not because the sisters here are too not, because he suddenly realized that in his system backpack, there is still a tenfold return volume that has not been used. That was the reward he'd gotten at the beginning, only he'd never had too good a chance to use it. Give it a whirl while you're here today. Hearing Lu Chen's voice of payment, the manager's eyes went wide. I never thought that Lu Chen, who looked like he was wearing ordinary clothes, would actually be so generous. A heartfelt pat on the back was instantly given. You can rest assured, brother. Our service in a nutshell is to provide the best quality service for every guest. Sisters are still waiting for what? Try quickly help brother into the box. The photographer froze when he heard Lu Chen pay. With a difficult face, he looked towards Lu Chen. Brother, how did you use all the money? Have you forgotten what we're here for? Chapter 110, Zhang San, Pure Love War God. Hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but stare. Turning his head a little puzzled in a crowd of coolly dressed girls, he said, what are we here for? Seeing Lu Chen had forgotten all about the purpose of coming here, the photographer covered his forehead helplessly and broke down a bit. We're here for the big sister who skipped the check. It was only then that Lu Chen remembered exactly what they had come here for, and a hint of realization spread across his face. Oh, we're here to chase after that big sister. It's okay, we've paid for it anyway. It's not too late for us to have some fun first. The words just fell. Lu Chen sighed of a few coolly dressed little girls rather interesting, then walked to the photographer's side, gently embraced the photographer's arm. The photographer winced as he felt the soft touch coming from his arm. Looking at Lu Chen in front of him, his face flushed red and his tone stuttered a little. Don't do that, brother. I'm not like that. I'm seeing someone, and, before the photographer could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Chen. Hearing the photographer's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but stare. What? You think it's a little inadequate? Lu Chen glared at the few sisters in front of him. The girls gathered around towards the photographer. Large swaths of snowy white came into the photographer's eyes, instantly confusing the photographer. Right, Sanner? What were you trying to say? It's so noisy in here. I didn't really hear you. The photographer looked at the scenery in front of him, a lewd smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Nothing. I said brother, you're a good judge of character. Ha ha. Right. A smile likewise flowed from the corners of Lu Chan's mouth as he led a group of people cheerfully inside the private room. The photographer, not to be outdone, pulls out his cell phone and starts broadcasting live. After all, that's what one's job is. If you choke the broadcast for a long period of time, you might not be able to keep your job. And the photographer silently looked up towards Lu Chan, who was happily playing with the young lady, and sighed helplessly. He himself had paid too much to prevent Lu Chun from going down the path of breaking the law. While thinking about it, the photographer also looked towards his wizened friend who was on top of his cell phone. Steeply, the gaze became incredibly determined. The photographer looked at the coolly dressed young lady in the distance, a disdainful smile spreading from the corner of his mouth, whispering, "Dude, I'm going pure love. One to cry for. True love is invincible." As for this opening, Lu Chen was unaware of it, looking very happy being surrounded by warblers with a glass of wine. And just after the live broadcast had recovered, they saw such a fragrant scene, and the viewers in the live broadcast room became excited. "I'm going. Luck is giving us benefits." The photographer dislikes the legs. Yukiko milk white. I want to see Yukiko's tits. Luck is meat. But also do not forget to leave a mouthful of soup for the brothers to drink. I cry to death. Lu brother, you do not go to the 9-1 to make a name for yourself. Squatting here as a small anchor? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around the girl beside him and had a good time. The ladies also seldom see the big dog who is so generous, very enthusiastic and passionate to sing. There are even some more daring ones that make secret glances at Lu Chen and go up and down. After all, Lu Chen's face value is already not inferior to that of a first or second tier star. When you think about it that way, they still earned it. Outside the box, a coolly dressed older sister had just changed her clothes and appeared in the doorway. Looking around for a moment, his face filled with confusion, he asked towards the manager behind the bar. "Manager, where did they all go?" The manager was slightly stunned to see his big sister. They all accompanied the guests. Today there is a particularly generous young man. At once shelled out more than 100,000 yuan, directly to them all package. "If you want to go, go now while you can." The manager glanced at the older sister in front of him with some impatience and some anger. After all, she's old and not many people would have ordered her. This time it was hard to meet a client who had the girls wrapped up straight away. She also ended up being left to change her clothes because she was late. The heavily made-up older sister was also stunned when she heard the manager's words. In their line of work, they're basically counting on their boss to order them. Now that she's old and decrepit, she basically doesn't have much of a point to herself anymore and has to be the sidekick to the rest of the little girls. When she heard that someone had chartered the venue, she also hurriedly nodded her head and ran towards Lu Chen's box with her high heels. Sorry I'm late. The older sister pushed open the door and walked into the box. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lu Chen, who was wrapped in warblers, and froze, then hurriedly backing out again. Fearing that the two would come after her, big sister ran into the middle of the bathroom, sitting on the toilet, gasping for air and grimacing. Never in a million years would I have thought that these two murderous maniacs would have chased them here. No wonder it's so generous to go out and bag all the little girls. This is clearly coming to get you. The older sister was in shock, her forehead covered in sweat as she sat on the toilet. Gallantly, he picked up his cell phone. "Hello, police? I'm reporting that there are two murderers here." Inside the box, Lu Chen stared at the door of the room with some dullness in his eyes. Did he or she just see someone come in and go out? Before Lu Chen could react, an icy system beep appeared steeply in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's live broadcast, attention breaking through 500,000. Reward skill, singing LV1. Hearing the system beep, Lu Chen froze violently, his face looking suspiciously towards the photographer holding up his cell phone. "Sanner, what are you doing?" Looking at Lu Chen walking towards him, the photographer couldn't help but look a little flustered. Nothing. I'm talking to someone." Before the words were finished, the photographer's cell phone was snatched by Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the screen of the live broadcast among his cell phone and froze. "You're ing out to play. What are you doing on the air? You're afraid that people won't catch us, aren't you?" After saying that, Lu Chen just wanted to close the live broadcast, but he was given a hand by the photographer, who looked at Lu Chen pitifully. "Brother, no, if you shut it down, I'll have to drink the northwest wind." Lu Chen froze. If he remembered correctly, the photographer seemed to have only been paid. Right, so quickly used up? Thinking of this, Lu Chen could not help but wonder, didn't you just get paid? It ran out so quickly? The photographer nodded slightly. "For my date, bought snacks, Lu Chun, you're the subject of this heck of a $4,000 or $5,000 snack a month. Ha! Besides, don't you follow me around and eat and live at my expense. Turn it off for me. Without saying a word, Lu Chen turned off the cell phone live stream. Only a wry smile spread across the corners of the face of the aggrieved photographer. Chapter 111 Lu Chen, I charged 100,000. You and I say it is serious? As a professional photographer, how could he give up just because his cell phone was confiscated? The buttons on the dress flashed and were clearly broadcasting live from the box. The program was so well prepared that not only did each cameraman have a special camera, a wide variety of camera starts are also available, taking into account other special circumstances. Now this, the photographer's, is a pinhole camera, configured specifically for some special conditions. The other side, the Life in 100 program conference room. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was incomparably heavy. The director and the various departmental people sat at the conference table, each with an incredibly grave face, staring at the several people across the table. The head of a certain sound, who wore glasses in front of him, pushed down the frames of his glasses with his fingers, then slowly said to the few people in the program, Director Lu, we're here today to discuss cooperation. You don't have to hate us so much. Besides, we've already negotiated half of the guests on our side. If they leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to carry out this program. Hearing those almost threatening words, the director's face became even more somber. Lu Chen's sudden explosion brought unprecedented heat to the entire program. It also made this program quickly came into the sight of the major short video and live broadcast platforms. The few people in front of us are basically the heads of major platforms in South China. They came today for no other reason. It's about seeing the sudden explosion of the show's popularity and wanting to come in and buy the whole thing. Only that the program, as the director's brainchild, how could it be easily surrendered to others? The director slowly sighed out a breath, somewhat helplessly looking at the few people in front of him. I know you all want to come and buy us out, but there's nothing I can say that will make me sell. As a major reality show, the one thing that stands out is authenticity. And the director's idea was quite simple. Once he got these large capitals involved, he's amongst the crew and has no voice. Inevitably, the authenticity of the program is not guaranteed. As a reality show, without authenticity, that naturally defeats the purpose. Sooner or later, they all die out. And, I'm afraid it's not even their own show they're looking at. Instead, it was the most popular guest on the show, by far, Lu Chun. Lu Chen's fan base alone now exceeded that of the entire program. Major platforms also often have clips of his live broadcasts on the hot list. It was precisely because they saw Lu Chen's potential that they wanted to sign him up for an exclusive live broadcast under their own platform, splitting Lu Chen off separately. In that case, I'm afraid that Life in 100, a major reality show, won't survive for long. After all, the show is now relying on Lu Chen alone. Seeing that the director was so determined, the I-man on the other side of the room remained unforgiving. Director, you have to think about it. If we intervene, the program's prize money can be raised from 50 million to 200 million. It might make the program's hotness on the next level. Unless you promise me that you won't interfere with the normal operation of the show, the entire show will still be on my say-so. The director looked toward the man across the room, still refusing to let go. The man on the other side of the room came to a few moments of fire when he saw the director in this state. He had said all the good words, but the director in front of him still refused to let go. If you don't agree, when the time comes, our 3 platforms will jointly run a reality show. Let's see what you'll take to compete with us in terms of heat. Hearing this, the director couldn't help but fall silent. Although what the man with glasses in front of him said was a bit harsh. But it's true. 3 platforms, Certain Sound, Certain Fish and Certain Teeth, have joined forces, not to mention his own little reality show, even those local station variety shows. I'm afraid there's no way to resist. The director sighed helplessly again at the thought, finally letting go. You start with your demands. When the man with the glasses saw the director loosen up, a smile couldn't help but flow from the corner of his mouth. Our request is very simple. That is, your reality show can only be broadcast live on us on several of our platforms, and we want to increase the prize money to 200 million. All the guests of the program group as our several platforms under the anchor. We also do not interfere with the normal operation of the program to bear the daily expenses of the program group, but need to program group revenue of 50%. It was only after the man with glasses had finished speaking for quite a while that the director raised his head in some surprise and said in incomparable astonishment, "No, this is not a generous offer. It's equivalent to an additional $150 million investment from the 3 major platforms into the program. And it also helps the program to cover the day-to-day expenses." Although there were only 32 groups of guests, there were hundreds of people serving them. Feeding such a large group of people is also a problem. But now the heads of the three major platforms are actually telling themselves that they'll take care of these solutions. This made the director a little wary. Reminding again, these conditions are fine, but you can't split Lu Chen alone out of my program group out. The three heads showed a trace of bitterness on their faces and slowly nodded. They had all approached Lu Chen, only to have all of them hung up and rejected by Lu Chen. There was no choice but to acquire the entire program. It even came up with the idea of poaching most of the core backbone of the show as a way to force a buyout of the show. No matter what, they needed to get Lu Chen. As a vegetarian, she exploded across the internet with almost no promotion. Lu Chen is still one of the few in recent years. Such talent is bound to be grasped in the hands of one's platform. Seeing the crowd nodding their heads in reassurance, the director breathed a slow sigh of relief. The staid atmosphere of the office eased for a few moments. The director also breathed a long sigh of relief after signing the contract. A big smile spread across his face as he slumped into his chair. I didn't expect this kid, Lu Chen, to bring so much money to the program. Lee, cast Lu Chen's live broadcast on the big screen so we can see what he's doing. Since the three were currently here for Lu Chen, the director naturally wanted Lu Chen to say hello to a few people. Lu Chen's explosion was equivalent to a direct investment of $150 million for the program. And if the operation and maintenance fees for the subsequent programs were counted, it was feared that this investment had been close to $200 million. He now even wanted to thank Lu Chen in person and then explain the situation to him. After all, Lu Chen had rejected the invitations from the three major platforms at the outset. As a result of this acceptance of investment by himself, Lu Chen has become a person of the three major platforms again. If this matter is not clear with Lu Chen, the director is afraid that Lu Chen will have some kind of grudge in his heart and directly quit the program and run away. The employee who was called slowly projected Lu Chen's live broadcast on the big screen, only to come out with an image that made everyone present freeze in unison. Picture. It's a dimly lit KTV. Lu Chen's face was red and he was already slightly drunk. Was looking at the coolly dressed young lady in front of him and said with great exasperation, the song was sung and the wine was drunk. Now it's time to get down to business. And you're telling me this is serious? Chapter 112, do you sell a vegetarian dish for the price of a meat dish? Lu Chen's indignant voice resounded throughout the conference room. The entire conference room instantly fell silent. The director looked at the heads of the major platforms in front of him, his face incomparably embarrassed. Coughing, he scratched his head and snapped. This shows that Lu Chen still has a lot of character. The heads of the departments of the program beside them also had hard faces and nodded their heads in unison as they agreed. Yes. It shows that Lu Chen is unique and distinctive, so that there are more talents to see. The heads of the major platforms sitting across from them, on the other hand, were grimacing, eyes flicked toward the contract on the table. After the head of a certain tone heard Lu Chen's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Silently, he picked up the contract in front of him, somewhat embarrassed. We're thinking about it. The director grabbed the contract in the hand of the head of a certain sound and hurriedly said, what's there to consider? The contract has been signed and Lu Chen is now your man. The few people who had been arguing over Lu Chen before were now afraid that Lu Chen would join their side. Who can stand up to a thing like that? In the middle of the box, Lu Chen looked angrily at the few little girls in front of him, his tone incomparably sad. You guys are scamming. Understand. The few little girls in front of her rolled their eyes and bottomed out. If you can't, you can call the police. But if there's any more trouble here, we'll just have to ask the security guards to ask you out. Apparently, they have this tone. It's not the first time this has happened, and the way to deal with it is quite simple. A few of the little girls clapped their hands, and a bunch of muscular hulks in security uniforms and sunglasses appeared at the door of the box. It looks intimidating. The photographer looked at the muscular man in the doorway and couldn't help but swallow. The face was incredibly hard to say. Brother, why don't we forget about it? After all, they are regular here. What do you know? He sells a vegetarian dish for the price of a meat dish. Is this still not a fraud? But, the photographer looked at the burly men in the doorway for words. Lu Chen followed the photographer's gaze and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Is it hard for you to think that I can't beat those stinking fish and shrimp? The corners of the photographer's mouth twitched a few times, recalling all the things he had experienced with Lu Chen before. Brother, it's just that I don't feel comfortable with you around. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing this, also complained. I'm going. This KTV is playing blackmail, right? This boss has no business sense. No wonder his business is so bad. He rips off customers just once. He doesn't know what it means to be fine. That's right. Why is a vegetarian dish sold at the price of a meat dish? Lu Chen glanced at the aggressive little girls in front of him, and then glanced at the muscular hulk outside the door. Sighing helplessly, he slowly sat down on the couch. After all, he wasn't really here to spend money. Instead, They wanted to test the effectiveness of their 10x return coupon. Plus, there might be other forces behind such stores to protect them, even though they can fight themselves. But there can be a punch in the gut. Lu Chen could only give up the idea of making a scene. But well, how could he or she be the kind of person who breaks his or her teeth and swallows? If hard doesn't work, can't you come soft yourself? Thinking of this, a mysterious smile spread across the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Turning to the girl who had been so aggressive earlier, "I'll admit it this time. Can you sing me a children's song?" Hearing Lu Chen loosen up, the previously aggressive girl's attitude softened all of a sudden. With a pitiful expression on his face, he sat down next to Lu Chen. Complaining, he said, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to accompany you. It's because there are rules in the store. That won't work. We'll go out together later, and you can do whatever you want, okay?" The girl's voice was incomparably seductive, and for once she really wasn't telling a lie. With Lu Chen's appearance, even if he didn't pay, I'm afraid there would be a lot of people in the store who would fall over themselves. Besides, he was a rich kid who had money flowing out of his fingertips. It's enough to pay their salaries for months. But there are rules in the store, and even if they break them, they won't end up well. So, the sister had no choice but to do this. However, Lu Chen gave a cold snort of disdain at the sister's heartfelt words. He meowed and tried to play the fairy jump trick with himself. "You really think you're an ingrate?" Lu Chen silently picked up his glass of wine, not caring about the girl's eyes looking at him on the verge of lassitude. "Come on, let's drink." With that, he drank with the girls. The previously unpleasant atmosphere, it also faded away as the alcohol paralyzed it. Even the girls took it upon themselves to explain their respective tragic lives. After dropping out of school as a child, his family had little money and no skills to earn a living. When he was ignorant, he was tricked by his fellow villagers to go elsewhere, and had to live by such nasty means. It's like a bird in a cage, wanting to escape but fearing whether there's a place for you in the outside world. The photographer, who was listening, couldn't help but slam his fist on the tabletop in anger. "I didn't realize you guys actually had this kind of past. This boss is so inhuman that he even earns this kind of money." The girls also lowered their heads in unison and sighed helplessly. The boss is very powerful in Jiangnan. Not many people dare to offend him. And, speaking of which, the girl in charge raised her head and scanned the surrounding colleagues. Then he lowered his head again, apparently not wanting to continue the discussion on the topic. Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room also sympathized with them. I didn't realize these girls were so pathetic. I thought this society was basically consensual. Hi, that's why we're boycotting these, because you can't tell if it's voluntary or not. Although they all started out involuntarily, but looking at them now, I'm afraid they've all become voluntary as well, right? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Aren't they regular? I've already called the police to report this KTV. I hope the police misters can catch the boss behind the scenes. Lu Chen was also a bit saddened after hearing the experiences of the sisters. Tapping out $100 bill, he said to the girl in front of him, "Go get me a guitar. I suddenly want to sing again." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer was slightly stunned. "Brother, do you still play guitar?" He had followed Lu Chen for so long, but he hadn't realized that Lu Chen had such a talent. In response, Lu Chen just snorted disdainfully. "Ha, you'll see when the time comes." Chapter 113, Did you come to the KTV and sing the lady to tears? The girl brought her guitar and sat in her seat gazing towards Lu Chen in disbelief. Lu Chen silently carried his guitar, secured the microphone, and sat alone in his seat. With a sighing expression on his face, his fingers gently plucked the strings. A calm and slightly sad intro plays slowly. It instantly stunned the crowd on the air. "I'm going. Luck can actually sing? I always thought Lu was the funny anchor, but he actually gave me a talent show today? No, I'm just curious what Lu is going to sing. Why don't they have it in the KTV? And you're playing the guitar yourself?" The girls also looked at Lu Chen in confusion, not knowing what exactly Lu Chen wanted to do. As the rhythm rose and fell, a voice with a slightly vicissitude of sadness rang out from Lu Chen's mouth. "Leave quietly." With lonely, crowded memories that time erases, the vicissitudes of the mellifluous voice came out, causing everyone present to stare in disbelief. Eyes shot, he looked towards Lu Chen. Only, Lu Chen seemed to be immersed in his own world now, playing his guitar with his head down, unmoved by external objects. The moment he opened his mouth, he painted a lifelike scene for all present. Gloomy rainy day. A man walks down the street in silence, dragging his suitcase, all alone. Beside me, though, are gorgeous skyscrapers and crowds of people, but as the rain dripped down on him, it appeared yet still incredibly lonely. The vicissitudes of the voice, with a slightly sad tune, are full of flavor. To a greater or lesser extent, the people present had found a few moments of themselves in the scene depicted by Lu Chen. The girl stared wide-eyed and dumbfounded at the spotlighted teenager who was filled with a melancholic aura. The photographer was also shocked, never expecting Lu Chen to have such a side. In his impression, Lu Chen seemed to have always been cheeky and out of tune all day. The melancholic teenager in front of her was simply not the same person as the Lu Chen she remembered. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked at this moment. Is luck really serious? You're really doing a talent show? Luckily, the cameraman quietly opened a live broadcast for us, and I didn't expect the always funny Lu to have such a sad side. Hi, how can anyone be happy all the time? Lu is just bringing us joy and keeping the pain for himself. The sound of the zither was melodious and gentle, and the tempo was steeply accelerated. A mouthful of broken Cantonese came out slowly. People have been drifting in Guangdong for 10 years. Sometimes I miss being together, but I've changed. In a split second, the girls in the box froze in unison. Tears rolled from the corners of his eyes. After hearing what could be called the classic line of this song, a decade of love stories in Canton, they couldn't stop the tears in their eyes. Lu Chen's low voice through the ages, coupled with a slightly bleak soundtrack, it immediately poked at the softest part of their hearts. After 10 years of wandering and wasting time, what have you left behind? Inside the box, there was an outpouring of uncontrollable huffing and puffing. And just then, Red Star KTV entrance. A group of police officers in black and blue uniforms fishtailed into the room, quickly took control of the manager behind the bar. The captain looked at the heavily armed officers before him with a solemn expression. We have received a report that there is a strong possibility that 2 murderers are hiding here. And please be careful. With that said, the captain led the way and took the lead in surrounding the room. Listening to the voice coming from inside, the captain's face suddenly changed. People in Guangdong have been ticketed to lost. Also miss being together. Before he could open his mouth to speak, the guitar slowed to a halt and heartbreaking cries came from inside the box. The captain's face became even more somber. A foot kicked open the door to the box. Freeze! Police! Lu Chen looked at the police officers who suddenly barged in and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The girls in the box cried Pearly. The already cool clothes, at this moment is very messy. The odor of alcohol that permeated the box, coupled with the frontal tear stains on the girls' faces and their disheveled clothing. A living, breathing aftermath scene. Before Lu Chen could react, he was pressed onto the sofa and controlled by the police marshal who came over. Lu Chen hurriedly explained. No, Police Uncle Dan, we are good people. In the face of Lu Chen's explanation, the captain just snorted disdainfully. That's what anyone says every time they arrest you people and say they didn't do it at all. Men, cuff them all. Before the captain could finish his words, an older sister in cool and revealing clothes rushed into the box with high heels. Pointing at the 2 Lu Chen, he said, that's it. It's them. The 2 of them are murderers. Threatened me before. Tried to kill me. Hearing this, the surrounding sisters who were still crying pearly tears took a step back in unison. The eyes looked toward Lu Chen and the photographer in horror. Lu Chen? Sigma, degree. No, how did one become a murderer? Lu Chen hurriedly opened his mouth to defend himself. I'm not a murderer. Big sister, even if you don't want to pay. That's no reason to slander me, right? Lu Chen instantly recognized the big sister who had skipped out on the bill earlier, and had a somewhat helpless expression on his face. When the captain on the side heard this, his face turned odd, incredibly puzzled. And she's going to give you money? Looking at her big sister in front of her, she also looked at Lu Chen who was pressed on the sofa. Hiss. It seems right to say that, but it was the first time he had encountered a male out for sale, and he was inevitably a bit shocked. The older sister, seeing so many police officers here, hardened up a lot. Stunned, he patted his chest. A brainstorm of what he knew. I was in his cab and he was talking to his accomplice and asking if the last one was dead. It was scary, and to kill me all the way to where I work. Hearing the big sister's explanation, Lu Chen and the photographer both froze. Thinking back on it, they seemed to have actually said that. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all smiles. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. I know what's going on. Covering my face, I told you these 2 were unlucky. Heck, even chatting can be thought of as a murderer by others. Laughing and crying. The problem is that Lu didn't even eat the veggies, and he was held up as a meat eater. And the captain, looking at the 2 men pinned down on the couch, seemed to think that something looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, and walked forward a little puzzled. The man before him was instantly recognized. Lu Chen? Hearing someone call his name, Lu Chen also hurriedly raised his head. You're not the captain who arrested me last time? Hearing this, the big sister and the surrounding sisters, at once, silently moved a few more positions. It was a little further away from Lu Chen, hoping that this guy is a repeat offender. Chapter 114. Brother, is that woman in the white dress big? The captain froze as he looked at Lu Chen in front of him. Then frowning tightly, He looked back at his big sister behind him again and asked towards Lu Chen, "Is she telling the truth?" Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Yes and no. Then came the story of how it started and what happened. The captain listened to all of this with a hard face, and looked towards the girls in the KTV who had gone pear-shaped. So they are. Lu Chen scratched his head and scanned the girls looking around, somewhat embarrassed. If I say they're my fans, would you believe me? The captain looked around at the disheveled sisters, his face grimacing and the corners of his mouth twitching a few times, feeling like my intelligence has been severely insulted. Turning toward Lu Chen, he asked rhetorically, "Do you think I believe? It's a proper postmortem, and now you come here and tell me you didn't do anything?" The captain's face sank as he looked at Lu Chen. "Unless you have proof, I'm still going to be impartial." Now, it was Lu Chen's turn to be in trouble. He himself was never on live, so where's the proof now? One could only silently look towards the crying pearly girl beside him. "You tell him that we didn't do anything bad, that we're innocent, right?" Clear tears flowed down the girl's cheeks. It seemed to still be silent in the midst of Lu Chen's previous song. After hearing Lu Chen's voice, as if waking up from a dream, he lifted up fiercely and looked deeply at Lu Chen. "Didn't realize that in the end, it was actually you who understood me the most," said this coolly dressed girl is going to hug towards Lu Chen. The captain on the sidelines turned pale and hurriedly pressed the sister down. A serious expression immediately appeared on his face, his eyes staring dead at Lu Chen, his tone filled with shock. "You're out looking for a lady and you're in love with her? Lu Chen, me." Lu Chen was just about to defend himself, but he was interrupted by the captain in front of him. "What do you have to say in your defense? Men, take them all away from me." The captain waved his big hand and just wanted to take all the people back for interrogation. The photographer on the sidelines rushed out. "Wait, we have proof." All eyes turned toward the photographer in unison. "Oh, what proof do you have?" The captain was a little puzzled to see the photographer in this state. Is it possible that they really didn't do anything bad? "We're live. With video." Lu Chen, who was on the side, was puzzled when he heard this. Didn't I take your cell phone? Where's the video?" The photographer scratched his head in some embarrassment. Lu Chen's face changed as he hurriedly took out his cell phone and tapped into his live broadcast. "Luck sings this too well. He could be a singer. Ha ha ha. It's a good thing the cameraman secretly opened the live stream, or else Lu really can't tell this time. Brother Lu, I'm the head of Uihai Media. Are you interested in joining a music company?" Lu really sang this song to my heart. I didn't realize that Lu actually had such a composed side. Brother Lu looks like he's being cheeky all day long, but actually I'm afraid this is because he's suffered too much before. So he wants to bring joy to us, right? The audience in the live broadcast room boiled in unison because of Lu Chen's previous song. Lu Chen looked at the screen of his live broadcast with a stiff face and frowned. Why does this image look so familiar with the way it's shot and blurred? Lu Chen looked toward the photographer and tapped the photographer's shoulder. "The words are serious. Sanner, it's a shame you're not going to 9/11. Photographer?" And the captain's heart of defense loosened at this point after hearing the photographer's words. After all, in his heart of hearts, he was still willing to trust the young man who had repeatedly helped them in their operations. The captain then pulled out his cell phone and opened the replay of Lu Chen's live broadcast. "You're out to play. What are you doing on the air? You're afraid that people won't catch us, aren't you?" Lu Chen's voice came out clearly in the box. The crowd in the room was stunned. Streaks of black lines immediately appeared on the captain's face, and he angrily looked towards the two Lu Chen. "Is this what you call doing nothing? Nice guy. He even sent the evidence to himself, didn't he?" Lu Chen and the photographer also froze in unison, looking at the captain who had a horribly grim face in front of him and backed up in unison. "No, listen to me. What else is there to listen to? Take them all away." Jiangnan City Police Station Gate. The captain covered his forehead and looked helplessly at the two men in front of him, wanting to speak before finally letting out a long sigh. "You guys should just keep this stuff to yourselves next time." Watched the entire recording of Lu Chen. It was then that it became clear to him the full context of what was going on. Releasing the two men from the interrogation room, Lu Chen also snapped and scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Actually, I really don't want to engage in any illegal activities. One really only wants to try out that 10x return coupon." Only, when he heard Lu Chen's words, the captain gave a cold snort of disdain. "All right, that's what everyone who was arrested before said. This time it's fortunate that you guys didn't come for real. Otherwise the fine and detention that would certainly not escape." After that, the captain waved his hand impatiently, signaling the two to leave. The two walked out the front door and sat on the street in front of the police station. The photographer looked at Lu Chen with a curious expression. "Brother, you were pretty good singing that song before. I didn't realize you could actually sing." "Ha!" The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at the photographer with a grimace. "Thanks to your blessing, My cell phone is so busted right now that I have to turn it off. Ever since Lu Chen sang that song, his cell phone basically hasn't stopped. Various music companies saw the potential of the song and wanted to buy him out from Lu Chen. The photographer scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard this. How could I have thought that you actually sing so well, brother? Lu Chen was still about to say something when an icy system beep came steeply from his mind. Tenfold return coupon. Used successfully. $1,200,000 to be credited to your bank account. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Lu Chen's eyes were on fire. One is now a veritable millionaire. In the future, you have to drink a bowl of soy milk and pour it only. Just as Lu Chen was fantasizing about his good life, he was suddenly interrupted by a photographer on the sidelines. The photographer tugged hard on his coat and pointed into the distance. Brother, look quickly. That girl in the white dress in the distance is so pretty. Which is which? As soon as Lu Chen heard this, he looked around and hurriedly got up and walked towards the girl the photographer was pointing at. Looking at Lu Chen gradually approaching the girl, the photographer took a deep breath. Gathering all his strength, he shouted, "Brother, that pretty girl in the white dress, is it big?" Chapter 115, Encountering a Fortune Teller. The photographer's loud voice came out, and Lu Chen, who was still tiptoeing close to the sister, froze. His face changed and he was just about to leave when the white-skirted girl in front of him turned her head. Lu Chen? Hearing someone call his name, Lu Chen was stunned. The right foot, which had already taken a step to escape, stopped in the air. Dumbfounded, he looked at the girl in front of him. Chen Yi? The two men's eyes were filled with surprise. Then they said in unison, "What are you doing here?" Chen Yi was the first to reply. "I came to play with my cousin. After all, her second uncle's family, a family that was basically all cops. Showing up at the front door of a police station isn't all that surprising." It was Chen Yi, on the contrary, who looked at Lu Chen with some doubt. "What about you? You look like you just got out of the police station? Couldn't be molesting another girl on the road like that and getting caught in it, could it?" Lu Chen scratched his head in some embarrassment. I was brought here because I sang a song." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Yi couldn't help but be stunned, then said with a face full of doubts, "Can you get caught over singing these days?" Lu Chen nodded silently, his face filled with embarrassment. "You can't say that you were arrested here because you sang the princesses to tears in the KTV, can you?" Chen Yi seemed to understand something when she saw Lu Chen in this state. "It's okay, I can't sing very well." I didn't say I couldn't sing well." Lu Chen still wanted to open his mouth to explain, but the photographer behind him rushed over and also saw Chen Yi and greeted him. Chen Yi looked at the two people in front of him and couldn't help but say with some curiosity, "What's next?" The two men looked at each other and shook their heads in disbelief. "In that case, why don't you come home with me?" As soon as Chen Yi's words fell, Lu Chen immediately took out $200 from his pocket and handed it to the photographer beside him. "Sanner, you're going to the internet cafe all night tonight." Photographer. Chen Yi's pretty face reddened, suddenly realizing the ambiguity in her words. She hurriedly defended herself. "No, I meant, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Last time my mom was going to keep you for dinner at home. Who knows, you drove right off." Speaking of this, Chen Yi's pretty face darkened. He had been beaten so badly by his mom last time, but it turned out that this Lu Chen bastard had directly sold himself. It caused her to take a severe beating, and her ass still hurts. Lu Chen also noticed Chen Yi's grudging gaze and scratched his head in embarrassment. "It's not that I didn't save you last time. After all, it was our mom's order. There's nothing I can do about it." "Who's your mom?" "That's my mom." Chen Yi blankly glanced at Lu Chen, then continued, "My house is just around the corner. Let's walk back together." Just like that, the three of them walked back in silence under Chen Yi's leadership. Hey! Looking at the photographer who kept giggling at his cell phone, Chen Yi couldn't help but be a bit puzzled and quietly came over to Lu Chen's side. "What's wrong with him? What's with the sudden giggle?" Lu Chen turned his head, glanced at the photographer who was immersed in happiness, and shook his head. "Getting horny." Upon hearing this, the photographer was a bit displeased. "Brother, can you not be so vulgar in your use of words? This is love for me, a love that is beyond pure." Chen Yi looked at the photographer with some confusion. "Zhang-san, have you seen this man?" The photographer shook his head decisively. "You don't understand. We are soul love. It's not her skin that attracts me, it's her soul." Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded decisively and spread his hands helplessly. Right. A good-looking skin is 1,000 pounds, and an interesting soul is 200 kilograms. This online love interest of Sanner's ate a whole family bucket the other day, along with snacks close to a month's salary of his. Brother, didn't I say? That's her having friends over. Then who can eat over 4,000 snacks a month? Even Hannah can't eat that much. Upon hearing the unfamiliar name, Chen Yi froze. Who's Hannah? It's a pig from my village. Brother, if you keep saying that I'll get angry, don't force me to get angry, I'll do anything. That's just right. I'm hungry. How about you make me some spicy pig's feet? Looking at the two people who were constantly bickering, Shenny roughly understood the cause of the incident. Lowering his head in contemplation for a moment, he then asked towards the photographer. So since you're all in a relationship, aren't you going to meet this online love of yours? Hearing this, the photographer silently lowered his head, his face a little embarrassed. It's not that she doesn't want to meet. It's just that she said she's been busy lately and hasn't been able to meet with me. This way. I'll ask her again, the photographer said, picking up his cell phone again and starting to type furiously. Seeing this, the two of them also shook their heads helplessly and walked in the direction of Chunyi's house. Passing by the street corner, a fortune teller with a lean figure, sunglasses on his head, and wearing a Zhongshan suit with 2 pinches of 8-legged beard at the corners of his mouth appeared in front of several people. Seeing a few people passing by, he deliberately opened his mouth and let out a helpless sigh. Ugh! He then sighed louder when he saw no response from a few people. Ugh! The fortune teller then lifted his withered fingers and thought only of the 3 before him, wanting to speak. You guys, I'm afraid one of you must be in love. At this, the 3 stopped in unison. Chenny looked at the fortune teller in front of her with a curious expression. Master, how do you know? The audience in the live broadcast room froze in unison when they heard this. I'm going. There's something about this fortune teller. How can you tell by looking at it? Luck and the others haven't met anyone of high rank, have they? Isn't this just a fortune teller's trick to lure people in? Can you see these at a glance? The viewers of the live broadcast were puzzled. That is, until Lu Chun snatched the camera carried on the cameraman's shoulder, pointing the camera at the cameraman. It dawned on the live audience. The photographer held his cell phone in both hands and tapped frantically on the keyboard. The whole person seemed to be immersed in happiness, with a lewd smile on the corner of his mouth. He's like this. Everyone knows that, right? Lu Chen disdainfully skimmed his mouth and was just about to pull Chen Yi away, but he was suddenly shouted at by the fortune teller. Wait! The fortune teller held out his hand and counted with his fingers. If I am not mistaken, among your friends around you, there are people with the surname Z, right? And you've certainly had contact with him in recent days. Chen Yi thought back carefully and silently shook his head, looking at the photographer and Lu Chen on the side. The photographer's face had an expression of immense surprise when he heard this. I'll go. Master, how did you know? Chapter 116, Monks don't talk about money. They only talk about destiny. Chen Yi looked at the photographer with this surprised expression. Inwardly, he was also shaken for a few moments and looked towards Lu Chen. Is it hard to believe that I've met a real master today? Lu Chen shook his head disdainfully and explained. Think about it. Zhao Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zhang and Wang. Doesn't that make 3 with Z at the head? It's all about probability. Don't listen to him. Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully, somewhat curious towards Lu Chen. And the one you're looking for, is his name Zhao or Zhou? When Lu Chen heard this, he was stunned and just hurriedly shook his head to deny it. I didn't. Don't you dare talk nonsense, Ao. Chen Yi looked at Lu Chen with a nuclear good smile on his face. In fact, the other night ran away. Nothing when I watched you live. Sister Zhou, right? Lu Chen, Sigma, degree. Lu Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back as he looked at Chen Yi, who was covered in black aura in front of him. Somewhat stammered. No really, we're just friends. Then explain to me what friend goes to the cemetery to meet at night? This is quite a lot of this girl around here. Chen Yi looked at Lu Chen in front of her and was furious. Lu Chen scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold it if there are too many boys. After all, I don't want to experience the feeling of being full of big men. Hearing this, Chen Yi was stunned. Before his mind could react, Lu Chen continued. Don't look at the number of pretty girls around me. But I was actually quite innocent before. It's just that I got my heart broken into petals, so I can only give each petal to a different person. Everyone, it's all about my wings. Hearing Lu Chen's sophistry, the photographer and the fortune teller in the back froze. Dude, is that even a way to explain it? There was also a lot of fun in the live room. Good guy. Luck is at this level. It's out of reach. He meowed. When Raid Freedom came, they all had to borrow 2 pairs of wings from Lu. Actually, I'm with the same. 10 years ago I liked an 18-year-old girl. 10 years later it's the same. How's that not being exclusive? Annoyed. Brother Lu, if you really can't do it, really publish a book. I'm different. I just hope Luck opens a live broadcast on September 11th. Ao. And when Chen Yi heard this, he was also stunned. And after a long period of silence, helplessly, he covered his forehead, looking like he didn't want to recognize this disgraceful contraption. Never mind. Let's just see what the photographer has to say. The two looked together toward the photographer in front of them. The The photographer shook the fortune teller's hand and said without a fight, "Master, I just have one question right now. Why does my girlfriend keep avoiding me and not wanting to meet me?" The photographer, spurred on by Lu Chen and Chen Yi, managed to work up the courage to ask about meeting his online love interest. The other side, however, was evasive and vague. This devastated the photographer. And seeing that the photographer had taken the bait, the fortune teller couldn't help but wisp the octogenarian beard at the corner of his mouth. An inscrutable smile appeared on his face. "Young man, I see that you are in a difficult love affair, and you are trapped by love. This is why I spoke up to warn you. It's just a shame." Speaking of which, the fortune teller's face again showed a helpless look and sighed deeply. Seeing the fortune teller in this manner, the photographer's face changed anxiously. "How? What's wrong? Tell me instead." "Master, it's just a pity that your destiny, the red one, doesn't show up, so I'm afraid it's hard to fulfill your destiny with that person of your choice." The fortune teller looked at the photographer in front of him, with a look of earnestness in his words. The photographer, hearing this, had been completely flustered and panicked by the fortune teller. He was just about to open his mouth, but the fortune teller stopped him. The fortune teller pulled out a bunch of red threads woven from fine hemp from among the Taoist robes in his arms and placed them in the photographer's hand. "I see that you and I are also destined to be together. This moon old man thread was passed down to me by my master. An absolute treasure. I'm afraid there's only one in the whole world. Rumor has it that this is an immortal object used by the moon lord in the sky to bring together a man and a woman in marriage. Let's just hope it helps you two lovers get married." The photographer looked at the red thread in his hand and his face flamed. Just as he tried to pull his hand out, he realized that the fortune teller's hand was still pressing the red line with deadly force. There was a moment of realization. I get it. With such a precious thing that the master is willing to give me, I definitely can't neglect the master. In that case, how much did you say, master?" When the fortune teller saw that the photographer was so sensible, a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Slowly, he let go of his hand and shook his head in a pretentious manner. "Hey, monks, don't talk about money, only about fate. Can more money buy this kind of immortal thing?" The fortune teller was a bit annoyed and questioned towards the photographer. The photographer shook his head woodenly. "I can't. So since this object is destined for you, money or anything else doesn't matter. Just mean 500 at random. Alas, it's just a pity that the rare treasure passed down to me by my master. In the end, the person with the destiny is actually you." As he spoke, the fortune teller shook his head in feigned remorse. Then he looked up and barked at the photographer. "When the time comes to think of that intended of yours at night, just find a place where no one is around and burn the moon rope." The photographer, however, looked embarrassed and pulled out his pants pocket. "I basically bought snacks for my online date with my own savings, so how can I have any money left now?" So he could only helplessly turn his head to look at Lu Chen. "Brother." Lu Chen didn't have the slightest bit of pushback on this. Straight out of his pocket, he pulled out 500 and handed it to the photographer in front of him. The photographer looked at a few red bills in front of him, and his expression moved. "Brother, I didn't expect you to be so nice to me." Chen Yi also looked towards Lu Chen with disbelief. I didn't expect the always stingy Lu Chen to be so generous. Just as the two of them were shocked, they only saw Lu Chen raise the camera. Slowly, he said, "Live house guests, place your bets. Guess how much money Saner can really get ripped off by scammers." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer and the fortune teller behind him froze. The photographer was the first to react, and as soon as he took the banknote in Lu Chen's hand, he handed it to the fortune teller. "Brother, what are you talking about? This is a real master," said the photographer, who also gave the fortune teller an apology. "Master, my brother just ran out of the mental hospital. Don't mind if I do." The fortune teller results in the money in the photographer's hand, and his gaze is like a torch as he looks towards Lu Chen. "Young man, dare you come over here and let me do the math for you?" Lu Chen froze when he heard this. "I didn't realize that this crook would dare to be so arrogant as to allow himself to tell fortunes. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." With that, Lu Chen walked over and spread his palms out in front of the fortune teller. Chapter 117, Master, I'm afraid you're going to have a bloodbath soon. The fortune teller adjusted his sunglasses and then looked towards Lu Chen's palm. The fortune teller then frowned and gave a cry of surprise. Lu Chen looked at the pretentious fortune teller in front of him and was filled with disdain. "What? Is it possible that I'm some kind of heavenly fury? Or is there some kind of bloodbath?" The fortune teller shook his head and carefully touched Lu Chen's palm. Full of doubts. "I see that you have a thick palm, a bulging sun mound, and a dense money line. So you have a lot of treasures in your hands. It means you must be a person of great wealth. Only you don't seem to be dressed in such a way." Hearing these words, Lu Chen, who had a disdainful face before, froze. The photographer, on the other hand, puffed out his chest and couldn't help but say smugly towards Lu Chen, "Brother, I told you the master was real. It's impossible to fake it." Lu Chen looked at the fortune teller in front of him, still having some doubts in his heart. Anyone can say that, but it's important to be able to see things before you can be considered a real expert. In the face of Lu Chen's questioning, the fortune teller did not get annoyed, but continued to look towards Lu Chen's palm. "Your deep emotional lines indicate that your peach blossom luck is relatively strong, and which are intertwined and intermingled, indicating that this male and female relationship well." The fortune teller didn't go on, but the implication was unmistakable. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked and alarmed by the fortune teller. I originally thought I'd met a charlatan, but I didn't realize it was a man of the world. This is a true master. I can't believe he dissected Lu in so few words. Can the master tell me the number of tomorrow's winning lottery ticket? Brother Lu, can you help me ask the master if he still accepts disciples? I've had a heart for the Tao since I was a child. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Now, not only did Lu Chen freeze, the three people present also froze. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Even Chen Yi was moved for a few moments. Rushing forward, he said, "Master, look at mine." Looking at the white, thin, soft and tender palm in front of him, the fortune teller just wanted to touch it, but Lu Chen gave him a handful. "Master, isn't palm reading just a look?" The fortune teller snapped and retracted his palm. Looking at Chen Yi's palm in front of him, he frowned. "Hiss, that's your palm. What's wrong with my palm?" Chen Yi hurriedly pursued the question. "You should have lost your father at an early age as you have a defective family in this palm, while your bones are soft and supple, but then the threads that symbolize the family are very full again. So your mother, supposedly, is acting as a mother and a father again." As soon as the words fell, the three of them all showed shocked expressions. With a respectful bow to the master before them, they said in unison, "Master." The fortune teller in front of him saw the turn and grinned slightly with his hand cupping his 8-pronged beard. Hurriedly, he said, "No need to be so polite." With that, the fortune teller took out two more things similar to pouches from his pocket and put them in front of Lu Chen and Chen Yi. "It's a little something I made myself to turn a bad day into a good one. Cheap, just $100 for you." Lu Chen and Chen Yi were convinced of this and directly paid for it. On his way out, he also paid respect and obeisance to the guru. Gazing at the backs of the few people walking away, the fortune teller let out a long breath and wiped the drops of sweat from his forehead. "He's meowing. Almost didn't bluff them." The fortune teller then pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. In the cell phone screen, it was Lu Chen's live broadcast. The fortune teller still wanted to see what a few people would do next. The phone screen, however, went steeply gray. "Meow. Why is the battery dead? This damn cell phone." The three of them continued to walk along the street corner, and after walking less than 500 meters, they stumbled upon another fortune-telling booth. It was an older man in a Taoist robe with gray hair, holding a duster in his left hand and an 8 trigrams disc in his right hand. He looked like a cloudy, worldly man. "See a few people coming over." He sighed helplessly as did the fortune teller before him. "Ugh." Then he looked at the three people in front of him with an intolerant touch, wanting to say something. "You guys." As the words came out of his mouth, he shook his head and sighed again. With the previous lesson, all three of them did not dare to take the fortune teller in front of them lightly. Rushing forward, he looked grave. "Master, do you see something?" The fortune teller in front of him, looking at the three people in front of him, froze. By them to get a little won't be their own practice of cheating for many years, or the first time to meet such a cooperative customer. "I can't use any of my own flim-flam tactics." The fortune teller also reacted very quickly. Since these three people in front of him didn't need to be fooled, he started directly into the sales pitch, pointing at the photographer in front of him, who was giggling and holding his cell phone. He said seriously, "I observe you lad, you're deeply in love. I'm afraid it's hard to make it right in the end." The photographer nodded in deep amusement, then fumbled toward his arms. The fortune teller in front of him is convinced when he sees the photographer. It was also a probe from his own arms. "Old Tao here has a red rope rumored to be used by the moon elder in the sky to hold the marriage bond. I see that this object is destined to be with you, so I will take you." Oh. Before the fortune teller could finish his sentence, he saw the photographer pull out of his pocket a red rope exactly like the one he was holding. Both of them were a little dumbfounded for a moment, blinking and looking at the red ropes on each other's hands. The onlookers, Lu Chen and Chen Yi, were also a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't there only one of these this thing? How come there's an extra one now? Looking at the puzzled few people in front of him, the fortune teller also reacted very quickly. "This is passed down to me by my master. There are only 2 of these ropes. The one you met before is my senior brother." The trio gazed with some skepticism towards the fortune teller in front of them. The fortune teller was left in a cold sweat as several people looked at him. Lu Chen frowned tightly, sensing that something didn't seem right. Lifting his sleeves, he sat down in front of the fortune teller and said with a naive smile on his face, "Master, can you do some math for me?" The fortune teller looked at the naive smile on Lu Chen's face in front of him, and a heart that was hanging in the air was suddenly put down quite a bit. It looked towards Lu Chen. His face changed drastically, and he pretended to be shocked. "Yeah, little brother, I see your face. The Hall of the Seal is black. I'm afraid that there will be a bloodbath in the near future." When Lu Chen heard these words, he was incomparably surprised and looked towards the fortune teller in front of him. "Really? Maestro?" When the fortune teller in front of him saw Lu Chen's appearance, he was immediately made a little less confident, but nodded with difficulty. "Really?" The viewers in the live broadcast room were laughing their asses off at this moment. "Ha ha ha. These two fortune tellers are different." Muffled laughter, who'd have thought it? Someone getting 2 fortune tellers a day. That said, that master's math was pretty good before. "Ha, it's alright. Isn't this one a brother? Why is the math different? The one in front is probably a fraud too, right? It only fooled luck in the others." Chapter 118, How come you don't do the same math as the last master? Then what do you think I should do? Master. Lu Chen feigned a look of panic and held the fortune teller in front of him with both hands. When Mr. Fortune Teller saw Lu Chen in this state, then his mouth slightly showed a smirk as he stroked his goatee. "Don't worry. Since you have a destiny with the poor Taoist, I naturally can't turn my back on you." After saying that, the fortune teller pulled out 2 things similar to brocades from his arms. Looking at the brocade bag in his hand, he said with a dismayed face, "It's a little something I made myself, and it's cost me a good deal of my great strength. Since you and I are destined to be together, a cheaper one is just 200. When Lu Chen heard this, he silently pulled out the brocade pouch he had bought earlier from his bosom. Looking at the identical pouch, the fortune teller was lost in thought. This you have already gotten from my senior brother before." The fortune teller scratched his head in some embarrassment. The audience in the live broadcast room, too, laughed out loud. "What the hell? You all get your props from the same place, right? Laughing and crying, laughing my ass off. The math is different. The sales pitch is still the same. Bad. I originally thought luck was the victim, but it turns out the fortune teller became the victim. No, haven't you brothers ever thought about separating your stalls? It'd be embarrassing if you two counted differently. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The fortune teller looked at the 3 people in front of him, and a wave of embarrassment washed over his face. In his heart, he had also thought of a countermeasure a long time ago, and silently withdrew the brocade bag in his hand. Stroking his goatee, he slowly shook his head. It looks like my senior brother has already handed over the method of breaking the game to you all. Since that's the case, there's nothing more the poor Taoist can do to help you all." With that, the fortune teller waved his hand to signal the crowd to leave. But after seeing the identical factory out of the brocade pouch, Lu Chen, even if he was slow again, also realizing that they had been tricked, how could they be let off so easily? Lu Chen feigned a look of surprise when he heard the fortune teller's words. "But, that master said earlier that you are the senior brother." The fortune teller, who was about to drive the crowd away, froze when he heard this. He even talked about me? After seeing the shock on the fortune teller's face, a hint of a smile passed through Lu Chen's mouth without moving. Then nodding slowly, he continued. "Yeah, that master said that you were his senior brother who grew up uneducated, and in the end he couldn't even tell fortunes. So let's never come to you to tell fortunes." Hearing this, the fortune teller in front of him had a horribly gloomy face. Silently, he stood up, his face full of seriousness. "Did he really say that? That's true. Don't you see we bought this red rope and amulet from him?" Lu Chen took out his pouch and waved it in front of the fortune teller's eyes. The fortune teller stood up immediately, his face filled with anger. "I told you why business is always bad these days. Hoping it's this kid talking about me behind my back. Thanks to my heckling defense of him. He's a liar himself. I shucks." With that, the fortune teller copied the bench he was sitting on under his buttocks and headed in the direction they had come from before, and the audience in the broadcast room was up in arms. "Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. Lu got 2 fortune tellers fighting. Brother Lu, this is too bad. He abetted this liar to beat up the previous liar. Brother Lu deserves to be called Brother Lu. A fortune teller can do such an incredible job. Ha ha ha. I can't live to laugh. Lu, follow me up and take a look." Lu Chen looked at this fortune teller and copied the bench and walked back. Naturally he followed. Only the photographer, still convinced of the previous fortune teller, looked at the fortune teller with the bench not far ahead and quietly said to Lu Chen, "Brother, I think that the fortune teller from before might be the senior brother. This person can even calculate you wrong." he must be uneducated. When Lu Chen heard this, he helplessly covered his forehead and used a caring little cutie, like look at the photographer. Sanar with your IQ, it's better not to fall in love. I'm really afraid that one day I won't be able to keep an eye on you and you'll come back with positive words written all over you. The photographer couldn't help but froze. Brother, what's the positive word you're talking about? On the other hand, at the fortune teller on the street, in front of the stall of the fortune teller dressed in a Zhongshan suit sat a young girl in her 20s or so. His withered palm kept stroking the smooth skin at the young girl's palm, his face incomparably serious. TSK. Miss I'm afraid that your future fate is very uncertain. The little girl in front of her was immediately frightened. Master, then what should I do? There's no rush, I'm touching it, said the fortune teller as he resumed touching at the girl's palm again. The little girl looked at the master, who had a face of enjoyment, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Master, you've been touching it for almost 10 minutes. Haven't you touched it yet? Almost there. Almost there. Don't you worry, The fortune teller touched it while pulling the pouch out of his pocket. He was about to open his mouth to snub it when he suddenly froze. Looking straight at the fortune teller in front of him wearing a Taoist robe and holding a bench in his hand, he froze. Old Li? What are you doing here? The two, as peers, naturally knew each other. Only he didn't know what had happened to cause Old Li, who had always told fortunes on street corners, to come running into the streets. At this point, Lu Chen also slowly felt and looked at the puzzled fortune teller in front of him. Scratching his head, he explained, "It's like this. This master didn't do the same math as you, so he came over here to reason." The words just fell. The fortune teller in front of him was even more baffled and looked towards Lu Chen with a shocked face, full of disbelief. At this moment, his CPU is burning. What do you mean? It doesn't count the same? Have you been reading fortunes again? No. Why is the fortune teller different? And he comes here with a bench to reason? All of a sudden, the seated fortune teller froze, his face filled with confusion. With that, he seemed to realize something. With a horrified face, he looked toward Old Li, who was carrying the bench. Old Li, there must be a misunderstanding here. Don't ever believe what he says. Carrying a bench, Old Li at the moment which moved to care about this. A bench smashed over toward him. He meowed about how business has been bad lately. So it's you talking bad about me behind my back here. Are you human? Old King. Old King dodged the flying bench in a state of confusion, and tried to open his mouth to explain, when he was struck squarely in the face by a sudden punch. 2 streams of crimson blood slowly flowed out of his nose. Chapter 119. Lu Chen, stop, you guys, stop fighting. On the main street, quite a number of people watching the scene had already gathered at this moment. Even the bosses of the nearby stores, seeing the number of people gathered at this place, did not want their stores anymore and ran over to watch the fun. Old King was surrounded by the crowd with a nosebleed. Seeing Old Li still unforgiving, waving the bench and refusing to listen to his explanation. At this point he was also angry. Even a mudman still has 3 points of fire, let alone such a living, breathing person. Both sides are at swords drawn. As the saying goes, blocking someone's money is like killing their parents. Like Lu Chen and the others before, if they saw someone who had been cheated by Lao Wang, Lao Li would still help defend him. But who would have thought that this old king would actually whisper bad things about himself behind his back? This made the always grumpy man unable to hold back. Meow. Let you steal my business. Old Li swung the bench and continued to smash it towards him. Old Wang also rolled up his sleeves in anger. He meowed. I told you there was a misunderstanding. You stubborn ass. Under the crowd's scrutiny, the two immortal and rather worldly fortune tellers pounced on each other. Both sides immediately wrestled, and the two of them threw punches and kicked each other. It looked as if they were bound to split the difference today. The photographer looked at the fortune tellers writhing together in front of him with some anxiety. You stop fighting. You can't die fighting like this. After hearing the photographer's words, the crowd of onlookers was stunned, terrified. They looked toward the photographer and took a step back in unison. Lu Chen was also surprised as he looked at the photographer, his face somewhat shocked. Sanner, why are you so unethical? Even though he cheated you out of $500, you can't curse him to death. Not only did you not try to stop the two of them from fighting, you added fuel to the fire. The photographer looked at Lu Chen and shook his head to explain. I mean, just by looking at their moves, I can tell that they must have come from the same school, and they are obviously both really skilled. The way they're fighting like this, I guess they won't be able to tell the winner by nightfall. Apparently, the photographer doesn't realize he's been duped. It just seemed a bit indecent for the two masters to just punch and kick each other. Lu Chen is also scratching his head. His own LV2 fighting have not been able to see the two. What is the way to? Yu Miao can still see that the two originated from the same door too? Shan Yi, who was on the side, looked at the fortune tellers who kept beating each other up and pulled Lu Chen's sleeve. her face a little anxious. Do something. After all, this whole thing is because of them. She also didn't expect that this old masterly would actually be so short-tempered, coming to fight for his fellow disciples just because of a few words from Lu Chen. Or is there some unknown past enmity between you fellow brothers? Lu Chen looked at the two people who were beating each other up and contemplated for a long time, then said meaningfully, in that case, this is the only way. What way? Chen Yi and the photographer poked their heads over in unison in curiosity and looked at Lu Chen. Then we'll just have to root for them. After Lu Chen finished saying this, he raised his head and shouted, cheer up, old Li. He even told us before that all that stuff of yours is pirated. Only his is real. And don't you give up, old Wang. People are about to on your head. You're not doing a heck of a job. Hearing Lu Chen's fueled voice, both sides seemed to fight even more vigorously, and Chen Yi stared at Lu Chen with wide, dumbfounded eyes. This is the only way you said it was going to work? They're not fighting any harder here. Lu Chen shook his head and said meaningfully, nonetheless, as long as they divide the winners and losers quickly, wouldn't that be fine? Chen Yi. The photographer looked at the two men who were getting bigger and meaner, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Brother, I now know what it means to add fuel to the fire. Inside the live room, the audience was also laughing and crying. The bamboo shoots on the mountain have all been taken by Lu, right? You want them to die first. Laughing. No, that's your way? It's still you, Lu. Covering my face, these two conspicuous bags really can't go anywhere without peace. I'm about to die of laughter from them. Luck's mouth. That's really bull. Directly let two fortune tellers fight. Seeing that the two were fighting more and more, their faces were carrying bruises. The surrounding crowd was also discussing it. I'm afraid something's going to happen if we keep fighting like this. Someone pull them both apart. That's right. Let them sit down and talk it out before anything else. Lu Chen also saw the two people in this manner, rushed forward and shouted towards the two people who were struggling together. Stop. Stop it. You guys should stop fighting over Zhang San. The two men who were just about to make a move froze in unison. With a puzzled face, he looked at Lu Chen. Since you all want him, I've got two slabs here. You take it and smash it on each other's heads. Or according to the way you two fight, you won't be able to kill anyone for half a day. The moment Lu Chen said this, the two froze on the spot. The CPU was on the verge of burning, and it was amazing how a few short sentences left the two of them not knowing where to spit. Who is Zhang San? Why did he fight for him? Why do you want to get him? You persuade a fight. How is it that you come with your equipment to persuade a fight? Hoping to make everyone use the same gear to reflect their respective levels of competition? The two looked at the slate in Lu Chen's hand and looked at each other. To say no would be to look like a wimp. What if the other party has a brain fart and really takes a brick and knocks himself in the head, as Lu Chen said? But if you use the equipment, according to the previous method of fighting, today one of the high and low will have to die here. Both men froze in place, both a bit at a loss for words. Seeing the two stop, Lu Chen also rushed to admonish them. Since neither of you are willing to get each other killed, it shows that you still have regard for the friendship of your fellow disciples. Why do we all fight to the death for a man? Both parties nodded subconsciously as they were lulled by Lu Chen. The surrounding crowd of onlookers, on the other hand, suddenly looked odd. Two fortune-telling gurus, fighting over a man? And disregarding the friendship of fellow disciples, beating each other's faces black and blue? That old man looks like he's over 60, right? Such an old man and still going to fight with others? No, both of these fortune tellers like guys? TSK. How are they like this here? There was a murmur around them. The two fortune tellers immediately changed their faces and hurriedly opened their mouths to defend themselves. No, it's not what you think. It's just a shame that what people see is often what they want to see the most. The surrounding crowd stared contemptuously at the two ragged fortune tellers, sighing in unison that the world was going downhill. The two looked down at the ground somewhat helplessly. Lu Chen, on the other hand, patted the shoulders of the two and said in a serious tone, now that we've made up, we'll fight from now on. Oh. Saying that, the matter was whisked away. The two gazed at Lu Chen's long-drawn back in the setting sun, unable to help himself. He was a bit puzzled. Strange, didn't we fight because of him? Chapter 120, Is this dog possessed? Looking at Lu Chen's departing back, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also laughing like crazy. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha, it's not Lu, this is really abstract. Wasn't it because he added fuel to the fire in the middle that they fought? Covering his face, even though these two crooks aren't good people, I really kind of sympathized with them the moment I saw Lu charging up there with a rock. It's not good to fool anyone. Don't you know that our brother Lu is the nemesis of sin? Comical? Ha ha ha. I just came from 32's live feed, and I'm laughing my ass off. The photographer and Chen Yi likewise looked at Lu Chen and laughed. Ha ha ha. Brother, your way of persuading a fight by pretending to be a cricket is too detrimental. I see they are frozen. That's right. Guess it's the first time they've encountered this type of persuasion. Hearing the laughter of the two, Lu Chen scratched his head in some confusion. What counseling? What are you talking about? Chen Yi was equally puzzled as she looked at Lu Chen and said, it's you who went up with the slate to persuade the fight. Tell them to hit with a brick in order to kill people. The result is that the two people are sober down. Both stopped. Lu Chen sighed out helplessly and lowered his head. To that, I can only express my regret. Two people. Sigma, degree winky face. So you were not persuading a fight just now? Lu Chen shook his head rightfully. Of course not. These two liars even lied to me. How could I even advise them? The two men looked at the serious expression on Lu Chen's face and took a few steps back in horror. Then he secretly swore inwardly that he would never provoke Lu Chen. The three of them continued to advance in the direction of Chun Yi's house, and the surrounding skyscrapers gradually turned into a residential building. At that moment, a loud and clear howl suddenly came. Don't you come over here. Lu Chen fixed his eyes toward the direction the voice came from and his face couldn't help but look odd. Sanner, you see that looks like Zhao Chang and the others, right? The photographer followed Lu Chen's gaze and nodded slowly. Seems like it, doesn't it? But what are those two doing in the tree? Not far away. Only to see Zhao Chang and the photographer Chi-Chi lying on the tree, his face horrified, his body shivering and hugging the tree trunk tightly, as if there was something dirty under the tree. Lu Chen walked in to take a look and found that it was a large coffee-colored golden hare. At this moment, the big golden hare was wagging its tail frantically and spitting out its tongue as it looked at Zhao Chang. A hint of excitement was revealed in his eyes. Looking at the two men hugging the tree in a comical mess, Lu Chen burst out laughing. Put, it's not that I'm talking about you, Al. Zhao Chang is such a big man. And you're still afraid of dogs? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Chang in the tree and couldn't help but laugh out loud. As for Zhao Chang, a trace of surprise flashed across his face when he saw Lu Chen's few people. Lu Chen? Why are you here? Never mind that. You're not afraid of this dog. You steer him away from me. Zhao Chang looked at Lu Chen, a sinister smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. The photographer, on the other hand, was keenly aware of what was going on and hurriedly pulled Lu Chen back, looking wary. Brother, I'm afraid there's something wrong with this. What could possibly be wrong with that? Isn't it just a dog? I've beaten up even wanted criminals. Lu Chen shrugged off the photographer's arm with disinterest. Before even having a chance to take a closer look at the big blonde under the tree, he casually agreed. No problem. I really didn't expect Zhao Chang to be afraid of dogs when you're so old. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen looked towards the big golden hare under the tree. Sip, sip, sip. Get over here, big blondie. Hearing the shout, the big blonde turned his head, his dark eyes revealing a hint of naivety and simplicity. Wagging his tail excitedly, he ran towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at the golden hare running towards him. Why is this golden hare all wet and so strangely colored? Suddenly, Lu Chen smelled a foul odor coming on and covered his nose. It stinks. The neighborhood is blowing up, isn't it? Before the words were finished, he seemed to realize something, and his eyes looked towards the nearby golden hare in horror. Calf powering up, his feet slammed down and he jumped straight into the tree. Wolfie hugged the trunk of the tree. With an angry expression, he looked towards Zhao Cheng who was on the side. He meowed. You should have told me when golden hare fell down the tur. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the photographer and Chen Yi on the side couldn't help but stare, looking at the big golden hare in front of them, which was naive and cute and kept wagging its tail, with horrified faces. They seemed to be looking at some kind of flood beast, and took a step back in unison. Woof! And the big blonde, apparently not realizing the fear in the two, lunged towards them. The two also hurriedly climbed up the tree. The five men clutched the trunk of the tree together, looking horrified. The big golden hare under the tree was still thinking that a few people were playing with themselves, and happily barked a few times without the slightest sign of leaving. The photographer, with a hard face, looked at the golden hare underneath and broke down a little. Brother, didn't you say you weren't afraid of dogs even after beating up wanted criminals? You go get rid of it. Lu Chun, who had always been fearless, also had a look of horror on his face as he retorted. This dog doesn't have high physical attributes, but who's stopping it from being enchanted? As the saying goes, if you dip a mop in, Lubu is alive. The golden hare at the bottom of this is more fierce than Lubu after adding this enchantment. Whoever gets pounced on by it, then the consequences are unimaginable. Zhao Chang, who was on the side, was also a bit anxious at this moment. So what to do? How if you can't just keep hanging from a tree? Sooner or later one gets tired of just hugging the trunk. And as the first person to be chased up the tree by the dog, he had been hanging there for almost an hour or two. Sweating profusely at the moment, it was clear that his stamina had been overwhelmed. Lu Chen looked at the sweaty Zhao Cheng in front of him and spoke with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Why don't we split up and sacrifice the slowest runner? Zhao Chang was already physically exhausted at this moment. If the few people ran separately, he was undoubtedly the one most likely to be caught up. Hearing Lu Chen's idea, Zhao Chang also shook his head decisively. No way. Besides, even if the dog catches up with me, won't it catch up with you guys? Can you run as fast as it? Hearing this, both photographer number 8 and Chen Yi couldn't help but lower their heads. The 8th photographer naturally needs no introduction. Apart from Zhao Chang, it is he who has been hanging on the tree for the longest time. In addition to being physically weak, he was also carrying a camera. So naturally he couldn't run very fast. And Chen Yi as a girl, also wearing high heels, counting on her to be able to run faster than the golden hair, that genus is also somewhat impossible. The crowd pondered for a while, and the photographer took the lead in suggesting a solution to the problem. There, Zhao Cheng, you take off your shoes and smash it a little bit. This may make it know that we don't like it and it will go away by itself. Chapter 121, come here if you have something to do. After hearing the photographer's words, Zhao Chang was instantly displeased, exasperated. He looked at the crowd and retorted, Why don't you throw your shoes instead of me? Lu Chen shrugged indifferently, full of concern. Anyway, I'm sure I won't be the first one to lose it, so if you don't throw it then we'll just hang from the tree and see who loses it first. Seeing Lu Chen's hobnailed look, Zhao Chang also knew that relying on them didn't seem to work. He only had to grit his teeth and take off his shoes, and then aimed at the big blonde under the tree and smashed it towards the big blonde. The black leather shoes spun in mid-air, only to see the big blonde hair rise up in a heap and take the shoes in its mouth. Ow! Adding a cry towards Cho Sung in the tree, he then spun around happily. It seemed to think that Zhao Chang was playing a game with himself, wagging his tail frantically. Seeing that the shoes he threw down had no effect at all, Zhao Chang's face turned green and he angrily questioned towards the photographer. I thought you said throwing shoes would get rid of him. And when Lu Chen saw Zhao Chang, who only had one shoe on his foot, a smile spread across his face and tapped the photographer beside him. Good job, Asaner. Now he can't outrun us even more with only one shoe. The photographer snapped and scratched his head, looking towards Zhao Chang whose face was incomparably angry. That, I didn't mean to. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw the comical scene of Zhao Chang and Lu Chen's group being blocked by the big golden hair on the tree. He was also unable to hold back his laughter, laughing and crying, ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. How come luck is so effective in the program? How can this Zhao Chang be so unlucky every time, and still be chased by a demonic big golden hair? Speaking of which, where did this enchanted golden hair come from? Doesn't the owner have any control over it? Your guess. Who is the first thing the big blonde goes to after being possessed? I think I saw number 8 hanging around here too. Wait for me to go to his live room and trick him over. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The few people on the tree looked at the big golden hair with frightened faces, and no one dared to act rashly. Zhao Chang clung to the tree trunk with both hands and his entire body was exerting itself, as if he was about to be unable to hold on. Lu Chen, do something. Lu Chen scratched his head, unable to think of anything. Any means were futile in front of this possessed big golden hair. Looking at Zhao Chang in front of him, he said in a serious tone, Don't worry, we won't forget the contribution you made. Zhao Chang wanted to say something else, but he heard a rough voice from behind him. You big men are so frightened by a dog, as far as you're concerned. Fixing his eyes, it was Chao Changren who had arrived with a photographer. Lu Chen looked towards Chao Changren and saw the disdainful look he had at the time on his face. Zhao Chang and Lu Chen both looked at each other, and a sinister smile appeared on their faces at the same time. No words were exchanged and the ideas coincided. Toward Chao Changren, who was far away under the tree, he said in unison, Come over here if you've got something to do. Chao Changren looked at the two people hanging on the tree and walked over without thinking. Not that I'm saying, but you guys are too. Suddenly, Chao Changren looked at the big golden hair in front of him pouncing towards him, seemed to realize what. His face suddenly changed greatly, and took the photographer together to climb up a side of the pole. Then, shocked, he looked towards Lu Chen and Zhao Chang. Why didn't you guys say so? This dog fell down the toilet. Lu Chen and Zhao Chang just looked at each other and smiled towards Chao Changren on the pole. Brother Chao, good kung fu. The ugliness of human nature is on display in this one. Chao Changren looked at the big golden hair underneath and almost cursed all the swear words he could. And listening to Chao Changren's tirade, the two of them were old and comfortable. Lu Chen waved his hand unconcernedly and said slowly, Brother Chao, don't be so grumpy. Now we should think of a way to get out of here. That's right. In the long run, at least humans live longer than dogs, and when it dies, we'll definitely get out of here. Even Zhao Chang, who was somewhat unsupportable, was calm at the moment. For no other reason than he could see that photographer number 8 on the pole couldn't hold out for long. The photographer himself was carrying gear, and on top of that he was climbing a utility pole to keep from falling off. The physical exertion can be much greater than theirs. Photographer number 8's legs had begun to tremble at this moment. With a shaky look on his face, Zhao Chang looked at the photographer in the distance and added fuel to the fire. That little brother if you can't hold on, don't hold on. It's not good to tire yourself out. Just ow. Isn't that just playing with the dog for a while? Look how much the big blonde loves you, and is wagging his tail at the bottom. Looking at the two in this damaged state, the audience in the live broadcast room burst out laughing, covering his face. Ha ha ha. No, why is number 8 coming over to join in the fun again? I'm such a big program team, and 3 guests are no match for a dog. Golden hair among dogs is like Lubu among men. It's easy to beat up Lu's brothers. If this dog could be a mount, wouldn't it be invincible? Now it's all about who can't hold it up first. Ha ha ha. Which one of you fooled the 8th? That's too damaging, isn't it? Photographer number 8 hugged the pole tightly, wanting to cry. Almost with a sobbing voice, he looked towards Chao Changrun above him. Brother, do something about it. Chao Changrun's face also looked helpless for a while, unable to think of anything at all. The pleading eyes had to look towards Lu Chen. Lu Chun, on the other hand, was leisurely at the moment, as if he hadn't seen Chao Changrun's request for help. Tell you what, I'll tell you some jokes to ease the boredom. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the faces of the few people in the trees couldn't help but change drastically. The eyes that looked at Lu Chen were more terrified than looking at golden hair. On the other hand, Chao Changrun and photographer number 8 couldn't help but be a bit puzzled, as they had yet to appreciate the power of Lu Chen's cold jokes. Once upon a time there was a butterfly called Nini, and then it starved to death one day, and guess what it was called? The remaining 4 men in the tree, all pale with little desire to participate. Only the duo of Chao Changrun on the pole fought seriously. Chao Changrun slowly looked towards Lu Chen. It won't end up as a specimen, will it? That had been the only answer his mind could come up with. While facing Chao Changrun's answer, Lu Chen shook his head. It turned into a hungry New York butterfly. Crowd. Hearing this reply, the entire body of photographer number 8 froze as if he had been frozen, and his body, which was merely hugging the pole, slid down a little bit silently. Chapter 122 Zhao Chang. I'm also enchanted. Brother, I'm begging you, stop telling your stupid jokes and figure out how to get out of here. The photographer heard Lu Chen sneer and covered his head in pain. Zhao Chang's face was equally incomparably painful, and he was somewhat angry at Lu Chen. That's it. Don't tell your stupid jokes. To say that the biggest victim of Lu Chen's cold joke is him. The fans who were sucked away by Lu Chen in the beginning have not returned to this day, but it's good to see that with the show's sudden burst of popularity, he's only slightly rebounding in popularity on the air. Now among the guests, it was not up to the top stream, but it was in the middle of the pack. The rest of the few people were also in agony. The power of Lu Chen's sneer was comparable to the golden hair attached underneath. Seeing this, Lu Chen also fell without the slightest sign of stopping, because the photographer on the 8th side is about to lose it. When a gold coin is placed in the hand, it becomes an arm, and when it is placed on the back it becomes a northern snout. So when it is placed in the sand, what does it become? Zhao Cheng's face was a bit hesitant, and he tried to look toward Lu Chen. It turns to sand. The words were barely out of his mouth when his own cameraman covered it. Brother, it's still live. Be careful of the impact. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Chang, who was about to speak, and smiled contemptuously. Look at you. You must be thinking wrong. Gold coins buried in the sand. Wouldn't that be a treasure? When these words came out, not only Chao Changrun and the photographer who were hugging on the pole couldn't help themselves. Even the remaining 4 people in the tree were a bit tense. Zhao Chang glanced down at the golden hair under the tree and said with a face full of anger, if you say your stupid joke again, we'll throw you off first. That is, brother, you'd better shut up. If we touched the golden hairs down there we could still wash them. After hearing your joke, the heart can never be washed clean again. Inside the live studio, the audience was also amused by the reactions of several people, crying with laughter. Ha ha ha. I have to say, this cold joke of Lu's is really powerful. He meowed. Luck was afraid to accompany my cell phone, and when I heard your stupid joke, I accidentally dropped it. I was taking and it was so hard to get out, but as soon as I heard this sneer of his I shrank back again. Listening to Luck's cold jokes, you might as well just go and play with the big blonde. You guys, look at the cameraman in number 8. He doesn't seem to be able to hold it up. Several people in the tree, in unison, looked towards the photographer number 8 who was about to hold out. Photographer number 8 clung to the pole on all fours, shivering as his entire body continued to slide down, and the big golden hair underneath looked at it intently. As long as it slid down a few dozen centimeters further, I'm afraid that the big golden hair would be able to touch him. Photographer number 8 tearfully looked towards Chao Changrun and cried out for help. Brother, You have to help me. Chao Changrun looked at the photographer underneath and threw his leg over. Grab my legs and I'll pull you up. I have to say, as a wilderness survival expert, Chao Changrun's muscles were not trained for nothing, and he pulled the photographer up hard. The faces of Zhao Chang and the photographer, who had previously had anticipation in their eyes, were suddenly gloomy. Zhao Chang looked helpless and said, "We're not going to be trapped here forever, are we?" Photographer number 8 was pulled up by Chao Changrun, who again became the most precarious one. The body won't be able to hold out anytime soon. At that moment, Lu Chen spoke again. Do you know what Yugo Nishan's favorite song was when he moved the mountain? The crowd blanched and shook their heads. What is it? Starlet, the photographer on the side asked with some curiosity. Why? He couldn't for the life of him figure out what the song had to do with Yugo Nishan. Only Lu Chen smiled faintly and said in a mysterious manner, because, move mountains shine. When the crowd heard this, their faces all froze. Zhao Chang, who was constantly shivering as he clasped his hands to the trunk of the tree, couldn't hold back any longer at this moment. Ha ha ha. I might as well go get my blonde hair enchanted for listening to your stupid jokes. Saying that, Zhao Chang resolutely jumped down from the tree. The big golden hair that was guarding under the tree, when it saw Zhao Chang come down, it also rushed to pounce towards Zhao Chang. Looking at the golden hair that was pouncing towards him, Zhao Chang's face was not the least bit fearful. Instead, he pointed at Lu Chen in the tree and said as if he was crazy, "Come, Sun Tzu, you come down. Heck, today I'll have to rip your ing mouth off." Lu Chen looked at the angry expression on Zhao Chang's face and sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss, is this as far as you go? Golden hair even passed its enchantment onto you. Zhao Chang glanced at his pants, which had turned yellowish brown, and a hint of disdain spread across his face. What is this compared to Lu Chen's cold joke? Looking up towards the tree, he yelled, "You come down." Lu Chen skimmed his mouth, his face full of disdain. "Come up here if you've got something to do. Good, come up here and come up here." With that, Zhao Chang climbed towards the tree. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Chang, who was gradually climbing up, with a look of horror on his face. Sigma, degree winky face. No, this isn't the same script as I thought it would be. You're all possessed. Shouldn't you be learning that golden hair is down there? On Lu Chen's face, for the first time, a panicked look appeared. And when Zhao Chang saw the panicked look on Lu Chen's face, a smile of excitement spread from the corner of his mouth. He meowed, "With your Thai jokes, I'm going to make you attach a demon even if I'm high or low today." When the crowd heard these words, their faces changed in unison as their gazes looked toward Zhao Chang in horror. At this moment, Zhao Chang had turned into a walking bomb, and the kind with autolock. And if I accidentally messed with him? The crowd shivered in unison at the thought. There was a lot of thinking back to see if they had messed with him lately. Lu Chen felt fear from Zhao Chang for the first time and kept climbing towards the top of the tree, shouting as he did so, "Don't say it! I really won't say it! Don't come any closer!" At this point, it was about a kilometer away from a few people. A couple of doctors in white coats walked down the street with netting. At the head was a doctor who looked about 40 or 50 years old, with Jiangnan City 3rd Psychiatric Hospital emblazoned on his chest, which was very eye-catching. The doctor beside him, who looked slightly younger than him, said with a puzzled look on his face, "Dean Li, where the hell do you think this golden hair of ours has gone?" Hearing this, Dean Li's expression was incomparably gloomy. "Wherever it goes, make sure you catch him today. If we don't catch it, I'm afraid a lot of people will suffer." Of those present, he was the only one who knew how lethal to people is a big blonde hair that has been possessed. I can still vaguely smell the stench of my own body, and I feel like I haven't washed my body. Chapter 123, Would a normal person hit someone with an enchanted stone? Inside the live feed, the crowd burst out laughing as they looked at the possessed Zhao Chang and the terrified Lu Chen. It's over. Luck has driven Zhao Chang crazy. He's now Lu Bu among men. No one can help. It's the first time I've seen Lu look at Zhao Chang in such horror, and for a moment I actually didn't know whether to pity Lu or Zhao Chang. This cold joke power of Brother Lu. It's really horrible. Zhao Chang would rather enchant him than continue listening to Brother Lu's cold jokes. Ha ha ha. If Lu is going to go on talking, I guess a few people in the tree would rather go down and get enchanted. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Zhao Chang looked at Lu Chen with an indignant expression and climbed towards the top of the tree. The trunk of the tree on which his feet were treading shook violently. If we go any higher, I'm afraid the branches at the top of the tree won't support the weight of two people. A look of hesitation appeared on Zhao Chang's face, and Lu Chen also saw the hesitation on Zhao Chang's face and hurriedly said, "Did you look out for the last wedding and I introduced you to a part-time job?" Once he heard this, Zhao Chang was even more furious. He meow. That part-time best man you introduced to me could have something as outrageous as getting hit by an airplane on his way out the door. If I hadn't been so lucky, I'd be dead already, wouldn't I? That's a drone. People aren't dead. Besides, have you forgotten who fixed you up last time? Lu Chen deliberately lowered his voice and scowled towards Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang suddenly turned his gaze to Chao Changren, who was lying on the side on the pole. It is said that it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so it is reasonable for him to take a revenge now, right? Zhou Sung silently retreated from the tree again and turned under the pole. Chao Changren looked at Zhao Chang at the bottom and was first stunned, then immediately reacted to something. The look on his face was unmistakably horrified, and he snapped. This, Zhao Chang, there doesn't seem to be any grudge between us, right? In response, Zhao Chang just gave a slight smile. You tell me. My face still hurts from the last time you punched me. Saying that, a touch of madness showed in Zhao Chang's eyes, and he was about to climb up the pole. Chao Changrun also snapped to attention and hurriedly opened his mouth to defend himself. It wasn't me. Last time it was Lu. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Chen. Shut up, shameless old thief. If you didn't beat Zhao Chang's brains out last time, could he have gone so crazy? And Zhao Chang took advantage of this moment to climb up the pole. Photographer number 8, who was hugging Chao Changrun's thighs, could not cry at this moment. He didn't have the stamina to climb, and if he went down, he would only encounter the possessed Zhao Chang. Now Zhou Achiever is a big, tree-climbing golden, catching anyone and biting them. At the moment he was caught in a dilemma. But, Zhao Chang didn't give him much time to think. A violent stench hit the room. He had already been completed possessed, and Chao Changren's face was grim at that moment as he silently slid down the pole. Because, both he and the photographer had been possessed by Zhao Chang. I told you, he ordered me to beat you up before. Chao Changren pointed at Lu Chen at the top of the tree, his face furious. Zhao Chang just smiled slightly and looked at Lu Chen at the top of the tree, turning his head to him. Do you think he can run? I'll enchant him today no matter what. Lu Chen heard this. The gods looked at the few people underneath with horror. No, not really. The two at the bottom didn't reply, just silently looking at Lu Chen. The treetops could only hold the weight of one person, and a few of them were not good enough to go up there. But they just couldn't believe that Lu Chen wouldn't come down. I'll stay up with you and see when you can come down. That's it. I'm not leaving today. Let's see who can outlast who. The three of them simply sat down directly on the ground and looked at Lu Chen at the top of the tree, with the intention of fighting a protracted battle. No one noticed a couple of doctors in white coats with netting in their hands had quietly arrived not far behind them. The director beside the dean looked at the two men's backs and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Dean, why are these guys guarding the guy in the tree? Besides, aren't our golden hairs possessed? How come they aren't afraid at all? The big golden hair was obediently squatting beside the two at this time. The two even picked up a roadside rock to enchant on the golden hair and threw it towards Lu Chen. Dean Li looked at the actions of the two and his expression couldn't help but change. Do you think it's possible that these two ran away from our hospital? The director to the side bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, then nodded slowly. It's possible. Most of the doctors in the hospital are out looking for dogs today. And would a normal person dip a rock in to hit someone? Hearing this, Dean Li also nodded, feeling that he had a point. Toward the doctors behind him, he said with a big wave of his hand, Up, get these two patients under control first, then we'll catch the dog. Zhao Chang and Chao Changren didn't notice the difference behind them in the slightest. Instead, he took the stone in his hand and kept smashing it towards Lu Chen. Ha ha ha. I told you to tell your stupid joke. I'll let you slander me. I threw this for my brother. The three were just about to throw the stone when they realized that the field of vision in front of them had suddenly dimmed. A huge netting covered his head. There was also an urgent voice in his ear. Quickly, control them first. They're possessed too. With that said, a group of people swarmed up. Straight away, the three were tied up with ropes. When Lu Chen saw that the two were under control, he also came down from the tree with his heart in his mouth. Dean Li looked at Lu Chen in front of him. Junior, how come it's you? Lu Chen was saved by Dean Li, and instead of being grateful, he was filled with anger as he questioned towards the dean. What took you so long? I'm about to be tortured by your hospital patients. Dean Li was stunned when he heard Lu Chen's complaint. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was aggrieved, with a hint of crystal flowing from his eyes. You said it was easy for me. I saw these three tumble out of your asylum and I followed them all the way, looking for a moment to subdue them, just about to subdue them, but it turned out that this golden hair suddenly rushed out to enchant them. I'm a person who loves cleanliness. Naturally I'm afraid of these things. They have a problem with their brains to be enchanted and still high. But it turned out that they were forced to the tree. The three people who were tied up, after hearing Lu Chen's words, instantly understood what these white coats around them actually did, rushing out in defense. It's not. No, we're not mentally ill. We were forced to do it. Hearing the voices of the three people talking at cross purposes, the director beside the dean couldn't help but exclaim in anger. Shut up! Would a normal person hit someone with an enchanted stone? Dean Li listened to Lu Chen's account of the cause and effect, nodded thoughtfully, looked at the three people who were tied up, and sighed helplessly. He then turned his head to look at Lu Chen. It's thanks to you, drawing them here, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Dean Li had a hard time with his face. He really couldn't imagine how serious consequences could be caused by three psychopaths so possessed breaking into a crowded place. Chapter 124, The Feeling That You Guys Are Hereditary. Inside the live feed, looking at the three people who were tied up with miserable faces, they laughed out loud, laughing and crying, ha ha ha, Luck's move is too detrimental. Three good people are directly stigmatized by him as mentally ill. The main thing is that these three threw the enchanted stone at Lu, and the dean saw them. That's all that was seen. Who would doubt Lu's words? Covering my face and laughing, I'm really about to die from laughing at these goods. How come they're so unlucky when they get together? Before, they were possessed by a big golden hair. Now not only have they been possessed by a golden hair, but they've also been arrested as mentally ill. The point is you meet three people playing with there on the street. Would you they think they're mentally ill? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The three of them looked at the Jiangnan City 3rd Psychiatric Hospital embroidered on the chest of President Li's clothes and rushed to speak out in defense. Doctor, we're really not mentally ill. We hit him with an enchanted rock just because the bastard is so pissed off. It is. That's it. Zhao Cheng then pointed at Lu Chen and said with a face full of anger, do you have the ability to repeat what you said before? Upon hearing Zhao Cheng's words, Lu Chen's face then couldn't help but look odd. Toward Zhao Cheng, he reconfirmed, are you sure? Before Zhao Cheng could confirm, Lu Chen coughed a few times to clear his throat. Ahem. Once upon a time there was a butterfly. Lu Chen hadn't finished speaking. The faces of the few people who heard this familiar joke changed in unison, as if they had seen something horrible. Filled with horror, he hurriedly interrupted. Okay, the three of us are just mentally ill. Okay, I beg you to shut up. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and turned his head to look at Dean Li. I told you, these three must be mentally ill. Dean Li's face was filled with confusion and he scratched his head. There was always a feeling that something wasn't right about this. Where would one admit to being mentally ill if they really were? For a while, Dean Li was a bit confused about the difference. With a serious expression, he looked at the three people in front of him. You guys, really psychotic? The three of them nodded in unison, their gazes looking earnestly at Dean Li. Dean, get us out of here. As long as they could not hear Lu Chen's broken jokes, they would rather go to even a mental institution. Dean Li sighed helplessly, always feeling an indescribable sense of dissonance. But the three people in front of him were speaking so earnestly, he could only nod his head and said, in that case, take it away. After all, letting these three possessed people hang around outside again, he couldn't afford to cough up the responsibility. The three were surrounded and dragged away by the doctors in unison, while the 32 photographers on the sidelines looked at the backs of the several people were directly frozen. Where am I going then? As Zhao Cheng's exclusive photographer, he definitely had to follow Zhao Cheng as well. So he rushed to catch up with a few people and shouted at Dean Li. Wait, Dean, I'm actually mentally ill too. You guys take me one. After a wave of twists and turns, the crowd also finally arrived in front of Chen Yi's neighborhood gate. Chen Yi led the two of them up the stairs, only to find Chen's mother crouching at the stairway, her face full of depression. A trace of surprise passed across Chen Yi's face as she looked towards Chen's mother. Mom, why are you squatting in front of the house? When Lu Chen saw Chen's mother squatting on the ground, he also rushed to help her up. Mom, what are you doing here? You see, it's my first time here, and I was too embarrassed to come empty-handed, so I brought some fish and fruit to see you. When Mother Chen heard this, she looked at Lu Chen's empty hand with some confusion. The photographer and Chen Yi on the side couldn't help but look towards Lu Chen's hand. Brother, you can't have a gift that only smart people can see. Can you? I haven't seen you buy a gift since we got out of the police station. Have I? Where's the gift in your hand? Chen Yi likewise cocked her head, her face full of doubt. Lu Chen ignored the two men and instead smiled as he opened his mouth towards Chen's mother to explain. Because Chen Yi said you believe in Buddhism, so we gave it a release in the park. Hearing this explanation, Chen's mother snapped and continued to ask, what about the fruit? Fruit words? Lu Chen scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. The fruit hasn't been picked yet because I know you believe in Buddhism. Crowd. Mother Chen blankly glanced at Lu Chen in front of her, and did not pursue him for his jittery behavior. After all, she also often watched Lu Chen's live broadcast and understood very well what kind of person Lu Chen really was. He then turned his head towards Chen Yi and said with a long sigh, "Your grandmother is here." Really? When Chen Yi heard that her grandmother was coming, a smile sprang up on her face. Looking at Chen Mother's anger, she directly knocked a chestnut on Chen Yi's head. "Your grandmother is coming. What are you so happy about? You're not afraid he'll push you to find a boyfriend?" Hearing this, Chen Yi proudly raised her chest and looked towards Lu Chen, who was on the side. Mother Chen immediately showed a look of sudden realization. "Great! I told you what you were rushing out for today when you heard grandma was coming." Chen Yi, on the other hand, shook her head in denial. "Mom, don't talk nonsense, Al. We just happened to run into each other and I invited him over for dinner. As for what grandma thinks, I don't know." Lu Chen looked at Chen Mother, whose face was terribly gloomy in front of him, as well as Chen Yi, who was holding her arm. Couldn't help but open his mouth in wonder. "Is it hard to believe that your grandmother is scary?" Even Chen's mother, who had always been tough in Lu Chen's impression, sat at the entrance of the building with a saddened face, and instead of fighting, the two seemed surprisingly odd today. After all, the only time he himself had heard about Chen's mother from Chen Yi's mouth was when Chen Yi had been beaten up. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, the two men's faces were also once again in unison. Chen Yi's face turned pale as she looked towards Lu Chen. "You don't know. My grandmother usually had a hobby. 9 siblings in my mom's generation." Chen Yi hadn't finished speaking, but was interrupted by Lu Chen. "How many? 9? Is this your grandmother's usual hobby? 9 siblings? It seems that Chen Yi, his grandmother, doesn't usually have any hobbies." The photographer nodded in disbelief when he heard this. Looking at the two people who were playing tricks in front of him, Chen Yi directly smashed a chestnut on their heads. "Hear me out. My grandmother, as a person, had a very strong and rigid character, and none of her 9 children disobeyed her. Isn't this nice? So what are you guys worried about?" Lu Chen couldn't help but be a little puzzled. While in front of them, Chen Yi and Mother Chen sighed in unison. "It's because she has such a strong personality that she's extraordinarily controlling. Can you imagine I'm over 50 years old and she chased me around with a cane and spanked me last time?" Lu Chen looked at Chen's mother in front of him with a somewhat odd expression, always feeling that the words seemed somewhat familiar. He then turned his head to look at Chen Yi again, and his face had an expression of sudden realization as he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. "I feel that your mother's kindness and daughter's filial piety are still hereditary." Chapter 125, Chen Yi, my mom. She wants to send you to senior college. Chen Yi and Mother Chen froze in unison when they heard Lu Chen's words. Then the face sighed helplessly. "Ugh, you still don't get what my grandmother was really like." Chen Yi shook her head, her face pale. Chen's mother was similarly gloomy as she said to Lu Chen in front of her, "Anyway, when you see it, you'll know." After saying that, Mother Chen turned around and took out her key to open the front door. With her leading the way, several people walked slowly through the gate. What came into view was an old man with gray hair and old glasses. The dry wrinkles on his face are the signs of age. Although he was nearly 70 years old, the old man's dark eyes were still translucent, and a confident light radiated from them. It makes the whole person look radiant. At the moment she was prostrate at the table, carefully scribbling something in her notebook. Chen Yi slowly walked into a look, found that the yellowed notebook is some unfamiliar names of people's phone numbers. His own grandmother was crossing them off one by one, and a look of curiosity sprang up on his face. "Grandma, what are you scratching in your notebook?" Grandmother slowly raised her head and was just about to speak when she suddenly saw Lu Chen behind Chen Yi. A smile spread across the corners of his mouth. "Amnesia? This is?" When Chen Yi saw her grandmother in this state, a smile of triumph in her plan spread across her face. Rushing to Lu Chen's side, he took Lu Chen's hand and introduced himself. "Oh, Grandma, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Lu Chen." Lu Chen looked at Chen Yi, skimmed his lips and whispered, "I thought I was really being asked to come over for dinner, but it turns out I'm still being used as a tool. Ha! Woman, cut the crap. You screwed me over so badly last time. Shouldn't you help me?" Chen Yi viciously twisted on Lu Chen's waist and gave him a blank look. When grandmother heard Chen Yi's words, a kind smile spread across her face. Smiling, he got up and walked over to Lu Chen, his face full of kindness. "This is Yi's boyfriend. Not bad, not bad. What a show. When are you planning to have a baby with Yi?" Hearing this, Lu Chen, who had been a bit reluctant before, instantly became interested. "Want a baby? If you don't mind, would it be okay to have it tonight?" The audience in the live room burst out laughing, covering his face and laughing. "Ha ha ha, it's not Lu's brain that's growing. How can he say such things? When I went to my partner's house last time and said that, his father stayed up all night, guarding me like a thief, crying, 'Upstairs you, this is even good.' I came back from my last business trip and asked my object. She said 2 months ago has to. I've learned. I'll say the same thing the next time my family urges me to get married." Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Grandmother was a little confused by Lu Chen's sudden words. Before he could react, Chen Yi interrupted the conversation between the two. You're talking about tigers and wolves here. Chen Yi looked at Lu Chen dumbfounded, and hurriedly turned her head towards her grandmother again. Grandma, what kind of person just meets someone and asks them when they plan to have kids? Shouldn't we wait until we're married? Besides, we haven't gotten that far yet. Chen Yi blushed and squirmed. If Lu Chen hadn't known the truth a long time ago, he might have really been fooled by her. On the side, Chen's mother also helped out and nodded her head. That's right, Mom, this little E is still young. There's no rush. Hearing this grandmother, her face instantly turned cold, turning her head towards Mother Chen and questioning. You still have the nerve to say that? Yi even has a boyfriend. What about you? You haven't had a date until now. With that, Grandma Chen made a gesture that she was going to take the walking stick that was placed in front of the table and hit towards Mother Chen. Chen mother hurriedly fled with her head in her hands, a look that resembled the previous Chen Yi. Mom, Xiao Yi's boyfriend is still here. Can't you give me some face? Grandma Chen's gaze was stern towards Lu Chen, frightening him so much that he hurriedly turned around and pretended to be invisible. Grandma Chen raised her cane and slowly lowered it again, then looked at the photographer behind Lu Chen. This is. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chen's mother. This is my boyfriend. Photographer, Sigma, degree. The photographer froze when he heard Chen's mother's words. Even Lu Chen, who had always had a big heart, couldn't help but freeze. Although Chen's mother is well maintained, the signs of age on her face are still hard to hide. This photographer was a whole couple of years removed from her. You can say anything to avoid being beaten, can't you? Grandmother Chen looked towards Mother Chen with some suspicion. Really? Mother Chen nodded her head repeatedly, her words earnest and her face sincere. When it was too late, Grandma Chen instantly raised the walking stick in her hand and slammed it on Mother Chen's head. Incredibly grumpy said. He meowed. You're almost 50 years old and you're making up lies like that to fool your mom. You're lying to your mom. Raising the walking stick in her hand, she made a gesture to continue hitting towards Chen's mother. Chen's mother looked at the raised cane and hurriedly stepped back. Aggrieved, she looked toward Chen Yi. But Yi, she's not also. When Chen Yi, who was watching the show from the side, heard this, her face suddenly changed, rushing to interrupt Chen's mother's words. Grandma, my mom even told me earlier that you were too cranky and that she was going to send you to senior college. Upon hearing these familiar words, the expression on Mother Chen's face suddenly froze. Dumbfounded, he looked towards Chen Yi with a face full of disbelief. Mother Chen? Sigma, degree winky face. I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. Looking at Grandmother Chen's steeply gloomy face, Mother Chen's expression became very frightened. Slander at this point. She slandered me. It was just a shame that her words were not convincing. Grandmother Chen's cane had fallen to her. I told you to send me to senior college. In the living room, there were violent screams. The wailing resonated through the heavens, unceasingly. Hearing the screams, Lu Chen and the photographer's faces couldn't help but become horrified. Both of them looked towards Chen Yi in unison. Is it really your real mom? Does anyone accuse their own mother of anything like that? When Chen Yi heard Chen mother's screams, a smile spread across her face. He had been beaten before, and although his wounds were now healed, the wounds in his heart, that could not be erased for a lifetime. Waiting for this is such a day, and now that the great revenge has been avenged, Chen Yi is naturally very pleased. Looking at Chen Yi happily hummed out a little song. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments as he asked towards her. Haven't you ever thought about what would happen to you if your grandmother left? Chen Yi, Sigma, degree winky face. The smug expression on Chen Yi's face instantly solidified, glancing towards Chen mother in the living room and rushing forward to help. Mom, Grandma, don't hit her. She's your own daughter. My own mom. Chapter 126, This is the Book of Life and Death, isn't it? The crowd in the live broadcast room saw Chen Yi, who had previously been falsely accusing Chen's mother. The now flabbergasted look on his face burst out in laughter. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha. Not how did Lu find such a terse family? Grandma looks like she's in her 70s or 80s, right? How can she be so cruel? Is it really hereditary? Covering her face with a smile, Chen Yi, this girl is good in every way, but sometimes she is dull. She has not thought about her situation after Grandma left. I feel like Chen Yi is not a false accuser. Why do I feel as if this isn't a false accusation on Chen Yi's part? Maybe Chen's mom did say something like that? Anyway, whether it's a false accusation or not, Chen Yi is probably bound to get this beating. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Lu Chun, on the other hand, curiously walked towards the table, looking at the names and phone numbers that were crossed out and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Grandma, why do you have so many forks in this book? Grandma walked over with her walking stick and smiled faintly at Lu Chen. Ugh, it's all at my age. So one by one my friends around me go away and get sick. Isn't it just a cross to draw when people are gone? Lu, I don't have your phone number yet. Why don't you tell me about it? Looking at the kind smile on Grandma Chen's face, Lu Chen was instantly startled, and a hint of panic spread across his face as he hurriedly retreated towards the back. Then the head shook like a rattle even more. Grandma, I don't have a phone. No phone? Grandma Chen looked at Chen Yi with some confusion. Chen Yi also rushed to pull Lu Chen once more and rebuked him in a small voice. What are you talking about? You this honestly bar phone to tell my grandmother is not on the line. Lu Chen's face was filled with hardship and he couldn't help but spit it out. What kind of phone book is your grandma here? This is clearly a life and death book. The king of Hades will have to make a copy of your grandmother's book even if he crosses the wrong person. When Chen Yi saw Lu Chen slandering her grandmother in such a way, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. My grandma isn't a black and white woman. Chen Yi had just finished saying this when her grandmother's somewhat surprised voice came from behind her. What? Old Li is dead? Grandma held up her cell phone, full of surprise as she made the call. Oh, it's okay. I accidentally scratched his name the other day and his phone number is so scratched I can't read it. I wanted to ask you what his phone number is. I didn't realize he was so young and left so early. Speaking here, Grandma Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. And on the side, Chen Yi's face became incomparably odd. This must be a coincidence. Once or twice doesn't mean anything. You have to believe in science. Get it, science. Chen Yi looked at Lu Chen, still somewhat unconvinced in his eyes. At that moment, Grandma Chen came up to her with her book. Yi-chan, you helped me to write your phone number on it too. This person is old. The cell phone does not make it come. Next time if I want to call you, I still have to go through the contacts one by one to find it. This is too much trouble. When Chen Yi heard her grandmother's words, her face turned pale. Grandma, would you actually believe me when I say I don't have a cell phone either? After saying that, Chen Yi also blinked her big eyes twice, looking very innocent. Lu Chun, who was on the side, silently took the yen wang in Grandma Chen's hand. It was the notebook. Full of smiles, he said, Grandma, I know Chen Yi's phone number. I'll write it for you. Lu Chun quickly wrote down Chen Yi's contact information on his book. Lu Chen then turned his head towards the photographer with an excited look on his face. Sanur, do you have any enemies? Tell me quickly so I can write on it. The photographer pondered for a while and shook his head. Brother, I don't seem to have any enemies. You write your own. Lu Chen nodded, then looked toward Grandma Chen. Grandma, do you have any more notebooks? I'm trying to write in a bit too many of them. Chen Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times as he looked at the notebook that was still close to half blank. This half of the book can at least write about almost 1,000 people. Right? You have so many enemies? Or do you want to be like the exterminator? Lu Chen skimmed his mouth and said with some disdain. What do you know? I've memorized all the black people who have hacked me in the live room since I started the broadcast. Give them hell high and low today. Chen Yi, photographer. The photographer's face was hard as he looked at Lu Chen in front of him and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Hiss. Brother, you are really holding a grudge. Chen Yi also nodded, looking at Lu Chen with an odd expression on her face. That's the first time I've seen someone who can hold a grudge like that. You're not a Scorpio, are you? Lu Chen, on the other hand, bristled and denied it. What could I possibly have in mind? I'm just trying to get more friends in Grandma's book. The crowd in the live room panicked. Never in a million years did he expect Lu Chen to actually have the ability to strike from a distance. Ha ha ha. Yeah, what could Lu have in mind? He just wants Blackie to meet the king of Hades. I'm going. I vaguely remember I think I said luck was stupid before. He won't hold a grudge. Will he? Don't. Luck. I'll give you a gift. I admit I was a bit loud before. Without further ado, brothers, I'll change the ID first. What's the point of panicking? I'll follow Lu's example and go to the temple to brush the buffs. And the black and white invincibles will have to pass me 2 cigarettes when they come. There was a huge wave of name changes in the live room. On the other hand, Grandma Chen, looking at Lu Chen, had the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law. And the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Have you had lunch yet? I'll make it for you if you haven't. When Chen Yi heard this, she nodded her head repeatedly, afraid of troubling her grandmother. No, Grandma, I ate out. And when Lu Chen heard this, he nodded his head repeatedly and said in an incomparably straightforward manner, Thanks, Grandma, I haven't eaten yet. Photographer. Brother, I realized that you really don't know what it means to be human. The photographer had just finished saying this when his stomach growled. His face instantly reddened and he scratched his head in some embarrassment. That, Grandma, I actually haven't eaten yet either? Grandma Chen looked at Lu Chen and the photographer in front of her and nodded and smiled. It's okay. Grandma will make it for you. Afterward, Grandma Chen's face sank as she turned her head toward Mother Chen in the living room and shouted, Chen Lian, get your ass over here and cook. When Mother Chen heard this, she subconsciously looked towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi, go cook. Chen Yi, Grandma, look at my mom. Last time she said you were too lazy to even cook. Grandma Chen's face went down even more somberly when she heard this. Raising his cane, he trotted towards Chen's mother. Mother Chen subconsciously froze as she looked at Grandmother Chen, who was rushing towards her with a face full of anger in front of her. He then looked towards Chen Yi with a face full of disbelief. Mother Chen, Sigma, degree. Chapter 127 Lu Chen, I usually like to fight. Looking at Grandma Chen's hand so harshly, as well as placed on the table above the Book of Life and Death, Lu Chen's heart suddenly understood why Chen's mother was sitting alone at the stairway with a sad face. Grandma Chen seemed to have seen the panic on Lu Chen's face, smiled faintly, and sat down beside Lu Chen. Don't worry, Xiao Lu, mainly because this kid is too angry. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. It was the first time he had seen someone call someone in their 50s a child. Grandma Chen, on the other hand, was proactive in asking about Lu Chen's occupation. Little Lu, by the way, what kind of work do you do here? Lu Chen, as an anchor. Photographer, my brother is a professional liar. Chen Yi, driving a taxi. Grandma Chen? Hearing the three of them speak out in unison, Grandma Chen couldn't help but be stunned, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. You seem to have quite a career here? Lu Chen was silent for a while, and then also rushed out to find a replacement. Here's the deal. Main job driving cabs, side job as an anchor, occasional side job. When he said this, Lu Chen froze and looked towards the photographer. 3 children. You can speak with a clear conscience. When did I become a professional liar? Isn't it, brother? I've seen you cheat on good-looking girls all the time. Grandma Chen's face turned cold when she heard this, and Chen Yi also rushed to the side and frantically winked, then rushed to look at his grandmother and responded with a smile. They both just like to joke around. I'm used to it, Grandma. I think my second uncle and the others also said they were coming to see you. I wonder where they are now. Chen Yi was just about to change the topic when suddenly a knocking sound came to mind outside the door. Knock knock. A very tough-looking bald man walked in with 3 muscular men. It was the one who had been opened by Lu Chen in the park earlier. The bald big man first greeted towards Grandma Chen, and then a trace of surprise couldn't help but spread on his face when he spotted Lu Chen sitting on the sofa. Why you kid? Lu Chen looked at the bald man in front of him and scratched his head in some embarrassment. Hello, second uncle. The bald man, on the other hand, frowned tightly and looked towards Lu Chen with a guarded face. You boys are running around the house? He had met Lu Chen before, and his impression of him could not be said to be good, but it definitely could not be said to be bad either. Never in a million years would I have thought that it hadn't been long before Lu Chen was able to run to the house. It made him wary. After all, Lu Chen's face was too lethal for a little girl like Chen Yi. He was afraid that Chen Yi would be deceived by the Lu Chen in front of him. The muscular men behind him were likewise looking at Lu Chen with guarded faces. The one who had a previous encounter with Lu Chen's special police officer who had complained towards Chen's mother even walked directly in front of Lu Chen, toward the side of Chen Yi. She said with an angry face, Xiao Yi, this kid is not a good person. You have to stay away from him. Lu Chen couldn't help but skim his lips as he looked at the muscular men who were protecting their calves in front of him, as well as sensing the hostility coming from all directions. Turning her head towards Grandma Chen, she said, Grandma, can I borrow your notebook? Crowd, The muscular men around them fleshed out, obviously also knowing the power of Grandma Chen's notebook. The crowd in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, burst out laughing and crying, ha ha ha, Luck is going to get his revenge on the spot. This scene reminds me of the first time I went to my date's house like this, where my 5 brothers surrounded me and tortured me. Grandma is still good to deal with. Chen Yi has so many brothers. I'm afraid it's enough for Lu to drink a pot. In my opinion, according to Lu's nature is probably afraid of trouble directly will sell Chen Yi, right? The atmosphere in the living room froze down somewhat. Granny Chen tapped the ground with her walking stick and looked at the muscular men in front of her with a cold snort. What are you all doing? You're scaring Lu. After saying that, Grandma Chen got up with her walking stick and smiled towards Lu Chen. Lu, you sit and play for a while. I'll go to the kitchen. If they bully you, you tell me. Looking at Grandma Chen walking into the kitchen, the people in the living room sighed in relief. The crowd then surrounded towards Lu Chen once again. The bald man at the head of the group's gaze constantly traveled among Lu Chen and Chen Yi. His brows furrowed. Hiss. Are you guys really in love? It doesn't look like it to me. Having been a police officer for decades, he felt something strange between the two men based on directness alone. At the very least, it doesn't look like young people in the heat of the moment. While Chen Yi heard this, the expression on her face became a bit vain. This, maybe because it hasn't been long since we finalized our relationship? Yeah, and do you know exactly what he does? The bald big man was a bit puzzled and continued to pursue the question, while the face of Chen Yi on the side feigned an expression of impatience. I'm not a criminal. Why are you interrogating me like a criminal? Afterward, Chen Yi looked towards the kitchen and shouted, outside. Before the words came out, his mouth was covered by the bald big man. A look of panic also spread across the faces of the muscular man led by the bald man. Don't scream. Yi, we won't ask anymore, okay? That's right. Don't bother her old man to come over for this kind of thing. The bald big man was still a bit disbelieving and smiled as he sat next to Lu Chen. That, young man, what are your usual hobbies? Lu Chen looked at the bald man in front of him and scratched his head, somewhat shyly. Normally, does loving a fight count? Against a family of people who are all cops, Lu Chen naturally had a way, and that had to be pitched. Though one can't go and grab a few suspects for them now, but after all, having caught so many wanted criminals, it's still nothing to say it's a fight. As expected, after the bald man heard this, he was stunned, then slapped his thigh and said, oh, that's a good hobby. I've always felt that you had great justice in your heart. At this time, the muscular man who had previously complained and the muscular man standing in front of Chen Yi also spoke up and helped out. I'll testify that Lu Chen even helped us catch a human trafficker and save the little girl earlier. I followed our chief to the cemetery earlier and saw him help us catch a wanted man hiding in the cemetery. The family had been involved in a number of previous large-scale operations due to the fact that they were all police officers. Even though he hadn't met Lu Chen, after hearing the remaining two say so, the last remaining one also nodded slowly as realization dawned on him. So you're Lu Chen. When Lu Chen heard the crowd's compliments, he scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at the muscular man in front of him and laughed. Dude, you've heard my legend before? Ha! Only to see that the muscular man in front of him had a grim face and said viciously, I work as a traffic cop. Can I not know when you're driving a damn taxi 170 to 80 yards and you're flying? Lu Chen, Sigma, degree winky face. Chapter 128, Second Uncle, if you have something to do, let's compete? As the saying goes, the elephant is afraid of the mouse is afraid of the cat, and the cat is afraid of the dog. As the saying goes, one thing leads to another. Lu Chen, who was a cab driver, winced when he heard the muscular man's words, looking towards the muscular man in front of him with an angry face. Weakly, your chief said not to pursue my ow. Hearing this, the muscular man seemed to come even more angry. He meow. Who knew you were a repeat offender? The kid with the sports car explained earlier that he kept seeing a cab whooshing past his Ferrari in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Lu Chen scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. I can't help but feel a little aggravated. So then I'm not there to catch the traffickers? Never would have guessed that the kid in the Ferrari earlier had exposed himself. Looking at Lu Chen's aggrieved look, the two muscular men on the side also came forward and said indignantly for him, what are you doing, Lao San? Lu Chen is trying to catch a criminal. That's right. Today's society is lacking such people who like to fight. The two of them spoke righteously, casting a reassuring look towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen, on the other hand, looked at the two people in front of him and scratched his head in a rather puzzled manner. Do you hate Bao Buping so much? Three people, Sigma, degree winky face. Several people turned their heads towards Lu Chen with shock on their faces. The tone was incredibly difficult to say. Hoping that what you just said about beating up on someone named Bao Buping? Lu Chen nodded without the slightest hesitation. Yeah, this kid was always bullying me when I was a kid, and now that he's grown up, I'm fine with beating him up and bullying him back. Crowd. The photographer heard this and stuck out a thumbs up with a hard face. Brother, it's really worthy of you, Ao. Chen Yi's pretty face was flushed red, and her face covered her forehead in shame, acting as if she didn't recognize Lu Chen. What kind of tendon was in one's head that one would think of letting this Lu Chen guy pretend to be one's boyfriend? The audience in the live broadcast room, looking at the second uncle's family who froze in place in unison, directly laughed out loud, laughing and crying, ha ha ha, this Lu is just too much of a show. This snogging, who would have thought it was a human being, covering his face and laughing, he meow. Sooner or later I'm going to die from this one. The faces of my second uncle's family have changed. They really thought Lu was a good guy who fights for the good of the world. He meow in the meal. Heard this bastard said this, directly to the laborer's laugh spit. How to fight can still be so explained. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The scene fell silent for a moment. The bald man looked at Chun-Yi with an odd expression, pointed to his brain, and said with incomparable difficulty, "Ichan, is he okay here?" Chen Yi covered his forehead and shook his head with a face full of helplessness. "Nothing wrong. Just ran out of the mental hospital today and maybe got a little too excited. If that doesn't work, Uncle too, why don't you help me send him back to the asylum?" Lu Chen, Sigma, degree. Lu Chen looked at the three unsuspecting muscular men in front of him who were circling towards him, and he immediately shook his tiger's body and rushed to defend himself. "Well, I thought the atmosphere was too awkward, so I wanted to liven things up." Seeing that the trio did not have the slightest intention of stopping, Lu Chen tilted his head and hurriedly shouted towards the kitchen, Grandma, well." The faces of the people in the living room were all startled, and they hurriedly covered Lu Chen's mouth. The bald man's face was almost green with fear, and he glared at Lu Chen without any good sense of humor. "You kid, what are you screaming for? Aren't we just joking with you?" Lu Chen looked at the several people in front of him who looked terrified, as if he had found the lifeblood of several people. Grinning, he sat straight down on the couch and crossed his legs. Looking at the trembling few in front of him, he stroked his chin wistfully. "This mouth is a little dry." The bald big man understood, and immediately made a wink towards the youngest of the three brothers. "Lao San, go get a glass of water." "What? Me?" Chan San, who was called, pointed at his nose, his face full of disbelief. The bald man rolled his eyes toward him without any good humor. "Who else could it be if not you?" In the end, it was in the way of the bald man's oppression. Chen San could only silently pour a glass of water and set it in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, was constantly looking up and down at the few people in front of him with a guarded look. Slowly speaking, he said, "You guys, who are Chen Yi's people? What kind of work do you do?" "I'm Chen Yi's second uncle, Chen Da, now retired, usually raising flowers and grass. I'm Chen Yi's first cousin, Chen Yi, and I'm now working as a criminal police officer at the city office. Chen Er was just halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized what was wrong and jerked his head up, looking towards Lu Chen. That's not right. Shouldn't we be the ones to ask you that? They are the ones who are Chen Yi's relatives. Chen Yi brought her boyfriend back. Whether it's true or not, shouldn't they be the ones to say the line? How come Lu Chen is the one who tortured them with such a taken-for-granted look? Oh, like that? Ha? I'll ask Grandma then." After saying that, Lu Chen made a gesture to get up and walk towards the kitchen. He was stopped by a few hands and feet. "What's the point of alarming her old man about this?" His name is Chen Er. He's a special police officer. And I'm Chen San. And you know exactly what I do." The few people in front of him had near flattering smiles on their faces, constantly placating Lu Chen. And Lu Chen was obviously very flattered, and continued to sit on the sofa again, continuing his interrogation towards the few people in front of him. "Do you have a house for this one? Do you have a car? What do you like to do in your spare time?" When the bald man in front of him heard Lu Chen ask all the questions he wanted to ask before, his face collapsed. A touch of bitterness couldn't help but appear at the corners of his mouth. Ever since he was opened up by Lu Chen last time, he didn't say that he held a grudge, but when he saw Lu Chen again, he still wanted to use the authority of his elders to tease him. "By the way, I'm going to help Chen Yi to keep an eye on him again." Whoever thought? Lu Chen directly brought out his grandmother, a great killer, which also made his idea turn into a fizzle. However, as a dry police officer for decades before, Chen de nature is not a character to be taken by others. Immediately, he turned towards Lu Chen and said indignantly, "Kid, what's the point of holding the old lady over us? Let's practice alone if we can." Although he has been retired for many years, he still maintains a good fitness routine every day. From the muscles all over his body, he was able to tell that this person's force was extraordinary, and Chen Da's thoughts were simple. He had to get his revenge for being opened before, as the elders will certainly not hurt Lu Chen, but after all, the fists and feet without eyes suffer some flesh and blood. That is also very normal. Well, only to hear this, Lu Chen was instantly delighted. Really? On the other hand, Chen Er, who was on the side, seemed to have thought of something and his face changed abruptly. "Dad, this kid knocked out a retired Special Forces soldier with one punch." Chapter 129, Harmonious Society. What is the morality of fighting and killing? Chen Da, who was confident before, looked towards his son with a face full of disbelief, wondering if he had heard wrong. What did you just say?" "I said, he's taken down retired Special Forces murderers with one punch before." Chen Er's face was filled with helplessness. He had participated in that previous operation at the cemetery. However, he had seen with his own eyes that Lu Chen had sent someone flying with a single punch, and even the prisoner's internal organs were damaged. If this guy wasn't a murderer, the punch would have been a second-degree serious injury, high or low. And Chen Yi also nodded his head to help. I also saw with my own eyes this he directly beat the knife-wielding thugs empty-handed. The photographer was also on hand to see what was going on. That's right. My brother and I used to hack all the way from Tsim to Causeway Bay back in the day. Nicknamed, the Black and White Twins. Hearing a few people say this, Chen De was stunned. Then his eyes looked toward Lu Chen in front of him in horror. Lu Chen had already gotten up from the sofa mountain and was moving his muscles. Seeing the horrified expression on Chen Da's face, a smile flowed out. Second uncle, where do you think you'll go to compare notes? Shut up, it's a harmonious society now. What's the point of fighting and killing? It's all about outsmarting people now. Outsmarting people understand. Saying that, Chen De even used his hand to nod the location of his head's temple. Lu Chen's face lost its color visible to the naked eye, and he sighed helplessly, heading towards Chen Dao in front of him. So, what do you think should be done? Hearing this, Chen De couldn't help but snort coldly, puffing out his chest with incomparable confidence. Then surely only a game of chess can reflect the ancient wisdom of our people in Kyushu. First of all, if you lose, then when you see me in the future, you have to obediently call me second uncle, pour me tea and water, and you are not allowed to use the old lady to pressure me, and you are not allowed to bully Shoei. He doesn't have many hobbies in his life, just likes fishing and playing chess. In chess, he had the confidence that he could definitely defeat Lu Chen. Only, when Lu Chen heard this, he seemed to have heard something funny and let out a pft of laughter. You're playing chess with me? Isn't that the equivalent of an old man eating arsenic, looking for death? Lu Chen straightened his back and asked with incomparable confidence towards Chen De in front of him. Do you know who invented chess? Chen De shook his head when he heard this. Then he seemed to realize something and stared at Lu Chen with wide, unbelieving eyes. A face full of disbelief said, "It's not like your ancestors invented it, is it?" Lu Chen gave a crooked smile. "I don't know, because I don't know either." Chen Da? Then you're ing talking about a hammer. And what if you lose? Lu Chen looked towards Chen De and questioned. Chen De shook his head with incomparable confidence. No way. He himself had previously won the city's chess competition on behalf of his unit. Facing a milquetoast kid like Lu Chen, how could there be no possibility of losing? If I lose, I'll recognize you as my big brother, and I'll serve you tea and water in the future, and bully Xiaoi as much as you want. Lu Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? Hearing the two of them treating themselves as a bet, Chenny gently knocked Lu Chen's head with the pillow on the sofa. Rolling his eyes, he didn't have a good time. Of course it's fake. If you guys bet on me, I'll go to grandma. After saying that, Chen Yi's gaze was petulantly furious as she looked towards Chen Di at the side. Chen Di coughed a few times to cover his heart. Don't worry, Yi, I'm the one who won the city's chess competition. Aren't you sure about me yet? With that, Chen Di took out the chess pieces from the drawer, started laying it out. Lu Chun, on the other hand, who heard this, couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Facing the confident Chen De, he was not afraid at all and sat directly opposite him. Introducing himself, he said, I am nicknamed the King of Chess in Jiangnan. Hearing Lu Chen's self-introduction, the photographer and Chen Yi froze. Brother, you still know how to play chess? Why don't you tell us? I didn't realize you could play chess. Lu Chen looked at the duo making a fuss in front of him, rolled his eyes, and said without any goodwill, do I have to tell you what my specialties are? Like I'm going to tell you I'm 18 centimeters and have 8-pack abs. As for Chen De, who was arranging the chess pieces on the side, when he heard Lu Chen's words, he was also instantly bluffed. Is it possible that this kid really knows how to play chess? After all, Lu Chen's off-key look was a bluff any way you looked at it. The viewers in the live broadcast room didn't suspect Lu Chen in the slightest, but instead marveled. I'm going. Luck is so confident? He's really the city champion. Luck has been hiding his clumsiness for more than a day or two. A rich second generation lives in a big villa, drives a taxi. His kung fu is so good, and his singing is so good. Now even if he knows how to play chess, it's not a big deal, is it? More or less we can play a little bit of chess, but to play and win the municipal championship, it's not that difficult. I checked and didn't find the king of chess in Jiangnan. Ha! While the audience debated this, the two sides had already placed their pieces. Chen De clasped his hands on his chest and said confidently, Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you go first. Lu Chen held a red piece in his hand and silently arched a pawn. It was a step that directly dumbfounded everyone around them. Archers? Brother who don't play much chess, know that one comes where there is an arching pawn. That's right. Isn't your chess game of arching pawns the same as playing Go of putting the pieces in the very center? When Lu Chen heard the criticism from the crowd around him, he just skimmed his mouth in disdain and said, What do you know? I'll let him have a hand, and later you'll know the power of my Jiangnan chess king. Saying that, Lu Chen's face changed and he suddenly covered his stomach. Ouch! I don't know what I ate this morning. Suddenly my stomach hurts. Chan-e, come and help me. After saying that, Lu Chen ran towards the toilet. The photographer looked at Lu Chen's disappearing back and scratched his head in confusion. We didn't eat anything this morning either? Why do you have a stomach ache? Chen-e looked at the chess game in front of her. A flash of panic spread across her pretty face as she shouted towards Lu Chen in the toilet. Lu Chen, I don't know how to play chess. Lu Chen's voice came from the toilet. It's okay. Just get off when I say you do. Chen Da, who heard this, couldn't help but change his face. Is this kid going to play mind games with me? Mind chess, as the name suggests, is played in the mind without the need for physical objects. Both players can play against each other in their minds at any time, which not only tests both sides' grasp of the ever-changing situation, but also extremely tests the level of both players. And Lu Chen was so calm and collected that he wanted to play heart chess with himself. Could it be that he was really some kind of Jiangnan chess king? Chen De couldn't help but get a little flustered, and flew to think in the middle of his own mind. As far as he remembered, there didn't seem to be such a young chess master in Jiangnan. Chapter 130 Chen De, what do you know on turning back the horse? Chen De gazed at Lu Chen's back as he left, and his face couldn't help but stare. Intend to stay the course in vault. Comes with a most conventional routine. Chen-e looked at the opposite side of the operation, slightly contemplated for a while, and then said to the toilet to get Lu Chen. Horse 2 into 3. From the head of the toilet, Lu Chen's flat voice came out. Cannon 8 to 5. All you hear is the voice. No one is there. The faces of those present all looked once more, though nothing could be discerned as yet. But just by the fact that Lu Chen could still say such a sentence without reference, he was at a much higher level than those present. Chen-e nodded and silently moved the pieces to the position Lu Chen said. On the other hand, when Chen De, who was on the opposite side of the table, heard Lu Chen's words, he couldn't help but frown. Is it possible that this kid really knows how to play mind games? No, not right. Can't tell anything yet. Let's play a few more hands before we say anything. Chen De shook his head violently. His heart was far from the bottom of his heart that had eaten up Lu Chen before. In the next move, he also favored defense. Cannon 2 and 5. Horse 8 into 7. Horse 2 into 3. Car 1 into 2. Che 9 into 1. After a few successive exchanges, at this moment, Chen Da's naked head was already densely covered with beads of crystallized sweat. He was holding the chess pieces in his hand with a difficult expression, and was uncertain as to how to continue the game. Obviously these hands of Lu Chen's had put quite a lot of pressure on him. The current Chen De had only one thought within his heart. A master. This man is definitely a master. Even looking at the chessboard myself, I felt pressured to take a comprehensive view of the whole situation, and it was as if Lu Chen couldn't feel any pressure. As soon as Chen-e reported his movement of the falling pieces, in less than a second, Lu Chen's response could be transmitted from the toilet. It doesn't seem to have been considered at all, or maybe he's been considering it for a long time. Thinking of this, Chen Da's face became a few degrees more gloomy. Perhaps, even his own fall. Lu Chen had already predicted it in advance. Moreover, what made him even more alarmed was that Lu Chen was playing a heart game. The board is so unpredictable that you can't remember the position of your opponents or your own pieces. Then they will lose. Both sides had already played a dozen hands back and forth, and Lu Chen didn't even hesitate for a second, not to mention making a mistake. In his body, Chen De really felt the pressure of facing a chess master. The viewers in the live broadcast room, looking at the battle on the chessboard, also marveled. I'm going. Luck really knows how to play chess. Is there anyone who knows how to tell us who has the advantage now? It's definitely Lu's advantage now. Although he hasn't eaten many pieces from the opposite side, he's already formed a closed circle around the enemy's old marshal. Really? Is luck so all-powerful? Hisses. I don't feel right. When did this guy get so serious? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Beside Chen De, the three Chen-e brothers were also looking at the chessboard with grave expressions. Although they only knew a little about chess, it wasn't hard for them to tell from Chen Da's expression that the battle was burning. Ahem. That ye? Almost there ow. Chen-e looked towards the opposite side of Chen-e and coughed a few times. Chen-er, who was on the side, also stood out and rushed to help loudly. Yeah, after all, my dad is the eldest. So how about you guys call this one even? When he finished, he deliberately looked toward the bathroom. It's just a shame. No indication came from Lu Chen in the bathroom, and when Chen-e heard what the two of them said, he was stunned. Isn't it about to win? Even if she didn't know much about chess, she could see that the advantage was on her side. How can you just give up? Chen-san looked at Chen-e with a difficult expression on his face and opened his mouth, but did not make any sound. Instead, he looked to the rest of the group in shame, and sighed helplessly when he saw several people shaking their heads in unison. Chen-e also looked at the three of them with a puzzled expression. Isn't it just a game of chess to win or lose? Do you guys care so much? What the hell is wrong with you guys today? When the three heard Chen Yi's words, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. In unison, they said, "You don't understand." Chen Yi then walked towards the toilet and stood at the door of the toilet, reminding Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, stop, outside are not, is not to play, and chess." Hearing this, the always straight-hearted photographer was also a bit unable to sit still. "No, my brother, he's the king of chess in Jiangnan. He's about to win, and you're asking him to draw? Don't you guys bully people like that, ow. That's it. If you're going to lose, you're going to lose. What's the point?" Chen Yi also stood up and looked at the three Chen Yi with some annoyance. Helping out. Even Chen De was a bit unable to look on, and rather angrily voiced out to stop the trio. "You guys are enough? I'm the elder. It's hard not to bully little Yi on the basis of my seniority." The viewers in the live broadcast room were also quite angry when they saw this operation of the trio. Wrath rose for Lu Chen. "It's not that. Your family doesn't let you win? I can tell even a layman is going to win. And you're telling our brother Lu to draw? That's what I'm talking about. It's obvious that this is bullying. I guess it's because the three of them think it's too embarrassing for their father to lose to a young man when he's the chess champion of Jiangnan City, and they want Lu to make a draw, right? I'll be damned. Their old man has spoken. That means they can't afford to lose." Chen Yi looked at her three cousins who wanted to speak, her pretty face filled with doubt. As a relative, she was naturally aware of the character of the three of them. That can definitely be described as rigid and upright. How come it has become so weird today? It was obvious that he was going to win, but he actually let Lu Chen draw. Just as Chen Yi was wondering. In the toilet, Lu Chen's voice came again. "Rook 9 and 5. Eat the horse." The moment. The black pieces on Chen Da's side of the board had been almost half eaten by Lu Chen. Looking at the last horse being eaten by Chen Yi, Chen Da's face changed abruptly. Hurriedly, the horses off the field were brought back again, followed by the red side's rook, which was placed back where it had been before. "Not really. These three unlucky boys just interfered with me. I'm supposed to jump the horse and run away here." Chen Yi looked at the repentant Chen Di in front of him and the corner of his mouth twitched. Pass the intelligence of the battle to Lu Chen. "Horse 5 into 6. Lu Chen in the toilet couldn't help but stare, followed by a puzzled voice. "Didn't I eat all his horses? Where's the horse again?" Chen Di looked at the black horse that had re-entered the battlefield and disdainfully skimmed his mouth. "What do you know? I call this a horse that comes back. It can come back." Lu Chen, who heard these words, also instantly realized what was going on and shouted through clenched teeth. "You kid, you're regretting your move, aren't you? Do you know what it means to have no regrets? You're laying it on too dirty, and if you don't let me repent this step, then there's no way out for me." Chapter 131, Photographer. "Chen Yi, do you have another cousin?" Upon hearing Chen Di's voice, no more sounds came out of the toilet, and Lu Chen seemed to acquiesce. It was only after about half a minute that Lu Chen's voice came. "Then the rook doesn't move first. The horse 3 into 4 generals. Eat the cannon." Chen Yi silently moved the cannon to the outside of the chessboard, and the face of Chen Da, who was still smug before, was suddenly shocked. Sigma, degree winky face, hurriedly waving his hands. "That doesn't count. I still haven't figured it out. I'll start over." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Da put his cannon in place again, thinking up what to play to keep from getting eaten. Chen Yi, on the other hand, looked at Chen Di in front of him and said somewhat helplessly, "Second uncle, you've regretted your move twice. Even a layman like me knows that there's no regrets in falling. Don't bring you to play like that. You a little kid, you know what? I'm a turnaround gun, can also come back, and I'm old. The brain is not very good. Put aside when I was young, would have killed the boy through. Besides, am I not your uncle? Why are you turning your elbow towards outsiders? You forget who ran more than 10 kilometers to save you when you were almost abducted by human traffickers when you were a child." Seeing that Chen Yi was a bit impatient, Chen Di immediately played the emotional card. It was a pity that Chen Yi didn't seem to eat this at all. Rolling his eyes towards Chen Di, he said without a good mood, "Wasn't that because you were in a hurry to play mahjong and put me in the park to skate around? Let's forget about it this time. But next time you can't regret your move, Al." Chen Yi crossed her arms and said seriously towards Chen Di in front of her. Chen Di also nodded and immediately opened his mouth to agree. "Don't worry, I'm a chess champion. I can't renege on my debt." Saying that, Chen Di also thought about a good countermeasure and took the next step afresh. Car 1 into 9. Hearing Chen Yi's battle report, Lu Chen's somewhat incredulous voice came from the toilet. He's not going to regret his move again, is he? However, this time he still didn't get half a minute before he passed on the response. Rook 2 into 3. Due to Chen Da's 2 previous remorseful moves, he didn't manage to capture any of his opponent's pieces this time, and when Chen Da Wang saw this scene, His face instantly changed from shock to joy. Watch me eat your horse straight this time. With that said, Chen De ate Lu Chen's knight with the rook on the board. Chen Yi's voice also came out again. Rook 5 into 8. Eat the horse. Lu Chen, on the other hand, remained flat, with no ripples in his heart regarding the reduction of his own troops. Rook 3 into 8. Eat the rook. He backhanded the cart that Chen De had just eaten his horse with. Chen De snapped at the sight. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Chen Yi from across the room. Second uncle, you're not thinking of regretting your move again, are you? I don't call this regretting a move. I'm just trying to learn from my mistakes. Besides, the board is so chaotic right now. I didn't see your rook there. If I had, would I have gone there? If I had seen it, would I have gone that way? Just think of it as me turning back. Didn't you just give me the straight face that you, a chess champion, can't regret a move? Yeah, do you think it's possible you misheard me? Looking at the trickster Chen De, the three Chinny brothers on the side covered their foreheads and sighed helplessly. The photographer was also dumbfounded as he looked at Chen De, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. If I wasn't blind, I'd really feel like he's Lu. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also laughing out loud at this moment. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha. Now I know why the three of them told Lu to hurry up and draw. He's such a bad chess player. Cover face laugh, stinky chess basket even so. The key is that he has been repenting chess. This stinky shameless strength and Lu have the same I suggest that he directly say that he is the undead army god. Directly infinite resurrection. In situ reincarnation. No, isn't he the chess champion of Jiangnan? Why is he still so remorseful? Right, can't it be that Lu is too strong? This old man is not Luck's real father, is he? This look is simply carved out of the same mold as Lu, and the family are all police officers. Lu has caught so many wanted criminals, so at least they are considered supernumeraries, right? Bridge bean sacks. If Lu is really related to him, then how does Chen Yi count? Thinking about it seems to be more exciting, funny. In the living room, Chen Yi sighed helplessly, told Lu Chen about the move that Chen De changed after he repented again. A long silence came from the restroom. It was only after a while that Lu Chen's somewhat difficult voice slowly came. He's regretting his move again. Both sides played a few more moves against each other, and Chen De repeated the same trick. Not really, I didn't see it just now. I can't see with my presbyopia. This time, Lu Chen walked out of the toilet directly with his cell phone. Full of anger, he looked towards Chen De, took out his cell phone, and questioned. You he meow have repented of chess more than 20 times. This AI all give me say fall without remorse he meow is a good habit. In the screen of the phone was a chessboard. The pieces laid out inside were the same as those on the board on the table. A message alert from the system popped up in the middle. In view of the fact that your number of remorseful moves has exceeded 25, you will no longer be given the function of remorseful moves, and it is a good habit to have no regrets. Looking at the software on Lu Chen's cell phone screen, Chen Do was first stunned, then immediately reacted, and realization dawned on his face. Good you kid he meow more toilet let me and computer under it right? I told you why it was so hard for my chess champion to beat you. Hearing Chen Da's words, Lu Chen gave a disdainful poo-poo. I'll be damned. You're a chess champion? If there was a chess repentance contest, you'd come in first. You kid is jealous. I took first place that year based on my strength. When they heard I was going to sign up, it scared them out of the race. Speaking of this, Chen De clasped his hands to his chest with a very smug expression on his face, and Lu Chen didn't give him the slightest bit of face as he spat. That's right, a stinking chess player who can regret half a game. Even AI is sickened by your shameless spirit and strikes. Hearing this, Chen De was instantly displeased and immediately countered. That's better than you, a little brat who only cheats with underhanded tricks. You shameless old thing. What's the difference between you doing this and Ting in the street? Little bugger. Old thing. The two men went toe-to-toe with no courtesy to each other. Behind the two were the three Chen and Chen Yi who were filled with helpless faces. Several people let out a long sigh and shook their heads helplessly. They were helpless with such two people in their midst. The photographer, on the other hand, stood by, his eyes full of confusion. Chen Yi, did your second uncle have an illegitimate child before? Or did you once have a cousin who was accidentally lost? Chen Yi covered his head, his face full of confusion. I feel the same way. These two, how can they be so much alike? Chapter 132, Chen De, I'm super brave. The live broadcast room was also filled with laughter as they watched this tit-for-tat between the two. Laughing and crying, ha ha ha. After all this time, Luck is using the computer to play chess with Chen Yi's second uncle. Right? Family, I can't hold it in any longer. These two are just like the crouching dragon and the phoenix chicks, cover your face and laugh. This one plays a remorseful game, and the other uses the computer directly against it. You guys are really out of the same family, right? Second uncle's Jiangnan champion is a fake, and Lu's chess king is also a fake, so you two can't come up with a real one. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The other side. Grandma Chen also slowly walked out from the kitchen. Looking at the two tit-for-tat people, she couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Silently, he stood behind Chende. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately feigned an aggrieved look on his face and opened his mouth with a hint of crying. Second uncle, you don't have to, even if you don't like me, bully me by playing chess, do you? A game of chess regretted more than 20 times this time counts as a win for you. I admit defeat, okay? Seeing Lu Chen in this aggrieved state, Grandma Chen's face darkened. He was just about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Chende. Chende angrily hammered his fist down on the table and angrily said towards Lu Chen, "What the hell? What do you mean? Count me in. I'm the Jiangnan champion and I still need you to let me win? Besides, you're justified in cheating on your own cell phone." As soon as Chende thought of Lu Chen cheating with his cell phone, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Don't use your cell phone to cheat this time if you can, and watch me win a round against you fair and square. Chende looked at Lu Chen and placed the chess pieces in his hands once again, and Lu Chen glanced at Grandma Chen, whose face was gloomy behind Chende, and spoke again. "Second uncle, I've heard that there's a senior university nearby that's quite good. Chenny wanted to enroll her mom before. Do you know about it?" When Chende heard this, he froze and stopped his hand movements to look at Chenny beside Lu Chen. "Yeah, let's see if we can get your grandmother in there if we get that chance." At these words, a burst of coughs rang out in the living room. Cough cough. The three Chenyi brothers, who were standing beside Chende, kept coughing, trying to take the opportunity to remind Chende. Only Chende didn't notice the danger coming in the slightest. Still continued, "Not that I'm saying, this old lady is grumpy and stubborn. It's good to go in and receive some knowledge and culture. What about a nursing home? You might get to meet some new old people there who won't catch me and your mom in the act." When Chenny heard Chenda's words, her face turned pale and she hurriedly shook her head to deny it. "What senior college? I don't even know. Besides, how can I afford to send grandma to senior college?" The few people on the side, Chen Yi, also opened their mouths to help. "That's right, isn't grandma doing this for our sake? Dad, don't you always teach us that grandma is doing it for our own good? So let's listen to her more." "Right, we can't afford to send grandma to a nursing home. Can you, Dad?" A few people shot glances towards Chende, only for Chende to not care at all. Instead, he immediately denied it. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When did I ever tell you to listen to her more? She's a stubborn ass. Don't listen to her. Live your lives as you like. And she's alone in the village. She's not very good at making phone calls when something happens. So it's better to send her to a nursing home than to the village, right? At least there's someone to take care of her. Chenda's fingers kept rubbing his chin and said thoughtfully. On the other hand, Lu Chen, who was on the opposite side of the table, pulled Chen Yi to stand up silently and retreated to the side. Lu Chen's inexplicable and marvelous actions made Chen Di a bit puzzled. What are you standing up for, kid? Lu Chen looked at Chen Du with a compassionate face and said silently, "I'm afraid the blood will get on me later." What does that mean? Before Chen Di could react, he only felt a biting chill coming from behind. "I heard, you're trying to get yourself a stepdad." A dry and dull palm rested on Chen Da's shoulder, instantly startling him. Chen Da turned his head with difficulty and looked at Grandma Chen, who was full of gloom. His face became overwhelmed with horror. "No, Mom, I can explain. What's left to explain? I'll send you to the hospital first." Grandma Chen did not show the slightest bit of mercy and directly raised the walking stick in her hand and struck towards Chen Da. In the living room, there were heart-rending screams as if they were killing pigs. Lu Chen stood aside, his face full of sighs. TSK, this is a really bad beating. Is your second uncle really your grandmother's own?" Chenny blankly glanced at Lu Chen without any good humor. "You still have the nerve to say that it wasn't you who deliberately set up a trap to lure my second uncle into it?" From the moment Grandma Chen stood behind Chen De, Chenny had already realized that Lu Chen was going to do something bad next. As for the three Chenyi who were standing on the side watching the battle, they were looking at the beaten Chen De with a face full of heartache. Only, due to Grandma Chen's intimidation, they didn't dare to come forward to help. It could only shift its sight to Lu Chen, who was the culprit. Kill, crossed out, the father of the pit. We don't share the same fate. About roughly 5 minutes or so passed before Chinda's miserable screams gradually stopped, and as if Grandma Chen had just remembered the main event, she looked towards Lu Chen with a kind smile on her face. "Little Lu, what do you like to eat?" "Chenny, Grandma, just do whatever you want. He'll eat whatever he wants." "Lu Chen, that I like fish better." Crowd. When Grandma Chen heard Lu Chen's words, the expression on her face couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. Silence kicked Chen De, who was on the side, and said, You go buy a fish and come back. I'll cook it for you later. Chen De stood up in aggravation and looked at Lu Chen without any goodwill. Mom, no need to go through all this trouble. Just let this kid drink the northwest wind. Grandmother Chen frowned, immediately shrinking back what Chen De was about to say next. Good. I'm going now. With that, Chen De was about to walk towards the door. And Grandma Chen sat down at this moment and asked towards Lu Chen, why don't we discuss your marriage to Yi? Hearing these words, both Lu Chen and Chen Yi's faces changed in unison as they hurriedly looked towards Chen De at the door. Second uncle wait. I'll suddenly go with you to buy fish. I know where the fish is good. I'll come too. I know where the fish don't cost anything. The two of them stood up one after the other and chased towards Chen De. As for the three Chen Yi who were left in the living room, at this moment, they were also looking towards Grandma Chen with nervous faces. I was afraid that the other person would pop up and say, why don't you guys have a date yet? Also scrambled to catch up. Wait for me, Dad. There's a sudden craving for beef. Me too. Chapter 133, Fishing Tournament officially starts. In front of the gate of Chen Yi's neighborhood, Chen De covered his bruise-covered cheeks and angrily looked towards Lu Chen. You little brat got me beat up and you want me to buy you fish? Yuck. You eat the northwest wind for me. Lu Chen looked at Chen De who was full of anger, scratched his head and laughed somewhat awkwardly. I know where to find free fish in the neighborhood, and it's okay if I don't buy it. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen De couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled and looked towards Lu Chen with a face full of skepticism. Free fish? Who would be so stupid to give you free fish? On the other hand, Chen Yi on the side thought of something and her pretty face turned red. Second uncle. If you say I'm stupid again I'll go back and tell Grandma. Chen De, huh? Chen De hadn't reacted yet. When Chen Yi, who was on the side, whispered a few words in his ear, a smile flowed from the corners of Chen Da's mouth, gradually rising. Looking at Chen Yi in front of her, she let out a laugh. Tiny Yi heard you drop the fish your mom was using to release. Ha! Chen Yi blankly glanced at Lu Chen beside her without a good mood and opened her mouth to defend. It was Lu Chen who dropped the fish, not me. If you laugh at me again, I'll tell Grandma later. Chen Yi grunted with her waist crossed and looked at Chen De in front of her and threatened. The smile on Chen Da's face came to a screeching halt when he heard this, and the wound was still hot and painful. He then turned to Lu Chen. Not that I'm bragging to you. I don't usually have any hobbies. Lu Chen swept a glance at the few people behind Chen De, Chen Yi, and nodded. See? Chen De was a bit unresponsive and froze for a moment. Only then did he realize the meaning of Lu Chen's words and waved his hand impatiently. What the heck? I said I usually like playing chess and fishing. I was the fishing champion of our Jiangnan city back then. I think I've heard that somewhere before? Looking at Chen Da's smug look, Lu Chen couldn't help but look odd. It's not like what again? Getting people to drop out of the race and you taking first place yourself, is it? Do you think I would be such a person? Crowd. About 10 minutes or so passed. A few people arrived at the entrance to the same park as last time. Chen De didn't know where to get a pair of fishing rods and carried them on his shoulders, confidently declaring war on Lu Chen. Kid, dare to compete to see which of us catches the most fish. Lu Chen shook his head decisively. Don't dare. Chen De, who was carrying the fishing rod, was instantly anxious. Why don't you follow the rules? You should have accepted my challenge at this point. Lu Chen looked at the heavily armed Chen De and skimmed his lips. I'm not stupid. You've got this fishing rod already. I'm sure I can't catch a fish as fast as you can with my hands. That way I won't bully you. You just have to catch half of what I have. If you win, I'll tell you a secret from Yi's childhood. Hearing this, Lu Chen, who was still lacking in interest just a moment ago, suddenly saw his eyes light up. Secret? That's right. Secret. Chen De nodded, a divine smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Good. I'll bet with you. Lu Chen accepted it immediately. When Chen Yi heard these words, she immediately froze and looked huffy towards Chen De Dao. Second uncle. If you're betting on me, I'm going to tell my grandmother. Chen Yi then looked towards Lu Chen in shame and indignation, and was just about to open her mouth, but Lu Chen grabbed it first. Ahem. Aren't you always trying to improve your family's status without getting beat up by your mom? I'll tell you how this works when I win. When Chen Yi heard this, he lowered his head in thought, obviously moved by Lu Chen. Lu Chen saw Chen Yi's shaken look. He also rushed to strike while the iron was hot. Think about it. You're in your 20s, and you're still getting beat up by your mom every day. Can you feel better in your heart? Hearing these words, the Chen De family and Chen Yi present all shook their heads. Okay then. Chen Yi nodded and agreed. And Chen Da, who heard this, immediately protested. No way, kid, if I win this method you have to tell me too. Aha! Chen Yi and a few others also nodded with firm gazes and helped. Apparently, idly beating children is a fine tradition in their family. Lu Chen looked at the excited Chen De in front of him. sighed helplessly and nodded his head in agreement. Okay, by the time you win, I'll tell you too. Good, it's a deal. After saying that, Shindy couldn't wait to carry the fishing rod deeper into the park. The photographer on the side looked at the disappearing backs of the several people, and his face couldn't help but look a little odd. Brother, you're not really going to race them to catch fish, are you? Lu Chen skimmed his mouth and said with some disdain. Don't worry, they definitely can't win against us. Why? Wen Chen-yi, who was on the side, saw Lu Chen's confident look. She couldn't help but be a bit puzzled, because we're comparing the number of fish we caught. Don't forget, I've touched dozens of small fishes in this park with Sanner before. Lu Chen grinned. If he were to compare the weight of the fish he caught, he would definitely lose. But if the quantity of single rounds is regardless of quality, it's not certain who will lose. With this thought, Lu Chen also took the two of them to set off from the other direction of the park. A few people came to the place where the last release took place. Lu Chen and the photographer took off their shoes and rolled up their pant legs and touched towards the lake. It didn't take long for the two to touch several small fish. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at Lu Chen and the cameraman who kept groping the fish, and the expressions on their faces gradually became odd. Hiss. If I remember correctly, I think I was here in the morning on the 8th, right? It's bad. I've got a bad feeling about this. No, they're poisonous. How come they're here in the afternoon, just after the fish was dropped off on the morning of the 8th? Laughing and crying. The most annoying thing is that the 8th was even put in a mental hospital by the two of them. You guys really don't say. Lu still has a knack for dealing with program guests. I wonder if he's secretly watching the live broadcast. Not surprisingly, the two touched the fish for a few minutes before. The photographer seemed to have found something and yelled at Lu Chen with conviction. Brother, you come quick. Look what I've touched. Lu Chen and Chen Yi followed the sound. The photographer stood in the center of a pile of water plants and excitedly lifted a rope. It looks like a fishing net or fish cage-like device. Lu Chen was shocked then. I'll go. You touched a fish cage? Lu Chen rushed to the photographer's side. The fish cage right in the center. There are several palm that big fish is jumping around. Chenny similarly looked at the fish cage in the photographer's hands with a shocked gaze. Seeing the expressions of the two men as they gradually became excited, couldn't help but remind. Ahem. You guys, is it possible that this fish cage was put here by someone else? Chapter 134, Fish, I really thank you guys Al. The two of them looked at the hard-faced Chen Yi in front of them and glanced at each other. The photographer instantly understood the meaning of Chen Yi's words and suddenly realized. Right, brother, it's not like fish cages grow inside the water. This must have been put there by someone else. In that case, it seems to make sense. Lu Chen took the fish cage from the photographer's hand and kept pulling the fish out of the cage. Chen Yi was filled with doubt when she saw Lu Chen in this state. I thought you said it made sense. Why are you still gutting other people's fish? Only Lu Chen straightened his chest and said with a straight face. The fish cage belongs to someone else. But the fish aren't his. What's wrong with me pulling out the fish? Chen Yi? When Chen Yi heard Lu Chen's words, she was too surprised to speak and looked towards him with a face full of shock, wanting to open his mouth to refute, but unable to find any evidence. He even felt that Lu Chen had some truth in what he said. The viewers in the live broadcast room laughed when they saw Lu Chen's righteous gesture. Laughing and crying, I knew it would be like this. Lu, you really are the nemesis of the show's guests. Covering my face with laughter, this morning I saw with my own eyes the fish cage buried by number 8, and he also deliberately found a place with lots of water plants, which can be found by you guys. Brother Lu has a good point. I can't even find anything to say to refute it. The fish cage is number 8's. The fish really isn't his. Shenny looked at the two people who were pulling out fish on the side and was momentarily speechless. Reason told her that she should stop the two of them, but the problem was that she couldn't even refute Lu Chen. When she came back to her senses, Lu Chen had already emptied the cage of fish. He looked at the empty fish cage in his hand with an odd expression, then said in a serious manner towards the two, do you think it's possible that someone else didn't want it and left it here? The photographer froze when he heard this. With a difficult face, he looked at Lu Chen. You're not going to steal the fish cage again, are you, brother? It's okay for you to eat other people's. You're not even going to serve the bowl, are you? Chenny similarly looked at Lu Chen with a horrified expression on her face. You're going a little too far, aren't you? When he was strongly opposed by the two, Lu Chen just skimmed his lips and had to give up the idea. These fish are so poor, they are kept here before they grow up. Why don't we release them? Chen Yi, do you mean this release proper? When she recalled the scene of Lu Chen's release earlier, it was still fresh in her mind. And the photographer, likewise, looked straight at the palm-sized fish and wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth. Nodded. Good. The release is good. I'll have it braised this time. What do you know? Steamed is the best. Chenny looked at the two people who kept moving away holding the fish in frozen place, the corners of his mouth twitching. Is that what you mean by release? He's meowing. I knew you guys did it on purpose last time. Chen-Yi clenched her pink fists, her pretty face filled with anger. In the face of Chun-Yi's feeble voice of anger, Lu Chen just silently turned away, asked with a serious face, just tell me if it smells good. When Chen-Yi heard this, she was stunned, her face covered with red clouds, shyly lowered her head and nodded. Sound like a fine grain road. Fragrance. Looking at Chen-Yi in this shy manner, Lu Chen grinned. Well, do you want it this time? Aha! Chen-Yi nodded again. Good. Tonight at 9 o'clock. I won't see you at the Regal Hotel. Sigma, degree. Chen-Yi raised her head and looked at Lu Chen with a confused expression. At that moment, there was an excited shout from the photographer in the distance. Brother, come on you. There's a big shipment this time. When Lu Chen heard this, he instantly turned his head toward the direction of the photographer, only to see the photographer fumble another fish cage out of nowhere. Right in the center of the fish cage, there was a large carp that was flopping around constantly. It must have weighed more than 10 pounds by visual estimation, and even the photographer was a little unsteady with it, his arm constantly trembling. Lu Chen looked at the large carp in the fish cage and was shocked. Another fish cage? Lu Chen just wanted to reach out and pull out the fish, but he was stopped by Chen-Yi. It looks like my mom released this fish. Hearing Chen-Yi's words, both of them were stunned. You even recognize this? I bought this from the food market next door. And as you can see, there should still be a noticeable chip in the scales on its right side. That was scraped by the fish seller at the market. The two men looked towards the side of the large carp in unison. And not surprisingly, there was also a shallow stab wound. It's really yours. Lu Chen looked at the big crushing carp in the fish cage and was a little embarrassed. Chen-Yi looked at Lu Chen, whose face was in trouble, and hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. You've got so many fish already. Just let this one go. Besides, it's my mom's release. If you catch it back and eat it, then she won't be angry. Lu Chen looked at the big white fat carp in front of him, and there was some reluctance in his message. Eventually, it was time to take the big carp out of the cage, sighing and lamenting. Alas, what a pity for such a big fish. In that case, I'll have to let you go. Lu Chen cupped the fish and was about to throw it towards the lake, but he was stopped by Chen-Yi. Wait, I'll put it on. Chen-Yi walked towards Lu Chen with a guarded face and snatched the big carp in Lu Chen's hand. With the previous cart in front of her, how could she dare to be assured of letting Lu Chen loose? Watch this. This is how you release a fish. Chen-Yi demonstrated up towards the two people in front of him, holding the large carp to his chest. He took a step forward and headed for the lake. Suddenly, thud. With a sound, Chen-Yi's high heels seemed to have stepped on a rock by the lake. Chen-Yi's body suddenly lost its balance and stumbled forward. Luckily, Lu Chen was quick on his feet and held her up in time. Well, is it all right? Chen-Yi's cheek was pressed against Lu Chen's chest, and a scent of testosterone hit her. Her body couldn't help but go limp, but she hurriedly pushed Lu Chen away when she was conscious. The pretty face reddened as she looked around. I'm fine. Where's the fish? There's the fish. The photographer covered his forehead and pointed to the place in front of the two men. Unable to bear the thought, the two men looked in the direction of the photographer's finger. On a large rock in the middle of the lake, a large carp was lying quietly, foaming at the mouth. Chen-Yi's body lost its balance and smashed the fish on a rock as he leaned forward. Chen-Yi, Sigma, degree winky face. I was trying to release. Chen-Yi's face was full of disbelief as he turned toward the two people in front of him. Lu Chen looked at the large carp foaming at the mouth on the rock with an odd expression, and only after a long time did he slowly say to Chen-Yi, I didn't realize you were in the same boat. The photographer looked at the big carp with a sad face and shook his head. Perhaps, this is fate. Chapter 135, Chen-Yi, are you really not family? Inside the live feed, the audience who saw this scene had gone crazy with laughter. No, this girl has spent a lot of time with Luck and she's also terse? Annoyed, I'm really convinced. I'm eating, and I'm being laughed right out of the room by you guys. Laughing and crying, I really didn't expect this from a girl, but it directly killed the fish. Covering my face and laughing, I really can't. How come you guys have such a great show? Another dead fish. Fish, thanks Al. You guys want to eat me and find an excuse to release it. What are you waiting for? Get some onions, ginger, wine, and wine for the funeral. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. On the other side, by the park lake, Chen De held his fishing rod in his hand, looking at the fish drift in the lake that constantly rose and fell with the water waves. His face full of despondency, he asked towards the three people behind him. Chen-Yi, you say I'm a fish. Why don't you bite the hook? Chen-Yi and the three of them looked at the fishing Chen did in front of them, their faces bursting with helplessness. Dad, it's really not possible. Let's just go buy fish. That's right. If Grandma finds out we haven't gone back yet, Then I'm afraid. Chen Er's body winced as he said this. They've wasted almost half an hour here. Not to mention the fish. Not even a fish in sight. I'm afraid it's going to be dark if we really wait for the fish to be caught. And when Chen De, who was holding a fishing rod in his hand, heard these words from a few people, he immediately said with some impatience, "What's all the noise about? It's all your little brat's fault for scaring all my fish away. Besides, I've said I'm a fishing champion. How can I lose to that kid? If this gets out, I won't have the face to hang around here." Chen De gripped the fishing rod tightly, with a look that he would not stop until he caught something today. A trace of helplessness passed across the faces of the three Chenyi people as they glanced at each other. Chenyi slowly walked behind Chen De and asked with a serious face, "Dad, do you have anything to lose by losing?" When Chen De heard this, he froze for a moment. "Losses? How no loss? I'm not with that kid." Speaking here, Chen De suddenly froze, as if he had remembered something. The eyes looked toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi, on the other hand, nodded and straightened his head. "That's right, even if you lose, wouldn't that be telling him a secret about a small memory? How does this affect you?" Chen Yi spread his hands and turned his head to look at Chen Er and Chen San behind him. The two men also hurriedly nodded their heads in a helpful manner. "Yeah, what an impact. Besides, if you really don't go back until dark, then Grandma will probably get mad." When he thought of Grandma Chen's angry touch, Chen Da's face couldn't help but be gloomy. No, it won't matter if I lose, but if I win, won't that be a way to get the secret of how to keep that kid from getting his ass kicked? Chen Di decisively shook his head and came to his senses, not being fooled by the three people in front of him. The expression on the faces of Chen Yi's few people couldn't help but lose their heads. However, a few people's words were also a wake-up call to Chen De. If we go back any later, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Chen Da's eyes turned toward the food market across the park. "There, you guys pack up your stuff, come with me." 10 minutes later, the plastic bag in Chen Da's hand contained a huge grass carp, which looked like it had to be about 20 pounds. Chen Da's right hand that was carrying the bag was bruised and his face was filled with a smug smile, toward the three people behind him who were looking ashamed. Go with me to meet that Lu Chen kid." After that, the few people walked towards the other side of the park. It just happened to collide with a few people from Lu Chen. Chen De carried the bag and took out the grass carp in the bag. Full of smugness, he said, "Kid, see, that's a grass carp I caught. A casual catch is a 20+ pound grass carp." Saying that, Chen De also sighed and shook his head with a saddened face and said, "Alas, what a life. It's so lonely as snow. I'd love to experience that. The joy of the Air Force. It's just this hand that doesn't compete with catching a bunch of fish up every time." Hearing Chen Da's words, the few people behind him, Chen Yi, silently buried their heads even lower. If there was a crack in the ground at the moment, I'm afraid the three of them would want to burrow into it in shame. Chen Yi looked at the grass carp carried in Chen Da's hand. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, and the expression on her face couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Toward the Chen Dao in front of him. "Second uncle, how much did you pay for this grass carp?" "Tutu, what's his name uncle? Please call me a fishing champion." Chen Di almost let his mouth slip, but fortunately his brain was quick enough to remedy the situation in time. In the face of the puzzled look on Chen Yi's face, a fine sweat surfaced on Shine's brain. Unable to help himself, he said somewhat sheepishly, "What are you looking at? You don't want me to lose to this kid. It's not a big deal if I lose. It's that secret of yours that you can't seem to hide." Chen De coughed and looked towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi, who was still observing the grass carp, suddenly froze, then silently took a few steps backwards and retreated to Lu Chen's side. Priggishly, he said to Lu Chen, "I've seen it. There's nothing wrong with Uncle Ernie's grass carp. Lu Chen, you're crashing your abacus beads in my face. Besides, didn't he just catch one? I've got a lot more fish here than he does." After saying that, Lu Chen signaled to the photographer, who raised the bag in his hand. Apart from the big carp that was killed by Chen Yi's fall, there were many small fish jumping around in the bag. Looking at the bag in the photographer's hand, Chen De suddenly froze. This is what you caught?" The photographer looked at the shocked expression on Chen Da's face, and couldn't help but straighten his chest, incomparably pleased with himself. Of course, Lu Chen also put on a distressed look with his arms crossed. "Ugh, I would love to experience the joy of not being able to catch a fish. Unfortunately, one just can't control these hands. Life, what a high place." Crowd. Chen De was still in a bit of disbelief as he listened to the familiar words. "How do you all catch so many fish if you don't have a fishing pole? Masters don't use tools. You still have to work hard." Lu Chen put his hand on Chen Da's shoulder and patted it, saying in a serious tone. On the other hand, Chen Yi on the side directly broke down the lies of the two. "Don't listen to him, second uncle. They found someone else's fish cage by the lake and that's why they caught so many fish." As soon as Chen De heard this, He immediately looked at Lu Chen and couldn't help but get excited. Good it's okay for you to cheat at chess, but you're still cheating at fishing. When Lu Chen heard this, he also couldn't sit still and pointed at the plastic bag in Chen Da's hand angrily. You have the nerve to talk about me. You've got the logo of someone else's food market printed on this bag. Chen Da was exposed by Lu Chen. His face didn't have the slightest bit of shame. And he still talked tough. This I can't use people's grocery bags for fish. So what's wrong with me picking up other people's unwanted fish? Heck no, this is not someone else's unwanted. This is my fish. Chenny looked at the two people who were bickering in front of her and helplessly covered her forehead. You guys, really aren't family? Chapter 136, Chao Changren, who stole my fish. Inside the park, Chen De and Lu Chen argued for half a day, but they didn't come up with a winner. Chen Yi and Chen Yi, several people, looked at the two people in front of them with helpless faces. In a difficult tone, he said, shouldn't we go home now? It would be bad if Grandma waited impatiently. The two who were still arguing heard Chen Yi move Grandma Chen out. There was a flurry of activity and a cessation of arguing. Then Chen De shifted his gaze to the fish fry in the bag in Lu Chen's hand and said without any good humor, these fish are so small. You're catching them just to fill them up, aren't you? How much edible meat is there on such a small fish? And do you know what it means to fish in the water? Chen De as a fishing man is not very skillful, but he knows what it means to be sustainable and to fish for the best. Chen De snatched the bag from Lu Chen's hand. He then handed Lu Chen his bag. I'll take these fry and put them back in to make them grow a little more. After saying that, Chen De then waved his hand towards a few people. Lu Chen, on the other hand, looked at his back with an odd expression on his face. Suddenly remembering Chen Da's words from earlier, somewhat puzzled, he turned his head to look at Chen Yi. What did your second uncle mean when he said the fish were his? Chen Yi looked at Chen Da's distant back and opened her mouth to explain. My second uncle and my mom like to release fish in the lake. My mom usually releases some big fish and my second uncle will get some fry and put them in. Although fishing is prohibited in this lake, it is not prohibited. So if he puts in more fish, the chances of fishing will increase. Hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Lu Chen straightened up and called out, good guy. Fishers will do anything to stay out of the Air Force. Chen Di actually bought fish fry to put in the lake. Is this sure it's not feeding bait to other fish? The viewers in the live broadcast room, looking at Chen Da's departing back, also sent up pop-ups. Brother Lu, tell Uncle 2 to come back quickly. Number 8 is heading that way with the cameraman. It's bad. Why do I feel that Uncle 2 is going to collide with number 8? Covering my face, I'm really convinced. How can there be such an outrageous thing? The script can't even be written. The other side, wrapped up tightly and furtively, Chao Changrun and the photographer arrived at the gate on the other side of the park. Chao Changrun looked at the evening sun in the sky and said with an uplifted expression, Xiao Zhao, I've observed there are more than carp in this water. There are so many other fish. If you want to eat fish in the future, just tell me, and I'll catch it for you. Thinking of this, Chao Changrun seemed to have found his use and was filled with excitement. As a survivalist in the wilderness, he's had it rough in the city. At his worst he even lived in a cemetery. If it wasn't for Lu Chen's help later on, he was introduced to a job as a best man and got paid $800. With that $800 paid for cages and bait, I'm afraid they're going to starve today. In this way, the two of them did not have to worry about food for a while. Or even if we can't eat it all, we can sell it. The more Chao Changrun talked, the more excited he became, as if he had found a way to make money. The photographer felt the bright future Chao Changrun had depicted, and his face was filled with yearning. We want to be in a position where we can not only eat meat every day, but also make money. I can't even imagine how good our lives will be in the future. The two of them, while fantasizing about what they would have to do in the future, came to the place where the fish cages were lowered. Chao Changrun carried the empty fish cage, his face turning blue. The photographer also looked at the fish cage in Chao Changrun's hand with an embarrassed expression. I don't think we caught any fish, brother? Chao Changrun looked at the bait in the fish cage that had already been eaten and wiped clean, and instantly shook his head. No way. How can you not catch a fish when all the bait has been eaten? He's meowing. Someone must have stolen our fish. Thinking about this, Chao Changrun was furious. Once fish cages were put down in the morning and the fish were stolen in the afternoon. If we can't, let's go to another place to lay the cage, and hide it a bit more this time. Chao Changrun was just about to get off the fish cage in a different place when the cameraman pulled him back. The photographer pointed at a bald man in the distance and hurriedly said towards Chao Changrun, Brother, look quickly, is that man going through our fish cages? Hearing this, Chao Changrun hurriedly raised his head and looked in the direction the photographer was pointing. As expected, Chen De was seen carrying a plastic bag, pouring the fish in the cage into the plastic bag. Chao Changrun's face suddenly changed and he angrily ran towards Chen De. Dude, what are you doing? From a long distance away, Chao Changrun called out to Chen De. Big head Chen didn't return, continuing his hand movements while responding. Isn't it obvious? Get the fish out of the cage. Upon hearing Chen Da's taken for granted reply, Chao Chengren's lungs were about to explode. Rolling up his sleeves, he stepped forward and was just about to do it when he was stopped by his own photographer. Brother, calm down. Look at how big and thick he is. We can't necessarily beat him. Although Chao Chengren's physique was not small, it was still somewhat inadequate in front of Chen De, especially the hideous scar on Chen Da's head. At a glance it was not a character to be messed with. Chao Chengren took a deep breath and calmed his mood down. Toward Chen De, he continued, haven't you ever thought that these were put here on purpose? Chen De raised his eyes and glanced at Chao Chengren, then nodded. Of course I know that, and it's because I know that I'm going to get all the fish, Chen De said while stopping his hand movements. The plastic bag in his hand was almost full, and he directly dumped the fry in the plastic bag back into the lake in front of the two men. Seeing Chen De move, Chao Chengren froze. Dude, you don't eat it, why are you dumping the fish back in? Chen De looked at Chao Chengren, who was asking question after question in front of him, and his tone was somewhat impatient. Who are you? What do you care? When Chao Chengren heard Chen Da's impatient tone, his heart immediately grew angry as well. Pointing at Chen De, he cursed. He meowed. It's okay if you steal fish. The problem is you don't eat it and dump it in. Aren't you doing this at the pure detriment of yourself? Chen De looked at the angry Chao Chengren in front of him without any fear. What do you care? This is still my good mood. Otherwise I'd throw this broken fish cage into the lake for him along with it. Hearing this, Chao Chengren couldn't bear it anymore. It's not even if you steal my fish. You dare to throw my fish cage. You throw one to try? When Chen De heard Chao Chengren's words, he immediately understood. Yeah, after all this it's you who's laying fish cages in the lake. No wonder you keep asking questions here. Chen De looked at the ill-mannered Chao Chengren in front of him and instantly rolled up his sleeves towards the other party. In a flash, both sides were at swords drawn.